In the primordial chaos, an individual binds to an investment system that guarantees no losses. By selecting appropriate objects for investment, one can reap rewarding returns. Is it not the time to test one's discernment? Ding! The host has invested in the 12th grade pure world White Lotus and has received the chaotic supreme treasure, the 36th grade chaotic blue Lotus. Ding! Investment in the Nuwa's creation whip has yielded the god-slaying whip. Ding! Securing a position on the purple cloud platform of Xinyuanzi has granted the host an unparalleled foundation. Ding! Investing in the chaotic bell has resulted in the chaotic supreme treasure, the world-subduing bell. Ding! Investing in the 36 sea-calming pearls of the three Shaos has granted the host the 36 heavens. In the primordial realm, Qin Ming stood bewildered, gazing at the vast and magnificent expanse before him. Had he merely washed his feet to traverse into another realm? At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The no-loss investment system has been activated. An unlimited investment opportunity is granted to the host. Amidst his confusion, Qin Ming was soon overwhelmed with joy. Fortunately, he possessed a system otherwise. As a frail, ordinary human amidst the perils of the primordial world, survival would be virtually impossible. He began to scrutinize the rules of the system. By investing in corresponding entities, one could attain strength. The specifics of the rewards post-investment depended on the potency of the chosen investment target. Was it not the perfect moment to exhibit discernment? The opportunity for unlimited investments had finally arrived. All his contributions would be entirely covered by the system, requiring no expenditure on his part. It was evident that the more formidable the target, the greater the returns. According to the system's guidelines, stronger investments demanded greater sacrifices, yet the rewards would be exponentially more substantial. In this primordial realm, the mightiest being, from the inception of chaos to the present, could only be compared to the illustrious Pangu. The creation of the world, the slaying of 3,000 chaotic demons, and the embodiment of the primordial realm were unparalleled feats of Pangu. Every great power in the primordial realm, whether the three pure ones, the ancestral witches, or Nuwa, had ties to Pangu. With this thought, Qin Ming felt a surge of inspiration and decisively chose Pangu as his investment target. Yet, at a pivotal moment, an epiphany struck him, and he halted abruptly. The system did not stipulate that the investment target had to be a living being. If there were no restrictions, then there existed a presence even beyond Pangu to consider. That being was the embodiment of the entire chaos, the very essence that had worn down Pangu's might. Though Pangu was powerful, the heavenly Dao was even more formidable, and the Great Dao transcended all. The terror of the Great Dao was beyond imagination. Should he successfully invest in the Great Dao, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass those of Pangu. As for the primordial chaos, Qin Ming dared not even ponder its existence. Its reality remained an enigma. To squander the opportunity would be tantamount to self-destruction. I shall take the plunge. A fierce determination gleamed in Qin Ming's eyes. System, I choose to invest in the Great Dao. As soon as he spoke, an earth-shattering sound resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, a profound and mysterious wave emanated from the depths of the inner chaos, which had been concealed until now. All the innate deities and great powers in the primordial realm sensed this wave, their gazes drawn toward the depths of chaos. In the next moment, the system's prompts erupted wildly in Qin Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully investing in the Great Dao, calculating returns. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 10 million points of Great Dao merit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining the fortune of the eternal Great Dao. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 3,000 Dao classics. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the Saint's Daoist Hall, the Palace of Nuwa. Ding! Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, then erupted in ecstatic disbelief. This is simply too extraordinary. The fruits of his investment surpassed all expectations. First and foremost, 10 million points of Great Dao merit. Merit is undoubtedly the most powerful resource in the primordial realm, unparalleled in its significance. It not only directly enhances one's cultivation, but also proves to be more stable than self-training. Merit can also condense into a merit golden wheel, a veritable life-saving talisman in the primordial realm. Even saints would hesitate to act against one who possesses a merit golden wheel. With a merit golden wheel, Qin Ming's safety was nearly assured. Moreover, merit could be utilized to refine spiritual treasures, break arrays, and enhance one's own foundation. 10 million points of Great Dao merit would be sufficient for Qin Ming to advance to the quasi-saint realm. Of course, merely using merit to elevate his cultivation would be a waste, so he refrained from rushing into its use. Next came the second, reward the fortune of the eternal Great Dao. For the time being, Qin Ming felt no tangible changes, yet he sensed his primordial spirit growing ever more transparent, with fortune gravitating toward him. Should a great power be present, witnessing the azure glow of the Great Dao fortune enveloping Qin Ming would likely leave them in awe. Such a concentration of fortune surpassed even that of the once mighty Pangu. With such terrifying fortune, Qin Ming could nearly walk and stumble upon treasures, and attain enlightenment of the Great Dao in his dreams. Those close to him, even if merely brushing against his fortune, would become favored by heaven and earth. Such extraordinary luck would incite envy even among the three pure ones. The third reward left Qin Ming equally astonished. The 3,000 Dao Classics. A book radiating azure light hovered silently in Qin Ming's mind. This was no ordinary tome, but rather a tangible manifestation of the essence of the 3,000 Great Daos. While others sought to comprehend the Great Dao, wrapped in layers of profundity even saints found obscured, Qin Ming possessed the key answers to the 3,000 Great Daos. Confounded? Fear not, one need only peruse it a few more times. This reward felt akin to cheating. Although Qin Ming had mentally prepared himself, he was still overwhelmed by astonishment. The fourth reward was the saint's Daoist Nuwa's palace. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the sacred hall of the Saint Nuwa? Yet here he was, merely a mortal, struggling to ascend the mountains. How could he venture to the 33 heavens? The system provided timely clarification. Rest assured, host the palace of Nuwa is undergoing transformation and will wholly belong to you. In a century, the palace of Nuwa would become Qin Ming's exclusive sanctuary, accessible with but a thought. Furthermore, the palace would be imbued with endless Great Dao formations, with Qin Ming as its sole master. Upon learning all this, Qin Ming remained unhurried. After all, a century in the primordial realm was but a fleeting moment. At present, enhancing his own strength was the immediate priority. He turned towards a valley rich in spiritual energy, preparing to cultivate. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt something beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw 5 orbs emanating innate spiritual light, quietly resting on the ground. Spiritual treasures conceal themselves, only revealing themselves to those deemed worthy. Before Qin Ming could react, the 5 spiritual orbs soared into the air, merging into his mind. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness, and he instantly comprehended their origins. These were none other than the renowned, innate spiritual treasure of 5 elements pearls. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Each orb contained the essence of the innate 5 elements. When gathered together, the 5 elements pearls became an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, their value immeasurable. Qin Ming could not help but exclaim, "Is this the power of the fortune of the eternal Great Dao?" Spiritual treasures possess spirit, choosing their master, and it was evident they had long awaited Qin Ming's arrival. Though he could not yet refine the restrictions within the pearls, he nonetheless collected them. He then proceeded to the valley, seated himself cross-legged, and began to contemplate the 3,000 Dao Classics. As he delved into the teachings, a formidable aura erupted from within him. In the blink of an eye, he transcended the mortal realm, achieving the celestial immortal level. Not only that, but from the 3,000 Dao Classics, he derived an unparalleled method. This method, which Qin Ming named 12 Dao transformations, could lead one to directly witness the Great Dao upon reaching perfection. Qin Ming's heart surged with excitement, and he immediately immersed himself in cultivation, vowing to carve out his own legend in the primordial realm. Seated in the valley, Qin Ming felt an endless influx of spiritual energy surging into his body like a tidal wave. The celestial essence within a billion-mile radius was absorbed entirely, showcasing the formidable prowess of the 12 Dao transformations technique. As he absorbed the innate spiritual energy and elevated his cultivation, he was astonished to discover that his bloodline and foundation were subtly undergoing metamorphosis, transitioning from the post-heavenly to the innate realm. An ostensibly impossible transformation was genuinely occurring within Qin. In the primordial realm, one's foundation represented the potential and fortune of a being. Its significance cannot be overstated. The higher the foundation, the greater the potential and fortune, far surpassing those of lower standing. Among the myriad beings in the primordial realm, even great powers like the three pure ones could not alter their foundations. From the moment a being is born, their foundation is fixed, nearly impossible to change. Apart from the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, which could revert treasures from the post-heavenly to the innate, Qin had never heard of any other means to alter one's foundation. Even the Qian Kuan Ding could only revert treasures to their innate forms, offering no assistance to the foundations of living beings. Yet, the 12 Dao transformations shattered this seemingly impossible rule. As his cultivation advanced, this technique continuously corrected and enhanced Qin foundation. Before he ascended to the level of celestial immortality, his foundation would elevate to the innate realm. Should he reach the Great Luo golden immortal realm, he would possess the foundation of an innate divine being. If he were to cross into the primordial Great Luo golden immortal realm, meaning the saint realm, he might even attain the foundation of a chaotic demon god. This was nothing short of an extraordinary reversal of fate, an unfathomable existence. Buzz, as he cultivated boundless spiritual energy, surged into Qin body. In a mere decade, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm. Upon attaining the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, a series of crisp sounds erupted from within him, and his pores shone with resplendent celestial light. The metamorphosis of the essence of life filled Qin with an invigorating sensation, as if he were poised to let out a long, resounding howl towards the heavens. His foundation successfully underwent a transformation, returning to its origin from the acquired, ascending into the ranks of the innate. Innate beings possess extraordinary talents, their potential and cultivation speed far surpassing those of acquired beings. In the vastness of the primordial world, although innate foundations may not be deemed top tier within the human race, they are considered supreme Dao bodies. Among the countless billions of humans, a mere 12,960 possess such innate Dao bodies. Exhilarating. A jubilant expression of uncontainable delight spread across Qin face as the bottleneck that once constrained him shattered. Under the relentless surge of spiritual energy, he seamlessly broke through from the pinnacle of the Earth Immortal realm to the heavenly Immortal realm. The momentum of his breakthrough did not cease. His realm continued to ascend rapidly. Early heavenly immortal realm, mid-heavenly immortal realm, late heavenly immortal realm. With the blessings of the eternal Daoist fortune, Qin cultivation speed soared as if propelled by a rocket, leaving others in the dust. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace of the Hua Emperor within the primordial cosmos, a woman adorned in resplendent palace attire sat cross-legged, surrounded by an aura of boundless Dao of creation. This saint radiated brilliance throughout the universe. Her essence transcending time and space, she was none other than the matriarch of humanity, Saint Nuwa. Ordinary beings could scarcely gaze upon her figure. The name of a saint is not to be uttered lightly, and the visage of a saint is not to be directly beheld. Nuwa, initially immersed in comprehending the Tao of creation, suddenly opened her exquisite eyes, gazing into the depths of the primordial cosmos. A hint of astonishment flickered across her expression. For just moments ago, a decree from the Tao had been bestowed upon her. The content of the decree left Nuwa in shock. After a century, the Hua Emperor's palace would be transformed into a new Daoist sanctuary, gifted to an unknown being. How can this be possible? As a saint of the primordial realm, Nuwa had reached a state beyond birth and death, beyond sorrow and joy, yet she could not conceal the turmoil within her heart. This was not merely about the Hua Emperor's palace to her. A sanctuary was but a structure that could be rebuilt with time. What stunned her was the existence that could compel the Tao, after years of seclusion, to emerge and personally transform a sanctuary for them. Even the once mighty Pangu had never received such treatment. With a rumble, as the power of the Tao descended, countless azure talismans began to sketch out the profound formations of the Tao, gradually altering the Hua Emperor's palace. The heavenly powers that once permeated the primordial realm were entirely expelled by the force of the Tao, yielding without resistance. As the transformation progressed, Nuwa sensed an astonishing repulsion, as if the entire Hua Emperor's palace no longer belonged to her. However, this repulsion soon waned, as if the Dao had sensed Nuwa's connection to his certain existence. Could it be that the future master of this Emperor's Palace is related to me? Nuwa's mind, sharp and perceptive, quickly formed some conjectures. Yet no matter how she deduced, she could not arrive at any conclusion. Very well. The answers shall reveal themselves in a century. Resolutely, she sat cross-legged, continuing her meditation on the Dao, for this was indeed an exceptional place for contemplating creation. Simultaneously, at the foot of Mount Buzhou in the primordial realm, endless innate spiritual energy surged into the valley where Qin Ming resided, continuously enhancing his physique and aptitude. A blue protective light gradually manifested around him, radiating a formidable aura that rendered him impervious to all. This protective light resembled the defensive radiance of Pangus 9 Revolutions mystical art, capable of withstanding terrifying assaults. However, relying solely on 12 transformations, Qin Ming's physical strength still had its limits. Fortuitously, the 3000 Dao canon not only recorded the 3000 Daos, but also encompassed countless supreme techniques. Among them was even Pangus 9 Revolutions mystical art, undoubtedly one of the most elite body refinement techniques. Yet, the first revolution of the 9 Revolutions mystical art requires the cultivation of the profound immortal realm, which I am not yet capable of. After perusing the 9 Revolutions mystical art, Qin Ming refrained from rushing into practice. This technique demanded resources at a terrifying rate, far exceeding that of equivalent realms by multiples or even dozens of times. Now that I have broken through to the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm, I can attempt to refine the innate 5 elements pearl. Sensing the abundant magical energy within him, Qin Ming concentrated, and 5 spiritual pearls materialized before him. The 5 pearls gold, wood, water, fire, and earth radiated profound, innate spiritual light, profoundly extraordinary. As Qin Ming infused his magical energy into the innate 5 elements pearls, he was astonished to discover that each pearl contained 36 innate prohibitions. In the primordial realm, spiritual treasures are classified as acquired or innate, and the number of prohibitions determines the treasure's rank and power. Innate low-grade treasures contain 1 to 12 prohibitions, while mid-grade treasures possess 13 to 24 prohibitions. Innate high-grade treasures hold 25 to 36 prohibitions, and those with 37 or more are deemed innate supreme treasures. As for treasures with 14 prohibitions, they are regarded as extraordinary innate relics. Though the prohibition structures of acquired and innate treasures are similar, innate treasures, being naturally formed, possess slightly greater power. Each of the 5 elements pearls possesses a complete set of 36 prohibitions, placing them at the pinnacle of innate high-grade treasures, second only to innate supreme treasures. Should he fully refine and merge the 5 pearls, their might would rival that of innate supreme treasures. Qin Ming was overjoyed and immediately set to work refining the 5 pearls. The 3000 Dao canon encompasses myriad Daoist principles, rendering the refinement of innate prohibitions akin to transcribing a standard answer. He merely needed to find the corresponding principles within the 3000 Dao canon and incorporate them into the prohibitions. However, despite appearing straightforward, this process still consumed vast amounts of time and energy. A decade passed, and Qin Ming barely managed to break through the first prohibition within the Earth Pearl, prompting a frown. Though his efficiency was astonishing, with less than a decade remaining before the impending calamity, time was critically short. If he continued at this pace, by the time he fully refined the 5 elements pearls, it would likely be too late. Fortunately, I still have the merits of the Dao to utilize. Let's start with 500,000. With a thought, Qin Ming summoned a radiant golden orb of Dao merit and directly infused it into the 5 elements pearls. As the Dao merit melded with the pearls, the previously obscure prohibitions instantly became remarkably simple. The refinement speed surged by more than 1,000-fold, with prohibitions being successively broken. First prohibition, second prohibition, third prohibition. In the span of a mere century, Qin Ming successfully refined all prohibitions of the 5 pearls to a preliminary state, enabling him to wield their powers. Simultaneously, during the century-long treasure refining process, his cultivation smoothly ascended to the true immortal realm. Feeling the terrifying power surging within the pearls, a confident smile graced Qin Ming's face. With my true immortal realm cultivation, combined with 5 innate high-grade treasures, I am now a far cry from my former self. No longer hesitating, he moved swiftly towards the direction of the tribe. A full millennium has passed. My Chi Tiger tribe has granted you an entire millennium for your propagation. Above a small human tribe, dark clouds churned ominously, with countless savage beings from the primordial realm exuding an oppressive and ferocious aura. Among them, a towering tiger demon of 100,000 zhang in height spoke coldly, its voice chilling to the bone. Before its words could dissipate, it opened its massive maw and devoured hundreds of thousands of defenseless humans, transforming them into sustenance. Haha, delicious, simply delectable. Were it not for the orders of the Demon King, I would devour you all in one gulp. After consuming tens of thousands of humans, the tiger demon licked the blood lingering at the corners of its mouth, its eyes glinting with cruelty and disdain. The millennium deadline has arrived. Offer up 90% of your kin, and this sacrificial rite will conclude. What? 90%? Wasn't it only half of the tribe last time? How outrageous! Are we humans destined to become mere prey for the demon race? Upon hearing the tiger demon's demands, the human tribe descended into a profound despair. Anger and fear etched upon every face. Among the hundreds of billions of humans, the strongest could barely reach the heavenly immortal realm, while even the weakest demon could effortlessly crush them. Each act of defiance concluded with a brutal massacre, leaving humanity devoid of hope and will to fight. The fall of 12,960 innate humans plunged the race into an unprecedented dark moment. Numbness, despair, these were the only emotions that engulfed humanity at this moment. Boring. You might as well step into this spatial shuttle otherwise. Do not blame me for being impolite. The tiger demon casually tossed a spatial treasure that transformed into a mountain reaching 100,000 li, crashing down to the ground. Within that spatial treasure were imprisoned hundreds of billions of other captured humans from different tribes, awaiting sacrifice to the Demon King. 90% of your kin? How is that any different from annihilation? Suddenly, an enraged voice rang out as a human cultivator of the heavenly immortal realm soared into the sky. Surrounded by brilliant magical energy, his eyes filled with a resolve to die, he charged defiantly at the golden, immortal tiger demon. Ha ha ha! Food dares to resist? Truly seeking death. A glimmer of astonishment flashed across the tiger demon's face, quickly replaced by exuberant joy. Chapter 2. Manipulations with the Primordial Violet Energy. Those who defy the human race are tantamount to rebels, allowing it to seize the opportunity to thoroughly suppress and devour, even to exploit the chaos and consume more blood offerings. I shall devour you. The tiger demon unfurled its sanguinary maw, inhaling deeply, the dreadful suction instantly enveloping the celestial immortal cultivator. Utterly defenseless, the cultivator was on the verge of being drawn into the tiger demon's gullet, destined to become a blood offering. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. These humans dare to resist, a most gratifying spectacle. This time, we may indulge in a feast without restraint. Countless demons shrieked with fervor, surging towards the human settlement, their eyes brimming with avarice and brutality. A pall of despair descended upon the entire human enclave, all abandoning resistance, awaiting only the arrival of death. Boom! Yet, at that very moment, a terrifying surge emanated from afar. 5 beams of light cleaved the firmament, coalescing into an immemorial primordial 5 elements grand formation, crashing violently into the tiger demon. Bang! The puissance unleashed by the primordial 5 elements spiritual pearls rivaled that of a supreme spiritual treasure. The tiger demon, caught utterly unawares, was instantly hurled away. Its gargantuan form, spanning hundreds of thousands of feet, was rent asunder into several pieces, its head severed from its torso, torrents of demonic ichor splattering across the heavens. How? How is this possible? Who dares to assault my demon kin? The tiger demon's severed head tumbled upon the ground, its countenance etched with dread as it gazed towards the direction from which the spiritual pearls had flown. A handsome figure, exuding an icy demeanor, slowly materialized in midair. Who are you? I am Chi Hu. The tiger demon attempted to invoke its backing as a threat, but Qin Ming afforded it no quarter. Qin Ming uttered with chilling indifference, channeling his mana into the 5 elements spiritual pearls, once more activating the primordial grand formation, utterly suppressing and slaying the tiger demon. A stunned silence descended upon the scene, countless demons and humans alike gaping in disbelief at the unfolding events. The demons, poised to commence their wholesale consumption of the humans, were petrified by the sight of their golden immortal leader being dispatched with such decisive efficiency by Qin Ming, their faces contorted with incredulity. Slaughter! 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 Qin Ming, bathed in the blood of demons, his gaze ablaze with incandescent fury. In his previous existence, he had been a human, inherently regarding himself as the paragon of all beings, standing proud amidst the heavens and earth. Reborn as a human in this life, his pride and dignity remained unyielding. Witnessing these demons wantonly devouring humans, his heart seethed with rage, and a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. The rules of the primordial world were simple to the point of brutality. The law of the jungle, where the size of one's fist dictated all. To the strong belong the spoils. Be it the demon master Kunpeng or the sage Nuwa, should one possess sufficient might to roast them and consume them, who would dare utter a word of protest? There existed no such thing as celestial justice or the heavenly way. The heart of heaven was but the heart of man, and the heart of man was merely a matter of perspective. And now, Qin Ming, being both human and possessing a greater fist, had no need for restraint. Boom! The primordial 5 elements spiritual pearls contained within them inexhaustible primordial essence of the 5 elements. United, they formed the 5 elements grand formation. Separated, they remained immensely potent. The earth's spiritual pearl resembled an ancient divine mountain, seemingly light, yet possessing terrifying power. Even a mystic immortal demon, struck lightly by it, would struggle to avoid regurgitating blood and sustaining grievous injuries. Another blow would spell its immediate demise. The fire spiritual pearl unleashed incandescent primordial flames, incinerating all within its reach. The water spiritual pearl propelled Xianming heavy water, each drop weighing billions of tons, instantly crushing its adversaries. The wood spiritual pearl harbored the power of decay, eroding all vitality. The metal spiritual pearl emitted gung metal chi, akin to a keen sword, cleaving through all defenses. Under Qin Ming's control, the 5 spiritual pearls swept through the demon ranks. Like a slaughter in the depths of hell, slaying the majority of the tens of thousands of demons in the blink of an eye. The boundless demonic ichor stained the firmament crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood and gore. Flee! Flee! This human dares to resist. When we return to our clan, we shall surely exterminate the human race. Too terrifying. The remaining demons could no longer maintain their composure, fleeing in terror in all directions. Qin Ming's expression remained impassive, as though transformed into an unparalleled god of slaughter, manipulating the 5 elements spiritual pearls to pursue the fleeing demons. Though these demons possessed great speed, some even employing their innate divine abilities, they were utterly helpless before the primordial spiritual treasure. The speed and power of the spiritual treasure far exceeded their imaginations, each strike claiming countless lives. Cries of anguish and screams of agony echoed incessantly. Even those demons who begged for mercy were not spared, directly refined by the primordial flames. The last one, Qin Ming fixed his gaze upon a demon that had already fled millions of miles, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The earth's spiritual pearl abruptly plunged into the earth, traversing millions of miles in an instant, erupting from the ground and smashing the demon into a pulpy mess. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying a celestial immortal demon, rewarding 100 investment points. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying a true immortal demon, rewarding 1,000 investment points. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying a golden immortal demon. System notifications resounded unceasingly in his mind, like a frantic refresh, one after another. Qin Ming ceased his pursuit, his expression shifting slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he listened to the notifications in his mind. This divine investment system. The essence of investment lay in the need for investment points. The more investment points, the stronger the target of investment, and the greater the rewards. Furthermore, investment points could be used to strengthen one's self, enhance one's cultivation, elevate one's origins and bloodline, and even comprehend the Great Dao. It could be said that a single investment point was equivalent to Great Dao merit, with no side effects. And the means of obtaining investment points was exceedingly simple: slaying living beings. The stronger the living being, the more investment points obtained. The massacre, just now. The slaying of tens of thousands of demons had earned him a massive amount of investment points. He opened the system panel, examining his current state. Name, Qin Ming Origins, Primordial Origins, Constant Great Dao Luck, Cultivation, True Immortal Realm Initial Stage, 12 Dao Evolutions, Spiritual Treasure, Primordial 5 Elements Spiritual Pearls, Initial Refinement, Great Dao Merit, 9. 5 million points investment points. 1. 7 million points note. The next investment target will be triggered randomly based on conditions. Qin Ming gazed upon his transformed state, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Primordial Origins, True Immortal Realm Cultivation, 5 primordial high-grade spiritual treasures, coupled with the myriad foundations bestowed by the system, had already placed him at the apex of the primordial food chain. We're not dead. There is hope for the human race. The demons have all been slain. The humans in the settlement gradually recovered from the shock of their narrow escape, kneeling before Qin Ming, weeping uncontrollably. This is a totem, a divine being sent by the Holy Mother. Faced with the worship of these nascent humans, a complex emotion flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. They regarded him as a divine being sent by the Holy Mother Nuwa to save them. But Qin Ming merely cast a cold gaze towards the direction of the Hua Imperial Palace beyond the 33rd heaven. Do you see this? He murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of coldness and questioning, his gaze directed towards Nuwa. The human race, newly born, though having suffered endless tribulations, still harbored boundless reverence and adoration for Nuwa. Yet, Qin Ming's heart was filled with too many questions, awaiting the opportunity to personally meet Nuwa and unveil the answers. Eat, devour them. They treated us as blood offerings. Today, we shall repay them in kind. The surviving humans, filled with hatred, fixed their gazes upon the corpses of the demons, beginning to devour the demons' flesh and blood as if possessed. The demonic flesh and blood contained immeasurable essence, undoubtedly a treasure for the humans. Seeing this, Qin Ming casually activated the gung metal spiritual light, breaching the space shuttle's restrictions and releasing hundreds of billions of imprisoned humans. The newly released humans, upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes instantly turning crimson, joined the ranks of those devouring the demons. The corpses of these celestial, immortal, and above demons were immensely large. It took hundreds of billions of humans a full month to consume the majority of the demonic corpses. The essence of the demonic flesh and blood rapidly integrated into the humans' bodies, causing the strength of the entire race to undergo a meteoric rise. The strongest among the original humans had broken through from the celestial immortal realm to the true immortal realm, and the race's foundation had also been strengthened, able to barely cope with greater threats. Seeing this, Qin Ming nodded slightly, his heart even more resolute in his chosen path. The essence of the primordial world lay in individual strength, not the strength of a race. As long as he continued to improve himself, until he stepped into the realm of the primordial saint, he would be able to protect the human race for eternity. With a saint among the human race, who would dare to deceive them? Elevating one's capabilities is the paramount path forward. Ding. Host, congratulations, the Palace of Nuwa has been fully renovated. Do you wish to proceed? As Qin Ming contemplated the trajectory of his future, the system's voice resonated within his mind. An enigmatic and profound sensation instantly flooded his consciousness, beckoning his spirit. He felt an ethereal connection to a location beyond the 33rd heaven, as if he could traverse space and time to reach it with a mere thought. The Palace of Nuwa, is it? Qin Ming lifted his gaze slightly, directing it towards the source of the sensation, his eyes serene. He surveyed the billions of his people below, his expression unwavering. After a moment, with a thought, his figure vanished without a trace. Rumble. The boundless torrent of chaotic energy surged, crashing against the world's crystalline barrier of the Nuwa realm, where it was gradually eroded and absorbed. This barrier, as if breathing, transformed the chaotic energy into pure, innate spiritual energy and other refined substances. The converted energy and matter flowed into the Nuwa realm through a complex circulatory system, nourishing its countless inhabitants. The Nuwa realm, a grand world forged by the sage Nuwa, contained countless intermediate and lesser worlds. Its inhabitants, numbering in the trillions, were all creations of Nuwa's Great Dao of creation, each a being of unparalleled beauty. In the heart of this grand world stood a palace of unparalleled grandeur. The palace was boundless, with billions of stars cascading like quicksand across its curtains. Countless microcosms, compressed to their limits, formed serene pools within the palace. Their waters teeming with rare world fish, each the embodiment of an intermediate world. This was the most enigmatic sanctuary of the primordial legends, the Palace of Nuwa. At that moment, a figure, enshrouded by the power of the Great Dao, descended into the Palace of Nuwa. This was the first male to set foot here in countless eons. Save for Fushi, this figure was none other than Qin Ming. Qin Ming of the human race greets the sage Nuwa. As soon as Qin Ming appeared, his gaze fell upon the exquisite figure seated at the center of the palace. She was a supreme goddess, her palace robes flowing with endless galaxies, as if encompassing all creation within their folds. Her form was immense, like a pillar supporting the heavens, radiating boundless creative energy. In that cascading aura of creation, the cycle of life and death unfolded, with all things being born, perishing, and reborn. She was the sage Nuwa, one of the supreme beings of the primordial world. The existence of a sage transcended the river of time, with each thought capable of creating countless worlds. Even if the heavens and earth were to crumble, a sage would remain transcendent, controlling the destiny of all realms. Yet, facing such a supreme being, Qin Ming's voice remained calm and resolute. He felt the blessing of the infinite power of the Great Dao, his heart unmoved. Within the Palace of Nuwa, surrounded by the power of the Great Dao, he was invincible. Even before a sage, Qin Ming was confident in his ability to expel or even suppress her. You are the human race? Sage Nuwa's gaze settled upon Qin Ming, her tone composed yet laced with undeniable surprise. Indeed, this sense of connection. You are truly of the human race. She carefully sensed the faint connection between Qin Ming and herself, speaking as if to herself. Though her expression remained unchanged, a storm of astonishment raged within her heart, for she saw clearly that the soaring fortune of the Great Dao surrounding Qin Ming, like surging azure light, illuminated the entire Nuwa realm. Favored by heaven, protected by the Great Dao, such abundance of fortune surpassed even that of the sages transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, such as the three pure ones. Qin Ming was unaware that his fortune was so immense that even a sage would not dare to act against him lightly. With such terrifying fortune, any being who dared to attack him would face unbearable karmic backlash. Even a sage could fall from grace or be utterly annihilated by the karma of the Great Dao. Nuwa's gaze softened, and a thought arose in her mind. Would you be willing to join my sect? She asked, her tone gentle yet direct. Qin Ming paused slightly, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Among the 6 sages of the primordial world, Nuwa was known for her aloof and solitary nature. The other 5 sages had disciples and founded enduring sections. Nuwa, however, had never established a sect nor accepted any disciples. Her palace of Nuwa was inhabited only by her mount, the golden phoenix, and the spirit pearl yet to be incarnated as Neza. To become a disciple of Nuwa would undoubtedly be an unparalleled opportunity and a source of protection, especially for Qin Ming as a member of the human race. The natural connection between him and Nuwa made it all the more fitting. However, Qin Ming gently shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. Joining my sect would be the best choice. Why would you refuse? Sage Nuwa did not show displeasure at his refusal, but instead smiled gently. Her gaze was like an inverted Milky Way, filled with indescribable tolerance and love. Sage Nuwa, there is something I do not understand, Qin Ming said, looking up at her, his tone calm, yet persistent. If I cannot understand it, I cannot join your sect, for it would obstruct my thoughts. Obstruct my thoughts? A fine phrase, Nuwa said, her smile widening, her tone filled with genuine appreciation. With a slight movement, the creative phenomena surrounding her dissipated instantly. Nuwa, transformed into a beautiful maiden in palace attire, slowly walked to Qin Ming's side. I know what you wish to ask, she said, her gaze gentle, her tone peaceful. The human race, newly born, has become the food and tools of all other races, unable to live and unable to die. I know all of this. Qin Ming remained calm, his tone devoid of emotion. Sages are omniscient. It is only right that you know. Nuwa's gaze flickered slightly, her tone tinged with helplessness. You wish to ask why I have ignored the plight of the human race, do you not? Qin Ming nodded gently, looking directly at Nuwa without flinching. Then, do you know of Ancestor Hong Jun? Ancestor Hong Jun, of unknown origin, vanquished the demon Ancestor Luo Ho in the Dao Demon War. He later lectured in the Zixiao Palace, imparting the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain the Dao. After lecturing for 10,000 years, he merged with the heavenly Dao, controlling the grand scheme. Qin Ming replied calmly, clearly familiar with Hongjuan's origins and deeds. In that case, do you know who Hongjuan's 3 corpses are? Nuwa's gaze deepened, her tone filled with an elusive meaning. Hongjuan's 3 corpses? Qin Ming frowned slightly, lost in thought. Nuwa's gaze was like the shifting of stars, her voice slowly reaching him. Hongjuan's 3 corpses are not as simple as you think. In truth, Hongjun himself is the good corpse severed by the heavenly Dao. The so-called merging with the Dao is merely the good corpse returning to itself. These words struck Qin Ming's mind like thunder, leaving him speechless with shock. Hongjun was actually the good corpse of the heavenly Dao. This primordial secret was truly shocking, leaving one unable to remain calm. If Hongjun was the good corpse of the heavenly Dao, then wouldn't the evil corpse of the primordial heavenly Dao be? Luo? Was the so-called merging with the Dao merely the process of the good corpse returning to its source? Qin Ming's cultivation was only at the true immortal realm, but his mind was clear and his thoughts were coherent. With a little deduction, he connected the many mysteries. If all of this were true, then many unsolved matters would be resolved. Why had only Ancestor Hongjun succeeded in the method of severing the 3 corpses, while all other sages and countless primordial beings had failed? Even the 6 sages, known as the pinnacle of the primordial world, had not attained the mixed origin through the method of severing the 3 corpses. Instead, they had taken a shortcut to sainthood through immeasurable merit and the Hongming purple chi, only then possessing the combat power of a mixed origin Great Luo golden immortal. In essence, they remained at the peak of the quasi-sage realm, only able to possess the power of the mixed origin due to the blessing of their saintly status, which granted them immortality by borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. At this point, the truth of the method of severing the 3 corpses became clear. It was fundamentally impossible. This method was a grand deception, designed by its creator to ensnare the primordial innate deities, cutting off their path to the Great Dao. It seems you understand now. Inwa gazed at Qin Ming, her expression intricate, and sighed. As primordial deities, we once had the opportunity to comprehend the Great Dao and achieve the state of Han Yuan. Although it requires an extensive passage of time, it was indeed possible. However, the method of severing the 3 corpses has obliterated our foundations, causing us to forever lose the path to enlightenment, leaving us reliant on the primordial purple energy for our ascension. At this juncture, her tone turned frigid. Yet the primordial purple energy has manipulated matters, allowing it to control the very lives and deaths of us saints. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a jolt within his heart, his countenance shifting dramatically as he looked at Inwa. It became apparent that the calamity facing humanity was indeed decreed by the heavenly Dao, and the position of a saint was so tightly constrained. Should Inwa take the risk to protect humanity, she would likely fall from her saintly status in an instant, leading to a fate for humanity that transcended mere decline and veered into complete annihilation. However, if she were to maintain her saintly position, although the demon race would massacre, they would not dare to utterly extinguish humanity. With the Empress Inwa above, I bow in gratitude. Qin Ming's thoughts raced, and he comprehended everything in an instant, then respectfully knelt before Inwa. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Inwa observed his act of homage with growing delight, repeatedly praising him. Subsequently, with a wave of her grand sleeve, a spiritual treasure soared forth, expanding in the wind and hovering before Qin Ming's eyes. This treasure was ancient and unadorned, inscribed with images of mountains, rivers, and all living beings, its inner radiance resplendent and its profundities boundless. This treasure was the map of mountains and rivers, obtained by my master from the divine stone. Below the level of a saint, anyone trapped within it would never escape. Even saints require the aid of such treasures to extricate themselves. Upon hearing Inwa's introduction, Qin Ming was deeply shaken. He had long heard of the might of the map of mountains and rivers. It was said to form its own realm within, encompassing mountains and rivers, with flora and fauna thriving, rivaling the authenticity of the real world. Such a primordial, supreme, spiritual treasure was invaluable and exceedingly rare. Thank you, Master. Qin Ming joyfully accepted the treasure, channeling his power to begin refining it within the Inwa Palace. This place was a sanctum specially modified by the heavenly Dao for him, enhancing his cultivation efficiency 1,000-fold. Refining the treasure here would yield twice the results with half the effort. You possess but a nascent level of cultivation. This treasure is perfectly suited to protect you. Nuwa gazed at Qin Ming, who was engrossed in his refining, her expression softening. Then, she moved deeper into the Nuwa palace to continue her own cultivation. However, just as she settled, the red embroidered ball on her person suddenly emitted a brilliant crimson light, pulsating continuously. The red embroidered ball was a supreme offensive treasure, with additional functions for marriage. Upon achieving the triad of marriage with heaven, earth, and humanity, it could ascend to the status of a primordial supreme treasure. Seeing this, Nuwa felt perplexed. There were no matrimonial fates here to be verified. Why had the red embroidered ball suddenly reacted? She employed her saintly powers to deduce. Yet the heavenly secrets remained exceedingly obscure. Even as a saint, she could only vaguely ascertain that this anomaly bore a significant connection to herself. Is it related to me? Nuwa pondered, her heart filled with suspicion. After several fruitless attempts at deduction, she finally relinquished the matter, sighing, "Alas, the heavenly secrets are inscrutable. When the time is right, I shall naturally understand." Casting aside her doubts, she immersed herself in the profound understandings of the Great Dao within the Nuwa palace. 1,000 years swiftly passed. Within the palace, a figure enveloped in azure Dao light stood, unfurling a grand scroll above his head, containing mountains and rivers, profound and unfathomable, its brilliance illuminating the world. This person was Qin Ming. After expending a millennium of effort and nearly 1,000,000 merits of the Dao, he had finally succeeded in initially refining the map of mountains and rivers. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance within them, his aura surging as he had successfully broken through to the early stage of the profound immortal realm. The primordial spiritual treasure contained the essence of the Dao, and the refining process was immensely beneficial to his cultivation. This endeavor not only significantly elevated his prowess, but also yielded substantial gains. With this treasure to safeguard him, none below the Luo realm could threaten his life. As Qin Ming felt the power of the treasure, his gaze grew resolute, confidence swelling within him. The map of mountains and rivers was not only a map of the wilderness, but also possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, its mysteries unfathomable. When combined with the 5-element spiritual orbs for formation, it could even contend with a Tai Golden Immortal. Indeed, this treasure was the epitome of protection. Within it resided a portion of his master's power, capable of delivering a strike from a saint. Nuwa's voice resonated as she appeared before Qin Ming, her tone both cold and gentle. "Thank you, Master." Qin Ming expressed heartfelt gratitude, acutely aware of Nuwa's esteem for him. The power of a saint is exceedingly precious, and such a gift is extraordinarily rare. In the world of the wilderness, the bond between master and disciple holds paramount significance. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial teacher had both spared no effort for their disciples. Qin Ming understood that Nuwa harbored the same profound sentiments for him. "Your cultivation method is beyond even my comprehension. Though you call me master, I am powerless to guide you. Yet this Nuwa palace was created because of you. My 1,000 years of cultivation have also benefited from your presence." Nuwa chuckled lightly, her mood notably uplifted. Within this span of a millennium, she had remarkably advanced from the first level of Hun Yuan to the second level, her strength significantly enhanced, her joy evident. In merely 1,000 years, Nuwa had surpassed a realm of existence, which only deepened her admiration and satisfaction for Qin Ming. Bowing slightly, a hint of hesitation flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he slowly spoke. "Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention." Nuwa's expression brightened with a smile, as if she had already discerned his thoughts, and spoke nonchalantly. "Is it concerning humanity?" Qin Ming was slightly taken aback, but then chuckled. "Master, you truly know all." Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt quite pleased, and a subtle smile played upon the saintly visage. "Speak freely," she urged, waving her hand with a gentle tone. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming said earnestly, "I am prepared to disseminate teachings among humanity." Nuwa paused, her gaze fixed on Qin Ming, a contemplative expression crossing her face. The constraints of the heavenly Dao prevented her from directly intervening with humanity. However, as an anomaly, Qin Ming was endowed with boundless fortune, and the heavenly Dao turned a blind eye to him. Should Qin Ming impart teachings to humanity, he would likely not face any obstruction from the heavenly Dao and could potentially bring immense opportunities to humanity. She understood that Qin Ming was her direct disciple, and the karmic ties between teachers and students in the wilderness were profound. The fortune that her disciple acquired would also benefit her. After a moment of contemplation, Inwa nodded and softly inquired, "What teachings do you intend to impart?" A smile graced Qin Ming's lips as he replied, "Though the path of creation is commendable, it may not be suitable for humanity. I possess a doctrine more attuned to their essence." Before he finished speaking, a rune materialized in his palm, emanating an endless arcane radiance, clearly inscribed with the character for martial. This martial rune contained the essence of one of the 3,000 paths, appearing both ancient and mysterious. Although martial arts were merely one of the 3,000 paths, they encapsulated the true essence of battle, resonating with the spirit and will of humanity. The pinnacle of martial prowess could shatter the void of the wilderness, contending against heaven and earth, showcasing humanity's boundless potential and indomitable will. Inwa's eyes brightened as she regarded the rune, nodding gently. "Indeed, this martial path aligns with humanity far better than my path of creation." As soon as she finished speaking, a flicker of saintly power emanated from her hand, and with a gentle wave, Qin Ming felt a blur before his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself hovering above the lands of humanity, gazing down at the vast mountains and rivers below. Qin Ming marveled, "Is this the power of a saint? To traverse countless miles in the blink of an eye?" With the realization that Inwa was his revered master and one of the saints of the wilderness, a sense of reassurance washed over him. His gaze resolute, he silently vowed, "There is no time to waste. I must swiftly disseminate martial teachings among humanity." With this thought, he arrived at the core region of the human territory. However, what met his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Before him stood two enormous statues, one of which unmistakably resembled Qin Ming. Countless humans gathered around the statue, kneeling in worship, fervently whispering prayers, clearly regarding him as a supreme deity. Qin Ming was taken aback, his expression complex as he murmured, "Have I truly become the first ancestor of humanity?" Gazing at the statue, he felt an immense fortune converging upon him. This was indeed the fortune of the future protagonist of humanity, containing a power that could astonish and terrify. Though this fortune was formidable, it paled in comparison to the boundless Dao fortune that enveloped Qin Ming, akin to a firefly against a bright moon. A thought stirred within him, and he mused, with this identity as the first ancestor, it will be all the more natural to impart martial teachings. In the hearts of humanity, he had already become Inwa's representative, and by sharing his teachings now, he would undoubtedly garner greater support and reverence from the people. Reflecting upon this moment, Qin Ming raised his gaze, his eyes traversing the infinite void, and calmly proclaimed, "I, Qin Ming, shall bequeath the martial way to humanity. As a martial way endures, so too shall humanity persist. Let the Great Dao bear witness." As his words echoed, the heavens trembled, and the primal Great Dao responded, bestowing boundless merit. Clouds of merit, stretching for billions of miles, gathered in the sky, enshrouding the entirety of the human realm. Accompanying this descent of merit, a rune embodying the will of the Great Dao manifested in the firmament, inscribed with the character for martial. Any creature that beheld this rune could sense the indomitable spirit and fighting intent it contained. The rune transformed into an endless cascade of light, showering down upon the realm of humanity, infusing each individual with the essence of martial cultivation. The extraordinary phenomena of the merit clouds and the Great Dao rune momentarily astonished the entire primal realm, their grandeur rivaling that of Nuwa's sanctification. Within Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones felt the disturbance, simultaneously opening their eyes in astonishment. Yuanshi furrowed his brow and coldly scoffed, expressing complex emotions. A mere human race has managed to attract the favor of the Great Dao. How utterly absurd. Laozi's gaze deepened, remaining silent. Yet a flicker of trepidation stirred within him. Tong Tian cast a brief glance before returning to his meditative state in the supreme sword path, unmoved. In the desolate lands of the West, the figures of Jane and Junti were equally stirred, gazing towards the eastern marvel. Jane's brow furrowed as he murmured, "The merit of the Great Dao descends. The cleansing of calamity approaches, and achieving sanctification is the sole path forward. Zhuanti nodded in agreement, but said little, continuing to mend the fractured earth veins. In the heavenly court of the demon race, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were likewise captivated by the spectacle, their expressions profound. Dongwang spoke coldly, though the human race enjoys a stroke of fortune. Our foremost priority is to prepare for battle against the witch race. His tone was somber, revealing a deep-seated apprehension towards the enigmatic Pangu true body of the witch race. Meanwhile, deep within the North Sea, the Kuanping in the Demon Master Palace frantically inscribed runes, his demeanor frenzied, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. At the depths of the Blood Sea, atop a 12th-grade fiery red lotus, a vague figure sat quietly, a glimmer of peculiarity flashing in their eyes. Within Wuzhuang Temple, a figure mournfully drank from a red gourd, his eyes reflecting profound desolation. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, in the Panga Hall, 12 colossal figures stood solemnly, resembling silent statues. Many powerful beings within the primal realm were stirred but quickly withdrew their gazes, returning to contemplation. Since the 3 lectures at Zixiao Palace, all powerful beings in the primal realm focused their thoughts on how to attain the status of a primordial saint. Under the protection of the Saint Nuwa, the human race, despite the creation of saints, faced no interference or encroachment. They vaguely sensed that the merit descending this time was unlike any before, as it directly bypassed the heavenly Dao and bestowed the merit of the Great Dao. However, this confusion was fleeting, soon overshadowed entirely by their yearning for sanctification. Beneath the foot of Buzhou Mountain, an infinite expanse of merit and celebratory clouds enveloped billions of miles, suspended above the human realm, lingering without dissipating. Accompanied by Qin Ming's proclamation, a true martial talisman of the Great Dao gradually took shape, radiating boundless golden light, hovering beside him and rendering him as if a divine being had descended. This scene instantly reverberated throughout the human race. It is the divine being who saved us last time. The Holy Mother Nuwa has not forsaken us. After enduring endless years of despair, the human race finally glimpsed hope. Countless individuals wept, kneeling before Qin Ming, their reverence and gratitude stemming from the depths of their hearts. They firmly believed that Qin Ming was the divine messenger sent by Nuwa to rescue them. What truly moved the hearts of the people was not merely the arrival of the legacy, nor the hope for the future, but the realization that their creator, their mother, had never truly abandoned them, even when reduced to mere sustenance for others, even as they languished through blood-soaked epochs, even when their race faced near extinction. They harbored no resentment towards Nuwa. This gratitude, rooted deep within their bloodline, sustained their unwavering reverence and thankfulness towards their creator, remaining unchanged despite the passage of countless ages. The merit and fortune surged within the boundless radiance, ultimately converging within the golden martial talisman, intensifying its brilliance as if it were evolving amidst an infinite cosmos. The merit of the Great Dao, 60% infused into the talisman, perfected the martial path to align seamlessly with the cultivation of humanity. 30% flowed into Qin Ming, forming the foundation of his cultivation, enhancing his strength. The remaining 10% scattered throughout the human race, transforming into a shared fortune for all. Qin Ming gazed down, his eyes profound, and his voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Today, I establish the martial way for humanity, and shall henceforth be known as the martial ancestor of the human race. The martial way is unyielding, refining both body and spirit, entering the Dao through battle. As the martial way endures, so shall humanity endure. As his proclamation echoed, the heavenly Dao was once more stirred, bestowing limitless merit and fortune. 70% of the merit from the heavenly Dao merged with humanity, while 30% hovered behind Qin Ming, coalescing into a resplendent golden wheel of merit. Though this golden wheel of merit was not as dazzling as a spiritual treasure, it was the most practical protective artifact in the primal realm, surpassing even innate supreme spiritual treasures in value. Qin Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he embraced the protection of the golden wheel of merit, silently reflecting, with the fortune of the Great Dao safeguarding me and the golden wheel of merit at my side, even Hongjun must think twice before attempting to harm me. However, the thought of condensing a 12-layer golden wheel of merit flickered briefly in his mind. The requisite heavenly Dao merit was staggering, nearly impossible to achieve. He slowly scanned the entirety of the human race, his voice gentle yet resolute. The martial path has been established. By the command of the Holy Mother Nuwa, I shall protect humanity for 1,000 years. You must strive unceasingly to illuminate the future. Across the human realm, billions bowed in reverence, united in their cries, "Martial Ancestor of humanity, Holy Mother Nuwa." Qin Ming watched this scene with satisfaction, and in a flash he vanished from sight. In a secluded corner of the Buzhou mountain range, he discovered a place rich in spiritual energy, quietly entering seclusion to cultivate while simultaneously safeguarding the development of humanity. In the primal world, only one's own cultivation serves as the foundation for existence, a belief Qin Ming had never wavered from. He gently closed his eyes, yet his gaze transcended endless space, resting upon the towering and majestic Buzhou mountain. This was Buzhou mountain, transformed from the spine of the great deity Pangu, supporting heaven and earth, embodying an indomitable will of creation, its might undiminished over billions of years. Countless spiritual treasures adorned Buzhou mountain, yet only those with profound fortune could forge a connection with it and attain true transformation. Qin Ming smiled faintly, activating the 12 transformation techniques, an endless azure light emanating from his being as torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, as if the entire primal realm were offering him spiritual power. The 3,000 Dao texts resonated harmoniously, revealing boundless mysteries of the Great Dao, enveloping Qin Ming in a sacred sanctuary. Amidst this grand spectacle, Qin Ming's cultivation began to ascend at an astonishing pace. Early stage of the profound immortal, mid-stage of the profound immortal, late stage of the profound immortal, perfected profound immortal. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed, and Qin Ming's aura had already surpassed the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. His internal mana surged violently. He gradually opened his eyes, softly murmuring, "The golden immortal realm, I have finally broken through." In the primal realm, the transition from profound immortal to golden immortal represents a qualitative leap, signifying the ability to coexist with the heavens and control small thousand worlds. For ordinary beings, comprehending the rules of the heavenly Dao is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Yet for Qin Ming, with the protection of the 3,000 Dao texts, understanding the Dao was as effortless as drinking water. He mused, in the primal world, amidst the endless starry rivers and countless powerful beings, only through self-improvement can one seize their own destiny. At this moment, Qin Ming had truly entered the ranks of the small powers within the primal realm. Beyond the golden immortal lies the need to condense the 5 energies within, forming an internal cycle, until the accumulation of mana reaches sufficient levels to step into the Tai golden immortal realm. Qin Ming gazed into the distance, his expression calm, with no intention of continuing his cultivation. The journey from golden immortal to Tai golden immortal is a lengthy process of accumulation without any bottlenecks. Rapid breakthroughs require a substantial amount of merit. Yet he clearly was not in a rush. The ascension from Tai golden immortal to the Luo golden immortal necessitates the condensation of the 3 flowers atop the head, transcending the currents of fate, surpassing the time and space of the primal realm, achieving a transformation of life. This step is akin to a being in a painting attempting to leap beyond the canvas. Crossing dimensions, the difficulty is indeed staggering. Throughout the primal realm, the number of the Luo golden immortals has always been limited, never exceeding 3,000, underscoring the rarity and terror of this realm. Qin Ming understood that, despite possessing the fortune of the eternal Dao, ascending to the realm of the Luo was no simple feat and required meticulous preparation. He murmured to himself, "Good steel must be used on the blade. For now, I shall reserve the merits of the Dao and the resources of the system, dedicating them fully only when the time comes to ascend to the Luo." With this thought in mind, Qin Ming lifted his gaze towards the towering Mount Buzhou, and with a slight motion, he vanished from his original spot. Azure Dao light swirled around him, the fluctuations of spatial Dao rules subtly enhancing his speed, allowing him to traverse what felt like infinite space. In the realm of the golden immortal, he had already grasped a fragment of the Dao's laws, employing the top 3 spatial laws among the myriad of Daoists. Each step he took covered billions of miles. As he passed, space seemed to fold, his velocity so rapid that even the tiny golden immortal could scarcely keep up. However, the vastness of the primordial world still exceeded Qin Ming's imagination. He flew for a decade before finally reaching the foot of Mount Buzhou. As he landed, he exhaled softly, reflecting, indeed, the expanse of the primordial world cannot be measured by mere imagination. Looking up, Mount Buzhou loomed majestically, piercing the starry sky as if it spanned the very heavens, warping the fields of space and time around it. The trees on the mountain were colossal, their branches adorned with fruits that shimmered like radiant stars. Billions of stars, as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges, adorned the branches, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire mountain like a sea of stars. Qin Ming gazed at this breathtaking scene, murmuring softly, "Is this truly Mount Buzhou?" The mountain exuded an oppressive aura of unyielding will, a remnant of Pangu's power that, even after eons, still sent shivers down one's spine. Even quasi-saints could not soar beneath the weight of Mount Buzhou's pressure, compelled to ascend on foot. As Qin Ming contemplated the mountain, he suddenly sensed peculiar fluctuations emanating from within its towering body, establishing an inexplicable connection with him. After a moment of attunement, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. These fluctuations, are they the innate treasures calling out to me? The innate treasures of the primordial world possessed their own consciousness, and particularly the supreme innate treasures were notoriously selective about their masters. Yet at this moment, the treasures within Mount Buzhou seemed to eagerly court Qin Ming as if they were infatuated. Chapter 4. A special streak of good fortune. Qin Ming chuckled in disbelief. It appears that even the fortune of the Dao has made the treasures reluctant to overlook such a master. He set forth, enveloped in azure Dao light, gradually ascending the slopes of Mount Buzhou. Step by step, he embarked on a long journey of climbing. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. Time held no meaning in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, and Qin Ming lost track of how long he had been climbing, only feeling his spirit continuously tempered beneath Pangu's lingering pressure. The higher he climbed, the more terrifying the weight became, as if an invisible hand were crushing his physical body and primordial spirit. Ultimately, nearing the halfway point, both his body and spirit were pushed to their limits. His consciousness began to blur, yet his determination to climb remained unwavering, each step resolutely taken upward. After another century, Qin Ming's mental state reached a realm of clarity, with the 3,000 Dao classics manifesting in his mind, enveloped by the descending Dao. At that moment, he envisioned a river spanning the void, radiant and transcending time itself. It was the river of fate. This vision flickered before his eyes before abruptly vanishing. Immediately after, Qin Ming felt a sensation of plummeting, and in the next instant, he found himself at the mountainside of Mount Buzhou. He whispered softly, "The river of fate. A single drop embodies the fates of countless beings, truly astonishing." Merely glimpsing the river had catalyzed a transformation within his primordial spirit, bringing him closer to the level of the Luo golden immortal. He sighed inwardly. If only I could gaze upon it a few more times, my primordial spirit might directly evolve to the quasi-saint level. Yet even so, being able to perceive the river of fate with merely golden immortal cultivation was remarkable enough to astonish the world. If this were spread, it would surely shock countless powerful beings. He cast aside distracting thoughts and continued to explore, following the resonance of the innate treasures emanating from Mount Buzhou. Ahead, the space appeared void of substance, yet the allure of the treasures grew increasingly potent. Qin Ming smiled slightly, channeling his golden immortal powers, and struck forcefully at the forward space. Buzz! The space rippled, revealing innate restrictions. Qin Ming remained calm and collected, dedicating himself to breaking through. Drawing upon the 3,000 Dao classics, he dismantled the restrictions in less than a decade and stepped into the heart of the space. As the scene shifted before him, the restricted space unfolded. His gaze sharpened as he focused on a crystal-clear pool at the center. Within the pool, a pristine white lotus blossomed quietly, its 12 petals swirling with profound Dao rhythms, radiating boundless brilliance. The 12-grade pure world white lotus. The name of the lotus surfaced in Qin Ming's mind. causing him to tremble with uncontainable joy. To his astonishment, this was indeed the legendary pure world White Lotus, gazing at the treasure emanating endless Dao rhythms. Qin Ming's face broke into a radiant smile. It was said that during Pangu's creation of the world, the 36th-grade chaotic azure lotus shattered under the immense pressure, transforming into countless innate treasures. Among the complete lotus seeds, a fully mature seed evolved into the 24-grade creation azure lotus, while 5 semi-mature seeds became the 5 lotus platforms. These platforms were the golden lotus of merits, the red lotus of karma, the black lotus of annihilation, the white lotus of purity, and the purple lotus of reincarnation. The 24-grade creation azure lotus was deemed too powerful, inciting the jealousy of the heavenly Dao, which ultimately led to it being dismembered by the 3 pure ones into the 3 treasures, the Jade Rui, the white Jade Crutch, and the Qingping Sword. As for the 5 lotus platforms, they were renowned innate supreme treasures, each with its own dominion. The golden lotus of merits was associated with the Western teachings. The red lotus of karma was born alongside the old ancestor of the Nether River. The black lotus of annihilation belonged to the demon ancestor Luo Ho, who later vanished. And the purple lotus of reincarnation only manifested during the reincarnation of the Earth Mother. The ownership of the pure world White Lotus had always been unknown. Now, Qin Ming had finally discovered this unparalleled defensive treasure. He initially believed the pure world White Lotus was located on the 3 Immortal Islands, proving that the literary texts of his past life were not to be taken at face value. Shaking his head, he eagerly approached the pool, preparing to extract the pure world White Lotus for refinement. However, as he drew near, the shimmering light of the sun, moon, and stars within the pool, along with the surging life force, filled him with renewed excitement. It was the 3-light divine water. The 3-light divine water is one of the 3 great divine waters of the primordial realm, renowned alongside the Xianming heavy water and the 9 heavens divine water. The sunlight divine water erodes blood, essence, and flesh. The moonlight divine water corroded the primordial spirit, and the starlight divine water consumed true spiritual consciousness. Individually, the 3 light divine waters were extremely potent toxins. Yet, when combined, they became the foremost healing elixir of the primordial realm, capable of reviving even the legendary ginseng fruit tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. Qin Ming's heart surged with elation. With the 3 light divine water and the pure world White Lotus, this harvest was simply extraordinary. Without hesitation, he collected the entire pool of 3 light divine water, then carefully plucked the pure world White Lotus. However, as he retrieved the pure world White Lotus, 36 brilliantly glowing orbs emerged from beneath the pool's surface. The sea-calming pearl? Qin Ming stared at the 36 orbs before him, his eyes widening in astonishment, unable to suppress his excitement. According to legend, the sea-calming pearls in Zhao Gongming's possession numbered merely 24, yet here stood a complete 36. Could it be that 36 was the true, complete count of the sea-calming pearls? He speculated silently. If so, these 36 sea-calming pearls would undoubtedly possess powers far exceeding those of the legendary 24. Remembering how Zhao Gongming had once used 24 sea-calming pearls to defeat the quasi-saint burning lamp, Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel at the unimaginable prowess of this collection of treasures. More significantly, the sea-calming pearls and the Qianquan ruler were naturally compatible. If combined, they could even manifest the 36 heavens, integrating offense and defense, making it difficult for even saints to contend. The pure world White Lotus dominated defense, while the sea-calming pearls excelled in offense. And with the addition of the 5 elements spiritual pearls, this acquisition was beyond description. Filled with joy, Qin Ming stored away the sea-calming pearls without refining them. Sensing that other treasures on Mount Buzhou were still calling to him, he collected all the treasures and turned to pursue the direction of another wave. Several years later, he arrived at another innate restriction. The fluctuations originated from here. Qin Ming summoned his powers and skillfully struck at the forward space. Buzz! The space rippled, revealing yet another concealed primordial restriction. Drawing from prior experience, he found the process of unraveling the restriction significantly easier this time, breaking through the spatial barrier in just a few years. Upon entering the restricted space, He was immediately enveloped by the dense, primordial spiritual energy that had thickened into a liquid form around him. The concentration of this energy was akin to that of small world. Qin Ming marveled, casting his gaze around as he propelled himself forward, guided by an unseen force. Days later, he halted before a floating spiritual treasure, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Before him lay a golden coin, round with a square hole, adorned with wings on either side, and intricately engraved with complex celestial inscriptions, radiating a resplendent light. The falling treasure coin. Qin Ming gazed at the spiritual treasure before him, overwhelmed by its significance. Though devoid of offensive or defensive capabilities, this treasure possessed a uniquely powerful ability. It could bring down all spiritual treasures below the rank of primordial artifacts. During the War of Sealing the Gods, Zhao Gongming's sea stabilizing pearl was struck down by this very coin, showcasing its remarkable power. Without hesitation, Qin Ming began to refine the falling treasure coin, simultaneously absorbing its information to gradually comprehend its characteristics. While the coin was indeed formidable, it bore several limitations, such as its inability to affect weapons and its requirement for the opponent to present a treasure for it to be effective. More critically, each use of the coin would deplete its own fortune. Qin Ming chuckled softly. These shortcomings might be fatal to others, but to him, they were hardly worth mentioning. The first flaw was trivial. After all, in the vast primordial realm, the truly renowned entities were those primordial treasures, while weapons were seldom comparable. The second flaw aligned perfectly with the coin's ingenious utility, as it was designed to catch opponents off guard, making it an exceptional instrument for subterfuge. The third flaw posed no issue either. The process of seizing a spiritual treasure, regardless of whether the falling treasure coin was employed, necessitated the erasure of the original owner's spiritual imprint, rendering the procedure unchanged. As for the hidden drawback of depleting fortune, it was even less significant for Qin Ming, who was accompanied by the fortune of the eternal path. Not even a chaotic treasure could affect him in the slightest. It appeared that this falling treasure coin was indeed crafted specifically for him. As Qin Ming felt the golden glow swirling between his fingers, a wild thought began to take root in his mind. Since this falling treasure coin was the first currency of the primordial realm, and alongside the celestial measuring ruler served as a standard for measuring the cosmos, could it be transformed into a template for primordial currency? If founded upon this principle, establishing a primordial bank to control the currency circulation across the entire realm could enable him to influence trading norms from the shadows. Should this plan come to fruition, the resulting benefits would be so immense that even the saints would regard it with newfound respect. The primordial realm was vast and boundless. If he could unify countless beings within a complete system, it might even shake the very order of the heavenly path. Qin Ming's eyes shone brightly as he pondered, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this plan. Yet he recognized that executing such a grand endeavor required addressing two significant issues. First, a medium akin to a network was needed to connect all beings in the primordial realm, providing a foundational passage for transactions. Secondly, an absolute and formidable power was required as a guarantee to deter any potential observers and challengers. After all, in the primordial realm, lacking sufficient strength while attempting to profit would only invite endless trouble, possibly even making one a target. The medium issue was relatively straightforward. His master, Nuwa, having attained enlightenment through the way of creation, could create a special plant or creature, dispersing it throughout the primordial realm to form a network-like connection system. As for the backing of power, he could directly rely on the way itself, proclaiming to all beings that the core of the primordial bank was linked to the way. Protected by it, even the heavenly path would be unable to intervene. As Qin Ming contemplated, his thoughts gradually crystallized. If this plan succeeded, it would not only greatly benefit him, but also fundamentally alter the ecological structure of the entire primordial realm. However, for now, this matter required long-term deliberation. The most pressing task remained to enhance his own cultivation. Suppressing his thoughts for the time being, Qin Ming's gaze shifted to a spiritual treasure beside the falling treasure coin, which turned out to be a fragment of a jade butterfly radiating a soft glow. This jade butterfly floated in the air, translucent and surrounded by strands of Dao rhythm, as if narrating its extraordinary nature to Qin Ming. This is the creation jade butterfly. Qin Ming's expression became serious. This fragment was indeed a piece of the legendary chaotic treasure, the creation Jade butterfly, which had been shattered. The complete creation Jade butterfly contained the essence of the 3,000 paths and was the companion treasure of the Panga deity, also known as an extraordinary divine object that had been damaged during the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Most of this fragment had been obtained by Hong Jun, while the rest scattered across the primordial realm. He never expected to encounter a piece today. Qin Ming's excitement was palpable as he reached out to grasp the Jade butterfly fragment, ready to begin its refinement, only to be met with an unexpected occurrence. A surge of azure light erupted from the 3,000 Dao cannon in his mind, engulfing the Jade butterfly fragment, and before Qin Ming could react, it had devoured the treasure fragment entirely. Just like that, for a moment, Qin Ming was taken aback, unable to process the event, when suddenly a piercing wail echoed in his mind. I am the remnant soul of the Yin-Yang demon god, residing within the fragment of the creation Jade butterfly. How can I resign myself to perish like this? A voice laced with boundless resentment reverberated in his consciousness, but as the azure Dao light swept through, everything came to an abrupt halt. A swirling mist of black and white emerged from the Dao cannon, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. A torrent of immense information surged into Qin Ming's mind from the 3,000 Dao cannon, allowing him to grasp the situation fully. It turned out that this Jade butterfly fragment harbored a remnant soul of the Yin-Yang demon god. Had the 3,000 Dao cannon not acted swiftly, he might have been possessed. Even after countless ages, these chaotic demon gods retained such formidable means, truly terrifying. As Qin Ming reflected, he couldn't help but frown. Though the chaotic demon gods were powerful, if even the lower-ranked Yin-Yang demon god left behind contingency measures, one could only wonder whether the higher-ranked time demon god and Panga deity had truly perished. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts. Such questions held no significance at his current level. The only path forward was to enhance his strength. As his understanding grew clearer, he was delighted to discover that this Jade butterfly fragment was one of the main shards of the creation Jade butterfly. It contained not only the essence of the top 10 paths, but also recorded the cultivation inheritance of the Panga deity, the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts. The 9 transformations of the mysterious arts were the foremost body refinement technique in the primordial realm, capable of directly attesting to the way when cultivated to its pinnacle. A supreme inheritance coveted by countless cultivators. First, refine the spiritual treasure, then practice the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts. Qin Ming's expression turned solemn as he immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on the refinement of the 12-petal pure world white lotus and the sea-stabilizing pearl. Time in the primordial realm was unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Slowly, Qin Ming opened his eyes, their depths reflecting a rich azure Dao light swirling around him. The pure world white lotus beneath him emanated boundless radiance, enveloping him in its protective glow, while 36 sea-stabilizing pearls circled around him, forming a formation akin to 36 miniature worlds in motion. Having preliminarily refined the spiritual treasure, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, sufficient to rival or even suppress those at the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Feeling the surging magical power within him, Qin Ming could not help but break into a faint smile. Though the golden immortal rank was inconsequential during the war of the witches and demons, in the great expanse of the primordial realm, he was already a formidable force. Now, with no further opportunities in the unyielding mountain, his next step was to return to the Nuwa palace and lay the groundwork for the concept of a Dao bank. As soon as he thought this, the space around Qin Ming distorted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Nuwa palace, a familiar aura enveloping him as if it had been prepared for his arrival. "You have come," said Nuwa, her ethereal figure materializing, her gentle and exquisite face adorned with a subtle smile as she quietly regarded Qin Ming. "Disciple greets master." Qin Ming's thoughts stirred, yet his demeanor remained calm as he respectfully bowed to Nuwa. "What brings you here this time?" Nuwa spoke gently, yet her words carried a deeper meaning. She had already begun to speculate about Qin Ming's intentions. After all, the unyielding mountain harbored the remnants of Pangu as will, its opportunities obscuring the heavenly secrets. making it difficult for even the saints to discern the truth within. Master, please take a look. As Qin Ming's thoughts stirred, a gold coin adorned with twin wings and shimmering with golden light gradually materialized before Nuwa. The treasure, the falling treasure coin, was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, a standard for currency throughout the heavens and earth, indeed a fortuitous omen. Upon seeing this artifact, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with admiration, her tone imbued with both delight and surprise. Such rare, innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly scarce. Even saints could not easily acquire them. Qin Ming's fortune in obtaining this treasure was truly enviable. Nuwa felt a sense of pride, for as her disciple, Qin Ming's increasing fortune brought her joy. Understanding the exceptional nature of this item, her master was not one to hold back secrets. Qin Ming spoke earnestly, subsequently detailing his vision of the Primordial Network and the Great Dao Bank to Nuwa without reservation. This plan was inextricably linked to Nuwa's assistance, and he felt no need to conceal anything from his mentor. After a brief contemplation, Nuwa spoke slowly. You wish for me to create a new form of life, to disseminate it throughout the primordial realm, connecting all things? Precisely. Qin Ming nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He envisioned using the falling treasure coin as a unified currency, establishing a trading system through the primordial network, allowing all beings of the realm to engage in commerce via this platform. As the founder, he would not only hold the highest authority, but could also extract commissions, garnering endless profits. Nuwa, after a moment's reflection, smiled gently. That is not a difficult task. As a saint who had attained enlightenment through the Tao of creation, creating life was indeed her forte. Her previous act of creating humanity was inspired by the Great Pangu, and having succeeded prior to her ascension, now, with her powers at their zenith, accomplishing this task would be a trivial matter. With a wave of her hand, a soft green light swirled around her fingertips, manifesting the essence of the Tao of creation, brimming with boundless vitality and profound mysteries. In an instant, a green seed took shape within the divine light and came to rest in her palm. This is what you seek, Nuwa said, handing the seed to Qin Ming. Her tone light and relaxed. Qin Ming accepted it, examining it closely, then listened intently as Nuwa explained. Once planted, this seed would swiftly grow into a plant endowed with remarkable concealment and defensive capabilities. Even amidst the greatest calamities, it would be challenging to completely erase their existence. More importantly, these plants were inherently interconnected. As long as there was one within 1,000 miles, information exchange and item transmission could be realized. Nuwa lightly tapped, and the power of creation surged forth, causing the seed to take root and sprout in Qin Ming's hand, transforming into two peculiar plants. Though their forms were not extraordinary, the flowers bore a striking resemblance to trumpets, with shadows of spatial passages faintly visible within their corollas. Qin Ming casually tossed a piece of innate gung metal or into one of the plants, only to be astonished as the ore vanished in an instant, reappearing from another trumpet flower. This scene invigorated Qin Ming's spirit, reminiscent of the base stations from his past life, albeit with a wormhole transmission feature. Should these plants proliferate throughout the primordial realm, it would be akin to constructing an internet network, thereby facilitating the establishment of the primordial trading network and the Great Dao Bank. Chapter 5. Has the saint already taken a disciple? Qin Ming's heart soared with joy, and he named the plant. Given its bidirectional, spatial transmission function, I shall call you Dual Space Flower. He proceeded to conduct various tests on the Dual Space Flower, with results that left him utterly astounded. The vitality of the Dual Space Flower was exceptionally resilient. Cultivators below the golden immortal realm could not hope to destroy it. Its concealment abilities were formidable. Even Qin Ming's divine sense struggled to detect the plant in its hidden state. Its reproductive capacity was astonishing. Within just one day, the number of dual space flowers had multiplied to tens of thousands. At this rate, it would cover the entirety of the primordial realm in less than 10,000 years. Even more crucially, as the creation of the Saint Nuwa, all core information would eventually converge back to her, providing a double layer of assurance. The core processor of the Dao network would be Nuwa. The dual space flower would serve as the base station, and the falling treasure coin would act as the unified currency. The embryonic form of the trading system already crystallizing in clarity. Now, all that remained was to traverse the primordial realm, scattering seeds far and wide, awaiting the results. Qin Ming's gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the grandeur of the primordial network once established. With the power of countless beings in the primordial realm, he sensed a potential burgeoning that could shake even the saints. Master, I shall set forth to implement this grand plan across the primordial lands. With utmost respect. Qin Ming took his leave, his heart brimming with eagerness to realize this monumental endeavor. Nuwa smiled gently, watching him depart. Go forth. Perhaps the future of the primordial realm will be irrevocably transformed by your efforts. With a gentle push, Qin Ming felt the scenery shift before him, and in the next moment, he found himself hovering over the territory of the human race outside of Mount Buzhou, extending his divine sense. He quickly grasped the situation within millions of miles, the developmental status of the human race flooding his mind. Years ago, he had imparted the martial arts and the symbols of the Great Dao. Now, they had become the very foundation of humanity. The abundant spiritual energy in the primordial realm allowed the postnatal human race to cultivate martial arts, resulting in the emergence of tens of thousands of formidable beings rivaling celestial immortals. The innate human race had similarly thrived. Many had broken through to the true immortal realm, with over a dozen even reaching the golden immortal realm. The overall strength of humanity had significantly improved, shedding the days of weakness and helplessness, now brimming with profound depth. Qin Ming observed the fierce battles between humans and demons below, his brow furrowing slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he softly sighed. In merely a few thousand years, the human race has reached such a level of opposition against the demon race. Yet alas, they still lack the foundational strength. The 12-petal pure world, white lotus, gently rotated, and a blue light swirled around Qin Ming, transforming his figure into a streak of light as he flew towards the heart of the battlefield. The Nine Shadows demon king of the demon race was indeed formidable, possessing an unparalleled bloodline talent that could single-handedly turn the tide of battle. Qin Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield, witnessing the Nine Shadows demon king rampaging unchecked, a terrifying dark wind reducing thousands of human warriors to mere blood. The scene was utterly gruesome. Yet, the demon race's view of humanity as mere prey was truly despicable. Qin Ming's voice was low, yet contained, and under the force of that singular strike, the very fabric of space quivered, birthing a terrifying ripple. The boundless, primordial void seemed to fracture under the fist's might, and countless microcosms flickered into existence, only to be extinguished in an instant by the tempestuous wind. How can this be? The Nine Shadows demon king was utterly aghast, yet before he could react, an indomitable force descended upon him. Thump! His colossal form was rent asunder like a tattered rag, and his 9 grotesque heads detonated in a cataclysm of gore that rained upon the world. So much for a perfected grand unity, Qin Ming quipped, standing with serene countenance, as if his earth-shattering blow were but a casual gesture. The human warriors, initially stunned, erupted in a thundering ovation. Invincible is Lord Qin Ming. Unyielding are the humans. The remaining demons, witnessing the carnage, were seized by terror. They cast aside their arms and armor, scattering in all directions. Remain where you are, Qin Ming uttered, his voice laced with chilling finality. With a sweep of his hand, countless azure chains materialized from the ether, forming an inescapable net that ensnared the fleeing demons. Those who trespass upon human lands shall find no quarter. Before his decree could fully echo, an azure conflagration engulfed the demons, reducing them to naught but ashes. Long live Lord Qin Ming. Unyielding are the humans. The warriors roared, their newfound morale threatening to shatter the heavens. Qin Ming offered a subtle nod, then turned his gaze upon the ravaged landscape. A profound contemplation flickered in his eyes. Though the humans are strong, their path ahead is long and arduous. With a fleeting motion, he remounted the white lotus of purification. A gentle azure aura emanated from him, healing the wounded before he vanished into the firmament. Yet his words reverberated like thunder in the hearts of all humans. The way of resilience is the foundation upon which humanity stands. Remember this day, so that none shall ever again dare to consider you mere sustenance. A golden immortal martial adept of humanity, his eyes blazing with resolve, charged towards the Nine Shadows demon king. The destructive power within him ignited in a blinding flash. In a cataclysmic explosion, a radiant light engulfed a myriad of miles, mortally wounding several golden immortal demons. Was it a success? The human soldiers watched the epicenter of the explosion with fervent hope. Yet, a chilling voice shattered their aspirations. Did you truly believe such paltry resistance could shake my being? From the heart of the blast, the Nine Shadows Demon King emerged unscathed, his scales shimmering with an abyssal light, a mocking sneer twisting his lips. Your resistance is nothing more than the death throes of insects. The Demon King's aura surged, and his form swelled to immense proportions. His 9 hideous heads opened wide, unleashing an irresistible force that threatened to devour the billions of humans in the vicinity. Abominable! Several human golden immortals roared in defiance, struggling to resist the overwhelming pull. Is this to be the day of humanity's utter annihilation? Despite the despair that permeated the battlefield, the humans stood firm, their gazes unwavering as they fought with every fiber of their being. At that moment, a fearsome power erupted from a distance of countless miles, piercing the silence of battle like a thunderclap. A figure wreathed in azure light descended, a fist aimed squarely at the Nine Shadows Demon King. Boom! The strike cleaved mountains and shattered seas, sending ripples through the very fabric of the primordial world. The Demon King's colossal form was hurled back across vast distances, one of his heads obliterated in a shower of gore. Both humans and demons were paralyzed with disbelief. Wu, the Demon King, regaining his footing, regarded the newcomer with suspicion and trepidation. The Wu were renowned for their physical prowess, their martial capabilities far surpassing those of the demons. Yet, something was amiss. No, he is not a Wu. The Demon King realized that while the newcomer possessed a formidable physique, he lacked the unique essence of the Wu. You are human. How can a mere human possess such terrifying might? The Demon King's exclamation was filled with disbelief as he stared at Qin Ming in awe. Spare me your idle chatter, Qin Ming retorted, his azure aura intensifying as he unleashed another devastating punch. Mere brute force. The Demon King scoffed, his form enveloped in a whirlwind of shadows as he attempted to evade Qin Ming's blow. Yet, Qin Ming's fist carried with it a strange spatial distortion, allowing it to bypass the void and strike the Demon King directly. Boom! Caught off guard, another of the Demon King's heads detonated in a spray of ichor. His form shattered, his aura waned, and his former arrogance vanished. Stop! I am a descendant of the Demon Saint. Dare to harm me, and you will unleash a cataclysm. The Demon King cried, his voice now laced with fear. Demon Saint or not, Qin Ming sneered, his azure aura flaring once more as he rained blows upon the Demon King, obliterating his remaining heads. Before the cycle of reincarnation is complete, you shall meet your end. Qin Ming's voice was cold and merciless as he prepared to deliver the final blow. But then, a vast and terrible energy emanated from the Demon King, shaking the very heavens. A 9-headed phantom manifested, its aura far surpassing the Grand Unity Realm. I am the Demon Saint, 9 infants. The phantom boomed, its voice echoing with the might of a Great Luo, threatening to crush the very space around them. Spare the 9 shadows, and this matter shall be forgotten. For a millennium, my demon clan shall not encroach upon humanity. The Demon Saint's tone was placid, but his eyes blazed with killing intent. His Great Luo power bore down upon Qin Ming like a mountain. Very well, Qin Ming replied, his expression serene, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. But before the Demon Saint could finish his sentence, Qin Ming's fist erupted in a cataclysmic blast, obliterating the Demon King's last head. How dare you? The Demon Saint's phantom roared, its aura surging. The terrifying Great Luo power coalesced into a torrent, bearing down upon Qin Ming. Qin Ming snorted, and the white lotus of purification and the sea-calming pearls formed a protective barrier around him. Boom! The horrifying force crashed against the white barrier, threatening to tear it asunder. Qin Ming's magical power waned, and he felt the full weight of the Great Luo's power. So this is the power of a Great Luo? Qin Ming murmured, his expression calm despite the turmoil within. Even a mere projection is so formidable. One can only imagine the power of the true form. The phantom of the 9 infants Demon Saint slowly dissipated, leaving behind a final, enraged utterance. A mere golden immortal dares to defy me. The Demon Saint's expression was more shocked than Qin Ming's, his face betraying his astonishment. His earlier strike, though only a fraction of his true power, carried the essence of a Great Luo, surpassing all beings below that realm. Any grand, unity, golden immortal would have been annihilated by such power. Yet, Qi Ming had not only survived, but remained unscathed. That treasure, the demon saint's gaze fell upon the white lotus of purification, his eyes gleaming with avarice and astonishment. A treasure capable of withstanding the power of a Great Luo must be at least a superior grade innate treasure. Perhaps even a top-grade innate treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, especially defensive ones. His breath quickened, and his killing intent intensified. Not only must Qi Ming die, but all humans in this place must be silenced to ensure that the secret was never revealed. Kill! The demon saint roared, his killing intent surging as he once again unleashed his Great Luo power upon Qi Ming. Qi Ming's face was impassive, but his eyes blazed with a fierce determination. A mere projection is nothing to fear. With that, he stepped upon the white lotus of purification, his azure aura swirling around him, and charged towards the demon saint. Boom! The 36 sea-calming pearls and the 5 elements spiritual orbs emerged together, transforming into a primordial great formation that enveloped an expanse of millions of miles. Within this primordial array, endless laws surged forth, directly diminishing the power of the 9 infants demon saint attack by nearly half. Qi Ming operated the 12 transformations, harnessing the vast spiritual energy of billions of miles, as his mana flowed into his body like a torrential river, sustaining the consumption of 2 innate supreme spiritual treasures. For an ordinary golden immortal, wielding a single supreme spiritual treasure would be the limit. Yet Qi Ming not only operated 2, but also effortlessly maintained the protective barrier of the pure world white lotus. Boom! At the moment the 9 infants demon saint's power was neutralized, Qi Ming unleashed a punch. This punch, suffused with azure light, ignited the profound energy of the 9 transformations, shattering myriad laws and extinguishing divine powers, striking directly at the projection of the 9 infants demon saint. The projection of the 9 infants demon saint could not even muster a moment's resistance, completely obliterated by this single blow. Merely one punch had shattered the projection of a Great Luo demon saint. Such an achievement, if known, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entirety of the primordial world. However, Qi Ming maintained an expression of calm, though a hint of contemplation arose within him. A mere projection of a Great Luo compelled me to reveal all my trump cards. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, a convergence of countless timelines, truly embodies the essence of immortality. It seems that only a Great Luo can secure a place upon the stage of the primordial world. He murmured softly, his eyes glinting with brilliance before returning to tranquility. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Tai Golden Immortal Level 9 Shadow Demon King, earning 1 million stock points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the projection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Level 9 Infants Demon Saint, earning 10 million stock points. Upon hearing the rewards, Qi Ming felt a surge of excitement, his face alight with joy. The reward for the Great Luo projection was indeed 10 times that of the Tai Demon King. What heights could these over 10 million stock points elevate my cultivation to? Without hesitation, he immediately settled into a meditative posture, speaking with resolve. System, invest 1 million points into myself. Buzz. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qi Ming, as his cultivation surged within him like a tidal wave. Late stage, Golden Immortal. Perfect, Golden Immortal. Early stage, Tai Golden Immortal. While Qi Ming was fully engaged in his cultivation ascent, a ferocious rage erupted within the demon court located 33 heavens away. How dare a mere Golden Immortal slay my avatar and harm my essence? The 9 infants demon saint roared in fury, its violent aura shaking the court, causing countless demon soldiers to be reduced to blood mist before they could even react. Once I descend, I shall grind you to dust and torment your primordial spirit for eternity. It bellowed, its murderous intent taking form, ready to charge toward Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, an overwhelming presence descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire demon court. The 9 infants demon saint froze in place, abruptly looking up, its expression changing drastically, fear evident in its eyes. Above the 9 heavens, a phoenix cry resounded throughout the universe as a 7-colored phoenix slowly descended upon the court. Upon the phoenix's back sat a figure radiating boundless pressure, the aura of a saint. Unaware of the saint's arrival, they had failed to extend a proper welcome. The demon Emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai hurriedly flew out of the court, their expressions respectful as they saluted the visitor. However, the Nuwa saint merely cast a cold glance, then spoke in a voice laced with fury. "You demons possess great audacity." The wrath of the saint bore down with immense pressure, instantly plunging the entire court into silence. With a mere gesture, Nuwa summoned boundless thunder, unleashing a divine lightning bolt 1,000 miles wide that struck the 9 infants demon saint, obliterating it on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. The 9 great demon saints of the demon race, witnessing this scene, were so frightened they fell to their knees, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The atmosphere a mix of despair and absurdity. Those of the Nuwa palace are not to be trifled with by your demon race. The Nuwa saint spoke coldly, her voice indifferent yet resembling the decree of heaven, silencing the court. "The 9 infants clan has wronged my disciples and must be eradicated from existence. Should this happen again, it shall be a matter of life and death with your demon race." She cast a glance at the visibly troubled Dijuan and Dongwang Tai, and in an instant, vanished from the court. Dijuan remained rooted in place, the words of the Nuwa saint echoing in his mind, his expression gradually becoming complex. The disciples of the Nuwa palace? Could it be that the saint has taken on students? His brow furrowed tightly, the flames of anger within him extinguished, replaced by a profound sense of dread. If Nuwa were to unjustly slay the 9 infants, he could certainly be enraged, but if the 9 infants provoked the disciples of the saint, that would be seeking their own doom. From this day forth, the 9 infants clan shall be purged from the demon race, completely erased. Dijuan's voice was icy, his expression merciless, even laced with a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing these words, the entire court fell into a deathly silence, every demon holding their breath. Though the 9 infants clan was not mainstream within the demon race, their numbers were still in the hundreds of millions, and now, at the whim of a saint, they were to be utterly annihilated. The might of the saint, with a single gesture, could bring about the complete destruction of a clan. Fear gripped the hearts of all the demons, yet not a soul dared to harbor a shred of resentment, only deep reverence for the supreme power of the saint. Meanwhile, within the Nuwa palace, a gentle sound broke the icy silence. Chapter 6. Qin Ming's Opportunity for Enlightenment. The Nuwa saint sat upon her lotus pedestal, suddenly expelling a mouthful of golden sacred blood, her complexion slightly pale. The annihilation of countless beings and the heavy toll on the current main character of the heavenly realm indeed bore immense karmic weight. She felt the backlash and punishment of the heavenly Dao, her brow slightly furrowed, yet her expression remained calm and composed. Nuwa's gaze traversed the endless void, landing upon Qin Ming, who was meditating outside the Nuwa palace. Observing his serene posture, a hint of warmth surfaced in the Nuwa saint's eyes. "My disciple, your affairs are of utmost importance to the Nuwa palace," she murmured softly, then closed her eyes, restoring the absolute stillness and tranquility of the Nuwa palace once more. At the same time, above Buzhou mountain, Qin Ming remained immersed in the process of his breakthrough. After investing 5 million stock points, his cultivation surged at a terrifying pace, his aura climbing layer upon layer. Mid-stage, Tai Golden Immortal. Late-stage, Tai Golden Immortal. Perfect Tai Golden Immortal. Accompanied by the wondrous phenomenon of the 5 Qi returning to origin, the aura within him gradually settled. Above his head, celebratory clouds billowed. 3 small blue flowers swayed within, emanating an aura of profound mystery. The cycle of the 5 Qi returning to origin was infinite, and with the culmination of Tai, he had finally arrived. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, the azure light swirling within, his aura now exponentially more formidable than before. Not only that, but he clearly sensed the transformation of his bloodline within, an unprecedented elevation occurring. Innate divinity, as boundless principles emerged. His bloodline transformed from that of an innate being into a true innate divine body, with symbols shimmering around him and golden lotuses blooming, a spectacle of astonishing proportions. Qin Ming glanced at his personal panel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His primordial spirit cultivation stood firmly at the perfect Tai level, while the transformation of his bloodline endowed him with limitless potential. Next, he would focus on accumulating his foundation, preparing for the ascent to the Great Luo realm. He murmured to himself, aware that the path to the Great Luo could not be rushed, and that he must refine his foundation to perfection. However, Qin Ming suddenly sensed a disturbance in the aura of the surrounding space. The ominous energy of calamity had intensified significantly. His gaze narrowed slightly, and a critical realization struck his mind. The witch and demon calamity is likely not far off. He calculated the time, understanding that only a mere 10,000 years remained until the outbreak of the ultimate battle between the witches and demons. The human race, residing near Buzhou Mountain, would likely be caught up in the chaos, which would be unwise. After a moment of contemplation, a suitable refuge emerged in his mind: Mount Shouyang. Located on the eastern seaboard, Mount Shouyang is distant from the main battlefield at Buzhou Mountain, possessing a seated serenely atop the pure world White Lotus. Qin Ming continued to sow the seeds of dual void flowers, expanding his network across the vast primordial land. The migration of the human race was excruciatingly slow, still requiring thousands of years to reach Shouyang Mountain. A flicker of contemplation crossed Qin Ming's eyes as he resolved to take the initiative, clearing the obstacles ahead for humanity. Transforming into a radiant arc, he traversed billions of miles in an instant, heading toward Shouyang Mountain. A century passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ming finally halted, lifting his gaze toward the crimson peak before him, soaring into the clouds and exuding an aura rich in spiritual energy. This was indeed Shouyang Mountain, as extraordinary as the legends foretold. Qin Ming murmured to himself, scanning the mountain with a tinge of resignation in his heart. However, its shape was undeniably somewhat difficult to behold. After Pangu opened the heavens and transformed into all things, each of his parts bore special significance, and the legends surrounding that entity were always varied. Some claimed it transformed into the ancestral dragon, while others believed it became Shouyang Mountain. Standing before Shouyang Mountain, Qin Ming finally grasped the truth. This mountain, blood-red and majestic as the very foundation of the cosmos, was indeed the manifestation of the roots of the great Pangu. Qin Ming stared at the towering peak, his heart filled with awe. All creations in the world bore the legacy of Pangu, and the uniqueness of Shouyang Mountain deepened his respect. Yet, as he pondered, a peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if something within the mountain was calling out to him. This feeling was so familiar, reminiscent of the pull he felt beneath Mount Buzhou when he sensed the innate spiritual treasures. Indeed, a place chosen by sages as a sanctum must possess extraordinary qualities. Motivated, Qin Ming swiftly flew toward the source of this pull, soon arriving at a barren valley. His gaze sharpened as he keenly discerned that this area was enveloped by a layer of innate restriction. An innate restriction. It seemed there must be a great treasure here. A smile of delight spread across his face as he immediately set about dismantling the restriction. With a flick of his hands, runes shimmered like flowing light, causing ripples in the surrounding space. In merely a few years, Qin Ming successfully unraveled the restriction and stepped inside. Upon entering the restricted space, he was left astounded by the scene before him. It was a realm thick with spiritual energy, where spiritual roots and herbs flourished before his eyes, including over a dozen innate spiritual roots. This was a tremendous fortune. Ecstasy surged within Qin Ming, and without hesitation, he began to transplant all the spiritual roots into his own newly created world. He even transported the spiritual soil along with them, ensuring the vitality of the roots by nourishing them with the divine water of the three lights. As he delved deeper, the quality of the spiritual roots within the restricted space became increasingly astonishing, with even rare herbs tainted by the aura of chaotic demon gods. Qin Ming scavenged tirelessly, as if excavating 3 feet into the earth, collecting all the spiritual roots and significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in the space. The starry fruit tree, an innate top-grade spiritual root, acquired. The enlightenment tea tree, also an innate top-grade, claimed. The spiritual wood tainted by demon god's blood was exceedingly rare. It couldn't be overlooked. Years passed, and Qin Ming had emptied the restricted space of nearly 100 innate spiritual roots, with countless acquired postnatal roots. Just as he felt his haul was sufficient, the force of attraction guided him deeper into the space. He paused, raising his head to behold a breathtaking sight. Before him stood a high platform forged from crimson copper, towering into the clouds, emanating a dense aura of supreme yang, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Shouyang copper, the relic of Pangu, how abundant it was. Qin Ming's heart raced. This Shouyang copper was among the finest materials for crafting artifacts in the primordial world, said to be the very substance used to forge the future's sea-calming needle. The copper mountain before him was worth as much as an innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Yet, what truly captured Qin Ming's attention was a spiritual treasure hovering above the platform. It was a jade seal, radiant with golden light, surrounded by the ethereal images of 9 golden dragons, each exuding a terrifying pressure, as if embodying the utmost power of humanity. The characters Tong etched upon the seal instantly enlightened Qin Ming. The Tong seal, an innate supreme-grade spiritual treasure, a supreme artifact for the human race to govern their fortune, was right here. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with fervor. The significance of the Tong seal lay not only in its grade, but also in its importance to humanity. This treasure not only had the power to stabilize the fortunes of the human race, but could also determine the fate of the emperor, a true treasure of humanity. Unexpectedly, what was destined for the Taiji Laozi in the future had been discovered by me ahead of time. Regaining his composure, Qin Ming contemplated the history of this treasure. In the original trajectory of fate, the Tong seal was held by Taiji Laozi, resulting in the division of the human race's fortunes by the sage sects, preventing humanity from rising. With the Tong seal, the future fortunes of humanity would be entirely within their grasp. Qin Ming's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he absorbed the entire Shouyang Copper Mountain into his small world, then directly grasped the Tong seal. As he held the seal, golden light burst forth, and an immense aura of humanity surged into his body, harmonizing effortlessly with his eternal path's fortune, completing the refinement with ease. As the Tong seal was refined, an ethereal image of a 9-clawed golden dragon coiled around Qin Ming's head, roaring as boundless human fortunes converged, solidifying into an unbreakable force. With the Tong seal, the future of humanity would no longer be swayed by the sages. A slight smile graced Qin Ming's lips as a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. He understood that the greed and schemes of the sages had utterly lost their foothold among humanity. After refining the Tong seal, Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings and commenced a new round of scavenging. He left not a single spiritual root or herb remaining in this secret realm, uprooting everything and even removing the spiritual soil, a dramatic endeavor that lasted several decades before the entire secret realm was cleared out. It was hard to imagine how Taiji Laozi would react upon arriving here to find such a barren scene. As Qin Ming stored the last spiritual root, he gazed at the desolate secret realm with a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozi sat in meditation, the auspicious clouds above him trembling slightly as an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within. It was strange. Why did it feel as though something of utmost importance had been taken from him? His voice was low, brow furrowed, seemingly engulfed in deep unease. Elder brother, what troubles you? Noticing the elder's unusual demeanor, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu inquired in unison. It's nothing, merely the loss of a certain opportunity, nothing of great consequence. Taking a deep breath, Laozi suppressed his unease, redirecting his focus to the primordial purple energy. Opportunities lost are ultimately divine fate. The most pressing matter now is the attainment of enlightenment. Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice was resolute. What second brother says is true. Tong Tian echoed, his tone tinged with urgency. Indeed, Taiji Laozi nodded in acknowledgement, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He understood well that achieving sanctity was the most critical task at hand. Yet, the feeling of loss was too intense, as if what he lost held immense significance. Restless, he couldn't help but glance once more toward the eastern sea. A mere opportunity lost, one should let go. Compared to achieving sanctity, any opportunity seemed trivial. With a soft sigh, Taiji Laozi ultimately shook his head. Soon, the auspicious clouds reappeared above him, and he immersed himself anew in the comprehension of primordial purple energy. Meanwhile, Qin Ming emerged from the innate restriction, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings of Shouyang Mountain, satisfaction evident in his expression. With the Tong seal in hand and the spiritual roots from the innate restriction fully harvested, he had secured all the grand opportunities of Shouyang Mountain. Qin Ming smiled slightly, brushing off the dust from the pure world white lotus, exuding an air of tranquility. He surveyed the area, although the spiritual energy remained dense. He could sense no further opportunities. Clearly, the previous restricted space was the greatest fortune within Shouyang Mountain, having attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Qin Ming mused that further arduous cultivation would yield little benefit. Instead, he contemplated traversing the vast expanse of the primordial world in search of opportunities to ascend to the Dao of the Great Luo. His gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the boundless wilderness. At that moment, the fortunes of a human race were firmly suppressed by the Tong seal, ensuring not only their preservation but a steady ascent in tandem with their growth. Qin Ming harbored no concerns, for he anticipated a period of stability and prosperity for humanity, at least until the imminent cataclysm of the witch and demon calamity erupted. His aspirations were clear and pressing: to break through to the realm of the Great Luo golden immortal. The distinction between the Great Luo and beings beneath it was akin to existing in entirely different dimensions. If the Great Luo golden immortal were likened to an artist, then those beneath it would be mere figures within a painting, one existing in 3 dimensions, the other confined to 2, an insurmountable chasm between them. He recalled that, in the past, with several innate supreme spiritual treasures, his combat prowess had far surpassed that of a perfected Tai. Yet, when confronted with a mere projection of the Great Luo demon saint, possessing only 1/1000th of its power, he had to exert every ounce of his strength to achieve victory. This disparity underscored the formidable and transcendent nature of the Great Luo realm. Only by becoming a Great Luo golden immortal could he secure an invulnerable position amidst the forthcoming calamity and strategize for greater gains. Otherwise, in times of inadequacy, not only would scheming for benefits be a distant dream, but even self-preservation would become a luxury. The primordial world was vast. The peaks of Mount Buzhou had been explored, and the fortunes of Kunlun had been claimed by the 3 pure ones. Thus, he resolved to venture to the eastern sea in search of a glimmer of opportunity. With a whisper of anticipation, he vanished like a flash of light, heading towards the East Sea. Centuries later, Qin Ming finally arrived at the juncture of the primordial realm and the Eastern Sea. Upon standing on the vast coastline, he gazed out at the expansive, misty waters of the Eastern Sea, a look of awe crossing his features. The Eastern Sea stretched infinitely where sky and ocean met, and the towering waves surged to heights unimaginable, a spectacle of grandeur. Countless islands dotted the surface like stars scattered across the night sky, though they appeared diminutive from afar. Each island's true expanse rivaled that of a vast domain within the primordial realm. The Eastern Sea itself was boundless, covering trillions of miles, embodying a significant portion of the primordial territory. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, marveling at the Eastern Sea's magnificence, affirming its well-deserved reputation. In that moment, his spirits lifted, the weight of pressure and frustration dissipating. Since his arrival in the primordial realm, his ever-tense nerves finally found solace in the splendor of the Eastern Sea. With clarity of mind, he sensed that his opportunity for enlightenment might indeed lie hidden within these waters. Filled with expectation, he made his way into the depths of the Eastern Sea. During his sojourn in the Eastern Sea, Qin Ming captured spiritual fish and whales, crafting a barbecue grill with his magical powers. The frame was fashioned from the copper of Shouyang, heated by the sun's true fire, with seasonings derived from innate spiritual roots, all exquisitely prepared. Who in the primordial world can rival my barbecue? Qin Ming mused, admiring the aromatic fish from the golden immortal realm that sizzled enticingly before him. Just as he prepared to indulge, a melodious voice interrupted. What is that delightful aroma? How utterly enticing! Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld 2 ethereal maidens materializing before him. The elder sister exuded an icy elegance, akin to the moon in the celestial realm, untouched by worldly filth. The younger sister, however, bore an innocent expression, her gaze fixated on Qin Ming's barbecue, nearly drooling in anticipation. Qin Ming composed himself, offering a respectful nod. Greetings, fellow cultivators. The elder sister inclined her head slightly, her voice cool yet authoritative. My sister is being rude. I hope you can forgive her. With a smile, Qin Ming waved dismissively, no offense taken. The primordial realm is vast. Our meeting is fortuitous. If you do not mind, please join me in tasting this feast. Is that truly permissible? The younger sister's eyes sparkled with delight, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips. No, the elder sister interjected, her tone frosty yet softened by her sister's fervor. After a moment's deliberation, she produced a treasure emanating a cool moonlight, offering it to Qin Ming. This tiny moon wheel, in exchange for your barbecue. Is that acceptable? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he accepted the treasure with grace. In that case, I shall not refuse. The younger sister exclaimed with joy, lunging toward the barbecue and devouring it voraciously. This is divine. Why have I never tasted something so exquisite? She exclaimed, her satisfaction evident even through her muffled words. The elder sister, witnessing her sibling's delight, could not resist taking a delicate bite herself. Upon savoring the flavor, a crack appeared in her usually stoic demeanor. An astonishment flickered in her eyes. Such deliciousness. It is truly remarkable, even for someone as reserved as the elder sister Shiha. The allure of the culinary delight proved irresistible, and she soon found herself sharing in the indulgence alongside her sister. When they finally came to their senses, the once lengthy grilled fish had been reduced to a mere skeletal frame, so clean that even a dog would marvel at its tidiness. I am so full, the younger sister Changshi exclaimed, patting her slightly rounded belly, her face radiating pure joy as if she might melt from happiness. The sheer volume of fish they had consumed was astonishing. Even Qin Ming could not help but admire their formidable cultivation. Shiha, gazing at the fish bones before her and noting the smile on Qin Ming's face, felt a faint blush creep upon her typically cool visage. However, to feast solely on barbecue may become overwhelming. Perhaps we should procure some wine to cleanse the palate. With a smile, Qin Ming produced a jug of Wanling fruit wine and graciously offered it to Shiha. This wine, crafted from myriad spiritual fruits within the Shouyang's secret realm, boasted a fragrant aroma and a texture that melted upon the tongue, including fruits from the innate top-grade spiritual roots, making it a true rarity. Initially inclined to refuse, Shiha found herself yielding to the intoxicating scent and ultimately accepted the jug, taking a delicate sip that sparked surprise in her eyes. This is for you, Qin Ming said, noticing the eager anticipation in Changshi's expression, and he handed her another jug. Delicious, Changshi proclaimed, unabashedly indulging as she drank deeply, her eyes wide with excitement. The two sisters consumed the 2 jugs of Wanling fruit wine without leaving a drop, their cheeks flushed with a delightful tipsiness, making them appear even more enchanting. It was worth noting that this potent wine could potentially intoxicate even a Great Luo golden immortal, yet they had imbibed an extraordinary quantity and remained only slightly inebriated, a testament to their profound cultivation. After the feast, Shiha's once cool demeanor softened considerably, while Changshi, filled with curiosity, gazed at Qin Ming and asked, "What is your name?" "Qin Ming," he replied calmly, his expression steady as water. "I am Changshi," she declared, unabashedly expressing her interest in him. "May we accompany you in exploring the Eastern Sea?" While her words suggested a desire for adventure, Qin Ming discerned her true motives lay in the barbecue and wine. She had glanced at her sister, initially intending to refuse, but reflecting on the earlier delights of the Wanling fruit wine and the barbecue, she sighed and ultimately relented. Very well. Sensing the innate treasure he had just refined in his grasp, Qin Ming smiled, his lips curving upwards as he readily agreed. The trio then set forth together to explore the Eastern Sea. As they journeyed across the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, a century passed in the blink of an eye. Shiha and Changshi became increasingly captivated by Qin Ming's tales, particularly Changshi, who was even more enthralled by the stories than she had been by the barbecue. What became of Chang'e? Why did she ascend to the moon? It must be so lonely there, with only the osmanthus tree for company. That Fahai is truly despicable, not even sparing the white snake. Changshi lamented, lost in the narrative, her emotions swaying with Qin Ming's storytelling. These tales, well known to Qin Ming, who traversed the era of information explosion, are, however, unfamiliar and whimsical anecdotes to the sister Shiha. Each story is a classic in its own right. Even Shiha, with her cool demeanor, would quietly appear at the onset of a tale, listening intently as the luminous moonlight danced around her, enhancing her ethereal charm. The vast expanse of the Eastern Sea lay serene, untouched by any living being. After all, Qin Ming was a formidable figure of the perfected Tai golden immortal. While both Shiha and Changshi possessed unfathomable cultivation capable of instilling fear in any power of the Eastern Sea. On the day of their brief parting, Shiha's expression shifted subtly, as if sensing something profound. She turned to Qin Ming and spoke in her cool tone, "We must return." Qin Ming, maintaining his calm demeanor, nodded gently. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Shiha regarded him in silence for a moment before finally introducing herself. "I am called Shiha." In that instant, her voice softened, revealing a touch of warmth amidst her usual chill. Qin Ming had already surmised her identity, for the spiritual treasure known as the Taiying Jingluan had unveiled her origins. "Shiha, a beautiful name," he remarked softly, sincerity lacing his tone. Shiha's expression shifted slightly as she retrieved a spiritual treasure from her sleeve, presenting it to Qin Ming. "With calamity approaching, this Taiying Jingluan has a counterpart. I bestow it upon you as well." Her voice remained cool, but bore an air of gravity. Qin Ming accepted the treasure without hesitation, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you." She had cast a deep glance at Qin Ming before taking Changshi, who seemed reluctant to leave, away. "Do remember to visit me on Taiying Star," Changshi called out, waving farewell while clutching the wanling guojiao he had gifted her. As their figures receded into the distance, Qin Ming withdrew his gaze, refocusing on his cultivation. The departure of Shiha and Changshi sparked profound insights within Qin Ming. His primordial spirit illuminated with clarity, and he sensed that the opportunity for his Daoist ascension to the Great Luo was drawing near. Suddenly, a familiar wave emanated from the sea ahead, a subtle pull beckoning him anew. Could it be that another spiritual treasure has manifested? He pondered quietly, before transforming into a streak of light, racing toward the source of the disturbance. A century later, Qin Ming found himself hovering over a tranquil expanse in the depths of the Eastern Sea. Though the area appeared mundane, he sensed a potent aura of a spiritual treasure. Raising an eyebrow, he summoned azure light around him and struck the ocean's surface with a punch. Boom! The sea erupted into towering waves, obliterating countless deep-sea creatures with the force of the impact. Simultaneously, a complex innate restriction materialized in the waters, exuding faint chaotic energy. Excitement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. This restriction is even more intricate than that of Shouyang Mountain. Surely, a treasure of extraordinary caliber lies within. He embarked on the arduous task of unraveling the restriction, dedicating several centuries to finally unveil a portal. The moment he stepped through, a torrent of primordial information flooded into his mind. Inzo Island, one of the 3 immortal islands of Penglai. Qin Ming gasped, his face betraying uncontainable excitement. The 3 islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Inzo, each bore endless legends. Inzo Island, shrouded in mystery throughout the ages, had never been mentioned in the chronicles of the primordial past. As Qin Ming entered Inzo Island, he was enveloped by an overwhelming density of spiritual energy that far exceeded his expectations. The rich primordial energy was so potent that it was akin to a mist, allowing one to gain the benefits equivalent to a decade of arduous cultivation outside with only a single breath. The 3 islands of Penglai were formed from shards of chaos and composed of boundless chaotic energy. After their descent into the Eastern Sea, this chaotic energy transformed into primordial spiritual energy, which, coupled with Inzo Island's restrictions preventing energy leakage, had accumulated to astonishing levels over millions of years. Qin Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting the abundance of innate and postnatal spiritual roots, a sight that left him in awe. Without hesitation, he transplanted all the innate roots into his small world, while he selectively removed only the finest postnatal roots due to their overwhelming quantity. As he ventured deeper into Inzo Island, his harvest grew increasingly remarkable, yielding over a dozen innate spiritual roots, including a rare innate superior grade Wudao tea tree. Though renowned, the Wudao tea tree held limited value for a cultivator of Qin Ming's caliber, serving merely as a supplementary ingredient for wanling guojiao. Nevertheless, he carefully stored it for potential future use. With each acquisition, the number of innate spiritual roots in Qin Ming's possession surpassed 100, a truly astounding feat. Inzo Island was vast. It took him nearly a century of flight to reach its heart, where the primordial energy had transitioned from mist to liquid, eventually crystallizing into countless spiritual crystals. The sight of these crystals, towering like mountains and emitting pure radiance, was nothing short of breathtaking. Each innate spiritual crystal could exchange for a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, and the sheer abundance here was simply unfathomable. Yet, Qin Ming's attention was swiftly drawn away from the crystals by a colossal xianwang tree. Towering immeasurably, its branches and leaves obscured the sky, as if encompassing the very cosmos, drawing endless nourishment from the void. Suspended from its boughs were 9 radiant fruits, faintly inscribed with the words Huang Zhong. Qin Ming's pupils constricted as the name Huang Zhongli involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He gazed at the xianwang tree in astonishment, hardly believing he had encountered one of the 10 innate spiritual roots here. Renowned as the foremost of these roots, Huang Zhongli's rarity was beyond imagination, with no one having glimpsed its true form. This spiritual root bore 9 fruits that required 300,000 years to mature, each containing magical power comparable to that of a Great Luo golden immortal. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming recalled the legends surrounding Huang Zhongli, which could assist mortals in ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Luo. However, while Huang Zhongli itself would not directly impart the comprehension of laws, it provided power akin to that of a Great Luo golden immortal. For Qin Ming, who practiced the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, Huang Zhongli was an invaluable treasure, capable of significantly alleviating his immense energy demands during cultivation. Joy danced across Qin Ming's face as he sensed that with Huang Zhongli, he might very well break through to the 3rd transformation of the mysterious art, ascending to a higher echelon. The 9 transformations of the mysterious art were an unparalleled body-refining technique. And the reason the Wu clan possessed such prodigious appetites was due to the immense energy consumption of this practice. Standing beneath the xianwang tree, Qin Ming's eyes burned with fervor as he began to strategize how to claim Huang Zhongli for himself. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art represented a profound metamorphosis. Upon breaking through to the 4th transformation, one would attain combat prowess on par with a Great Luo golden immortal, rendering the body impervious, even to innate superior grade spiritual treasures. Without hesitation, Qin Ming directly transplanted Huang Zhongli along with countless innate spiritual crystals into his small world. This harvest was truly unprecedented. Qin Ming gazed at his spoils, elation radiating from his countenance. However, he did not immediately consume the Huang Zhongli. Instead, he resolved to continue his exploration as he still felt an enigmatic pull ahead. He traversed the entirety of Inzo Island, the sensation of attraction growing ever stronger, yet he could not discern the whereabouts of that spiritual treasure. Oddly, this pull did not seem to originate from within the island itself. Qin Ming halted, his brows furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, could the source of the pull be from outside Inzo Island, perhaps even from a neighboring isle? With this thought in mind, Qin Ming swiftly exited Inzo Island, locking onto the direction of the pull, gathering his magical energy and striking forth with a powerful punch. A stunning radiance burst forth, and with the fluctuations of space, a square island gradually materialized. The island was square in shape, its area approximately half that of Inzo Island, subtly concealed within the innate restrictions. This was indeed the legendary Fangzhong Island. How enlightening! Qin Ming felt an unprecedented excitement. Though Inzo Island and Fangzhong Island were interconnected, their restrictions were independent, making the sensation of attraction difficult to discern. Once he confirmed the direction, Qin Ming immediately set about unraveling the restrictions of Fangzhong Island. Compared to Inzo Island, the restrictions of Fangzhong Island appeared somewhat simpler, and with Qin Ming's prior experience, he navigated the process with ease. In less than a decade, the restrictions of Fangzhong Island were completely dismantled. What treasures lay hidden here? Qin Ming thought with anticipation as he confidently stepped into Fangzhong Island. The scene before him transformed dramatically. The innate spiritual energy within Fangzhong Island was even more abundant than that of Inzo Island, with the quality of the spiritual roots surpassing expectations. Such treasures, merely these innate spiritual roots, were an unexpected delight. Qin Ming marveled. Without reservation, he transplanted all the top-tier and higher-quality spiritual roots into his own small world. After a thorough search, He successfully transplanted over 100 innate spiritual roots and thousands of top-tier postnatal spiritual roots, causing the area of his small world to expand exponentially, elevating it to a great world. In the primordial chaos, the worlds are categorized from small to large as microcosmic world, small world, medium world, and great world. While a great world is not particularly rare, for Qin Ming, it represented a significant enhancement. Once the transplantation was complete, Qin Ming continued to soar towards the core of Fangzhong Island, guided by the mysterious pull. Decades later, he paused millions of miles away, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. A stream of golden energy, infused with the essence of the primordial chaos, surged into the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura of aggression, enveloping a vast area of millions of miles. Were it not for the innate restrictions, such a phenomenon would undoubtedly stir the entire EC. Golden energy? Primordial chaos essence? Qin Ming's heart raced as he swiftly flew towards the source of the anomaly. Soon, he beheld a 1-meter-long ruler embedded in a massive stone radiating a chaotic aura, exuding an immense pressure. The ruler was inscribed with intricate patterns of flora and fauna, mountains and rivers, enveloped in purple mist, its grandeur seemingly embodying the laws of heaven and earth. The Hongmeng measuring ruler. Qin Ming instantly recognized this spiritual treasure, his eyes brimming with elation. The Hongmeng measuring ruler is a postnatal treasure of merit, its power second only to the innate treasure Panga banner, unmatched in its offensive capabilities. As a postnatal treasure of merit, it can also suppress fate, killing without entangling causes, and holds irreplaceable significance during moments of calamity. Qin Ming recalled how Hongyun had perished due to entanglement with fate, and he cherished the non-causal killing aspect of the Hongmeng measuring ruler even more. With the innate top-tier spiritual treasure, the purifying white lotus, in hand, and now possessing the Hongmeng measuring ruler, he felt a surge of confidence, knowing he was well-equipped for any challenge ahead. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Ming took out a Huangzhong Li, preparing to break through to the 4th turn of the 9 Revolutions profound art. As the Huangzhong Li melted in his mouth, a vast surge of magical energy flooded his body like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, the 9 Revolutions profound art operated like a black hole, absorbing this force and continuously enhancing Qin Ming's physical form. The initial stage of the 3rd turn of the profound art, breakthrough. The mid-stage of the 3rd turn, breakthrough. The late stage of the 3rd turn, breakthrough. As the power of the Huangzhong Li was ceaselessly absorbed, Qin Ming's cultivation soared rapidly, the azure light surrounding him growing ever more vibrant. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of the primordial world began to stir. In the heavenly court of the demon race, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai sat atop their lofty thrones, the chaotic bell hovering above their heads, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of sovereigns. Below them, the 10 great demon saints of the demon race flanked either side, filling the void left by the fallen Jiu Ying. The war between the witch and demon races loomed imminent. Do you have any strategies to bolster our demon race's strength? Dijun's gaze was cold as he surveyed the assembly of demon saints. Bai Zhe stepped forward, confidence radiating from him as he spoke. There are 2 strategies to enhance the demon race's strength: weaken the witch race or increase the heavenly court's fortune. How can we augment the heavenly court's fortune? Dijun's eyes brightened, pressing for details. Bai Zhe smiled slightly, explaining, Your Majesty Dijun and Your Majesty Dong Huang are the supreme yang deities birthed by the sun star. On the moon star, there are also 2 supreme yin deities. If a holy marriage were to be established, based on the principle of yin and yang harmonizing, it would surely bring forth merit, significantly enhancing the demon race's fortune. Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes sparkled with interest. The supreme yin deities? Indeed, if the 2 yin goddesses of the moon star could wed Your Majesty, our demon race's grand ambitions could be realized, Bai Zhe declared with unwavering assurance. Dijun's expression shifted from troubled to hopeful, clearly intrigued by this plan. In the primordial realm, the power of merit is akin to a supreme treasure, capable of transforming everything. If enough merit is amassed, it could even aid Dijun in attaining a holy position, allowing him to become a true saint of the demon race, at which point he would no longer need to heed Nuwa's whims. Establishing a celestial marriage would not only bestow heavenly merit, but also significantly elevate the entire demon race's fortune. This was an unparalleled opportunity for the demon race. Reflecting on the past, he and Dong Huang had personally slain the Eastern King to prevent him from seizing the demon race's fortune. Fortune is pivotal to the survival of a race. Anyone attempting to encroach upon the demon race's fortune would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Di Jun and Dong Huang, leading to their demise. Moreover, the two Yin goddesses are innate deities, intrinsically linked to the essence of the moon star, their power unfathomable. Likely at least at the quasi-saint level. If these two formidable beings could be brought into the heavenly court, not only would merit descend, but the combat prowess of the heavenly court would also be greatly enhanced, an abundance of benefits. As for love, it held no significance for Di Jun. His sole concern has always been the rise and fall of the demon race and his supreme authority. This matter was of utmost importance and should have been handled by the saintess Nuwa herself. However, the previous affront by Jiu Ying had soured their relationship. Di Jun's brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the current predicament. The Daoist ancestor Hong Jun had once bestowed the red embroidered ball, capable of uniting heaven, earth, and humanity. To Nuwa in the Purple Cloud Palace, she would undoubtedly be the best mediator. However, due to the previous deterioration of their relationship, this route had been obstructed. His pride prevented him from personally visiting the Moonstar, nor could he allow a minor demon saint to offend the Yin goddesses. Just as Di Jun was mired in frustration over this matter, a figure materialized from the void. This person, clad in a Taiji robe, with the He Tu and Luo Shu above his head, surrounded by the innate 64 hexagrams, was none other than the innate deity Fuxi. Fuxi stepped forward, slightly bowing, his tone composed. "Your Majesty Di Jun, allow me to handle this matter." Fuxi, the elder brother of Nuwa and a sage of the demon race, had embraced the path of divining celestial secrets, yet joined the demon race due to his defiance of fate. Were it not for this, with his innate divine form and Nuwa's protection, he could navigate even the most perilous calamities unscathed. "Excellent. I shall rely on you, friend Fuxi." Di Jun's face brightened at Fuxi's willingness to take on the task, nodding vigorously. Fuxi's esteemed status aligned well with that of the Yin goddesses. And given his relationship with Nuwa, if Fuxi succeeded in his endeavor, the saintess Nuwa would surely appear to oversee the proceedings. Di Jun raised his hand, and two innate upper-grade spiritual treasures transformed into streams of light, flying into Fuxi's grasp. These two sun essence wheels corresponded perfectly with the Yin essence wheels of the Moonstar, serving as tokens of affection. If accepted, monumental achievements were assured. Fuxi spoke no further, accepting the spiritual treasures and setting forth towards the Moonstar, bearing numerous rare and precious items. Meanwhile, within Fangzhang Island, Qin Ming was fervently refining the immense magical power contained within the Huangzhong Li. The magical energy contained within a single Huangzhong Li was comparable to that of a Great Luo golden immortal, the intensity of which was unimaginable. Qin Ming was enveloped in azure radiance, as the vortex within him voraciously consumed this formidable energy, converting it for his own use. Mid-stage of the third turn of the profound art. Late stage of the third turn. Completion of the third turn. After completely refining the Huanghongli, Qin Ming finally achieved the pinnacle of the third transformation of Xiangong, standing merely a step away from the fourth transformation. However, this step loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The bottleneck as solid as rock, seemingly immovable. Undeterred, Qin Ming persevered and consumed another Huanghongli. Chapter 8. Chaotic Divine Thunder. More than a decade passed. His spiritual energy was refined once more, yet the bottleneck remained unbroken. Not enough. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming swallowed 3 Huanghongli in one go, the energy surging within him like a torrential flood. Yet the bottleneck remained steadfast, impervious to his efforts. Desperate, Qin Ming resolved to consume the remaining 5 Huanghongli along with countless spiritual fruits. Boom! Boundless spiritual energy erupted within him like a nuclear explosion, and Qin Ming felt as though he was swept into a tempestuous ocean of energy. The 9 transformations of Xiangong operated like a black hole, absorbing this immense energy and initiating a leap in the essence of life. 10 years, 50 years, a century. At last, a crisp sound resonated from within Qin Ming, his aura suddenly transforming, awakening like a primordial beast. The fourth transformation of Xiangong, the physical body achieving the Great Luo, was finally realized. Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the brilliance of stars, his body emanating a substantive azure aura that radiated a pressure capable of shaking heaven and earth. With a gentle punch, the space shattered like glass. Countless chaotic air currents surged forth, and myriad worlds of dust were born and annihilated in an instant. Such was the power of the Great Luo. Qin Ming murmured to himself, acutely aware of his transformation. At this moment, his physical body had become exceptionally formidable, rivaling those of the mid to late stages of the Great Luo, capable of sweeping across the primordial world with sheer physical strength. Even more astonishingly, the fourth transformation of the 9 transformations of Xiangong allowed every cell within him to transform into a miniature universe, brimming with unimaginable vitality. If not destroyed simultaneously at the microscopic level, Qin Ming would achieve immortality, impervious even to quasi-saints. Now, I stand nearly invincible beneath the saints. Qin Ming's gaze was resolute, filled with confidence. Just then, an enigmatic wave of energy surged within him, and he instantaneously comprehended that this was the opportunity for his ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. With the 5 energies converging and 3 flowers gathering atop, 3 Dao flowers began to take shape atop Qin Ming's head, shimmering with azure brilliance. The celestial flowers gradually blossomed, reaching the 7th grade, remaining stable. Although it had not reached the 8th or 9th grades, this was sufficient. In the primordial realm, 9 represents the pinnacle, while 12 symbolizes perfection, embodying the ultimate transformation of the chaotic demon gods. Generally, achieving the 3 flowers at the 8th grade signifies a top-tier existence with the potential to ascend to sainthood, akin to primordial sanctities like the 3 purities and Nuwa. The 9th grade 3 flowers transcend the limits of the primordial realm, a feat only attainable by beings like Hongjun, born from the chaos. Though Qin Ming's foundation was that of a primordial sanctity within the hierarchy of the primordial realm, he was merely at the 2nd tier, even toward the lower end. However, through profound accumulation, he refrained from hastily ascending, choosing instead to diligently cultivate and refine himself, ultimately allowing the 3 flowers to bloom at the 7th grade, surpassing the norm. The 7th grade 3 flowers were an unexpected harvest, yet still insufficient. Qin Ming silently recited the system command, unhesitatingly investing 2 million stock points. Previously, he had amassed a considerable amount of stock points from slaying the Demon King Jiuing, the projection of the Demon Saint, and during his travels with Shi He and Chong Shi across the Eastern Sea, now totaling in the millions. Buzz. As Qin Ming's voice fell, a resplendent golden beam descended from the heavens, infusing the 3 blossoming celestial flowers above his head. The previously stagnant flowers began to bloom once more, breaking through their limits, ascending from the 8th to the 9th grade, and then remarkably surpassing to the 10th and 11th grades. Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The primordial realm's 9th grade limit had been shattered, and the celestial flowers had directly ascended to the 11th grade. At this moment, a surge of information flooded into him, allowing him to instantaneously grasp the fundamental differences between the primordial realm and the chaos. In the primordial realm, 9 represents the limit, while 12 signifies perfection in the chaos. It became clear that the limit for beings in the primordial realm is the 9th grade, while the chaotic demon gods possess a minimum of the 10th grade, with the 12th grade representing their complete form. Thus, my 3 flowers approached the realm of chaotic demon gods. Qin Ming took a deep breath and once again invested 2 million stock points, continuing to push for the advancement of the celestial flowers. Boom! Terrifying primordial energy surged once more, and the celestial flowers ultimately coalesced into a 12th grade azure Dao Lotus, radiating unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the primordial void with its profound mystery. The celestial flowers had reached perfection, and now it was time for the earthly flower. With a mere thought, Qin Ming summoned his spiritual energy to infuse the earthly flower, which began to bloom rapidly from the 1st to the 7th grade, yet halted at the 7th grade, the bottleneck resurfacing. No matter, I shall invest further. He boldly spent 5 million stock points, and once again a golden beam descended, elevating the earthly flower to the 8th grade, then the 9th, until it ultimately reached the 12th grade azure Dao Lotus. The earthly flower-esque completion was indeed magnificent. Qingming gazed at the two 12th grade Dao lotuses, their radiance intertwining, while the azure-glazed celebration cloud above his head exuded boundless Dao rhythms, faintly revealing the illusion of 24 azure lotuses. Only the human flower remained. He adjusted his state and continued to condense the human flower, but at this moment, his remaining stock points were insufficient, only allowing him to elevate the human flower to the 8th grade. With his stock points depleted, it was time to utilize the merits of the Dao. Without hesitation, Qingming directly invested 9 million merits into the human flower. Buzz. The merits transformed into the most primordial energy, surging into the human flower, causing it to soar in grade, ultimately stabilizing at the 12th grade. With the 3 flowers reaching perfection, the azure Dao lotuses intertwined in brilliance. And the 100-acre glazed celebration cloud above radiated infinite light, manifesting the illusion of 36 azure lotuses in the void. With the 3 flowers gathered and the 12th grade completed, today, I have finally attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Qingming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering like the flowing rivers of stars, unraveling the mysteries of heaven and earth. At this moment, his aura underwent a complete metamorphosis, seemingly transcending the dimensions of the primordial realm, stepping into the supreme freedom of the Great Luo. However, as he sensed his own transformation, a peculiar force of attraction suddenly emerged, drawing a fragment of his consciousness into an unknown realm. Boom! Qingming's consciousness appeared in a vast, boundless space. Beneath him flowed a river that seemed to traverse time itself, carrying infinite destinies. Is this the river of fate? Qingming's spirit trembled at the grandeur of the river of fate, which transcended time and space, seemingly existing in no corner of the world, yet encompassing all. Every drop of water was the sum of the destinies of countless beings in myriad worlds. Countless droplets converged to form the river of fate for the primordial realm and its affiliated worlds, infinitely complex and profoundly deep. The past, present, and future were all manifested within this river of fate. Qingming's primordial spirit floated upon the surface of the river. Feeling the immense power of the river of fate, his expression dazed. In the theories of his past life, this could be termed the inner world of the primordial realm, or a transdimensional space. If beings beneath the Great Luo Golden Immortal angered Qingming, he need only sever their thread of fate here to erase them from the primordial realm entirely. This was akin to a 3-dimensional artist dealing with a 2-dimensional painting. No matter how powerful the characters within the painting might be, tearing the canvas would completely eliminate them. This exemplifies the absolute dominance of higher-dimensional beings over lower-dimensional ones. Qingming marveled, but then his expression changed. He noticed that the power above the river of fate was not solely his own. A concealed yet potent force of the heavenly Dao permeated the space. Normally, this heavenly Dao power was gentle and harmless, exceedingly subtle. However, should anyone attempt to alter the course of the river of fate, whether a Great Luo Golden Immortal or a saint, they would be directly suppressed by the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Dao. So that is how it is. No wonder the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the primordial realm always feel slightly weaker. Qingming suddenly understood. In the understanding of his past life, the Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal were terrifying entities capable of reversing time and restarting timelines. Yet, in the primordial realm, while Great Luo Golden Immortals were indeed powerful, they could not trace back the river of fate, reverse time, nor sever the past of their enemies to reshape their own future. This was not due to the weakness of the Great Luo Golden Immortals, but rather the overwhelming control of the heavenly Dao in the primordial realm, leaving no room for such maneuvers. If measured by combat power, the Great Luo Golden Immortal may be rated as a mere one, while a saint might be in the billions. However, the heavenly Dao stands at an overwhelming trillion, showcasing a profound chasm in strength that renders one despondent. The heavenly Dao of the primordial realm exists as the highest echelon, and even when one believes they have transcended the river of fate, they remain firmly within its grasp. Upon comprehending this, Qingming calmly accepted this reality. He understood that to truly alter the course of destiny, he would require at the very least the power of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even an existence on par with the heavenly Dao. Yet, this realization was not without its silver lining. Qin Ming reflected that if the primordial realm were devoid of the heavenly Dao's oversight, allowing Great Luo golden immortals to freely manipulate the river of fate, the entire primordial world would likely descend into chaos, with all order collapsing and the weaker beings deprived of any chance for survival or advancement. The heavenly Dao is not merely a negative portrayal of acting against heaven as depicted in certain narratives. He analyzed coolly. Practitioners cultivate by harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, consuming its spiritual treasures and abiding by its rules, ultimately reversing the forces of nature in their practice. The true meaning of acting against heaven lies in the transmutation of the primordial essence, transforming the 5 elements back into chaos, thereby achieving the supreme root of chaos. With this understanding, Qin Ming relinquished his obsession with the heavenly Dao's control, allowing his primordial spirit to return to his true form. However, at the very moment his spirit returned, the river of fate suddenly surged with tremendous waves. Above the vast river, a 36th grade chaos Qinglian gradually emerged, radiating boundless azure light that enveloped the entire river, resembling the most perfect creation in existence. Was this a chaos Qinglian? On Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones simultaneously sensed this phenomenon, their gazes piercing through the endless void to rest upon the Qinglian above the river of fate. Laozi of Taiji's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "How could the chaos Qinglian, nurtured by the Pangu Father God, appear here?" Yuan Shi, Tianzuan, and Tong Tian, Jiao Master, also bore faces of astonishment, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves of emotion. In the Western bliss, the 2 beings, Zhuanti and Jin, who were preoccupied with repairing the earth's veins, exchanged glances, seeing the depths of shock and concern reflected in each other's eyes. "Let us hope this does not lead to further complications," Zhuanti murmured. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa's cold gaze pierced the void, resting upon the Qinglian above the river of fate, and within her heart, she sensed an eerily familiar aura. From the solar palace, the Tying Star, Wuzhuang Temple, to the Blood Sea, all the top powers of the primordial realm were drawn to the extraordinary spectacle within the river of fate. Yet, within the confines of the Abbot Island, Qin Ming remained oblivious to the external tumult. He opened his eyes, which seemed to ripple with the flow of the river of fate, billions of worlds evolving within. Above him, 100 acres of glazed celebration clouds loomed, 3 12th grade perfected Dao lotuses emanating boundless Dao rhythms. The completion of the 3 flowers and the 12th grade Dao lotus, if unified, would yield a 36th grade chaos Qinglian. Such a creation is unparalleled throughout history in the primordial realm. Qin Ming did not revel in this achievement. Instead, he assessed the situation with a clear mind. Having reached the Great Luo stage, advancing further would likely require a millennium or even an eternity of cultivation. However, with the impending calamity of the witch and demon tribulation, his time was limited. To expedite his ascension, immersing himself in the tribulation would be a shortcut. By participating in this catastrophe and vanquishing powerful foes to gain pivotal points, he would find the greatest assistance for a swift breakthrough. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ming resolved to return to the human race, utilizing the Tong seal to announce the Dao and preemptively establish the human teachings, plotting his supreme future. The flourishing of the human teachings would position humanity as the protagonists of the heavenly Dao, naturally granting him the most benefits alongside his master, Nuwa. This was not simply an act of devotion, but a mutually beneficial endeavor of interests and responsibilities. Why had he not established the human teachings before? Ultimately, it was due to insufficient strength. If he were to create a sect with mere, tight, golden immortal cultivation and assume the title of sect leader, it would be nothing short of a farce. Yet now, the situation was different. Having ascended to the Great Luo golden immortal, Qin Ming was now sufficiently powerful to dominate a portion of fate and firmly establish his foundation. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. After marking his presence on Abbot Island, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the eastern sea's horizon, vanishing beyond the innate barriers. In an instant, a cloak of azure Dao light enveloped him, and Qin Ming appeared above the East Sea like a deity, emanating overwhelming pressure. However, just as he stepped beyond the innate barriers, the sky darkened abruptly, and thunderclouds rapidly coalesced across millions of miles, with lightning roaring like dragons, swirling within the clouds. Was this the chaos divine thunder? Qi Ming looked up to see gray-white lightning saturating the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction that caused his expression to shift. In the primordial realm, there exist four major thunder tribulations: the 4-9 thunder tribulation, the 9-9 divine thunder, the purple cloud divine thunder, and the most terrifying chaos divine thunder. While the 4-9 and 9-9 thunder tribulations pose danger, they can generally be withstood by a Tai golden immortal. The purple cloud divine thunder, however, is specifically designed for the Great Luo golden immortal and possesses immense destructive power. As for the chaos divine thunder, it embodies the destructive force birthed by heaven and earth, presenting a formidable challenge even to those at the quasi-saint level. Why would the chaos divine thunder descend? Could it be due to my 3 flowers? After a moment of reflection, Qi Ming discerned a reason. The heavenly Dao of the primordial realm can tolerate a limit of 9 grade 3 flowers, which is indeed the origin of the number 9's extremity. His 3 flowers, however, had forcibly broken free from this limitation, reaching the 12th grade, potentially even transcending the heavenly Dao in the future. This had completely breached the bottom line of the heavenly Dao, inciting such a terrifying thunder tribulation. With a solemn expression, Qi Ming unhesitatingly summoned forth the 12th grade pure world White Lotus. Simultaneously, numerous innate supreme spiritual treasures and postnatal treasures of virtue floated around him, providing layered protection. Even in the face of the chaos divine thunder, he would not sit idly by. Yet, just as Qi Ming prepared himself entirely to confront the tribulation, suddenly, buzz! An unfathomably profound wave emanated from the depths of chaos, permeating the heavens and earth. It was the resonance of the Dao, directly suppressing the will of the heavenly Dao within the purple cloud palace. In the next moment, the originally overwhelming thunder tribulation, to Qi Ming's astonishment, began to dissipate completely. Not only that, but above the heavens, as if to compensate Qi Ming, streams of boundless merit light converged, cascading like a waterfall upon his head. Evidently, this was the handiwork of the Dao. Qi Ming possessed the eternal fortune of the Dao, a reality that was not mere rhetoric but a genuine recognition akin to that of a favored child. Although the Dao had long since withdrawn from the forefront, it had not vanished entirely. It merely transferred control of the primordial realm to the heavenly Dao whenever there was a need. The Dao could replace the heavenly Dao at any moment and reclaim governance over the primordial realm. Thus, the recent events were the best testament to this. The heavenly Dao attempted to obliterate Qi Ming, but was forcibly suppressed by the Dao, even descending merits as an act of compensation. In light of this scene, Qi Ming was left dumbfounded. Is this it? Just this? Just this? Moments later, Qi Ming shook his head and condensed the merits of the heavenly Dao into 6 radiant golden wheels, which floated behind him like protective talismans, radiating formidable pressure. With these merit wheels, none in the primordial realm would dare to act against him lightly. A hint of a smile graced Qi Ming's lips, and the next moment, he directly shattered the void, crossing trillions of miles in a single step, flying toward Shouyang Mountain by the EC. Meanwhile, atop Kunlu Mountain, the meditating Laozi of Taiji suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. The opportunity for sanctification had finally arrived. Sensing the fluctuations of the primordial purple energy within his primordial spirit, he wasted no time, rising and heading toward Shouyang Mountain by the EC. It seemed that my opportunity for sanctification indeed lies within this human race. Standing outside Shouyang Mountain, Laozi gazed down upon the thriving human populace, and understanding dawned upon him. Then, with a flicker, he transformed into an ordinary old man, quietly blending into the human race, observing their customs while secretly attempting to impart his teachings. Laozi possessed absolute confidence in his Dao. After all, he was the foremost among the 3 pure ones, the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit. And the cultivation of the Taiji Immortal Dao surpassed all others in the primordial realm. However, such a pinnacle legacy was not something he could readily impart to the human race. After some contemplation, he extracted a segment from the Taiji Dao, transforming it into the golden core Dao specifically for the human race. Although this golden core Dao was merely a fragmented version of the Taiji Dao, it was sufficient for practitioners to directly witness the Tai golden immortal. Yet, due to its inherent flaws, it would inevitably prevent further advancement to the Great Luo. In my estimation, this is already an immense boon for the frail, nascent human race. However, it was him, that very elder. Subtly disseminating teachings was one thing, but to impart such inferior practices, this so-called golden elixir path, utterly pathetic compared to the martial way bequeathed by the martial ancestor. He must be a spy for the demon race. Seize him at once. A chorus of indignant cries reverberated through the valley. The elder, an incarnation of Grand Pure Lousy, had barely commenced his evangelization among the humans when he was pursued for millions of miles by human martialists, a disheveled figure, until he was driven from Shouyang Mountain. Barely managing to halt his flight, he was utterly bewildered. The golden elixir path, a tenet of orthodox profoundism, why was it met with such rejection? Grand Pure Lousy furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The golden elixir path he had extracted from the Grand Pure Immortal way, though incomplete, was sufficient for practitioners to attain the golden immortal of grand unity. For the humans of this era, it was undoubtedly a supreme cultivation method. Yet, why did the humans not only fail to express gratitude, but also exhibit such resistance towards him? Could the issue lie with this martial way? After a moment of contemplation, Lousy began to suspect an answer. He was vaguely aware of the martial way, but had never taken it seriously. As the foremost of the three purities, born from the primordial spirit of Pangu, he did not believe that the mere martial way could rival the profound immortal way. However, the current anomaly compelled him to confront the issue. Thus, Grand Pure Lousy concealed his presence and secretly journeyed among the human race, seeking the truth. Soon, he discovered the reason. The humans had no interest in his golden elixir path because of the existence of the martial way. Could this mere martial way truly overshadow my profound immortal way? Grand Pure Lousy refused to yield. He extracted a fragment of the martial way's essence and began to comprehend it. But the more he comprehended, the more solemn his expression became. After a while, his pupils contracted sharply, and he muttered to himself, "This martial way, it is a branch of one of the 3,000 great ways, the way of war. By embodying the true essence of the great way of martiality, it can directly lead to the attainment of the primordial unity." Grand Pure Lousy was shaken to his core, scarcely believing his judgment. The 3,000 great ways have been extraordinarily obscure since the dawn of the primordial world. Even for innate, top-tier sacred beings like them, comprehending the great way was exceedingly difficult. Yet, the martial way before him could directly point to the true essence of the great way. The one behind it must be a being of great supernatural power, perhaps even surpassing a sage. Could it be the work of Nuwa? Grand Pure Lousy pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, she comprehends the great way of creation, which is unrelated to this. The martial ancestor. Is that martial ancestor the visage of Lousy? Upon recalling the martial ancestor enshrined in human totems, registered both bewilderment and astonishment. Who exactly was this martial ancestor? How could he extract the essence of martiality from the great way and even promote and impart it among the humans? Could he be a powerhouse of the Grand Luo realm or a reincarnation of some demon god? Grand Pure Lousy's mind was filled with questions, but his paramount concern was achieving sagehood. Thus, he temporarily suppressed his doubts and resumed his evangelization. This time, to contend with the martial way. He no longer disseminated the incomplete golden elixir path, but invested heavily, directly imparting the complete Grand Pure Immortal way to the humans. The Grand Pure Immortal way was the most supreme legacy left by the primordial spirit of Pangu, capable of directly leading to primordial unity, on par with the martial way. However, unexpectedly, even with this, Grand Pure Lousy's evangelization did not achieve significant success. In the eyes of the humans, the martial way remained the mainstream, while the immortal way was merely an auxiliary cultivation method. In other words, most human cultivators practiced both immortal and martial ways. But with the martial way as the primary focus, the Grand Pure Immortal way simply being a means to obtain benefits without cost. Abominable that the foremost of the three purities should find himself in such straits. Grand Pure Lousy was so vexed that he nearly vomited blood, but was helpless. Ultimately, he spent a century merely gaining a foothold among the human race, promoting the immortal way to a mere 10% of the population. And even among this 10%, 90% were only nominally affiliated with the immortal way, with very few truly loyal. Grand Pure Lousy was filled with complex emotions and vexation, but fortunately, the primordial violet chi was finally beginning to stir. Sensing the anomaly emanating from his primordial spirit, he immediately understood that his opportunity to achieve sagehood had matured. The moment to achieve sagehood has arrived. Grand Pure Lousy sat in a meditative posture, manifested his true form, and activated treasures such as the heaven and earth exquisite pagoda and the Taiji diagram to suppress the void, commencing his proclamation to the heavenly way, establishing the human sect. However, just as Grand Pure Lousy was filled with excitement, preparing to proclaim to the heavenly way, suddenly, a calm voice echoed from afar. The Great Way is above. I am the martial ancestor of the human race. Today, I establish the human sect, using the Tong seal to suppress the fortune, promoting the human way between heaven and earth. The human sect established. Rumbling. As this voice resounded, boundless merits of the Great Way descended from the heavens, transforming into golden light of merit, directly entering Qin Ming's body. At this moment, Qin Ming officially established the human sect, and Grand Pure Lousy's opportunity to achieve sagehood was completely intercepted. What? Someone actually established the human sect before me? Lousy was stunned in place. Then his expression changed drastically. He watched as the vast golden light of merit entirely entered Qin Ming's body. His vision darkened, and he could not help but spew out a mouthful of old blood. So enraged that he staggered back several steps. Martial Ancestor, it is you. I. Before he could finish speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood, utterly frustrated. The human sect established. As Qin Ming's words fell, above Shouyang Mountain, countless miles of merit clouds gathered, emitting endless golden light, enveloping the entire Shouyang Mountain and the surrounding boundless territories. Rumbling, the merit clouds transformed into 3 golden lights. The first golden light poured down, directly entering Qin Ming's body. Ding, detecting massive merits of the Great Way, converting and storing. Ding, storage successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 million points of merits of the Great Way. Hearing the system notification, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly satisfied. The system directly converted the merits of the Great Way into a reserve state, which was more flexible than simply increasing cultivation. 30 million points of merits of the Great Way, whether used for emergencies or long-term planning, were more valuable than simply consuming them to increase strength. The second golden light then fell, entering the Tong seal in Qin Ming's hand. Buzz. The Tong seal, originally just a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, now, under the baptism of endless golden light of merit, its aura steadily increased, faintly beginning to transform into a treasure of merit. A 9-clawed golden dragon roared and circled around it, and amidst the golden light, this golden dragon gradually evolved into a 12-clawed golden dragon. The 12-clawed golden dragon symbolized the fortune of the human way. The long-dormant fortune of the human race was revived at this moment, and a vast power of the human way enveloped heaven and earth. On the surface of the Tong seal, Great Way inscriptions emerged, engraving the past, present, and future of a human race. There was Sangjie creating characters, the fire of the Swearing clan, as well as the 3 ancestors, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the history of unyielding progress of billions of ordinary humans. Finally, the Tong seal completed its transformation, its light dazzling and radiant, directly advancing to become an innate treasure of merit. An innate treasure of merit, the only one in the primordial world. In terms of grade, it was comparable to an innate treasure. In terms of attack power, it was slightly inferior to the Panga banner. In terms of defense, it was only second to the Chaos Bell, on par with the Taiji diagram. Most importantly, it was a treasure of human merit, with the revival of the human way. The grade and power of the Tong seal would continue to increase. If one day, the human way surpassed the heavenly way and controlled the primordial world, the power of the Tong seal would surpass imagination, becoming one of the strongest treasures in the world. And at this moment, the power of the heavenly way had sensed the revival of the human way. This spiritual treasure, far away, Grand Pure Lousy watched the scene of the Kong Tong seal completing its transformation, directly advancing to become a treasure of merit, his pupils contracting violently. The sense of loss that had been lingering in his heart finally made him understand the source of that hard-to-relieve emotion. This treasure should have belonged to me. Lousy stared in shock at the Kong Tong seal in Qin Ming's hand. An endless anger surged in his heart. This should have been his human sect. This should have been his opportunity. But now, it had all been snatched away by Qin Ming in front of him. Too much. Too much. Anger and frustration intertwined. Grand Pure Lousy almost vomited blood. His aura was chaotic, and his anger burned so fiercely that he almost lost his mind. However, just as his fury reached its zenith, he lifted his gaze and was suddenly struck by a wondrous sight surrounding Qin Ming. An endless azure radiance surged upward from the crown of Qin Ming's head. So dense it seemed almost tangible, piercing deep into the primordial chaos and connecting with the very essence of the Great Dao. Behind Qin Ming, 9 golden wheels of virtue spun incessantly, their blue and gold hues intermingling, radiating an imposing, inviolable might. The Great Dao has favored him. 9 wheels of virtue. The supreme being of Taiji momentarily froze. As a top-tier, innate deity, transformed from the essence of Pangu, he had always held an air of superiority, believing that few could rival his luck in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Yet, the sheer potency of Qin Ming's fortune left him questioning his very existence. The 9 wheels of virtue that Qin Ming possessed rendered him speechless. It was well known that even a single wheel of virtue was sufficient to instill fear in a sage. Yet Qin Ming boasted 9. Such a being would compel even the most enlightened sages to hesitate before taking action against him. This individual was simply insurmountable. A chill swept through the supreme being of Taiji, extinguishing much of the anger that had just ignited within him, leaving his complexion a ghastly pale. Simultaneously, a final portion of the Great Dao's virtue descended upon the entirety of humanity. The divine grace from above nourished the entire race, causing countless human warriors and mortals to experience a surge in strength, their fortunes soaring ever higher. Meanwhile, the supreme being of Taiji, through a century of imparting wisdom to humanity, received but a meager fraction of merit, as he beheld the paltry, golden light of virtue that had entered him. The supreme being of Taiji could no longer contain himself, violently expelling a mouthful of old blood, his face turning a deep shade of anger. As the foremost of the 3 pure ones, the authentic descendant of Pangu, and a future sage, how could he only receive such a trivial amount of virtue after a century of laboring for humanity? This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. The supreme being of Taiji, unable to contain his wrath, felt his spirit wane, on the brink of a collapse of his very essence. Just as he was engulfed in despair, the heavens suddenly stirred. An infinite force of the celestial order manifested, and rich, profound light once again coalesced into magnificent clouds of virtue. This was the virtue of the Great Dao. Sensing the power of the celestial order, the supreme being of Taiji abruptly regained his composure, his eyes alight with wild elation. As the foremost disciple of Daozu Hongjun, he was destined for sanctification. This was the inexorable trend of the Great Dao. Even if he lost the position of the human instructor, he could still establish a new sect, relying on the virtue of the Great Dao to attain enlightenment. I am the supreme being of Taiji. Moved by the frailty of humanity, I have imparted wisdom for a century. Thus, I shall establish the Taiji sect, to suppress fortune with the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram. The Taiji sect is hereby founded. The aura of the supreme being of Taiji surged with celestial light, his form manifesting over countless miles, proclaiming to the heavens. The celestial order responded, showering him with boundless virtue. 30% of the virtue fused into his being, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights, instantly severing the malevolent and persistent phantoms, transcending the quasi-saint realm and officially ascending as a saint of the Great Dao. The moment the saint emerged, the world erupted with omens. Infinite golden lotuses bloomed, celestial flowers cascaded, and ethereal melodies resonated, auspicious signs permeating the primordial realm. In that instant, all beings of the primordial world sensed the presence of the saint and bowed in reverence. However, the elation of the supreme being of Taiji was fleeting. Just as the virtue of the Great Dao descended, he saw that the remaining 30% of virtue had once again flowed into Qin Ming's being. The supreme being of Taiji was stunned, his countenance instantly turning a ghastly shade of fury. His sanctification was his own achievement, his fortune his own to claim. Why did Qin Ming receive as much virtue as he? In that moment, he felt the world spinning, his blood surging in his chest, and the next second, he expelled another mouthful of old blood. This sanctified position suddenly seemed far less appealing amidst the endless golden light. Qin Ming's figure appeared invulnerable, eternal. Bathed in the radiance of the wheels of virtue, he felt his essence illuminate, his thoughts as refreshing as a spring breeze, utterly invigorating. This state allowed him to comprehend the laws at an astonishing speed, far quicker than usual. Clearly, the wheels of virtue were not merely talismans in the primordial realm, but a source of power bestowed by the Great Dao. With this power aiding him, Qin Ming's spells and cultivation efficiency experienced a tremendous enhancement. If he could consolidate 12 wheels of virtue, a profound transformation would undoubtedly occur. Qin Ming keenly sensed that the 12 wheels of virtue might usher in a transcendence beyond the current realm. However, as the wheels approached perfection, the requisite virtue grew exponentially. The final 3 wheels would demand such vast quantities of virtue that they could potentially exhaust the very foundation of the Great Dao. Regardless, the 9 wheels of virtue he currently possessed were already sufficient to secure his position of invincibility. Martial Ancestor! Martial Ancestor! Martial Ancestor! At this moment, the human populace erupted in fervent cheers, elevating Qin Ming to the highest pedestal. The fortune of humanity surged like an immense river towards Qin Ming, with 50% of the fortune directly infusing into the Confronting seal. This share far exceeded that of the Saint Nuwa, who had created humanity. Qin Ming had truly become the rightful master of the human path, beyond doubt. However, this spectacle was not lost on the supreme being of Taiji, who observed with a heart tremulous with tumultuous waves. The joy of his sanctification waned, and what had once been a flawless state of mind now displayed a crack. To him, all of this should have belonged to him. The Confronting seal was meant to be his treasure possession. The unparalleled glory of the human instructor should have been his destiny. With the Confronting seal and the title of human instructor, he could have effortlessly enjoyed a constant share of 20% of humanity's fortune. Now, he could only humbly establish the Taiji sect, which seemed to offer no advantage compared to the human instructor. Having lost the Confronting seal felt akin to losing his ballast, rendering the situation overwhelmingly passive. The operations of the Taiji sect were now irrevocably tied to the rise and fall of humanity. Should humanity face calamity, he could not remain aloof, lest his own fortune suffer grievously. If too much fortune were to dissipate, the Taiji sect would inevitably fade into obscurity. Contemplating these matters, the supreme being of Taiji was engulfed by deep helplessness and disappointment. As a saint of the Great Dao, he was meant to bask in freedom, yet he found himself entirely bound to humanity. He had initially perceived humanity as mere tools. Now, he realized he was the true tool. For the future of the Taiji sect, he had no choice but to continue imparting wisdom among humanity, expending more energy and devotion. This forced the supreme being of Taiji, who had always embraced non-action, to accept the constraints of reality. Yet, all of this had already been set in motion. Before the human instructor Qin Ming, the supreme being of Taiji could only resign himself to the inevitable. Meanwhile, atop Kunlun Mountain, Tong and Yuanshi detected the sanctification of the supreme being of Taiji, their faces revealing smiles of contentment. The 3 pure ones shared a profound connection. With the supreme being of Taiji achieving sanctification, they naturally felt joy. However, amidst their delight, Tong recognized that his own opportunity for enlightenment had arrived. The celestial order possesses its own decrees, yet within these decrees, we can seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. Tong Tian's gaze firm, he directly proclaimed to the celestial order, "It is established." As Tong Tian's voice fell, the celestial order poured forth boundless virtue, aiding him in attaining the supreme, saintly position. Unbeknownst to Tong Tian, however, the sword array of extermination, which served as the foundation for suppressing fortune, had already laid a hidden danger. Witnessing Tong Tian's sanctification, Yuanshi could not help but feel a surge of jealousy and discontent. Yet soon, Yuanshi too sensed his own opportunity for enlightenment. These established Yuanshi also harnessed the virtue of the celestial order, successfully stepping into the realm of saints, thus completing the sanctification of the three pure ones. The primordial world erupted into chaos with the consecutive sanctification of the three pure ones, shaking the heavens and earth, producing numerous omens. However, far to the west of the primordial realm, the figures of Zhuanti and Jin watched the unfolding events with bitter expressions. Though the Western sect had been established, after the division of virtue, both found themselves unable to advance beyond the quasi-saint realm, unable to attain true sanctification. In desperation, they made 48 vows to exchange for the celestial order's virtue, ultimately managing to achieve a tenuous form of sanctification. Although Zhuanti and Jin became saints, all of this came at the cost of endless future debts. The primordial realm saw 5 saints emerge in a single day, with celestial melodies resounding for a century without cease, thoroughly suppressing the might of the witch and demon races. Thus, the era of saints officially commenced, and the landscape of the primordial world underwent a monumental transformation. Standing atop Shouyang Mountain, Qin gazed upon it all, his gaze profound and immeasurable. In contrast to the minor skirmishes of the witch and demon races, the power of the saints was the true pinnacle of the primordial realm. The final battle between the witch and demon races, featuring 12 ancestral witches and the 2 demon emperors, all quasi-saints, commanded trillions of witch and demon warriors, flooding the battlefield. Even so, that cataclysm merely shattered Mount Buzhou, and though the firmament was rent, the damage was limited by the sages' restoration. The wars of the sages, however, unleashed an entirely different level of devastation. The investiture of the gods conflict witnessed 4 sages jointly dismantle the 4 swords of Zhuxian formation, fracturing the primordial world and giving rise to endless earth, water, fire, and wind, coinciding with the 65-billion-year epical juncture. The terrifying aura of this sacred war permeated even the deepest reaches of the primordial cosmos. Hermits cultivating in the depths of space were not spared, suffering grievously. The Tong sect leader's defeat was catastrophic, with countless casualties among his disciples. Infuriated and overwhelmed, he nearly overturned the entire primordial world, intending to revert it to chaos and recreate the elements, utterly destroying everything. Had the Dao ancestor Hongjun not personally intervened to suppress Tongtian, the journey to the West tribulation and the emergence of the earthly immortal realm might never have come pass. Thus, the Lich cataclysm pales in comparison. For Qinming, now a Grand Luo golden immortal, the Lich cataclysm presents not danger, but opportunity. Having attained this level, the time has come to contemplate the path to Dao validation. Qinming's mind was serene as he pondered the 3 methods of Dao validation within the primordial world. The first, severing the 3 corpses, was pioneered by Dao ancestor Hongjun. Yet only he has succeeded, rendering it exceedingly enigmatic. Given various indications, the sage Nuwa's assertion may hold merit. That Hongjun is perhaps an incarnation of the heavenly Dao's benevolent aspect, and severing the 3 corpses is merely a self-created method of the heavenly Dao, unattainable by others. Therefore, this path is destined to be impassable. The second, sanctification through merit, was employed by the 6 primordial sages who attained their positions through heavenly Dao merit. While not weak, they're subject to numerous constraints. Those sanctified through merit are forever bound by the heavenly Dao, unable to transcend it, and their power is the weakest of the 3 methods. The third is Dao validation through force, the path chosen by the great god Pangu, and the most potent of the 3. However, it does not rely solely on brute strength, but on comprehending the laws and achieving the Grand Luo golden immortal state through immense magical power. The 3,000 Great Daoists encompass boundless laws, and mastering even one to perfection allows one to attain the state of primordial unity. While sages and Grand Luo golden immortals of primordial unity share similarities, their essence differs. Sages possess a position, controlled by the heavenly Dao and wielding its authority. Grand Luo golden immortals of primordial unity possess a state of being, transcending the heavenly Dao and unbound by it. Grand Luo golden immortals of primordial unity are divided into 12 heavens, each heaven representing a realm. The first 4 heavens constitute the Grand Luo golden immortal stage. the middle for the Grand Luo Supreme Golden Immortal stage, and the final for the Grand Luo Supreme Utmost Golden Immortal stage. Generally, newly sanctified primordial sages reside in the first heaven of primordial unity. However, the three pure ones, due to their innate origins and the merit they possess, reach the second heaven upon sanctification. The sage Nuwa is even more formidable, possibly reaching the third heaven, while the Western two sages, due to their weak foundations, remain in the first heaven. As for the quasi-sage realm, it merely serves as an intermediate stage for the postnatal beings of the primordial world, as Grand Luo Golden Immortals cannot directly validate the Dao. By choosing Dao validation through force, one can directly comprehend the laws to perfection and achieve the Grand Luo Golden Immortal state of primordial unity without the quasi-sage transition. Severing the corpses is impassable, and merit is too weak. It seems that Dao validation through force is the most suitable for me. Qin Ming's gaze was resolute as he unhesitatingly chose the third method. The reason for choosing Dao validation through force is simple. It is powerful. The great god Pangu validated the Dao through force, capable of slaying sages as a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, which speaks volumes. Moreover, for other beings, the Great Dao is concealed, making comprehending the laws an immense challenge. But Qin Ming is different. He possesses the 3,000 Dao canons, themselves a manifestation of the Great Dao. For him, comprehending the Great Dao is as easy as breathing. Among the 3,000 Great Daos, force is the strongest, time is sovereign, and space is king. Having chosen Dao validation through force, Qin Ming decided to pursue the pinnacle of the Great Dao, the law of force. The Great Dao of force is the foundation of the great god Pangu and the strongest of the 3,000 Great Daos. However, upon opening the 3,000 Dao canons, Qin Ming discovered a shocking truth. The law of force does not exist. How could this be? The law of force is absent from the 3,000 Great Daos. Qin Ming was bewildered, unable to accept this reality. In his understanding, the law of force was practically a transmigrator's standard equipment, yet now it had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a surge of information emerged from the 3,000 Dao canons. What? The law of force has never existed among the 3,000 Great Daos? Qin Ming was thunderstruck. This contradicted his understanding and even shook his worldview. If the law of force does not exist, then where did the great god Pangu's law of force come from? A powerful doubt arose in his mind, yet the 3,000 Dao canons offered no response. This anomaly further convinced Qin Ming that the law of force concealed some immense secret. After a moment, he calmed down and realized a startling possibility. The law of force is not naturally occurring, but was created by the great god Pangu himself. This implies that the so-called law of force is actually an integration and sublimation of all laws of power. The power of space, the power of time, the power of the Great Dao, all powers are encompassed within Pangu's law of force. So it was not the law of force that made Pangu, but Pangu that made the law of force. Realizing this, Qin Ming could not help but gasp. The great god Pangu not only cleaved the heavens and earth, but also attributed all power to himself. What a feat! If this is true, the great god Pangu may not have fallen at all. Startling thoughts flooded his mind as Qin Ming faintly touched upon the deepest secrets buried within the primordial world. He quickly banished these thoughts and decided to comprehend the laws of time and space among the 3,000 Great Daos. Time is sovereign and space is king. Both are the cornerstones of the world. If one could comprehend these two laws, or even merge them into the power of space-time, his might would be unimaginable. The union of space-time is the origin and the end of the world. Countless spiritual treasures floated above Qin Ming's celebratory cloud, radiating dazzling light that nearly enveloped hundreds of millions of miles. Under this dense light, even postnatal spiritual treasures were constantly being conceived and evolved. At this moment, Qin Ming had become the wealthiest being in the primordial world, second only to Hongjun. Even the wealthiest sage, the Grand Pure One Laozi, paled in comparison. Immersed in endless Daoist rhyme and divine light, Qin Ming began to concentrate on comprehending the law of time. The existence of the 3,000 Dao canons allowed Qin Ming to comprehend at an astonishing rate. 1, 2, 3. In just a century, Qin Ming had comprehended 10% of the law of time. Time acceleration. With a thought, countless runes of the Great Dao of Time surrounded Qin Ming, rendering him mysterious and unfathomable. Under the blessing of the law of time, the flow of time around him suddenly changed. 1 year outside was equivalent to a century within Qin Ming. Truly the law of time, one of the strongest among the 3,000 laws. Qin Ming was thrilled, realizing the terrifying power of the law of time. At this moment, he had only comprehended 10% of the law of time, yet he could distort the flow of time to such an extent. What terrifying heights would he reach if he comprehended 20, 30, or even perfected the law of time? If the law of time were perfected, even sages would be affected. Filled with motivation, Qin Ming immersed himself in comprehension once more. Time is immeasurable in the primordial world, and as Qin Ming focused on his comprehension, earth-shattering changes were occurring within the human race. The establishment of the human sect, the rise of the human Dao, coupled with the Tong seal suppressing fortune, caused the human race's fortune to continuously increase. This increase not only strengthened the human race's foundation, but also led to the birth of more and more geniuses. Among martial arts experts, there were even those who had reached the peak of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, only a step away from the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, the prosperous human race also faced new challenges. Newborns were all postnatal beings, subsisting on raw meat and blood, prone to disease, and their reproduction rate was greatly limited. In just a few centuries, the number of deaths due to disease was nearly 100 times greater than the number of deaths caused by demonic calamities. One day, lightning struck an ancient tree, causing something emitting a meaty aroma to fall from the tree. The humans below were startled, but were drawn in by the aroma. After tasting it, they were amazed. The flames ignited by the thunderous strikes rendered the flesh delectably roasted. The individual, feeling a profound connection, was at a loss on how to preserve the flames. At that moment, he glanced upwards to see an iron-beaked bird pecking at a tree, producing sparks. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he attempted to kindle fire by friction, ultimately succeeding. Thus, the first postnatal flame of humankind was born, evoking a response from the heavenly Dao, which bestowed boundless merit. 3/10 of this merit flowed into his being, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Another 3/10 infused the flames, transforming them into an everlasting postnatal merit spiritual fire. The remaining 4/10 of merit entered the body of Qin Ming, who communicated telepathically. From this day forth, you shall be known as wherein. Wherein, overwhelmed with joy, became one of the 3 ancestors of humankind. With the advent of fire, humanity no longer feared the cold or illness, and their numbers multiplied tenfold. However, fire alone could not alleviate all woes, as storms and tempests continued to besiege them. At this juncture, a sage among humanity discerned that bird nests could shield against wind and rain, leading to an epiphany. He constructed the first thatched hut using grass, wood, and stone, providing refuge for his kin. Qin Ming again conveyed, from this day forth, you shall be known as Yu Chao. The heavenly Dao once more showered boundless merit upon him. 3/10 of this merit elevated Yu Chao to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while another 3/10 transformed the thatched hut into a supreme postnatal merit spiritual treasure. 4/10 of merit entered Qin Ming, further solidifying his 10th merit golden wheel. With the emergence of fire and shelter, the fortunes of humanity surged once more. They began to migrate, their tribes spreading across the shores of the East Sea, with their numbers surpassing trillions. Centuries later, a woman observed that wild beasts were unafraid of venomous creatures, leading to her invention of clothing. She fashioned garments from the pelts of beasts, enabling humanity to fend off toxins and the chill. Qin Ming communicated, from this day forth, you shall be known as Zi. The 3 ancestors of humankind convened, and the heavenly Dao bestowed merit upon Zi, allowing her to achieve Great Luo perfection. At this time, humanity boasted 3 protectors who were fully realized Great Luo Golden Immortals. The 3 ancestors gathered, and I, as the teacher of humanity, shall guide them. Qin Ming produced the falling treasure currency, using it as a template to forge a circulating currency for humankind. The first copper coin was minted, and the heavenly Dao granted merit. 5/10 of this merit entered Qin Ming, allowing him to finally coalesce his 10th merit golden wheel. 3/10 infused the copper coin, elevating it to a postnatal merit spiritual treasure. 2/10 flowed into humanity, leading to the birth of even more formidable beings. For centuries, merit continued to descend. What could this possibly signify? The anomalies of the heavenly Dao drew the attention of many formidable beings in the primordial wilderness. Even the venerable Taiji Laozi felt discontent. He witnessed the azure fortune ascending from Qin Ming's head and felt a sense of injustice. How could Qin Ming acquire merit effortlessly while he toiled diligently to impart teachings without reward? Laozi was nearly consumed by rage, but could only silently harbor his grievances. As long as the Great Dao did not favor him, there would come a day when he would slay Qin Ming. However, the denizens of humanity remained indifferent to Laozi's teachings. Hey, are you still going to preach? If not, I'm heading back to hunt. Martial arts are quite effective. Laozi's nostrils flared with indignation, yet he was powerless, forced to continue his teachings. Kill, kill, kill. As the time of the Yuan Hui, predetermined by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, approached, conflicts between the witch and demon races intensified, with small-scale skirmishes erupting frequently. The witch race dominated with their physical prowess. Even the smallest of witches possessed bodies that far surpassed those of the great demons, with only the Tai golden immortal demons capable of slaying them. As for the great witches, their bodies rivaled innate top-grade spiritual treasures, effortlessly overpowering several great Luo golden immortal demons. Yet, at this moment, on a battlefield at the edge of the East Sea, a demonic true immortal wielded an ordinary blood-red long sword and easily pierced through the body of a witch soldier. How could this be possible? The witch soldier's physique was comparable to an innate low-grade spiritual treasure. Logically, this seemingly ordinary blood-red long sword should have been incapable of inflicting harm. Yet the evidence lay before them. The blood-red long sword not only pierced the witch soldier, but also severely injured several others of the witch race, including the more defensively robust small witches. The demons erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. A great demon of the Tai golden immortal realm emerged, brandishing the blood-red long sword, and with a single swing, the witch race was routed. This sword, forged from the flesh and resentment of the slain humans, appeared to be the weapon that could counter the witch race. The great demon rejoiced and immediately flew to the demon celestial court, exclaiming, "Oh, this sword can truly disregard the witch race's physical defenses?" The demon emperor Di Jun's expression darkened. After hearing the report from his kin, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. The formidable physical strength of the witch race had always been a source of vexation for the demons. Although the witch race numbered merely in the trillions, their indomitable bodies allowed them to gain the upper hand against billions of demons. Particularly, the great witches' bodies nearly crushed those of the same realm among the Great Luo golden immortal demons, while the 12 ancestor witches were an insurmountable force. Even if Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai joined forces with all their might, they struggled to inflict substantial damage upon the 12 ancestor witches. While the demons possessed the great array of the stars, the 12 heavenly god slaughter array of the witch race summoned the true body of Pangu, boasting even greater power. In their initial clash, Pangu's true body cleaved through the great array of the stars with a single strike, gravely wounding Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Had it not been for the intervention of Dao ancestor Hongjun, the demons might have faced annihilation. Each time he recalled this, Di Jun felt a deep sense of powerlessness. However, now, this sword forged from the blood and resentment of humanity changed everything. If this sword could truly counter the witch race, then the demons had a glimmer of hope for victory. Di Jun's expression grew serious as he commanded, "Bai Zhe, you shall personally descend to test it. Do not let this information leak." Understood. Bai Zhe, the demon sage and strategist, comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly took his leave. Meanwhile, Di Jun suddenly inquired, "What news from Fuxi?" Bai Zhe paused for a moment, responding nonchalantly, "The calamity is about to unfold. The heavenly secrets are obscured, and I cannot predict." Di Jun nodded slightly, yet a twinge of unease arose within him. The sun and moon were fundamental principles of heaven and earth, binding celestial unions and aligning with the heavenly Dao. There should be no errors. After murmuring to himself, the sun god palace of the demon court fell once again into silence. In the depths of the primordial starry sky, Fuxi, surrounded by the 46 hexagrams and wielding the innate top-grade spiritual treasures of the He Tu and Luo Shu, stood before the moon star, his voice resonating throughout the celestial body. Yet, the star remained cold and unresponsive. Fuxi remained patient, waiting silently for 1,000 years. "You may leave." At last a cool, feminine voice emanated from the moon star, rejecting him with utmost decisiveness. Fuxi was taken aback, then spoke. "The sun and moon are the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, binding celestial unions and aligning with the heavenly Dao, benefiting both of us. Why refuse?" After a long pause, the cold voice replied again, "I simply do not like it." Fuxi was left speechless. Despite his confusion, he could only nod and depart. Kill, kill, kill. On the shores of the East Sea, a secluded human tribe found itself ensnared in a bloody purgatory of slaughter at the hands of the demon race. Though the human warriors within the tribe rose in defiance, their strongest among them barely reached the celestial realm. How could they withstand the onslaught of the demons? In the blink of an eye, the entire tribe was nearly exterminated, their flesh used to forge the slaughter witch sword, while their souls were extracted and tormented before being infused into the sword. As endless resentment coalesced, a small blood-red sword hovered in the air, radiating a murderous aura. "Humans, you shall perish," the demons roared, preparing to stow away the slaughter witch sword when a formidable martial presence suddenly surged forth. "Demons, you have slaughtered my kin. We shall not rest until you are vanquished." Several figures descended from Shouyang Mountain. They were the golden immortal patrols roaming the shores of the East Sea. Martial arts refine the world. Martial arts golden body. Martial arts divine abilities. The powerful essence of martial intent erupted as several golden immortal warriors took action, forcefully suppressing the demon forces. However, just as the tide of battle seemed to favor them, a concealed and terrifying aura swept through. The golden immortal warriors barely had time to react before they were entirely consumed by the slaughter witch sword, becoming its nourishment. The martial path of humanity is rather intriguing. Buzhou, the demon sage, remarked coldly as he observed the unfolding chaos. He grasped the slaughter witch sword and plunged it directly into the body of a high-ranking witch soldier. The witch clan is renowned for its formidable physical prowess. Yet beneath the blade of the witch-slaying sword, they are pierced as easily as tofu. An overwhelming wave of resentment erupts, instantaneously extinguishing the formidable vitality of the witch soldiers. Indeed, the witch-slaying sword proves effective. Buzhou, filled with exhilaration, perceives a glimmer of hope in wielding this sword against the witch clan. If the grievances of millions of humans were forged into a sword, could the ancestral witch also be slain? The murderous intent emanating from Buzhou's eyes grows increasingly frigid as he gazes at the flourishing human populace along the Eastern Sea, his expression unfaltering. Although the human race numbers nearly 10 billion, Buzhou estimates that the slaughter of merely 1 billion would suffice to forge a weapon specifically aimed at the ancestral witch. A mere 10 billion, insignificant in comparison to the vast population of humanity, would hardly disrupt the larger scheme. If indeed 1 billion human lives could be sacrificed to forge a sword, he would not hesitate to do so. Such a cost is but the fate of ants. With his resolve firm, Buzhou promptly dispatches Itai, golden immortal of the demon race, to report to the heavenly court. Meanwhile, he leads a host of demons to clandestinely commence a bloody massacre along the eastern coast. Where they tread, rivers of blood flow, and resentment soars to the heavens, painting the entire eastern sea of vivid crimson. Suddenly, atop Mount Shuyang, Qin Ming abruptly opens his eyes from deep contemplation, his gaze piercing as it fixes upon the eastern shore. As the leader of the human teachings and the sovereign of humanity, Qin Ming keenly senses an unusual disturbance within the fate of the human race. With billions of humans scattered along the eastern coast, conflict with the demon race is inevitable during their expansion, a normal occurrence. After all, the vast majority of beings in the primordial world belong to the demon race. Although the human race thrives in martial prowess, it remains vastly inferior to the demons in strength. The trials and tribulations between the two races, while resulting in significant casualties, are an essential path for the growth of humanity. However, in that fleeting moment, he senses the simultaneous demise of nearly 100,000 human lives, a phenomenon that transcends ordinary skirmishes. Has a great demon emerged? Or has a sudden calamity befallen the world? Qin Ming's thoughts settle, having comprehended the laws of time to 70% and the laws of space to 11%, his strength advancing further. He rises gently, traversing boundless space, intent on investigating the cause personally. Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly obstructs his path, a malevolent smile etched upon his face. I have encountered the leader of the human teachings, speaks Laozi, draped in a taiji robe, his expression indifferent as he bows slightly to Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming is merely a Great Luo golden immortal, Laozi stands as a saint of the heavenly Dao. Their status is incomparable to ordinary standards. As the sovereign of humanity, Qin Ming's rank surpasses even that of the heavenly Dao saints, rendering such a salute reasonable. Laozi, do you intend to hinder my path? Qin Ming's voice is cold, his expression devoid of emotion as he regards the obstructing figure. Though not a saint, he wields the 10 wheels of merit and is bolstered by the fate of humanity, with the protection of the Great Dao behind him. If Laozi dares to act recklessly, the backlash could very well lead to his fall from saintly status. This is no idle threat. I do not dare. Laozi's tone remains calm and unwavering. This is a great calamity of the heavenly Dao. The plight of humanity is also decreed by fate and cannot be defied. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, it is my duty. I ask that the leader does not take offense. I require merely 1 billion humans, and I shall cease my interference. Are you certain you wish to obstruct my path? Qin Ming's gaze turns icy, his tone tranquil, yet laced with danger. At that very moment, another wave of innocent human lives falls victim to the demon's blades. The overwhelming strength of the demon race is capable of crushing the current human race. This is a stark reality. The witch and demon clans are destined to perish in this calamity, and the witch-slaying sword is the key to vanquishing the ancestral witch. A mere 10 billion humans is insignificant compared to the workings of the heavens. I implore the leader not to meddle. Laozi's voice is devoid of emotion, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable finality. Very well. Qin Ming's expression remains calm, yet the chill in his eyes deepens, though he does not strike immediately. While he harbors reservations about Laozi's rank, he is, after all, a saint of the heavenly Dao, and his current strength is insufficient to confront him. The mere aura of Laozi is enough to bind him, a fact Qin Ming is acutely aware of. The leader is favored by the Great Dao and is destined for a place among the saints in the future. Why engage in conflict over a handful of ants? Let's share a cup of tea and discuss the principles of heaven and earth, shall we? Laozi's tone is unhurried, his demeanor tinged with a hint of mockery. Yet internally, he revels in the satisfaction of irritating his opponent. Li Dan, do you truly dare to entangle yourself in this fate with me? A faint smile graces Qin Ming's lips, an unsettling expression blossoming upon his face. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts as the wheel of merit behind his head detonates without hesitation, transforming into a cascade of brilliant light. What? Laozi's expression shifts dramatically as he gazes into the depths of the void, vaguely sensing a terrifying aura coalescing. Boom! With a resounding roar, boundless karmic retribution surges forth from the chaotic depths, enveloping the entire realm. This karmic force is not of the heavenly Dao, but rather the force of the Great Dao, its power potent enough to shake the hearts of saints. Buzz! The karmic force manifests as an invisible wave, descending upon Laozi without hesitation, causing his face to change drastically. An unprecedented sense of decay envelopes his saintly form, nearly shaking him to his core. Heaven and earth, protect my saintly body. Laozi hastily summons the defensive treasure, the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, in an attempt to withstand this terrifying karmic force. The Xianhuang Mother Qi descends to shield his corporeal form, yet the boundless karmic retribution continues to erode the pagoda with ferocity. Crack! Fine fissures appear on the pagoda, its brilliance dimming as a result. Laozi's complexion pales, his heart aching profoundly. He never anticipated that merely obstructing his path would result in such terrifying karmic backlash. Boom! Before he could catch his breath, another crisp sound resonates as Qin Ming detonates yet another wheel of merit. Crack! Karmic retribution descends once more, the fissures on the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda multiplying, its radiance nearly extinguished. Stop! Laozi's expression finally reveals panic, hastily shifting aside to allow passage, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Qin Ming smiles faintly, his figure vanishing from sight as he heads toward the eastern shore. I shall remember this karmic entanglement. Laozi glares at the direction in which Qin Ming departed, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. He can only storm away in anger. Along the eastern shore, the sea of blood surges. Countless humans drowning in the hell of demon slaughter. The Wherein clan bellows fiercely, their merit fire soaring, reducing swathes of demons to ash. The Yu Chao clan's boulders plummet to the ground like falling stars, obliterating the demon kings. The Zi clan tenderly caresses their merit garments, augmenting the armor of human warriors, enabling them to slay countless foes. The three ancestors of humanity unite, wielding three merit treasures, stabilizing the situation with an overwhelming force. Kill, kill, kill. Under the leadership of the three ancestors, the morale of the human warriors surges, fiercely retaliating against the demons, who are pushed back relentlessly. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Buzhou's cold voice resonates as he observes the three ancestors of humanity, a chilling murderous intent gleaming in his gaze. Boom! The next moment, he transforms into a towering figure of immeasurable size, his lion-headed, horned form distorting the very fabric of reality with its oppressive aura. Buzhou coldly gazes at the Wherein clan, morphing into a torrent of destruction as he descends. Wherein, sensing the terrifying force of Buzhou's strike, dares not show any negligence, positioning the merit fire before him to resist with all his might. However, against Buzhou's onslaught infused with immense demon power, the merit fire proves utterly futile. The flames are scattered in an instant, and Wherein is struck heavily, blood gushing forth. This outcome is not surprising. Although Wherein is a Great Luo golden immortal, those who achieve merit are inherently the weakest among the Great Luo, only comparable to the early stages of the Great Luo. Conversely, Buzhou, being an established demon saint, has already attained the pinnacle of Great Luo perfection. The disparity in strength between them is akin to a chasm, insurmountable. Following Wherein grievous injury, Buzhou remains expressionless, his form flickering once more to appear before the Yu Chao and Zi clans. The overwhelming demon power warps space, suppressing all their movements, and a terrifying force descends like a crushing mountain, battering both into grievous wounds, rendering them utterly powerless to retaliate. The three ancestors have fallen. Witnessing the consecutive defeats of the three ancestors of humanity, the surrounding human warriors, though enveloped in despair, do not falter. Instead, their resolve only intensifies. Though the body may perish, I shall never yield. The demon race has wronged humanity, and they shall pay in blood. They shouted fiercely, filled with hatred as they charged towards the demon saint of Buzhou, unhesitatingly choosing self-destruction in a desperate attempt to secure a glimmer of hope for the three ancestors. However, the true form of the demon saint of Buzhou was exceedingly formidable. The self-destructive blasts of these golden immortal warriors inflicted no substantial harm upon it. Foolishness. In the face of absolute strength, anger is merely the struggle of the weak. Buzhou let out a cold laugh, its magical power surging as it prepared to unleash a final strike to annihilate all of humanity and the three ancestors within a radius of millions of miles. You speak the truth. Yet, just as Buzhou was about to strike, a cold voice suddenly resonated. Before the sound faded, a figure traversed the endless void, shimmering with a faint azure light, abruptly appearing before the demon saint of Buzhou. In an instant, a fist imbued with terrifying power shattered the void and struck fiercely at Buzhou's chest. Boom! Like the collision of an ancient divine mountain. The immensely powerful true form of the demon saint of Buzhou was unable to withstand it and was directly sent flying. Scale shattered, demon blood splattered, and half of its body was nearly crushed, leaving it in a wretched state. With just one punch, the mighty demon saint lay gravely injured on the ground. This scene rendered everyone on the battlefield momentarily speechless, enveloped in a profound shock. Buzhou steadied itself in the air, roaring in agony, the intense pain and humiliation driving it nearly to madness, its eyes blood red. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you ambush me? Buzhou glared fiercely at Qin Ming, its fury overwhelming, yet it dared not act recklessly, a hint of trepidation coloring its tone. just a moment ago. It could not perceive Qin Ming's movements, but the destructive power contained within that punch instilled a chilling dread within it. When slaughtering humanity, did you ever contemplate your justification? Qin Ming smiled coldly, his figure slightly swaying, and he vanished from sight, completely concealed. The laws of space? Buzhou was momentarily taken aback. As an exceptionally gifted demon saint, it was highly attuned to the laws of space and immediately sensed the power Qin Ming wielded. However, Buzhou's grasp of the laws of space was merely superficial, while Qin Ming's realm far surpassed its own. Despite Buzhou exerting all its effort to sense, it could not capture Qin Ming's trace, a sense of vigilance blossoming in its heart. Boom! The next moment, an extremely dangerous aura surged from behind. Before Buzhou could react, Qin Ming's figure suddenly appeared, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying power towards the true form of the demon saint. Block it! Buzhou hurriedly opened its mouth, summoning a gleaming, curved long spear to defend itself. This spear, crafted from its own two twisted horns and forged with countless celestial materials, had undergone more than 10 cycles of refinement in the sun's true fire. Though classified as a postnatal spiritual treasure, it rivaled an innate mid-grade spiritual treasure in defensive power. Buzhou felt a slight sense of reassurance, believing that no matter how strong Qin Ming's fist was, it could not destroy this treasure. However, the next moment, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed, and Buzhou was horrified to discover that the proud long spear emitted a creaking noise under the immense pressure, its surface covered in cracks. How is this possible? Buzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Qin Ming remained indifferent, offering no respite as his second punch, carrying even more terrifying power, came crashing down. Boom! With a deafening roar, the long spear shattered entirely under Qin Ming's punch, exploding into countless fragments. In that instant, Buzhou's body shook violently, the destruction of its life treasure directly injuring its soul, blood spewing forth as its aura diminished. If the Demon Emperor were to know of your interference in our grand designs, he would surely deliver unparalleled punishment. Buzhou gritted its teeth, invoking the Demon Emperor in an attempt to intimidate Qin Ming. Yet Qin Ming merely scoffed at the mention. The Demon Emperor? It seems he has trouble safeguarding himself. Qin Ming was enveloped in azure light, the laws of time and space intertwining as a world-shattering fist descended once more towards Buzhou. In a moment of life and death, Buzhou revealed its true abilities, countless threads of causality erupting around it, sharp as blades, slashing towards Qin Ming. The laws of causality represent the branches of fate, wielding immense power. Buzhou concentrated all its strength into this attack, vowing to counterstrike against Qin Ming. However, those omnipotent threads of causality, upon touching the azure light surrounding Qin Ming, instantly dissolved into nothingness as if melting away. How could this be? Buzhou was struck with panic, a profound despair washing over its features. Boom! Qin Ming's fist pierced through the void, crashing down upon Buzhou's head, causing it to explode into a shower of gore. The demon saint, resilient in its essence, could be reborn even from shattered bones. But the essence of annihilation contained within Qin Ming's punch obliterated any chance of revival. You have thwarted the grand designs of my demon race. The Demon Emperor shall seek revenge for me. Buzhou realized the tide had turned, its magical power surging as it attempted to end its own life through self-destruction. However, a grand seal, entwined with a 12-clawed golden dragon of fortune, suddenly descended, firmly suppressing Buzhou and sealing away all its power. This seal was the revered Tong seal of humanity, whose suppressive might was beyond that of a mere demon saint. To slaughter humanity, you shall repay with your demon form. Qin Ming spoke coldly, his tone icy and chilling. Your flesh can refine the body. Your scales can forge divine armor. Your bones can be crafted into divine bows. All of it is perfectly suited for my people. Upon hearing these words, Buzhou fell into utter despair. The once proud demon saint now reduced to mere fodder for humanity. This was a humiliation far worse than death. Boom! Qin Ming's expression remained impassive as the terrifying magical power, surging from the Tong seal, obliterated Buzhou's life essence. The once mighty form of the demon saint lay lifeless, transformed into a cold corpse exuding demonic energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Great Luo Golden Immortal Demon, Saint Buzhou, earning a reward of 40 million contribution points. The crisp system notification echoed in Qin Ming's ears, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. This harvest was undeniably bountiful. A tremendous boon. 40 million contribution points equated to the primal force of merit from the Great Dao, serving as the finest aid for cultivation and comprehension of the laws. More importantly, the corpse of the demon Saint Buzhou, as a being of perfect Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Buzhou's remains were a rare treasure. Its blood contained rich life essence, an unparalleled resource for refining martial bodies. Its bones were as strong as divine iron, capable of forging countless powerful spiritual treasures. This demon body was indeed a significant acquisition. Qin Ming smiled faintly, casually waving his hand to store Buzhou's corpse within his sleeve. Such a remarkable treasure could only be truly utilized by him. Witnessing the demise of the demon Saint Buzhou, the surrounding demon race instantly crumbled. The once mighty demon race had now lost all fighting spirit. Spare us. We dare not. The demon saint is dead. We implore the Immortal to spare us. One after another, the demons fell to their knees, begging for mercy in utter disarray. Yet, some demon kings, unwilling to resign to fate, rushed toward Qin Ming with bloodshot eyes. A Tai Golden Immortal Demon King, accompanied by 2 early Great Luo Demon Kings, attempted to unite their strength to ambush Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming merely snorted coldly and met their assault with his fists. Boom! 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 With 3 punches, the bodies of the 3 demon kings exploded instantaneously, showering the heavens in blood. In this moment, the remaining demons were utterly shattered, devoid of any will to fight. Run! Save yourselves, flee! The demon army scattered in all directions, seeking to distance themselves from this terrifying presence. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The severely wounded 3 ancestors gritted their teeth and rose, leading the human warriors in pursuit of the demons. The demon army was ruthlessly eliminated, with no one spared. Those who once regarded humanity as mere livestock now found themselves the prey beneath humanity's blades. The wrath of humanity flared to its zenith during this relentless chase. Since the dawn of humanity, they have been treated as cattle by the demon race. Today, they would offer blood in tribute to their ancestors. The 3 ancestors roared, vowing as a united kin. From this day forth, the races of man and demon shall not coexist. Let heaven and earth bear witness. The vow of the 3 ancestors resounded through the heavens, shaking the very skies. Endless thunder rumbled down, seemingly bearing witness to humanity's solemn pledge. This is a deeply ingrained animosity, an eternal karmic entanglement. The corpses of the demon race were piled high, serving as spoils for the human race's revenge. Consumed by spiritual flames, the demon race's flesh was cooked, becoming sustenance for humankind. The flesh of these high-ranking demons, imbued with boundless essence, was the quintessential supplement for martial artists to achieve breakthroughs. Countless human martial artists, after devouring demon flesh, experienced successive advancements in their cultivation. The human race's foundation was once again significantly bolstered by this victory. The demon race, which had previously held dominion over humankind, now served as nourishment for humanity's growth. The celestial order operates in cycles, and retribution is inevitable. Qin Ming coldly surveyed the scene before him, his tone laced with derision and disdain. Just as he was about to turn and depart, an unusual sensation suddenly surged within him. His brow furrowed slightly as his gaze turned towards the outer reaches of the 33rd heaven, a hint of frostiness in his eyes. Saints? A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes as he swiftly locked onto the direction of the palace. There, he sensed 4 familiar, yet formidable auras. Laozi, Yuanshi, Junti. Jin, as expected, it is you. Qin Ming let out a cold snort, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The palace is my Daoist sanctum. I shall not permit your wanton actions. Qin Ming's tone was frigid as his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Beyond the 33rd heaven, outside the membrane of the terrestrial realm, lay the realm. This was the grand world created by the sage Nuwa and the core of her Daoist sanctum. At this moment, outside the palace, the figures of the 4 sages emanated an imperishable saintly light, resembling the very fabric of the cosmos. Junior sister, why make such a commotion over a mere human race? Yuan Tianzuan held the Panga banner, his tone detached and devoid of emotion. The human race is destined to be the protagonist of the heavens and will naturally be blessed with good fortune. There is no need for superfluous actions. Laozi stated in a measured tone, as though standing on the side of universal truth. Zhuanti and Jane echoed their sentiments, subtly exuding an aura of obstruction. In their eyes, the heavenly mandate was fixed, and the tribulations of the human race were unavoidable. Inwa's eyes blazed with fury as her crimson ball of embroidery emitted boundless creative energy. If that is the case, then let us see if you can impede me. Crimson light enveloped the heavens and earth as the terrifying pressure of the Great Dao of creation shook the universe. The four sages' expressions shifted in unison as they summoned their supreme treasures, attempting to suppress Inwa's aura. The fourth layer of the primordial realm. The four sages stared at Inwa in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. In comparison, they had merely just entered the second layer of the primordial realm. Inwa's strength far surpassed their expectations, causing the faces of the three pure ones to burn with shame. Since karma has been established after the tribulation, I shall see if your disciples can truly remain imperishable through myriad tribulations. Inwa roared in anger, her killing intent soaring as crimson light reverberated through the 9 heavens. Boom! The boundless power of the law surged into the crimson ball of embroidery, and the crimson light that erupted seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth, directly bombarding the sage Jane. Laozi, adorned with the acquired meritorious treasure, the pagoda of heaven and earth exquisite and profound, remained unharmed. Yuan Tianzuan wielded the innate treasure, the Panga banner, integrating offense and defense, easily coping with the situation. Zhuani stood upon the 12th grade golden lotus of merit, firmly guarding his entire being. Only Jin, with only the divine pestle of blessings in his hand, lacked sufficient defense, and his strength was already at the bottom. Facing Inwa's wrathful strike from the 4th layer of the primordial realm, how could Jane withstand it? Accompanied by a miserable shriek, the crimson ball of embroidery struck Jane squarely. Jane felt a tearing pain all over his body, even his saintly body unable to bear it. In an instant, Jane was sent flying backward, utterly disheveled and utterly humiliated. The crimson ball of embroidery was transformed from the petals of the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus, an innate supreme spiritual treasure of unparalleled power. Any being below a sage would surely die upon being struck, with even their primordial spirit unable to survive. Even for a sage, the attack of the crimson ball of embroidery could cause excruciating pain, almost unbearable. Oof. Junior sister, do not be deluded, otherwise, you will surely suffer a great loss. Yuan Tianzuan snorted coldly, the Panga banner in his hand humming. Infinite chaos sword chi spewed forth, as if to recreate the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, grand and vast. He was confident that with the supreme treasure Panga banner in his hand, he might not be inferior to Inwa, who was at a higher realm. Laozi appeared even more composed at this time, the Xianhuang pagoda protecting him, as steady as Mount Tai. The Taiji diagram in his hand unfolded against the wind, transforming into a white jade golden bridge, spanning the heavens and earth, suppressing all things. The two supreme treasures were unleashed simultaneously, their power dominating the prehistoric world, with few opponents. In comparison, Zhuanti appeared much more meager, relying solely on the 7 treasure tree and the golden lotus of merit to barely support himself. Jin, who had just been struck, was even more miserable, his face ashen and haggard. The auras of the 5 sages converged, the heavens and earth trembled, the 3,000 great Daoists resonated, as if a great battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the expression of the sage Inwa suddenly shifted slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. The Great Tribulation has been postponed? Her aura instantly subsided, her gaze deep and profound, as if she had understood everything. Immediately afterward, the other 4 sages also sensed the anomaly, and the pressure around them gradually dissipated. Since the Great Tribulation has been postponed, we shall no longer entangle ourselves. Farewell. The 4 sages realized that the Lich Tribulation had been postponed, and the heavenly Dao merit for the human race's tribulation had already descended. Since their goal had been achieved, they were unwilling to entangle themselves too deeply with Inwa. However, just as they were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly echoed. What do you take this place for? Before the voice faded, a hazy figure appeared in the palace, blocking the path of the four sages. This figure emanated an aura of the Great Dao, as if it were the embodiment of the Great Dao itself, unfathomable. With the appearance of this figure, the entire palace seemed to come alive. Countless Great Dao formations were activated, rumbling and resounding, their pressure like mountains, causing the four sages to feel a chill in their hearts. The 3,000 Great Daoists manifested, adding their power to this figure as if they were tangible. At this moment, this figure seemed to have become the true master of the palace, governing everything. This person was none other than Qin Ming. Back then, when he invested in the Great Dao, the palace was the reward he received from the Great Dao. Although the original palace was a sage's Daoist sanctum, it was fundamentally different from the current one. After a century of transformation by the Great Dao, the palace had been reborn, becoming Qin Ming's absolute domain. With a thought from Qin Ming, no matter where he was, he could instantly return to the palace. In the palace, his cultivation would receive a significant boost, and it would continue to expand as his realm increased. More importantly, the Great Dao formations within the palace could directly draw upon the power of the Great Dao to empower him. With the aid of these boosts, he could even directly contend against a sage in this place. A sage? No, a primordial golden immortal? Laozi's expression changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Ming. The power of the Great Dao surrounding Qin Ming was pure and flawless, completely different from that of a heavenly Dao sage. In Laozi's perception, this was clearly a primordial golden immortal who had directly attained the Great Dao, the primordial golden immortal. A supreme existence transcending the heavenly Dao stirred up a monstrous wave in the hearts of the four sages. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the others were shocked to the extreme, and even Zhuanti and Jin were filled with disbelief. May I ask for your esteemed name, fellow Daoist? We had no intention of offending you. Please forgive us. Laozi hurriedly spoke to show weakness, clearly unwilling to make an enemy of Qin Ming. The power of a primordial golden immortal was enough to crush a heavenly Dao sage, something they could not possibly contend with. Moreover, the achievements of Yangmei Immortal were still fresh in their minds. How could they dare to act rashly? Want to leave? It's too late now. Qin Ming's voice was cold, and the 3,000 Great Daoists around him resonated, shaking the heavens and earth. Intruding into my Daoist sanctum. Now that you're here, leave behind a karmic debt. Endless power of the Great Dao surged, and the entire palace was instantly sealed off, with no one able to escape. The laws of time and space transformed into a source of light in his hands, emanating an aura that could destroy everything. Qin Ming's gaze turned cold as he locked on Laozi and directly hurled the light sphere. Laozi's face was filled with astonishment, completely unable to understand why he was the first to be targeted. Why target me? The Western two sages are clearly the weakest. A sense of deliberate malice welled up in Laozi's heart, filling him with endless frustration. However, the venerable Ta Ching, being the foremost among the three pure ones, remained unfazed in the face of the inexorable erosion caused by the boundless terror of the temporal and spatial Dao source. Above him, the exquisite heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda cascaded an infinite stream of primal yellow essence, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Simultaneously, the Taiji diagram in his grasp swelled against the wind, forming a radiant bridge of white jade and gold, shimmering with boundless golden light, standing resolutely before him. In his hand appeared a white jade crutch, swirling with an abundance of Ta Ching's sacred power, morphing into a manifestation of Ta Ching's essence as it charged fiercely against the temporal Dao source. A resonant hum echoed as the two sources collided, not producing the cataclysmic clash one might expect, but rather exuding an aura of annihilation that weighed heavily upon the countenance of all present. At the core of this collision, infinite rules began to shift, spawning countless microcosms and even smaller worlds, only to be swept towards obliteration by an overwhelming, devastating force. The myriad beings birthed within were similarly extinguished. This was a collision at the most subtle level of the Dao Source's rules, distorting time and space, altering the very fabric of existence, were it not for the protection of the Nuwa Palace, suffused with the strength of boundless Dao. The ripples from this clash alone could have reverberated across infinite realms, triggering terrifying tides of law that could obliterate countless worlds and stars. Even the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World might falter before such profound forces. Yet, in comparison to the primal source of the combined temporal and spatial Dao, Ta Ching's essence fell woefully short. The two sources clashed for but a fleeting moment before Ta Ching's essence, akin to fragile bubbles, shattered under the onslaught, consumed by the temporal source, transforming into an even more fearsome assault directed toward Ta Ching. Boom! The speed of the temporal source seemed languid, yet it transcended time and space, crashing into the white jade and gold bridge formed by the Taiji diagram in an instant. The collision unleashed a wave of terror that seemed to transmute all tangible and intangible matter into chaos, reminiscent of the primordial elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. This was a confrontation of saintly proportions. If it were to occur in the primordial realm, it could easily sweep across half of it or possibly shatter the entire realm, akin to the catastrophic events of the Fengshen era. Fortunately, within the Nuwa palace, the pervasive power of the Dao ensured an unyielding stability, rendering it impervious to such impacts. The white jade and gold bridge, though born from the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram, struggled to withstand the relentless erosion of the terrifying Dao source, vibrating ominously as minute cracks began to form. Witnessing this, Ta Ching's heart ached as he saw the temporal force dissipate halfway. Hastily retracting the Taiji diagram and summoning the postnatal merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, for defense. The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, a postnatal treasure of merit, born from the primal essence and the great merits of creation, stood invincible amidst the terrifying temporal Dao source. Boundless primal yellow essence surged forth, continuously eroded, yet ultimately managing to withstand the onslaught of the Dao source. Ta Ching's expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet internally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Others may not have understood, but he was acutely aware. The previous assault had surpassed the fourth level of the primordial chaos, reaching the fifth level, equivalent to that of the boundless supreme golden immortals, in the hierarchy of the 12 realms of primordial chaos. Each realm signified a significant leap in power. The chaotic demon god before him was a full realm above him. The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, being a postnatal treasure, boasted formidable defenses. However, it had already sustained considerable damage from bearing the weight of the Dao's karma. Should further assaults occur, this companion treasure might indeed suffer irreparable harm, risking a degradation in its rank. After all, invincibility is only relative. The boundless supreme golden immortal stands a great realm above the saints, and even innate treasures might falter against such might. Yet the preceding attack had consumed a significant portion of the Dao source, its prowess terrifying. Even though the chaotic demon god before him was formidable, it was improbable that it could unleash a second attack. Ta Ching's demeanor was tranquil, his thoughts firm in this conviction. Such a horrifying strike, which consumed the essence, was not something to be wielded frivolously. However, just as Ta Ching sought solace and steadied his thoughts, a tremendous hum resonated. Before his incredulous gaze, a sphere of temporal Dao source, now magnified several-fold, coalesced once more, sensing the ominous presence reminiscent of a world-destroying mill, emanating an aura threatening to obliterate all existence. Ta Ching's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Wait." Boom! Qi Ming remained impassive, urging the world-destroying mill forward to crush Ta Ching. Intruding upon a fellow Daoist domain is our misdeed. I am willing to offer compensation, so please show mercy. Ta Ching replied directly. Those saints possess an indestructible essence. Experiencing death even once incurs significant loss. Firstly, reviving through the power of the Dao deepens its encroachment, potentially leading to a complete loss of self, transforming into a mere puppet of the Dao. Secondly, the fall and resurrection of a saint incurs damage to their essence, affecting their future potential. Even a saint would be loath to perish lightly. Oh! Upon hearing Ta Ching's words, Qi Ming's expression remained unchanged as he paused his assault. Saints are immortal. Even if he were to slay them here, they could resurrect through the Dao's power, providing him no advantage. However, the situation was different now. Among these four saints, aside from the two impoverished ones, both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Ta Ching were immensely wealthy, brimming with treasures. Extorting even a fraction from them would yield significant gains. Seeing Qin Ming halt his attack, yet sensing his unwavering intent, Ta Qing did not dare to delay. A treasure radiating boundless light materialized in his grasp. It was a lamp. The violet flame within seemed capable of incinerating the heavens. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of its terrifying might. This lamp, known as the 8 Scenic Palace Lamp, was one of the 4 spiritual lamps of the Primordial era. The 4 spiritual lamps, all innate top-tier treasures, comprised the 8 Scenic Palace Lamp, the Spirit Coffin Lamp, the Treasure Lotus Lamp, and the Jade Void Glazed Lamp. Among them, the 8 Scenic Palace Lamp was in Ta Qing's possession. Its flame derived from the 10 great divine fires of the Primordial era, specifically the heaven-burning purple fire, which specializes in searing souls. Its might is undoubtedly on par with the solar divine fire. The Spirit Coffin Lamp, held by the Burning Lamp, is said to be the first coffin in existence, upon which hangs a perpetual flame. Naturally, the Spirit Coffin Lamp, also a companion treasure of the Burning Lamp, capable of inflicting harm upon souls with its 9 netherine fire, making it incredibly insidious. The Jade Void Glazed Lamp, as one might expect, belonged to Yuan Shi, utilized for assisting in artifact refining. Lastly, the Treasure Lotus Lamp, though an innate top-tier treasure, ranks highest among its peers. It is the lamp of benevolence, usable only by those with a compassionate heart, born from an entirely unripe seed of the 36 varieties of chaotic blue lotus, possessing boundless power. Following the cataclysm of the Fengshen era, it was wielded by Yang Jian's sister, the 3 Holy Mother Yang Chan, and later became renowned during the rescue of his mother by Chun Xiang. It can be said that the 8 Scenic Palace Lamp Ta Qing brandished was indeed a fine treasure in the Primordial era. However, Qin Ming merely cast a sidelong glance before scoffing. Is this all? As he spoke, the source of the temporal Dao roared anew, poised to erode Ta Qing further. Fellow Daoist, please observe. Ta Qing discerned the disdain in Qin Ming's tone, and with determination, he summoned yet another treasure. This artifact was extraordinary, a small flag of primal yellow. As soon as it was invoked, a myriad of golden lotuses bloomed, enveloping an area of millions of miles in golden light. Immersed in this radiance, one would find their spirit pacified, truly impervious to all harm, with all evils retreating, and no laws could infringe upon it. Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag? Upon seeing this treasure, Qin Ming's heart stirred slightly. In the primordial chaos, alongside the 5-colored lotus platform, there also existed the innate 5 directions flags, which included the Wuji Apricot Yellow Flag, the Qinglian Treasure Color Flag, the Li Di Flame Light Flag, the Plain Color Cloud Boundary Flag, and the Xian Yuan Water Control Flag. These 5 directions flags were transformed from the lotus leaves of the 36th grade Chaos Qinglian, all of which were of the highest innate spiritual treasures, possessing boundless utility. In terms of defensive capability, they were not in the slightest inferior to the innate 5 directions lotus platform. The pain etched on the face of the supreme Taiji Laozi revealed the preciousness of this spiritual treasure. An innate supreme spiritual treasure was enough to cause distress even to a sage. After all, within the Western sect, the 2 sages possessed only one innate supreme spiritual treasure together, namely the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus. The Divine Scepter was merely an innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, and the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree was an extraordinary treasure, not classified as innate and not to be considered in later generations. Deal. Qin Ming spoke calmly. 1 innate supreme spiritual treasure and 1 innate upper-grade spiritual treasure should be Laozi's limit. After all, the opponent is immortal. Even if he perishes, he can resurrect. At most, he would lose some essence. If pressed too hard, Laozi might resort to desperate measures, which is entirely unnecessary. Good. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Laozi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, as Qin Ming had surmised, 1 upper-grade spiritual treasure and 1 supreme, innate spiritual treasure were indeed Laozi's bottom line. The loss from perishing would likely be somewhat higher than the value of these 2 treasures, but only slightly so. As they spoke, the 2 treasures had already flown before Qin Ming and were collected by him, having acquired 2 highly esteemed treasures. Qin Ming felt quite pleased and turned his gaze towards Yuan Shi Tianzun. He had extorted 2 treasures from Laozi. However, he must not forget that there were 4 sages present. To recklessly invade his dojo and expect to leave unscathed was no simple feat. This treasure is the Li D Flame Light Flag, an innate 5 directions flag, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Shirtan Zun's expression remained unchanged as a small flag appeared before him, radiating infinite fire and golden lotus, enveloping millions of miles and shining alongside the Wuji apricot yellow flag. It disrupted the chaos of yin and yang, inverted the 5 elements, repelled all evils, and rendered all laws ineffective. Clearly, even the supreme Taiji Laozi could not withstand Qin Ming's assault. Despite Yuan Shirtian Zun's innate pride, he understood the importance of adapting to circumstances, yielding gracefully, and produced an innate supreme spiritual treasure. However, upon seeing this treasure, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he made no move. Observing this scene, Yuan Shirtian Zun's expression slightly shifted. Yet, upon seeing Laozi's countenance beside him, he shook his head and produced a Liuli lamp. This lamp was the renowned Yushu Liuli lamp, one of the 4 innate spirit lamps, whose flame could refine all impurities, not burning mundane objects, specifically designed for artifact crafting. Among the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian excelled in formations, Laozi in alchemy, and Yuan Shi in artifact crafting, which was greatly related to this Yushu Liuli lamp. Seeing Yuan Shi's displeased expression, Qin Ming knew they had reached the limit. Unfazed, he collected these 2 spiritual treasures. Calculating the gains, he had acquired 2 of the 4 innate spirit lamps and 2 of the 5 innate flags. It was an overwhelming profit. Yuan Shi had lost 2 spiritual treasures, snorted coldly, and his figure vanished along with Laozi. Witnessing this, the concealed Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, and immediately, their figures moved to stealthily slip away. "Please hold, fellow Daoist." Just as they turned, a gentle voice echoed, enveloped in the infinite Dao. Qin Ming had already blocked their path. "Our Western sect is impoverished. I implore you to show mercy." Facing Qin Ming, a bitter expression washed over Zhuni's face as he hurriedly played the victim. Jane remained silent, his face twisted in even deeper despair. 1 merit golden lotus seed, 1 innate Gungjin essence, Qin Ming proposed. The 12-grade merit golden lotus served to suppress the fortune of the Western sect. Even if Zhuan were killed, he could not produce it. As a fallback, exchanging it for a golden lotus seed was feasible. The innate Gungjin essence needed no further explanation. Zhuan, being a manifestation of the innate Gungjin Bodhi tree, could extract a source essence. Although it would weaken him somewhat, he would fully recover in merely 100 years. Hearing Qin Ming's conditions, Zhuan could not refuse. It must be acknowledged that Qin Ming's offer struck precisely at his psychological bottom line. However, their Western sect was small and lacking in valuable items. These 2 were indeed a painful loss for Zhuan. Boom! At that moment, the essence of the temporal and spatial Dao roared, startling Zhuan. "Do not rush, fellow Daoist. These 2 treasures are yours." As he spoke, Zhuan extracted an innate Gungjin essence from his body and simultaneously took a lotus seed from the merit golden lotus beneath him, his face contorting in pain as he handed them to Qin Ming. Qin Ming accepted the innate Gungjin essence and lotus seed, his expression unchanged. With a wave of his sleeve, an exit appeared in the Huang Palace, previously shrouded by the power of the Dao. Seeing this, Zhuan and Jane dare not linger, feeling as if they were about to vomit blood from the pain in their hearts. Their figures vanished from the scene. This hall was simply monumental. Observing Zhuan and Jane fleeing the Huang Palace, Qin Ming felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. 2 innate upper-grade spiritual treasures, the 8 scenic palace lamp, and the Yushu Liuli lamp. 2 innate supreme spiritual treasures, the Wuji apricot yellow flag, and the Li D flame light flag. Most importantly, these 4 treasures formed 2 complete sets. If he could gather all the innate 5 directions flags, or all the innate spirit lamps, there would undoubtedly be further surprises. Of course, this was merely Qin Ming's premonition. However, at his current level, with a clear awareness, a single thought could birth or annihilate worlds. Even if it was a premonition, it was likely to be quite accurate. In addition to these 4 treasures, he had also deftly extracted the essence of Zhuanti's innate Gungjin Bodhi and a lotus seed from the merit golden lotus. The reason Qin Ming sought these two items was, of course, significant. The innate Gung-Jin essence was one of the 5 innate elemental sources with immense utility. In the past, when Pangu opened the primordial chaos, the chaotic airstream transformed into the 4 fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind under his axe. After billions of years of evolution, these elements gradually evolved into the 5 innate elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. One could say that the innate 5 elements could evolve worlds and return to chaos. In the future, if Qin Ming wished to truly evolve the myriad worlds, akin to Nuwa opening the Huahuang realm and creating his own vast universe, the innate 5 elemental essence would be of utmost importance. However, compared to the sages opening their vast universes in the primordial starry sky, Qin Ming harbored a bold idea. That was to open an internal world within himself, using the internal world as a cycle of evolution. Ultimately, with the elevation of the internal world, he would attain supreme transcendence. Of course, this was merely Qin Ming's concept. To open an internal world required numerous resources. At the very least, he had yet to gather the innate 5 elemental essences. As he pondered, the power of the Dao surrounding Qin Ming gradually dissipated, revealing his presence before the Saint Nuwa. Qin Ming, because of the Dao's protection, the previous sages could not identify Qin Ming's aura. Saint Nuwa was similarly unable to sense it. Yet, upon seeing Qin Ming's familiar and handsome face, even though her heart had begun to suspect, a hint of astonishment still graced the exquisite features of Saint Nuwa. To extort from the 4 saints was a monumental feat. In the entirety of the primordial chaos, who else could achieve such a thing? Perhaps only the Dao Ancestor Hongjun could manage it. However, with Dao Ancestor Hongjun's power and status, he naturally looked down upon such trivialities. Yet, Qin Ming was different. Merely possessing the strength of a Great Luo golden immortal had caused the 4 saints to suffer losses. If the beings of the primordial chaos were to learn of this, it would surely terrify many. Even Saint Nuwa felt a significant ripple within her heart. However, being a supreme sage, her composure remained unruffled, betraying no emotion. She merely observed Qin Ming with keen interest, her hand firmly suppressing the buzzing red embroidered ball. "Greetings, master." Qin Ming saluted Nuwa, who was fixedly gazing at him. Despite his earlier display of formidable power, overwhelming the 4 sages, he recognized the rarity of the opportunity. Within the Nuwa palace, countless grand arrays channeled immense power, bolstering him to suppress the sages. Outside, his true strength would be insufficient to contend with them. Most importantly, since becoming Nuwa's disciple, he had felt genuinely cared for, a warmth he cherished. Even in the ruthless world of the primordial lands, this place offered solace and security. That suffices, given that you have offended the 4 sages. Though they remain unaware of your true identity, caution is warranted. Spend the next century cultivating diligently within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa instructed. Qin Ming readily agreed. The Nuwa palace was his sanctuary, where his cultivation progressed 1,000-fold faster than elsewhere. Moreover, since ascending to the Grand Luo golden immortal realm, he had yet to fully refine his spiritual treasures, hindering their full potential. This century would suffice for both cultivation and refinement. Your establishment of the human sect and attainment of the title of Lord of Humanity bring benefits. However, while the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are nominally equal, the way of heaven emerged first and now dominates the primordial lands, inevitably suppressing the ways of humanity and earth. What are your plans? Nuwa, having closely observed Qin Ming, was aware of his actions. She was concerned about the way of heaven's inherent suppression, as evidenced by the previous human tribulation. Rest assured, master, I have a plan. Qin Ming replied. The way of heaven lacked consciousness, its suppression of the way of humanity being instinctive and unchangeable. However, the primordial lands also encompassed the way of earth. In his past life, during the Warring States period, the Qin state employed alliances to conquer the 6 states. This strategy could be applied here. The way of earth, manifested by Hutu's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, included the 6 paths of reincarnation in the netherworld, complementing the way of heaven and governing the reincarnation of all beings. Its influence rivaled that of the way of humanity. Upon its creation, a sage of the way of earth, Hutu, emerged. Unfortunately, Hutu was a witch, and the witch tribe lacked primordial spirits. Though her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation granted her one, it was too late. Lacking a physical body, her spirit could only reside within the 6 paths of reincarnation, gradually assimilating with it. Eventually, during the journey to the West Tribulation, her spirit was fully absorbed, leaving the way of earth without a sage. Buddhism seized its fortune, with the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha residing in the netherworld, vowing not to attain Buddhahood until it was emptied, openly plundering its fortune. This mirrored Lao Tzu's establishment of the human sect among the human race. Heavenly sages had essentially been implanted into the way of earth, preventing it from accumulating fortune and producing new sages, leaving it suppressed like the way of humanity. Qin Ming's plan involved the way of earth. Its establishment would inevitably draw the way of heaven's suppression, lessening the pressure on the way of humanity. If Qin Ming could prevent Hutu's fall and ensure her true ascension as a sage of the way of earth, the way of heaven would have less power to suppress the way of humanity. In essence, he aimed to divert attention and pressure to the way of earth, allowing the way of humanity to develop. However, Hutu's enlightenment of reincarnation was still some time away. Qin Ming intended to cultivate diligently in the Nuwa palace, enhance his strength, and then journey to the witch tribe in a century. What? Buzhou has fallen? In the solar divine palace of the heavenly court, Dejuan's expression darkened as he listened to the report from the demon saint below, his eyes radiating a chilling intent. Buzhou, a powerful demon saint at the peak of the Great Luo realm, possessed a unique bloodline that allowed him to retreat even against a quasi-sage. His demise represented a significant loss for the heavenly court. However, Dejuan's true concern lay not with Buzhou himself, but with his mission to refine the witch-slaying sword. A mere demon saint, though important, paled in comparison to a sword capable of slaying the ancestral witches. Such a weapon would cripple the witch tribe's 12 divine pillars of the capital god's formation, giving the demon race, with their stellar array of the heavens, an overwhelming advantage in their quest to exterminate the witches. But now, before the sword was complete, a demon saint had fallen. The one who could slay a demon saint must be at least a quasi-sage. However, the 12 ancestral witches remained in the Panga temple. Who was responsible? Could Nuwa be involved? Dejuan's mind raced, a possibility sending a shiver down his spine. Though he was the protagonist of this tribulation, Nuwa was a sage. Even with his chaos spell, Nuwa could kill him with a single strike. If she was involved, this would be troublesome. However, with a millennium remaining before the Dao Ancestor's decree, there was still time to plan. If necessary, he would lead billions of demon soldiers to the human race to refine the witch-slaying sword himself. Dejuan, a decisive ruler, recognized the sword as the only chance to turn the tide. Even if it meant antagonizing a sage, he would proceed. By exterminating the witch tribe and gathering the fortune of the primordial lands to establish a supreme demon dynasty, he would become a supreme sage. Even Nuwa would then be under his jurisdiction. Ah, Fushi, the demon emperor, has returned. Just as Dejuan pondered, he sensed something, his eyes lighting up as he vanished. Moments later, he appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. Greetings, your majesty Dejuan. Fushi, returning from the lunar star, saluted Dejuan, who had come to greet him personally. As a supreme, innate deity with a sage sister, he was theoretically Dejuan's equal. His joining the demon race was merely a choice to attain the Great Way. Rise. I wonder, Fushi, how did your trip to the lunar star fare? Dejuan's heart sank upon seeing the betrothal gifts Fushi carried. However, he quickly reasoned that as the supreme demon emperor and embodiment of the primordial yang, he was a perfect match for the lunar goddess. She must have thought so too. And perhaps, recognizing his status, she had waived the gifts. Yes, that must be it. Dejuan, inherently arrogant, refused to believe the lunar goddess would reject him. He quickly concocted a plausible explanation in his mind. The lunar goddess refused. However, just as Dejuan finished his mental justification, Fushi's words struck him like a hammer blow. The moon and sun are destined to be together. This principle resembles the notion that the two are destined companions, their celestial union merely a procedural formality. However, despite Emperor Jun's contemplations, he could never have anticipated that he would be unceremoniously rejected by the moon goddess. Why? Suppressing his fury, Emperor Jun inquired, his voice hoarse. He possessed the pride befitting an unparalleled demon emperor. To be spurned at this moment felt akin to a slap across his face, an affront he could not endure. The moon goddess stated. Fushi observed the restrained anger radiating from Emperor Jun, his expression shifting as he seemingly recalled his own astonishment upon receiving the answer. After a brief silence, he finally articulated, "She does not harbor affection." Boom! Fushi's words were not merely a heavy blow. They resonated like chaotic divine thunder, exploding within Emperor Jun's chest. She does not harbor affection. Both Emperor Jun and Fushi were beings of the quasi-saint realm and understood the implications. Upon uttering these words, it was evident that someone had already captured the moon goddess's heart. This was precisely why she had so decisively rejected Emperor Jun. Yet, the moon goddess was divinely ordained to be united with him in celestial matrimony. The revelation of her affection for another felt akin to a rebirth, only to discover that his once beloved had wed another prior to their union. It was as if one were standing in the lush green plains. An expression that would be fitting if such a term existed in the primordial wilderness. At this thought, Emperor Jun felt a surge of blood rise within him, the solar flames erupting around him, engulfing vast expanses. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he spewed forth a stream of golden divine blood, saturating the wilderness and transforming millions of miles into molten flames. Having been rejected by the moon goddess, Emperor Jun, this celestial union. Upon witnessing Emperor Jun's bloodshed, Fushi remained unfazed, calmly inquiring. Concluded, Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, his expression dark as a storm cloud. As the ruler of the heavenly court, even if he did not forge a bond with the moon goddess, it would still be regarded as a celestial union, with divine merits cascading down. For Emperor Jun, what he could not tolerate was not the rejection by Shiha, but rather the rejection itself, devoid of any emotional attachment. In his heart, his paramount ambition was to dominate the primordial wilderness and ascend as the true sovereign. Thus, I shall issue a decree, selecting a candidate for celestial matrimony from the demon tribe. Fushi complied, bowing to Emperor Jun before vanishing from sight, leaving behind an emperor whose countenance was a storm of fury. Buzz. Within the palace of Nuwa, a figure shrouded in ethereal azure radiance contemplated the Great Dao. This figure was none other than Qin Ming. At this moment, above Qin Ming's head, 100 acres of azure auspicious clouds hovered, with 3 12th grade azure Dao lotuses taking root within the clouds, swaying gracefully and cascading endless Dao radiance. Countless spiritual treasures floated amidst the auspicious clouds. Fragments of the creation Jade, butterfly, circling with white light, bestowing infinite Dao rhythms to assist Qin Ming in his profound understanding of the Great Dao. The postnatal merit offensive treasure, the primordial measuring ruler, surrounded by the mysterious yellow primordial energy, emanated an overwhelming aura of destruction. The innate merit treasure, the Tong seal, enveloped by a 12-clawed golden dragon, infused the entirety of the human race's fortune into Qin Ming. The earthbound flame banner, the Wujin apricot yellow banner, along with numerous spiritual treasures, all floated within, their immeasurable radiance illuminating the entire Nuwa realm, astonishing to the utmost degree. Above the auspicious clouds, a phantom of 36 azure lotuses descended, cascading infinite Dao rhythms, enveloping Qin Ming within. After expending an entire Yuan meeting's duration, he finally refined all the spiritual treasures, and his comprehension of the laws of time advanced to 31%. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, as if infinite worlds were being reborn within his gaze. Amidst the ethereal azure radiance surrounding him, countless space and time runes emerged, elucidating the profound truths of the Great Dao, forming a distorted field where the time that once flowed around him was directly influenced, sometimes slowing, sometimes shifting. With his enhancement in understanding the laws of time, he could now establish a 1,000-fold acceleration of time around him. This meant that while less than a century had passed in the palace of Nuwa, within the accelerated temporal space, he created a full 100,000 years had elapsed, nearly equating to a Yuan meeting's duration. This was to be expected. Refining spiritual treasures was inherently not a simple endeavor. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure, the more intricate its inner workings, making the refining process increasingly arduous and time-consuming. Furthermore, the treasures in Qin Ming's possession included 2 innate supreme treasures. As for the innate premium treasures and innate excellent treasures, their numbers exceeded double digits, and refining them, even with his 3,000 Dao texts, required considerable time. System. Open my personal panel. Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as he silently commanded within his heart. In the next moment, a luminous screen appeared before him. Name, Qin Ming Footing. Innate Divine Saint Primordial Spirit Cultivation. Great completion of the Luo physical body cultivation. Late stage of the fourth transformation of Xiangong Law. Time Law. Spiritual treasures. Kong Tong Seal. Innate Merit Supreme Treasure. Primordial Measuring Ruler. Postnatal Merit Supreme Treasure. 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus. Earthbound Flame Banner. Innate Premium Treasure. Wujin Apricot Yellow Banner. Fragments of Creation Jade Butterfly. Innate 5 Spirit Pearl. Investment points. 40 million points. Great Dao merits. 10 million points. Gazing at his personal panel, Qin Ming's eyes brightened. Compared to before, his current panel was a complete transformation. First and foremost, his footing had advanced to the innate divine saint level. Secondly, his cultivation had ascended to the great completion of the Luo alongside his understanding of the laws. His physical cultivation had also reached the fourth transformation of Xiangong, equivalent to that of a Luo golden immortal. Should he attain the fifth transformation of Xiangong, it would equate to the strength of a quasi-saint. As for the laws, their enhancement was monumental. The time law could significantly reduce training time. Moreover, during combat, the time law could greatly amplify Qin Ming's combat prowess. Concepts such as time acceleration and deceleration were merely basic maneuvers. Should he master advanced techniques like time cutting, time reversal, and time freezing, it would be truly terrifying. The space law, when combined with the time law, would yield a qualitative transformation, amplifying their powers by an order of magnitude. Beyond the laws, the multitude of spiritual treasures Qin Ming possessed was staggering, each possessing formidable power, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, establishing an undefeated position among the innate beings. In addition, his great Dao merits and investment points had accumulated to tens of millions, a truly substantial figure, ample for future use. Now, my cultivation is entirely sufficient. Next, I shall proceed to the Witch Clan. Qin Ming's expression remained calm as he rose, and in an instant, he vanished from the palace of Nuwa, appearing amidst the vast cosmos of the primordial wilderness. The palace of Nuwa was situated in the starry expanse beyond the primordial Earth's membrane. However, due to his spiritual connection with it, he could return to the palace with a mere thought. Previously, each departure was facilitated by the Saint Nuwa's immense magical power. Now, relying solely on his own strength, he found himself amidst the vast primordial cosmos, gazing upon the expanse filled with countless stars, shimmering brilliantly. Looking downward, he beheld the primordial Earth's membrane, said to be formed from the skin of the Pangu great god, serving to protect the entirety of the primordial realm. At present, he could see countless chaotic air streams colliding with the Earth's membrane, giving birth to millions of miniature worlds in an instant, only to see them swiftly perish. However, as the chaotic air streams continued to collide, it appeared as though the primordial Earth's membrane possessed its own life, inhaling these chaotic air streams, purging impurities, and undergoing complex transformations. As these chaotic air streams entered the primordial realm, they transformed into the purest innate spiritual energy. It is no wonder that after the self-proclaimed calamity of the gods, the primordial world shattered. Even though the Dao ancestor Hong Jun took action to consolidate the Earth Immortal realm, there remains a profound absence of innate spiritual energy throughout this realm. It turns out that it is due to the lack of the Earth's maternal membrane. Qin Ming realized that this Earth membrane resembles the lungs of the human body, expelling harmful impurities and infusing the entire primordial realm with innate spiritual energy, while also preventing the encroachment of chaotic air currents. Its significance is truly monumental. The vastness of the starry sky mirrored Qin Ming's own state of mind. Witnessing such an indescribably magnificent spectacle for the first time was indeed overwhelming. However, he quickly regained his composure and focused his gaze on the most radiant and colossal stars in the primordial sky, the Sun Star and the Moon Star. It is said that these two ancient celestial bodies are the manifestations of Panga's eyes and are also the foremost among the 365 ancient stars of the primordial realm. Since the opening of the heavens, they have evolved within the primordial realm, illuminating it for millions of years and bestowing boundless merit. This is one of the reasons why the two innate divine beings, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang, birthed from the Sun Star, could ascend to become the leaders of the demon race. At this moment, even from trillions of miles away, Qin Ming could distinctly sense the immense presence of these two celestial bodies, whose magnitude is beyond description. Being at least 1% the size of the primordial realm, an unfathomable enormity, it is likely that even a Great Luo golden immortal in full force would struggle to shift these stars. Given my current speed and the application of spatial laws, it would not take long for me to reach the moon star and the sun star. Qin Ming's gaze settled on the moon star. Previously, he had promised Chang Shi that he would visit the moon star. However, at that time, he was far too weak to withstand even the chaotic air currents in the primordial sky, let alone traverse the cosmos. But now, having achieved the fourth transformation of his profound skills, his physical body is comparable to that of the great witches, capable of withstanding chaotic air currents that could obliterate a perfected Tai golden immortal. When these chaotic energies pressed against him, they merely produced the sound of metal clashing, leaving no trace behind. This demonstrates the terrifying strength of Qin Ming's body. He could likely shatter a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure with a single punch. Since it is on my way, I shall visit the moon star. With a thought, Qin Ming's figure traversed boundless distances instantaneously. In a single step, he covered trillions of miles, soaring toward the direction of the moon star at an astonishing speed. Buzz! In the primordial starry sky, Qin Ming was enveloped in a faint azure glow, with boundless temporal and spatial laws swirling around him, distorting the space. What appeared to be an ordinary step allowed him to cross an unimaginable distance, which was utterly terrifying. It could be said that at this moment, with the enhancement of temporal and spatial laws, Qin Ming's speed would likely surpass even that of the legendary Kunpeng, known as the fastest in the primordial realm. Chapter 14. The True Fire of the Sun Clang. Clang, clang. As he journeyed, the violent, chaotic air currents struck Qin Ming, merely producing the sound of clashing metal, leaving not a single mark behind. These chaotic air currents did not originate from the primordial sky. Rather, they emanated from the entrance to the inner chaotic world. Before the heavens were opened, it was the chaotic era. Later, the great Pangu split the chaos with an unimaginable axe, allowing boundless chaotic air currents to surge into the fissures, evolving into the elements of water, fire, earth, and wind, combined with the essence and laws of the 3,000 chaotic demons, gradually forming the primordial world. Thus, the relationship between the primordial world and the inner chaotic world is akin to a large balloon enclosing a smaller one. The space between the two balloons constitutes the entire primordial starry sky. It can be said that the primordial starry sky serves as a barrier between the inner chaotic world and the primordial world, connecting the entrance of the inner chaotic world with the primordial continent. The chaotic air currents that pour forth from this entrance grow increasingly violent and concentrated the deeper one ventures into the primordial starry sky, amplifying their power. Oh, is there a piece of chaotic stubborn stone here? While flying, Qin Ming suddenly sensed something and came to a halt. Before him, in the primordial starry sky, appeared a giant stone of grayish-white hue. This stone appeared entirely unremarkable. Had it not been for Qin Ming's intuition, he would not have noticed it at all. Boom! Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as azure light enveloped his fist, and then, with a force that seemed to shatter space itself, he struck the grayish-white giant stone. Boom! A dull sound reverberated as a terrifying punch, capable of crushing a Great Luo golden immortal, struck the stone, yet it left not a single mark. Instead, Qin Ming felt as if he had struck the unyielding Mount Buzhou, his body unable to withstand the formidable recoil, sending him flying back billions of miles. Indeed, it is a chaotic stubborn stone. Witnessing this, Qin Ming was not alarmed, but rather elated, a smile spreading across his face as he moved closer to closely examine the grayish-white stone. The so-called chaotic stubborn stone is, in essence, merely an ordinary stone from the chaotic world. However, one must not forget that it originates from the chaotic world, which birthed the 3,000 chaotic demons and is fundamentally of a higher order than the primordial world. Like a blade of grass from the primordial world being akin to an immortal herb in the mortal realm, a stubborn stone from the chaotic world, when placed in the primordial realm, becomes the finest material for crafting weapons. Such weapons, while lacking in diverse features, are characterized solely by their incredible hardness. When hardened to the point where even innate treasures cannot contend with them, the value of such weaponry becomes extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, the chaotic stubborn stone before Qin Ming is several miles tall, making it ample for forging weapons or even armor. What a tremendous windfall! To think I could stumble upon a chaotic stubborn stone while on my journey. Such a sizable piece is undoubtedly worth as much as an innate supreme spiritual treasure. With great satisfaction, Qin Ming stored the chaotic stubborn stone away. At present, he could not refine it, as even with full exertion, he could not break it. However, Qin Ming believed that as his cultivation advanced, he would eventually be able to refine this chaotic stubborn stone. Time is irrelevant in the primordial realm. After securing the chaotic stubborn stone, Qin Ming continued his journey, encountering numerous celestial roots and materials along the way. For instance, he discovered starfruit trees and innate gung metal imbued with stellar power. Excellent treasures indeed. He naturally would not let these opportunities pass, and collected them all as his travel expenses. Roar. However, after traveling for several decades, as he passed a strangely shaped star, a sudden voice filled with chaos and brutality erupted. Immediately, the once lifeless star came to life, transforming into a monstrous beast stretching millions of miles, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. It then extended its massive claws, swirling with chaotic air currents, and lunged at Qin Ming. A primordial beast? Upon witnessing the star-sized beast, Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly. Sensing its chaotic and destructive aura, he quickly discerned its origins. It was one of the infamous primordial beasts. Primordial beasts are not beings evolved from the heavens and earth of the primordial realm. Rather, they are birthed from the blood and flesh of the 3,000 chaotic demons, mingled with their resentments. During the calamity of the heavens, the great Pangu slew all 3,000 chaotic demons, their blood and flesh infused with the laws, filling the primordial realm. Their resentments are terrifyingly potent, leading to the emergence of primordial beasts that embody annihilation from the moment of their birth, filled with animosity towards everything in the primordial realm. These beasts possess no intelligence, only an instinct for destruction. However, they were born early and possess formidable physical bodies, instinctively wielding some powers of the chaotic demon's laws. During the seventh calamity of the primordial realm, known as the calamity of the beasts, they wreaked havoc, causing significant destruction and leading to the downfall of many innate clans in the primordial realm. Subsequently, as the primordial heavenly Dao became increasingly consummate, the innate myriad races formed an alliance. With the support of the primordial heavenly Dao, they successfully drove the primordial ferocious beasts out of the primordial world, vanquishing the beast emperor, divine rebellion, and the preponderance of the Grand Luo realm ferocious beasts. The remaining primordial ferocious beasts were either banished to the depths of the four seas or expelled to the abysses of the primordial starry sky. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming's fortune was so auspicious that he encountered one during his journey, a ferocious beast of the Grand Luo realm, no less. Temporal deceleration, spatial severance. Confronting the terrifying onslaught of the ferocious beast, Qin Ming did not presume upon his abilities. He manifested boundless temporal and spatial laws around himself. Visible temporal runes coalesced, ensnaring the ferocious beast and slowing its velocity. Concurrently, layers upon layers of space materialized before Qin Ming, allowing him to seemingly remain in place while his true form was safeguarded by the overlapping spatial dimensions. To assail his true form, one would have to penetrate countless spaces. Under the aegis of these two laws, even entities of comparable realms would be unable to touch him. However, to Qin Ming's surprise, the grayish-white radiance of the law that enveloped the ferocious beast's giant claw shattered all obstacles in its path, directly liberating itself from the constraints of the temporal law. Simultaneously, the myriad spaces fractured like mirrors under the grayish-white light. Could this be the chaos law? Gazing upon the grayish-white radiance of the law, Qin Ming finally comprehended why, during the era of the ferocious beast calamity, even the formidable dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, allied with the myriad races of the primordial world, suffered repeated defeats in the early stages. The ferocious beasts were simply too formidable to contend with, their attacks inherently disregarding the power of laws. leaving no option but to engage in direct, physical confrontations. This was a predicament. The ferocious beasts were impervious to pain and inherently chaotic and savage. Engaging in physical combat, even a physically robust dragon clan might not necessarily gain an absolute advantage. Any other Grand Luo Golden Immortal in this situation might have already become a lamb for the slaughter. However, Qin Ming remained composed, immediately boundless. Hazy azure, Dao, light emanated from his body as he advanced rather than retreated, delivering a head-on punch against the ferocious beast. Boom! The physical bodies of two Grand Luo realm entities collided, and the terrifying force generated an annihilating, visible halo that swept across hundreds of millions of miles, reducing all stars and meteorites within that radius to nothingness. Simultaneously, as the power fluctuations dissipated, Qin Ming remained standing, enveloped in boundless azure Dao light. Conversely, the ferocious beast, in the collision of forces, was at a disadvantage and was blasted backward. The scales on its giant claw were shattered, and it crashed through countless stars, instantly obliterating the cultivation sects hidden upon those stars. Roar! In the face of this spectacle, even though the ferocious beast lacked sentience and possessed only the instinct to kill, it emitted a bewildered roar. This was exceedingly perplexing. The ferocious beast instinctively felt that the human before it seemed more like a ferocious beast than itself. Its seemingly frail body contained an incredibly terrifying power that even it could not withstand. Little did it know that Qin Ming cultivated the 9 Revolutions mystical art, and his physical body was comparable to that of the top-tier great wizards of the Wu clan, only a step away from the ancestral wizards. Compared to magical power, his physical body was Qin Ming's true trump card. Roar! However, the ferocious beast was devoid of sentience. After a brief moment of clarity and bewilderment, the instinct to kill prevailed. It roared and tore through space, emanating an extremely savage killing intent as it charged toward Qin Ming. Bang! 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 Qin Ming, protected by the mystical art, was naturally unafraid. He did not yield and engaged the ferocious beast in a relentless, physical confrontation. In the starry sky, it was as if two ferocious beasts were constantly colliding, and the emitted fluctuations were terrifying, obliterating hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky. Space shattered, time fractured, and the myriad laws became disordered, almost reenacting the formation of earth, water, fire, and wind, transforming into a primordial chaos. Roar! The two combatants fought for a full century. Qin Ming, shielded by the mystical art, was tireless and invulnerable. However, the ferocious beast was different. Over the course of a century, it had been struck by Qin Ming hundreds of millions of times, and all the scales on its body had been shattered. It was covered in wounds and severely injured. Had it not been for the ferocious beast's tenacious vitality, it might have been beaten to death by Qin Ming. However, the ferocious beast, capable of rampaging through the primordial world, naturally possessed its own trump cards. Seeing that it was about to be beaten to death by Qin Ming, the ferocious beast roared fiercely and opened its massive maw, as black light of law converged around it and swept toward Qin Ming. This is the law of devouring? Facing the ferocious beast's gaping maw, Qin Ming felt an unimaginable, terrifying attraction. It sought not only to devour his physical body, but also to consume his primordial spirit, magical power, and everything else. Clearly, this law was the law of devouring. The ferocious beast itself was formed from the blood, flesh, resentment, and mixed remnants of countless chaos demon gods. It was normal for it to wield rudimentary laws. Its sudden use in battle could deal a fatal blow to its enemies. However, facing this terrifying power of devouring, Qin Ming remained composed and stood still in place. The 9 Revolutions mystical art inherently possessed a protective, clear light that was immune to all supernatural powers and laws. Naturally, he would not fear this crudely utilized law of devouring. Alright, let's end it here. During the century of uninhibited combat, Qin Ming felt that his utilization of laws in battle had become more adept, and the power he could unleash was 30 stronger than before. It could be said that the ferocious beast before him had become a training dummy for him to practice and gain practical experience. Now that his purpose had been achieved, and seeing that the ferocious beast was on the verge of death, Qin Ming's mind stirred, and a ruler enveloped in boundless xianhuang, primordial purple, qi grew in size against the wind, exuding infinite sharpness. It tore through time and space and almost instantly swept across the ferocious beast's head. Chi, like a sharp blade slicing through tofu. The ferocious beast's extremely formidable defense was as fragile as paper before the primordial measuring ruler, easily breached. Simultaneously, boundless killing intent surged directly from the primordial measuring ruler into the ferocious beast's body, extinguishing all its vitality and causing it to perish instantly. To instantly slay a Great Luo ferocious beast. This was the power of the acquired meritorious treasure of slaughter, the primordial measuring ruler. If not for the desire to gain practical experience and become proficient in the use of laws in battle, he could have slain the ferocious beast the moment they encountered each other. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Great Luo realm ferocious beast. Reward: 50 million shares. At the same time that Qin Ming slew the ferocious beast, the system's voice echoed in his mind, invigorating him. This time, the harvest was bountiful. Not only did he increase his practical experience, but he also obtained 50 million shares. This ferocious beast was like an experience-giving baby. Buzz. As the system's voice echoed, the heavenly Dao sensed it and bestowed upon Qin Ming a 100-mile radius of merit. It was not much, but it was a form of gratitude. The heavenly Dao did not distinguish between good and evil. As long as you did something beneficial to the primordial world, regardless of your purpose, you would be rewarded. The opposite was also true. The primordial ferocious beasts only knew how to destroy and were the enemies of the entire primordial world. Naturally, slaying them would earn the heavenly Dao's merit. Qin Ming did not hesitate to condense this merit behind his head, forming approximately 1/10 of the meritorious golden wheel. Gazing upon a massive corpse of the ferocious beast, he remained composed and prepared to depart. Ferocious beasts, unlike the demons, were filled with endless resentment, and their flesh and blood were tainted, making them unusable. However, just as Qin Ming was about to leave, a faint sense of attraction suddenly emanated from the ferocious beast's belly. This sense of attraction was very weak, but it was still familiar. Clearly, there was a spiritual treasure in the ferocious beast's belly, but it was not of high grade. As the saying goes, better to kill by mistake than to let go. He could not miss the opportunity to scavenge corpses. Qin Ming wielded the primordial measuring ruler and dismembered the ferocious beast into 8 pieces. Before him, several items emerged, retrieved from the belly of the ferocious beast. One of these treasures was a long spear-like spiritual artifact, classified as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was evidently the possession of a cultivator who had been devoured by the beast. However, the beast's flesh and blood bore a potent corruption, leaving the spear marred with stains and dimmed in radiance, indicating it had been eroded. The faint resonance that Qin Ming had sensed earlier emanated from this very spear. The second item was intriguing, a fist-sized black stone bead. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Neither Qin Ming's infusion of spiritual energy nor his attempts to refine it yielded any response, resembling an ordinary stone. Yet, considering that even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure had succumbed to corruption, the fact that this bead remained entirely intact within the beast's belly was the greatest anomaly. Let us put it away for now, Qin Ming decided, exerting all his efforts, but the stone bead remained unresponsive. He shook his head slightly, storing the bead as a trophy, and then vanished from the spot in an instant. Sister, when will you take me to the primordial world? On the Tying Star, 2 ethereal figures, the beautiful and aloof lunar goddesses Shiha and Changshi, were present. At that moment, Changshi gazed eagerly at Shiha, her voice ringing like a bell. Soon, Shiha replied, feeling a slight headache at her sister's incessant questioning. Since their return from the eastern sea of the primordial world tens of thousands of years ago, Changshi had asked this same question almost daily. Shiha understood that her sister's desire was not merely to visit the primordial world, but rather to seek a particular person there. However, with the impending catastrophe looming over the primordial realm, and the ominous miasma spreading across the starry sky, the entangled fates and perilous circumstances posed a significant risk. Even with their quasi-saint cultivation, they could face mortal danger if they recklessly ventured into the primordial world. This instinct was a divine foresight inherent to the innate holy beings, a blessing from the primordial Dao that allowed them to evade misfortune and seek fortune. Most importantly, with the miasma of catastrophe now pervading, the heavenly mysteries were obscured. Even if they reached the primordial world, they would be unable to discern any heavenly secrets. Searching for someone in the vast expanse of the primordial world would be infinitely more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, it was wiser to wait patiently on the Tying Star. Deep within her heart, Shiha harbored another concern. If they ventured into the primordial world and Qin Ming arrived, would they not miss each other perfectly? The Tying goddess, with her meticulous thoughts, naturally considered all possibilities. "Sister, what are you thinking?" Changxi inquired curiously, observing Shiha lost in thought. "Nothing. I was just contemplating a stroll," Shiha replied, feeling inexplicably restless as the image of a certain figure surfaced in her mind. However, she knew better than to express these emotions in front of her sister. She shook her head and then departed, wandering alone on the Tying Star. The ancient stillness of the Tying Star enveloped her as Shiha strolled, ultimately finding herself beneath the sacred moon laurel tree. The faint fragrance of laurel wafted through the air, and as she gazed towards the primordial world, her mind began to wander. Just then, a figure shrouded in a hazy azure light appeared beside her. "You've arrived?" Upon seeing Qin Ming, Shiha's previous irritation vanished entirely, replaced by a sweetness that eclipsed even the most exquisite wine. She regarded him, her typically cold demeanor softening into a smile, akin to reuniting with an old friend. Indeed, in the realm of the Tying goddesses, Shiha was known for her icy demeanor, even more so than Changxi. During their travels in the Eastern Sea, she had not displayed a hint of warmth on her face, even after a century. Yet, now that she smiled, it seemed as if the pure moonlight of the Tying Star dimmed in comparison. Even Qin Ming, with his formidable composure, found himself momentarily entranced. "Shall we walk together?" Shiha suggested. "Certainly." Following their brief exchange, the two fell into a comfortable silence as they wandered the Tying Star. Both were immensely powerful beings, and if they truly wished to traverse the Tying Star, they could traverse unfathomable distances in mere moments. Yet, they both maintained a tacit understanding, choosing to meander leisurely, gradually drawing closer until, after several hundred years, they walked side by side. Fuxi has come to the Tying Star, bearing the decree of Emperor Jun to forge a celestial marriage. After several hundred years of silence, Shiha finally spoke, her voice as cold as ever. Before Qin Ming could respond, she continued, "I do not wish for it, so I have declined." With that, she fell silent again. Yet, as both were beings of great power, Qin Ming understood her sentiments. Throughout their centuries of exploration, he had come to grasp his own feelings as well. Looking at Shiha, who leaned gently against his shoulder, her formerly cold aura now softened, Qin Ming did not reject her. Instead, a gentle smile graced his face as he wrapped his arms around her, speaking at a measured pace. Since the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, countless formidable beings have emerged. Before the calamity of the ferocious beasts, the ancient celestial court was founded by the three heavens. Qin Tian, Huang Tian, and others has faded into history. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin tribes that rose during the calamity have also fallen in the great catastrophe of Longhan. Later, as Luo, Ho perished in self-detonation and Hongjun attained the status of the Dao Ancestor, even the perfected quasi-saints faced the risk of demise in this grand calamity. Without attaining the state of primordial unity, one is but an ant. As a Great Luo golden immortal, Qin Ming transcended the vast river of fate upon attaining this level, intertwining the past, present, and future within himself. His gaze pierced through the entire river of destiny, naturally revealing the secrets of the primordial world obscured by time. If these words were spoken by anyone else, they would surely be deemed nonsensical, shattering the atmosphere. Yet, to Shiha's ears, they resonated like the most beautiful promise, filling her heart with warmth. As a quasi-saint, she understood Qin Ming's intent. The numerous calamities of the primordial world would continue for countless epochs. Only by attaining primordial unity could they truly become indestructible through all tribulations and enjoy endless leisure together. At that moment, they would genuinely be eternal companions in the vastness of the Dao. Companions in the Dao, what does it mean? It signifies walking alongside each other on the path of the Great Dao. He wishes to be with me forever. She had gazed at Qin Ming, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Though his words were not romantic, they sounded sweeter to her than any love declaration in the world. Both were beings of immense power, and thus did not share the fleeting affections of mortals. where mere century could lead one to forget everything in the cycle of reincarnation. Only by attaining the status of a primordial saint could they achieve everlasting existence, which would be the best companionship for both. I shall remain here for 100 years, as I have many plans that require my presence in the primordial world, Qin Ming stated, looking at Shiha resting against his shoulder. Indeed, Shiha replied softly. During their previous travels in the Eastern Sea, though the grilled delicacies were delightful, they lacked precious ingredients. Recently, he had slain a demon saint, and fortuitously, the true body of that demon had been preserved. Today, they would indulge in a feast. As Qin Ming spoke, the true body of the demon saint Buzhou, whom he had slain, materialized before him. This was indeed a demon saint, a being of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, and the essence within its flesh was extraordinarily potent, far superior to the so-called dragon liver or phoenix marrow in terms of culinary value. However, the mere idea of treating a demon saint as a meal would surely terrify many across the primordial world. Qin Ming had prepared the seasonings. As for the flames, with his current prowess, he could easily set up a formation to draw forth the true fire of the sun, coat it with spices, and place it directly on the grill. Soon, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. A stunningly beautiful young woman, following the scent, approached, none other than his sister, Changxi. Chapter 15. The Celestial Marriage of Emperor Jun. Upon witnessing the true form of the enchanting saint, emanating a rich and savory aroma from the barbecue, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nearly drooled. However, upon noticing Qin Ming beside her, she momentarily forgot her fondness for barbecue and transformed into a beam of moonlight, leaping directly into Qin Ming's embrace. The subsequent century was undoubtedly harmonious and comfortable for Qin Ming. On the Tying Star, he reveled with two Tying goddesses, indulging in the divine fruit wine and savoring the barbecue prepared by the Great Luo demon saint, truly living in blissful leisure. Yet, while Qin Ming basked in his carefree existence, a significant event unfolded in the Honghuang realm, the celestial marriage of Emperor Jun in the celestial court of the demon tribe. Nearly a millennium had passed since Fuxi proposed a match, and Emperor Jun had learned of the Tying goddess's refusal. Although fury raged within him, he found himself powerless to act, for both Tying goddesses were quasi-saint powerhouses, intrinsically connected to the essence of the Tying Star. It could be said that on the Tying Star, Shiha and Changxi could unleash terrifying quasi-saint power, manipulating the very essence of the star for offense and defense. Unless a saint were to intervene, no one could contend with them. Nevertheless, in Emperor Jun's heart, the celestial marriage, particularly with the Tying goddess Shiha, was merely a means to acquire merit and fortune, severing the ties of obsession and attaining quasi-saint perfection. Even though Shiha had declined, the concept of celestial marriage itself corresponded to his celestial emperor status. Any union with a living being would suffice as a celestial marriage. Thus, upon learning of the Tying goddess's refusal, Emperor Jun wasted no time in selecting from the prominent Qinghuan clan of the demon tribe a pure-blooded Qinghuan, possessing a trace of ancestral phoenix blood, to bind in celestial marriage for the purpose of fortune acquisition. With his own three-legged golden crow bloodline, should he unite with that Qinghuan's ancestral phoenix blood, their offspring would undoubtedly be innate divine beings, immensely powerful, ensuring the perpetual prosperity of their demon tribe. With the marriage of the demon emperor, Emperor Jun solidified, the entire celestial court sprang into action. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun wielded his formidable powers to announce throughout Honghuang, "I am the demon emperor, Emperor Jun." Aware of the chaos in the yin and yang of Honghuang, the instability of the three principles, and the disorder of moral conduct, I have resolved to hold a celestial marriage in the celestial court in 300 years as a model for the Honghuang realm to establish moral order. As the supreme demon emperor and one of the two dominant rulers of the Honghuang realm, he commanded the allegiance of two quasi-saint demon emperors, 10 demon saints, tens of thousands of demon generals, and countless demons, alongside the grand array of the stars, which gathered half of Honghuang's fortune. His might was indeed formidable. At that moment, as he proclaimed this with great power, it stirred significant waves across Honghuang. Instantly, numerous great beings, innate divine beings led by the demon master Kuanping, as well as cultivators and myriad tribes throughout Honghuang, were alarmed. beginning to prepare gifts for the celestial marriage of the Demon Emperor in 300 years. If not to befriend Emperor Jun, at the very least, they sought to avoid offending the demon tribe. Simultaneously, the celestial court was abuzz with excitement, adorned with decorations as millions of demon soldiers mobilized, commencing preparations for the celestial marriage in 300 years, creating an atmosphere of utmost festivity. Oof. Those two mixed-feathered birds, if not for the Dao ancestors' prohibition, I would undoubtedly smash their demon court into disarray. In the Panga Hall beneath Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestral witches sat in 2 rows. Hearing Emperor Jun's audacious declaration resonating throughout Hongwang, they displayed expressions of discontent. Initially, during the first battle between the witches and demons, had it not been for Hongjuan's intervention, those 2 mixed-feathered birds would have likely been swiftly dispatched by the true form of Pangu that they summoned, and their witch clan would have long ascended as the sovereigns of the Honghuang realm, governing it on behalf of the Pangu Father God, rather than being embroiled in the chaos wrought by the demon tribe. The celestial marriage of the demon tribe was bound to yield merit. I propose that during the celestial marriage of that mixed-feathered bird, we 12 ancestral witches should collectively act, turning their demon court upside down. It would be most entertaining. Among the ancestral witches, the most tempestuous, Zhu Rong, spoke up, an aura of boundless fiery rage emanating from him, as if merely casting a glance could invoke his wrath. "What a splendid idea!" exclaimed the water god Gonggong, his eyes lighting up in agreement. Though he and Zhu Rong had always been at odds, he could not deny that Zhu Rong's proposal resonated deeply with him. Creating chaos at the celestial marriage site of that mixed-feathered bird, regardless of the outcome, would render that mixed-feathered bird utterly humiliated before all beings in Hongwang, diminishing its prestige to dust. Just then, the youngest of the 12 ancestral witches, Hutu, spoke up, draped in yellow robes, exuding an aura of utmost gentleness, as if one glance could impart a sense of profound virtue. All 12 ancestral witches were formed from a mixture of Pangu's divine blood and the murky essence of the earth. However, during their transformation, the first 11 ancestral witches had been heavily influenced by the earth's murky essence, resulting in their fiery tempers. Only Hutu, being the last to transform, had experienced a significantly lesser influence from the murky essence, making her character the most gentle and rational among them. Who dares to oppose? The irascible Zhu Rong was about to vent his anger upon hearing dissent against his proposal when he caught sight of Hutu. His expression remained unchanged, and he swiftly shifted his tone. Sister Hutu is indeed correct. Among the ancestral witches, Hutu was the latest to transform, the youngest and the most favored. "Why do you say that, sister?" inquired Emperor Dijiang, the eldest among the ancestral witches, casting a glare at Zhu Rong, then turning his gaze to Hutu, his expression shifting faster than a change of face, a smile gracing his features as he asked in a gentle tone. During the initial battle between the witches and demons, Hongjun once stated that no conflict should arise within a Yuan meeting. Although time is of the essence, we remain under the prohibition. If our witch clan were to act first, it would undoubtedly provoke Hongjun to intervene, jeopardizing our clan's significant matters. Hutu asserted directly, her tone devoid of any respect for the Dao ancestor Hongjun. This was to be expected. The ancestral witches, birthed from Pangu's divine blood, stood tall and defiant, unyielding to the heavenly way, paying no homage to saints, but venerating only the Pangu great god. In truth, at the time of the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, they could have easily chosen to follow Hongjun like the 3 pure ones. Moreover, it was widely believed that ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits and could not cultivate. Yet this notion was erroneous. The ancestral witches were not devoid of primordial spirits. Their physical forms were so robust that they resembled energy black holes, dispersing their primordial spirits throughout their bodies. Simply put, their primordial spirits were too tightly intertwined with their physical forms, rendering them unable to manifest independently. Thus, the ancestral witches could have chosen to apprentice under Hongjun, walking the path of the mysterious door, refining their primordial spirits while cultivating their physical forms, achieving strength far exceeding their current prowess. Yet they scorned such paths. As ancestral witches, akin to the indomitable Mount Buzhou formed from Pangu's spine, they would only tread the same path as the Pangu Father God. If they were to apprentice under Hongjun, it would be akin to fracturing their ancestral backbone. rendering them no longer ancestral witches. Sister Hu too speaks wisely. Upon hearing her, the 11 ancestral witches nodded slightly, though they disrespected Hongjun and the heavens. The might of Hongjun was indisputable. In the initial battle between the witches and demons, they had scarcely comprehended Hongjun's actions before being unceremoniously returned to the Pango Hall by an irresistible force. That overwhelming power was something even the true form of Pangu they collectively summoned could not withstand. Should they act recklessly, provoking Hongjun to intervene, it could very well lead to the demon tribe seizing the opportunity, causing their efforts to go to waste. In that case, let us await the conclusion of the Yuan meeting and then engage in a decisive battle with those two mixed-feathered birds. Di Jiang proclaimed, and all 12 ancestral witches concurred. Only the time which Zhu Juin's expression shifted, her pupils seemingly filled with countless fleeting fragments of time, glimpses of the future as she wielded the mastery of time, allowing her to perceive shards of what was to come. However, upon glimpsing a fragment of the future, Zhu Jiuyin's countenance suddenly darkened. No, it should merely be a possibility, not an inevitability. Shaking his head, he fixed his gaze upon the gentle demeanor of the ancestor mother, Hutu, and fell into silence. Choosing not to speak further, I must take my leave. On the Tying Star, Qin Ming addressed the two lunar deities, Shiha and Changshi, his expression remaining unchanged. He had lingered here for quite some time. With the imminent arrival of the great calamity of the witch and demon tribes, it was time for him to return to the primordial realm and commence his plans. Indeed, Shiha made no attempt to retain him. Having resolved to attain the Dao of primordial unity and become a true companion of the Great Dao, she understood that one should not become enmeshed in fleeting companionship. Changshi, though reluctant, merely pouted under Shiha's gaze and remained silent. This tribulation, while perilous in the primordial realm, will not affect you as long as no sage intervenes. You are esteemed lunar deities. As long as you remain on the Tying Star, unless a sage personally arrives, you shall undoubtedly remain safe during this calamity. Before departing, Qin Ming reassured Shiha and Changshi. In the original tribulation of the witch and demon tribes, Shiha and Changshi had bound themselves in celestial matrimony, resulting in their tragic demise. Shiha's soul was directly scattered, while Changshi's remnants were drawn into the cycle of reincarnation, eventually re-emerging as the renowned Chang'e among the human race. However, that is a tale for another time. Now, with Qin Ming's involvement, the circumstances had transformed. Shiha and Changshi were secure on the Tying Star and would surely navigate this calamity unscathed. Given their lineage, should they acquire the primordial purple energy in the future, attaining the status of a sage was entirely feasible. After all, in the primordial realm, there are 9 extremes, with 9 sage positions, 6 of which belong to the Xianmen, leaving 3 sage positions still unoccupied. Nevertheless, the prerequisite for this was the primordial purple energy, which was likely entirely held by Hongjun, rendering it exceedingly challenging to acquire. Understood. In response to Qin Ming's exhortations, both Shiha and Changshi nodded. Seeing this, Qin Ming did not linger. With a swift motion, he soared towards the primordial realm. The closer he drew to it, the more he sensed the thickening aura of calamity in the heavens and earth, which had begun to permeate the primordial starry sky. Clearly, the final battle between the witches and demons was drawing near. Qin Ming traveled with remarkable speed, covering immeasurable distances in an instant. Within mere decades, he had traversed from the Tying Star in the primordial starry sky to the outer membrane of the primordial earth. Boom! The endless torrent of chaotic energy eroded against the Earth's membrane, and its terrifying destructive force birthed countless miniature worlds, only to obliterate them moments later, transforming them into pure, innate spiritual energy that flowed into the primordial realm. Surrounded by a faint azure radiance, Qin Ming remained unperturbed by the chaotic currents. With a single step, he entered the primordial Earth's membrane and emerged within its expanse. Before long, he traversed through layers of innate winds and arrived in the primordial realm, greeted by an expansive and boundless ocean. Is this the North Sea of the primordial realm? Qin Ming's expression shifted as he recognized his location. Within the primordial realm, there are 4 seas, each vast beyond measure. Deep within the South Sea lies the South Ming volcano, where the Fengzhu, in a bid to repay the heavenly Dao's merits, voluntarily led the Phoenix clan to eternally guard the South Ming volcano, thereby withdrawing from the stage of the primordial realm. However, many descendants of the Phoenix lineage remain active within the primordial realm, such as Kong Xian, the golden-winged Great Peng, and the feathered immortals of the Jie, all of whom are kin of the Phoenix clan. The East Sea, as one might expect, houses the Three Immortals Island, the Dragon Clan, and the future divisions of the Three Pure Ones, along with the Golden Ao Island of the Jie. The West Sea, having been devastated by Luo, whose self-detonation not only obliterated the entire spiritual veins and roots of the Western region, but also affected the West Sea. This explains why the West Sea remains so desolate and barren, overrun by fierce beasts. Even during the journey to the West Calamity, the West Sea Dragon King was the weakest among the Four Sea Dragon Kings. In contrast, the North Sea has produced many formidable beings, including the demon masters of the Demon Court, who once forced the Red Cloud to self-detonate, establishing their stronghold in the North Sea. Additionally, the North Sea is home to a sacred being of extraordinary origins, closely intertwined with the calamity of the witches and demons. Should one be able to locate this sacred being, it would yield considerable advantages during the calamity. Indeed, within the North Sea resides a Xian turtle, known as the North Sea Xian turtle. Legend has it that it inadvertently fell from the chaos during the creation of the world. Although the chaos is inhabited by 3,000 chaotic demon gods, it is not devoid of other beings. The 3,000 chaotic demon gods merely represent the most powerful entities among the myriad of existences within the chaos. It is said that the complete Dao encompasses a total of 129,600 paths, corresponding to the number of primordial units. In other words, there are at least 129,600 beings within the chaos. After the North Sea Xian turtle fell into the primordial realm, in order to avoid the heavenly Dao's jealousy and retribution, it severed its own Dao foundation, yet it has struggled for eons without achieving transformation, its formidable form immense beyond measure. Alas, destiny is a blade. Despite severing its Dao foundation, the North Sea Xian turtle ultimately could not escape the inexorable fate. Following the calamity of the witches and demons, the heavenly pillar of the primordial realm, Mount Buzhou, was shattered, creating a vast chasm in the heavens. Countless divine waters cascaded down, and the heavens began to tilt, with earth, water, fire, and wind evolving, as if the entire primordial realm were to revert to chaos. Subsequently, a sage ventured to the North Sea, slaying the North Sea Xian turtle and utilizing its limbs as the four poles of heaven and earth, establishing a new heavenly pillar. Originally, the North Sea Xian turtle was destined to amass boundless merits for mending the heavens. Even in reincarnation, it would have had a great chance of attaining peak status. That is, the quasi-saint realm or even the saint realm, albeit with a slight possibility. Regrettably, eons of cultivation were rendered null, its form repurposed for mending the heavens. The North Sea Xian turtle's lingering resentment tainted the entire North Sea, generating boundless karma that negated all the merits of mending the heavens, making reincarnation utterly impossible. If Qin Ming could locate the North Sea Xian turtle during this journey, he might scheme for some merits. However, given his current realm and the aura of the Dao surrounding him, such merits would merely be an embellishment, and he need not go out his way to seek the North Sea Xian turtle. With these thoughts, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as he vanished from the spot, traversing immeasurable distances to explore the North Sea. Since he had arrived, he naturally wished to explore it thoroughly. Months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while flying above the North Sea, Qin Ming suddenly felt a profound sensation and came to a halt. This intuition could only be attributed to a spiritual treasure. Following the sensation, Qin Ming effortlessly breached a small innate barrier, soon revealing a small island before him. Compared to the Three Immortals Island, this isle was remarkably diminutive, measuring perhaps only 10,000 miles in circumference. Nevertheless, Qin Ming sensed an extraordinarily rich essence of innate spiritual energy on this island. Clearly, the innate barrier had yet to be discovered by anyone, allowing the innate spiritual energy within to remain contained. With such thoughts, Qin Ming's expression remained steady as he followed the unseen pull to the island center. Upon arriving, he was captivated by a deep pool of water. This water emanated an intensely rich essence of innate Kuei water, its vapor rising as if it contained an entire world, truly enigmatic in its profundity. Upon further inspection, Qin realized that the water in this pool was entirely composed of Xianming heavy water, one of the three great divine waters of the primordial realm. The nine heavens divine water, akin to the mythical soil of the nine heavens, is a divine substance. A single droplet can transform into a vast expanse of royal sunlight. In the primordial chaos, a colossal void was created, allowing the boundless nine heavens divine water to cascade down, turning the entire primordial realm into a sea of light. However, it is teeming with lethal toxins, its power dwarfing that of the weak water by a significant margin. As for the Xianming heavy water, it is a condensation of the primordial essence of the Kuei water, with a single drop weighing trillions of tons, resembling a star in its heft. Before Qin lay a pool containing billions of droplets of Xianming heavy water. If he were to employ it alongside the sea-calming pearl to establish a primordial covering formation, its might would be utterly terrifying, even beyond the capacity of a Great Luo Jinxian to withstand. Nevertheless, Qin gaze lingered only briefly on the pool before shifting to the ethereal celebration cloud hovering above it, his expression turning to one of surprise. Above the Xianming heavy water, a celebratory cloud floated, exuding boundless righteous energy. Within this cloud, the primordial world shimmered into view, with the sun, moon, and stars illuminating the scene. The cloud radiated five-colored brilliance across the heavens, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of celestial music echoing throughout the universe. Outside the celebratory cloud, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, and jeweled pendants fell from the cloud like a continuous stream of droplets, an astonishing sight indeed. This celebratory cloud is none other than the legendary cloud of celestial celebration. It is a manifestation of the righteous energy within the heart of the Pangu great deity, an extraordinary treasure of the primordial realm, neither innate nor belonging to later generations, offering infinite protection. When summoned in battle, it dispels all evils and is impervious to any attack from magical treasures or divine weapons, immune to all forms of harm from divine techniques. In terms of defensive power, it is likely that only the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and the postnatal treasure, the Earth and Heaven Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, could match the celebratory cloud. Qin spirits lifted. Although he possessed several defensive spiritual treasures, no one would ever refuse an increase in their arsenal. Furthermore, in terms of defensive capabilities, this celebratory cloud surpasses even the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the purifying white lotus. With these two defensive treasures to safeguard him, his sense of security surged significantly. Contemplating this, Qin wasted no time in attempting to absorb and refine the celebratory cloud. However, at that moment, the mysterious stone bead he had obtained from the primordial starry sky suddenly seemed to resonate with something, emitting a faint glow that drew the celebratory cloud within. Chapter 16. The second most shameless flame of the primordial world. Everything transpired too quickly for even Qin to fully comprehend. He stared at the vanishing celebratory cloud, hastily probing the interior of the black stone bead with his divine sense. The once inert stone bead, upon absorbing the celebratory cloud, seemed to unlock a hidden potential, revealing a dimly lit space within. The space was modest, only about 500 square meters, a mere fraction compared to the vast miniature world Qin had casually created. To his relief, the celebratory cloud remained intact. Although absorbed into the stone bead, it showed no signs of damage, and the radiance it emitted was even more vibrant than before. Wait! Just then, Qin suddenly gasped in disbelief, gazing into the interior space of the stone bead. Amidst an eerie wave of energy, a purple stream materialized within the previously empty space of the stone bead. This purple stream was enigmatic and exceptionally complete, flowing with a dazzling brilliance. It was none other than the legendary foundational essence of the Great Dao, Hongmeng Purple Qi. Hongmeng Purple Qi. Even with his calm demeanor, Qin could not suppress his astonishment at the sight of the purple stream within the stone bead. The rarity of Hongmeng Purple Qi is well known. During the teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace, 6 sanctified cushions were presented, each representing a sage, leading to fierce competition among the powerful beings of the primordial world. Why? Because sitting upon a purple sage's cushion grants one a piece of Hongmeng Purple Qi. This is the foundation of the Great Dao. an invaluable treasure required to attain the sage position. Beyond the 6 sages of the primordial realm, there existed another individual who obtained Hongming Purple Qi. This individual was none other than the first great benefactor of the primordial world, Hong Yun, who perished during the war of the witch and demon tribes. Hong Yun was a quasi-saint, the first red cloud to take form in the world, and was protected by his old friend, Zhen Yuanzi. Yet, due to this Hongming Purple Qi, he faced relentless attacks from numerous quasi-saints and, ultimately, under the obstruction of Kuanpeng, who had a significant cause and effect with him, was forced to self-destruct, shattering the Hongming Purple Qi into 8 segments, corresponding to the later 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It can be said that this Hongming Purple Qi was fundamentally incomplete, rendering it impossible to attain the sage position. Even a fragment of Hongming Purple Qi could lead to the fall of a quasi-saint, showcasing its immense value. Most importantly, the Hongming Purple Qi in Qin Ming's possession was not only complete, but also free from any interference from Hongjun. Should he use this Hongming Purple Qi to attain sagehood, it would directly announce his status in the Great Dao, allowing him to become a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, thus liberating him from the constraints of the heavenly Dao and granting him true freedom. Such a treasure is invaluable. If other sages were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly be compelled to seize it. Qin Ming murmured to himself, refraining from revealing the Hongming Purple Qi. He understood the principle of not displaying wealth openly. Even though he possessed the constant luck of the Great Dao, as long as other sages bore no murderous intent toward him and did not harm him, their attempts to seize his treasures would face limited repercussions from the Great Dao's karma. In comparison to the rarity of the Hongming Purple Qi, it would certainly entice sages to take risks, such as the 2 desperate sages from the Western Church and Laozi from the East. As Qin Ming pondered, a sudden influx of information surged into his mind, causing him to startle with the realization of the mysterious stone bead's origin. Chaos Pearl? Or rather, Hongming Pearl? Qin Ming's expression shifted. Earlier, he had lamented the absence of a Chaos Pearl, a standard item for adventurers like himself. Little did he expect that through a twist of fate, he would obtain this Chaos Pearl from the belly of that formidable beast he had slain in the primordial starry sky. It is said that within the chaos, there exist 4 supreme treasures: the Pangu Axe, the 36-grade Chaos Green Lotus, the Creation Jade Butterfly, and the most enigmatic of all, the Chaos Bell. The first 3 treasures are well known, wielded by the Pangu Great Deity, possessing immense power, and after the creation of the world, they transformed into 3 supreme treasures and countless exquisite spiritual treasures. It can be said that most of the renowned, exquisite, and superior spiritual treasures in the primordial realm are derived from these 3 supreme treasures. The final treasure, the Chaos Pearl, is shrouded in mystery. The Great Dao consists of 50, with the heavenly changes totaling 49. One has slipped away. The one that has slipped away is none other than the Chaos Pearl, capable of concealing the secrets of the heavens and wandering beyond the chaotic primordial realm. Not even a sage, let alone the Pangu Great Deity of Ur, could discern its existence. Moreover, it is rumored that within the Chaos Pearl lies a world where one can hide from innumerable calamities, even replicating Pangu's creation of the chaos. Opening up the heavens within the world of the Chaos Pearl and walking the path of demonstrating the Dao through strength. One can only imagine that a treasure as enigmatic as the Chaos Pearl, standing alongside the 3 supreme treasures of creation, must possess extraordinarily powerful capabilities. The information flooding into Qin Ming's mind clearly indicated that this Chaos Pearl is not merely a treasure of the chaotic world, but rather a relic from the Hongming world that became lost within the chaos. It would be more fitting to refer to it as the Hongming Pearl. The Hongming world? Could it truly exist? Qin Ming gazed at the Hongming Purple Qi within the Hongming Pearl, his heart pounding with astonishment. It is said that before the chaos was opened, there existed an even more ancient Hongming world, a realm of higher dimensions. Even a trace of its ordinary spiritual energy, when placed in the primordial world, would be regarded as the foundation of the Great Dao, the supreme treasure required to attain sagehood. This only serves to illustrate the terrifying nature of the Hongming world. The space within the Hongming Pearl is intricately connected to the legendary Hongming world. By a stroke of fortune, Qin Ming had previously unlocked the first seal of the Hongming Pearl, thereby activating its profound capabilities. The primary function of this first seal is to establish a connection with the Hongmeng world, generating a strand of Hongmeng purple qi within the pearl's internal space every 10,000 years. This Hongmeng purple qi is incomparable to the altered version held by Hongjun. In terms of quality, it surpasses Hongjuan's by 2 levels. Even within the Hongmeng world, it is considered an exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Utilizing this qi to attain enlightenment could directly elevate one to the status of a Great Dao sage, achieving the realm of a primordial chaos golden immortal, transcending the constraints of the primordial heavenly Dao. The prospect of obtaining such a strand of Hongmeng purple qi every 10 millennia is nothing short of miraculous. Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, time is of little consequence. A mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, the attainment of a Great Dao sage through this qi is not limited by the numerical constraints imposed on heavenly Dao sages, who are capped at 9. In contrast, there can be as many as 3,000 Great Dao sages, or primordial chaos golden immortals. This implies that, given sufficient time, Qin Ming could potentially cultivate up to 3,000 such powerful beings. However, this is contingent upon certain prerequisites. To achieve the status of a primordial chaos golden immortal, one must possess exceptional innate talent, at least comparable to that of the lunar goddesses Shiha and Changxi. Across the entire primordial world, such individuals are exceedingly rare, likely numbering no more than 10. Additionally, while there is no numerical limit to the number of Great Dao sages, the primordial world's capacity to sustain them is finite. Qin Ming estimates that, beyond the existing 6 heavenly Dao sages, the world could support only 3 more at the sage level. Any more would exceed the world's sustenance capacity, unless one ventures into the inner chaos world. Nevertheless, the capabilities of the Hongmeng Pearl are already immensely powerful, surpassing even those of the primordial supreme treasures. And this is merely the first seal. According to the information received, the Hongmeng Pearl possesses 9 seals, each endowed with uniquely formidable functions. The effects of just the first seal are so profound that one can only imagine the extraordinary rewards that await with the unlocking of subsequent seals. Qin Ming marveled at the thought. However, the next seal will only unlock automatically upon his ascension to the realm of a primordial chaos golden immortal. With this in mind, Qin Ming carefully stored the Hongmeng Pearl and, using his immense magical power, transferred the entire pool of profound darkness-heavy water into the 36 Dinghai divine pearls. The combination of profound darkness-heavy water and the highly toxic 3 lights, divine water, forms the primordial sea overturning formation, a force of unparalleled power capable of overwhelming any adversary. Having secured all the opportunities on the small island, Qin Ming prepared to depart. Just as he stepped beyond the island's innate restrictions, a sudden sense of foreboding arose within him. Instantly, a white protective barrier materialized, and the 12-petaled pure world white lotus appeared above Qin Ming's head. In the next moment, a streak of light carrying terrifying force struck the barrier and was effortlessly deflected. The light transformed into a spiritual lamp, landing in the hands of a sinister-looking middle-aged Daoist. Recognizing the lamp as one of the 4 primordial spiritual lamps, the coffin lamp, Qin Ming's anger flared. This lamp, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, is known for its immense power and insidious attacks. Had it not been for his quick reaction, any other golden immortal stepping out of the restrictions at their most vulnerable moment would have been severely injured or killed. Recognizing the coffin lamp, Qin Ming immediately knew the identity of the middle-aged Daoist, Ran Deng, reputedly the second most shameless figure in the primordial world. Ran Deng, said to be the first coffin to take form in the primordial world, possesses the coffin lamp as his innate treasure, despite his seniority even predating the 3 pure ones. And being one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace, Ran Deng's actions were despicable, resorting to ambush against a mere golden immortal. Qin Ming, seething with rage, unleashed a barrage of attacks, including the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, a treasure of immense power. Ran Deng, initially confident, soon realized the gravity of his situation as the ruler's terrifying aura bore down on him. Despite his status as a seasoned quasi-saint, Ran Deng found himself struggling against Qin Ming's onslaught, his own treasures proving inadequate against the might of Qin Ming's artifacts. The battle escalated, with Qin Ming's relentless assault forcing Ran Deng to retreat his earlier confidence shattered by the overwhelming power of Qin Ming's treasures and techniques. Under the terrifying force, his body was flung millions of miles away. If not for his original form being the first coffin between heaven and earth, indestructibly hard. Facing Qin Ming's devastating punch capable of shattering an ancient divine mountain, he would have perished instantly. However, even so, Randang suffered significant damage from this punch. His aura greatly diminished. Boom! Before Randang could catch his breath, Qin Ming's figure reappeared before him, and with an indifferent expression, delivered another fierce punch. Bang! 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 Qin Ming, enveloped in a misty green Dao light, utilized the laws of time and space, his speed unimaginably fast, his punches terrifyingly powerful, raining down on Randang like a storm. Boom! 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 The explosive force nearly shattered the space within millions of miles. At the core of the explosion, Randang endured brutal beatings, his flesh torn, his aura faltering, nearly killed by Qin Ming. Fortunately, Randang, a seasoned quasi-saint, had his trump card. Infinite black light surged around him, and a coffin's phantom, surrounded by endless cosmic energy, appeared before him, incredibly profound. Clearly, this coffin was Randang's original form. Boom! Qin Ming's punch struck the coffin's phantom, causing it to hum and scatter cosmic energy, but the first coffin of heaven and earth withstood Qin Ming's attack, which could break through any defense without any damage. Boom! 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 Qin Ming, seeing this, unleashed hundreds of punches, but the coffin's phantom remained unscathed, like an impenetrable shell. Phew! Randang, nearly shattered by Qin Ming, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This coffin, not only his original form, had once housed a mysterious powerhouse, especially the cosmic energy on it, which could transfer force, enhancing the coffin's defense beyond that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Qin Ming, though physically formidable, was only at the fourth turn of the mysterious art, equivalent to a great witch of the witch clan. Killing a seasoned quasi-saint was no small feat. Coffin? Cosmic energy. Seeing the coffin unbreakable, Qin Ming paused. He examined the cosmic energy surrounding the coffin. A flash of insight revealed the coffin's origin. The first coffin of heaven and earth. If it's a coffin, it likely contains a corpse. What mighty being could have the first coffin of heaven and earth, Randang's original form, as his resting place? It seemed likely to be the cosmic ancestor. Firstly, the cosmic ancestor was a reincarnation of a remnant soul of the cosmic demon god among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, terrifyingly powerful, existing since the primordial era. However, like the Tai Chi ancestor and the Yin Yang ancestor, he was ensnared by Hongjun, becoming ashes in the Dao demon war. Slain by Luo, who, with the god-slaying spear in the immortal slaying sword formation, sacrificed for Hongjun's Dao attainment. Considering the emergence of Randang and other innate saints, mostly after the Dragon Han calamity and before the witch demon tribulation, aligning with the cosmic ancestor's demise. Secondly, Randang's cosmic ruler, a spiritual treasure of the cosmic ancestor, contained boundless cosmic energy capable of measuring heaven and earth, evolving cosmic worlds. But even if it's the cosmic ancestor's coffin, today it shall be shattered. Looking at the coffin's phantom surrounded by infinite cosmic energy and Randang hiding behind it, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged, his misty green Dao light intensifying. Without hesitation, he infused 10 million points of Great Dao merit into his body. The 10 million points of Great Dao merit exploded like warm currents within Qin Ming. He immediately activated the 9-turn mysterious art, using the merit to advance the art. Originally at the mid-4th turn, under the influence of the Great Dao merit, his 9-turn mysterious art advanced at an unimaginable speed. Mid-4th turn, late 4th turn, peak 4th turn, early 5th turn. Once the 10 million points of Great Dao merit were fully consumed, boom, an extremely violent aura erupted from Qin Ming. Chapter 17. The concept of parallel universes simultaneously. The misty green Dao light around him intensified several times, almost forming a green Dao armor, distorting the space-time around him. The 9-turn mysterious art, at the 4th turn, was equivalent to the Great Luo golden immortal realm, with a body comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. At the 5th turn, it reached the quasi-saint realm. with a body comparable to a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of unleashing terrifying power with every move. Enhanced by protective clear light and the application of time and space laws, Qin Ming's body was now comparable to a witch clan's ancestral witch, terrifyingly powerful, capable of shattering space and severing time with ease. Fifth turn of the mysterious art. Compared to before, my body is now millions of times stronger. Qin Ming, feeling the immense power within, was filled with confidence. With a cold expression, he moved, utilizing time and space to maximize his speed, and delivered a fierce punch to the coffin's phantom surrounded by infinite cosmic energy. Boom! With the boundless terrifying power of the fifth turn, Qin Ming's punch was millions of times more powerful than before, directly causing the coffin to creak, scattering the cosmic energy and creating fine cracks. Boom! 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 Without hesitation, Qin Ming delivered 3 more punches. Crack! Under Ran Dang's stunned gaze, the coffin, with defense comparable to a supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, shattered and exploded. With his original form shattered, Ran Dang felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if Qin Ming's punches had all landed on him. Severely wounded, his aura further diminished. Wait! Seeing Qin Ming about to strike again, Ran Dang, with a horrified expression, hurriedly tried to plead for mercy. But Qin Ming gave him no chance, delivering a punch that nearly shattered Ran Dang's body, causing him to bleed profusely. Simultaneously, as Ran Dang was flung away, Qin Ming released a winged copper coin with countless heavenly inscriptions, the famous falling treasure coin. With a thought, the falling treasure coin struck the cosmic ruler. The cosmic ruler, being a spiritual treasure, could not withstand the falling treasure coin strike. A white light flashed, and the cosmic ruler fell into Qin Ming's hands. Seeing this, Ran Dang was furious, the cosmic ruler being his companion's spiritual treasure, crucial for his future Dao attainment. But before Ran Dang could react, the falling treasure coin was used again, turning into a white light, capturing the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. Seeing this, Ran Dang, overwhelmed with rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. Originally intending to kill Qin Ming and seize his treasures, now his 2 companion spiritual treasures were taken by Qin Ming. Now, without spiritual treasure for protection and his crafted spirit coffin shattered by Qin Ming's punch, seeing Qin Ming about to attack again, Ran Dang gritted his teeth, performed a blood escape technique, and vanished, reappearing billions of miles away. Escaped? Observing the fleeing Ran Dang who had employed the blood escape technique, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he made no attempt to pursue. This blood escape technique was a life-saving maneuver utilized by quasi-saint powerhouses, allowing one to vanish across vast distances in an instant. Although his speed was remarkable, he was utterly unable to discern the direction. Attempting to chase Ran Dang would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, he had surreptitiously marked Ran Dang with a hidden imprint. As long as they remained within 1,000,000 miles of each other, he would be able to sense this mark. When the time came, he could strike down Ran Dang without delay. Most importantly, this time he had not only avoided a loss, but had instead gained immensely. Ran Dang had originally intended to ambush him, yet ironically, he had ended up losing 2 accompanying spiritual treasures in the attempt. Particularly, though the blood escape technique was formidable for self-preservation, it bore significant aftereffects, as losing even a fragment of one's essence could profoundly impact future breakthroughs in cultivation. This time, Ran Dang had undoubtedly sustained a grievous blow. Back at Mount Buzhou, Qin Ming had acquired 36 sea-settling pearls and was in search of the Qianquan ruler to evolve the 36 pearls into a realm of 36 heavens. Little did he expect, fortune would smile upon him as Ran Dang delivered himself right to his doorstep, truly a harbinger of wealth. Qin Ming gazed with delight at the Qianquan ruler before him. This spiritual treasure was a perfect match for the sea-settling pearls, a natural pairing capable of evolving into 36 heavens, integrating both offense and defense. During the investiture of the gods, Ran Dang had achieved invincibility below the saint level with merely 24 heavens. Now, with 36 sea-settling pearls in his possession, if he could fully evolve the 36 heavens, it was entirely conceivable that he could rival a saint in the future. In contrast, the coffin lamp's utility seemed rather diminished. However, One must not forget that Qin Ming had previously extorted the Eight Scenes Palace lamp and the Yu Su Liuli lamp from Yuan Shi and Laozi. With the addition of this coffin lamp, he already possessed 3 of the 4 innate spiritual lamps, only lacking the Bao Yin lamp to complete the set. Qin Ming had a premonition that gathering the 4 innate spiritual lamps would yield astonishing surprises. First, he would refine these 2 treasures, then utilize the Qian Kuan ruler to measure the heavens and evolve the myriad realms. With a wave of his hand, Qin Ming set up a barrier in the spot and then sat cross-legged, establishing a 100-fold acceleration space. At the same time, his internal energy surged into the Qian Kuan ruler and the coffin lamp, forcefully erasing the residual spiritual imprints left upon them before commencing the refining process. The falling treasure money could indeed bring down treasures, but it rendered the spiritual treasures temporarily ineffective. To truly refine them, it was essential to eliminate the residual marks of the original owner to achieve genuine integration. Meanwhile, at an immeasurable distance, a figure appeared in a state of utter disarray. "Shameless little thief, you have evaded my spiritual treasures. This enmity shall not go unpunished." Randang felt his vitality dwindling, his eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred, his voice hoarse with rage. Qin Ming's assumptions were not unfounded. The blood escape technique was not so easily employed. Each use exacted a toll on one's essence, potentially rendering further advancement impossible. For Randang, who was singularly focused on attaining sainthood, this loss was catastrophic. He yearned to devour Qin Ming's flesh, drink his blood, and torment his soul with the true fire of the sun for countless millennia to quench his resentment. Yet, he could not ignore the fact that it was he who coveted Qin Ming's spiritual treasures, initiating the ambush. Now, with his power insufficient, who could he blame? That little thief was far too strong. He needed to seek a formidable ally to contend with him. Randang's countenance darkened. As a seasoned quasi-saint, the only potential ally he could find in the vast wilderness was among the 6 saints. However, among the 6 saints, Laozi was indifferent, Tong Tian was ideologically incompatible, Nuwa did not accept disciples, and he looked down upon the likes of Zhuanti and Jiejing. After much contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he flew unhesitatingly toward the direction of Mount Kunlun. Yet, before he could take flight, an indescribable agony erupted within him, as though his very soul were being rent asunder, causing his vision to blacken and nearly rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Qin Ming had successfully obliterated the spiritual imprints of the 2 accompanying treasures. The loss of 2 fragments of his essence inflicted a suffering that was infinitely more intense than physical pain, and with his essence diminished, advancing further would be an arduous challenge. Overwhelmed by this pain, Randang felt an unquenchable hatred, realizing that this enmity would be difficult to erase. Amidst the torment, he flew toward the direction of the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Buzz, in the skies above the North Sea, Qin Ming was enveloped in boundless, ethereal azure light. While above him, a vast expanse of auspicious clouds shimmered with countless radiant treasures. Falling treasure money, fragments of the creation Jade butterfly, the primordial measuring ruler, and the Wuji Huang flag from the 5 Elements flag, among others, all floated amidst the auspicious clouds, cascading an abundance of divine light. Within the clouds, 3 12-petal azure Dao flowers emanated infinite radiance, subtly coalescing into a phantom of a 36-petal chaotic azure lotus. As Qin Ming deepened his understanding of the laws, this phantom gradually solidified, the descending divine light seemingly containing the essence of the 3,000 paths, an immense boon even for those of saintly status. In less than a decade, he had completely refined the 2 innate superior spiritual treasures. As the endless Dao light surrounded him, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting the birth of myriad worlds. Infinite symbols of time and space manifested around him, transforming into extraordinary creatures of peculiar forms. All unique life forms thriving within the fabric of time and space, swirling around him with profound mystery. At this moment, Qin Ming had comprehended the laws of time to 31%. By the standards of realms, this corresponded to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Within the vast wilderness, below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, practitioners generally relied on cultivation techniques and divine abilities. For instance, the top innate deities such as the three pure ones, Nuwa, and Fushi were born with inherited techniques from the Pangu great god, granting them supreme divine abilities. However, such techniques could only cultivate up to the Great Luo realm. Beyond the Great Luo golden immortal stage, the efficacy of techniques and divine abilities diminished significantly. To elevate one's realm, one must delve into the laws. When Hongjun Daozu imparted his teachings, he spoke of the 3,000 paths, 3,000 laws. Similarly, before Hongjun's teachings, the wilderness lacked methods for severing the three corpses and did not recognize the quasi-saint realm. Thus, during the Long Han Cataclysm, the realms of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were not truly quasi-saint, but rather primordial golden immortal. The distinctions between Great Luo golden immortal, primordial golden immortal, and primordial Great Luo golden immortal are such that the primordial golden immortal corresponds to the quasi-saint level. Generally, comprehending the laws to 40% is equivalent to reaching the Great Luo golden immortal's full circle. From 41 to 80% corresponds to the quasi-saint levels, aligning with the early, mid, late, and complete stages of quasi-saints. 81 to 100% signifies the complete quasi-saint level, and the chasm between quasi-saints and saints is daunting. The phrase below saints, below primordial, all are, but ants is not merely a saying. Now that I have refined the Qian Kun ruler, I can utilize it to measure the heavens and evolve the 36 sea-settling pearls into the myriad realms, truly manifesting the full power of this spiritual treasure. With a calm demeanor, Qi Ming concentrated his thoughts. 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls have flown out from the clouds of celebration, suspended before him, radiating an infinite brilliance, forming a formidable ensemble. The Qinkuan ruler, with a mere thought, a time-worn ruler, entwined with the currents of the universe, materialized before him. This was none other than the innate superior spiritual treasure, the Qinkuan ruler, which he had seized from the hands of the flame lamp. It emanated boundless qi of heaven and earth, serving as a fundamental unit of measurement in the primordial world, its purpose being to gauge the cosmos and orchestrate the myriad realms. Originally, this was meant to be the fortune of the flame lamp. During the great calamity of the gods, it was with this ruler that the flame lamp transformed the 24 sea stabilizing divine pearls, seized from Zhao Gongming, into 24 celestial realms, achieving immense fortune and rising to become the foremost figure beneath the saints. However, this flame lamp was also a servant of 3 clans. He was initially the vice leader of the Chan teaching, later expelled from it, bringing along his disciple Li Jing, originally a disciple of the Deva Master, who later became a follower of the flame lamp, to join the Western Church, where he was conferred the title of the Flame Lamp Buddha, second only to the 2 saints of the Western Church, relying on the 24 celestial realms in his possession. At this moment, Qi Ming wielded a total of 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls, equivalent to a complete set of spiritual treasures. The 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls, when united, formed an unparalleled, superior, innate spiritual treasure. If the Qinkuan ruler were to further evolve these 36 celestial realms, its power, while perhaps slightly inferior to innate supreme treasures, would still be formidable. Qi Ming felt a surge of anticipation. The level of innate supreme treasures in the entire primordial world was a rarity. In his possession were already the innate merit treasure, the Kongtong seal, and the postnatal merit treasure, the Hongming measuring ruler. Should he acquire yet another treasure of supreme status, he would be virtually invincible beneath the saints in the primordial realm. With a hum, Qi Ming unleashed his unparalleled magical prowess, directly infusing the Qinkuan ruler into the sea, stabilizing divine pearls. These 2 treasures were inherently complementary, possessing boundless mysteries. As soon as the Qinkuan ruler entered the realm within the sea, stabilizing divine pearls, it seemed to rejuvenate, with endless currents of qi emanating from it, beginning to measure the cosmos and evolve the realms within the divine pearls. Initially, the 36 sea-stabilizing divine pearls contained 36 small worlds. Now, with the Qinkuan ruler measuring the cosmos, the 36 small worlds resonated with thunderous sounds, continuously evolving and expanding under the infinite currents of qi, yielding countless mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, a spectacle of profound intricacy. The Qinquan symbolizes heaven and earth, yin and yang, the genesis of all things, adhering to the celestial order. This signifies that the interaction of qi and kuan facilitates the transformation and birth of all things, illustrating the generative system of the universe. With a resounding boom, the small worlds within the 36 stabilizing divine pearls continually evolved and expanded, striving toward higher realms such as the middle world and the great world. The celestial realms unfolded, and unusual phenomena occurred. Auspicious clouds stretched for miles, faintly illuminated by the ethereal light of merit descending from above. Time in the primordial realm was unmeasured. At this moment, within the hundredfold velocity space arranged by Qinming, the infinite currents of qi measured the cosmos within the 36 stabilizing divine pearls, evolving for thousands of years, ultimately elevating all 36 small worlds to the level of great thousand worlds. They surrounded Qinming like a silver wheel, shimmering alongside the golden wheel of merit, exuding an extraordinary aura. The 36 celestial realms equated to 36 great thousand worlds. In battle, the simultaneous strike of these 36 realms could potentially overwhelm even the most formidable late-stage quasi-saint. In defense, the 36 great thousand worlds stood before Qinming, their energies coalescing into one. To harm Qinming, one would need the power to shatter all 36 great thousand worlds simultaneously. Except for the saints, no being could achieve this feat. Even Nuwa, in her time of creating the Nuwa Emperor's great thousand world, utilized boundless saintly power and took hundreds of years to fully manifest a single great thousand world. Although destruction is simpler than creation, to simultaneously obliterate 36 great thousand worlds is beyond the capability of any being beneath the saints, not even a perfected quasi-saint. No wonder the flame lamp, relying solely on 24 celestial realms, firmly established himself in the Western Church and was honored as the Flame Lamp Buddha, becoming one of the leading figures beneath the saints. Qinming murmured, a knowing expression gracing his countenance. 1 plus 1 does not merely equal 2. It equates to exponential growth. An innate superior spiritual treasure, the Qinquan ruler, combined with the exquisite spiritual treasure, the stabilizing divine pearls, has remarkably attained a level comparable to innate supreme treasures, a terrifying prospect indeed. Moreover, the 36 celestial realms that Qinming possessed now, in terms of both power and potential, far exceeded the 24 celestial realms that the flame lamp once refined. Indeed, Qinming discovered that with the complete 36 stabilizing divine pearls and the Qinquan ruler, it was possible to further enhance their evolution. In the primordial realm, the collision of microcosmic worlds at the Tai golden immortal level could potentially give rise to countless microcosmic worlds. Microcosmic worlds are akin to numerous dimensions. Beyond them lie small worlds, which are significantly more complete, akin to the entire universe where Qinming's previous life, Earth, existed. From small worlds emerge middle worlds, composed of countless small worlds, introducing the concept of parallel universes. Similarly, from middle worlds arise great worlds, following the same principle. Above the great worlds are the small thousand worlds, a level of existence capable of birthing golden immortal level beings, dominating the universe akin to a high martial fantasy realm, comprising infinite dimensional spaces, akin to a conglomerate of parallel universes. It could be asserted that a singular small thousand world is already quite stable, affixed to the primordial Earth's membrane, enduring even amidst the chaos, allowing for prolonged existence and the emergence of formidable beings. Above the small thousand worlds lies the middle thousand world, whose essence is already robust and stable enough to detach from the primordial Earth's membrane and exist within the primordial cosmos, capable of birthing Tai golden immortal level beings, who possess boundless lifespans, achieving sainthood and immortality within their respective thousand worlds. Above the middle thousand worlds is the great thousand world. Compared to the middle thousand worlds, the essence of the great thousand world is even more substantial. For instance, the moon star, sun star, and the 33 heavens are all great thousand worlds, capable of birthing to Luo and even quasi-saint level beings. Qinming's 36 celestial realms belong to the great thousand world, albeit at the elementary level. Should they ascend to intermediate, advanced, or even top-tier levels, or even reach a status comparable to the unique primordial essence world, their intrinsic essence would strengthen, and correspondingly, their power would also amplify significantly. The prospect of ascending such realms is indeed formidable. It can be said that with sufficient resources, it is entirely plausible to elevate the 36 celestial realms to a level akin to the primordial essence world. Should this elevation occur, as the sovereign of the 36 celestial realms, Qin Ming would naturally become the singular ruler of the essence world, embodying the so-called heavenly Dao, wielding dominion over all, with his power surpassing even the heavenly Dao, capable of altering the grand tides with a word and creating a saint with a mere thought. Of course, this remains a mere contemplation. Chapter 18. The grievances between the three pure ones and the witch clan. The primordial essence world is forged from the blood and essence of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, including the Great Pangu. To ascend to such a world, where could Qin Ming possibly find 3,000 chaotic demon gods again? Naturally, if there were sufficient world essence or spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, etc., imbued with world essence, ascension would be feasible. For example, the innate spiritual treasures and innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. However, the resources required for this are staggering. Draining all the primordial spiritual treasures and roots would barely suffice to elevate him to an intermediate great thousand world. Of course, the lack of resources in the primordial realm does not imply that the chaos beyond does not harbor sufficient spiritual treasures. Although the chaos has shattered and diminished into an inner chaotic world, its essence remains largely intact. The treasures of chaos and chaotic roots contained within are abundant. If one could absorb them all, it would greatly benefit the evolution and ascension of the myriad worlds. Now, possessing 36 realms, along with a physical body comparable to a quasi-saint, I am invulnerable beneath the sage level. It is time to visit the witch clan. As Qin Ming contemplated the evolution of the 36 realms, his gaze reflected the birth and destruction of myriad worlds, and compared to before, his combat prowess surged significantly. The time before the reincarnation of Hoodoo should not be far off. As the master of humanity, my goal is to revitalize the human race and secure dominion over the heavenly Dao. The most crucial task now is to support the earthly Dao, thereby attracting the attention and might of the heavenly Dao. With these thoughts, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly flew towards the direction of the primordial continent. Have I arrived at the primordial continent so soon? After flying for several days, Qin Ming suddenly sensed something unusual and halted. Despite being deep within the North Sea, how could he have reached the primordial continent in just a few days? Boom! Just as Qin Ming was puzzled, a massive mountain abruptly emerged from the sea, and the land beneath him began to shift slowly. The North Sea's mystical tortoise? At that moment, Qin Ming realized that what he thought was land was, in fact, the back of the North Sea's mystical tortoise. At his current speed, he had traversed billions of miles in an instant, yet after several days, he had not left the tortoise's back, revealing the sheer enormity of the North Sea mystical tortoise, which likely occupied 1/10 of the entire North Sea. Do you recognize me, fellow Daoist? A voice resonated from the mountain as it transformed into the head of a mystical tortoise, its ancient star-like eyes curiously fixated on Qin Ming. Indeed, I do. Qin Ming replied calmly upon gazing at the mystical tortoise. As a being of chaos, the fate of the North Sea mystical tortoise was predetermined. Akin to many chaotic demons that were judged during the Dragon and Han calamity, destined to have their limbs severed and become the four pillars supporting the heavens. Thus, even though the current tortoise possessed terrifying strength akin to the late quasi-saint period, it remained suppressed by the forces of the heavenly Dao, unable to take form. Having toiled for countless eons since the dawn of chaos without achieving transformation, it ultimately faced a tragic fate of becoming a pillar to mend the heavens, with its primordial spirit dissipating. This led to the tortoise's death, causing immense resentment, polluting the entire North Sea. In the future, during the calamity of sealing the gods, when the primordial realm shattered into 4 regions of the earthly immortal realm, the North Luo continent was filled with miasma. Even the impoverished Western teachings looked down upon it, all due to the tortoise's overwhelming resentment after death. Originally, mending the heavens was a supreme act of merit. accompanied by a continuous flow of virtue. Although the tortoise, even if reincarnated, abandoned its cultivation, it would still have the potential for endless merit, likely achieving sagehood before the great calamity. However, it was unwilling to reincarnate, allowing endless resentment to pollute the North Sea and squandering such a great opportunity. Of course, this had little to do with Qin Ming. His journey to the North Sea had already yielded significant gains. As for the merit associated with the tortoise mending the heavens, it was of little consequence to him. With this in mind, Qin Ming maintained his calm demeanor, intending to take his leave after a brief encounter with the tortoise. Compared to the tortoise's matters, the reincarnation of Hutu and the evolution of the earthly Dao were evidently of greater importance. Please wait, fellow Daoist. As Qin Ming prepared to depart, the tortoise suddenly felt an epiphany and quickly spoke up. Originally a being of chaos, although it had fallen into the primordial realm and severed its cultivation, its instinct to attract fortune and avert disaster remained. Since the birth of heaven and the emergence of the heavenly Dao, countless chaotic demons had reincarnated, and all remnants were judged, even the mightiest among them. The great sage Yang Mei suffered under the suppression of the heavenly Dao. In simple terms, the heavenly Dao was targeting beings from chaos. Seeing these events, the tortoise was naturally anxious, especially as it remained unable to take form for so long. It sensed impending danger and an ominous premonition. However, upon encountering Qin Ming, it suddenly felt that its chance of escaping peril depended entirely on him. As a quasi-saint, the tortoise was clear-minded and decisive. With this thought, it directly opened its mouth before Qin Ming, and a blood-red spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter, was spat forth, landing before Qin Ming. This treasure of mine was obtained by chance. Its murderous intent is excessive, and since I have yet to take form, it is unsuitable for my use. Today, I gift it to you, dear fellow Daoist. The tortoise's voice rumbled, and its true form, even under the full power of a quasi-saint, could not be harmed in the slightest, rendering the use of any treasure unnecessary. Oh, is this the god-slaying spear? Upon seeing the blood-red spear, Qin Ming's expression remained calm, yet his heart stirred. The god-slaying spear has an extraordinary origin, formed from the stem of the 36th grade chaotic blue lotus, infused with boundless slaughtering energy, belonging to the primordial treasures. Though it lacks a grade, its offensive power surpasses even the innate supreme treasure, the Qingping sword, wielded by Tong, placing it at a higher echelon. Even a sage, if struck by this god-slaying spear, would not perish but would surely sustain injuries. During the battle between the Dao and demons, the demon sovereign Luo, who wielded the god-slaying spear and, within the extermination of a mortal sword array, successively slaughtered the remnants of the chaotic demon spirits, Tai Chi Ancestor, Yin Yang Ancestor, and Xian Kuan Ancestor. It was truly terrifying, comparable to the innate supreme treasures. After the battle with the Dao and demons, the god-slaying spear was lost in the primordial realm alongside the 12th-grade extermination Black Lotus due to the self-destruction of demon sovereign Luo Who would have thought it ended up in the belly of this North Sea mystical tortoise? Although Qin Ming possessed the innate treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, which was powerful in terms of merit, when it comes to extreme lethality, the god-slaying spear likely exceeds it. The only drawback is its overwhelming murderous intent, which hinders the suppression of fate and can lead to the loss of fortune, as exemplified by Luo Hu. However, Qin Ming was different. He was protected by the fortune of the eternal Dao, making him unafraid of treasures that could cost him fortune. Such items were simply advantageous. Thank you. Grateful for the tortoise's generous gift, Qin Ming accepted the god-slaying spear without hesitation but did not rush to refine it. After stowing away this weapon of slaughter, a faint smile graced his face as he looked at the tortoise and said, "Today, you have gifted me a treasure, and thus we have intertwined our fates. In the future, when the calamity of mending the heavens befalls you, I shall return to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity to resolve our karmic connection." The calamity of mending the heavens. As a being of chaos, the tortoise had long sensed this fate, though the heavenly Dao was obscure. But upon Qin Ming's sudden revelation, disclosing this secret, it instantly understood and was moved to tears, realizing its destiny. With the collapse of Mount Buzhou, there would be no support for the heavens. For ages, the primordial realms would merge, evolving into chaos. From the moment of my birth, I was fated never to take form, destined to become a substitute for Mount Buzhou, a pillar of support for the heavens. How tragic, how lamentable. Upon realizing everything, the tortoise could not help but let out a mournful cry, its heart filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Yet, the heavenly Dao is irreversible, as merely a quasi-saint. How could it defy the heavenly Dao? All things possess a glimmer of hope. You need not despair so. Qin Ming, observing the tortoise's sorrowful expression, spoke nonchalantly. When the calamity arrives, I shall naturally come to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Daoist, now enlightened to the secrets of fate. The tortoise believed in Qin Ming's words wholeheartedly and repeatedly expressed its gratitude. Indeed, focus on your cultivation and await the day. The great war between the witches and demons still lay ahead. The time for mending the heavens was distant. Having said this, Qin Ming did not linger and, with a flicker of his figure, vanished from sight. In the vast and boundless wilderness, Qin Ming soared through the skies above the North Sea. Journeying to the towering Mount Buzhou, even with his remarkable speed, the voyage consumed a full century. Here lay Mount Buzhou, the territory of the Wu clan. At this moment, hovering above the Wu clan's domain at the foot of the mountain, Qin Ming gazed down at the formidable figures below, countless Wu clan warriors, their physical forms terrifying, able to shoulder mountains and reach for the stars. He felt a stir of awe. Indeed, they were the legendary descendants of Pangu, exclusively honing their physical prowess. Even the weakest of the small Wu could effortlessly crush a celestial realm beast, carrying a mountain weighing millions of tons as they roamed. It was nothing short of terrifying. As for the formidable Great Wu within the tribe, their might was beyond words, their physical presence even warping the fabric of space around them. A single punch could collapse the very void. Suddenly, as Qin Ming observed, a Great Wu wielding a massive bow in the tribe sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward Qin Ming. Without any visible movement, an arrow forged from the bones of a Luo golden immortal beast pierced through infinite space, emanating a terrifying power capable of annihilating anything in its path. Seemingly aimed at the very sun itself, darting straight toward Qin Ming, the boundless space shattered as the arrow approached. A sheer display of raw power capable of distorting the laws of reality. Even a Luo golden immortal would be wise to take heed. To underestimate such an arrow could lead to immediate doom. Qin Ming's mind was keen, and he discerned the malevolent intent behind the projectile, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yet, unperturbed by the impending threat, he remained calm, a misty azure light enveloping him. To the astonishment of all, he extended his hand to seize the arrow. Oof! What arrogance! Witnessing this, the great Wu Ho could not suppress a cold smirk. His strength ranked among the elite of the Wu, second only to the war god Xing Tian. In past confrontations, he had dispatched the Luo golden immortal beasts with ease, and his arrows could pierce through all, even innate spiritual treasures. To see this unknown cultivator dare to barehandedly grasp his arrow was sheer folly. With that thought, Ho turned away, dismissing Qin Ming as a mere dead man. However, at that moment, a sound of metal clashing rang out, halting Ho in his tracks. Impossible! Instinctively, he spun around to witness the unbelievable sight. High above, Qin Ming was shrouded in an endless azure light, effortlessly pinching the previously unstoppable arrow between his fingers, rendering it immobile. With a slight increase of pressure, the arrow, crafted from the hardest bone of a Luo golden immortal beast, crumbled as easily as decaying wood. What? This scene caused Ho Yi's pupils to contract in disbelief. No great Wu could so easily crush the bone arrow. How could this man possess such terrifying strength? Who are you? Mount Buzhou is a sacred ground of the Wu clan. How dare you trespass? Failing to sense any beastly aura from Qin Ming, Ho classified him as a practitioner akin to the Daoist three purities. Acknowledging Qin Ming's formidable power, Ho chose to approach cautiously, standing before him with an icy demeanor. Oh, this Mount Buzhou is the manifestation of the great Pangu, the pillar of the primordial world. When did it become the forbidden territory of your Wu clan? Qin Ming felt a twinge of irritation at Ho Yi's domineering words. He bore no grudge against the Wu clan and had come with intentions of goodwill towards the Earth Mother. Yet, he could not abide by the Wu clan's claim of superiority, treating the sacred mountain as their exclusive domain. I am a true descendant of Pangu. And Mount Buzhou is the spine of the creator. It naturally belongs to the Wu clan. You, Daoist, have trespassed upon our sacred ground and will not escape unscathed. Hou Yi's tone was imperious, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, his aura radiating ferocity. Noting the celestial robe of azure light surrounding Qin Ming, Hou Yi's expression darkened further, a hint of brutality surfacing. This was a tale of ancient grievances between the three purities and the Wu clan. When Pangu split his essence into three, it became the three purities, while his blood transformed into the 12 Ancestor Wu. Both factions believed themselves to be the true heirs of Pangu. Before the three purities attained sainthood, they had clashed with the 12 Ancestor Wu over this claim, with no clear victor. Now that the three purities had become saints and shaken the primordial realm, the Wu clan felt suppressed and resentful. Yet, they could only harbor their grievances in silence. For to provoke a conflict with the already sanctified three purities would be a humiliation. Over time, this animosity towards practitioners akin to the three purities had festered within the Wu clan. Thus, when Hou Yi sensed Qin Ming, he acted with aggression first. "Oh, do you wish to fight?" As he regarded the wrathful aura emanating from Hou Yi, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having advanced to the 5th stage of his mystical cultivation, his physique rivaled that of a quasi-saint. He saw no better opportunity to test his true combat prowess than against the formidable Great Wu before him. Since there was no intent to retreat, he would remain and engage in this confrontation. The Wu clan was not known for their eloquence in debate, and Hou Yi's lengthy discourse was purely a reaction to the shock of Qin Ming's physicality. Seeing no sign of retreat from Qin Ming, the Great Wu snorted and unleashed his wrath. With a swift motion, he spun his longbow, tracing a breathtaking arc through the air, wielding like a great halberd aimed directly at Qin Ming. Star extinguishing, Hou Yi roared as boundless malevolent energy coalesced into his bow, transforming into an invisible arrow capable of piercing through the heavens and earth. 9 arrows, like a celestial alignment, surged toward Qin Ming. These arrows bore a power exponentially greater than the earlier bone arrow, yet devoid of any mystical spells. However, they were the terrifying projectiles of the Wu clan's foremost archer, potent enough to instill fear even in a fully realized Luo golden immortal. Indeed, as Hou Yi's terrifying assault approached, Qin Ming remained tranquil, as calm as before. He refrained from utilizing any mystical treasures, merely extending a finger toward the void before him. Boom! In an instant, the previously serene space began to collapse under Qin Ming's slightest touch, layer upon layer fracturing and unleashing a horrific tidal wave of spatial power that collided head-on with Hou Yi's assault. Sizzle! The once formidable 9 arrows, upon contact with the tidal forces of shattered space, evaporated as effortlessly as snow dissolving in water, leaving not a ripple behind. In the next moment, the overwhelming tidal forces surged toward Hou Yi, who still held his longbow. Boom! A force so beyond description erupted violently. Hou Yi felt as though he had collided with Mount Buzhou itself, darkness clouding his vision. There was no way to withstand such might. He was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips, grievously wounded by a single strike. Impossible, compared to the physical injuries he had sustained. The shock within Hou Yi was utterly beyond expression. He could clearly perceive that in Qin Ming's previous attack, no divine abilities were employed. Instead, it was merely the force of a single finger that shattered the very fabric of space, unleashing tidal waves of spatial energy. It was as if Qin Ming, with just one finger, stirred up a tempest in the ocean, leaving Hou Yi utterly defenseless, sent flying with tremendous force. This terrifying physical power made Hou Yi feel that, in comparison, Qin Ming bore a closer resemblance to the shamanic tribes than he did. However, while Hou Yi was grappling with his astonishment, Qin Ming too felt a degree of surprise. The force he had just utilized, albeit only at 1,000th of his capacity, was still equivalent to the full strength of a perfected Great Luo golden immortal. Without question, effortlessly annihilating a demon saint would not pose much difficulty. Yet, the fact that Hou Yi had endured this strike with only minor injuries and was already on the brink of recovery was indeed remarkable. One could not help but admire the formidable constitution of the shamanic tribes. It was no wonder they stood as the undisputed overlords of the wilderness, despite their numbers being a mere fraction of the demon race. Once more, as the great shaman of the shamanic tribe, retreat was not an option for Ho-E. He let out a furious roar, and his aura surged once again, drawing in malevolent energy from the surrounding millions of miles, preparing to launch another assault on Qin Ming. However, as his momentum coalesced to just half its potential, Qin Ming, expressionless and calm, merely flicked his finger forward. This time, he unleashed 2/1000ths of his physical might, causing boundless space to fracture and form tidal waves, transmitting his terrifying power to suppress Ho-E with immense force. Poof! In the face of this strike, Ho-E could not withstand it, being once again hurled away, his body cracking, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, sustaining grievous wounds. Chapter 19. The Golden Immortal Guardian? What is your identity? Even with an expectation of Qin Ming's power, Ho-Yi's heart was still tumultuous. He sensed that Qin Ming before him was akin to an unfathomable abyss, holding back his full strength in their confrontation. Every time Ho-Yi raised his own power, Qin Ming would effortlessly escalate his own, crushing him in a relentless manner. In that moment, Ho-Yi felt a pang of insignificance reminiscent of facing the Ancestor shamans. Yet, amidst the astonishment, a greater battle spirit ignited within him. The shamanic tribe was characterized by a willingness to fight to the death rather than live in servitude. After being relentlessly pressured by Qin Ming, Ho-Yi decided to employ his strongest trump card. His original form suddenly transformed, as boundless malevolent energy, mixed with the turbid air of the earth, surged into him as if he were desperate. Centered around Ho-Yi, within a 100-mile radius, this malevolent and turbid energy began to coalesce into a tangible form. Even a Great Luo Golden Immortal would think twice before entering this domain. Thump, thump, thump. The endless malevolent energy appeared to condense into a massive cocoon, within which a terrifying heartbeat resonated, causing the very space to tremble. It could be said that even a Golden Immortal, upon hearing such a heartbeat, would be unable to resist, facing imminent destruction. Yet, Qin Ming merely surrounded himself with a faint azure glow, calmly waiting it out. Boom! At that moment, the amassed cocoon of malevolent energy suddenly erupted. Instantly, a colossal figure, towering 10,000 miles high, wielding a gigantic bow forged from malevolent energy, appeared before Qin Ming, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that made the space shudder and tremble. Clearly, this was the true form of the great shaman, reminiscent of the demon saints of the shamanic tribe. The great shaman's true form. Gazing at the imposing figure that eclipsed the heavens and the earth, Qin Ming remained composed. Earlier, Ho-Yi possessed only the strength of a perfected Great Luo. However, upon manifesting his great shaman form, his aura surged to the initial stage of quasi-saint, a sight to behold, exuding tremendous power, death, the turbid air and malevolent energy, which even the 12 Ancestor shamans could scarcely withstand, had corrupted Ho-Yi's mind, filling him with a singular desire to slay Qin Ming on the spot. He bellowed fiercely, discarding the longbow of malevolent energy and swinging a colossal fist that shattered boundless space, radiating an unfathomable force. And in the hands of this figure, there remained the unconscious and battered Ho-Yi, a great shaman who, despite his injuries, still exhibited remarkable resilience. Observing this scene, apart from the deeply moved Hutu Ancestor shaman and the Zhurong Ancestor shaman, who foresaw glimpses of the future, the other ancestral shamans were enveloped in a fierce aura. Their expressions dark as they gazed upon Qin Ming. Before the sacred Panga Hall of their shamanic clan, injuring one of their great shamans was undeniably a provocation. Were it not for their perception of the ethereal azure light surrounding Qin Ming, akin to the 9 transformations mystical art they practiced, it is likely they would have launched an immediate attack. Who are you? Why have you dared to intrude upon the Panga Hall of our shaman clan and injure our great shaman? The first to rise among the 12 ancestral shamans was Di Jiang, his tone hostile as he addressed Qin Ming, an immense force of spatial power gathering around him. It seemed that unless Qin Ming provided a reasonable explanation, he would unleash his wrath in an instant. I am Qin Ming, the Lord of humanity and the master of the human sect. Unfazed by the 12 ancestral shamans before him, Qin Ming cut straight to the chase. I have come here to propose a transaction with you, esteemed ancestral shamans. A transaction? What do you wish to trade with us? Zhurong Ancestor shaman inquired, seemingly devoid of animosity due to his foresight of future events. Qin Ming remained composed and continued. First, I require a drop of essence blood from each of you 12 ancestral shamans. Second, I seek the formation of the Dushin Shinsha grand array of your shaman clan. Third, I request your assistance with a minor task. Boom. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the 12 ancestral shamans erupted in outrage. The most volatile among them, Zhurong Ancestor Shaman, was practically ablaze with fury. Had it not been for Zhurong's restraint, he would have undoubtedly attacked Qin Ming on the spot. Even Di Jiang, the eldest among the ancestral shamans, cast a glance at Qin Ming tinged with anger. Within the shaman clan, the essence blood of the 12 ancestral shamans was of utmost rarity, for essence blood was not mere ordinary blood. Each ancestral shaman likely possessed no more than 10 drops of essence blood. Extracting even a single drop would not only diminish their power, but also require considerable time to recover. One drop of ancestral shaman essence blood could potentially create a great shaman, highlighting its preciousness. Thus, to demand 12 drops was outrageously excessive. As for the Dushin Shinsha Grand Array, it was their clan's most sacred formation and a potent weapon against the demon race. The fate of the entire shaman clan hinged upon this array, making it even more valuable than the essence blood of the 12 ancestral shamans. The third condition, while seemingly trivial by comparison, was overshadowed by the fury incited by the first two demands. Even Hutu, who had felt an inexplicable connection to Qin Ming, now regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Yet, facing the wrath of the 12 ancestral shamans, Qin Ming remained undeterred. With a mere thought, a stream of enigmatic purple energy materialized before the ancestral shamans, momentarily rendering them speechless. This purple energy was the legendary primordial purple qi, the foundation of the Dao. When Qin Ming had obtained the auspicious clouds from the northern sea island, he inadvertently activated the first seal of the primordial pearl, and every 10,000 years, a strand of primordial purple qi would emerge. Unlike the manipulated primordial purple qi from Hongjun, this was genuine, capable of proclaiming the Dao and certifying the path. The reason he dared to present it now was due to his confidence in his own strength. Although the 12 ancestral shamans were formidable and each a quasi-saint, Qin Ming himself was at the 5th transformation of his mystical art, a quasi-saint in physical form. If it came to a confrontation, he would not necessarily be weaker than the ancestral shamans. More crucially, Qin Ming possessed numerous treasures and had mastered the path of time and space. Should he choose to depart, only a saint could hope to detain him. The expressions of the 12 ancestral shamans transformed. They recognized the primordial purple qi. Currently, 6 saints had emerged in the wilderness, causing the shaman clan to act with restraint. If the shaman clan could produce a saint, they would no longer need to tread carefully and could directly annihilate the demon clan. However, to attain sainthood, even through physical transformation, one needed the primordial purple qi. This qi was exceedingly rare. Only 7 strands had appeared when Hongjun preached, 6 of which had already been utilized, with the last having vanished along with the explosion of the red cloud. In the entire wilderness, it was virtually impossible to find another strand of primordial purple qi. To their astonishment, Qin Ming had brought one today, an immense temptation for the 12 ancestral shamans. Upon witnessing the primordial purple qi, the anger on the faces of the 12 ancestral shamans dissipated instantly. In comparison to the foundational qi capable of granting sainthood, Qin Ming's demands were hardly unreasonable. Should their shaman clan produce a saint, they would require neither the Dushin Shinsha Grand Array nor anything else. A single punch could obliterate the demon court. Contemplating this, the 12 ancestral shamans exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, clearly accepting Qin Ming's proposal. "Dear friend, please hold for a moment." Di Jiang spoke, addressing Qin Ming with newfound respect. He then extracted a drop of essence blood from his own body. The remaining 11 ancestral shamans followed suit, each producing a drop of their essence blood. A total of 12 drops, glimmering like blood diamonds, hovered before Qin Ming. Simultaneously, a jade slip containing the details of the Dushin Shinsha Grand Array appeared before him. The transaction is concluded. Qin Ming, equally straightforward, accepted the 12 drops of essence blood and the jade slip, and with a thought, the primordial purple chi flew directly to the 12 ancestral shamans. Hutu, as you have been the least affected by the earth's corrupting energy, your potential for attaining sainthood is the highest. Therefore, this primordial purple chi is bestowed upon you. Having received the primordial purple chi, Di Jiang, the eldest of the ancestral shamans, was the first to speak. Hutu, being the youngest and most favored among the 12 ancestral shamans, found no objections from any of them, even from the notoriously temperamental Zhurong. By the way, dear friend, what was that third condition you mentioned regarding a small favor? After completing the transaction, Di Jiang turned his gaze towards Qin Ming. Having received the primordial purple chi, they were naturally inclined to honor their promise and fulfill Qin Ming's request. Quite simple. A gentle smile graced Qin Ming's face as he looked towards the heavenly court in the 33 heavens. Amidst the boundless divine light, he could faintly see the heavenly court adorned in splendor, likely preparing for the imminent celestial wedding of Dijun. Let us disrupt the wedding festivities. At that moment, as Qin Ming engaged in trade with the 12 ancestral shamans at the Panga Hall, the wilderness was abuzz with the impending celestial wedding of the supreme demon emperor. Dijun, which had reverberated throughout the entire wilderness 300 years ago. After all, Dijun was the supreme sovereign of the demon race, wielding control over the entire faction. With a mere thought, he could annihilate a prominent clan akin to the radiant sun suspended in the heavens, exuding an overwhelming might and benevolence. Moreover, as the emperor of the demon race's heavenly court, his celestial wedding was in accordance with the cosmic order, promising to yield divine merits upon its successful conclusion. All participants would share in a portion of the heavenly merits, a precious boon for many cultivators of lesser cultivation levels. Thus, over these 3 centuries, countless clans and practitioners throughout the wilderness had been stirred to action. Apart from the 6 revered saints of the primordial age who remained unfazed, the renowned powerful beings, celestial deities, and even the hidden hermits in the vast primordial cosmos were stirred. They all brought gifts and converged towards the heavenly court of the primordial demon clan. In that moment, a gathering of spiritual beasts filled the air, accompanied by auspicious clouds. As divine creatures such as the Qilin, true dragons, and true phoenixes soared gracefully, mighty beings even harnessed true dragons and true phoenixes as steeds, while others showcased their celestial prowess with fearsome bloodline mounts captured from the depths of the North Sea. The spectacle was indeed overwhelming. In contrast to the visitors celebrating the occasion, the entire demon clan was equally prepared. Most of the demon beings above the golden immortal realm throughout the primordial expanse were summoned to the heavenly court. The southern heavenly gate leading to the court was constructed of deep azure glass, adorned with shimmering jade. Dozens of demon generals stood guard, their imposing presence a testament to their might. They wielded weapons and exuded powerful auras, with the weakest among them being in the Tai golden immortal realm. These Tai golden immortal demon kings were merely there to oversee the entrance. Such grandeur was astonishing and commanded respect from all guests, who dared not act carelessly. After all, being a Tai golden immortal was already considered formidable in the primordial realm, with many clan leaders of the myriad races barely reaching that level. Infinite strong beings gathered at the Demon Clan South Heavenly Court to celebrate the nuptials of Dijun. The entire Demon Clan opened the celestial realms, attracting an endless cascade of starlight essence, creating a river of spiritual energy within the heavenly court, flourishing with countless celestial herbs and roots. The ground shimmered with golden light and vibrant mist, embodying the essence of a top-tier paradise in the primordial world. Meanwhile, within the depths of the heavenly court, in the Sun God Palace, Dijun sat upon a golden carriage drawn by 9 dragons, with Dong Huang Tai standing beside him. These 2 demon sovereigns resembled blazing suns, their imposing visages surveying the grand assembly of guests from all directions of the primordial realm, filling their hearts with a sense of pride and accomplishment. The Tai guardians and the great demon generals were tasked with maintaining order. After 300 years of meticulous preparation, the venue was finally ready, with guests seated according to their prowess. Typically, the mightiest occupied the foremost positions. For instance, the demon master Kuanpung, a quasi-saint, along with numerous seasoned quasi-saint powerhouses, settled in the second row. However, the first row contained only 6 seats. In the entire primordial realm, only the 6 revered saints could occupy such esteemed positions. Yet at this moment, those 6 seats remained completely vacant, devoid of any attendees. Clearly, the saints held the Demon Emperor Di Jun in contempt, choosing not to attend his celestial wedding. Originally filled with pride, Di Jun's expression darkened upon noticing the empty seats in the front row. Unlike the other guests from the Primordial realm, he had prepared lavish gifts and sent Dong Huangtai Yi to invite the saints to the wedding. He visited the Nuwa Palace on Kunlun Mountain, and even the impoverished Western Daoist temple. But to his dismay, none of the 6 saints graced the occasion. This left Di Jun, who considered himself the true ruler of the Primordial realm, profoundly displeased. Yet, recognizing the power of the saints, he felt helpless. His anticipation for unifying the Primordial realm and establishing an unparalleled demon court surged. Just then, as Di Jun contemplated, a realization struck him. The opportunity to solidify his celestial marriage had arrived. With that thought, he rose without hesitation, taking the hand of the Qinghuan from the Qinghuan clan, who possessed a trace of ancestral phoenix blood. He stood proudly in the heavens, proclaiming to the Wei, "Today I, Di Jun, in accordance with the Wei, shall forge a celestial marriage, harmonizing yin and yang, and uniting the primordial realms. This is my proclamation to the Wei." Boom! As Di Jun's voice resonated, the Wei responded, manifesting countless clouds of merit that stretched for miles. While they could not compare to the merit clouds of attaining sainthood, they still represented a significant volume of merit, specifically the merit of the celestial marriage. However, a somewhat awkward situation arose as the merit clouds lingered above Di Jun's head for 3 whole years, causing the guests to grow increasingly anxious, yet they refused to descend. Di Jun felt a pang of embarrassment, glancing toward the direction of the Nuwa Palace with a grim expression. As the Heavenly Emperor, he understood the situation perfectly. In the primordial realm, there are 3 types of marriages: heaven, earth, and human. During the formation of these unions, a sacred artifact of marriage is required, which was none other than the red embroidered ball held by Nuwa. Previously, the demon clan had wronged Nuwa. Now, as he sought to solidify his celestial marriage, Nuwa would certainly not allow him to have his way so easily. Time passed, and another decade slipped by. Di Jun remained awkwardly suspended in the heavens, standing there for a full 10 years under the watchful eyes of the guests, akin to a punishment, his expression darkening to the point of near tears. Damn it! Just as Di Jun could no longer contain himself and considered confronting the Nuwa Palace in the primordial expanse for an explanation, a sudden hum echoed. A burst of red light flew in from beyond the primordial cosmos, the sacred marriage artifact, the red embroidered ball. At the same time, Nuwa's emotionless voice rang out, "Celestial marriage. Established." Nuwa's tone seemed somewhat off, indicating that despite her saintly strength suppressing the red embroidered ball, the celestial marriage, being a grand cosmic event, could not be delayed for long. Nevertheless, this already caused Di Jun significant embarrassment. Boom! As Nuwa's words fell, torrents of merit began to descend. Of this merit, a substantial portion enveloped Di Jun, causing his aura to surge dramatically, propelling him to the complete realm of quasi-saint. Meanwhile, another portion infused the red embroidered ball, intensifying its radiant red light and amplifying its power manifold. Clearly, should he successfully achieve the earth and human marriages, the red embroidered ball could ascend to a primal treasure, at which point it could facilitate a saintly marriage. 2 portions of merit fell upon Nuwa in her palace, the primary officiant of the marriage, while the remaining fraction scattered among the countless demon beings in the heavenly court. Though minimal, it still constituted an auspicious sign, for acquiring merit in the primordial realm was no easy feat. In an instant, the previously awkward atmosphere dissipated, with both guests and hosts rejoicing, the ambience reaching a fever pitch. Having acquired merit and attained the complete realm of quasi-saint, Di Jun felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, his mind racing with visions of unifying the primordial realm, harnessing boundless fortune to achieve the ultimate demon saint realm, at which point even saints would bow before him. Previously humiliated, Di Jun now radiated confidence, bolstered by the merit he had gained and the formidable power he now possessed. As he listened to the praises and congratulations from countless powerful guests, even the supreme demon emperor could not help but feel a sense of elation, as if at any moment he could vanquish the witch clan and unify the primordial realm. In the primordial expanse, with no saints to contend with, who could oppose him? Who would dare to challenge him? Boom! Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, and the exuberance of the guests peaked, a sudden and violent explosion erupted from the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court, plunging the gathering into silence. This was Dijun's grand wedding day. Who dared to disrupt the occasion? Dijun, previously filled with pride, now wore a dark expression. Having lost face because of Nuwa, he was seething with anger. Now, someone dared to create chaos on his wedding day. Truly reckless. Considering this, a fierce killing intent erupted from him. Today was his wedding day, so it was not appropriate to take action, but he would handle this matter personally. At that moment, the chaos bell, standing beside Dijun, was suddenly activated by Dong Huang Tai Yi, who spoke up. Instantly, with a swift motion, he executed the Golden Crow Rainbow transformation, resembling a streak of gold and a radiant sun, hurtling towards the southern gate of heaven. Observing the Eastern Emperor's personal journey to the southern gate, Emperor Jun regained his composure. Both were supreme innate deities who had manifested on the solar star. In terms of strength, the Eastern Emperor Tai, accompanied by the innate treasure chaos clock, surpassed him. Thus, Emperor Jun felt assured with the Eastern Emperor Tai's presence in suppressing the southern gate. With these thoughts, Emperor Jun ceased to focus on the southern gate, intending to bring the celestial wedding to a perfect conclusion. However, before Emperor Jun could utter a word, a deafening explosion echoed once more. To everyone's utter astonishment, the formidable demon emperor Eastern Emperor Tai, who had charged towards the southern gate, was sent hurtling back as if encountering a terrifying entity struck by a single blow. In the ensuing moment, a figure enveloped in boundless, hazy azure light, accompanied by 12 colossal, earth-shattering figures, appeared before everyone with an unparalleled, domineering presence. They were accompanied by the 12 ancestral witches. They had shattered the southern gate of heaven with a single punch, inviting the demon emperor to his doom. The demon clan's heavenly court was shaken as 12 figures, towering and immense, manifested their true forms, each radiating boundless, terrifying power, appearing before Emperor Jun, causing everyone, including Emperor Jun, to experience a sudden contraction of their pupils. Filled with disbelief, the 12 ancestral witches. Emperor Jun's voice was somber, laced with gnashing teeth, and filled with hatred. The demon clan and the witch clan were inherently mortal enemies. From the moment they had taken shape, they had understood that they were each other's destined adversaries. Their mortal foes. During the initial battles between the witch clan and the demon clan, Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor had been severely wounded by the 12 ancestral witches' use of the 12 divine beings of the heaven's great array, which summoned the true form of Pangu, causing them to bleed profusely on the spot. Had it not been for the intervention of Daoist Tong Jun, they would have been slain by the 12 ancestral witches. Now, as he was consummating the celestial wedding, the 12 ancestral witches had come to disrupt the occasion. An act of utter insolence. It was akin to someone causing trouble during a wedding, an intolerable affront. Both old and new grudges surged forth, causing Emperor Jun's eyes to redden. However, compared to his hatred, Emperor Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment when he saw the hazy azure figure before the 12 ancestral witches. He could naturally discern that the 12 ancestral witches were led by this figure, obeying his commands. This was truly astonishing. In a vast wilderness, everyone knew that the 12 ancestral witches were proud and arrogant, disregarding the heavenly Dao and refusing to pay homage to the sages. It could be said that, apart from the great god Pangu, even the personal arrival of a sage would be ignored by the 12 ancestral witches. Yet this individual, whose aura was merely that of a Great Luo golden immortal, was able to command the 12 ancestral witches, an utterly astounding feat. Who are you? I have no grievances or animosity with you. Why do you disrupt my celestial wedding and trespass upon the heavenly court? With these thoughts, Emperor Jun's gaze fell upon Qin Ming, his tone icy, tinged with murderous intent. He was not a fool. There were still centuries remaining until Daoist Hongjuan's decree would expire. The ancestral witches had waited for so long. How could they not wait for a few more centuries? Moreover, they had chosen to disrupt his celestial wedding at this crucial moment. The cause must be related to that figure shrouded in azure light. However, before Qin Ming could respond, the Dijiang ancestral witch, who controlled the power of space, looked at Emperor Jun with displeasure and said, "You, feathered bird, are truly inept at speaking. Upon hearing that you were to consummate a celestial wedding, we, the 12 ancestral witches, made a special trip from the Panga Hall in Buzhou Mountain to the demon court to offer our congratulations. How could we be disrupting your celestial wedding or trespassing upon the heavenly court? As he spoke, the Dijiang ancestral witch's spatial power dissipated, and with a slight movement of his body, the immense body of the ancestral, which inadvertently crushed thousands of Tai golden immortal demon kings and hundreds of thousands of golden immortal demon generals. That's right, you feathered bird. We, the 12 ancestral witches, have come to congratulate you. Yet you are unappreciative. Zhu Rong echoed, as boundless primordial flames dispersed, incinerating countless demon clan generals and kings. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Seeing this scene, Emperor Jun's eyes nearly erupted with fire. He could no longer restrain himself. The 365 star banners shot out from his body, directly forming a connection with the 365 ancient stars in the sky above the heavenly court. Simultaneously, boundless starlight transformed into power of terrifying proportions, descending like a tangible substance, forming an unparalleled, terrifying array that enveloped the entire heavenly court. This array was the most powerful in the demon clan, the 365 constellation Great Array. This heavenly court was the demon clan's home ground. How could Emperor Jun not have left behind a contingency plan? As the array was being set up, 365 figures, all Great Luo golden immortals of the demon clan, each emanating an aura of extreme power, charged into the array, each wielding a star banner, overseeing the array. The boundless starlight power converged with the terrifying power of the 365 Great Luo golden immortal demon clans, all amplified onto the array's core, Emperor Jun, causing him to emanate an aura of boundless terror that even faintly surpassed the limit of a quasi-sage, truly terrifying. This was only natural. Emperor Jun was already a quasi-sage at the peak of his cultivation. The entire array not only drew down the power of the 365 ancient stars, but also included the Eastern Emperor, who was also a quasi-sage, as well as the 365 Great Luo golden immortal demon clans, and even the power of countless demon clans, all amplified upon it, making it truly boundless in its terror. With a single strike, it could directly slay a quasi-sage at the peak of their cultivation. It could be said that, at this moment, Emperor Jun could launch a thunderous attack with a mere thought. However, he merely looked at the 12 ancestral witches with a somber expression, a cold smile in his heart, but without making a move. After all, he was an unparalleled demon emperor. How could he allow hatred to cloud his mind so easily? Daoist Ancestor's decree was not to be taken lightly. Although the 12 ancestral witches had arrived aggressively and even sent the Eastern Emperor Tai flying, they had not easily initiated a war. If he were to rashly attack and completely ignite the war between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, then he would be in the wrong. Most importantly, the 12 ancestral witches were not pushovers. If the 12 divine beings of the heavens' great array were truly summoned, whether they could be defeated was still a question. At present, Emperor Jun was waiting for the 12 ancestral witches to make the first move. In that case, even if he were to be defeated, he believed that Daoist Hongjun would appear to suppress the ancestral witches. However, Emperor Jun's calculations were about to fall flat. The constellation Great Array. You feathered bird, you truly do not recognize a good heart. We have come to congratulate you, yet you wish to harm us. Very well, since you do not welcome us, we, the 12 ancestral witches, have traveled far and wide and have large appetites. We will just eat a little and then leave. To everyone's surprise, the 12 ancestral witches, who were originally known for their volatile tempers and were easily provoked, showed no reaction upon seeing the 365 constellation Great Array that Emperor Jun had set up. As they spoke, the 12 ancestral witches waved their hands and began searching for food in the heavenly court. This little snake is not bad. Let's catch it and stew it into snake soup for younger sister Hutu to eat. Oh, look what I found, a lone Tai demon rat. Hey, I don't want anything to eat. This pillar looks pretty good. The Witch Clan were all gluttons. The 12 ancestral witches were the gluttons among gluttons. Now that they were searching for food in the heavenly court, the demon clans were in a miserable state. They were eating and catching, and soon, hundreds of enormous demon clans were being held in the hands of the 12 ancestral witches, clearly being treated as food. Moreover, during the process of catching food. The 12 ancestral witches collided with each other, causing the demon clan's heavenly court to be smashed to pieces. The guests in the demon clans were all crying and scattering in all directions. The originally joyous celestial wedding was now completely disrupted, and Emperor June's face was utterly humiliated throughout the entire wilderness. All right, this is enough to eat. Since you do not welcome us, we will leave now. The 12 ancestral witches looked at Emperor June's face, which was already twisted and deformed, and seeing that Emperor June still had not made a move, they secretly sighed in their hearts and prepared to leave. Upon witnessing the departure of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, although D. June's expression twisted in rage, he refrained from taking action. The apparent devastation wrought by the ancestors had merely resulted in the destruction of some buildings and the capture of several hundred golden immortals from the demon race, numbers that paled in comparison to the vast multitude of such beings within the demon tribe, especially when contrasted with the rare Great Luo golden immortals. Furthermore, even in the primordial chaos, it was not unusual for the ancestors to capture a few golden immortal demons for sustenance. Should he act rashly, it would contravene the prohibitions set by the Dao Ancestor. At that moment, the seemingly innocuous 12 ancestors could summon the true form of Pangu, leading to utter catastrophe. However, upon seeing the 12 ancestors finally take their leave, despite his overwhelming fury, D. June could not help but feel a sense of relief. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from the south heavenly gate. In the next instant, the ancestor Zhurong uprooted the gate and hoisted it onto his shoulder, turning to D. June, exclaiming, "This grand entrance of yours looks splendid. I shall take it with me." D. June, already seething with frustration, nearly spat blood in indignation, almost succumbing to unconsciousness from his rage. The south heavenly gate was the portal of the demon race. While the ancestors had already disrupted his celestial wedding, now they were audaciously absconding with the very gate itself, a clear affront to the demons. The thought of it nearly ruptured D. June's lungs with fury. Although he currently could not contend with the 12 ancestors, he noticed a faint azure figure accompanying them, radiating the aura of a Great Luo golden immortal. D. June, consumed by wrath, sought an outlet for his pent-up fury. With a flicker of thought, countless stars converged in the skies above the heavenly court, transforming into a resplendent spear of starlight, its brilliance concealing an insatiable murderous intent capable of slaying a Great Luo. Go! Under D. June's grim gaze, the spear shot through the boundless space, exuding an overwhelming aura of death as it pierced toward Qin Ming. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Qin Ming stood motionless, seemingly incapable of evading. Merely a trifle. Seeing Qin Ming neither dodge nor evade, but rather become ensnared by the spear's aura, a confident smirk crept across D. June's face. He envisioned Qin Ming's body being pierced through by the starlight spear. But at that moment, a calm and indifferent voice interjected, merely a trivial skill. A terrifying aura, infused with a daunting azure light, erupted from Qin Ming, causing the spear forged from the celestial power of the starry array to disintegrate before it could even make contact, dissolving like snow beneath the sun. How can this be possible? The once self-assured D. June was suddenly struck with disbelief. Although the starlight spear was merely a probing attack, its power had reached the level of a quasi-saint. How could it fail to even lay a finger upon that figure, disintegrating into nothingness? Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable. What D. June did not realize was that Qin Ming's cultivation of the nine turns mystic art granted him an impervious protective light, immune to the attacks of the same realm, rendering him invincible in defense. Who on earth are you? Alarmed, D. June finally began to regard Qin Ming with seriousness, his tone laden with gravity. However, Qin Ming did not respond. Instead, boundless power of time and space surged around him, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Boom! Before D. June could react, a fist enveloped in azure light materialized before him, transforming into a sword-like strike and cleaving through the layers of primordial space, descending upon him as a harbinger of doom. What? Chapter 21. The Final Destination of Primordial Beings. D. June, a quasi-saint, found himself unable to perceive even a trace of the temporal laws that had manifested. Yet, as the Supreme Demon Emperor, faced with Qin Ming's terrifying strike, his expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively reacted with utmost speed. Countless stars converged above his head, forming a shield of starlight to intercept Qin Ming's cataclysmic blow. Boom! The overwhelming force erupted forth, and the impenetrable starlight shield, upon contact with the azure light surrounding Qin Ming's fist, disintegrated like snowflakes, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. In astonishment, Di Jun witnessed Qin Ming's fist connect directly with his face. Bang! With a single punch, Di Jun was sent flying, his form hurtling through the air. Even though his true form was the three-legged golden crow, he found himself reeling from the unexpected blow, enveloped in darkness and excruciating pain. Before the countless demons and guests on his wedding day, he was struck down, a humiliation that obliterated his dignity. You seek death. The thought surged within Di Jun, nearly overwhelming him as he prepared to unleash the full might of the 365-star array against Qin Ming. However, just then, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, outside the south heavenly gate, roared in unison, their collective aura coalescing as they prepared to unleash the great formation of celestial spirits to summon the true form of Pangu. As the impending battle loomed, a profound energy descended, causing Di Jun's expression to drastically shift upon sensing its enigmatic presence, leading him to withdraw his formation. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestors, seeing Di Jun cease his aggression, also dismantled their formation. In the primordial chaos, only the Dao ancestor Hong Jun possessed such formidable power. The prohibition against conflict between the witches and demons would remain in effect for 300 years. A voice devoid of emotion resonated, soon fading into nothingness. Yet, both Di Jun and the 12 ancestors reacted to its utterance. Di Jun was filled with trepidation, while the ancestors felt dissatisfaction. Had it not been for Hong Jun, they would have long since annihilated the demon race. So this is Hong Jun. Qin Ming remained composed, sensing the terrifying and profound power contained within Hong Jun's voice. United with the heavenly Dao, Hong Jun's influence was unyielding, and the tides of fate remained unchanged. The war between the witches and demons represented the grand narrative of the primordial realm. Every calamity faced by the primordial world was, in essence, a cleansing of the influences left by Pangu upon the bloodlines of the beings that emerged. The calamity of the dragon and Han saw the three clans birthed from Pangu suffer grievously and withdraw from the stage of the primordial realm. The conflict between Dao and demon resulted in the complete elimination of the three ancient ancestors of Taiji, Yin Yang, and Xiankun, along with the remnants of chaotic demonic souls. Now, in the calamity of the witches and demons, the 12 ancestors and the 2 demon emperors faced annihilation, while even the broken mountain, formed from Pangu's spine, was shattered. As the calamity of the conferred gods approached, the entirety of the primordial realm, birthed from Pangu, was shattered, and the 3 purities, born from Pangu's essence, were likewise confined within the Zhixiao Palace and forcibly fed the elixirs of fallen saints. Thus, the so-called calamities were merely purges of the lingering influences left by the great Pangu. The grand narrative of the calamity between the witches and demons dictated the fall of the 12 ancestors and the demon emperors. Should conflict erupt prematurely, the witch tribe would undoubtedly annihilate the demons, a scenario the heavenly Dao of the primordial realm would not condone, hence Hong Jun's warning. With this realization, Qin Ming remained unfazed. Knowing he had achieved his objective, he then strode away with the 12 ancestors, having wreaked havoc at the celestial wedding. Cursed! Cursed! Di Jun gazed upon the ravaged heavenly court, witnessing the catastrophic transformation of joy into despair on what was meant to be a day of celebration. Di Jun was seething with rage, his heart filled with an irrepressible hatred that no amount of the world's waters could wash away. The visage of Qin Ming was indelibly etched in his mind. He vowed that one day he would slay Qin Ming and torment his soul for countless eons. Little did Di Jun know that the last being who harbored such thoughts, the burning lamp, was now in a dire state. Ensnared by the karmic forces of the Great Dao, nearly meeting a tragic end despite being a quasi-saint. But that was a tale for another time. Ha ha ha, what a delight. You should have seen the furious expression on that scruffy bird. This time, it was truly exhilarating. Had it not been for Hong Jun's timely intervention, I would have surely slain that ruffled bird. In the Pango Hall, the 12 ancestral witches, returning from the heavenly court, were adorned with beaming smiles, their spirits lifted. The enmity between the witch clan and the demon clan was akin to that of sworn enemies. Although they had not succeeded in killing Di Jun during their visit to the heavenly court, They had nevertheless caused a tremendous uproar during Di Jun's celestial wedding, humiliating him and the entire demon clan, diminishing their fortune significantly. This was only fitting. The supreme demon emperor, once the pride of the entire Hongwang, had his grand ceremony disrupted by the 12 ancestral witches who left in high spirits. If word of this spread throughout Hongwang, how would the other beings perceive it? Clearly, this uproar at the celestial wedding served to bolster the witch clans, standing immensely, and would prove advantageous in the impending Great War. Not only did it severely undermine Di Jun's arrogance, but it also significantly enhanced the witch clan's prestige. What a delightful outcome! Even the most composed of the ancestral witches, Ho too, could not suppress a hint of joy on her face. With the matter concluded, our transaction is also complete. I shall take my leave now. Qin Ming, surrounded by an ethereal azure light, gazed at the 12 ancestral witches and spoke with a calm demeanor. He had fulfilled 3 agreements with the witch clan and was now poised ahead to the palace of Nuwa to contemplate the principles in preparation for his ascension to the realm of the Immortal Dao. Becoming a saint in due course. To genuinely revitalize the human path, he, as its sovereign, must cultivate to a level comparable to that of a saint. Only then could he hope to contend with the heavenly Dao, especially with Ho too embodying reincarnation and evolving the earthly path. The heavenly Dao would inevitably seek to suppress it. As the master of the human path, if he could withstand more pressure at that time, the earthly path would flourish, placing the heavenly Dao in a precarious position when confronted with a burgeoning human and earthly path. Thus, ascending to the realm of the Immortal Dao was essential. For Qin Ming, this ascension posed no insurmountable challenge. He possessed the 3,000 Dao scriptures in his mind, allowing him to directly comprehend the principles of the 3,000 Great Dao effortlessly. His innate talent, marked by the blossoming of the 3 flowers of the 12th rank, offered him boundless potential. Coupled with the 12 transformations, his cultivation would continually enhance his innate qualities, guiding him toward becoming a top-tier innate divine being. Therefore, for the myriad beings in Hongwang, the coveted saintly position and the realm of the Immortal Dao were not overly difficult to attain. My young friend, do not be hasty. You have rendered a tremendous service to my witch clan. The previous 3 conditions might seem to favor us, but in light of your contribution of the primordial purple energy, I invite you to select 3 treasures from our clan's treasury as a token of our gratitude. However, just as Qin Ming prepared to depart, the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, interjected. The primordial purple energy that Qin Ming had offered was exceedingly precious. In comparison, the first condition, blood of the 12 ancestral witches, and the second condition, the heavenly god-killing formation, paled in value against the primordial purple energy. As for the third condition, the chaos stirred within the demon clan's heavenly court, although proposed by Qin Ming, ultimately benefited the witch clan, significantly diminishing the demon clan's fortune, which would be advantageous for future conflicts. Thus, when all was accounted for, it was the witch clan that owed Qin Ming a debt of gratitude. The ancestral witches, known for their forthright and decisive nature, would not take advantage of Qin Ming. Hence, Di Jiang extended the offer for Qin Ming to explore their treasury and select 3 items as compensation. The witch clan's treasury? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Qin Ming maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart stirred with intrigue. In Hongwang, the witch clan ruled the earth while the demon clan governed the heavens. It could be said that the true overlords of the Hongwang realm were the witch clan. As for the demon clan, aside from their presence in the heavenly court, those dwelling on the Hongwang continent were little more than prey for the witch clan. Thus, after eons of plundering and dominion over the Hongwang lands, the treasures within the witch clan's treasury were bound to be extraordinary. Perhaps even a delightful surprise awaited him. Then I shall express my gratitude. With this thought, Qin Ming nodded slightly, accepting the offer without hesitation. He was no fool to refuse such an opportunity. The witch clan's treasury is located behind the Panga Hall. I shall escort you there. Ho too, the ancestral witch, rose and spoke, her expression gentle, a hint of friendliness in her gaze. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable affinity for Qin Ming upon their first meeting. Little did she realize that she was destined to be the future sovereign of the earthly path. While Qin Ming was the master of the human path, both were rulers of cosmic order, naturally fostering a sense of kinship. Very well, Qin Ming followed Ho Tu deeper into the Panga Hall. It was said that the hall was the very heart of the Great Pangu, suffused with a faint yet formidable pressure, not easily withstood even by the Great Luo golden immortals. The Panga Hall itself was not merely a structure, but rather akin to a vast world, encompassing infinite universes, with countless realms and distorted temporal spaces. Many of the witch clan's finest also resided within this hall, preparing for the forthcoming great battle. Here we are, the witch clan's treasury. Please wait here as I unlock the door for you. After soaring for several months, Ho Tu finally came to a halt before an immense metal door forged from primal metal, its size and thickness imposing. Qin Ming estimated that even a Great Luo golden immortal would struggle to open this door with all their might. However, just as Qin Ming pondered the situation, Ho Tu, with a calm expression, approached the colossal door and, without warning, struck it with a powerful punch. The resounding crash echoed as the door shattered, revealing the vastness of the witch clan's treasury beyond. Is this how the witch clan opens its doors? Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming could not help but twitch his lips. The resources of the witch clan, having ruled the Honghuang for countless eons, were astonishingly abundant. To demolish a door of primal metal without a hint of remorse was a display of remarkable wealth. Yet, just as the door swung open, Qin Ming felt an irresistible pull emanating from within. His gaze shifted to a blood pool in the treasury, sensing an overwhelming pressure and an aura of terror, causing him to momentarily freeze. This blood pool exuded an aura of supreme significance. He could occasionally see numerous witch soldiers undergoing transformation above it. Clearly, this blood pool was the most precious asset of the witch clan, said to be formed from the divine blood of the Great Pangu, and the very birthplace of the entire witch clan. All witches, including the 12 ancestral witches, were born from this blood pool. The pull he sensed earlier was indeed emanating from the blood pool ahead. As Qin Ming regarded the blood pool beside him, he felt a stirring in his heart, though his expression remained unchanged. The blood pool of the witch clan is a sacred ground, serving as the very origin of all witches' rebirth. Its significance to the witch clan is akin to that of a mother nest for the insect clan in Qin Ming's previous life. Should the blood pool be damaged, the birth of new witches would cease, leaving the entire witch clan devoid of fresh vitality and any hope for the future. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the witch clan to establish their treasury here. Ho Tu Ancestor Witch, I am compelled to investigate the blood pool of the witch clan. Qin Ming stated directly to the Ho Tu Ancestor beside him. If she assented, it would be splendid. If not, there would be no loss. After all, this compulsion was not particularly strong, primarily tied to an innate exquisite spiritual treasure. At this moment, Qin Ming lacked for such treasures. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the Ho Tu Ancestor hesitated slightly. The importance of the blood pool to the witch clan is self-evident. It is the lifeblood of the entire clan. Any damage would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the witch clan. However, the witch clan is known for honoring their promises. They had previously agreed to allow Qin Ming to select 3 spiritual treasures at will from their treasury, which included the blood pool. Given that Qin Ming felt a pull towards the depths of the blood pool, it was evident that there was a spiritual treasure within, making it difficult for her to refuse. Moreover, the blood pool, as the birthplace of the 12 ancestor witches, is exceptionally sturdy. Even if the 12 ancestor witches themselves were to attempt to breach it, they would find it challenging. There was little concern that Qin Ming could cause damage. Additionally, the 12 ancestor witches had long since explored the blood pool and found nothing of value. Very well, she finally replied with a slight nod. Thank you. With the ancestor's approval, Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged. Ethereal blue light enveloped him, and in a swift motion, he leapt into the blood pool. Upon entering the blood pool, Qin Ming immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, remnants of the blood of Pangu, the great god. Although it had thinned over billions of years, it still left him gasping for breath. The blood pool, while seemingly small from the outside, revealed an expansive world within, akin to an ocean of blood, vast and deep. With no signs of desiccation after countless years of nurturing the witch clan, the direction of the pull led him to the very depths of the blood pool. As he descended, the pressure intensified exponentially. It was akin to climbing the unyielding mountain. The higher one ascended, the greater the pressure felt. Were it not for his status as a Great Luo golden immortal and the protection of a 9 turns profound art, he would scarcely withstand such terrifying force. After diving for nearly a century, Qin finally reached the bottom of the blood pool. The pressure here was astonishing, as if the very blood were solidifying. Even with his formidable physique, comparable to that of an ancestor, which he sensed an indescribable weight pressing down on him. It was no wonder that this was the heart of Pangu, a place of immense power. He needed to locate the spiritual treasure swiftly. Surrounded by the faint blue light, Qin navigated through the oppressive atmosphere until he halted before a boundary resembling a wall. This boundary was the evolved cell membrane of Pangu's heart, incredibly resilient, far more so than the Earth's fetal membrane, impervious even to quasi-saints. The pull he felt emanated from within this boundary. Could the treasure be concealed behind this wall? Unfazed, Qin placed his hand against the boundary. To his surprise, the tangible sensation he anticipated did not materialize. The resilient wall felt almost ethereal. Upon contact, his arm passed through as if it were non-existent. A restriction? Enlightenment dawned upon him, and his face brightened. Without hesitation, he stepped through. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself in a space devoid of blood and pressure, which allowed him to relax. Almost immediately, an object appeared before him, capturing his full attention. A purple lotus radiating an extraordinary brilliance, imbued with the essence of reincarnation, presenting itself as the most exquisite of creations. Is this the 12th rank purple lotus? Could it be the enigmatic reincarnation lotus from the 5 lotus platforms of the primordial era? Qin spirit surged with excitement. Compared to the golden lotus of merit, the pure world white lotus, the destruction black lotus, and the fiery red lotus, the reincarnation lotus is the most mysterious, containing the essence of the reincarnation path. It is said to manifest only when Hutu embodies reincarnation, making its concealment here all the more astonishing. With this newfound treasure, Qin now possessed 2 of the 5 lotus platforms, drawing him closer to completing a feat unparalleled in the history of the primordial era. As he contemplated this, he collected the reincarnation lotus. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from within the lotus, and before he knew it, he was transported to a mysterious realm. Here, silence reigned supreme, filled with countless luminous points, creating an ineffably beautiful spectacle. According to the knowledge flooding his mind, this was none other than the fabled Guishu, the ultimate resting place of true spirits after the demise of all beings in the primordial era. The myriad lights represented the true spirits of countless beings that had drifted here after their passing, all before the cycle of reincarnation had commenced. In this extraordinary space, Qin felt a tremor within himself. His vast consciousness expanded, revealing that this Guishu space was not isolated. It was interconnected with the primordial realm and the yet-to-be-established 6 paths of reincarnation. To simplify, this space resembled the unformed chaos. Hutu achieving reincarnation and establishing the underworld would be akin to Pangu creating chaos, requiring immense power to shatter the Guishu and manifest the underworld and the 6 paths. Thus, like Pangu embodying the primordial, Hutu, in her ancestral form, connected this place with the entire primordial realm, facilitating the transition of souls into reincarnation and completing the cycle of rebirth for all beings in the primordial world. It seems this Guishu space is indeed the contingency left behind by the great god Pangu. It is indeed the case that the realm of the great Immortal has transcended the river of time, perceiving the ages. When one reaches the realm akin to Pangu, who opened the primordial chaos, how could there not be hidden contingencies left behind, leaving only an incomplete and untranscended primordial land? However, Hutu, being a descendant of Pangu and possessing quasi-saintly cultivation, coinciding with the critical moment of the War of the Witches and the Demons, how could she have suddenly comprehended the essence of reincarnation? Observing the surrounding space of the Guishu, filled with countless luminous points of true spirits, a look of perplexity appeared in Zhou Yun's eyes. Upon reaching quasi-saintly cultivation with a luminous primordial spirit that is immortal and indestructible, even if Hutu's disposition were exceedingly gentle and kind, she would never forsake the countless members of the witch tribe, whether early or late. She would not choose to embody reincarnation right before the decisive battle of the witch and demon. This reasoning is akin to one's own mother, during your time of grievous injury, choosing to lend the family's money to a stranger. Regardless of her gentle nature, Hutu, as a primordial witch, would never make such a decision. Thus, there must be a reason behind this. The embodiment of reincarnation certainly harbors a great secret, compelling even the primordial witch Hutu to unhesitatingly transform into the secret of reincarnation. This secret is likely hidden within this land of Guishu. Contemplating this, Qin Ming felt a stirring in his heart, but did not rush to depart. With a flicker of thought, he directed himself deeper into the Guishu. Along the way, the luminous points of true spirits grew increasingly larger, evidently indicating their previous strength. Some appeared vividly, allowing glimpses of their former forms, true dragons, true phoenixes, and Qilins. Generally speaking, beings whose forms can be seen must have at least been at the golden immortal level in life. Qin Ming even beheld a Qilin true spirit, its body spanning 1,000,000 zhang, emanating an aura that stirred his heart. Clearly, this Qilin true spirit was the remnant of the ancestral Qilin's fall, having lost its intelligence. Merely existing in this dark, sunless Guishu, awaiting the day it is completely forgotten by the primordial world. The true spirit of this ancestral Qilin was indeed remarkable, yet it was wasted in this realm of Guishu. A spark ignited in Qin Ming's heart, and he promptly collected the true spirit of the ancestral Qilin. While it would be impossible to cultivate a quasi-saint level ancestral Qilin, having a golden immortal Qilin as a mount would still be delightful. After all, since the great calamity of Longhan, the dragon tribe has returned to the seas. The Phoenix clan eternally resides in the South Ming volcano, while the Qilin clan has faced tragic fate, transforming into auspicious beasts, losing their intelligence, and vanishing entirely from the primordial realm. In the current primordial world, there is no longer a true-blooded Qilin in the truest sense. If Qin Ming could possess a golden immortal Qilin as a mount, it would indeed be quite impressive. After securing the true spirit of the ancestral Qilin, Qin Ming continued deeper into the Guishu, soon halting, a look of astonishment gracing his face. Before him lay 10 drops of purplish-red blood, each the size of a person, radiating boundless supreme energy, cascading to manifest infinite great paths. This aura was unmistakably familiar to Qin Ming. It belonged to Pangu. The 10 drops of purplish-red blood before him were indeed the 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood. Pangu's essence blood. To possess 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood, this treasure was extraordinary. When the great Pangu fell, a single drop of his essence blood was sufficient to create a primordial witch. Each primordial witch is born with divine powers. For instance, the space primordial witch, Emperor Jiang, and the time primordial witch, Zhu Jiuyin, wielded laws of space and time from birth, respectively. Clearly, these are the laws contained within Pangu's essence blood. Moreover, the drop of essence blood that created the primordial witches had been tainted by the earthly turbid and malevolent energies, rendering it less pure. However, the essence blood before Qin Ming, each drop was larger than his own form, swirling with complex and ancient patterns, akin to the most exquisite amethyst, evoking an irresistible yearning within him. Should Qin Ming successfully refine these 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood, the terrifying energy contained within might elevate his mystical powers to the 6th transformation, comparable to that of a primordial saint. In addition to enhancing his physical strength, his foundational roots would undergo a transformation, potentially allowing him to comprehend abilities akin to innate divine powers. After all, the Great Pangu is the sole top-tier demon among the 3,000 chaotic demons. Should Qin Ming refine this essence blood, he would at least ascend to a mid-level chaotic demon foundation, with the possibility of achieving a high-level chaotic demon foundation not being out of reach. Most importantly, the quality of the Pangu essence blood before him surpassed even that which birthed the 12 primordial witches. It was the heart's essence blood of Pangu, free from the contamination of earthly turbid energy, allowing Qin Ming to refine it perfectly without any aftereffects. Thus, this is the hidden secret of the Guishu. No wonder the primordial witch Hutu, disregarding everything, sought to embody reincarnation. She must have desired to refine these 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood. It remains unclear what calamity befell her, preventing her from completing the refinement, even leading to the loss of her physical form. At this moment, clarity dawned upon Qin Ming. He finally comprehended the true reason behind the primordial witch Hutu's transformation into reincarnation. Since this opportunity had presented itself to him, he would naturally not be courteous. The grandeur of Pangu's essence blood was too remarkable. It would be best to refine a drop right here. As Qin Ming pondered, he moved and stepped directly into the purplish-red essence blood before him. Buzz. The moment Qin Ming entered the purplish-red essence blood, the oppressive aura that belonged to it dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, the surroundings shifted dramatically, and he found himself in a vast, grayish-white expanse. Where is this? The grayish-white airstream. Could it be the chaotic world before the opening of the primordial realm? Observing the swirling grayish-white airstream around him, it bore a striking resemblance to the chaotic airstream he had encountered before, only denser, brimming with boundless peril. Were he not observing from a peculiar vantage point? Had he been present in his true form, he would likely withstand only a moment before being utterly consumed by this dense, chaotic airstream. Who goes there? Just as Qin Ming was about to further investigate this place, a vast and potent malevolent aura suddenly surged forth, startling him. Concurrently, the true spirit of the ancestral Qilin he had previously collected, along with his innate spiritual treasures and reasonably high-quality acquired treasures, began to emit a peculiar humming sound, as if responding to this aura. Human, Qin Ming. Though the malevolent aura was formidable, it bore no hostility. Thus, Qin Ming boldly proclaimed his name and gazed forward. This aura, seemingly capable of easily transcending even saints, emanated from a divine being. As the grayish-white airstream parted, the white mist rose while the gray mist sank, resembling the scene of the heavens and earth being formed. Shortly after, a towering silhouette appeared before Qin Ming, and amidst the hazy airstream, he could still sense the imposing stature of this giant, along with, was that the Pangu axe? Qin Ming gazed in astonishment at the figure's shoulder, where a colossal axe rested, its presence exuding an overwhelming spiritual energy. At that moment, Qin Ming's heart was flooded with clarity, yet questions lingered. Are you an apparition of Pangu? After Pangu opened the heavens and earth, he vanished into the primordial realm following his battle with the 3,000 chaotic demons. No one knew whether he was torn apart by the demons or ascended to a more mysterious realm. Who would have thought that within a few drops of essence blood from the witch tribe's blood pool, one could witness his silhouette? After the initial shock, Qin Ming quickly grasped the essence of the encounter. Could it be that Pangu still lives? What is illusion and what is reality? Do your 3,000 paths of laws reveal to you what the true primordial world is? Pangu laughed heartily in response, inquiring of Qin Ming. It seemed Pangu had intentions of guiding Qin Ming, who fell into contemplation, momentarily taken aback. Upon reaching a realm equivalent to that of the Great Immortal, Qin Ming found that the enhancements provided by cultivation and spiritual treasures were no longer sufficient to satisfy his aspirations. To ascend to an even higher plane, one must comprehend the principles of the Great Dao. However, Qin Ming lacked a concrete approach. Continuing with his usual methods appeared to slow his progress even further. Our meeting here signifies a bond of fate. I am one of Pangu's incarnations, a fragment of his soul concealed before his fateful battle. As he removed his great axe and swung it a few times, Qin Ming was immediately transported back to the dawn of creation, witnessing the unification of heaven and sea, the emergence of various races in the morning light, followed by scenes of calamity, the great wars of the three clans, the conflict between the witch and the demon, and the rise of humanity. Amidst these flowing images, Qin Ming felt the internal workings of his 9 revolutions, profound art stirring within him, followed by a hazy azure light radiating from his being. In a brief moment, his understanding of the Great Dao deepened significantly, surpassing what he could achieve through millennia of ordinary cultivation. At this juncture, Qin Ming no longer doubted the true essence of the apparition before him. Oh, the 9 revolutions' profound art resides within you, Pangu remarked. Young friend, to have cultivated it to the 5th revolution at such a young age reveals your considerable talent. Pangu halted his axe's movements, his gaze sharpened suddenly, piercing like chisel points. Initially indifferent upon encountering Qin Ming, Pangu had intended to offer a casual word of guidance. But upon sensing the profound aura surrounding Qin Ming, he regarded him with newfound fervor, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. What connection does this profound art have with you, Pangu? Qi Ming was taken aback by Panga's intense scrutiny. Ah, this profound art is an unparalleled technique, a secret passed down from the demon god. Although I am unaware of its current name, young friend, your acquisition of it signifies a fated connection between us. I have lingered here for some time, and it is indeed destiny that allows me to encounter you. Before I depart, I shall answer 3 of your questions. Seeing Pangu's serious demeanor, Qi Ming felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he posed his first question: what is the principle of strength? Among the myriad principles of the Great Dao, this was the one that concerned Qi Ming the most. It is widely known that the primordial laws adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, regardless of the grand ideals espoused by the masses. True power is the utmost condition of the primordial realm. Thus, after reaching the 5th revolution of the profound art, Qi Ming was keenly interested in comprehending the principle of strength. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his inquiry, Pangu uttered a remark that took Qi Ming by surprise. Young friend, do you possess the cosmic measuring ruler? Indeed, acknowledging that he could not conceal anything from this ancient being, Qi Ming summoned the cosmic measuring ruler along with the 36 completed sea-calming pearls, which floated into view. Cosmic measuring ruler, activate. Pangu's gray-white eyes narrowed as his muscles swelled instantaneously, drawing forth clouds and mist that coalesced around the cosmic measuring ruler. Qi Ming sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, the likes of which could undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun if unleashed into the outside world. Yet at this moment, the boundaries of this blood realm resembled the eggshell of a newly birthed world, containing this explosive essence within. The cosmic measuring ruler and the sea-calming pearls emitted a radiant light, converging upon Pangu's axe. Suddenly, Pangu raised his axe and swung it towards Qi Ming. Unfazed, Qi Ming stood his ground, willingly absorbing the blow. In an instant, the 36 worlds within the sea-calming pearls seemed to surge into his being, causing his profound art to operate with fervor once more, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond the early stages of the 5th revolution. The principle of strength embodies the laws of heaven and earth. It is a concept, not mere force. It is precise and singular, merging with the cosmos, encompassing all, space, time, fate, everything. The realm of strength knows no boundaries. When one reaches a certain level of power, the notion of realm becomes merely a tool to delineate the weak. Pangu regarded Qi Ming with admiration, his imposing figure gradually melding into the surrounding mist. Qi Ming's acceptance of Pangu's strike indicated his comprehension of its true nature. The cosmic measuring ruler and sea-calming pearls descended from the heavens and were collected by Qi Ming. He acutely felt that Pangu's earlier ritual had united these innate treasures with his being, marking the beginning of his ascent to even higher realms. With a little more effort, Qi Ming could break through to the mid-tier of the 5th revolution. What of you, Pangu? Has your true form perished? As he sensed himself being expelled from this small world, Qi Ming nearly shouted in desperation, eager to know if this absolute powerhouse, who had existed since the origins of the primordial realm, had indeed fallen. Not at all. The echo of Pangu's voice lingered in his ears as Qi Ming was thrust out of the small world. Boom! The blood pool surged violently, leaving the ancestral witches above in astonishment as a figure leaped from the depths. Ah! Hutu exclaimed, turning around. Emerging from the misty azure cloud that emanated formidable spiritual energy was a figure with dark hair and chiseled features, his form reminiscent of a Greek statue. Qi Ming, unadorned and unveiled. The malevolent aura from the refined blood had stripped away his garments. After fully refining Pangu's essence blood, Qi Ming felt as though his being had expanded into 3,000 worlds. With the blood essence now thoroughly integrated within him, his perception of the world had transformed significantly. Most notably, his foundational aptitude had ascended to that of a mid-tier chaotic demon god, placing him among the upper echelons of the 3,000 demon gods. Excluding a few, such as those embodying the principles of time and space, Qi Ming had now secured a position within the top 100 among the 3,000 demon gods. Although his raw strength had not yet increased, he could now challenge 2 golden crows without difficulty. Is that Qi Ming? Zhu Rong could no longer contain his curiosity. Having initially lingered out of mere interest to observe Qi Ming's intentions in the seemingly empty blood pool. Yet, it had only been a fleeting moment since they last saw him. a period that scarcely registered within the primordial realm. However, the azure light enveloping his gaze seemed to contain boundless void, instilling fear in the ancestral witches. This sensation was typically reserved for encounters with saints. What transpired? Di Jiang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Surely this human must have encountered some fortuitous event. Nothing of great significance. I merely discovered a mysterious space. Qin Ming replied casually, prompting glances of envy among the ancestral witches and their attendants. The secret of the witch clan's blood pool should rightfully belong to them. Among them, some envious witches began to murmur discontentedly. However, before Qin Ming could react, Hutu interjected. Qin Ming is a friend of our 12 ancestral witches and an enemy of the demon race. Since we have been oblivious to the secret of the blood pool for so long, it is only fitting that it belongs to him. With Hutu's declaration, the envy and jealousy of the witches were swiftly quelled. We permitted Qin Ming to enter the blood pool, so we shall not dwell on such trivial matters. Congratulations. Young friend Qin Ming, Xian Ming, one of the ancestral witches, stated, though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, fearing that Qin Ming had experienced fortuitous encounters within their blood pool. Nevertheless, Hutu's defense of Qin Ming reminded the ancestral witches of the gratitude owed to him for the primordial purple qi he had bestowed. Hutu, known for her generous nature, yet seldom speaking out, had clearly grown fond of Qin Ming due to the increasing aura of the heavenly Dao surrounding him. The ancestral witches, known for their bold and generous demeanor, felt little more than a sense of admiration for Qin Ming's serendipitous fortune and did not mind the situation. Hey, I never claimed to take sides, Qin Ming remarked, asserting his independence. Yet within, he did not resent the ancestral witches for advocating on his behalf. Moreover, the fortuitous encounter that Qin Ming experienced this time was originally intended for the reincarnation of the Earth Mother. Although he was uncertain about the implications, witnessing the way the Earth Mother gazed at him was akin to the infatuation of a modern-day fan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. Qin Ming casually distributed the spiritual herbs he had found within the barrier during the process of refining Pangu's essence blood and healing in the blood pool. The sight of blood coral-like spiritual herbs being dispensed from Qin Ming's hands startled the ancestral witches. These exquisite spiritual herbs, known as coral spirit blood mushrooms, only thrived in the interstices of time and space. Xianming and Zhu Rong rushed forward to collect the spirit blood mushrooms, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This kind of herb is a rare, innate treasure, formed from the fusion of chaotic spiritual energy and innate herbs. It is said to have sprouted from seeds dropped by Nuwa and the Holy Mother during their trials, flourishing under extremely harsh conditions. Due to its intense and rich spiritual energy, any extraordinary beast below the golden immortal realm that attempts to cultivate it would likely explode. However, for the Wu clan, the Yao clan, and certain extraordinary beasts above the Luo golden immortal realm, it proves exceptionally beneficial, though it remains exceedingly scarce. This herb offers little advantage for the human race's cultivation, which is why Qin Ming chose to distribute it. Perhaps I have inadvertently stumbled into a space where the Dao of heaven and the Dao of earth intersect. Qin Ming mused, his idle speculation not entirely unfounded. As that otherworldly realm was indeed where Pangu's essence blood resided, its energy reminiscent of the primordial chaos before division, akin to the era of the 3-in-1. Upon receiving the spiritual herbs, the ancestral witches revitalized their spirits. Qin Ming, if you're interested, you might as well explore our Wu clan's treasury. Di Jiang invited with a smile. At that moment, in the eyes of the ancestral witches, Qin Ming, who had recently battled against the Yao clan and distributed the coral spirit blood mushrooms to them, had transformed into a cherished comrade. The Wu clan treasury? Just as Qin Ming intended to depart for cultivation, the mention of this keyword halted his steps. The Wu clan treasury contains many treasures. If you're interested, you may take something, Di Jiang continued. Very well, Qin Ming responded without hesitation. Di Jiang's invitation was indeed motivated by his own intentions. Captivating a young and enigmatic powerhouse like Qin Ming with some benefits was never a loss for the Wu clan. Should Hongjuan's prohibition lift, having Qin Ming's assistance would greatly contribute to the Wu clan. However, Di Jiang was unaware that Qin Ming possessed an enormous appetite and a discerning eye. Should he enter the treasury, he might very well deplete it. Upon seeing Qin Ming's agreement, Di Jiang joyfully led him to the treasury, with the Earth Mother accompanying them. Chapter 23. The Human Who Achieved Primordial Unity. This is the Wu clan treasury was an exquisitely constructed and heavily guarded palace. Upon reaching the entrance, before even glimpsing the treasures within, Qin Ming keenly felt that this journey would not be in vain. The fragments of the creation Jade tablet on his person seemed to resonate with some rare treasures, causing the spiritual energy surrounding him to subtly fluctuate. A thought crossed Qin Ming's mind. The fragments of the creation Jade tablet were distinct from other spiritual treasures. The items resonating with it were either extraordinarily superior, innate treasures, or other fragments of the creation Jade tablet. Could be. Are there other fragments of the creation Jade tablet within the Wu clan treasury? Earth Mother, please step back a bit. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he delivered a punch to the seemingly unremarkable wall. The Earth Mother expected a loud crash, but the azure glow enveloping Qin Ming's fist negated all resistance, penetrating the wall to extract a softly glowing fragment. It was indeed the second fragment of the creation Jade tablet. Had the other ancestral witches known that Qin Ming had so easily taken a fragment of the creation Jade tablet guarded within the Wu clan treasury, they would certainly have prevented his departure. How is it possible, at merely the Luo golden immortal realm, to exhibit such exquisite control over the laws of force? The Earth Mother was taken aback, finding Qin Ming's mastery over the laws of force to be profound, even surpassing her own understanding. With this fragment of the creation Jade tablet, I am sure my comprehension of the laws will soon lead me to achieve primordial unity. Qin Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. With the spiritual treasures gathered, now is the time to strive for the realm of primordial unity, the pinnacle of the 6 transformations of Xiangong. Qin Ming himself had not anticipated such smooth progress, his heart brimming with quiet joy. Qin Ming, are you truly leaving so soon? You could stay with the Wu clan a while longer. The Earth Mother expressed her reluctance as she observed Qin Ming preparing to depart. After all, he was a stranger. Upon realizing this, she felt her cheeks flush. Having been pampered by the Wu clan's brothers since childhood, she had devoted herself to cultivation, showing little interest in the clan's men, regardless of their excellence. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself concerned about this mysterious human man. Earth Mother, with my primordial purple energy. Regarding your future. Before leaving, Qin Ming intended to convey that the reincarnation would be immensely beneficial, but upon seeing the Earth Mother's bewildered expression, he recognized that revealing too much could attract the attention of the Dao of Heaven. Thus, he merely smiled enigmatically. In any case, just continue your diligent cultivation. Soon, a trial will present itself for you. As Qin Ming spoke, he felt a tinge of sentimentality. This young lady would soon bear a heavy responsibility, embodying the cycle of reincarnation. Take care. Watching Qin Ming depart, the Earth Mother's heart swelled with sorrow, so much so that she failed to notice Di Zhang's return. How could he have taken that fragment of the creation Jade tablet? Alas, Earth Mother, hasten your cultivation of the primordial purple energy to elevate our Wu clan. Although Qin Ming was a distinguished guest, that fragment of the creation Jade tablet had originally been reserved by Di Zhang for the ancestral witch's comprehension of the great laws, an ambition for future ascension to the saintly realm. Now that it had been taken by Qin Ming, Di Zhang was so furious that he was practically stomping his feet in frustration. Yes, brother. The Earth Mother and Di Zhang returned to the restricted area of the Wu clan to cultivate, while Qin Ming had already arrived at the Nuwa palace. His objective, to achieve primordial unity. This time, his preparations for cultivation were serious and prolonged. Qin Ming established a time-flowing space, placing the 36-petal chaotic blue lotus before him. Under the influence of the time-flowing space, what would normally be an exceedingly lengthy period of cultivation in the primordial realm was condensed to merely a few thousand years. The rise of humanity. How is this possible? Humanity has risen so early. The sudden prosperity of humanity caught the attention of all the saints, from Hongjun to Nuwa, who were astonished by the premature flourishing of humanity. My predictions were indeed flawed. Is this the essence of Pangu? From the aura of humanity's rise, Hongjun faintly detected a familiar presence, rendering him incredulous. This human aura resembled something he had encountered in the Yao Palace. Nuwa picked up a crystal fruit but refrained from consuming it, instead lost in contemplation of past events. In those days, she had held a disdain for Emperor Jun. Feeling unsatisfied even by a tossed embroidered ball, she had witnessed the Yao clan's embarrassment when they were challenged, and secretly reveled in their misfortune. Though she regarded both the Wu and Yao clans as insignificant, the unique aura of that small human had left a remarkable impression on her. Little did she expect him to achieve primordial unity, leading to the rise of humanity. My curiosity about him only deepens. In the depths of contemplation, the goddess Nuwa pondered the necessity of meeting that diminutive humanity once more. Meanwhile, within the sacred halls of the Nuwa palace, a faint azure light enveloped Qin Ming, rendering his form nearly translucent, with bones and veins distinctly visible, as if the essence of the cosmos resided within his dantian. Suddenly, the chaotic azure lotus before Qin Ming blazed with brilliance, and treasures such as the Qian Kuan ruler and the sea-calming pearl emerged from behind him, enveloping him in a dazzling azure radiance. With a shout, the light within Qin Ming surged outward, and he slowly opened his eyes. Above him, the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity converged, casting a magnificent glow that illuminated the Nuwa palace in a kaleidoscope of colors. A 36th-grade, chaotic azure lotus fruit materialized from the void, a testament to his achievement of the primordial realm. The sixth transformation of the profound skill. The guidance from Pangu had bestowed upon Qin Ming immense rewards, enabling him to ascend from the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm in such a brief span. His originally semi-saintly physique had transformed into something even more resilient. At the same time, Hutu sat cross-legged in the blood sea, preparing for her reincarnation after millennia of wandering. Around her, the spiritual treasures bestowed by the ancestral witches and the goddess Nuwa danced in the air, with the most significant being the primordial purple energy gifted by Qin Ming. If all went well, it could directly elevate her to the saintly level. Hutu radiated a soft yellow light, harmonizing with the heavenly flag before her, as the vast earth attributes of spiritual energy rendered the blood sea hazy. It seems Hutu is undergoing reincarnation. Following Qin Ming's achievement of the primordial realm, his comprehension of the 3,000 laws inscribed in the Book of Creation reached new heights. With a mere thought, his consciousness traversed time and space, witnessing the myriad beings scurrying across the earth. The essence of life, whether as insignificant as ants or as grand as saints, was enveloped in the chaotic azure light of Qin Ming's 9 transformations' profound skill. The innate spiritual treasures he bore resonated with his formidable aura, creating a subtle symphony. One could say that this elevation marked a definitive phase in Qin Ming's journey. The once distant aura of the saints now seemed within reach, revealing the true magnitude of their power. As Qin Ming's realm ascended, he glimpsed a world far more expansive, sending tremors through his spirit. Previously, his understanding of the saints had been confined to their techniques and power. Now, he realized that if they unleashed their full strength, the burgeoning primordial world might not withstand it. The path of the Great Dao is vast, and the pursuit of cultivation is boundless. While Qin Ming stirred the hearts of the saints, he gained a deeper understanding of their existence. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled like lightning as he slowly rose from his meditation. I shall become ever more powerful. With a resounding cry, Qin Ming stored the 36th-grade chaotic azure lotus fruit within his spatial repository. His attainment in the primordial era had unleashed the purest essence of spiritual energy, refining the essence within the chaotic lotus into this fruit brimming with immense spiritual power. This fruit's vitality was extraordinarily abundant, even subtly surpassing the 36 sea-calming pearls refined from Pangu's phantom. Even now, Qin Ming would require time to fully absorb it. Naturally, the original chaotic lotus would not go to waste. How he would utilize it depended on the degree of integration he achieved after becoming a primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon reaching this exalted state, Qin Ming felt confident in forging innate spiritual treasures that would not only preserve his soul, but enhance their quality, potentially tailoring them to his needs. However, he mused that he still required an exquisite cauldron. Never mind. First, to witness the excitement of Hutu's reincarnation. Shaking his head, he cast aside these trivial concerns and vanished from the Nuwa palace. Simultaneously, with the expiration of the designated time, The restrictions imposed by Hongjun on the witch and demon clans dissipated. Hutu, the ancestral witch, underwent her reincarnation within the Blood Sea. Boom! A surge of purple energy shot into the sky, faintly accompanied by the harmonious calls of phoenixes, shaking the entire primordial world. All races, regardless of strength, were filled with bewilderment, particularly the demon clan, enemies of the witch clan. The tremors caused by Qin Ming's recent achievement in the primordial realm were swiftly matched by Hutu's reincarnation. Truly, the youth of today is formidable. Two primordial Great Luo golden immortals emerging in such quick succession was unprecedented, especially with Hutu's primordial purple energy. Where could it have originated? Did the witch clan possess such hidden treasures? Sensing the presence of the primordial purple energy, Laozi descended upon his cloud, his mouth agape in astonishment. The recent disturbance caused by Qin Ming's achievement had already drawn him from his seclusion, compelling him to investigate the human realm's sudden resurgence. Yet, as the echoes of that disturbance faded, Hutu had already completed her reincarnation. The Earth's resurgence. The primordial Dao had not trembled so in ages. Laozi felt a pang of age, as if he could not keep pace with the youth of the era. His greatest curiosity lay in the source of that primordial purple energy. As a saint, he could discern that under normal circumstances, even if Hutu absorbed a vast amount of merit and gathered the witch clan's treasures, she could only attain the mid-level of quasi-saint. Yet now, due to that primordial purple energy, Hutu had become a saint. This was the most perplexing aspect of the entire affair for Laozi. Thus, he lingered by the Blood Sea, preparing to extend his congratulations while inquiring when the witch clan had concealed that primordial purple energy. The waves of the Blood Sea surged on, while the attendants beside Laozi stared dumbfoundedly at the tumultuous scene. Having ages comparable to Hutu, they were still far from the quasi-saint realm, and this spectacle exceeded their comprehension. I once believed Hutu could only attain quasi-saint status, yet she has unexpectedly achieved sainthood. The 12 ancestral witches stood by the Blood Sea, witnessing the miraculous birth with a mix of relief and profound sentiment. Had it not been for Qin Ming's primordial purple energy, Hutu would never have ascended to sainthood. Thousands of years had passed, and Emperor Jiang still lamented the loss of the fragments of the Book of Creation taken by Qin Ming. However, upon witnessing Hutu's elevation to sainthood, the conflicts within his heart dissipated entirely. If Qin Ming were to bestow another primordial purple energy upon the witch clan, what would it matter if they surrendered all their treasures to him? We owe our thanks to that young lad, Qin Ming. Now, our witch clan shall surely bring about the demise of the demon clan. Zhurong stroked his flame-like beard, laughing heartily. Throughout the millennia, the appearances of the ancestral witches had remained unchanged. Even as time in the primordial realm rushed by, their demeanor as formidable figures did not wane. Boom! Hutu opened her beautiful eyes, rising gracefully from the Blood Sea, caught by an azure phoenix. At that moment, noble and powerful figures began to materialize around the Blood Sea. Though Hongjun had not yet arrived, the presence of revered figures like Laozi and Nuwa instilled a sense of awe within the ancestral witches. The Assembly of Saints. Hutu had become a saint, establishing the Underworld, initiating reincarnation, and promoting the Earth's resurgence. If the esteemed saints wished to claim a share of the fruit of her labor, they ought to take their leave. Hutu opened her eyes, gazing coolly at her fellow saints. Her voice, once timid and sisterly, now resonated with nobility and authority, imbued with the demeanor of the ruler of the Underworld. As her garments billowed, those who beheld her seemed to glimpse a vast and unfathomable cycle of time and space. Evoking reverence, the ancestral witches bowed before Hutu, the youngest sister, now the most powerful among them. Meanwhile, other saints who had come to the Blood Sea watched Hutu and the swirling void of the Blood Sea with barely concealed greed, akin to ants surrounding a grand cake. In the primordial cycle of reincarnation, the establishment of the Underworld was of paramount importance. Securing a significant position within it would undeniably benefit future cultivation and understanding of the laws. Initially, if the reincarnation of the Earth had only allowed her to attain the status of a quasi-saint, the other saints would have expressed great confidence in their ability to divide the fruits of the Underworld. However, the Earth has now ascended to the level of a true saint, propelled by the primordial purple energy, rivaling their own status. Despite her relative inexperience, a saint is still a saint, incomparable to a quasi-saint. Now, should they wish to claim their share of the Underworld's fruits, they would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. O Earth, if you were to cede the position of the Lord of Reincarnation to me, I would gladly assist the Wu clan in their struggle against the Demon clan in the future. What say you? The first to speak among the scheming saints was Nuwa. The others cast her disapproving glances. Her audacity in demanding the Lord of Reincarnation's position irked them greatly. This position was not only directly tied to the merits of the Underworld, but also involved numerous transformations of the human and earthly realms, making an extremely coveted saintly rank. Nevertheless, as an established saint and one of the primordial beings, the other saints hesitated to confront her directly. If you grant my disciple the position of the Five Directions Ghost Emperor, I shall provide guidance in your cultivation. The Master of Heaven spoke with an air of superiority, embodying the arrogance of his past. And what of the position of the 10 Yama Kings? The saints gathered here, despite their celebratory demeanor, harbored predatory intentions. Observing the scene from the shadows, Qin Ming couldn't help but scoff. Who dares? A flash of sword light cut through the air, and Qin Ming leisurely appeared atop the ancestral Qilin. You are the one who has attained the Hunyuan. The Master of Heaven and the other saints widened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Qin Ming. They were aware of the Earth's background, particularly concerning the calamity of the Wu and Yao clans, and had long since decided not to interfere in their conflict. However, the recent twists of fate, from the ban on the Wu and Yao battle to the Earth's ascension to sainthood, left the saints with an unsettling sense of unpredictability. Now, upon seeing Qin Ming, they felt an extraordinary premonition. Perhaps this enigmatic figure was the key to the shifting tides of fate. What is your purpose here? If you seek your share, you have arrived too late. The arrogant Master of Heaven was the first to respond, casting a cold glance at Qin Ming. Qin Ming glanced at his sword, which had transformed into the celestial Excalibur due to the chaos green lotus in his possession. The Excalibur emanated a faint white light, a weapon of exceptional quality, and one of the 4 swords that later formed the Slaying Immortals array. However, its radiance paled in comparison to the brilliance of the Chaos Green Lotus. It appeared that even with the Chaos Green Lotus in his possession, the formidable beings still conformed to the heavenly path, and opportunities were not easily missed. Nevertheless, the quality of that magical artifact was indeed inferior to his original acquisition. Though you are esteemed saints, your thoughts are hardly saintly. Do you not feel shame in oppressing the younger generation and appropriating their merits for yourselves? Qin Ming's words sent a shiver down the spines of the saints present, causing some, still possessing a sense of shame, to flush with embarrassment. Regardless of their disguises, they understood that coming to the Underworld to claim a share was akin to robbing the merits of the younger generation. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge them. Presumptuous! How dare you criticize the revered saints? Allow me, Yu Yuan, to teach you a lesson. A sharp cry erupted from a servant of the Master of Heaven, who had already launched an attack. A serpent-like red light surged from the servant's hand, aimed directly at Qin Ming, the heart-piercing lock. Having just reached the Great Luo golden immortal realm, he believed himself to be exceptional among the younger generation, failing to perceive Qin Ming's true strength and mistaking him for a mere child attempting to show off. The heart-piercing lock, akin to the binding immortal rope, was intended to subdue Qin Ming first before allowing the Master of Heaven to decide his fate. Yu Yuan, you are being hasty. The Master of Heaven's expression shifted slightly. While he did not intervene, he did not approve of his disciple's reckless actions. Despite his arrogance, after years of being a saint, he was not a fool. He understood that Qin Ming, being young and having attained enlightenment, must possess some cleverness, and was contemplating how to intimidate him into revealing his secrets. Unexpectedly, Yu Yuan had already acted on his own. However, since Yu Yuan had initiated the attack, the Master of Heaven decided not to interfere further. Very well, Yu Yuan. Let us see if this Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal is genuine or not. Qin Ming scoffed coldly, and without any visible movement, Yu Yuan was already spitting blood, spiraling through the air like a kite on a string. Moreover, the heart-piercing lock he had just unleashed not only failed to bind Qin Ming, but instead curiously turned back, darting into Qin Ming's sleeve, vanishing from sight. Senior brother, junior brother, the other servants of the Master of Heaven gasped in shock, quickly supporting Yu Yuan. Among them, the Master of Heaven's eldest disciple, a red-haired figure adorned with prayer beads, stared in astonishment at Qin Ming. Although the servants, lacking the status of quasi-saints, were not weak, they were evidently no match for the monstrous Qin Ming, the spiritual treasure I bestowed upon Yu Yuan. The Master of Heaven's expression shifted again, this time not out of anger, but concern. Losing a spiritual treasure was secondary. The primary issue was that, as an expert in capturing spiritual treasures, he had failed to discern the nature of the power Qin Ming had utilized, or the laws he had employed to make the heart-piercing lock willingly enter Qin Ming's storage space. Even the notoriously arrogant Master of Heaven fell silent, contemplating whether it was wise to provoke this young and mysterious figure, Qin Ming, during the calamity of the Wu and Yao. My young friend Qin Ming, what is it that you desire? Fushi, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally spoke, his tone calm and devoid of hostility. Qin Ming cast a glance at him. Among the saints present, Fushi was a rare figure with a notably low presence. He lacked even a servant by his side and was dressed in simple attire, holding an ancient zither, his black robe billowing ominously in the air. Qin Ming recognized that Fushi had a deep connection to the human realm following his reincarnation and was less volatile than the Master of Heaven. Perhaps for this reason, both Lao Jun and Fushi adopted a non-confrontational stance, curiously observing Qin Ming. They assumed that as a newly ascended Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would surely wish to claim a share for himself. However, the feat of capturing the spiritual treasure he had just displayed had eluded even their keen eyes. Now, the saints regarded Qin Ming with newfound respect, wariness, and curiosity. Brother Qin Ming, you have arrived. At that moment, the earth, having recovered from her surprise at seeing Qin Ming, called out in excitement. This statement left the saints utterly flabbergasted, and the atmosphere softened considerably. The once aloof and regal earth had undergone a remarkable transformation. I seek nothing for myself. I merely wish to assist a friend. Qin Ming smiled as he descended to the earth side. The earthy spiritual energy enveloping her brought him immense comfort. It is only fair that I, Qin Ming, negotiate the distribution of the Underworld's positions alongside this young lady rather than allowing her to confront all of you alone. Qin Ming's words clearly indicated his alliance with the earth. The saints exchanged glances, although they felt unthreatened by the two inexperienced juniors. Any conflict among saints here could draw the attention of the heavenly path, leading to dire consequences. It seemed the interests tied to the Lord of Reincarnation and the Underworld could not be directly coveted. As a primordial saint, I shall not take advantage of you. Qin Ming continued. Let's wager, shall we? If we win, the Underworld's positions shall be allocated 80% to our side. If you win, we shall take nothing. After conferring discreetly with the other saints, Nuwa turned her icy gaze toward Qin Ming, her voice cold and carrying an air of finality. In her view, as a primordial saint, engaging in a wager with juniors like Qin Ming and the earth was already a loss of dignity, making it impossible for them to decline. The rules of the contest stipulated that each side would send forth 2 representatives, engaging one another in single combat with a single spiritual treasure, determining victory with a single move. The contest would be swift, with a rematch only if the result was a tie. Nuwa continued, on our side, we shall send forth Tong Tian and myself, while you will present yourself and Hutu. After the contest, we will abide by the conditions I just mentioned. What do you think? I have no objections to the rules, Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, but the rewards for victory should be reconsidered by you, Nuwa. Oh, pray tell your thoughts, Nuwa inquired, furrowing her brow. She had never anticipated that Qin Ming and Hutu would emerge victorious. Thus she had not thoroughly contemplated the consequences of their potential success. Qin Ming's arrogance further piqued Nuwa's scrutiny, though not in a favorable light. If we win, each of you must present us with a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure, and we shall select them personally, Qin Ming stated calmly, inciting a stir among the saints. You truly dare to speak such audacious words, Jin Ling exclaimed angrily beside Tong Tian. At this moment, she was not yet the renowned Jin Ling saint mother of later times, but rather a charming young girl with 2 bun-like hairstyles. Riding a Qi Xiang carriage, exuding a lively and endearing aura, albeit with a hint of ferocity. After Qin Ming wounded Yu Yuan, the Tong Tian sect members, ever protective, regarded him with disfavor. Perhaps we should consider his request, Tong Tian coldly remarked. After all, they are unlikely to win. Both Tong Tian and Nuwa nodded in agreement with Qin Ming, their desire to teach these two youngsters a lesson intensifying. Hutu prepared to enter the fray, her expression solemn, aware that her odds against the innate divine Nuwa were slim. The chasms between each realm of the saints are formidable and vastly different from the realms where effort alone could yield progress. Hutu understood that her ascension to sainthood was not due to enlightenment, but rather the primordial purple energy. Typically, even after millions of years, her attainment of sainthood remained uncertain. Nuwa, having achieved sainthood with the aid of countless high-quality spiritual treasures, looked down upon Hutu, whose Qing Luan trembled beneath her. This stark contrast in their realms left Hutu lamenting their disparity. Hutu's brothers, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, stood anxiously by the blood sea, helpless in the current situation. Sister Hutu, this is for you. Qin Ming discreetly transmitted a message to Hutu before her entry. Hutu looked at him in confusion as he presented her with 12 sea stabilizing pearls and imparted their usage. After being forged by Panga's phantom, the sea stabilizing pearls now resonated with Qin Ming, and as Hutu infused them with her earth attribute spiritual energy, her spiritual platform seemed to glimpse the vast world. While Qin Ming felt his consciousness enveloped in a gentle spiritual force, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Let the contest begin. Nuwa said no more, slowly raising the treasured lotus lantern. Its form resembled ice and snow, with petals unfurling outward, seemingly embodying the ocean. As Nuwa chanted, the petals of the lotus lantern began to rotate outward, followed by the emergence and disappearance of various restrictions. The seven-colored radiance from the lantern surged forth, enticing the blood sea to rise and envelop Hutu within. The sphere formed by the blood sea appeared dissatisfied merely with confining Hutu. It pressed inward, a cruel pressure from the numerous restrictions aiming to obliterate her across all time and space. Was Nuwa truly prepared to resort to lethal measures? Would Tong Tian also turn against that young man? The watching Taishang Lao Jun furrowed his brow. The lotus lantern was an innate supreme spiritual artifact, one of the treasures in Nuwa's possession, alongside the likes of the red embroidery ball. Aside from the battle against the chaos demon god, he had rarely seen her wield it. The emergence of the lotus lantern invoked a sense of foreboding amongst them. However, they never anticipated Nuwa would be so ruthless as to unseal the 9 layers of restrictions, unleashing the powerful chaotic energy sealed within to strike down the newly anointed young saint. Surely, jealousy played a role in this. Hutu's unexpected rise to sainthood deviated significantly from their predictions, instilling a sense of crisis in the innate divine Nuwa, who might well be envious of the young girl. Taishang Lao Jun, recognizing Hutu's potential, could not sway the terms of the contest, so he turned away, only to catch sight of Qin Ming gazing coldly at the sphere formed by the blood sea, his eyes sharp. What is happening? Nuwa thought to crush the girl within the sphere to vent her anger, but felt the lotus lantern tremble slightly in her grasp. Unstable waves of light appearing on the petals, which astonished her. Since the dawn of chaos, she had never felt such impotence from the lantern, especially against a newly ascended member of the witch clan. What could Hutu possibly use to contend with the lotus lantern? Suddenly, the sphere of blood sea erupted in radiance. Break! Hutu's voice rang clear and resonant, harmonizing with the phoenix Luan, rendering it even more melodious. The sphere of blood sea dissipated outward, reverting to its original form. And Hutu emerged, surrounded by the 12 sea stabilizing pearls, enhancing her graceful figure with flowing hair. Behind her, the phantom of reincarnation subtly emerged, revealing glimpses of Azuras, demon clans, exotic beasts, and humans destined to join the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the saints, well-versed in the sights of time and space, recognized Hutu's considerable potential. Thank you, Lady Nuwa, for your guidance. Hutu opened her eyes, her voice remarkably calm, devoid of resentment towards Nuwa. Having perceived Nuwa's gaze earlier, she understood the risks of the contest. Had Qin Ming not assisted her, she might have struggled to escape from his fear. As the mother of the Underworld, Hutu was inherently magnanimous, disinclined to hold grudges. This trait allowed her previously nebulous understanding of the principles of the Great Dao to ascend to new heights in her recent predicament, embodying the principle that a gentleman bears great virtue. The ancestors of the witch clan, who had been tense, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Hutu unharmed. How can this be? Nuwa's complexion paled. The dimmed Lotus lantern could no longer sustain itself, retreating into her storage space. Old woman, times have changed. The younger generation is formidable. Qiming finally relaxed slightly, though a mocking smile remained on his face as he derisively remarked at Nuwa. No words of derision could match the impact of that single statement upon Nuwa. Her expression shifted dramatically, and though she contemplated retaliating against Qiming, she reluctantly withdrew her hand, realizing that she had to bide her time until the contest concluded. However, in her heart, like the observing saints around her, she had already concluded that Qiming must have employed some means to assist Hutu in overcoming her. After all, considering Hutu's innate talent alone, it was unfathomable that she could triumph over the esteemed innate divine Nuwa. With a venomous glare directed at Qiming, Nuwa resolved to settle the score with this human after the contest. "It is now my turn." Tong Tian spoke coldly, arms crossed, without making any movements. Yet the absolute immortal sword behind him slowly unsheathed, as cold as ice. Proud as Tong Tian was, he intended to settle matters swiftly with a single strike. The sword of extermination, in his eyes, was sufficient to grant Qiming face. In truth, had he not witnessed Qiming's enigmatic act of collecting treasures earlier, he would have deemed a single flying golden sword adequate. Though still harboring doubts about Qiming, Tong Tian surmised that Qiming could not possibly withstand his earth-shattering blow. A single strike to transcend all. Tong Tian erupted in radiant white light, as if the dawn's glow radiated from within him, and the absolute immortal sword soared forth with tremendous momentum towards Qiming, utterly simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful. In the face of this unparalleled strike, the other saints believed without a doubt that Qiming was destined to perish. But, boom! Tong Tian, you may possess greater seniority than I, but when it comes to the application of the laws of strength, you truly fall short, Qiming declared. As the dust settled, the once devastating strike that aimed to pierce through the blood sea dissipated into the air. How could this be possible? The astonishment now belonged to Tong Tian, whose face turned pale as he stared intently at Qiming. He could not accept this defeat, one that brought such profound humiliation. Moreover, Qiming did not even draw forth any divine weapon from Tong Tian's arsenal. He merely raised his fist. With a single blow, he shattered the celestial sword. One force breaks, all laws. You, an ignorant junior, how could your comprehension of the laws of strength surpass mine? Tong Tian's complexion deepened to a shade akin to that of a liver, and he would rather incinerate himself than concede defeat to Qiming in such a manner. Yet, Qiming merely smiled. Although Tong Tian, preoccupied with accepting disciples, possessed considerable insight into sword techniques, he could not compare to Qiming, who, after receiving guidance from Pangu, had devoted all his energy to mastering the laws of strength within the time-flowing space, thus attaining the status of a primordial golden immortal. Driven by his pride, Tong Tian drew his sword once more, the 3 flowers atop his head shimmering brilliantly. He intended to slay Qiming before him, to avenge his previous humiliation. Tong Tian Nuwa, may the wager be honored. At that moment, Hongjun arrived. All the saints turned their gaze towards him. Just now you taught Hutu the innate sea-covering formation, enabling her to surpass Nuwa. My curiosity about you grows ever deeper. Looking at Qiming, Hongjun spoke calmly. That was merely a half-finished product. Qiming, aware that nothing could remain concealed from Hongjun, replied nonchalantly. You have attained the state of primordial, yet not through the power of the heavenly Dao. Thus, you have not become a saint. Why? Hongjun did not glance at the mother of the underworld, Hutu, but fixed his gaze upon Qiming. I do not wish to let the heavenly Dao obstruct my path to freedom. Qiming's seemingly casual remark once more stirred a commotion among the saints, even causing Hutu beside him to turn in astonishment. Oh, to obstruct your path to freedom? As a figure of such high esteem as Hongjun, this notion seemed novel to him, eliciting a measure of surprise as he regarded Qiming. Qiming merely smiled, offering no reply, for the modern mindset could scarcely communicate with those of this realm. How intriguing. Let all be concluded here. Hutu, you are henceforth forbidden from participating in the battle of the witches and the demons, for it would disrupt the balance. After delivering this decree on behalf of the heavenly Dao, Hongjun vanished, and both Nuwa and Tong Tian dared not offend him, casting Qingming resentful glances before hastily retreating. Fuxi and the other saints, seeing no share in the fruits of victory, also disappeared into the sea of blood. It seems there exists an ancestral Qilin in this world. Young friend, if you could present this ancestral Qilin to me, I would allow you to choose any of the spiritual treasures on my person, with the exception of my lifeblood. As he departed, Taishang Laojun stroked his beard, squinting at the swaying ancestral Qilin beneath Qingming. He had little interest in the fruit of the underworld, but was particularly fond of this rare, ancestral Qilin. I am afraid this ancestral Qilin, unique in heaven and earth, has already forged a bond with me, and I have no intention of letting it go. Qingming held a favorable impression of the transcendent old man, Taishang Laojun, but he could not agree to part with the ancestral Qilin. The Pangu illusion is exceedingly rare, and the 12 ancestor witches were born from Pangu's essence. It was only within the forbidden grounds of the witch clan that Qingming encountered the primordial spirit of the ancestral Qilin. If it were not for its exceptional rarity, Taishang Laojun, who had seen countless treasures and wondrous beasts, would not have taken notice of it. Truly a pity, yet, even if I cannot give it to you, borrowing it for a couple of days for research would suffice. Taishang Laojun's enthusiasm resembled that of a mad scientist from Qingming's previous life or a fervent collector. Qingming was both amused and exasperated, deflecting the request for some time, intending to find an opportunity to depart. However, he suddenly noticed the furnace depicted on Taishang Laojun's robe. His eyes brightened as he recalled a matter of great importance, and thus he fixed his gaze intently upon Taishang Laojun. Young friend, what is it? Taishang Laojun, taken aback by the sudden fervor in the gaze of the young man who had previously been so evasive, found his voice slightly faltering. If you would be willing to lend me the Qian Kuan Ding for a time, I could take this ancestral Qilin to your place for some amusement without issue. Qingming candidly expressed his thoughts, for his Dao Dan and several new spiritual treasure concepts required a place for experimentation. Thus far, he had been focused on leveling up and had not yet established a proper alchemical domain, leading to some deficiencies in terms of resources. Very well, if that is the case, until we meet again. Taishang Laojun felt a wave of relief in his heart, refraining from further chatter and informing Qingming of his location before vanishing into the clouds with his attendant. Wait, what about the 2 spiritual treasures promised to me by Nuwa and Tong? Once only Qingming and Hutu remained. He realized that Hongjuan's earlier interruption had caused him to neglect requesting his due reward from Nuwa and Tong for his victory. Qingming, Lady Nuwa has left the spiritual treasures, and Master Tong has also left one. Hutu pointed to the spot where Nuwa had vanished, and in mid-air, 2 spiritual treasures lay abandoned. One was a treasure known as the Primordial mixed silk, and the other was a dull, gray pot. Such a feminine, spiritual treasure. I feel quite embarrassed to accept. As for what Tong provided, what on earth is this? Qingming retrieved the Primordial mixed silk, glanced at it, and casually handed it to Hutu. Although the quality of the primordial mixed silk was commendable, he had no intention of using it himself. As for that pot, is it not a night pot? That woman will surely have something to say to you later. Regarding Tong, he would settle the score at a later time. The thought of himself adorned with 2 flowing sashes made Qingming shudder. These 2 saints had indeed forged enmity with him, leaving behind these 2 spiritual treasures. Clearly a deliberate act, yet at least they had honored their agreement. Qingming, I thank you for your assistance. However, I truly cannot accept this spiritual treasure. My victory over Lady Nuwa was also largely thanks to you. Hutu returned the sea-calming pearl to Qingming, having gained a deeper understanding of his formidable strength, and playfully nudged him. Spare me the pleasantries. If you genuinely wish to thank me, then accept it. Qingming jested, saying, let this serve as a token of our affection. Hutu was taken aback, her face reddening, and she accepted it just like that. She glanced at her brothers on the shore and added, if you have time in the future, could you accompany me to the Underworld? The Underworld, formed from the essence of the earth, would become her residence after she attained sainthood, becoming the mother of the Underworld, governing the earth's essence, and thus separating from the witch clan. With Hongjuan's decree in place, she could no longer openly assist the witch clan, though it pained her. She felt helpless. To traverse the sea of blood and break through countless layers of time and space was the only way to reach the Underworld. Hutu had never left the primordial world before. Despite having attained sainthood, she felt a twinge of fear at the thought of venturing alone. Hutu, You have just begun your journey through reincarnation. Your foundation is not deep, and I am indeed inclined to assist you. Qi Ming nodded, having already forged a bond with the witch clan and not minding extending further help. Thus far, he had not ventured into the sea of blood connected to other realms, and he too needed a place to test his primordial strength, or rather his grasp of the laws. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the potential serendipities that might lie in the depths of the sea of blood. Let's proceed. Having made their decision, Qin Ming and Hutu descended, and amidst the shimmering 3 flowers above, an entrance resembling a black hole emerged in the sea of blood. Qin Ming and Hutu, brimming with spiritual power, shattered the void and swiftly arrived at the lowest tier of the sea of blood, the entrance connecting to the underworld. Someone is here. Who? A dark, ominous aura caught their attention, and as Qin Ming and Hutu looked up, they beheld the Ancient One of the Underworld emerging from the shadows. Lady Hutu, you might consider bestowing upon me the title of Ghost Emperor of the Underworld. I shall ensure that the Underworld is managed with utmost order. As the Underworld was just beginning to take shape, the Ancient One of the Underworld had stationed himself at the Blood Sea passage between the Underworld and the human realm, eager to partake in the spoils. Chapter 25, Blood Demon God, even a minor path. The recent battle between the saints and the two had not escaped the watchful gaze of the Ancient One of the Underworld, who approached with a disarming demeanor. Immediately, the Ancient One of the Underworld flashed a friendly smile at Hutu, sending a chill down her spine. If you truly wish to assist Hutu, perhaps you could bestow upon her a few more treasures. Qin Ming interjected, disapproving of the Ancient One of the Underworld's proximity to Hutu. The Ancient One's previous collaboration with Kuanping to harm Hongyun was well known among those above the quasi-saint level. Hutu was, after all, a young girl. How could she possibly contend with this old fox? Huh, you are the one who has reached the primordial state among humans. The Ancient One of the Underworld, witnessing Hutu swayed by Qin Ming's words, felt a surge of anger within but dared not express it, despite his usual arrogance and pride. Upon witnessing the formidable powers of Hutu and Qin Ming, both of whom were at the level of the primordial golden immortal, even the Ancestor of the Underworld dared not provoke them lightly. Very well then, he conceded, if the Lady Hutu is willing to grant me a more splendid fruit position, I shall gladly guide you through the secrets of the Blood Sea. Seeing that a soft approach was futile, the Ancestor of the Underworld resorted to temptation. The secrets of the Blood Sea? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, recalling the blood pool of the witch clan. Indeed, it was a secret tied to Pangu. Pangu had not truly perished. He had preserved his essence through the magical artifacts of the divine spirits and his own blood, stored across various dimensions, awaiting resurrection. The Ancestor of the Underworld smiled slyly, casting a bait. If you were to encounter the phantom of Pangu, you would realize I speak the truth. What say you? Care to make a wager? That is impossible. My brothers have said that Pangu is already dead. Hutu exclaimed, as one of the most prominent beings transformed from Pangu's blood. She was well aware of the fact of Pangu's demise. Little girl, how many millennia have you lived? If you haven't lived long enough, then observe closely. The Ancestor of the Underworld chuckled, gathering his sleeves as the surrounding darkness receded. Deep within the Blood Sea, there stood a palace formed entirely of coagulated blood. The palace glimmered with an eerie light, and within it lay several blood pools, where many resentful spirits struggled and howled, instilling fear in those nearby. Before the establishment of the Underworld, the Blood Sea had absorbed numerous souls and their grievances, which was precisely why the Ancestor of the Underworld had taken an interest in it, allowing him to dwell there even after its birth. In due course, he would utilize the Blood Sea to forge a bloodthirsty and warlike Azura clan through the remnants of the 3 souls and 6 spirits intertwined in the cycle of reincarnation. Oh, really? Qin Ming feigned skepticism, though inwardly he was startled. He had not anticipated that the Ancestor of the Underworld was aware of this matter, which lent credibility to his claims. Additionally, since earlier, Qin Ming could indeed sense a trace of the same forbidden spatial aura he had felt within the Blood Sea of the Witch Clan, emanating from the palace before him. However, this aura seemed somewhat peculiar, lacking the simplicity he had previously sensed. Ancestor of the Underworld, are you certain of your words? If they are false, we shall not spare you. Qin Ming's heart raced, and he employed provocation. If the palace truly contained a phantom of Pangu, he would dare to venture into it, regardless of the dangers it might pose. Do you understand what transformed the Blood Sea? Without the 3 strands of Pangu's vital essence contained within, how could the blood sea substitute for the underworld in gathering souls? Even I could not have been born here. The ancestor of the underworld coaxed, his words sounding suspicious. Yet they aligned with what Qin Ming had witnessed. Should they again encounter Pangu's phantom and comprehend the laws of the universe, they would soon transcend their status as newly ascended primordial golden immortals and soar to greater heights. Qin Ming pondered. Even someone as audacious as the ancestor of the underworld would need to exercise caution when plotting against 2 newly minted saints, lest he face the wrath of heavenly retribution. He exchanged glances with Hutu, who nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I trust you would not dare to harm saints." Let's see the legacy of Pangu you speak of. Qin Ming and Hutu followed the ancestor of the underworld into the Blood Sea Palace. The doors sealing shut behind them. Ancestor of the underworld, where's the phantom of Pangu you mentioned? Hutu inquired, sensing an unsettling atmosphere as the doors closed. The ancestor of the underworld merely smiled mysteriously and vanished within the palace. Instantly, the oppressive aura of the blood sea enveloped the two. The ancestor of the underworld is indeed up to no good. Qin Ming had anticipated this and disregarded the scheming figure, leading the increasingly anxious Huda deeper into the Blood Sea Palace. Upon entering the Blood Sea Palace, Qin Ming quickly realized that it resembled a restricted space akin to the blood pool of the Witch Clan, a small world teeming with vitality, yet isolated from reality. Furthermore, the spiritual essence stored here was far more ferocious, infused with a chaotic and sanguinary atmosphere unlike the languid essence of the Witch Clan's blood pool. This restricted space was capable of ensnaring saints. Was the ancestor of the underworld truly that powerful? Hutu emitted a yellow light, but found herself unable to teleport herself and Qin Ming out, furrowing her brow. The ability to trap saints indicated a formidable restriction, likely linked to Pangu. Even Hutu, a manifestation of Pangu's blood, could not perceive his essence, making Qin Ming increasingly wary of the strangeness of this restricted space. As they continued onward, Qin Ming and Hutu encountered stone lions and night demons emerging from the shadows, all fierce and menacing. However, their highest realm did not exceed that of a golden immortal, making their defeat a trivial task. As they advanced, the fabric of time and space warped, transforming the palace corridor into an entirely different location. It seemed the Blood Sea Palace resembled a labyrinth. If one could grasp the essence of the laws of time and space, they might uncover the source of Pangu's essence. Qin Ming contemplated this, aware that if the ancestor of the underworld dared to invite them into a trap, he must have prepared mechanisms to deal with saints. Yet, a mere maze could not contain them. As the palace scene shifted again, Qin Ming suddenly sensed something amiss and called out to Hutu, the primordial covering sea formation. "Hutu, get back." A crimson light engulfed the surroundings as Qin Ming unleashed the full power of the primordial covering sea formation, which he had previously harnessed incompletely from Hutu. The ethereal blue light intertwined with the 36 stabilizing pearls, forming an integrated array of attack, defense, and restoration to envelop both Qin Ming and Hutu. As the crimson light dissipated, they realized it was merely a shower of blood droplets, which had been transformed into a lethal weapon by its wielder. "Who goes there?" A chilling voice echoed, and a haughty figure floated cross-legged above the blood sea, with red hair cascading like serpents for arms and a serpent tail thrashing beneath. He radiated an aura of malevolence. Beneath him a 12th grade black lotus blossomed. Yet, his complexion was unusually pale, resembling a wandering soul. Upon seeing the primordial covering sea formation, he froze momentarily, abandoning his cross-legged posture and gliding towards Qin Ming and Hutu in astonishment. "Long time no see, the stabilizing sea pearls. You are Luo Hu," Qin Ming exclaimed, recognizing him at last. He had not expected to encounter the demon ancestor Luo Hu here. However, Luo Hu now appeared disheveled, lacking the imposing presence he once had during the tumultuous battles of the early chaos. The blood pool beneath him seemed to be siphoning his spiritual power, emanating a chilling allure. It was evident that he too had fallen victim to the schemes of the ancestor of the underworld. "Indeed, I am Luo Hu, the embodiment of the path of slaughter, yet I have been trapped here by the ancestor of the underworld, unable to return to the mortal realm." "Foolish child, how dare you call my name so casually? Now that you have seen my current state, I must ensure that you perish here. At this moment, Luo, who had yet to become the demon ancestor, but due to the accompanying Black Lotus, his innate spiritual power was extraordinarily potent, leading him to disregard ordinary quasi-saints. Upon realizing that Qin Ming recognized him, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo, whose face, quickly followed by sinister glare directed at the two. The pride of the demon race was inherently twisted, cruel, and bloodthirsty, unwilling to let their fragile appearance be seen by outsiders. Before he could finish speaking, the chaotic Black Lotus beneath him glowed once more, and the blood sea transformed into a lotus shape, aiming to ensnare and strangle Qin Ming and Hutu on the spot. Great heavenly flag, go! The surrounding earth trembled as Hutu shouted, and the primordial covering sea formation, empowered by her spiritual energy, immediately countered, enveloping Luo, whose figure within. Cough! Luo, who spat blood, realizing the immense power of Qin Ming and Hutu far exceeded the ordinary. Especially Qin Ming, whose 9 transformations of mysterious arts emanated a spiritual force that could not be described by conventional elemental attributes. When Luo, who gazed at Qin Ming, he felt as though he could faintly perceive the shadow of Pangu, and was left astounded. Ancestor, Demon Luo, who, has Panga left his phantom here? Qin Ming's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Currently, Luo, who was only at the quasi-saint level, and against Qin Ming and Ho Tu, there was no contest. Pangu's phantom lies beneath me, but as long as I'm bound by the river Styx's restraints, you cannot enter, Luo, who sneered. Having calmed down after failing to kill Qin Ming and Ho Tuesday, sensing Pangu's aura beneath the blood pool under Luo, who, Qin Ming pondered and suddenly asked, Luo, who, do you desire freedom? Luo, who, prepared for battle, was taken aback by the question. The river Styx's restraints consist of 127 seals, a formidable blood array. Even a saint couldn't break them quickly. By the time you do, my soul would have vanished. I only ask if you desire it. Qin Ming's gaze was unwavering. Luo, who, struck by the human's boldness, nodded. If you pledge allegiance to me, I will take you out, Qin Ming declared, pulling out a dusty pot from his storage space, the very one discarded by Tong. Recognizing it as the space demon's demon refining pot, Luo, who was astonished. How did you acquire this? Qin Ming, having identified the pot's true nature during his earlier confusion, now held a treasure comparable to the Lotus Lantern. Regardless of how I obtained it, if you acknowledge me as your master, I will free you. No restraint can withstand the master-servant space-time contract. Once bound, I will use the demon refining pot to dissolve the restraints, and you shall see the light again, Qin Ming stated confidently. Luo, who, after some deliberation, spat out a serpentine blood rune, the demon core spirit seal. Desiring to escape the darkness and achieve enlightenment, he chose to submit to Qin Ming. Upon sealing the contract, Qin Ming felt a surge of cold, demonic energy from the pot, which he quickly suppressed. The blood pool, now devoid of Luo, whose energy stirred violently, revealing ancient demonic symbols. These are relics from the primordial times, possibly containing their cultivation techniques, artifacts, or insights. Ho Tu recognized the symbols. So, the restraint space was to protect these relics, Qin Ming mused, diving deeper with Ho Tuesday. They encountered remnants of the blood demon, known for its cruelty and obsession with refining life. The path was littered with vengeful spirits and corpses, a testament to the blood demon's past atrocities. Qin Ming collected rare herbs and cold-blooded pills, which Luo, who coveted. Is this the right path to pursue greater power? Qin Ming wondered, questioning the blood demon's methods. I will send all these spirits to reincarnation, Ho Tu chanted, easing the spirit's passage despite her own pain. Qin Ming admired her kindness. As they descended, the presence of Pangu grew stronger, and they finally saw his towering figure beside a blood-tinged refining cauldron and a crimson storage ring. Human, do you think the blood demon's path of refining life for power is the right way to pursue higher strength? Pangu's phantom asked. No, firmly. Obsession with external enhancements leads one astray from the true pursuit of power's law. Pleased, Pangu's phantom emitted a green light, revealing a fragment inscribed with mysterious texts related to the law's comprehension. This is your match, the mother of the Underworld, Pangu remarked, causing Ho Tu to blush. A green breeze swept her into Qin Ming's arms. This fragment will guide you to the heavenly Dao realm, Pangu's phantom said before disappearing, and the palace began to collapse. Seek my fragments for greater power, but beware of Hongjun, Pangu's voice echoed. Qin Ming, puzzled by the mention of Hongjun, prepare to face the River Styx ancestor outside. My palace, it's collapsing. The River Styx ancestor exclaimed in shock. River Styx ancestor, your life is mine. Qin Ming unleashed his 9 revolutions profound skill, striking with a force that shattered space-time, forcing the ancestor to summon his twin swords in defense. Though I am unaware of your origins, I decree that you shall meet your demise here, nourishing my sea of blood so that I may swiftly attain sainthood. Partake of the Blood River formation. With a flicker of dark and silver light, the swords Yuan Tu and Abai materialized in the hands of the Styx, poised to ensnare the 2 individuals as he had once ensnared Red Cloud. You are deranged, seeking to trap me here to my doom. The Tao of Earth will not condone this. Her almond eyes ablaze with fury, Hutu, the mother of the Underworld, unleashed her suppressed spiritual power, rapidly suffusing the crimson space with a dense, ochre hue. Subsequently, dozens of Rakshasas, monstrous beasts, and imps, all the Great Luo golden immortal rank or higher, surged forth from the blood pool, heeding the call of the mother of the Underworld, attacking the Styx with vacant eyes, though their rank was akin to mere riffraff in the eyes of the Styx ancestor. The overwhelming surge of Great Luo golden immortal-level rabble hindered the Styx ancestors' karma-free swords for a time. 6 paths of reincarnation, open. Styx ancestor, descend into the animal path for a time of tranquility. Hutu unlocked the forbidden art of reincarnation, her eyes transforming into an earthy, ethereal void. A profound, secluded gate opened behind Hutu, swiftly materializing into the 6 paths of reincarnation, drawing in countless vengeful spirits. Even the Styx ancestor, despite his resistance with his twin swords, could not withstand the irresistible pull. How could she be so powerful? Ordinarily, Hutu's activation of reincarnation would not possess such formidable power. However, she had attained sainthood, and the power of reincarnation, embodied within her, naturally surged in tandem, intertwining with even greater forces of law. Beware, the Styx ancestor's blood river formation is about to detonate. At that moment, this entire space-time will be devoid of life. While Hutu held an undeniable advantage, Luo, who, within the demon refining pot, cautioned Qin Ming, who noticed a sinister glint in the Styx ancestor's eyes as the twin swords flashed like signal lights. Do not even contemplate it. Qin Ming's eyes also transformed into an azure void as the Chinquan ruler rose behind him, unleashing the 36 heavens to contend with the imminent explosion of the Styx ancestor's blood river formation. Rumble. As the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 36 heavens, and the blood river formation collided, Qin Ming felt a violent tremor throughout his being, and darkness enveloped his vision as Hutu's exclamation and the Styx's curses faded into the distance. Roar. Upon emerging from the void, Qin Ming found himself in a lush, verdant plain. However, the scene unfolding before him was far from optimistic, as the human race was being slaughtered by the demon race in a frenzied massacre. The witch clan already has ancestral witches who have attained sainthood. With so many humans, killing a few more will ensure the successful forging of the witch-slaying sword. Among the demon race's demon saints, the 9 sons of the dragon wielded magical artifacts, driving their demon subordinates to devour, injure, and kill humans. Among them, Bai Xian, with his azure face and fangs, and Bai Fong, with his fiery wings, trembled with excitement. Behind them, countless demons presided over a blood-red formation, the great formation of myriad demons refining. Presumably, Qin Ming had been drawn to this place due to its shared characteristics with the Styx ancestors' cruel formation. Though the human race, under the organization of the 3 sovereigns, mounted a feeble resistance, they were ultimately outmatched by the demon race's strength. Save us! I do not wish to die. Amidst the cries of despair, the pale-faced Swirenshi stepped forward, wielding the phoenix flame bow, a mere innate treasure. Unleashing a fiery mist barrier across the plain, enveloping the demon race and attempting to impede their advance, organizing the human race's escape. A trivial skill. Bai Xian's eyes flashed with cold light as he exerted force with his 4 limbs, his massive, behemoth-like demon body transforming into a stream of light, colliding with the fiery mist barrier. Ha! Those 2 little birds dare to slaughter my human race after the rise of humanity. As the Lord of Humanity, Qin Ming had long regarded the human race, still wandering the earth, as his own people. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he appeared before the arrogant 9 sons of the dragon. Another human seeking death has arrived. Upon seeing another human appear in midair, and with the Great Luo golden immortal level 9 sons of the dragon unable to sense the human's aura, the hot-tempered Bai Fong assumed that another victim had come to die beneath his claws. With a flap of his wings, he unleashed innate spiritual fire towards Qin Ming. Bai Fong was a fire attribute spirit bird among the demon saints, an innate demon beast, and had become a demon emperor early on, hence his usual arrogance. Seeing the tragic sight of the human race being slaughtered by the demon race, Qin Ming refrained from further discourse. With a casual wave of his hand, a lantern containing a spectral, violet light appeared, none other than the 8 scenery palace lantern used by the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, one of the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and humanity collected by Qin Ming. Due to the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu's abundance of treasures, this lantern had always been unremarkable and inconspicuous among his many magical artifacts. Therefore, even the demon emperors, who held considerable status within the demon race, did not initially recognize its profound nature. What broken lantern cannot save your life? Surrender your life. Bai Fong was supremely confident in his innate spiritual fire, drawn from the sun star. With a shrill cry, he transformed into a blazing fireball, rushing towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming shook the 8 scenery palace lantern in his hand, and violet flames emanated from the lantern, spreading wildly. Bai Fong screamed as his golden wings were rapidly infected by the eerie violet flames, burning alongside the surrounding demons into strings of violet fire. As an innate, top-grade spiritual artifact, imbued with the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu's karmic spiritual energy, how could Bai Fong's paltry fire disrupt it? Oh, it is unexpectedly powerful. Qin Ming had merely intended to experiment with the demon emperor, but he had not anticipated that this treasure, overlooked by the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, possessed such formidable power. Who are you, daring to kill our demon race? You will not escape retribution. His Majesty Tai and His Majesty Dijuan will not spare you. Seeing Bai Fong and the surrounding demons engulfed in violet flames, Bai Xian's face turned pale. He spat out a token, none other than Bai Xian's precept token. Within the demon race, Bai Xian was renowned for distinguishing right from wrong, but when fighting against external enemies, this distinction was vastly different. Go to hell. As the precept token swayed, the surrounding space-time shifted, and an immense pressure bore down from above. Bai Xian's so-called precepts were merely brute force. We're 2 stinking birds. You dare to judge right and wrong as a demon beast, descend to the underworld and lament to motherhood too. Having grown weary of this hackneyed opening, and finding Bai Xian's precept power to be crudely employed, Qin Ming sneered. His figure vanished from the sky, and he kicked Bai Xian's gluttonous, obese buttocks, sending him crashing into the human blood refining formation they had created. Simultaneously, the demon cores of Bai Fong and other demon beasts, which had been incinerated, were also hurled into the human blood refining formation by Qin Ming. The refining formation underwent a series of profound transformations, and the demon sword at the very center, sated with human blood, emitted a mournful wail, absorbing the demon core power of the 2 demon emperors and the demon race, transforming into a Xian sword adorned with violet flames. This is the witch-slaying sword. Henceforth, you shall be called the demon-slaying sword. Though disgusted by the demon race's slaughter of the human race, this demon-slaying sword was an exceptional spiritual artifact. Since he had encountered it, he might as well bestow it upon the human race to promote the prosperity of humanity. Qin Ming wiped away the blood aura from the demon-slaying sword, tempering it once more with the violet flames of the 8 scenery palace lantern. Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared before the astonished and apprehensive human race. May I ask, what is the name of our benefactor? The humans, clad in tattered garments, with Swirenshi taking the lead, bowed respectfully and inquired about Qin Ming's name. My name is Qin Ming, and I am also of the human race. There is no need for such grand formalities. Qin Ming waved his hand, casting a glance at the dwellings of the human race. The houses had been completely incinerated by the demon race, but it was not difficult to discern the original layout of thatched huts, straw huts, and wells. As expected of the primitive, primordial human race, they stirred Qin Ming's compassion. Previously, Qin Ming had been preoccupied with cultivation, but now he desired to explore some side quests. Seeing you floating in the air, you must be a Great Luo golden immortal level powerhouse, correct? Swirenshi's face was filled with reverence. He was the strongest among the three sovereigns of the human race. But he was currently only at the golden immortal level, sufficient for killing some demon beasts and spirit beasts, but powerless against demon emperor-level powerhouses. I suppose so. Qin Ming had no intention of elaborating on his true identity. The current human race could not comprehend his realm, so he tacitly acknowledged Swirenchi's conjecture. Upon hearing this, the three sovereigns of the human race gazed at Qin Ming with admiration. The Great Luo Golden Immortal was a realm they could not hope to reach at this time. Moreover, the aura of the humanitarian sovereign emanating from Qin Ming greatly enhanced the goodwill of the three emperors of the human race towards this benefactor. After all, they were the three emperors of humanity. Since I am passing through this area, I wish to bestow upon you a modest gift to assist in your cultivation. Qin Ming, embodying the grace of a transcendent being, prepared to provide precise aid. Although he remained occupied with his own cultivation and engaged in intellectual duels with various quasi-saints and saints, Qin Ming would not neglect his fellow humans. A modest gift? The benefactor implies. The gaze of the swearing clan burned with fervor, while Qin Ming, avoiding unnecessary words, revealed the spiritual herbs and treasures from his storage space, one by one. This is actually from our own kind? How is this possible? Within the dazzling array of treasures in Qin Ming's storage, the human race was left awestruck, as if a peasant had stumbled into a magnificent garden. Qin Ming distributed the spiritual herbs he had acquired previously, alongside spiritual garments, artifacts, and other useful items, causing a ragtag group of humans to cheer with joy, as if parched souls had finally encountered rain, gazing at Qin Ming with an adoration reserved for deities. He refrained from giving overly advanced spiritual treasures and artifacts, as they were currently beyond the capabilities of the human race. Providing too much could alert the heavenly Dao, leading to a tighter encirclement of humanity. Qin Ming had to focus on his own training and could not be with humanity day and night to ensure their safety. However, he bestowed upon the Swearin clan several Jade talismans, enabling them to summon him in times of peril. After enduring the onslaught of the demon race, the human clans began to gather their belongings, preparing to embark on a quest for a new settlement. Among them, the Swearin clan received a fire attribute, refining treasure, from Qin Ming, while the Shinnon clan obtained various rare materials and secret medicines from the depths of the Underworld Blood Sea. The Wuji clan acquired precious forging artifacts and blueprints for barriers, which would aid the human race in their future endeavors. It could be said that Qin Ming had truly become the humanitarian sovereign who sheltered humanity. Observing their expressions, it was clear that Qin Ming was on the path to becoming a legendary figure akin to Shun and Yu, destined to be revered through the ages. Qin Ming, we plan to settle in the central region of the Divine Continent. Would you care to accompany us? As Qin Ming bid farewell to the various tribes and sought a secluded place for cultivation, the words of the Swearin clan piqued his interest. The central region of the Divine Continent was so far away. Why settle there? I have heard that a barrier has recently been established in the central region, preventing the demon and witch races from entering. If we cultivate there, we may find some safety. This information was new to Qin Ming, causing him to furrow his brow. A restrictive barrier had indeed been erected on the Divine Continent. Once he completed the refining of the blood demon's blood cauldron, he intended to investigate the truth behind this barrier and uncover whether a quasi-saint or saint was behind it. At that moment, Qin Ming politely declined the Swearin clan's invitation. After watching the human race embark on their journey, he flew towards the Tian Shan Mountains. The Tian Shan Mountains, shrouded in perpetual snow, had always been a favored place for various spiritual beasts and demons due to the abundance of rare materials. It was indeed an excellent location for seeking hidden treasures for cultivation. However, instead of venturing into the heart of the mountains, which were rich in resources, Qin Ming delved into the northernmost region known as the Dongyuan mountain range. In his possession lay the fragments of laws left behind by the Pangu phantom from the Blood Sea, which resonated subtly with the depths of Dongyuan mountain. Strangely, this fragment could neither be refined nor stored away. It seemed to require certain conditions to merge with him. Although the inscriptions on the law fragments were few, they seemed to invigorate Qin Ming's 9 revolutions profound art, making it more dynamic. Thus, he began to explore means to further absorb its essence. Additionally, Qin Ming speculated that since the 9 revolutions profound art was a technique cultivated by Pangu, the law fragments left by Pangu might hold special significance for its practice. As he reached the 6th revolution of the 9 revolutions profound art, Qin Ming's perspective transcended the primordial chaos of the myriad worlds, entering the stage of enlightenment in his cultivation. If he so desired, he could now traverse to other mid-tier worlds within the vast universe. Despite his trepidation regarding the might of saints, each level representing a profound divide between worlds, he pondered that venturing into other realms could grant him powerful allies, enabling him to challenge even the most established saints. First, however, Qin Ming needed to hone his strength to its utmost before seeking the power he required from other realms. A multitude of visions of various realms swirled in his mind, accompanied by the resonating law fragments in his grasp as he traversed the mountains, delving deeper into Dongyue Mountain. To his astonishment, he discovered a magical ruin within the seemingly inconspicuous depths of Dongyue Mountain. The space appeared filled with countless white, frozen corpses of spiritual and demonic beasts, rendering the scene eerily bizarre, shrouded in a chilling whiteness. This demon god was known as the Ice and Snow Demon God, ranking 36th among the 3,000 demon gods, seemingly sharing a kinship with the blood demon god in their bloodthirsty pursuits. Though lacking in comprehension of the demon god's script after the loss of Hutu, Qin Ming soon deduced, guided by the law fragments in his possession, to which demon god this ruin belonged. The law fragments seemed to harbor remnants of the blood demon god's memories, allowing Qin Ming to decipher the demon script. This ruin, devoid of medicinal herbs, did, however, contain a singular Tianshan snow lotus, quietly blooming upon the surface of a snowy pool. Just as Qin Ming intended to pluck the lotus, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of ice crystals, suddenly rang out. Who dares approach? Why is there the aura of the blood demon god? An innate, icy aura swept before Qin Ming, revealing a slender figure standing beside the snowy pool, a striking blue-haired snow maiden clad in a white-blue robe. Her elongated, beautiful eyes fixated on Qin Ming, and as she opened her mouth, the air began to freeze, threatening to encase him in ice. Yet, despite her pure innate essence, her cultivation level was merely at the golden immortal stage. With a casual wave, Qin Ming sent the snow maiden sprawling to the ground. What is your connection to the ice and snow demon god? Sensing the icy essence of the demon god emanating from her, Qin Ming refrained from striking her down. The spiritual energy in this space was abundant. He sat down, feeling that, aside from the chill, it was an excellent place for refining weapons and cultivation. Moreover, this magical ruin seemed devoid of Pangu's lingering presence. It was merely the connection to the blood demon god that had drawn him here. I am a fragment of the ice and snow demon god's primordial spirit, cultivating here as the guardian of the Tianshan snow lotus. Should the snow lotus bloom anew, the true ice and snow demon god may yet awaken. Therefore, even in death, I cannot allow you to approach it. The snow maiden, recognizing Qin Ming's formidable presence, remained vigilant, albeit with a naive demeanor, as she fervently guarded the lotus. But the true ice and snow demon god has long since perished, has it not? It has not perished. The ice and snow demon god's body transformed into the Tianshan Mountains. As long as the snow lotus reopens, it will once again see the light of day. To me, the ice and snow demon god is akin to a mother. I must protect it to ensure its awakening. While the snow maiden stood resolutely against him, her innocent nature compelled her to chatter endlessly about the rare visitor. Qin Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this mountain, abundant with countless rare materials, was indeed the transformed body of the ice and snow demon god. No wonder it emanated such an intense chill. The central mountain range of the Tianshan had always been off-limits to humans. Its frigid aura was formidable, having caused even the strongest of the dragon progeny and the ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, to suffer. Even quasi-saint level beings tread carefully in the Tianshan range. The esteemed Yuanshu Tianzuan of the Yushu Palace had even forbidden his disciples from approaching the central mountain range. Was it possible that this region harbored some secret about the ice and snow demon god's cultivation? At that juncture, Qin Ming's curiosity was piqued. Yet he remained mindful of his initial objective for being there, to refine artifacts. The abundance of spiritual energy rendered it an ideal location for both artifact refinement and cultivation. Presumed to be the remnant of the ice and snow demon god's primordial essence, the demon god's relic could also be regarded as the spiritual energy nexus of Celestial Mountain. Merely being present in that location instilled a sense of serenity and invigoration within Qin Ming. The moist, frigid spiritual energy permeated his being. Should spiritual energy be categorized into varying degrees? The spiritual energy present there not only harbored the archaic spiritual energy from the primordial chaos, but also bore the attribute spiritual energy of the ice and snow demon god, rendering it exceptionally pure and potent. Having attained Hun Yuan, Qin Ming was eager to refine the spiritual energy derived from the profound art to its utmost purity, and the demon god's relic proved to be an opportune location to fulfill his immediate needs. Initially, I shall employ this cauldron to refine the spiritual treasures I possess. Qin Ming had been lamenting the absence of a cauldron, whereupon the blood demon god provided him with one, an offer Qin Ming graciously accepted. The art of artifact refinement primarily encompassed three methods: divine refinement, spiritual refinement, and blood refinement. Among these, the former two were commonly adopted by individuals possessing supernatural powers. Acquired through these refinement methods, innate spiritual treasures often exhibited extraordinary quality. However, their lower limits were notably low. Divine refinement was frequently employed by cultivators of various paths, while spiritual refinement was the method of choice for spiritual beasts, demon beasts, and sprites upon attaining human form through cultivation. Conversely, blood refinement constituted a heretical practice. Although it could yield superior spiritual artifacts with expedited results, the method of blood extraction was excessively detrimental to harmony, and its practitioners risked incurring the wrath of the heavenly Dao should they fail to assimilate into the demonic path. The refinement method previously employed by Qin Ming was the third stage of divine refinement. With the spiritual energy of the Nine Revolutions' profound art at his disposal, Qin Ming's refinement purity even surpassed that of innate supernatural beings such as the Supreme Lord Lao and Fuxi, who were adept at divine refinement. This cauldron appears to be exclusively controllable through blood refinement. The instant Qin Ming's hand touched the blood cauldron, he immediately discerned that it was the blood demon god's vital spiritual artifact, known as the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron was based upon an ancient 99-cycle ancestral phoenix. Hence, its wings resembled phoenix wings, and its interior appeared to contain a ceaseless flow of blood, exuding an exceptionally malevolent and fear-inducing aura. As Qin Ming delved into his consciousness, a series of faint runes surged into his mind, followed by an overbearing force that assailed his intellect. "This body shall be mine." A haughty, domineering voice resounded, and Qin Ming felt a tremor as he was drawn into the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. Boom! Before his eyes, a crimson mist enveloped everything, and a colossal, terrifying sanguine figure loomed within the mist, emanating an intensely sanguinary aura as it gazed icily upon Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming could not discern its features, only sensing that the flow of spiritual power throughout his body was being drawn toward it, forcefully being siphoned away. "This," Qin Ming exclaimed inwardly, immediately manipulating his dantian as streams of azure illusory light emanated from his body, spreading outward to counteract the gravitational pull within the sanguine mist. At that moment, he recalled the scene of Luo who being unable to move due to the absorption of his magical power within the blood pool. Indeed, a prominent characteristic of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, or rather, the blood demon god, was absorption. Lacking a physical form, it could utilize liquid as a medium to transform the corporeal bodies of living beings for its own purposes, thereby descending into the heretical path, refining living beings, and securing a position among the top 100 of the 3,000 Great Dao chaos demon gods. Although the blood demon god had been slain by Pangu, his essence remained within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, immortal and unyielding. Realizing the perilous state of his body, Qin Ming engaged in a tug-of-war with the blood demon god's remnant soul. Boy, your body has not been instantly seized by me." Upon initially sensing Qin Ming's chaos demon god aptitude within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, the blood demon god's remnant soul was pleasantly surprised and eagerly sought to seize Qin Ming's body. Having been instructed in the laws by Pangu's phantom, Qin Ming's origins and aptitude had soared, elevating him to the level of a mid-tier chaos demon god, worthy of being ranked among the top 100 chaos demon gods. In the eyes of the blood demon god, this body was akin to a delectable delicacy. Moreover, he detected within it an exceedingly mysterious and potent force. distinct from that of later generations of cultivators. However, at that moment, the blood demon god realized that the power was more formidable than he had imagined. This is Panga's 9 Revolutions' profound art. As the gravitational pull intensified, the blood demon god initially believed he had seized Qin Ming's physical body. However, upon entering Qin Ming's body, he discovered that an ancient, mysterious azure void awaited him. Do you not desire my body? I shall allow you to enter. Qin Ming's eyes snapped open, emitting a chilling glint as the 9 Revolutions' profound art was fully activated, drawing the blood demon god and the surrounding sanguine mist into the void of the 9 Revolutions' profound art. How could this be? The blood demon god shrieked as he had only sought to occupy Qin Ming's body, but instead became a part of Qin Ming's profound art void. Some demon gods lacked physical forms, yet possessed the imprint of the demon god's primordial spirit. Now, the imprint of the primordial spirit was being erased by the profound art's spiritual energy, replaced with Qin Ming's own mark. Consequently, the blood demon god's consciousness was no longer his own, transforming him into a subordinate of Qin Ming. Oh, so the profound art void can be utilized in this manner. At that moment, Qin Ming's body contained a nascent form of a macrocosm, enabling it to accommodate the blood demon god, whose existence was extraordinary. Observing the blood demon god's helpless state through internal observation, Qin Ming could not help but find it amusing. Rest assured, your master will make good use of you in the future. Henceforth, this place shall be known as the demon god realm. No, the blood demon god's lament was disregarded by Qin Ming as his consciousness withdrew from the phoenix blood cauldron, and the surroundings gradually reverted to the frigid, pristine state of the ice and snow demon god's relic. Hey, what happened to you just now? I sense the aura of the blood demon god. Shui cautiously observed Qin Ming, unable to fathom how many more cards he had yet to reveal. Although Shui appeared fierce, she was, in reality, quite lonely, having resided there for millennia. Her girlish nature was also active. Rarely encountering a living being, Shui was initially startled, but upon observing his cultivation and sensing the familiar sanguine aura emanating from him, she was surprised. 9 heavens, it is you! Before Qin Ming could respond to Shui, the blood demon god's remnant soul exclaimed within Qin Ming's mind, startling Qin Ming. 9 heavens belonged to the Western Queen Mother and was the teacher of the Yellow Emperor in later generations, bearing no relation to the demon gods. Although the Western Queen Mother was a congenital sacred being similar to Nuwa, and also a sage, that lineage was reclusive and celestial maidens rarely descended to the mortal realm. Therefore, Qin Ming was surprised by the blood demon god statement. This Shui claims to be the remnant soul of the ice and snow demon god. How has she become 9 heavens? I was slain by Pangu, while 9 heavens accompanied the Western Queen Mother in slaying the ice and snow demon god, but perished with him. This woman is the reincarnation of 9 heavens and will return to the Western Queen Mother upon awakening in the future. I'm certain of it. Although the blood demon god was reluctant to respond to Qin Ming, his mark already belonged to Qin Ming, compelling him to answer all questions. Qin Ming intended to inquire further about blood refinement when, suddenly, lightning flashed within the ice and snow relic, and dark clouds gathered overhead. Not good. The tribulation lightning is coming. Shui expression turned grave as she muttered to herself, ceasing to look at Qin Ming and instead gazing upward with trepidation. Although the ice and snow demon god's relic space was vast, it could not spontaneously generate clouds and mist. Qin Ming immediately sensed that the clouds and mist were, in fact, tribulation lightning. So Shui is nearing the Great Luo golden immortal realm and is about to undergo tribulation. Qin Ming extended his spiritual power and sensed that Shui was indeed like a spiritual artifact overflowing with spiritual power, poised to ascend from the golden immortal realm to the Great Luo golden immortal realm. However, the gathering tribulation lightning did not resemble the ordinary 100 transformations of ascending from the golden immortal realm to the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Instead, it resembled the creation violet lightning of the mid to late Great Luo golden immortal realm. The evidence was that the aura within the clouds and mist was extraordinary, and the lightning bolts were not azure, but rather a profound violet. Unlike the 100 transformations, which had only 16 layers, the creation violet lightning had 49 layers. Why was the tribulation lightning so potent? Amidst the perplexity of Qin Ming's observations, the calamity thunderbolts had already descended upon the snow maiden. "Halt!" she exclaimed with a delicate voice, as ethereal white light enveloped her form, successfully intercepting the initial barrage of thunderbolts. The first few strikes were of lesser potency, allowing the Snow Maiden to effortlessly harness the surrounding innate spiritual energy to fend them off. Yet, this was merely the preliminary 7 strikes of the thunderstorm. As the second wave approached, the thunderbolts no longer struck individually, but coiled like serpents, manifesting an array reminiscent of the 8 trigrams. The Snow Maiden's expression turned grave, and a silver bell appeared in her hand. Snow and Bell he might call. With a series of rhythmic chimes, spatial ripples formed, encasing the Snow Maiden in a protective cocoon. Thus, she battled the thunder for 20 rounds, yet became increasingly evident that her movements with the bell had begun to wane in strength. "Fear not, dear Snow Maiden, for since you did not ambush me earlier, I shall extend my assistance." At this moment, Qin Ming, who had been observing coldly, discerned that the Snow Maiden was no match for the thunderstorm, despite her true strength exceeding that of an ordinary golden immortal. She paled in comparison to the later stages of the creation purple thunder. If this continued, she would soon be reduced to mere ashes by the final 7 bolts of the creation purple thunder. "However, I have a condition. You must enter my demon refining cauldron." Qin Ming had his own intentions. If the blood demon god spoke the truth, and the Snow Maiden was indeed the reincarnation of the 9 heavens Xian knew, having her by his side would prove advantageous. "Do you wish for me to acknowledge you as my master?" The Snow Maiden's countenance flickered with uncertainty. Though she had lost the memories of the 9 heavens Xian knew, she retained the pride of her innate essence. Yet, amidst her hesitation, the thunderbolts surged towards her, causing her long hair to scatter as she shut her eyes. At that moment, a snow lotus emerged from the snow pool, positioning itself before the Snow Maiden. "Ice and Snow Demon God, no mother, do not!" the Snow Maiden cried out as the snow lotus began to spin gently. Within the thunderstorm, a gentle female voice resonated. "I am the Ice and Snow Demon God. Though I once harbored hatred towards the 9 heavens Xian knew who sought my demise, Snow Maiden, after all these years, I have developed feelings for you. You are like my true daughter. Therefore, allow me to shield you from these final 7 bolts of thunder." "Nay, mother." The Snow Maiden's face turned ashen, helplessly watching as the lotus petals began to unfold amidst the thunder, graceful and delicate, reminiscent of the Ice and Snow Demon God's form in life. Just as the petals were about to shatter, Qin Ming sighed, grasping the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler, and intervened. The final bolt of the creation purple thunder, with its near saintly might, would obliterate an ordinary Great Luo golden immortal unprepared for its assault. Yet with a deft maneuver, Qin Ming preserved the integrity of the snow lotus and allowed the thunder to dissipate harmlessly. It is said that excessive interference during another's tribulation may render the attempt null, forcing the individual to endure further trials. The heavens maintain a semblance of fairness in such matters. However, by employing the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler, Qin Ming successfully circumvented the celestial order. The creation purple thunder thus dissipated, leaving behind remnants of shattered ruins. "Thank you, human. Please accept me into your demon refining cauldron." The Snow Maiden approached, her head bowed as she retrieved the snow lotus. Yet Qin Ming shook his head. One cannot deny that the Ice and Snow Demon God's selfless act of protection towards the reincarnation of the 9 heavens Xian knew had indeed touched Qin Ming's heart. "Why do you refuse me?" As Qin Ming shook his head, confusion flickered in the Snow Maiden's eyes. Just as he was about to respond, a palpable wave of energy surged from outside, akin to that of a quasi-saint. Could it be that the recent thunderstorm had attracted a visitor connected to the 9 heavens Xian knew? Exchanging glances with the Snow Maiden, they both ventured out of Dongyue Mountain to discern the source of the tremors shaking the Tianshan Mountains. "I am one of the 7 fairies of the West Queen Mother, Lady Taizhun. Sensing the presence of the West Queen Mother, I have come to deal with the reincarnation of the 9 heavens Xian knew, the mystic demon Snow Maiden." Lady Taizhun, adorned in flowing garments, exuded an air of arrogance, her azure hairpin and verdant attire contrasting against the mountain backdrop. "Is she not one of you?" Qin Ming initially presumed that Lady Taizhun had come to retrieve the Snow Maiden, but her menacing demeanor suggested otherwise. "She has become a demon. Demons must be slain." A cold smile crept across Lady Taizhun's face as her ethereal ribbons lunged toward the Snow Maiden. Indeed, she was intent on striking. The reason for her initial attack on the Snow Maiden was clear. She dismissed the presence of the human beside her entirely. The Snow Maiden enveloped herself in a shroud of white mist, which rapidly solidified, freezing Lady Tai Zhan's ribbons mid-air. Not bad. Lady Tai Zhan realized that the Snow Maiden was no mere Great Luo Golden Immortal. As a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, she had anticipated an easy victory. However, the Snow Maiden had endured not ordinary thunder, but the creation purple thunder. Hence, after her tribulation, she had ascended to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This level of power was no trifling matter, especially when coupled with the innate gifts of the nine heavens Xian Nu and the refined spiritual energy cultivated within the cave. The Snow Maidens might approach that of a quasi-saint. Wind and snow curse. With a delicate exclamation, the surrounding mist surged towards Lady Tai Zhan in relentless pursuit. Cough. Lady Tai Zhan, overwhelmed by the icy fog, froze in place, spitting blood as her expression shifted. Long had she envied the nine heavens Xian Nu's innate abilities, and her intent to eliminate the Snow Maiden had now backfired, revealing the prowess of the reincarnation. Let us see how you fare against this. Lady Tai Zhan produced a 7-tiered purple gold gourd bestowed by the West Queen Mother, and with a flick of her hand, a faint golden liquid began to drip from it. The essence of Jade embryo. The essence of Jade embryo swirled in the air, coalescing into a golden statue that surged towards the Snow Maiden and Qinming. Lady Tai Zhan intended to obliterate them both on the spot. The essence of Jade embryo, with its metallic attributes, surpassed even the golden crow water capable of sculpting gold and silver, proving remarkably versatile. Moreover, as the essence was gifted by the West Queen Mother, the Snow Maiden felt its divine aura and her resolve noticeably faltered. Madwoman, perish! Before the Snow Maiden could react, Qinming grew impatient. Gesturing with his hand as the Qianquan ruler manifested behind him, intricate patterns swirling in the air. With a casual motion, Lady Tai Zhan shrieked as the golden statue formed from the essence of Jade embryo was effortlessly repelled back. With a thunderous crash, Lady Tai Zhan was buried beneath the statue in the mountains, the snow cascading down, presenting a pitiful sight of the once proud fairy. Qinming felt no sympathy for her. While beauty may be appealing, he had never been a sycophant to such, especially when the beauty in question possessed a heart of malice. They deserved to be dealt with. Witnessing Lady Tai Zhan's retreat brought a sigh of relief to the Snow Maiden, yet she soon furrowed her brow, clutching her head. It was as if myriad runes invaded her mind, causing a blossoming flower to unfurl atop her head, emanating a radiant white light. In that moment, a ribbon materialized on her shoulder. When she opened her eyes again, her expression had shifted dramatically from innocent exuberance to one of bewilderment. As Qinming pondered the Snow Maiden's transformation, Lady Tai Zhan had managed to extricate herself from the mountain's grip. "You have offended the West Queen Mother, and you shall not escape unscathed," she screeched, abandoning all pretenses of grace, her body radiating with vibrant light as she prepared to self-destruct in a bid to annihilate the two. Having witnessed Qinming's exceptional strength, she was resolute. Many celestial beings prioritized their dignity over their lives, especially when affronted by a mere mortal. "What offending you?" Qinming scoffed, the Qianquan ruler descending upon her, piercing through Lady Tai Zhan's luminous form. He had no concern for the West Queen Mother's thoughts. If she wished to act against him, she would need to prove her capabilities first. The demise of the esteemed consort of the Supreme Truth was marked by a violent explosion from which her nascent spirit ascended, only to be promptly ensnared within Qinming's demon refining pot. Having cultivated to such a venerable state, her spirit possessed a plethora of potential applications, which Qinming was loath to relinquish. Having already incurred the displeasure of the Queen Mother of the West, he saw no reason to moderate his actions. I have recovered fragments of my memories as the Nine Heavens mystic woman, recalling moments spent in the Jade Pool. Little did I anticipate that the Queen Mother of the West would seek my demise. With tranquility restored to the celestial peaks, Qinming and the Snow Woman retreated to the Ice and Snow Demon God's cavern. The Snow Woman, or rather, the Nine Heavens mystic woman, emitted a gentle sigh, her countenance reflecting melancholy. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West seemed less benevolent than the Ice and Snow Demon God, who had valiantly defended her. Nevertheless, I must honor my pledge. Qinming, I implore you to confine me within your demon refining pot. Are you certain? Qingming was taken aback, never having foreseen that the Snow Woman, now imbued with the memories of the Nine Heavens mystic woman, would voluntarily request confinement within his demon refining pot. Indeed, my physical form remains partially demonic, rendering the Elysian abode within the demon refining pot an ideal sanctuary for my cultivation. As I am unable to return to the Jade Pool, nor can I linger here, the Nine Heavens mystic woman had arrived at this decision after considerable deliberation. Hold! I have something to impart. Luoho's spectral form materialized from the demon refining pot. Qingming, on the cusp of confining the Nine Heavens mystic woman, inquired with a touch of impatience, "What is it that you require? If you intend to confine her, you must refine the demon refining pot further, lest its capacity prove insufficient." Luoho elaborated, "Upon refining the demon refining pot to the second grade, you may then refine vengeful spirits as guardians, or even assimilate demons and mythical beasts, ensuring that you suffer no loss. Employ the Phoenix Blood Cauldron for this endeavor. I am unversed in the arts of blood refinement." As Qingming contemplated summoning the Crimson Blood Demon God from the demonic god realm for tutelage, Luoho gestured, and a crimson scroll materialized before Qingming. "This is my secret scroll of blood refinement, containing the methods for the first 3 stages of cultivation. While it may necessitate some time, it surpasses the rudimentary methods of blood refinement by far." It was then that Qingming realized that Luoho, being a member of the demonic race adept in the arts of blood refinement, could not possibly be ignorant of them. Evidently, the refinement of the demon refining pot aligned with Luoho's interests, prompting him to bestow the scroll of blood refinement upon Qingming. Qingming's thoughts stirred. Luoho was akin to a mobile repository of demonic lore, and despite his cunning nature, his presence was advantageous to Qingming. "Very well, I am grateful." Qingming perused the scroll, imprinting its contents in his mind with his mystic eyes, and extended his hand towards the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. The cauldron emanated a palpable radiance, with faint, mournful wails emanating from within. Upon placing the demon refining pot within, the cauldron's crimson glow intensified, becoming almost blinding. Qingming initially intended to commence refining with rudimentary techniques, but soon discovered them to be inadequate, prompting him to initiate refining from the 3rd stage. The coagulation of blood into substance, as detailed in the scroll. What? Commencing refinement with the 3rd stage of blood refinement from the outset? Luoho, standing nearby, was startled, observing Qingming's methods with astonishment. Even Luoho, who possessed unwavering confidence in his own talents and harbored ambitions to challenge the heavenly Dao, had initiated his blood refinement journey from the 2nd stage. Blood refinement was originally conceived by the demonic race, and Luoho's mastery of it was greatly facilitated by his demonic physique. However, Qingming, being of the human race, how could he have grasped the arts of blood refinement so swiftly? Unbeknownst to Luoho, Qingming's physical form had undergone transformations through the 9 revolutions mystical art, rendering it extraordinary. He could even refine spiritual treasures directly from his body. Qingming's current state was akin to a nascent human form of the 3,000 worlds. The 3,000 worlds gave rise to all things, and Qingming's internal state was no longer confined to the human cultivation realm. He could emulate demonic forms and demonic physiques alike. The first 3 stages of blood refinement remained within the realm of material refinement, requiring no potent demonic energy for integration. By emulating Luoho's demonic physique in energy conversion, Qingming could effortlessly master the arts of blood refinement, surpassing even the innate demonic race in prowess. Demon refining pot. Commence refinement. Blood refinement did not necessitate the use of alchemical flames. As the name implied, it commenced with the use of blood spirits. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron contained a substantial reserve of blood spirits previously offered as sacrifices by the Crimson Blood Demon God, their forms embodied by vengeful spirits. While the use of blood spirits was morally reprehensible, they could no longer revert to their original forms and could only be swiftly refined to expedite their return to the cycle of reincarnation. As for replacements for the blood spirits, once they were depleted, Qingming would address that matter later. Qingming channeled his spiritual energy into the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, and the blood spirits immediately converged, obscuring the faint glow of the demon refining pot. Boom! The demon refining pot gradually emitted an eerie crimson light, with faint glimpses of spatial currents within, signifying the success of the refinement. Subsequently, Qin Ming cast the binding immortal rope pills and sundry items he had collected into the cauldron, intending to imbue them with blood spirits to enhance their quality. The phoenix blood cauldron resembled an insatiable glutton, its seemingly diminutive form capable of devouring all the spiritual treasures. Could it be that even innate spiritual treasures can be refined? It was common knowledge that innate spiritual treasures were formed from the primordial chaos of the universe, or were top-tier spiritual treasures that emerged alongside innate deities. They were not meant to be refined by others, as that would diminish their inherent value. Even sages were incapable of such feats. However, Qin Ming now discovered that innate spiritual treasures seemed to resonate with the 9 revolutions mystical art that coursed through his body during refinement. The 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man, for instance, were eager to enter the phoenix blood cauldron. Qin Ming's thoughts stirred, and he channeled the 9 revolutions mystical art, casting the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man into the cauldron in an attempt to refine them. Boom! As if oil were splattering in a culinary endeavor, violet flames erupted within the phoenix blood cauldron. The phoenix blood cauldron was the prized possession of the crimson blood demon god, and even though Qin Ming's cultivation realm remained at the level of material refinement, the spiritual treasure possessed the sentience to refine supreme artifacts. Thus, the phoenix blood cauldron fluctuated, and upon emerging from the cauldron, the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man had undergone transformations. In particular, the spirit lantern of the coffin was refined by the flames within the phoenix blood cauldron, which were particularly suited to the characteristics of netherworld ghost fire. The dark azure flames surged, with countless souls manifesting within, and the quality of the 3 spiritual treasures had been enhanced. If you were to join our demonic race, you would undoubtedly become a master of artifact refinement. Luo Ho, who had been rendered speechless, had forgotten his words. Qin Ming, what do you intend to do next? The 9 heavens mystic woman inquired. Qin Ming's abilities were extraordinary, surpassing even those of the Queen Mother of the West in her nascent years. The 9 heavens mystic woman held Qin Ming in high esteem. I intend to explore the other 3,000 worlds. Qin Ming replied without hesitation, his mind already made up. Oh, the 9 heavens mystic woman was taken aback, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Even with the partial restoration of her memories as the 9 heavens mystic woman, she had rarely encountered immortals from other worlds. Qin Ming's statement immediately piqued her interest. I recall the Queen Mother of the West mentioning that the other 3,000 worlds are fraught with peril, and even she, as a sage, cannot venture there at will. Qin Ming, how do you intend to travel there? The 9 heavens mystic woman carefully stored the snow lotus and then posed her question. By employing the primordial celestial measuring ruler, one can traverse the 3,000 worlds. However, each transit necessitates a period of time for recuperation. Qin Ming replied without hesitation. Having upgraded the quality of his spiritual treasures, the time had come for Qin Ming to explore the other worlds within the 3,000 worlds. Having vanquished the esteemed consort of the Supreme Truth, Qin Ming had solidified his plans. Although he did not fear the Queen Mother of the West, he had already incurred the displeasure of too many sages in this world. If he wished to contend with them, Qin Ming needed to further enhance his strength before the Lich War. Rather than venturing out rashly, he would first explore other worlds to see if there was anything to plunder. Although this primordial world still held many secrets, its territories were largely controlled by the sages. Now, Qin Ming could only venture to the 3,000 worlds, which were on par with the primordial world. As Qin Ming prepared to venture to the 3,000 worlds, chaos had erupted in the Queen Mother of the West Jade Pool. The esteemed consort of the Supreme Truth is dead. The remaining 7 celestial maidens chattered away, while Lady Taizhan's husband, the esteemed Xuandu, Taizhan Wang, wore a grave expression, rendered speechless by his anger. I must avenge my wife's death, he declared. Is this truly your intent, Xuandu Taizhan Wang? The Queen Mother of the West turned to him, for Lady Taizhan had always been one of her favored celestial maidens, to whom she had bestowed numerous magical treasures. Now, with Lady Taizhan inexplicably murdered, her fury was palpable. Thus, the Queen Mother exhaled a breath that conjured a radiant peach and presented it to Xuandu, Taizhan Wang. Upon consuming the peach, he swiftly transformed into a monstrous being, adorned with a deer's head and a cheelant's body, his form aglow with ethereal flames. I have heard of that human. He has attained the state of Hun Yuan, and just days ago, the mortal realm trembled at his achievement, the Queen Mother remarked. Therefore, If you truly wish to avenge your wife, enter my true fire peach furnace and endure the flames for 49 hours, after which you shall gain the power to combat the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Can you do this? I can, replied Xuandu Taizhun Wang without hesitation, demonstrating his unwavering resolve for his wife's vengeance. And while you are at it, bring me the head of the 9 heavens Xiannu, the Queen Mother. Watching as Xuandu Taizhun Wang was ushered into the true fire furnace, silently invoked the name of Qin Ming. Qin Ming, the demon clan has initiated a plan to hunt you down. I must join forces with the other Golden Crows to ensnare you. Meanwhile, in the Tianshan region, Qin Ming remained blissfully unaware of the new threat looming over him as he sought the entry points to the other 3,000 worlds. In his grasp, the Hongmeng Liangtian emitted a soft azure glow, guiding him towards a place he knew all too well. What? Am I truly headed towards the demon territory? To his astonishment, the entry point to the 3,000 worlds lay precisely there, and he couldn't help but smile at the irony. Among the myriad of clans in the current chaos, none had a more hostile disposition towards him than the demon clan. His destination was the Zhanyuan, located on the fringes of the demon territory. Is this truly the demon realm? It feels somewhat altered. Upon arriving, Qin Ming was struck by the stark contrast from his previous visit. Although he had merely glimpsed the region from high above last time, its once vibrant landscape had now transformed into a haunting tableau of dilapidated ruins. Qin Ming furrowed his brow and gazed skyward, where a long scarlet meteor hung ominously in the sky, radiating an enigmatic hue. What has happened here? He had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him and flew directly toward Zhanyuan. However, halfway there, he was confronted by the demons, who seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Human Qin Ming, we demons have set a grand trap for you. Since you have come to visit, we need not seek you out. Qin Ming's eyes lit up as he recognized the familiar formation of the Zhou Tian star array, led by 10 ancient demons. A group of them sharpened their weapons, poised to eliminate him. Unfortunately for them, Qin Ming was no longer the same de Luo Jingxian he once was. With a mere glance, he brazenly soared towards his destination. How dare you? You insignificant human, prepare to meet your end. The ancient demon Ji Ming was the first to strike, lunging with a spear towards Qin Ming. Clad in deep-sea dragon scales and wielding a trident, Ji Ming's fierce demeanor belied his true intentions. He did not expect to injure Qin Ming, but sought to unleash a tidal wave that would send him crashing back into the Zhou Tian star array, reducing him to dust. However, before Ji Ming could approach, a flicker of azure fire enveloped Qin Ming, causing Ji Ming to shriek in agony as he was sent flying, engulfed in flames. What is that fire? The demons, sensitive to the unusual flames surrounding Qin Ming, stared in astonishment. Unfazed, Qin Ming summoned forth another azure fire, encircling him. Then, a pale, golden flame enveloped him entirely. The 3 distinct fires danced around him like ethereal serpents, rendering him a divine figure. Could it be the 3 great true fires? The demon Buzhou recognized the significance, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The innate true fire was among the rarest of the 5 elemental fires, comprising a total of 10 types, each with exceptionally rare conditions for acquisition. Typically, possessing even one would send cultivators into a frenzy, yet Qin Ming commanded the presence of all 10, inciting fierce envy among the onlookers. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bell tolled from above as a figure descended from heavens. Wielding the Eastern Emperor bell, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Before the 10 ancient demons could celebrate, he cast a glance at Qin Ming and sternly commanded, "Halt! Do not harm our esteemed guest." Esteemed guest? The ancient demons were taken aback. This contradicted all they had heard. Qin Ming had initially intended to ignore Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, but the latter's words nearly provoked a laugh from him. Curious about what drama would unfold, Qin Ming paused to observe. Qin Ming, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi spoke respectfully. Earlier, the 10 demons may have offended you, but the demon clan no longer wishes to be your adversary. I cordially invite you to our heavenly court, where we shall prepare numerous lavish gifts for your banquet. Though the 2 golden crows were innate divine beings, their demeanor shifted to one of respect upon witnessing Qin Ming's attainment of Hunyuan. Are you suggesting that we unite to combat the Witch Clan? Qin Ming was no fool. He quickly deduced Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and Emperor Jun's intentions. Since the Zhou Tian star array could not contend with him, They sought to avoid creating enemies before the impending conflict with the witch clan, hoping to win him over. Impossible. Qin Ming had long grown weary of the two golden crows. We do not insist that you assist us against the witch clan. We merely wish to offer you a sincere welcome. Eastern Emperor Tai Yi insisted. Please, Qin Ming, consider our invitation. While the demon court may not possess many precious treasures or spirit herbs, it offers a unique charm. He initially intended to address Qin Ming as young friend. But given Qin Ming's status, he deemed it inappropriate. In that case, if you grant me the Eastern Emperor bell, I shall accept your invitation. Witnessing Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's subservience was gratifying for Qin Ming, who sensed that this was likely a trap. Thus, he boldly made his demand, anticipating that Eastern Emperor Tai Yi would refuse and that he could then fly away, rejecting their offer. That Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's expression darkened. Yet he did not erupt in anger as Qin Ming had anticipated, further deepening Qin Ming's sense of unease. At that moment, an elderly voice interjected with a sigh. Qin Ming, my young friend, I too would vouch for Tai Yi and Emperor Jun. If it suits you, lend them your assistance. Taishang Lao Jun. To Qin Ming's surprise, the usually indifferent Taishang Lao Jun had appeared. Questions flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. There are two individuals whom only you, possessing the Hongmeng Liang Tian, can rescue. The maidens Chang Shi and Shi He from the sun and moon stars. In the aftermath of the saints' battle, Taishang Lao Jun, having discerned Qin Ming's possession of the Hongmeng Liang Tian, noted the azure glow emanating from it. Chang Shi and Shi He? Qin Ming vaguely recalled that they were meant to become Emperor Jun's wives. He wondered why the wedding had been delayed. After all this time, Emperor Jun had yet to marry them. Indeed, if my estimations are correct, they should have traversed to the Primordial realm a few days ago. Yet, for reasons unknown, a celestial event involving the Ziwei star had ruptured the space between stars, causing chaos in the demon realm. Taishang Lao Jun pointed to the ominous scarlet star in the sky, and Qin Ming suddenly understood the cause of the devastation he had witnessed along the way. It was the aftermath of a meteor's impact. Now, with the primordial space ruptured, unless we summon Hong Jun Lao Zhu, only you, with the Hongmeng Liang Tian, can effect their rescue. If you are willing to extend your assistance, I assure you that you shall not be left wanting. This matter is unrelated to the conflict between the witch and demon clans. I can guarantee it. Such a trivial matter could hardly warrant the involvement of Hong Jun Lao Zhu. Taishang Lao Jun stroked his beard and inclined his head gently towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming finally understood why the imposing presence of Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and the other demon clans appeared so lackluster. It was because they had intended to confront him, but were unexpectedly thwarted by the sudden calamity. Since the Supreme Lord Lao Jun had given his assurance, he decided to trust it. Without hesitation, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Originally, he had made prior arrangements with Lao Jun, who possessed a wealth of precious refining materials and spiritual artifacts. Now that he had acquired the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, he was in dire need of numerous refining materials for practice. Moreover, saving Chang Cece and enhancing the demon clan's combat strength were not of immediate concern. Chapter 28. The Phantom of Pangu. However, it was strange that Qin Ming sensed an extraordinarily peculiar familiarity emanating from the mysterious Ziwei star that had descended from the heavens. Resonating with the fragments of laws he held and the pieces of the creation Jade tablet. This was also his reason for agreeing to Lao Jun's request. Perhaps the Phantom of Pangu resided on that Ziwei star. At that moment, Qin Ming took out the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and with the assistance of Lao Jun's whisk, ascended into the sky, shattering layers of void as he charged towards the Ziwei star. Although Dong Huang Tai Yi wished for Qin Ming's demise, he prioritized rescuing Chang Cece, especially with Lao Jun observing from the side. Thus, he transformed into a golden crow and followed closely behind Qin Ming and Lao Jun. Upon reaching the temporal interface, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in Qin Ming's possession shimmered, enveloped in a misty azure glow, as he surpassed light speed and broke through the barriers of time and space. Qin Ming, my young friend, I can assist you no further. Lao Jun's voice echoed across the void. The Taiyin star and the Sun star are not far from here. You can see them. Qin Ming felt a dizziness wash over him, and when he regained his senses, Lao Jun's secret transmission had already reached him, while he found himself in the dark cosmos. Not far ahead was the floating Ziwei star, radiating an eerie luminescence, with a single meteor striking a small portion of the demon territory into smithereens. Should he first rescue Chang Cece or explore the Z-Way star? After a brief contemplation, Qin Ming decided without hesitation and directly stepped into the Z-Way star. Although Chang Cixi was the wife of Emperor Jun, she had little relevance to Qin Ming. Since time was still on his side, why not explore the Z-Way star first? At that moment, a faint humming resonated from his body, and the ancestral Qilin emerged from the storage space, appearing to struggle for breath as it flailed in the cosmos. Qin Ming realized that keeping such a divine being in a storage space was indeed a disservice. It would be better to place it within the refining demon pot. As the fragment of the creation Jade tablet in Qin Ming's possession rose, it guided him deeper into the Z-Way star. What architecture was this? Upon entering the Z-Way star, Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was an immensely grand religious structure. Moreover, to his shock, this religious edifice was not of the commonly seen celestial dynasty style of the primordial world, but rather of a Buddhist design. Who dares to enter? A sharp voice rang out within the Z-Way star, and a monk-like figure holding a shimmering, rainbow-hued artifact stood before Qin Ming. From Qin Ming's perception, he was a quasi-saint. And who might you be? I am the Zhuan Ti Dao Run. This is my place of cultivation. Qin Ming was taken aback. The Zhuan Ti, one of the two saints of the West, had established his cultivation site upon the Z-Way star, disrupting the tranquility of the demon territory. This was unprecedented in the annals of the primordial world. At this time, the spatial pathways between East and West had yet to be opened. Yet Zhuan Ti had already attained the status of a quasi-saint. It seemed that after Qin Ming achieved the state of Han Yuan, he had inadvertently disturbed many original opportunities. You have attained Han Yuan? It appears you are a senior on the path of cultivation. Might I request your guidance on my cultivation? Zhuan Ti had not anticipated a practitioner from the Central Lands to arrive here, and his expression fluctuated, seemingly torn between retreating or silencing Qin Ming. At that moment, he unleashed his spiritual power to probe, quickly realizing that Qin Ming had indeed attained Han Yuan, prompting a shift in his demeanor to one of reverence as he bowed respectfully to Qin Ming, appearing to be a fervent cultivator. No need for such courtesy. Qin Ming chuckled to himself, bemused that he would be regarded as a senior by the two saints of the West. How did you end up cultivating on this Z-Way star? This was the question that perplexed Qin Ming the most. Zhuan Ti pondered for a moment before replying. I am not entirely sure. While traversing to the Central Lands for cultivation, I was suddenly struck by a tremendous quake, after which I was propelled to the heavens by a saintly force. The force you speak of, could it be the reincarnation power of Empress Hutu? Qin Ming immediately recalled the confrontation between Hutu and the ancestor of the Underworld. Empress Hutu? Yes, indeed she was a beautiful woman, accompanied by a rather sinister-looking elder. Zhuan Ti recounted, when I regained consciousness, I found myself within this cosmos on the Z-Way star. For some unknown reason, the spiritual energy here is abundant, as if ancient beings had once cultivated in this place. So I decided to establish a cultivation site until I could achieve sainthood. Upon closer inspection, Qin Ming noted that despite the Western architectural style present within the Z-Way star, it indeed emanated a more ancient spiritual energy, as if a demonic deity had once lingered here. This realization made it less surprising that he felt drawn to this place. The myriad demonic deities of the 3,000 paths were merely an abstraction. Demonic beings pervade all realms. If this place had once been a sanctuary for a highly ranked demonic deity, it would be entirely normal for the spiritual energy here to be so rich. Suddenly, the fragment of the creation Jade tablet in Qin Ming's possession soared upward, emitting a resonant hum, and soon, another fragment descended from above, landing before Qin Ming. That was... Zhuan Ti's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of envy. Though he did not know what the fragment of the creation Jade tablet was, it was undoubtedly a treasure since it was something Zhuan Ti had failed to uncover despite his efforts. However, given Qin Ming's prowess, Zhuan Ti chose to remain silent, harboring an even greater admiration for him. Qin Ming casually accepted the fragment of the creation Jade tablet, and within his demonic realm, the blood demon suddenly spoke. This familiar aura. It seems to be the cultivation ground of the space demon. The space demon's cultivation ground? Are you suggesting that if I were to cultivate here, like Zhuan Ti, my comprehension of spatial laws would deepen? Qin Ming was taken aback, meticulously examining his surroundings. Within the Z-Way star, there were indeed patterns reminiscent of spatial laws. This notion intrigued Qin Ming, Could it be that his understanding of spatial laws could be enhanced here? Among the myriad laws of the 3,000 paths, while the law of strength was indeed paramount, the laws of space and time were not to be underestimated. One must acknowledge that the older the primordial world, the more potent it became, and the world as capacity directly determined how many saints it could harbor. How could that hairless child know the true usage of the space demon's realm? The blood demon scoffed. If used ordinarily, it is merely a planet rich in spiritual energy. However, if you transform it into your demonic realm, it becomes entirely different. The space demon had left behind 3 fragments of the space demon's realm within the primordial universe. This was one of them. As long as you locate its nexus, you can directly incorporate it into your demonic realm. However, if you were to be overwhelmed by it, then consider my words null and void. As the mark was already imprinted upon Qin Ming, the blood demon could not deceive him and merely jested. Qin Ming casually clenched his fist, causing the blood demon to wail within the demonic realm. Nevertheless, the content of his words had already left Qin Ming astounded. Overwhelmed, Qin Ming released the blood demon, a cold smile forming on his lips as he retorted, "You underestimate me far too much." As soon as he spoke, a surge of spiritual awareness shot forth, and an overwhelming pressure instantly radiated from his being. It roared like a tempestuous sea, sweeping in all directions. The mountains and rivers echoed with thunderous booms, the ground trembled, and the heavens surged. In that moment, it felt as though the entire cosmos had been struck by a mighty palm, causing the Z-Way star to erupt in unimaginable tremors. All of this did not go unnoticed by Zhuan Ti, whose expression shifted dramatically. Is this the power of a Hunyuan senior? In a mere thought, one can shake an entire planet. Zhuan Ti was taken aback, despite Qin Ming's lack of any visible action. A mere projection of his spiritual awareness had managed to tremble an entire star. Though the Z-Way star was not large, it spanned billions of miles. How many could tremble the Z-Way star with just a thought? The prowess of this senior must surely be extraordinary, even among the ranks of Hunyuan. With a mixture of awe and reverence, Zhuan Ti gazed at Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming, with a flick of his sleeve, exuded an ethereal aura, as copious amounts of spiritual energy cascaded forth from within. Suddenly, the torrential spiritual energy coalesced, forming an ancient character that appeared to be forged from gold. Wisps of the Great Dao emanated from the character, and an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of mountains, descended. Zhuan Ti staggered, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the ancient character, and was immediately forced to the ground. The abundant fortune of the Z-Way star dispersed, and with a gentle tremor, the character released a golden light that instantly enveloped the star. Simultaneously, Qin Ming experienced a profound connection to the mountains and rivers. With a mere gesture, he witnessed the collapse of mountain ranges and the sudden emergence of new peaks across the vast plains. He has subdued an entire planet. Zhuan Ti realized what Qin Ming had accomplished. Qin Ming had used his abilities to suppress a planet. Planets are under the surveillance of the heavenly Dao, and any changes would immediately alert it. Countless individuals in the prehistoric world were considered madmen, but even the 6 sages would not dare to suppress a planet. Tampering with a planet's fortune would immediately trigger the descent of the heavenly Dao. Even a congenital saint would perish under the myriad tribulations of lightning. Qin Ming's actions were a direct challenge to the heavenly Dao, and, if detected, would lead to certain death. Does he not even fear the heavenly Dao? Zhuan Ti wondered, how could a Hunyuan realm expert possess such confidence and audacity? Zhuan Ti watched in horror as Qin Ming's mark was imprinted on the Z-Way star, realizing that this realm had become Qin Ming's domain. With a single thought, anyone who entered this star, even a congenital saint, would be forced to submit. You have actually suppressed the Z-Way star. What audacity! The blood demon god within Qin Ming exclaimed in terror. Suppressing a planet will attract the attention of the heavenly Dao. Are you not aware of this? I am aware, Qin Ming replied calmly. Then why? Since this Z-Way star is a place for cultivating spatial magic. It was not created by the heavenly Dao and is not under its control. Therefore, even if I suppress it, what does it matter? The blood demon god pondered and realized that Qin Ming's words seemed to hold merit. The heavenly Dao's control over the 3,000 worlds stemmed from the fact that they were almost entirely created by it. However, the Z-Way star was originally a place for spatial demon gods to cultivate, created by them and unrelated to the heavenly Dao. Therefore, Qin Ming's suppression of this place would not alert the heavenly Dao. This was Qin Ming's confidence. Although Qin Ming could incorporate the Z-Way star into his demonic realm, it will be a detrimental move. Without comprehending the laws of space, absorbing a planet would consume a significant amount of space and severely compress the demonic realm. Therefore, directly suppressing the planet and transforming it into his own domain would allow him to absorb the spatial laws within. The blood demon god had never anticipated that Qin Ming possessed the means to suppress a planet. He had been plotting Qin Ming's demise. But now it seemed that he would never have the opportunity. After all, how could a being capable of suppressing a planet simply perish? His dreams of regaining freedom after his death were nothing more than wishful thinking. The blood demon god sighed inwardly, lamenting, "This brat's methods are becoming increasingly terrifying, and his strength is growing exponentially. Am I, a dignified demon god, destined to be a trembling slave for the rest of my days? How detestable!" Just as the demon god finished his thoughts, he saw Qin Ming's face darken. Qin Ming grabbed the demon god's neck and said, "Still plotting against me? I dare not." The demon god exclaimed in alarm, not daring to admit it. Qin Ming coldly replied, "I have already placed a brand within you. I can see your intentions, whether good or bad. Dare you lie?" Qin Ming then broke the blood demon god's limbs with a few swift movements. A slave must be disciplined. How could a master allow a slave to harbor resentment? Having been taught a lesson twice in a row, the blood demon god became much more obedient. Even with his limbs broken, he dared not harbor any more resentment. Like a beaten dog, he trembled in fear and awe as he looked at Qin Ming. "If you continue to harbor ill intentions, I will ensure that you lose even the chance to reincarnate," Qin Ming warned, releasing the blood demon god. The blood demon god still had value, and Qin Ming intended to keep him around for a while. However, if the demon became unruly, Qin Ming would not hesitate to kill him. After all, he was just a servant. What right did he have to act presumptuously before his master? Qin Ming then sat down cross-legged, determined to seize the spatial laws of the Z-Way star, now that he had suppressed it, activating the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. He witnessed the convergence of boundless spatial laws towards his body. The blood demon god's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "He's gone mad. He's completely insane. He actually dares to directly absorb the power of the laws. Laws possess a formidable exclusivity. Recklessly absorbing them would only backfire. Even a slight lack of cultivation could lead to the body being exploded by the power of the laws." Although Qin Ming was already in the Hunyuan realm, rashly absorbing the laws was akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep would lead to eternal damnation. Even Hongjun would not dare to absorb them recklessly. Yet, Qin Ming dared to do so. Moreover, he was absorbing the spatial laws, which were ranked among the top laws of the 3,000. In the universe, space precedes heaven, and time precedes heaven and earth. Space is the first law of heaven and earth, and the fortune contained within is unimaginable. Throughout the heavens and earth, including Hongjun, no one dared to covet the spatial laws. Otherwise, how could these spatial laws have remained intact for billions of years? Qin Ming was merely in the Hunyuan realm, yet he dared to covet the spatial laws. He was simply courting death. The blood demon god felt both shock and joy. Although Qin Ming's actions shocked him, he immediately thought that if Qin Ming were to explode, he would immediately regain his freedom. This thought filled the blood demon god with excitement. However, just as a hint of joy appeared on the blood demon god's face, he saw Qin Ming open his mouth and spew out the demon refining pot. Simultaneously, Qin Ming raised his hand, and the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and man soared out from his sleeves. The treasure Lotus lamp hovered above his head. The spirit coffin lamp suspended over his lower abdomen, and the 8 scenery palace lamp hung over his heart. Each lamp emitted a beam of light, encircling Qin Ming's body. Furthermore, the golden wheel behind his head suddenly emerged. The spatial laws absorbed into his body were like a gentle stream, being absorbed by the demon refining pot. The fortune contained within the laws dissipated at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the fortune was completely refined. The fortune that had just been extracted from the spatial laws collided wildly within Qin Ming's body. However, with the protection of the 3 lamps, even the descent of the heavenly Dao could not shake Qin Ming's body, let alone the fortune of the Great Dao. The spatial laws on the Z-Way star vanished like a tide, and in a few breaths, they were completely refined by Qin Ming. Zhuan and the Blood Demon God were both speechless with shock. The Blood Demon God, in particular, was filled with terror. Qin Ming had actually absorbed the spatial laws. He was the first existence since the dawn of time to absorb the spatial laws. With the Blood Demon God's countless years of life, he had never seen anyone absorb the spatial laws. Even other, inferior laws were never absorbed by anyone. Qin Ming had actually absorbed the number 1 spatial laws in a few breaths. The means are even more terrifying than Hong Jun, a being of the mixed yuan realm, defying the heavens to such an extent. The Blood Demon God stood in astonishment. How could he believe that Qin Ming, who seemed on the verge of being crushed by the laws of space, could actually dominate those very laws? This child's future achievements are boundless. Even Hong Jun could not possibly compare with him. The Blood Demon God pondered, his heart racing. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zhuan gazed at Qin Ming, his face a mask of shock. Despite his own extensive years of cultivation, he had never dared to touch the power of the space laws. Even a mere brush would tear his body apart. In Zhuan Ti's eyes, the laws of space were undoubtedly a cataclysmic weapon. Yet, in Qin Ming's view, they were mere tools to be toyed with. Is this the chasm that separates me from the predecessors of the mixed yuan realm? Zhuan Ti looked at Qin Ming with trepidation, his aged face etched with awe. Indeed, the power of the laws of space rightfully deserves its reputation as the foremost law of power. At that moment, Qin Ming had already stowed away the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man, feeling the flow of the laws of space within him, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, this power felt rather insubstantial. He needed to seek out other cultivation places of the space demon god to replenish his strength. Qin Ming murmured, "Congratulations, master. Congratulations." Upon seeing Qin Ming open his eyes, the Blood Demon God immediately began to flatter him. "Congratulations?" Qin Ming's gaze turned cold. He held no trust for this demon and replied icily, "You must regret that I wasn't killed by the laws of space, correct?" "Absolutely not." The Blood Demon God was taken aback. The existence capable of refining the laws of space would not dare oppose Qin Ming, even with 100 lives. "There's no need for the best. If there were, I could send you on your way right now," Qin Ming stated nonchalantly. The Blood Demon God forced a smile, unwilling to respond. "Zhuan Ti, come here," Qin Ming beckoned. "Where are the Tying Star and the Sun Star?" Qin Ming inquired. He had not forgotten the purpose of his descent upon the Ziwei Star, which was to find the 2 sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi. However, he had become somewhat lost along the way. "The 2 stars are currently near the Ziwei Star. I can guide you there, Junior," Zhuan Ti replied. Qin Ming nodded, saying, "Let us proceed." With that, Qin Ming released a surge of mixed yuan power, which Zhuan Ti cautiously caught in his embrace. "This is my mixed yuan power, containing a hint of my insights into the mixed yuan realm. Take it and contemplate it well. Within 1,000 years, you should be able to break into the mixed yuan realm," Qin Ming instructed. Zhuan Ti was overjoyed. Mixed yuan realm practitioners were rare as phoenix feathers on the Honghuang continent, and obtaining insights from them was akin to reaching for the stars. Now, Qin Ming had bestowed upon him a piece of mixed yuan power infused with such valuable insights. This was worth 1,000,000 times more than any elixir or spiritual herb. He had been trapped at this level for 10,000 years, and with Qin Ming's insights at hand, a careful contemplation could lead him to a breakthrough into the mixed yuan realm, a near certainty. Unexpectedly, merely serving as a guide had resulted in such a generous reward from Qin Ming. Zhuan Ti gazed at Qin Ming. His eyes filled not only with reverence, but also profound gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed senior. In this lifetime, should you require anything, I would brave fire and water without hesitation," Zhuan Ti vowed. This scene left the Blood Demon God feeling envious. Insights into the mixed yuan realm were treasures that practitioners of that level regarded as their very lives, akin to their own lineage. To have been shared with Zhuan Ti, how fortunate it would have been for him. The Blood Demon God regretted deeply having opposed Qin Ming. If only he had sought to flatter him instead. Now, he had surely become a prisoner instead of soaring to great heights. Qin Ming, unaware of the Blood Demon God's remorse, summoned the ancestral Qilin and set off with Zhuan Ti towards the starry sky. "Senior, below is the Tying Star," Zhuan Ti informed. As Qin Ming held him in his grasp, gazing down upon the majestic ancestral Qilin, resembling a true dragon descending from the heavens, with trepidation. Such thick layers of ice. Looking down, the tiny star was dominated by towering icebergs piercing the clouds. As far as the eye could see, all was an expanse of ice. A chilling aura permeated the air. Even from a distance of 10,000 miles, one could feel its bite. Is this your first time visiting the tiny star, esteemed senior? Zhuan Ti asked. Qin Ming nodded. Zhuan Ti continued. The tiny star and the sun star are twin stars, akin to the celestial bodies of Shun and Shang, never to meet day or night. The tiny star is enveloped in the power of the Tyin, while the sun star is shrouded in endless solar energy. Even a sage would find it difficult to approach. No wonder the Supreme Lord asked me to rescue the two maidens, Qin Ming remarked. It seemed even he feared the forces on these two celestial spheres. Then, Qin Ming pondered aloud, since even sages dare not approach. How do Changxi and Shi He survive there? The two maidens are the very essence of Tyin and solar power, having cultivated for millennia to attain human form. Thus, they naturally fear not the forces of these stars, Zhuan Ti explained. Qin Ming nodded, saying, then let us descend. With that, he guided the ancestral Qilin towards the surface. Simultaneously, in the vast expanse of Tian Shan's Yao Qi, a thunderous howl erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a Qilin soared into the sky, climbing to the azure expanse in an instant. Its body shimmered with azure flames, its roar like thunder, reverberating throughout the realms. Haha, at last, I have achieved the indestructible body. Even Dong Huang and Di Jun cannot hope to attain such a physique, the Qilin declared, exuding an air of dominance. Then, its voice turned icy as it declared, now that my divine body is complete, Qin Ming, no matter where you are, I shall slay you. With that, the Qilin, towering like a mountain, began to shrink at a visible pace. Moments later, it transformed into a middle-aged scholar, a regal figure in palace attire. With bright eyes and a dignified demeanor, the West Queen Mother stood before the middle-aged scholar, clasping her hands in respect. Congratulations, true king, on finally refining your divine body. This time, my success in refining the divine body owes much to your assistance, West Queen Mother. This favor, I shall remember, the middle-aged scholar replied calmly. The palace-clad woman smiled, saying, between us, why need we speak of thanks? The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. The West Queen Mother and the true king of Xian Du shared a bond that spanned eons, akin to that of siblings. The West Queen Mother had even married one of the seven fairies, the Taijin Madam, to the true king of Xian Du. Their friendship could not be succinctly summarized in just a few words. Now that my divine body is complete, I wonder if there is any progress regarding the matter I entrusted to you? The true king of Xian Du inquired, shifting the topic. The West Queen Mother replied, since the true king entrusted the matter to me, I would not let you down. The true king of Xian Du was overjoyed. So, you have news of that fellow? Indeed, the West Queen Mother nodded. Though he fled swiftly, I ultimately discovered that he is currently on the Tyin Star. The Tyin Star? The true king of Xian Du's expression darkened. How would he be on that star? The West Queen Mother asked, what, true king, do you find inconvenient? The true king of Xian Du sighed. You may not know, but the Tyin Star is saturated with Tyin power, even with the physique of my demon race. I cannot withstand the encroachment of the Tyin power. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. The West Queen Mother reassured him. Why must the true king belittle yourself? With a derisive chuckle, the Western Queen Mother continued, veritable monarch, do not forget that your physical form has been tempered within the peach blossom true fire furnace. The strength of your physical body is such that even thunder tribulations are of no consequence. How can mere lunar force possibly shake it? Upon hearing these words, a surge of profound confidence filled the eyes of the Xian Du true monarch. He nodded and affirmed, the Queen Mother speaks truly. My physical form is now transformed beyond recognition. Even the might of the lunar force, I believe, could be withstood to some extent. Thereupon, the Xian Du true monarch cupped his hands in a gesture of farewell, saying, Western Queen Mother, now that the whereabouts of that scoundrel are known, I shall take my leave. Until I avenge the wrong done to my consort, I shall find no peace in slumber or sustenance. The Western Queen Mother did not attempt to detain him, watching as the Xian Du true monarch ascended into the heavens. Simultaneously, upon the lunar star, Qin Ming, having just ascended with the preceptor Zhuan to the 2 myriad meter high stratum of astral winds, was met with a roaring tide of lunar force, vast as an ocean. The lunar force upon the lunar star was of such formidable potency that even a momentary brush would freeze the very essence of a Grand Luo golden immortal soul. Fortunately, Qin Ming had already attained the mixed origin realm, and thus the lunar force, though formidable, was of no consequence to him. With the Hongming measuring heaven ruler in hand, wisps of dark, misty light emanated from the ruler, forming a luminous screen that cleaved a path directly through the astral winds congealed from the lunar force. This spectacle astonished the preceptor Zhuani, who was held within Qin Ming's grasp. He had initially believed that Qin Ming would employ some technique of spatial contraction to enter the lunar star. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Ming relied upon the might of his spiritual treasure to tear open a breach directly through the surging lunar force. Is this the prowess of a mixed origin realm senior? Zhuani mused in awe. Truly terrifying. Zhuani had spent many years cultivating upon the violet tenuity star and had long harbored the desire to enter the lunar star. Alas, he lacked the courage even to approach it. A mere brush would send shivers of dread through his soul. To force entry, he feared, would result in his soul and body being pulverized into dust before even reaching the surface. Yet, Qin Ming's intervention had utterly negated the omnipresent lunar force. He cleaved through it, undeterred, with the force of a single measure from his ruler. When shall I attain such formidable power as this senior? Zhuani murmured, his hopes for comprehending the Great Dao now entirely pinned upon the enlightenment bestowed by Qin Ming. Though the potency of this lunar force is unremarkable, were it to be gathered in its entirety, it would suffice to contend with even a primordial saint, Qin Ming declared. As the words left his lips, Qin Ming abruptly flicked the measuring heaven ruler in his hand. A cacophony of humming resonated, as if a drop of water had fallen into a cauldron of boiling oil, causing the heavens to seethe with lunar force. An indescribable chill began to permeate the cosmos. In an instant, ice mountains thousands of fathoms high materialized, spreading across the lunar star's surface at a rate visible to the naked eye. Witnessing this spectacle, the preceptor Zhuani was struck speechless. Fear not, Qin Ming said calmly. The measuring heaven ruler quivered once more, its dark, misty light erupting with the brilliance of the sun. Wherever its radiance fell, the boundless lunar force instantly collapsed. Within mere breaths, the lunar force within millions of miles of the firmament was shattered into nothingness by the light emanating from the measuring heaven ruler. This, senior. The preceptor Zhuani swallowed hard, his countenance paling at this earth-shattering sight. At that moment, Zhuani could no longer fathom the depths of Qin Ming's power. With a mere flick of his artifact, he had annihilated the lunar force within millions of miles. What manner of terrifying power was this? Though neither solar nor lunar force was a power of law, being instead born from the interplay of heaven and earth. Even ordinary powers of law could not withstand the sharpness of the lunar force. Yet, Qin Ming had effortlessly annihilated it. How terrifying was the lunar force? A power that even saints dared not confront. Yet Qin Ming had casually destroyed it with a wave of his hand. Zhuani's heart pounded in his chest, and his gaze toward Qin Ming shifted from reverence to utter dread as he beheld the millions of miles of lunar force being swept away. Senior's power is truly unfathomable, capable of effortlessly destroying even the lunar force. Zhuani stammered, his eyes wide with terror. Qin Ming remained impassive, paying no heed to Zhuani's words. Seek out Changshi's whereabouts, he instructed. Having traversed the stratum of astral winds, Qin Ming directly commanded the preceptor Zhuani. Changshi and Shihe, one residing upon the lunar star and the other upon the solar star, have been diligently cultivating upon their respective stars. The upheaval upon the violet tenuity star had severed the connection between the two stars and the outside world. The lunar and solar forces permeating the two stars had become turbulent, forming a stratum of astral winds that even the Supreme Lord Lao dared not penetrate. The Supreme Lord Lao had assumed that Yi Chun, wielding the measuring heaven ruler, would directly shatter space and traverse to the two stars. Yet, Qin Ming had defied expectations, tearing apart the stratum of astral winds by force. Had the Supreme Lord Lao witnessed this, he would have been astounded beyond measure. 2 days later, Qin Ming and the preceptor Zhuani traversed millions of miles of rivers and mountains, finally spotting a palace upon a frozen plain. Blizzards raged across the heavens, completely engulfing the palace. Witnessing this, Qin Ming activated the measuring heaven ruler, shattering the snow clouds in the sky and descending before the palace with the preceptor Junti. Who has descended upon the lunar palace? A cold, feminine voice echoed from within the palace. Ahem, I am Qin Ming. The Supreme Lord Lao has entrusted me to rescue you, Qin Ming announced. Silence ensued. Just as Qin Ming began to grow impatient, a woman emerged from the palace. Adorned in a white, down-woven feather robe, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like limpid lakes. Are you the fairy Changshi? Qin Ming inquired. Though Qin Ming was not one for dalliances, the woman's presence evoked a sense of refreshing serenity within him. It was as if all else in the world paled in comparison to her. Since you are those invited by the Supreme Lord Lao, do you have any credentials? Fairy Chang, she inquired. Qin Ming shook his head. Alas, the Lord Lao conveyed his message across the void, and thus, I possess no credentials. In that case, I must decline to depart with you. Fairy Chang, she responded. Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly. The preceptor Junti interjected, Fairy Chang Shi, do you perchance recall this old one? Fairy Chang, she turned her gaze upon the preceptor Junti. I recall you. You are the one who cultivates upon the violet tenuity star, it seems. The preceptor Junti affirmed. Since the fairy still remembers this old one, does she not trust even me? Fairy Chang, she pondered for a moment, then said, I have been trapped upon a lunar star for some time, and I did indeed send a message to the Supreme Lord Lao. Since the preceptor Junti vouches for you, then I shall accompany you on this journey. Qin Ming nodded and prepared to depart toward the solar star with Chang Shi. Just then, a voice echoed, Haha, I did not expect that you would actually be able to descend upon the lunar star. As the three were ascending into the sky, an all-encompassing shadow suddenly descended from above, crashing toward Qin Ming like a mountain. Qin Ming's gaze sharpened as he realized that the object hurtling toward him was a qilin, its body ablaze with azure flames. Dense scales covered the qilin's form, and an aura comparable to that of a primordial saint emanated from it, pressing down with the force of 1,000 mountains. Chang Shi, whose cultivation was comparatively shallow, was overwhelmed by this aura. Her body swayed, and a trace of crimson appeared at the corner of her lips as she plummeted toward the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Ming released the Hongmeng measuring heaven ruler. A burst of dark light emanated from it, and the ruler expanded to a length of over 3 fathoms. Catching Fairy Chang, she securely. From whence do you hail, demon? Qin Ming inquired, his expression impassive as he regarded the qilin. A single glance at the qilin's form sufficed to identify it as a member of the demon race. Emperor Jun had only just entreated him to rescue Chang Shi and Shi He, and now, members of the demon race had arrived upon the lunar star. A trace of anger stirred within Qin Ming's heart. Emperor Jun dares to scheme against me. Was seething with incandescent fury. Qin Ming, do you not recognize me? Very well. I shall ensure you die knowing who delivers the blow. Tai Junforen is my consort, and I have come to kill you. Is that justification enough? The gargantuan qilin articulated, its voice laced with frigidity. So, you're the consort of Tai Junforen. Qin Ming's gaze flickered, recalling one of the 7 fairies. It was now clear why the qilin's eyes, like colossal bells, were filled with such murderous intent when directed at him. Now that you are cognizant of my identity, prepare to meet your end, Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang proclaimed, his face contorted with a sinister pallor. Hold! Just as Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang was about to strike, a golden curtain of light rippled through the void. Within the light, a middle-aged man of imposing presence sat upon a golden dais, his gaze tranquil as he scrutinized the assembly. Zhen Wang, regardless of your grievances, you shall not assail Qin Ming today. Should you defy this decree, the Japanese emperor will assuredly see you meet a sanguinary end at the demon execution platform. The man declared, his countenance devoid of emotion. Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang's gargantuan claw, poised to strike, froze in midair. Demon Emperor, do you intend to champion a mere mortal? Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang queried, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Under ordinary circumstances, I would naturally stand with you, but today I must side with Qin Ming, the Demon Emperor elucidated. Are you aware of the reason I seek to slay this scion? Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang retorted, retracting his claw. As the holy emperor of the demon clan, am I not privy to such matters? Is it not because your consort met her demise at the hands of Qin Ming? What is so significant about this? Upon your return to the celestial court, I shall bestow upon you 100 consorts, the demon emperor proclaimed. Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang erupted in uproarious laughter. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and with a guttural expulsion, a cyan flame erupted from his maw. With the velocity of thunderbolt, the flame traversed the space. And before anyone could react, a crimson stain blossomed upon Chang Shi-Xianzi's chest. The flame had pierced her very being. You, audacious fiend, Xiandu, I shall flay you alive and imprison you for eternity in the 9 nether regions. The demon emperor roared, his fury unleashed. Demon emperor, why allow yourself to be vexed by a mere woman? Upon my return to the celestial court, I shall present you with 100 women. Would that not be more agreeable? Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang retorted, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. The demon emperor was rendered speechless. These were the very words he had used to placate Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang, only to have them thrown back at him. Xian Du, though you are a member of the demon clan, for the injury you have inflicted upon Chang Shi-Xianzi today, I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang merely sneered. Now that his divine body was complete, he held Di Jun in scant regard. Of the 2 celestial emperors, only the Eastern Emperor, with his Dongwang bell, posed a slight challenge. Di Jun, on the other hand, merely brandished the Starry Sky Array to intimidate others. Xian Du, as a member of the demon clan, was intimately familiar with the Starry Sky Array. While it might be effective in threatening other races, it was futile to attempt to intimidate him with it. Qin Ming, I implore you to save Chang Shi-Xianzi. Di Jun turned to Qin Ming, his voice laced with urgency. Qin Ming responded languidly. Why should I save her? Our grievances remain unresolved. Do you truly believe I would assist you in saving someone? Di Jun countered. If you are willing to save Chang Shi, I shall accede to any condition you impose. I have heard that the Zhou Tian Starry Sky Array is the foremost formation in all the lands. I am curious as to its intricacies. If you present me with the formation diagram, I shall naturally not stand idly by and watch this woman perish. Di Jun was taken aback, his expression darkening. The animosity between him and Qin Ming was irreconcilable. The Zhou Tian Starry Sky Array was his trump card for slaying Qin Ming. If he were to surrender the diagram, he would forfeit any hope of ever threatening Qin Ming. How could Di Jun dare to relinquish it? What, are you unwilling? Qin Ming shook his head, continuing, I had assumed you harbored genuine affection for Chang Shi-Xianzi, but it seems you would rather watch her perish than part with a mere formation diagram. Chang Shi-Xianzi, you have indeed placed your trust in the wrong individual. Witnessing Di Jun's hesitation, Chang Shi's heart sank. Chang Shi, I am sorry, but we are destined to be apart in this life, Di Jun declared, severing the connection and vanishing from the firmament. Seeing this, Chang Shi was utterly despondent. Ha ha ha, she laughed, her voice tinged with hysteria. To think, I am deemed less valuable than a formation diagram. All those sweet words were nothing but falsehoods. Only the pursuit of power is genuine. Chang Shi yearned to weep, but found herself devoid of tears. Concurrently, Qin Ming was taken aback by Di Jun's departure. He had not anticipated such callousness. To sacrifice Chang Shi's life for the sake of the Starry Sky Array diagram. I have heard that you and Di Jun were destined to be together, but alas, you have encountered a scoundrel, Qin Ming remarked with a hint of sympathy. Although Chang Shi's injuries were severe, Qin Ming possessed the means to save her with ease. He had intended to use Chang Shi's injury as leverage to extract the formation diagram from Di Jun, but the outcome had deviated entirely from his expectations. Di Stai. Attend to Chang Shi's injuries, Qin Ming instructed. Senior I. Zhuan Ti stammered, his expression awkward. Chang Shi had sustained a chest wound, and Zhuan Ti, bound by strict monastic precepts, could not possibly administer treatment. Qin Ming paused, his gaze shifting to the location of Chang Shi's injury, and he seemed to comprehend the situation. Xiandu, stalling for a while, I will tend to Chang Shi's injuries first. Zhuan Ti responded, Fear not, Junior shall fight to the death. With that, Zhuan Ti mounted a rainbow and charged towards Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang. Do you dare to challenge me with your meager strength? Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang sneered, dismissing Zhuan Ti Dao Ren with utter contempt. At the same time, Qin Ming flew to Chang Shi's side. The latter had been ambushed by Xian Du and sustained a grievous chest wound that had pierced her heart. Without treatment, she would perish within the hour. Qin Ming, unlike the rigid Zhuan Ti, was not bound by such constraints. He opened his mouth, and the demon refining pot emerged from his body. With its ma agape, the pot unleashed a torrent of suction, engulfing both Qin Ming and Chang Shi within its confines. Why are you saving me? Within the dark confines of the demon refining pot, where visibility was nil, Chang Shi queried, her voice laced with trepidation. Of course, it is to vex Di Jun. Haha, Qin Ming chuckled. He was eager to witness Di Jun's reaction upon learning that Chong, she had been rescued. The mere thought of Di Jun's expression filled Qin Ming with mirth. Chong Shi, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. The desolate and frigid expanse of the moon, with only the solitary moon palace and the eternal snows for companionship, concealed a wellspring of unspoken melancholy within her. Qin Ming's actions, both in tearing through the Tai Yin gale to rescue her from the moon palace and in disregarding societal norms to tend to her wounds, stirred a sense of gratitude within her heart. Ahem, your injuries are indeed severe, but as your primordial spirit remains unscathed, you shall recover fully within a month or two after consuming my elixir, Qin Ming stated, waving his hand to restore Chong Shi's attire. Subsequently, Qin Ming activated the demon refining pot, and a surge of repelling force enveloped the two of them. In the blink of an eye, they were ejected from the pot. Poof! Just as Qin Ming emerged from the demon refining pot and was about to set Changshi down, his eyes widened as he witnessed Zhuan Ti being struck squarely by Xian Du, causing him to spew blood. Senior, Zhuan Ti exclaimed, his face ashen. Barely half an incense stick's worth of time had elapsed, and Zhuan Ti was already on the verge of collapse, his spiritual treasure scattered. Even the 7 treasure tree had been knocked away by Xian Du's palm. Return, Qin Ming commanded, drawing Zhuan Ti to his side with a wave of his hand. So, you have finally emerged. Xian Du's gaze immediately locked on Qin Ming. At that moment, Xuan Du intended to strike directly at Qin Ming, but unexpectedly, the latter dove into the demon refining cauldron. In a fleeting moment, it was inconceivable for Xuan Du to cleave the cauldron, leaving him to merely engage in a temporary skirmish with Zhuan Ti. Now, upon seeing Qin Ming finally emerge, a sinister smile crept across Xuan Du's face, and without hesitation, he soared towards Qin Ming, declaring, "The revenge for my wife's death is eternal. Today marks your demise." Qin Ming, Xuan Du, the true king, was now fighting in his true form, exhibiting an unimaginable brute strength. With a mere movement, vast mountains and rivers collapsed as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. Xuan Du lunged directly at Qin Ming, tightening the air around them. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Xuan Du's being, as if even time and space were being suppressed by his formidable aura. Be cautious, senior. This monster possesses an incredibly terrifying physical strength, comparable to that of the ancestral witches. Zhuan Ti warned, acutely aware of Xuan Du's physical prowess from their previous encounter. The 7 treasures divine tree, which he had refined for over 10,000 years, could obliterate mountains and rivers with a mere strike. Yet when it struck Xuan Du, it felt as if it were hitting an immovable boulder. The latter stood steadfast. Chapter 30. The intention to harness the powers of the moon and the sun. Withstanding the assault of the 7 treasures divine tree was no easy feat, knowing how formidable Xuan Du's physical form was. Zhuan Ti was naturally concerned as he saw Xuan Du charging towards Qin Ming, a mere little Qilin. Even if his body has been tempered by heavenly lightning, he is still insignificant. Qin Ming stated nonchalantly. Heavenly lightning. Xuan Du scoffed. My body has been forged in the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace. How could mere heavenly lightning compare? The peaches of immortality, true fire furnace? Qin Ming furrowed his brow. He had some knowledge of the terror that this furnace possessed. The flames from the peaches of immortality could refine even innate spiritual treasures. Its power was so great that even the 8 trigrams furnace wielded by Laozi could not rival it. Xuan Du, the true king, actually used the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace, to temper his body. Now you understand fear? Xuan Du boasted, eagerly anticipating Qin Ming's reaction upon learning that his body had been tempered by the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace. However, to Xuan Du's astonishment, Qin Ming appeared utterly calm. It seemed as if the fact that his body had been tempered by the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace, did not concern him in the slightest. Daring to underestimate my newly forged body is akin to seeking death. Xuan Du roared with fury. With a heavy exhalation, he summoned his brute strength to its zenith and unleashed a powerful hoof strike toward Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly activated the 9 turns profound art. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Qin Ming's bones cracked, and his muscles visibly swelled. As Xuan Du's hoof descended before him, Qin Ming clenched his fist and struck directly at Xuan Du's hoof. A resounding boom echoed as the void shook violently. Xuan Du's massive form, akin to a mountain, was unexpectedly sent flying backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Xuandu's mind reeled. His physical strength had not been able to contend with that of the human. One punch had sent him flying. Previously, Xuandu had initiated the attack, confident that his physical power could shatter mountains and split seas. He believed that even an innate sage would be sent flying by his strike. Yet, facing Qin Ming, not only did he fail to shake him, but he was also repelled. In the contest of physical strength, he had lost. Xuandu could hardly believe it. The inherent physical superiority between the human and demon races was vast. The demon's body was always superior, even with a slight honing of their abilities. The human race could never catch up. Xuandu's body was already formidable, and now, having been tempered by the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace, he regarded even the heavenly tribulations with disdain. To be punched by Qin Ming and sent flying was a humiliation beyond measure. How could a mere human possess such strength? Xuandu exclaimed incredulously as he steadied himself hundreds of miles away and returned to face Qin Ming. Do you think that because your body was tempered by the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace, you can challenge me? Qin Ming replied with a cold smile. His 9 turns profound art had reached unparalleled mastery. One punch could shatter chaos itself. How could a mere true King Xuandu withstand Qin Ming's brilliance? Qin Ming found it laughable that Xuandu thought he could suppress him with brute force. Impossible. You cannot possess such formidable physical strength. Xuandu insisted. My body is already infinitely close to the true form of Pangu. Even the 9 heavens' heavenly tribulation cannot harm me. You, a mere human, cannot be my opponent, Xuandu proclaimed. Qin Ming chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Xuanti, watching the scene unfold, felt his breath quicken. Earlier, when Xuandu unleashed his full brute force, Xuanti had been concerned for Qin Ming. However, he never anticipated that with a single punch, Qin Ming could send Xuandu, the true king, flying. What terrifying power was this? Even an innate sage could not possess such overwhelming strength. Qin Ming had actually overpowered an innate sage. Xuanti's mind raced with astonishment. At that moment, Qin Ming appeared remarkably composed. Casting a glance at the dumbfounded Xuandu, Qin Ming activated the 9 turns profound art to its utmost limit and leapt, disappearing before Xuandu in an instant. In the next moment, Xuandu felt a fierce wind rising beneath him. As he attempted to take flight, it was already too late. Qin Ming's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. The titan-like form of Xuandu was propelled into the air, an indescribable agony flooding through him, twisting his features in pain. Yet, Qin Ming did not relent. He surged forward, seizing Xuandu's 2 front hooves. With a resounding rip, Qin Ming unleashed a mighty roar, tearing Xuandu's body asunder. What? Xuandu had been torn apart. Xuanti and Changxi stood frozen in shock at this scene. The mighty demon king had been ripped apart. His physical strength was renowned, even disregarding Emperor Jun, and he had endured the tempering of the peaches of immortality, true fire furnace, for 49 hours, withstanding heavenly tribulations. Such a physique, before Qin Ming, was as fragile as parchment. Was this still a human, in a vast wilderness, which human possessed such terrifying power? Even a legendary Pangu could not effortlessly tear apart a demon king. Qin Ming, among all humans, stood as the unrivaled champion of the ages. This elder is truly a prodigy. Even the formidable physical form of Xuandu, the true king, could not withstand a single blow. While my 7 treasures divine tree could not even harm him in the slightest, yet he was torn apart by this elder. Xuanti's heart raced. His gaze toward Qin Ming filled with awe. Despite Qin Ming having previously showcased several miraculous abilities, nothing compared to the shock of this moment. Was this the power of the Hunyuan realm? No, this was not merely the strength of the Hunyuan realm. This was the might of an elder. Xuanti knew well that an ordinary practitioner of the Hunyuan realm could never unleash such terrifying power. Among all Hunyuan practitioners, it was clear that only this elder possessed such formidable physical prowess. Simultaneously, Changxi gazed at Qin Ming with sparkling eyes. Xuandu's ambush had naturally infuriated her. However, she understood that she could not seek revenge against Xuandu. Even if he had wronged her, she had to swallow her grievances. Yet, Qin Ming had come to her aid, avenging her grievances. Without Qin Ming, relying on that scoundrel Emperor Jun, she would likely never have the chance for vengeance. having been rescued by Qin Ming on 2 occasions, and now avenging her wrongs. How could Changshi not feel a touch of gratitude in her heart? I had initially believed the physical prowess of this individual to be formidable, only to find myself gravely disappointed. Qin Ming floated to Changshi's side and blandly remarked that when the Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang had first appeared, he exuded an overwhelming presence, a force that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Even Qin Ming had felt a heavy weight upon him. However, mere minutes into the confrontation, that fellow was torn asunder by his own hands. Such incompetence, yet he dared to emerge seeking vengeance for Lady Taizhen. One could only wonder who granted him such audacity. Qin Ming mused quietly. Qin Ming, thank you, Changshi said, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with a smile. Qin Ming was taken aback. Thank me? For what? Changshi replied. For avenging me. Qin Ming scratched his nose, feeling a bit shy. It was but a trifling matter. Since I brought you out from Taiyin Star, it is only natural that I protect you. Such words proved far more effective than any sweet nothings, filling Changshi with warmth and a newfound sense of security. Senior, that individual used the Pan Tao Zhen Hua furnace to refine his body. If memory serves, the Pan Tao Zhen Hua furnace is a treasure of the West Queen Mother. This affair undoubtedly involves her, Zhuan Ti stated. Qin Ming replied, no matter. Once I return to the Honghuang continent, I shall seek clarity from Tianshan. Meanwhile, at Tianshan Yaoqi, the West Queen Mother stood before a bronze mirror. Her expression one of shock. The mirror displayed the conversation between Qin Ming and Zhuan Ti. The Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang had indeed perished. Moreover, he had been utterly crushed by Qin Ming. The West Queen Mother's countenance shifted repeatedly, her regal face betraying her unease. She had believed that the body of the Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang, refined by the Pan Tao Zhen Hua furnace, would easily dispatch Qin Ming. Yet it had proven to be utterly fragile. The West Queen Mother murmured, Qin Ming has already learned of the Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang's collaboration with me. He will inevitably come to Yaoqi to seek justice. In that case, a visit to Zhang Jiawan is in order. In the end, her gaze shifted rapidly, contemplating the best course of action, her expression finally calming somewhat. As the West Queen Mother busied herself with preparations to counter Qin Ming, he and Changshi returned to the Moon Palace. Qin Ming had initially planned to rescue Changshi and then proceed to the Sun Star to rescue Shihe. However, the emergence of Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang had altered his plans. With Changshi injured, it was unwise for her to travel. Instead, Qin Ming chose to revisit the Moon Palace, allowing her to recuperate. After a short period of silence, Changshi's wounds finally healed after half a month. Initially, she harbored resentment towards Di Jun for his inaction during a crisis, but as time passed, she cast aside thoughts of his coldness and gradually developed an ambiguous affection for Qin Ming. On the Sun Star, Qin Ming utilized the Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi to disperse vast swathes of solar energy. He then channeled his own spiritual power to protect Zhuan Ti and Changshi as they descended upon the Sun Star. Changshi, where is your sister? Qin Ming inquired. In stark contrast to the frozen expanse of Taiyin Star, the Sun Star was a desolate landscape of endless yellow sand, scorched by the relentless heat of the solar energy, devoid of life. My sister has no palace. She roams freely across this planet. I do not know her whereabouts. Changshi replied with a bitter smile. Qin Ming sighed. It seems we must search diligently. Over the next half-month, Qin Ming wasted no time. Accompanied by Zhuan Ti and Changshi, they scoured much of the planet. Regrettably, despite their extensive search, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of Shihe. Could it be that your sister has already left the Sun Star? Qin Ming speculated. Impossible. Changshi shook her head. The situation on the Sun Star is similar to that of Taiyin Star. The passage connecting to the outside world was long ago destroyed by Z-Wei Star. We are prisoners here, unable to leave without external assistance. Could it be that Di Jun arrived at the Sun Star before us? Qin Ming conjectured. Also impossible. Changshi replied. I am well aware of Di Jun's capabilities. Unless he activates the Star Do Grand Array to obliterate the solar energy surrounding the Sun Star, it is inconceivable for him to descend here. Changshi added. The reason he managed to project an illusion on Taiyin Star was due to your breaking of the Taiyin power. Qin Ming nodded. In that case, let's continue searching. With that, Qin Ming leapt into the air, soaring towards the horizon. After 4 or 5 days, the trio arrived above a canyon. Gazing down, they witnessed a torrent of lava, the intense heat palpable even in the clear sky. Sister. Suddenly, Qin Ming heard a loud shout. Looking down, he saw a woman with bright eyes and a broad smile, clad in a robe resembling the rising sun, soaring out of the canyon. Sister. Upon seeing the woman, she rushed forward in delight to embrace her. After a moment, they parted, and he scrutinized she from head to toe. Sister, how did you end up on Taiyin Star? Then, her gaze shifted to Qin Ming and Zhuan Ti, her expression turning wary. Who are they? They are here to rescue us. There is no need for such caution, sister, she replied, quickly explaining Qin Ming and Zhuan Ti's identities. So, it was the Taishang Lao Jun who invited you to rescue us? Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. Why did Di Jun not send anyone to save us? Shi's expression darkened as she questioned. Shi scoffed, immediately recounting Di Jun's actions on that day. How despicable. Di Jun actually stood by while we were in peril. He cares only for the Star Do Grand Array, disregarding you completely. Such a man is unworthy of our lifelong trust. Shi's delicate face hardened. These matters can wait until you confront Di Jun. Qin Ming interjected. I do not have time to chastise these two women regarding Di Jun's failings. The search for Shi on the Sun Star had already consumed a significant amount of time. Now that they had finally located her, Qin Ming was determined to escort both women back to the Honghuang continent. With Qin Ming leading the way, the four soared into the sky, effortlessly disregarding the solar energy surrounding the Sun Star. Wait, as they passed through the barrier of energy, Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the solar energy below. The three dared not voice any objections and waited silently for Qin Ming. With a resonant hum, Qin Ming suddenly activated the feng shui ding. A tremendous suction force emanated from the vessel, causing the solar energy enveloping the Sun Star to spiral toward it. In less than 5 minutes, the ocean-like solar energy was completely absorbed by the feng shui ding. Senior, what is your intention? Zhuan Ti asked, puzzled. Without replying, Qin Ming flicked his wrist, causing vast swathes of star rivers to tremble. Countless stars responded to the immense suction erupting from within Qin Ming, quaking uncontrollably. At that moment, a tremendous quake rippled through Taiyin Star, and the Taiyin energy that pervaded it, much like the solar energy, began to funnel toward Qin Ming. Minutes later, the Taiyin energy enveloping Taiyin Star was also drawn into the feng shui ding. Subsequently, Qin Ming's expression turned grave as the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tsunami, propelling the three companions beside him hundreds of miles into the starry void. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy erupting from Qin Ming suddenly coalesced. Countless streams of energy, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, converged into the feng shui ding in an instant. A resonant buzzing filled the air. The feng shui ding began to tremble violently, releasing a cacophony of cries that echoed in the ears of the three. The senior was actually refining the Taiyin energy and the solar energy. Witnessing this scene, Zhuan Ti gasped in awe. The sheer terror of Qin Ming's abilities was beyond her comprehension. Upon first arriving at Taiyin Star, Qin Ming had effortlessly destroyed a vast expanse of Taiyin energy. She had thought that was the extent of his power. Little did she know, as they prepared to depart, he suddenly set his sights on refining both the Taiyin energy and the solar energy. He was indeed manipulating the feng shui ding to refine these two forces. The forces of the moon and the sun are the divine creations of the heavens, intricately woven into the fabric of the Great Dao. Gazing across the vast wilderness, even the esteemed Taishang Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace could not possibly refine these two formidable powers. It is worth noting that this furnace is renowned as the foremost in the primordial realm, boiling with the 6 ding divine fire. This fire possesses such immense power that it can even refine the very essence of time itself. Yet, when confronted with the moon and sun forces, even the 6 ding divine fire is utterly powerless. At this moment, Qin Ming is attempting to harness the Phoenix blood cauldron to refine a substance so resilient that even the 6 ding divine fire cannot overcome it. Even a knowledgeable Zhuan Ti Daoist cannot help but widen his eyes in astonishment, thirsting for every detail. As Qin Ming draws the moon and sun forces into the Phoenix blood cauldron, the pressure within the vessel escalates exponentially, as if an entire world were on the verge of bursting forth from within him. A sensation of imminent explosion looms over Qin Ming's mind. He is astounded by the immense power that arises when these two forces merge. His eyes reflect disbelief as he realizes that, even trapped within the Phoenix blood cauldron and under the dual suppression of his physical form. These forces evoke the feeling of impending rupture. It is almost beyond his comprehension that the amalgamation of these two powers could yield such terrifying pressure. Minute fissures appear on Qin Ming's body, and in an instant, they intertwine into a web-like pattern. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the starry river trembles. The vast expanse of the starry sky seems to be stirred, emitting earth-shattering roars. Countless meteors, unable to withstand the pressure unleashed by the merging forces, are instantly reduced to dust. As Changxi and Zhuan-Ti feel a sense of foreboding, 3 divine lamps surge forth from Qin Ming's mouth, radiating brilliant light. The surrounding darkness is immediately dispelled. The 3 divine lamps hover above him, their light cascading down like a waterfall, cleansing his body. The fissures adorning his physical form begin to mend at a visible rate. Master, please stop. Spare my life. The blood demon within him suddenly emits a piercing scream. The might of the 3 divine lamps is truly terrifying, even separated by a layer of flesh. The blood demon cannot endure it. It feels as if dozens of mountains are pressing down, relentlessly crushing it. As the blood demon's form rapidly disintegrates and appears on the brink of annihilation, Qin Ming suddenly retracts the divine lamps. The overwhelming pressure dissipates like a receding tide, and the spiritual energy flowing into the Phoenix blood cauldron vanishes entirely. Qin Ming exhales deeply, releasing the Phoenix blood cauldron. A bead entwined with golden and silver hues rolls out from within it. Senior, what is this? Zhuan-Ti inquires curiously as he observes Qin Ming examining the bead. I crafted this using the powers of the moon and sun, Qin Ming explains. To refine it using the moon and sun forces? Zhuan-Ti gasps in astonishment, stating, these 2 powers are inherently incompatible. I never imagined you could successfully refine them. Pausing for a moment, Zhuan-Ti continues, now, having merged these opposing forces, the power of this bead must be extraordinary. Qin Ming remains non-committal to Zhuan-Ti's words, as he has only just created the bead and is unaware of its true potential. He then gestures, imprinting a seal into the bead. Subsequently, he casually tosses the bead into the starry sky. With a resonating hum, the bead quivers and brilliant golden and silver radiance bursts forth from it. Chapter 31. Ancient Demons? What of it? A crackling sound erupts as the 2 beams of light, seemingly ordinary, expand into the dark expanse of the cosmos. The starry sky, previously obscured, begins to explode at a visible rate. With a flicker of brilliance, the cosmos collapses under the weight of that light. The golden light radiates intense heat, and even from a distance, Zhuan-Ti feels as though he is engulfed in flames. In contrast, the silver light exudes a chilling cold, instantly freezing everything it touches in the starry void. Vast regions of the cosmos transform into frozen rivers. Not bad, Qin Ming remarks. He has yet to fully unleash the bead's power, but he is already satisfied with the devastation it has wrought. If he were to unleash its full potential, even chaos itself would struggle to withstand the might of these 2 beams. Congratulations, Senior, on acquiring this divine orb. With it in hand, the threats to you across the primordial continent are few and far between. Zhuan-Ti bows respectfully. Qin Ming remains non-committal. The bead has only just been forged and requires refinement. The power it has released is still rudimentary, and against beings of the sage level, it may not guarantee an advantage. He then names the orb the Yin-Yang Pearl and stores it away. By the way, ladies, would you be interested in visiting the demon realm? Qin Ming inquires. Having completed his promise to Taishang Laojun, sending the 2 women back to the primordial continent is merely a matter of convenience. Reflecting on how Emperor Jun once attempted to eradicate him using the starry array, Qin Ming feels it is time to settle that score. The 2 women exchange glances. Although they are betrothed to Emperor Jun, his previous actions have left them disillusioned. Now, having departed from the moon and sun star, they have no intention of returning to the demon realm. What does Senior wish to do in the demon realm? Changxi asks. Intrigued. There is a misunderstanding with Emperor Jun that I hope he can clarify, Qin Ming replies. Changxi raises an eyebrow, her expression turning peculiar. It seems that only Qin Ming would dare to seek an explanation from the Demon Emperor. This remark also makes her realize there must be some conflict between Qin Ming and Emperor Jun, recalling Emperor Jun's betrayal. Changxi's demeanor darkens. Nodding, she states, With Senior protecting my sister and me, we have nothing to fear, even in the demon realm. Qin Ming nods in agreement. He wields the primordial measuring ruler, and the previously tranquil, starry river ripples with countless disturbances. Boom! Qin Ming seizes the measuring ruler and points it, causing the starry sky to shatter. A spatial passage materializes before the four of them. Let us go, Qin Ming declares without hesitation, stepping into the spatial passage. This node conveniently connects to the demon realm. Since Qin Ming intends to confront Emperor Jun, he will undoubtedly utilize this spatial nexus. The remaining three follow suit, entering the passage in turn. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Emperor Jun drinks alone, consumed by melancholy as he reflects on Changxi's grievous injury from a sudden ambush. A graceful woman clad in a light azure palace gown approaches him from behind. Your Majesty, with me by your side, why dwell on that woman? She inquires. Emperor Jun snorts dismissively, retorting, what do you know? Changxi is the embodiment of the moon's power. If I were to possess her, my lunar energy would be boundless. After a pause, he adds, the forces of the moon and sun exist beyond the 3,000 laws. They're the only ones capable of contending against the Great Dao. To break through chaos and ascend to the heavenly Dao realm, the powers of the moon and sun are indispensable. At this point, Emperor Jun seems to vent his frustrations, adding, whether that woman lives or dies is of no concern to me. What I regret is not acquiring the moon's power within her. The woman gently reassures him. Even without the moon's power, you still have the sun's, do you not? Of course I know that, he replies curtly, but lacking the moon's power leaves me incomplete. Ascending to the heavenly Dao realm will not be as smooth as one might hope. Growing increasingly impatient, Emperor Jun snaps, go away, do not bother me. The woman's expression falters, and though she refrains from expressing her anger, she leaves the palace in defeat. Just as Emperor Jun continues to drown his sorrows, a whirlpool suddenly appears in the sea of clouds, 60 or 70,000 miles from the heavenly court. Qin Ming, accompanied by Zhuan Ti and the others, steps out of the whirlpool. So this is the demon realm? The aura is so thick. Zhuan Ti observes. Only the vast sea of clouds was visible, empty and desolate. In the void, only the aura of the demons lingered. Let us seek out Emperor Jun, Qin Ming declared, leading the three others toward the heavenly court. Who dares to invade my demon realm's heavenly court? A thunderous voice echoed from the heavens as they had barely flown 1,000 miles. A host of demon soldiers clad in golden armor descended from the sky, riding on clouds. I am Qin Ming. Today, I enter the demon realm to slay Emperor Jun. Qin Ming halted, his expression impassive. What? To slay the demon emperor? Such audacity! The demon soldiers gasped in shock, immediately raising their voices in fury. Who is Emperor Jun? He ruled the demon realm, one of its two emperors, a sovereign over countless demon clans, dominating the primordial chaos and leading his kin to overshadow humanity. Such a supreme being, and yet someone dared to proclaim their intent to kill him. Even the saints of the three teachings on the primordial continent would not utter such reckless words. The demon soldiers scrutinized the four. Among them, two were of the human race, while the two women radiated demonic energy, clearly of demon lineage. For eons. Which human has dared to speak such reckless words against the demon emperor? Do you consider yourself a saint of humanity? How foolish to threaten the demon emperor. You seek your own demise. The leading demon soldier exclaimed, his face twisted with murderous intent. Brothers, eliminate him, regardless of his origins. He commanded. Qin Ming stood with his hands clasped behind him, watching as the host of demon soldiers charged at him without making a move. Zhuan Ti, it is your turn, Qin Ming said. Zhuan Ti laughed heartily. The seven treasures' mysterious tree flew from his sleeve, soaring toward the demon soldiers. A torrent of colorful celestial light erupted from the tree with a resounding crash. These demon soldiers were merely at the celestial realm, lacking even the golden Immortal-esque cultivation. How could they withstand the brilliance of the seven treasures' mysterious tree? This tree was one of the innate spiritual treasures, its might so great that even the celestial emperor had once suffered beneath it. The radiant colors surged down like a mountain, and before the demon soldiers could react, they were struck by the radiant light, their upper bodies obliterated. The power of this spiritual treasure is quite impressive, Qin Ming remarked, offering praise. Forgive my clumsiness in front of the elder, Zhuan Ti replied, somewhat embarrassed. Every treasure in Qin Ming's possession could easily overshadow the 7 treasures' mysterious tree. Be it the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, the 3 Lanterns, or the Celestial Measuring Ruler. Zhu Ti had long witnessed the might of these treasures. How could he dare to boast before Qin Ming? "Let us depart," Qin Ming said, soaring into the air as they continued toward the heavenly court. Since their encounter with the demon soldiers, the closer they approached the heavenly court, the more numerous the demon soldiers became. Qin Ming had no interest in engaging with such trivial foes. He remained as still as a mountain, yet when he moved, it was like a fierce tiger descending from mountain. Fighting mere rabble would only diminish his stature. Thus, he entrusted all the insignificant foes they encountered along the way to Zhu Ti, who did not disappoint. Wielding the 7 treasures' mysterious tree, he sent the demon soldiers into disarray. Soon, news reached the heavenly court of a Daoist wielding a tree as a weapon, pursuing the demon clans, along with 3 unfamiliar companions, gradually spreading throughout the demon realm. Meanwhile, as Qin Ming and his companions flew toward the heavenly court, he had already learned from the demon soldiers about Emperor Jun's whereabouts. That fellow was currently hiding within the heavenly court. Knowing the direction, Qin Ming led the others onward. Boom! As they were still tens of thousands of miles from the heavenly court, the sky suddenly trembled. Continuous ripples appeared across the firmament. As the sea of clouds rolled back, a torrential downpour of demonic energy cascaded from above. A colossal demon, its body resembling a mountain, burst forth from the clouds. Descending from the sky. "Is that you?" The great demon recognized Qin Ming the moment it approached. Last time, the 10 ancient demons had set up a stellar formation to eliminate Qin Ming, only to have him turn the tables and slay one of their own. Later, Dong Huang and Emperor Jun had intervened to protect Qin Ming, making the ancient demons wary of acting against him. They had assumed Qin Ming perished on the Yin or Yang stars, not realizing he had returned to the demon realm for a second time and brought along 3 companions. The 2 women were mere celestials, but the Daoist wielding the 7 treasures mysterious tree was already at the Great Luo golden immortal level. These 4 had wreaked havoc in the demon realm, with at least 10,000 demon soldiers falling to the Taoist's hands. "Qin Ming, last time you sought to rescue Chong, she, and he, we the ancient demons spared you. Yet you dare to appear again. Do you think my demon kin will simply allow you to slaughter at will?" The great demon bellowed. The great demon, resembling a bull, was none other than Kuei Nyo among the ancient demons. Born with immense strength, even at the quasi-saint level, it regarded the likes of saints with disdain. Kuei Nyo had been frustrated at having let Qin Ming slip away last time. Now seeing him again in the demon realm, Kuei Nyo was half surprised and half excited. Without hesitation, Kuei Nyo's body radiated a greenish glow, the air tightening as if compressed. Zhu Ti's expression darkened as he brandished the 7 treasures mysterious tree, preparing to strike. Kuei Nyo scoffed. "A mere innate spiritual treasure dares to shake my form? You are sorely mistaken." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kuei Nyo charged towards the 7 treasures mysterious tree with a powerful thrust of his hoof. Waves of colorful light erupted from the tree, cascading towards Kuei Nyo. However, a terrifying sight unfolded. Kuei Nyo, whose body was as solid as a mountain, remained unmoved. The torrent of 7-colored light crashed against him, shattering upon impact. Then, with a thunderous boom, Kuei Nyo's massive horn collided with the 7 treasures mysterious tree. With a loud explosion, the tree burst apart, its vibrant colors vanishing, and it lost all its spiritual essence. One horn had rendered the 7 treasures mysterious tree devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Ti's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, Qin Ming suddenly raised his hand, gripping the air, and the 7 treasures mysterious tree flew into his grasp. He then activated the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. Instantly, the 7 treasures mysterious tree was absorbed into the cauldron as waves of bloodlight erupted from Qin Ming, boiling like water. In the next moment, the spiritual essence of the 7 treasures mysterious tree within the cauldron began to visibly restore itself. Within a breath's time, the tree was revitalized. Qin Ming then retrieved it and tossed it back to Zhu Ti, who was overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing the tree knocked away by Kuei Nyo, Zhu Ti's heart bled. No matter how he urged it, the tree showed no response. Just as he believed he had lost the treasured item, Qin Ming intervened, using the Phoenix Blood Cauldron to refine it and restore its essence. This act of kindness left Zhuan filled with gratitude and awe. Thank you, Elder, for restoring the spiritual essence of the seven treasures mysterious tree, Zhuan expressed with profound appreciation. Qin Ming replied, these ancient demons are already at the quasi-saint level, merely a step away from becoming saints. You are but a Great Luo golden immortal now, not their match. Allow me to handle this demon. Having recognized the ancient demon's formidable strength, Zhuan had no objections to Qin Ming's intervention. He nodded and stood alongside Changxi, and Qin Ming, that human is no match for me. Do you believe you can stand against me? Kuei Niu sneered disdainfully. Perhaps we can put that to the test. Qin Ming replied calmly. Very well. Today, I shall pierce you with several holes, and see if you dare to challenge my demon kin, Kuei Niu declared, bending his body as he prepared for another strike. The bovine hoof struck the ground with tremendous force as the Kuei bull charged toward Qin Ming. The Kuei bull was akin to a tank, causing mountains to collapse like harvested wheat in its wake. The ground quaked violently, already fractured by the Kuei bull's rampage, with several ravines appearing as a result of its actions. Mere brute strength is insufficient to contend with me, Qin Ming stated calmly. With a flick of his wrist, the measuring ruler flew from his grasp. A surge of immense pressure erupted from the measuring ruler, and countless spectral rulers shot forth. Though only palm-sized, these spectral rulers emanated a pressure that could induce terror even in a Deluo golden immortal like Zhuan. The myriad azure spectral rulers blanketed the heavens and the earth, instantly altering the landscape and dimming the very light of the sky. At that moment, Qin Ming willed it, and the countless spectral rulers converged, transforming into a 7-inch jade ruler. With a gentle tremor, the jade ruler struck the Kuei bull's head. The Kuei bull's eyes rolled back as if it had collided with a steel plate. The mountain-like creature stumbled backward, stunned by the jade ruler's blow. What manner of technique is this? The Kuei bull questioned, struggling to regain its footing, its face etched with shock as it gazed at the jade ruler. The art of the butcher, Qin Ming replied. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade ruler shattered into myriad spectral rulers. Simultaneously, bursts of spiritual pressure emanated from the measuring ruler. Qin Ming seized the measuring ruler, and in an instant, he appeared before the Kuei bull, severing one of its hooves with a flick of his wrist. The Kuei bull bellowed in agony. Qin Ming pressed on, severing the Kuei bull's other hooves. With another flick of his wrist, he ascended, and the measuring ruler erupted with divine light. Spiritual energy from tens of thousands of miles around converged upon the measuring ruler. Suddenly, the measuring ruler flashed with azure light, transforming into a colossal 500-foot ruler, its edges as sharp as a peerless divine sword. Qin Ming grasped the measuring ruler with both hands and brought it down. With a resounding thud, the Kuei bull's head and body were cleaved asunder. Witnessing this, Zhuan and Changxi were once again astounded. Immovable as a mountain, yet swift as lightning, Qin Ming's strikes were irresistible. Even a powerful ancient demon like the Kuei bull could not withstand more than a few exchanges before being slain. It was terrifying. Was this the might of a primordial realm master? To slay a quasi-sage realm ancient demon with such ease. If this was the power of the primordial realm, what terrors would the saint realm hold? Zhuan heart pounded as he observed the Kuei bull's demise, his eyes filled with dread. The senior's power is truly awe-inspiring. Even an ancient demon could not withstand more than a few exchanges. Qin Ming sheathed the measuring ruler and said calmly, a mere ancient demon is not worth mentioning. How could Qin Ming dare to venture into the demon realm without substantial abilities? This was the demon race's lair, garrisoned by countless demons and guarded by the Zhou Star Formation and the Primordial Luo River Formation. Even the 3 sects, saints risked annihilation within this realm. Since Qin Ming dared to proclaim the slaying of Dijuan, he must possess extraordinary means. After slaying the Kuei bull, Qin Ming summoned the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, collecting the Kuei bull's essence blood. Demonic essence blood was a valuable material for crafting and body refinement. Having slain the Kuei bull, Qin Ming would not ignore its inherent value. After collecting the Kuei bull's essence blood, Qin Ming led the 3 toward the heavenly court. Almost simultaneously, within the heavenly court, on the celestial peak, one of the demon race's sacred grounds, Dijuan somberly convened the remaining ancient demons. Your Majesty, now that this individual has dared to invade our demon realm, we cannot stand idly by, one ancient demon declared. Indeed, he has brought the fight to our doorstep. We cannot let him go unpunished, another added. Not even the 3 sects saints would dare to act with impunity in our demon realm. Who does this human think he is, disregarding our demon realm? The ancient demons seethed with anger. They had learned of the Ku-A bull's demise and identified the invaders as Qin Ming, an enemy the demon race would never forget. Dijun listened to their clamor with a grim expression. An elderly man with a venerable air stood to Dijun's right, silently observing the ancient demons' debate. Kuanpeng, what is your assessment of this matter? How should Qin Ming be dealt with? Dijun inquired, turning to the elderly man. The ancient demons ceased their bickering and turned their attention to the elder, the demon race's strategist, second only to the demon emperor and the eastern emperor in status. The ancient Kuanping ancestor. Kill, the elders stated succinctly. Who will execute this? Dijun asked. He is now in the primordial realm. Who in the demon realm can withstand his might? The ancient demons alone cannot subdue him. I propose we deploy a grand formation, the elder replied, his eyes gleaming. To refine and eliminate him. Continue, Dijun urged. The elder coughed and continued. Your Majesty, only the primordial Luo river formation can restrain him. Though less potent than the Zhou star formation, its reputation is no less renowned. All the great emperors of the primordial era are familiar with it. This formation, derived from the Luo river scroll, contains secrets and possesses the power to reverse life and death and suppress the Great Dao. Qin Ming is merely in the primordial realm. The primordial Luo river formation is sufficient to obliterate him. Kuanpeng, renowned for his intellect, was the demon race's equivalent of Buzhou. In his estimation, Qin Ming was unstoppable, and sending the ancient demons would only result in casualties like the Ku-A bulls. To minimize the demon race's losses, the simplest solution was to deploy the Luo river formation. Dijun concurred. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, in that case, I shall personally intervene. Dijun had initially been uninterested in intervening. Though Qin Ming had reached the primordial realm, he was still an ant in the eyes of someone like Dijun, who had one foot in the saint realm. It would be demeaning for a tiger to contend with an ant. Moreover, as the ruler of the demon realm, any unfavorable outcome would make him a laughingstock and damage his authority. Therefore, Dijun had intended to dispatch his ancient demons. However, it was now clear that they would only be sent to their deaths. The only option was for him to act personally. Furthermore, he was required to oversee the activation of the Luo River formation. With that, Dijun rose and said, let us go and meet this human ant. The ancient demons followed Dijun as they departed from the celestial peak. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, en route to the celestial peak, was unaware that the demon race had mobilized to deploy the Luo River formation against him. The four traveled for less than 2 hours before approaching the celestial peak. The spiritual energy here is dense, Qin Ming remarked, astonishment evident on his face. Even a mediocre individual could progress rapidly in cultivation here. The celestial peak was the demon race's sacred ground, surrounded by 20-odd spiritual gathering formations that ceaselessly absorbed the demon realm's spiritual energy. The aura of spiritual energy was so dense that it was beyond imagination. Just as Qin Ming was observing the array formations surrounding Ling Shao Peak, his gaze shifted. Suddenly, he spotted a large mass of shadowy figures descending swiftly from a peak. It was Dijun. Chang Shi's sharp eyes immediately recognized the leader among them. It was indeed Dijun, the one who had once callously refused to aid during the Star Doe formation. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed as he focused on the dark figures. Dijun, you have finally shown yourself, he remarked coolly. Qin Ming, I never expected you to have the audacity to challenge the heavenly court. A mere human dares to disregard my demon clan? Dijun replied with an impassive expression. His gaze flickered as he noticed Chang Shi standing beside Qin Ming. Remembering his previous inaction, Dijun's eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. Dijun, do you still remember me? Chang Shi inquired. Dijun momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. Chapter 32. Qin Ming can actually control the stars. His gaze fell upon Shihi as he spoke. Shihi, have you also left the sun star? Dijun, why do you not answer my sister's question? Dijun's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Shihi's demeanor had already indicated her knowledge of his past deeds. If Chang Shi had indeed perished, then without any evidence, Dijun could easily mask the truth and win Shihi's heart. However, The fact that she was still alive, complicated matters. She and he were sisters, united in purpose. Abandoning she would mean relinquishing he as well. The powers of the sun and moon eluded him, plunging June's spirits to an all-time low. You saved Shi, did you not? June's gaze fell upon Qin Ming smiled faintly. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl as she were to perish. I simply employed a few methods to bring her back to life. What is wrong with that? June gritted his teeth. Then why did you refuse to save her when I asked? Why did you not hand over the array diagram when I commanded? In a fit of rage, June shouted, Are you plotting against me? Likewise. Qin Ming replied with a nonchalant smile. He had always found June distasteful. Before June had even proposed, Qin Ming had already made his move on the Moonstar, unbeknownst to June. Now, after some time apart, their reunion was marked by mutual pretense of ignorance, which caught Qin Ming by surprise. Nevertheless, he was a man devoted to the path of enlightenment, and personal grievances were of no concern to him. Shi's feigned ignorance carried a hint of resentment, and Qin Ming was disinclined to explain, choosing instead to play along with the misunderstanding. After all, with Shi alone, he was satisfied. Once Shi's resentment faded, she would naturally return to him. There was no need for explanations or pleas for forgiveness. June, however, was oblivious to this nuance. Seeing Shi standing beside Qin Ming, he noted the peculiar look in her eyes, similar to Shi's, and his heart sank. Could it be that in such a short time, these two women had already fallen for this rascal? June felt an overwhelming fury brewing within him. Yet, considering his previous abandonment of Shi, he lacked the courage to confront the two women and could only swallow his indignation. To be honest, I have known Shi for quite some time. Qin Ming suddenly dropped a bombshell, shocking even Juan-Ti into wide-eyed disbelief. Senior, have you ever been to the Sun Star? Juan-Ti asked. Qin Ming shook his head. No, I met Shi on the Moonstar. What? You already know the fairy Shi? June exclaimed in astonishment, only to immediately shake his head in denial. Impossible. You cannot know Shi. Sister, do you really know him? Shi queried incredulously. Shi's expression remained impassive as she replied flatly, I do not know him. Yet Qin Ming chuckled, pulling Shi into an embrace. In a pivotal moment, Shi did not resist. She allowed Qin Ming to hold her. June's face turned crimson with rage. He was all too familiar with Shi's temperament. Had she not been interested in Qin Ming, she would have slapped him away long ago. The fact that she allowed Qin Ming to hold her indicated that her feelings for him were unmistakably deep. When did this begin? June asked darkly. Qin Ming released Shi, replying casually, I've forgotten. Throughout, Shi remained motionless, her exterior as cold as ever. Yet internally she burned with passion. The mere act of being embraced by Qin Ming in front of others signified her willingness to let the world know of her connection with him. Thus, it was indisputable that they had an intimate relationship. I have been betrayed. As June grasped the deeper implications of Shi's attitude, his forehead throbbed with suppressed rage. The supreme ruler of the heavenly court had been cuckolded. Who would dare to usurp the authority of the heavenly court? June seethed at the thought of Qin Ming, who had swiftly seized the moment and plucked Shi, this exquisite flower, from right under his nose. Enraged, June spat through clenched teeth. You wretched pair, if I do not crush you both into dust, my heart's resentment shall never cease. How could June not feel wrath? Shi was his destined partner. To win her, he had even enlisted the help of Fu Shi. What a monumental favor that was. Yet now, just as he was on the brink of claiming her, Qin Ming's sudden appearance had rendered all his efforts futile. To add insult to injury, he had been entirely unaware that he had been cuckolded. How could June possibly swallow such humiliation? This scoundrel dared to covet his woman. The entire wilderness could not contain him. With gritted teeth, June surged towards Qin Ming, his body radiating a terrifying aura. A torrent of celestial energy surged forth from him, coalescing into a colossal wave, akin to an army of 1,000 charging forth. An unimaginable force enveloped Qin Ming. June had no intention of sparing him. If he had previously hesitated to employ the Hong Yuan He Luo formation, now he was resolute. With a resounding clap, a labyrinth of golden threads materialized in the sky, their intricate patterns pulsating with an overwhelming aura of the primordial wilderness. From afar, it appeared as though a vast game board had been laid out. At the same time, June summoned his spiritual energy. causing the void to tremble violently as a colossal piece, rivaling a mountain, plummeted from the heavens, hurtling towards Qin Ming. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the piece landed squarely on Qin Ming, causing his expression to darken slightly. Eradicating pests like you is beneath my interest, but you have pushed me too far, compelling me to act. Di Jun roared. As his voice faded, the skies around Di Jun quaked violently. Waves of rippling energy erupted from above, resembling a lake disturbed by a stone. The tremendous force of the primordial energy cascaded downwards. The mountains stretching for millions of miles crumbled under the pressure, disintegrating into dust. Meanwhile, Changxi, Shihe, and Zhuan Ti's expressions turned grave. The terrifying pressure emanating from the heavens was overwhelming. Though they had anticipated such a force, when it actually manifested, they felt their bodies sink towards the ground, utterly immobilized. The vast pressure was rapidly escalating, transforming from the weight of millions of mountains to an unimaginable force. The very fabric of space began to fracture, with webs of cracks appearing in the void. Amidst this overwhelming core of power, Qin Ming stood resolute. At this moment, a grave expression adorned his face. The methods employed by Emperor Jun surpassed his imagination. The primordial power he wielded was nothing short of saintly, rendering even the heavens incapable of withstanding it. It was utterly terrifying. One must understand that a space's resilience is directly proportional to the density of its laws. The laws within the heavenly realm were double that of the Hongguang continent. Yet, confronted with this oppressive force, even the spatial integrity of the heavenly realm began to reveal its inability to endure. This revelation left Qin Ming astounded. Was this the fabled primordial Luo formation? Qin Ming pondered. He had heard of this formation, said to be derived from the river diagram by Emperor Jun, containing a whisper of celestial secrets. It was one of the two great formations that suppressed the fortunes of the heavenly realm. Now, as the immense primordial energy surged within the heavenly realm, Qin Ming was 100% certain that Emperor Jun had indeed activated the primordial Luo formation. Observing Chang, Shi, and others with ashen faces, struggling against the deluge of primordial energy, Qin Ming's gaze shifted. The Eight Scenes Palace lamp instantly erupted from within him, casting a vast expanse of gentle light that enveloped the three. Only then did they find a slight reprieve. Useless. Your three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity cannot withstand the brilliance of my primordial Luo formation, Emperor Jun stated calmly. As his words faded, a surge of spiritual energy akin to a divine flood erupted from his being. The heavens trembled violently, and torrents of black and white mist cascaded down, forming two colossal shadows that obscured the sky. Simultaneously, pieces comparable to mountains began to rain down from the clouds, crashing to the ground like hail, sealing off a radius of 100,000 miles with their sheer might. The force of these pieces was terrifying, rivaling the power of the Fantian seal. One piece struck down, piercing through the heavenly realm, leaving behind an unfathomable pit on the surface. At that moment, Qin Ming found himself within the range of the falling pieces. He watched as several pieces locked onto him, hurtling down with tremendous force. In that instant, Qin Ming's mind stirred, and the lotus lamp and spirit coffin lamp simultaneously emerged from within him. With a turn of the golden will behind his head, the two lamps erupted in a blaze of golden radiance, forming an egg-shaped domain that completely shielded Qin Ming and the three others within. However, having completed this, Qin Ming scarcely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he noticed the golden radiance of the lotus lamp suddenly began to tremble, emitting a resonant hum. The brilliance surged increasingly fast, and suddenly, the golden light shattered. Before he could retract it, a singular piece struck and sent it flying. The might of this formation was indeed formidable. Qin Ming muttered, his eyes wide with astonishment. The lotus lamp was one of the three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity. A treasure of the Hongguang era, its power could easily suppress even the Grand Luo golden immortals, yet it could not withstand a single piece. Emperor Jun's earlier words were no jest. The power of the primordial Luo formation was indeed remarkable. As Qin Ming hesitated, the golden radiance from the spirit coffin lamp also began to tremble. He quickly refocused his thoughts and prepared to act, only to witness Emperor Jun in midair suddenly break into a sinister grin. The black and white mist abruptly convulsed and merged into one. Concurrently, a colossal piece materialized from the clouds, alternating between black and white, perfectly divided like the yin-yang symbol. This piece was so immense that its radius measured an astonishing 18,000 miles. Qin Ming's gaze could scarcely encompass its entirety. At this moment, it loomed above everyone, unleashing a world-destroying pressure akin to a torrential downpour. The very ground of the heavenly realm sank under the weight, unable to bear the oppressive force, leading to its collapse. Qin Ming's expression grew serious. This piece was evidently Emperor Jun's ultimate weapon. Although Emperor Jun himself was not particularly impressive, being a demon emperor aware of the quasi-saint's capabilities, the primordial Luo formation he commanded was of such great power that Qin Ming dared not underestimate it. The gigantic piece now overshadowed a million-mile expanse of sky, plunging the entire realm into darkness. A flood of oppressive force surged forth from the piece, and even as Qin Ming activated the Lotus lamp and Spirit Coffin lamp once more, the brilliance they emitted was but a solitary boat amidst a vast ocean, a mere flicker against the overwhelming might of the piece. Suddenly, the two divine lamps, which had just been activated by Qin Ming, flickered and extinguished within mere moments, reverting to two unremarkable oil lamps. I warned you, those broken lamps of yours could never withstand the might of my primordial Luo formation, Emperor Jun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. After a pause, he mockingly added, I wonder which eye of he was blind enough to choose a worthless being like you. In the Hongwang continent, you are but an ant, yet you dare to defy the heavens. At this juncture, a fierce glint appeared in Emperor Jun's eyes. Today, I shall slay you in the heavenly realm. Why, however, a startling scene unfolded before him. As soon as the celestial measuring ruler was summoned, it was immediately immobilized by an overwhelming pressure akin to that of an entire world. How terrifying could that be? The moment the celestial measuring ruler appeared, it seemed as though it was being suppressed by the very fabric of existence itself, rendering it incapable of movement. If even the celestial measuring ruler could not contend with this force, what hope did he have? Qin Ming was astonished. He had not anticipated that the pressure emanating from the heavenly Dao chess piece could subdue even the celestial measuring ruler. Youngster, I have warned you before. The might of the heavenly Dao chess pieces is insurmountable. Unless one were to collide it with the grand formation of the Zhou Tian Star Do, it is utterly impossible to destroy it. Your precious treasures are mere toys in the face of this heavenly Dao chess piece. Do you still wish to resist? Di Jun sneered, his expression filled with mockery. Is that so? Qin Ming maintained his composure, allowing the celestial measuring ruler to be suppressed by the pressure of the heavenly Dao chess piece. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and uttered, Star, come forth. As soon as his words fell, a colossal star, located hundreds of thousands of miles away in the starry river, trembled as if it had sensed a tremendous pull from a distant realm. The star abruptly departed from its orbit, and a swirling vortex materialized before it. In the next moment, the star erupted in a blaze of brilliance, illuminating billions of miles of starry sky, and thunderously plunged into the vortex. Simultaneously, in a certain part of the heavenly realm, a star, engulfed in flames and comparable in size to a primeval continent, suddenly descended. It hurtled towards the heavenly court with the force of a stone crashing through an egg, rendering the heavenly realm's space as fragile as mere cabbage and tofu. Obliterated in its wake. What is that? A few ancient demons beside Di Jun suddenly noticed the anomaly in the sky. Looking up, they were astounded to witness a star hurtling towards the heavenly court. How can this be possible? How could the heavenly court be struck by a celestial body? The demon master Kunpeng gasped in disbelief at the spectacle. The remaining ancient demons gazed in horror at the celestial body, incredulous that a star was assaulting the heavenly court. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, it had never been struck by a celestial body. Now, a star comparable in size to a primeval continent was on a collision course with the heavenly court. That is the purple microstar. An ancient demon named Zhao recognized the celestial body and immediately gasped in shock. The purple microstar was not located in the demon realm, but in the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky. How could it possibly breach into the demon realm? How could a star traverse boundaries? Zhao was baffled, his gaze shifting to Qin Ming, who remained unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. The purple microstar was, of course, summoned by him. Since Dijun had utilized the power of the world to strike him down, Qinming naturally intended to employ the world's power to retaliate. The purple microstar served as the training ground for the spatial demon god. When he had ventured to the Taiyin star to rescue someone, Qinming had left a mark upon the purple microstar. The celestial body was now entirely under his command, and he could summon it from any time and space at will. Indeed, the mixed primordial Luo grand formation arranged by Dijun was formidable, especially the final chess piece. Qinming estimated that should this chess piece descend, it would certainly pierce through the entire heavenly court. Given the treasures he currently possessed, forcibly resisting this chess piece would be quite challenging. However, with the purple microstar in hand, Qinming had no fear of the heavenly Dao chess piece. Boom! As the purple microstar descended, it had already ignited, resembling a fireball hurtling straight toward Dijun and the others. Impossible. You can actually control a celestial body. Dijun's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the purple microstar in the sky. He could hardly believe that Qinming could manipulate a star. In a vast universe, the most significant force was time and space, followed closely by the stars. Since the dawn of creation, countless defiant figures had lived their lives without ever controlling a celestial body. Yet Qinming, merely at the mixed primordial realm, had managed to do so. Even the legendary Pangu and Hongjun could not achieve such a feat. How could Qinming possess methods more terrifying than those of Hongjun and Pangu? How is this possible? Dijun's breath quickened, his heart racing as he beheld the scene. He was unwilling to accept that the woman he had chosen had been taken from him, and even more so that Qinming's powers surpassed his own. A mere human was somehow stronger than a member of the demon race. Filled with resentment and jealousy, Dijun's pride disintegrated the moment the purple microstar appeared. Even if you can control a celestial body, what of it? My heavenly Dao chess piece is capable of annihilating a world. Even this purple microstar cannot possibly compare. In an instant, Dijun appeared to have realized something, and a renewed confidence surged within him. Yet, before he could fully embrace this newfound assurance, his expression once again froze. The purple microstar continued its descent, akin to a divine hand descending from above, ready to strike. Wherever it passed, it obliterated everything in its path. Even the heavenly court's space shattered like glass, fragmented by the impact of the purple microstar. With a resounding crash, the heavenly Dao chess piece that had been directed towards Qinming was suddenly struck by the purple microstar, infused with boundless mixed primordial energy. To everyone's astonishment, the chess piece shattered into fragments upon impact. The heavenly Dao chess piece, capable of destroying worlds, was rendered utterly powerless. This was the ultimate piece of the mixed primordial Luo formation, and it crumbled with such ease. It was nothing but tofu. No, it's impossible for you to be this powerful. Dijun's heart convulsed as he bellowed in rage. How could he control a star at the mixed primordial realm? Even a congenital saint could not wield a celestial body. Yet Qinming had achieved it. Dijun was filled with confidence in the Luo grand formation. In his mind, once he executed this formation, annihilating Qinming would be effortless. Little did he know that Qinming had simply turned his hand to summon a star. Even the spatial realm of the demon world could not withstand the impact of that celestial body. How could the mere Luo formation stand a chance? As the purple micro-star descended, the heavens reverberated with crackling sounds. Countless formation patterns crumbled at a visible pace under the impact of the purple micro-star. Everything in its path was thoroughly obliterated. At that moment, Dijun's face stiffened, unable to contain himself any longer. He felt a surge of blood rise in his throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As he bled, the purple microstar was already less than 10,000 zhang away from him. A colossal pressure bore down upon him, equivalent to an entire world pressing down on him. Thou, as I gaze out, I find that Emperor Dijun is left with nothing but his upper body. The once magnificent sovereign of the demon clan now finds himself in such a pitiful predicament, helplessly watching his demise at the hands of Qinming. How could Dijun swallow such humiliation? Tai, save me, he roared inwardly. The distance to the purple star was now less than 20,000 zhang, and a tidal wave of impending doom surged into Dijun's heart, rendering his countenance one of abject terror. Qinming, Spare my life. The anticipated Tai did not appear. Overwhelmed by fear, Dijuan dared not maintain his composure before Qin Ming and immediately began to plead for mercy. Qin Ming remained silent. Spare you? What a joke. The enmity between us has already been established. To relent now would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. I have no intention of allowing my adversary to grow stronger. With a cold sneer, Qin Ming refused to respond to Dijuan. Now he finally understood fear. Wasn't he brimming with confidence when activating the Luo Great Array earlier? Qin Ming remarked icily, delivering a figurative slap to Dijuan's face. Dijuan was at a loss for words. When he had summoned the Luo Great Array, he had indeed exuded an unparalleled aura, as if he wielded dominion over countless worlds. However, in less than 50 breaths, the situation had turned dramatically, and he found himself reduced to nothing more than his upper body, despite having the Luo Great Array at his disposal. It was as if he were facing a monster. If given the choice, Dijuan would never have engaged in battle with Qin Ming again. Even if he had ulterior motives with Shiha, he would have chosen to turn a blind eye. To offend a terrifying being like Qin Ming for the sake of a woman was an utterly foolish endeavor. Dijuan, perhaps in your next life, you should be more discerning, Qin Ming remarked. As his words fell, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and the spiritual energy infused into the purple star immediately doubled. Qin Ming halt. Just as Qin Ming was about to strike down Dijuan, a thunderous voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Boom! The moment the words were spoken, a deep bell, toll, echoed forth. The heavenly court trembled as if 1,000 armies were unleashing their wrath, accompanied by a cataclysmic sound that seemed to split the very fabric of the universe. Before Qin Ming could react, he witnessed massive sound waves sweeping in from the horizon. Thousands upon thousands of sound waves converged into a torrent, crashing against the purple star. The entire celestial body shook violently under the onslaught, and the once-locked purple star was propelled away by several hundred zhong, narrowly avoiding Dijuan. Who dares? Qin Ming's expression grew grave. What? You don't even know who I am? A calm voice replied, and soon after, a man in a white robe holding a bronze bell descended from the clouds, appearing before Qin Ming. It's you. The moment the figure emerged, Qin Ming recognized him immediately. It was none other than Dong Wang. These two brothers were both rulers of the heavenly court. However, among them, Tai had a more steadfast heart toward the Dao than Dijuan. Rarely did he intervene in the affairs of the heavenly court. Although he was known as Dong Wang, he was akin to a wandering cultivator. The authority of the heavenly court had always rested firmly in Dijuan's hands. Tai had only just been meditating when he sensed the chaotic fluctuations of primordial energy erupting in the heavenly court. After a quick calculation, he realized Dijuan was embroiled in a fierce battle and his life was in peril. As brothers, Tai could not stand idly by and summoned the bronze bell to rush to his aid. On the ground, Qin Ming had already deduced the identity of the newcomer the moment he saw the waves of sound pushing the purple star away, especially upon noticing the bronze bell in his hand, confirming without a doubt that this was Tai, Dijuan's brother. Having prepared himself for the possibility of confronting Tai upon entering the demon realm to eliminate Dijuan, Qin Ming was now slightly calmed by Tai's appearance and refrained from immediately attacking him. I thought it was someone daring to flaunt their power in my heavenly court, only to discover it is but a mere human from the lower realms. Tai scrutinized Qin Ming for a moment before speaking. He then chuckled lightly. Human, do you know where this place is? How dare you act so recklessly here, thinking there are no guardians in the heavenly court? Upon finishing his words, an overwhelming killing intent surfaced on Tai's face, and the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand emitted a clear chime, akin to a tinkling wind chime. What? Is it permissible for your heavenly court to slay in the Honghuang continent, while forbidding those from the Honghuang continent from retaliating in the heavenly court? Qin Ming retorted with a smile. Do you know who stands before you? Tai replied with an unchanging expression. Qin Ming remained silent. Tai continued. This person is the ruler of our heavenly court, my elder brother, Dijuan. Qin Ming smiled faintly, remaining silent. He certainly recognized Dijuan, but the disparity in strength between the two, despite both being at the quasi-saint level, was vast. Dijuan indulged excessively, neglecting his cultivation. Had he not possessed the Luo Great Array, he would have been overthrown by ancient demons long ago. Conversely, Tai was diligent in his practice and had never once slackened. His strength was such that Dijuan was no match for him. Tai was reputed to be the strongest beneath the saints. If it were not for this, how could Qin Ming allow Tai to expound at such length before him? He would have long since activated the 9 turns profound art and struck Tai down. I care not whether Dijuan is the ruler of the heavenly court. Since this fellow plotted against me, I, Qin, shall certainly not let him off lightly. Qin Ming said indifferently. Pausing briefly, he added, do not think that merely because he is a ruler of the heavenly court, even if he were the ruler of the world, offending me, Qin, would not allow him to escape unscathed. Such grandiose words. The territory of the demon clan does not permit a mere human to act with impunity. Tai's eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. With that, Tai suddenly flicked his wrist, and the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand flew forth. A series of chimes rang out from the bell, and it began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, the Eastern Emperor bell had grown 100-fold, transforming into a colossal bell. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the Eastern Emperor bell, cascading toward Qin Ming like a deluge, threatening to engulf him. This Eastern Emperor bell truly lived up to its reputation as a primordial treasure capable of suppressing the heavenly court's fate. The moment this bell was summoned, it unleashed a terrifying pressure comparable to that radiating from the purple star. Qin Ming mused inwardly. What do you think, human? Now you understand my might? Seeing the change in Qin Ming's expression, Tai's eyes gleamed with triumph as he coldly inquired. Naive, Qin Ming chuckled lightly. Do you think a mere show of pressure can subdue me? Qin Ming, you truly underestimate my resolve. He scoffed at the thought of being compared to Dijuan, a mere decorative figure. The pressure of the Eastern Emperor bell, even if it were to strike at him, would not be sufficient to claim his life. With a mocking smile, he declared, you believe that merely relying on pressure will be enough to destroy me? Suddenly, as the Eastern Emperor bell expanded to the size of a house, a resounding chime erupted from within it. Boom! An indescribable wave of pressure surged forth from the Eastern Emperor bell, sweeping outward with a force akin to the collapse of mountains, overwhelming Qin Ming. He felt an immediate sense of immobility, as if dozens of mountains had descended upon him simultaneously. No matter how he summoned his spiritual energy, his body remained utterly still. To think the pressure contained within the Eastern Emperor bell was so terrifying. It truly lived up to its status as a primordial treasure, unmatched by ordinary spiritual artifacts. Qin Ming muttered to himself. Initially, there was a tacit understanding between you and my demon clan, with neither interfering in the affairs of the other. Furthermore, you aided my esteemed brother in rescuing Changshi and Shiha. My demon clan should not have targeted you in such a manner. However, Tai interjected abruptly, his gaze fixed upon Dijuan. Upon witnessing Dijuan's condition, with only his torso remaining, the murderous intent in his eyes surged uncontrollably. From within the Eastern Emperor bell, a vast expanse of ochre, ethereal light emanated. Like a sandstorm, it instantly engulfed Qin Ming. Bang! The moment the ochre light enveloped Qin Ming, his body seemed to suffer a cataclysmic blow, akin to several mountains colliding with his chest simultaneously. Despite Qin Ming's desperate activation of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art, his complexion flushed crimson, and his brow furrowed in agony under the earth-shattering impact. Such dense primal chaos power. This ochre light must be condensed from primal chaos power, isn't it? Qin Ming surmised. Although he was uncertain of the exact nature of the ochre light's origin, he knew that if he did not swiftly escape its grasp, the next assault would undoubtedly inflict grievous injuries upon him. Qin Ming channeled his spiritual energy, pushing the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art to its zenith. Limitless spiritual energy cascaded from his meridians, forming an egg-shaped barrier around him. Naive, Tai scoffed. With a snap of his fingers, the Eastern Emperor bell resonated in midair, emitting a muffled chime that reverberated once more. Bang! The primal chaos power within the ochre light abruptly doubled, creating a sensation akin to being crushed between 2 worlds. Before Qin Ming could react, the barrier encasing his body shattered instantly. Qin Ming's expression shifted, and he was about to summon his protective divine light once more. However, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. He opened his mouth and expelled a pearl of gold and silver hues, the very yin-yang pearl he had just crafted. As the yin-yang pearl emerged, the ochre light engulfing Qin Ming seemed to encounter its nemesis. Vast swathes of light receded visibly, devoured by the yin-yang pearl in mere moments. How is this possible? My primal chaos power! Tai exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The primal chaos power he had unleashed through the Eastern Emperor Bell was being devoured. This was primal chaos power, capable of obliterating an entire world. And yet, something was capable of consuming it. Tai had witnessed the Yin-Yang Pearl's emergence from Qin Ming's mouth. Aside from its peculiar coloration, the pearl appeared unremarkable, devoid of any discernible mystique. Yet, this seemingly ordinary pearl possessed such uncanny abilities. Like a sponge, it was absorbing the primal chaos power engulfing Qin Ming, having already consumed a significant portion in an instant. What exactly is this pearl? How can it devour my primal chaos power? Tai marveled in astonishment. He could never have imagined that the Yin-Yang Pearl possessed such heaven-defying capabilities. Simultaneously, even Qin Ming was taken aback by the Yin-Yang Pearl's immediate consumption of a large swath of primal chaos power. This Yin-Yang Pearl was crafted from the power of Tai and the power of the sun. Qin Ming had never considered using the Yin-Yang Pearl as his magical treasure. The reason he had spat out the Yin-Yang Pearl earlier was because the pearl had an unusual movement in his body. He originally thought that the pearl could not withstand the suppression of the power of primal chaos. Unexpectedly, as soon as the pearl flew out of his body, it turned around and devoured the power of primal chaos. If he had known earlier that this pearl had such heaven-defying abilities, why would Qin Ming have to activate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art if he spit out the Yin-Yang Pearl directly? I am afraid that the ochre light had not yet approached him. It had already been swallowed by the Yin-Yang Pearl. How about it, Dijuan? I don't know what other means you have. Show them all so that Qin can see. Qin Ming said with a smile. Outrageous, little human race. You dare to provoke this emperor. Tai was furious. In the eyes of the demon race in the heavenly court, the human race was just food. During the dragon, Phoenix, and Lin battle period, the human race did not even have its own tribe. They can only survive under the rule of the 3 races. Now that the demon race has retreated into the demon world and established the heavenly court, the territory of the Great Desolate Continent was vacated. After the human race occupied it, they dared not to take the former owner of the Great Desolate Continent, the demon race, seriously. How could Tai swallow this breath? If Qin Ming is not beheaded, where is the majesty of the dignified demon emperor? If this emperor doesn't kill you, I swear I won't be the Eastern Emperor. Tai shouted angrily. The Eastern Emperor Bell in midair trembled suddenly. The power of primal chaos, surging in the void, immediately exuded a trace of killing intent. The power of primal chaos all over the sky, like a flood that destroys the world, immediately swept towards Qin Ming. If I didn't have a Yin-Yang Pearl in my hand, it would be easy for you to kill me. Unfortunately, with the Yin-Yang Pearl in hand, Tai, your Eastern Emperor Bell is not enough. Qin Ming chuckled lightly and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of Tai and the power of the sun immediately swept out of the Yin-Yang Pearl. The rumbling sound immediately resounded in the world with earth-shattering sounds. I saw that the power of the sun and the power of Tai rushed out like a flood that burst a dike. The power of primal chaos, surging in the void, could not stop the scouring of these 2 forces. Wherever the power of Tai and the power of the sun passed, the endless power of primal chaos collapsed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, half of the power of primal chaos erupted from the Eastern Emperor Bell had been destroyed. A full half of the power of primal chaos was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Tai's face was shocked. The Eastern Emperor Bell was the #1 treasure in his hand. It completely has the power to suppress the luck of a race. The power of primal chaos inspired is even more unimaginable. If a piece of the power of primal chaos is played out casually, even a void can be blown up directly. Qin Ming only surged the Yin-Yang Pearl and completely restrained the Eastern Emperor Bell. How is this possible? Tai couldn't even believe what he saw. How could he believe that the Yin-Yang Pearl in Qin Ming's hand had such terrible power? As the pearl turned, the endless power of Tai and the sun permeated this world, with these 2 forces surrounding Qin Ming, not to mention using the Eastern Emperor Bell to kill Qin Ming. He couldn't even threaten that guy. Tai was angry and annoyed, with an unwilling look on his face. He urged his spiritual energy and planned to summon the Eastern Emperor Bell back into his hand. However, just when Tai was about to summon the Eastern Emperor Bell back, but he saw the Z-Way star in the sky tremble suddenly. Just now, Qin Ming did not expect that Tai would appear at this time. Z-Way Star did not defend against Tai at all. As a result, the latter used the Eastern Emperor Bell. and the bell that was hit out flew Ziwei star hundreds of feet away. At this time, with the Yin-Yang Pearl restraining the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Ziwei star that was smashing towards the ground of the heavenly court shook all over. In the endless flames, I saw that the Ziwei star rose suddenly like a cotton ball. In an instant, Ziwei star flew 10,000 feet high, readjusted the position. Immediately afterwards, Qi Ming's eyes sank. The air in the heavenly court suddenly tightened, and the endless air seemed to be emptied. As soon as the Ziwei star moved, the mountains and rivers shook. The amplitude of the tremor instantly emptied the air within a radius of 100,000 miles, making this world directly form a vacuum. Tai looked at Ziwei star with a numb scalp. He knew very well how terrifying the power of this star was. Dijuan is a lesson from past. If he hadn't appeared in time, Dijuan would have been completely obliterated by Ziwei star. Seeing that Ziwei star had adjusted its position and aimed at him and Dijuan, Tai's mood immediately sank to the bottom. The demons of the heavenly court listened to the order and arranged the great array of stars in the sky. At the critical moment, Tianyi suddenly roared loudly. The sound was like a muffled thunder and immediately swept across the heavenly court. Countless demon races, hearing this thunderous roar, immediately moved their minds and flew to different positions. The complete great array of stars in the sky is the great array of the heavenly court to suppress the heavens. It is the first-class formation in the world. The power is terrifying. Even a world cannot bear it. However, to arrange the complete great array of stars in the sky, it not only requires Tai to preside over it, but also requires hundreds of millions of demon races to cooperate. Only when the myriad demon clans simultaneously activate the great array of the celestial constellations can its full power be unleashed. Before entering the Ziwei star, Qi Ming had already experienced the might of the celestial constellations array, albeit in its less potent form set up by the 10 ancient demons, which posed little threat, only enough to endanger a Great Luo golden immortal. The notion of destroying the world was nothing more than a fanciful dream. At this moment, however, Tai chose not to set up a rudimentary version of the star array. Instead, as a demon emperor, he unhesitatingly summoned millions of demons from the heavenly court, intending to construct the complete version of the celestial constellations array. A cacophony of voices erupted from the heavenly court, and the sky was filled with numerous demons. Their expressions grave as they looked towards Tai. With a resonant hum, the vast sea of clouds above suddenly rolled back, revealing the azure sky before Qi Ming. Simultaneously, Tai ascended rapidly, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 feet in a single breath. With a flick of his hand, the Eastern Emperor Bell flew upward, expanding at a visible rate. Within mere moments, it had swollen at least 100,000 times, blotting out the sun. Suddenly, the myriad demons, having just taken flight, began to form intricate hand seals. A torrent of spiritual energy manifested in the sky, which, in an instant, surged toward the starry expanse. The celestial rivers trembled in unison as countless stars emitted beams of light, crashing down from above. The starlight cascaded like a river, transforming the once dark heavenly court into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. At this moment, Tai raised his hand, fingers curling, and the myriad beams of starlight coalesced at his fingertips. An overwhelming force, akin to the arrival of the heavenly Dao, erupted from his hand, enveloping Qi Ming in an unimaginable pressure. Is this the power of the complete celestial constellations array? The sheer force of millions of starlight condensed into a single beam was astounding. Qi Ming, now at the Hunyuan realm, felt an involuntary sense of trepidation. Despite his formidable cultivation, even the arrival of the heavenly tribulation could not rattle him, yet the might of this star array exceeded his expectations. Summoning millions of demons to form the array was an incomprehensible feat. Even if these demons were utterly inept, the celestial power they channeled reached unfathomable levels. If struck by even a trace of that starlight, Qi Ming was certain he would suffer grievous injuries. What now? Do you still have the audacity to challenge my demon clan? Tai smiled, his expression calm as he regarded the starlight at his fingertips. Condensing the power of millions of stars into a single beam was the essence of the celestial constellations array. Once unleashed, even the heavenly court could be pierced through. Tai's gaze fell upon Qi Ming, filled with disdain. With the latter's Hunyuan realm strength, how could he possibly contend with such a beam of starlight? Tai's demeanor remained tranquil as he flicked his finger, sending the starlight hurtling towards Qin Ming. As the starlight approached, Qin Ming furrowed his brow, refusing to underestimate it. The phoenix blood cauldron leapt from his body, and torrents of crimson light erupted forth. The starlight struck the cauldron directly, akin to a laser beam. However, to Tai's astonishment, the cauldron absorbed the starlight without suffering the destruction he had anticipated. What is happening? How could this cauldron possibly absorb my starlight? Tai was taken aback, fixated on the cauldron. The phoenix blood cauldron, now glowing with tenfold intensity after absorbing the starlight, was further empowered when Qin Ming unhesitatingly infused it with a wisp of ethereal light. What was that? Tai scrutinized the ethereal light, recognition dawning upon him. The power of space. In that moment, Tai seemed to grasp the nature of the ethereal light, his face paling with shock. The ethereal light was indeed the power of the spatial laws, a pinnacle among the 3,000 avenues of the Dao, known for its profound mysteries that even adept practitioners might not fully comprehend. The ethereal light emanating from Qin Ming was the legendary power of space. Infusing this power into the phoenix blood cauldron caused its internal space to expand rapidly, completely, at Qin Ming's command. Although the starlight condensed from the power of millions of stars was terrifying, within the nearly limitless confines of the phoenix blood cauldron, it could not even touch the edges, let alone inflict damage. Moreover, the primary reason Qin Ming summoned the cauldron was that he had already activated the blood refinement process. The moment the starlight entered the cauldron, blood light surged, engulfing the starlight entirely. In just a few breaths, the oppressive force of the starlight was reduced by half. Moments later, Qin Ming retrieved the phoenix blood cauldron with a composed expression, leaving Tai in disbelief as he witnessed the starlight subdued by a mere cauldron. How could this be possible? Tai's eyes widened, his mind reeling from the storm of disbelief. The starlight, forged from the combined powers of millions of stars, should have been unstoppable, even by a primordial saint. Yet, it was effortlessly consumed by the cauldron. What kind of cauldron is this? Even the revered Yu Wang Ding could not match such power. This seemingly ordinary human had mastered a treasure more formidable than the Yu Wang Ding, known as the Guishu Ding, crafted during the era of the Great Yu. It was said to possess the ability to contain the waters of the four seas, with a space inside no less than that of a world. However, Tai was confident that the starlight could pierce through the Yu Wang Ding. Yet, against the phoenix blood cauldron, both beams of starlight vanished without a trace, completely devoured. How is this possible? Tai was left dumbfounded, his confidence shattered by Qin Ming's display. What kind of spiritual treasure is that cauldron? Tai's gaze was fixed on the phoenix blood cauldron, his expression darkening as he demanded an answer. That question will have to wait until your next life, Qin Ming replied, effortlessly stowing the phoenix blood cauldron away. He opened his mouth and spat forth the refining demon jar, causing Tai's face to change dramatically. He activated his escape technique, attempting to flee, but Qin Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. With a cold laugh, Qin Ming summoned the refining demon jar, which immediately exuded a terrifying suction force. Before Tai could fly 100 miles, he found himself immobilized. A startled cry escaped his lips as his body was yanked back, drawn directly into the refining demon jar, originally intended to combat demonkind. The jar had not only failed to pose a threat to Qin Ming, but had instead allowed him to absorb 2 beams of starlight. Overwhelmed by shock, Tai could not resist the jar's voracious pull. In the blink of an eye, he was consumed within, with only the upper half of his body remaining. Emperor Jun gazed at the scene before him with eyes wide with rage, his face contorted with hatred as he roared, "There's no need to rush. You will soon join him," Qin Ming declared. The cauldron once again erupted with a powerful suction. Even Tai could not withstand the devouring force of the demon refining cauldron. How could the remnants of Emperor Jun resist? With a profound hum, Emperor Jun was forcefully drawn back, directly absorbed by the cauldron. Witnessing this, the myriad demons dared not attack Qin Ming any longer. The 2 pillars of the heavenly court, Dong Huang and Emperor Jun, had both fallen at Qin Ming's hands. It was one thing for Emperor Jun to be defeated by Qin Ming, but Tai, who wielded the Donghuang bell, was also no match for him. It was known that Tai was hailed as the strongest beneath the saints. Unless a primordial saint intervened, it was impossible to subdue Tai. Yet, no demon could have anticipated that the intervention of a primordial saint was unnecessary. The moment Qin Ming made his move, both demon sovereigns fell before him, none escaping his grasp. How could this be? How could a mere human possess such terrifying strength? The two demon sovereigns of the heavenly court were utterly incapable of contending with him alone. Not only did he employ the Dongwang bell, which suppressed fate, but he even unleashed the Grand Star formation, yet still could not match this individual. How could an entity of the Hunyuan realm possess such formidable power? I refuse to believe that a being of the Hunyuan realm could slay our heavenly court's most formidable two entities. Upon witnessing this, countless demons were filled with incredulity, their expressions mirroring sheer terror as they gazed upon Qin Ming. Among the billions of demons present, none could fathom that Emperor Jun and Tai would be dispatched by a single individual. These two sovereigns, in any realm, were figures of supreme authority. When they both acted, the result was utterly unchanged. All were consumed by the demon refining cauldron. With both demons now trapped within the cauldron, the outcome was readily apparent to the onlookers. This youth was surely not someone the heavenly court could provoke. If even the two demon sovereigns were no match for him, then with our strength, we would surely be subdued with but a glance. Flee, while he has yet to turn his attention to us. Billions of demonic eyes turned toward Qin Ming. At least millions took flight, retreating without a backward glance toward the horizon. The two demon sovereigns had perished, marking the gravest blow the heavenly court had faced since its inception. With the pillars of the court slain at Qin Ming's hands, the remaining demons scattered like birds startled from their nests. However, now that Qin Ming had finally vanquished Emperor Jun and Tai, he would not let the remaining demons escape. With a flick of his wrist, the Ziwei star in the air unleashed an overwhelming pressure, cascading down like the combined weight of numerous mountains. The demons below were utterly unable to withstand this force, thousands plummeting toward the ground. At that moment, Qin Ming's eyes flickered, and he summoned the demon refining cauldron. A terrifying suction erupted from its mouth. Countless demons, caught unawares, were swiftly drawn into the cauldron. In mere moments, at least 40 to 50,000 demons were consumed. Witnessing this, Qin Ming finally displayed a satisfied expression. If all these demons were refined, the spiritual energy gained would be unimaginable. Injecting this energy into the Phoenix blood cauldron, along with the blood refining technique, would effortlessly amplify the cauldron's power. With this thought, Qin Ming retracted the cauldron. Observing the now desolate heavenly court, he pointed at the Ziwei star, which trembled under his command. A swirling vortex appeared beneath the star, and the entire celestial body plunged into it, vanishing from sight. The realm of the demon god was intrinsically linked to his consciousness. With Emperor Jun and Tai subdued, he had no further need for the Ziwei star. Should it crash down, it would obliterate the heavenly court. The demons, bereft of their homeland, would first seek refuge in the primordial continent. Qin Ming had no desire for them to flood into the primordial continent. He wished to leave them a space to survive, allowing them to continue propagating, which would not only mitigate the threat of demon incursions into the primordial continent, but also facilitate his own ambitions to forge a supreme demon refining cauldron. If he decimated the demons outright, how could he later utilize them to enhance the cauldron's power? Thus, after absorbing 40 to 50,000 demons, Qin Ming deliberately spared the remaining ones. Now that the demons had lost Emperor Jun and Tai, they were gravely weakened and posed no threat to the primordial continent. Subsequently, Qin Ming stored away the cauldron and cast a glance at the demons hiding among the mountains. He spoke coolly today. The demise of Emperor Jun and Tai is a consequence of their own actions. After a pause, he continued, "The primordial realm and the demon realm have always maintained a respectful distance. Should the demons attempt to invade the primordial continent again, I assure you, not a single demon shall survive." Silence enveloped the heavenly court. Not a sound was heard. Only Qin Ming's voice echoed, as no demon dared to utter a word. Even the so-called ancient demons refrained from speaking. Given Qin Ming's strength, it was effortless for him to sweep through the heavenly court. To provoke him would be to incite a massacre, and with the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai now fallen, who among the demons would dare challenge him? It was feared that he would obliterate the entire demon race. Seeing the demons too frightened to speak, Qin Ming grew weary of wasting time with them. His gaze swept toward the unclaimed bronze bell hovering in the air. Now that Dongwang had perished at his hands, the bell remained. Qin Ming certainly would not leave this bell for the demons. If they were to obtain it, they would undoubtedly use it to bolster their own strength. Such a course would invite peril. Thus, Qin Ming directly seized the Dongwang bell. With a wave of his hand, the Hongmeng measuring ruler sword from his sleeve. With a decisive crack, the ruler sliced open a space fissure over 10 feet high before him. Without hesitation, Qin Ming stepped into the rift. Observing this, the remaining figures of Zun Ti followed suit, vanishing from the heavenly court. With the deaths of Emperor Jun and Tai, the demons pondered their future without these two pillars of support. Among the 10,000 great mountains, the few ancient demons who had survived gathered to deliberate the fate of their kind. They concluded that they must summon Prince Dongwang to preside over the situation. Prince Dongwang? One ancient demon, Ing Zhao, remarked, glancing at the others. With the prince's strength, he was entirely capable of leading the heavenly court. It was said he was currently at a critical juncture in his path to enlightenment, making it unlikely he would return. Cao Tai pondered for a moment and stated, "Only the prince among the bloodlines of the demon sovereign possesses the strength to lead us now. If he does not return, our race will face utter decline. Thus, we must employ every means to summon him back." Bai Fong asserted firmly. Upon hearing Bai Fong's words, the demons began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, while the ancient demons deliberated the future of their race, Qin Ming had already utilized the Hongmeng measuring ruler to return to the primordial continent. His foray into the demon realm had not been in vain. At the very least, he had seized the Dongwang bell from Emperor Jun's hands. This bell was a spiritual treasure that suppressed fate, boasting such power that even the Hunyuan realm could not withstand its might. Now that it was in Qin Ming's possession, he intended to refine it thoroughly. Simultaneously, Shihe and Chang, she had been freed from their predicament. Qin Ming saw no need to keep them by his side any longer. Initially, he had planned to take them to meet the Supreme Lord for an accounting, but they seemed disinterested. Reluctantly, Qin Ming decided to temporarily place them in his own abode. Upon returning to his dwelling, Qin Ming unhesitatingly summoned the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. Channeling spiritual energy, the cauldron flew to his front. Then, he opened his mouth and spewed forth, causing the demon refining cauldron to emerge from within and pour forth a stream of blood energy that surged down like a flowing river. The blood flowed into the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, which required blood spirits for the refinement of spiritual treasures. Previously, Qin Ming relied on the excess blood spirits from the blood demon god for this process. However, after the conflict with the heavenly court, he had captured tens of thousands of demon creatures and placed them into the demon refining pot. After several hours of refinement, these demons had transformed into blood water, perfectly suitable for fueling the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. After a short incense burn, the blood water from the demon refining pot completely flowed into the cauldron, instantly filling the room with a pungent, bloody aroma. A chilling aura began to circulate within the confines of the chamber. With Qin Ming's current cultivation, such fluctuations in atmosphere could not disturb his core. As he urged his spiritual energy, tranquility was restored to the room. He pondered whether these blood spirits could elevate the demon refining pot to a higher grade. Approaching the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, Qin Ming noticed that it was already filled with blood water. Faces contorted in agony surfaced from the liquid, seemingly attempting to escape in a fit of vengeance. An overwhelming resentment emanated from these visages, creating an eerie atmosphere within the chamber. Utilizing blood spirits for treasure refinement was indeed a transgression against the natural order. Frequent use could potentially alert the heavenly Dao. Qin Ming muttered to himself, realizing that blood refinement was inherently detrimental to the balance of the cosmos and would eventually draw the attention of the heavenly Dao. If he were to engage in blood refinement too often, it would not be long before the heavenly Dao descended, and at his current level, he would likely be obliterated on the spot. Thus, after careful consideration, Qin Ming resolved to minimize the use of blood refinement whenever possible. Fortunately, he had only refined tens of thousands of demons thus far, and the resultant resentment was easily suppressed. However, should he attempt to use a whole world's beings for blood refinement, he feared that he might provoke the heavenly Dao before achieving success. He was curious how the blood demon god managed this dilemma, as many beings had perished at his hands, with countless souls transformed into blood spirits. Yet, this demon had remained unscathed, completely evading the scrutiny of the heavenly Dao, which was indeed perplexing. Qin Ming could not fathom this, and found his thoughts drifting back to the blood demon god. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron had been under this demon's control for countless millennia, and the number of beings he had refined into blood spirits was beyond count. Still, this demon had consistently managed to escape detection by the heavenly Dao, a mystery that defied understanding. If Qin Ming wished to utilize the Phoenix Blood Cauldron to its fullest potential, he would inevitably have to consider the heavenly court. The number of demons who had perished at his hands would only increase. In this scenario, if he knew that the blood demon god had a method to suppress resentment, he would not have to worry about being detected by the heavenly Dao. However, at this moment, as the blood spirits within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron writhed, Qin Ming would not dare to inquire about this with the blood demon god. With a mere thought, his inner spiritual energy surged forth like a vast ocean, causing the blood water within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron to boil violently. Faces twisted in anguish erupted from the cauldron, emitting piercing cries as they swirled around Qin Ming. Subsequently, Qin Ming summoned the demon refining pot from within, and the myriad faces instantly transformed into a mist of blood, engulfing the pot. A resonant humming emanated from within the pot as its sentience rapidly increased, achieving a remarkable enhancement of 30% in a mere moment. Qin Ming was undoubtedly pleased with this outcome, refocusing his efforts on refining the demon refining pot. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at a bustling dock, wooden structures stood tall, resembling a small town with over 1,000 buildings. Fishermen continuously traversed the sea, navigating their boats through the waves. Amidst this activity, a grand palace adorned with intricate carvings towered above the wooden buildings, surrounded by countless structures like stars surrounding the moon. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman in palace attire descended from the clouds, accompanied by several veiled maidens, gracefully entering the palace. "What brings you ladies here?" asked a man with a refined appearance and a long beard, seated behind a pear-wood desk in the main hall of the palace. Dressed in a purple robe, he wore a dark wooden crown and a hemp-colored jade belt. Upon seeing the palace maiden enter, a smile adorned his face as he respectfully invited the women to take their seats. "The last time I visited Zhangjia Bay, it was in disarray. I never imagined that in just a century you have managed to organize it so well," remarked the palace maiden, her tone filled with admiration. Governance of a great nation resembles the cooking of small delicacy. Managing a multitude of people is akin to managing a single family. Just minor techniques. Nothing to make the West Queen mother chuckle. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. The palace maiden sighed before adopting a serious expression. "It would be better to have unrelated parties leave for now, don't you think?" The middle-aged man nodded and clapped his hands, signaling the guards and attendants in the hall to depart one by one. "What is the matter? Why must I dismiss everyone?" he inquired, frowning, sensing that the palace maiden had something of great significance to discuss. "Speaking of this matter, it is indeed somewhat embarrassing. Have you heard of a person who has recently gained considerable notoriety?" she asked. "Who?" he replied. "Qin Ming," she stated. The middle-aged man was taken aback, stroking his beard as he spoke in a deep voice. Though Zhangjia Bay is isolated from the mainland, separated by over 30,000 miles, there are often disciples of the three teachings appearing in the sea. From them, I have indeed heard of this Qin Ming. Pausing for a moment, his gaze fell upon the palace maiden. What issues does this person present? To be frank, one of my 7 celestial maidens, the 9 heavens Xian Nu, was slain by this man, she declared. What? The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he began to pace the hall. Is this truly the case? He questioned. The celestial maidens, each more beautiful than the last, were renowned even in Zhangjia Bay, which had long been cut off from the mainland. The middle-aged man had once embarked on his cultivation journey in the primordial continent for reasons unknown, and he had long been aware of the fame of these celestial maidens. In fact, he had encountered them when he and the palace maiden formed a bond, and he had been particularly enamored with the 9 heavens Xian Nu. Hearing of her fate struck him with profound sorrow. His expression turned grim as he fixed a cold gaze upon the West Queen Mother. Is what you say true? Has the 9 heavens Xian Nu truly met with misfortune? The West Queen Mother remained composed. Is there any doubt in this? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened further. The West Queen Mother continued. Not only did he slay the 9 heavens Xian Nu, but he also killed the Xian Du Tai Zhen Wang, who sought to avenge her. At this juncture, the West Queen Mother's voice turned icy as she added, Moreover, he has proclaimed his intent to annihilate all of our Yaoqi lineage. He has now ascended to the primordial realm. and my sister had no choice but to seek your aid. Rest assured, West Queen Mother, our bond is one I shall never forget. Since this man dares to bully your Tianshan Yaoqi lineage so brazenly, he clearly thinks little of me. Not to mention a mere primordial realm cultivator, even a congenital saint. I will ensure that he pays dearly for this. The middle-aged man declared fiercely. The West Queen Mother breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes reflecting gratitude. In reality, the 9 heavens Xin knew had not fallen. She had merely been ensnared by Qin Ming's deceit. However, the West Queen Mother understood that the middle-aged man harbored feelings for her celestial maidens and had previously tested the waters with the 9 heavens Xin knew. If he were to learn that the 9 heavens Xin knew perished at the hands of Qin Ming, it would undoubtedly incite his furious wrath. With his formidable strength, even the innate saints would be rendered as inconsequential as mere straw dogs before him. With him dealing with Qin Ming, the Queen Mother of the West would naturally breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, within Qin Ming's cave dwelling, having infused the blood of tens of thousands of demon clans into the Phoenix blood cauldron, the blood spirit produced had already consumed 7 or 8 parts of its essence. The quality of the demon refining pot had indeed doubled as he anticipated, and surprisingly, a trace of primordial power had emerged within it. This revelation took Qin Ming aback. Only an innate spiritual treasure could harness primordial power, and now that the demon refining pot had birthed a sliver of it, although it had yet to reach the level of an innate spiritual treasure, it was undeniably advancing toward that direction. Furthermore, Qin Ming had already pacified Di Jun and Tai Yi and could descend upon the demon clan at any moment to refine them into blood spirits. Run for your lives. That fellow has returned to the heavenly court. If he catches up to us, it will be the end. Within the heavenly court, Qin Ming activated the demon refining pot, trailing behind a multitude of demons. From time to time, demons would be drawn into the pot. This marked the 6th occasion in the past 10 days that Qin Ming had visited the heavenly court. Each appearance resulted in him abducting vast numbers of demon clans. Those fortunate enough to escape the pot's grasp, upon witnessing this harbinger of doom in the heavenly court, would flee in terror, daring not to remain in Qin Ming's presence. After 6 harvests, Qin Ming had claimed at least 500,000 demons. This number, however, had merely elevated the quality of the demon refining pot to that of a postnatal spiritual treasure, far from the level of an innate spiritual treasure, which left Qin Ming far from satisfied. With the loss of Dong Huang and Tai Yi, the heavenly court was now a disarray, allowing Qin Ming to reap as he pleased. In earlier incursions, the ancient demons had put up a symbolic resistance. However, after Qin Ming had successfully slain several ancient demons, the remaining ones dared not obstruct him further. Even the demon master Kuanpeng had retreated to the North Sea, no longer daring to set foot in the heavenly court. Qin Ming, have you not had enough after slaying so many of our kin? A demon with a trunk-like nose bellowed furiously. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. What I require to refine is contingent upon the cooperation of countless demon clans. Without you, my spiritual treasures cannot be perfected. Qin Ming replied calmly. With a sweep of the demon refining pot, thousands of demons were once again drawn inside. He continued, the enmity between humans and demons has always existed. When your demon clan dominated the earth, we humans were merely your sustenance. Now that humanity has risen, it is only right to settle the score. Are you not afraid of attracting the attention of the heavenly Dao? Qin Ming laughed heartily. The heavenly Dao? Today, I may not be its match, but should it dare to meddle in my affairs, one day, I shall reduce it to dust. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the hearts of countless demons. Qin Ming showed no signs of relenting. Although the heavenly court was teeming with demons, numbering in the billions, they could not withstand Qin Ming's unrestrained harvesting. If this continued for a century or two, it was entirely conceivable that he would wipe out the entire demon race single-handedly. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Qin Ming's ears. Suddenly, a projection appeared in the void, revealing a graceful woman with a fierce countenance. Alongside a Daoist in a blue robe, none other than the defeated Tong. Both fixed their gaze upon Qin Ming. Qin Ming, you have already killed hundreds of thousands of demons. Will you not cease your actions? Tong inquired. Qin Ming responded with indifference. Tong, as a human, why do you speak for the demons? What is your true intent? Maintaining a composed demeanor, Tong replied, though I am of the human race. My court harbors many demons. I cannot idly witness their slaughter. Qin Ming's attention shifted to Nuwa. And you? Do you also wish to advocate for the demons? When you did not intervene during the slaying of Tai, Yi, and Dong Huang, now you come to obstruct my harvest of these lesser demons. Is that not absurd? I was in seclusion that day. Had it not been so, would I have allowed you to slay my elder brother? Nuwa retorted with a murderous glint in her eyes. Neither she nor Tong Tian made a move. They had previously crossed swords with Qin Ming, but were not his match. Had it not been for Hong Jun's timely arrival, Tong Tian would have long unleashed his 4 swords to vanquish Qin Ming on the spot. Who would have thought the heavenly court would be so lively? After a long absence from Hong Huang, I find such a human prodigy has emerged. A voice echoed from above, just then. A golden radiance unfurled in the sky, revealing the Queen Mother of the West alongside a dignified middle-aged man. Zhang Banian. Both Tong Tian and Nuwa displayed panic-stricken expressions upon seeing him. Zhang Banian? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze fixating on the middle-aged man. This individual, standing beside the Queen Mother of the West, was evidently a reinforcement she had summoned. Qin Ming had intended to upgrade several spiritual treasures before confronting the Queen Mother, yet she had preemptively sought assistance. It seemed she was not yet sated after his slaying of the true king of Zandu and sought revenge against him. If my assumptions are correct, Zhang Banian, you too wish to slay me? Qin Ming questioned. Do you know the identity of the 9 heavens, Xian, Nu, who perished at your hands? Zhang Banian replied, his demeanor unruffled. Qin Ming's brow furrowed deeper as he scrutinized the Queen Mother of the West. The 9 heavens Xian Nu was alive and well. Yet Zhang Banian claimed she had fallen. It was evident that the Queen Mother was lying, likely to incite Zhang Banian's intervention. Are you seeking revenge for the 9 heavens, Xian Nu? Qin Ming did not expose the Queen Mother's deceit, but rather played along. Of course, with the death of my sister, there will be no refuge for you in the entire Hongwang. Zhang Banian retorted with a cold snort, his face marred by fury. Qin Ming's gaze shifted to Tong Tian and Nuwa, his expression calm as he said, if I am not mistaken, both of you also wish to kill me? Tong Tian and Nuwa remained non-committal, their expressions inscrutable as they stared at Qin Ming. In that case, why waste words? Let's engage. In an instant, Qin Ming summoned the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, suspending them above his head. Hold on. Just then, an aged voice resonated in Qin Ming's ears, followed by the appearance of 2 venerable figures, riding on the wind. Behind them trailed Shi He, Chang Shi, and Zhuan Ti. Hong Jun, Tai Shang Lao Jun. As the distance between them and Qin Ming narrowed to mere hundreds of feet, the latter recognized the 2 elder figures. Shi He and Chang, she had spent 2 days with Qin Ming before seeking an audience with Tai Shang Lao Jun, and he had been too preoccupied with refining the demon refining pot to intervene. Seeing the group fly into the heavenly court, Qin Ming's expression was one of surprise. What? Do you also wish to impede my harvesting of the demons? He inquired. Hong Jun smiled slightly and replied, on the contrary, I have come today to assist you. My young friend, assist me? Qin Ming was taken aback. I'm unaware of any troubles that may require your help. It is no trouble at all. I have come to protect you. Hong Jun stated with composure. Qin Ming laughed. What leads you to say that? Young friend, if these individuals were to join forces against you, do you believe you could withstand the onslaught of so many innate saints? Hong Yun explained. Qin Ming remained silent. If Nuwa, Tong Tian, Zhang Banian, and the Queen Mother of the West joined forces against him, it would indeed be troublesome. Although he currently possessed a planet, held the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, and had hastily refined the Eastern Emperor Bell along with other precious spiritual beasts like the ancestral Qilin, he might still not be a match for the 4. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise at their hands. Thus, my young friend should understand the gravity of the situation, Hong Jun remarked. Pausing briefly, Hong Jun's gaze shifted to the projection of Zhang Banian in the air, and he added with a profound tone, especially that Zhang Banian, this individual has endured 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, mastering unparalleled divine powers and achieving the unity of 7 bodies. Even I am not his opponent. Should he strike, there would be no need for Nuwa and Tong Tian. You would undoubtedly perish, Hong Jun explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming looked toward Zhang Banian, a hint of astonishment flooding his expression. Zhang Banian appeared rather unremarkable, his aura seemingly ordinary, making it utterly unexpected that he was the most formidable among the four. The unity of 7 bodies. What does this signify? A lifetime of cultivation can typically yield only 1 body. The unity of 7 bodies implies that Zhang Banian has undergone at least 7 lifetimes of training across the vast expanse of the primordial continent. Such an existence is unheard of. Even Pangu, the primordial deity who opened the heavens, could only achieve the unity of 3 bodies. Compared to Zhang Banian, he is merely a child. This fellow has actually attained the unity of 7 bodies. He has completely reached the state of returning to simplicity. No wonder I sense no hint of danger from him, Qi Ming mused, furrowing his brow. So I wonder, esteemed elder, how many bodies have you unified? Qi Ming shifted the subject, suddenly casting a half-smile towards Hong Jun. Hong Jun chuckled lightly and replied, that is for you to guess. The number of bodies unified is a profound secret of those above the primordial realm. Qi Ming recalled that Hong Jun had severed the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment. If the 3 corpses correspond to 3 lifetimes, then adding this lifetime of cultivation, Hong Jun must now at least have unified 4 bodies, compared to Zhang Banian's 7 bodies. It pales in comparison. In such circumstances, Hong Jun's defense of himself would, in effect, amount to offending Zhang Banian. Such behavior is evidently unwise. With Hong Jun's cunning intellect, he would not engage in actions that yield no benefit. This old fellow must harbor secrets unknown to me, Qi Ming thought quietly. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhang Banian appeared somewhat impatient and said lightly, Hong Jun, it seems we have not sparred for nearly 1,000,000 years. Do you wish to engage me in battle now? Hong Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Banian. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Banian responded, a battle between us without millions of years would be unlikely to determine a victor. Currently, eliminating that Qi Ming is of utmost priority. As for you, we shall take our time to spar after dispatching him. This statement immediately drew gasps of shock from both Nuwa and Tong. Hong Jun represents an existence akin to the heavenly Dao of the primordial continent. In the vastness of the primordial realm, even the innate saints would not dare to provoke Hong Jun. Yet, the calm expression of Zhang Banian, who spoke of spar with Hong Jun, was astonishing. Moreover, it seemed the two had previously engaged in combat. The level of power they wield is unfathomable, beyond the imagination of even innate saints like Tong and Nuwa. Since you are interested, I shall accompany you to the end, Hong Jun replied, his demeanor unchanged. Zhang Banian immediately burst into laughter. Subsequently, Hong Jun spoke again. Zhang Banian, since I have descended here today, you must understand that I cannot simply watch as you slay this child. Zhang Banian furrowed his brow. If Hong Jun assists Qi Ming, it would indeed be very challenging to kill him. Hong Jun, do you truly intend to protect this individual? Zhang Banian inquired. Hong Jun affirmed, of course. Zhang Banian scoffed. You may protect him for a moment, but can you ensure his safety for a lifetime? In 3 years, I will surely descend upon the primordial realm, and at that time, no matter where he is, I will undoubtedly slay him. 3 years? Hong Jun was taken aback, glancing at Qi Ming, who bore a fearless expression. Why would 3 years be necessary? Qi Ming smiled and calmly replied, oh. Zhang Banian raised an eyebrow and looked at Qi Ming. Give me a year, and I will personally seek you out. A year? A year? Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even Hong Jun was taken aback. He acknowledged that Qi Ming's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, to challenge an existence like Zhang Banian, who could sweep through the realms and annihilate even innate saints, in merely a year, it was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Banian had undergone 7 lifetimes of cultivation. Unleashing the power of just 1 lifetime could easily shatter the entire heavenly court. Yet Qi Ming dared to declare his intent to challenge such a figure. Presently, although Qi Ming had reached the primordial realm, he was not yet a saint. Without having been tempered by the power of the heavenly Dao, the primordial force within him could hardly invoke the great fortune of the Dao. In this context, even innate saints would find it exceedingly difficult to suppress him, let alone a being like Zhang Banian, who was his equal. To dare to utter such a challenge in just a year was astonishing. Hong Jun was left questioning whether he had misheard. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qi Ming's proclamation, Zhang Banian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What grandiose words! Even if given 10,000 years, you would not stand a chance against me. A year's time? Humph. A mere primordial realm being dares to utter such bravado. Qin Ming remained silent, his gaze calmly fixed on Zhang Banian. Are you jesting? After a moment, noticing Qin Ming's unperturbed expression, Zhang Banian's heart sank, and his demeanor grew serious. What, do you think I jest? Zhang Banian huffed. He had never been so underestimated by a mere primordial realm human. Since his enlightenment, few could earn his regard across the 3,000 worlds, save for Hong Jun. If Hong Jun were to issue a challenge, Zhang Banian would not be as shaken. However, such words came from mere primordial realm human. It was utterly dismissive. Very well, I shall grant you 1 year. After a year, one of my 7 bodies shall descend upon the primordial realm, and then I shall send you to reincarnation. With that, Zhang Banian and the Queen Mother's projections vanished from the sky. Shifting his gaze, Qin Ming turned to Nuwa and Tong. What about you two? Do you wish to eliminate Qin Ming now, or wait a year? Qin Ming inquired. Nuwa and Tong exchanged glances. We reckon you 1T make significant progress in a year. When the time comes, Zhang Daoist will strike and eliminate you. There will be no need for us to intervene, Tong remarked. So, you intend to wait a year before acting? Qin Ming queried. Nuwa and Tong remained silent, their projections slowly fading from the sky. Fixating on their disappearing forms, Qin Ming suddenly spoke. Tong, in a month, I shall visit Buzhou Palace. It is time for us to settle our accounts. Half of Tong's body had already vanished when he laughed heartily. So, you wish to live less than a year? Very well. Since you desire to seek me out at Buzhou Palace, I shall oblige. In a month, I shall host the 10,000 Immortals conference there, inviting fellow Daoists from all corners to witness how I shall slay you. With that, the projections of Tong and Nuwa simultaneously vanished before Qin Ming. In truth, the reason their projections appeared in the heavenly court was not to challenge Qin Ming. Were it not for Hong Jun's presence, they would have long since pounced on Qin Ming. They understood that today, Hong Jun stood on Qin Ming's side. With his intervention, slaying Qin Ming was utterly impossible. Compelled by circumstance, the two ultimately chose to lay down their arms and refrain from conflict. Observing the departure of several individuals, Qin Ming approached Hong Jun, perplexed, and inquired, Senior, may I ask why you chose to assist me in driving away those individuals? Hong Jun glanced at the venerable Lao Jun beside him and replied, Had it not been for Lao Jun's intercession on your behalf, would I have intervened as you were on the brink of falling into their ambush? It became clear that Hong Jun's arrival was entirely due to the influence of Lao Jun. By rescuing Changxi, Qin Ming had unwittingly incurred a debt of gratitude from Lao Jun. Sensing the unrest from Nuwa and Tong, Lao Jun contemplated his options and realized that if he acted alone, he may not be able to contend with both of them. However, with Hong Jun stepping in, neither would dare to act recklessly in his presence. Thus, in order to repay Qin Ming's favor, Lao Jun sought to enlist Hong Jun's aid. The unexpected appearances of Zhang Banian and the Queen Mother of the West took Lao Jun by surprise. While the latter was somewhat expected, the fact that Zhang Banian sought to eliminate Qin Ming was astonishing. It seemed that aside from himself, Qin Ming had managed to offend numerous formidable figures in the primordial realm. Fortunately, with Hong Jun's formidable prowess, even Zhang Banian would think twice before making a rash move against Qin Ming. Afterward, Lao Jun elucidated the sequence of events. Qin Ming sighed in relief and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I must extend my sincere thanks to Lao Jun for extricating me from this predicament. Lao Jun stroked his beard, responding, This is merely to repay your favor. There is no need to dwell on it. After a moment, he continued, However, your bold declaration to challenge Zhang Banian within a year is rather unwise. His strength is comparable to that of an ancestor, and even with a millennium at your disposal, you would not stand a chance against him. Qin Ming remained silent. Having made his declaration, he could not retract it. Regardless of Zhang Banian's formidable power, he could not abandon his resolve. Death was merely an outcome to be faced. What was there to fear? Following some casual conversation, Lao Jun and Hong Jun, accompanied by the others, vanished from Qin Ming's sight. Witnessing the departure of the primordial saints, the previously anxious demon clan, who had feared a confrontation, immediately resumed their flight. With Nuwa and Tong gone, there would be no one to stand up for the demon clan. Now, with Qin Ming still within the heavenly realm, and having summoned the demon refining pot once more, it was evident what his intentions were. The demon clan, having experienced the might of the pot, knew that even ancient demons could not withstand its voracious appetite. The lesser demons stood no chance. Before long, the anguished cries once again echoed throughout the heavenly realm. 2 days later, Qin Ming assessed the number of demons captured within the pot, finding the count to exceed 100,000. This time, the blood essence produced should suffice for the blood refinement of several spiritual treasures. With this thought, Qin Ming hesitated no longer and activated the primordial measurement ruler, tearing through space to depart the heavenly realm. To his astonishment, there existed another entity rivaling Hong Jun, Zhang Beinian. A being of 7 bodies unified was indeed extraordinary. Upon returning to his cave abode and reflecting on his recent encounters, Qin Ming could not suppress his musings. This was his first direct interaction with Zhang Beinian. The name had long resonated in his ears, and he had always wished to meet him. Yet, despite traversing the primordial expanse, he had found no trace of this individual. Unexpectedly, this fellow had now surfaced. However, he represented the Queen Mother of the West, evidently acting as her protector and savior. Moreover, the two had agreed upon a challenge to take place in 1 year. The mere thought of this filled Qin Ming with a sense of gravity. This individual, having unified 7 bodies, could unleash the combined power of 7 lifetimes. He knew he was no match. Even with the system at his disposal, the prospect of overcoming such a formidable opponent appeared bleak. He needed to devise a strategy to separate this individual's 7 bodies and defeat them one by one. Qin Ming contemplated his current cultivation level, realizing he was merely at the mixed yuan realm. Within a year, he must elevate his strength to rival that of the primordial saints. Otherwise, even if he found a way to separate Zhang Beinian's 7 bodies, he would struggle to defeat them individually. It seemed imperative to discover a method to achieve this separation while simultaneously enhancing his own strength to the level of a primordial saint. Qin Ming's gaze flickered as he muttered to himself, "The sole path to becoming comparable to a primordial saint lies in allowing the power of the heavenly Dao to cleanse my body, thereby nurturing the aura of a saint within." Despite being at the mixed yuan realm, he lacked the cleansing of the heavenly Dao, resulting in an absence of saintly aura within him. Mobilizing the Great Dao's fortune was an impossible feat. Any saint, with a mere gesture, could command the forces of the Great Dao. With such power, the manipulation of celestial bodies would be utterly effortless. Alas, Qin Ming found himself devoid of any saintly aura, making the summoning of the Great Dao's fortune a mere fantasy. He pondered if his actions of slaying demons would provoke a reaction from the heavenly Dao. Initially, he had feared that the blood refinement of demons might attract its suppression. Now, however, he found himself yearning for the emergence of the heavenly Dao. With its advent, the cultivation of saintly aura within him would become a trivial matter. Surprisingly, despite having refined over 1,000,000 demons, the heavenly Dao remained unresponsive, leaving Qin Ming astonished. He wondered how many more demons he would need to slay to elicit a reaction from it. Resolving to set aside these thoughts, Qin Ming summoned the Phoenix blood cauldron, causing it to emerge from his body. He then proceeded to pour the blood essence of the demons from the demon refining pot into the cauldron. The spiritual energy surged, and the blood within the cauldron began to boil violently, revealing the anguished and distorted faces of the demons. This scene was not new to Qin Ming, who had witnessed it before and felt little reaction. He mused whether the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man could also be blood refined using the essence of these demons. The 3 lanterns had yet to undergo blood refinement. The demons refined from the heavenly realm had only sufficed for the demon refining pot. As for the measurement ruler and the binding rope, Qin Ming had not yet found the time for their refinement. With only a month remaining until his duel with Tong, this old adversary would undoubtedly pose a threat if left unchecked. In this month, he resolved to blood refine all the spiritual treasures at his disposal, thus enhancing his chances in the upcoming 10,000 Immortals conference. With this determination, Qin Ming focused on the agreement with Tong. He then set aside his distractions and directly placed the binding rope into the Phoenix blood cauldron. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the blood within the cauldron surged forth, completely submerging the rope. The binding rope, intrinsically linked to Qin Ming's consciousness, immediately responded to the infusion, its spiritual essence rapidly ascending. In less than a minute, the binding rope's spiritual essence had elevated to the level of a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. However, Merely reaching this level of refinement did not satisfy Qin Ming. Having harvested the blood essence of 1,000,000 demons, he possessed sufficient resources to attempt stepping onto the back of the ancestral Qilin. He directly descended upon the surface of the demon realm. The infamous name of Qin Ming, the Star of Calamity, had long since spread throughout the demon world. All demon clans harbored an intense hatred for Qin Ming's actions. Yet, these demons found themselves utterly powerless against his relentless harvesting. Without the protection of Tai and Emperor Jun, the demon clans were nothing more than a flock of sheep. Qin Ming activated the demon refining cauldron, traversing over 70 to 80,000 miles in just a short span of half a day, capturing 4 to 5 million demons within its confines. Although he ruthlessly harvested the demon populace, his interest lay solely in the young demons. As for the elderly, women, and children, he held no interest whatsoever. The frail and infirm possessed little vitality. Even if subjected to blood refining, their contributions to blood spirit were negligible. Harvesting such demons would be a mere waste of space within a cauldron. In contrast, the young and robust demons provided a significant amount of vitality, particularly those of ancient lineage. One such demon could yield vitality comparable to that of 70 to 80,000 ordinary demons. Unfortunately, after several rounds of harvesting, the ancient demons had already fled the demon realm, too afraid to remain in the presence of Qin Ming. Thus, he proceeded unimpeded, soon filling the cauldron to capacity. With these demons, I should have enough to refine the Eastern Emperor Bell, Qin Ming mused. During this time, apart from blood refining spiritual treasures, he had also been refining the Eastern Emperor Bell, transforming it into his own spiritual treasure. This bell, renowned for its unparalleled power, was one of the innate spiritual treasures. When rung, its sound could reduce mountains and rivers to dust. Although the Eastern Emperor wielded it, he could not fully unleash its power, merely scratching the surface, not even posing a threat to Qin Ming's life. In Qin Ming's hands, the bell was a mere waste. Fortunately, now that it had been refined by him, with his cultivation, once he activated the Eastern Emperor Bell, the sound would likely tear apart 100,000 miles of land. With the Eastern Emperor Bell under his control, Qin Ming contemplated blood, refining it further to see if he could enhance its power. This was his first attempt at blood, refining an innate spiritual treasure, and he was uncertain how much blood spirit it would consume. He decided to collect several million demons at once, refining them all into blood water. Not bad. With so much demon blood, I should have enough to blood refine the Eastern Emperor Bell, he concluded. As he opened the cauldron, an overwhelming surge of blood vitality erupted into the sky. Even he felt a frenzied impulse at the moment of contact with this vitality. He hastily closed the cauldron, preparing to tear through space and return to the primordial continent, when suddenly his expression changed, his gaze darkening as he looked skyward. Heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation had descended. Surely, it was due to that fellow's massacre of so many demons that the heavenly Dao had taken notice. Now that the tribulation had arrived, it would surely erase this person completely. The suffering of our demon clans was about to come to an end. Under the vast might of the heavens, countless demons knelt upon the ground, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed skyward. The sky had gathered thick, dark clouds, shrouding the demon realm in darkness. As the tribulation clouds materialized, an unimaginable pressure cascaded down from the heavens, akin to a flood bursting forth. The intensity of this pressure was such that the countless demons on the ground were instantly brought low, unable to raise their heads. Even Qin Ming, upon sensing this overwhelming force, felt his expression darken. It was as if thousands of mountains had crashed upon his shoulders, rendering his body rigid, unable to move even a finger. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? How could there be such terrifying pressure? Qin Ming was astonished. Though he had encountered heavenly tribulations before and understood their might, the one manifesting in the demon realm was clearly 100-fold stronger than any he had faced previously. In the void, blood-red lightning danced, exuding an astonishing aura of slaughter, igniting terror among the hearts of countless demons. The infinite demon extermination tribulation. You have actually provoked such a heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the blood demon within Qin Ming trembled, its voice quaking with fear. What? You recognize this heavenly tribulation? Qin Ming's expression shifted as he inquired. The blood demon responded, I have merely heard of this tribulation. It is said that only the demon race can incite it, and it is the most formidable among all tribulations targeting demons. Even the ancestral demons would face inevitable defeat against it. How could a mere human like you provoke such a terrifying tribulation? Ancestral demon? You don't even know what an ancestral demon is? It is the progenitor from which countless demon gods have emerged, holding the highest status among demons, the blood demon explained. After a pause, it continued. Legend has it that since the appearance of demon gods, only one ancestral demon has emerged in the 3,000 worlds. This demon was said to possess such power that even the heavenly Dao would be beneath its feet. Qingming was taken aback. The notion that even the heavenly Dao could be trampled upon was a terrifying prospect. Such an existence could effortlessly shatter worlds, as if they were mere tofu. However, it seemed that this demon had already fallen. How could a being capable of subduing the heavenly Dao perish? Qingming was perplexed and asked, if this demon is so powerful, how could it have fallen? It is said that it was due to the infinite demon extermination tribulation. This tribulation is known to be forged from the power of the world, its might so great that it can pierce through the Great Dao. Even the world cannot endure it, easily capable of bringing about annihilation and upheaving the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The more Qingming listened, the more alarmed he became, glancing at the expanse of tribulation clouds that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, a grave expression emerging in his eyes. The ability to pierce through the Great Dao. What a fearsome power! Should this heavenly tribulation strike him, it would likely reduce him to cinders on the spot. There is no point in considering a way out. Boy, neither of us will survive this time, the blood demon declared. It had discerned that Qingming was contemplating ways to confront the heavenly tribulation, aware of the terror of the infinite demon extermination tribulation. The blood demon did not believe Qingming could survive. Once the tribulation struck, even it would be reduced to ashes alongside Qingming. Hearing the blood demon's words, Qingming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the writhing lightning in the sky. Each of those red bolts was as large as a house, carrying unimaginable pressure, crashing down upon Qingming like a massive wave. With a hum, Qingming summoned the primordial measuring ruler, raising his hand to cleave the void, intending to escape this cursed place. However, a surprising scene unfolded before him. After the primordial measuring ruler struck down, the void remained unmoved, showing no signs of being cleaved. Seeing this, Qingming's expression turned grave once more. It's useless. Once the infinite demon extermination tribulation descends, it will seal off the space covered by the tribulation clouds. No spiritual treasure can cleave through this space, the blood demon explained, now helplessly observing the scene. It speculated that Qingming's recent reckless harvesting of demons had triggered such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Even it had never dared to conduct blood refining so brazenly in the past. Qingming's indiscriminate blood refining of millions of demons had surely attracted the attention of the heavenly Dao. However, the blood demon could never have anticipated that the heavenly Dao, once stirred, would summon such a horrific heavenly tribulation. With the power of the infinite demon extermination tribulation, not even a primal chaos realm being like Qingming could withstand it. As the saying goes, where the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Qingming would not survive this heavenly tribulation, much less the blood demon. Once the tribulation descended, it too would be reduced to nothingness alongside Qingming. Originally, it had planned to wait until it gained its freedom to cultivate in secret, striving to reconstitute a demon god body sooner rather than later. Little did it expect such an outcome. The blood demon was filled with despair, yet powerless to alter its fate. In contrast, Qingming displayed no hint of panic. Witnessing the celestial ruler's inability to cleave the spatial fabric, Qingming ceased expending his spiritual energy. Retracting the celestial ruler, he promptly invoked the three divine lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity. These lamps ascended above Qingming, emitting a dazzling radiance that enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, among the demon race, those of discerning perception cast scornful glances upon this spectacle. Humph, the fellow is naive, presuming that a mere spiritual treasure can withstand the primordial demon-slaying tribulation. If memory serves, even ancestral demons are powerless against this calamity. Once unleashed, they are vaporized by the lightning. This one deludes himself by thinking a few spiritual treasures will suffice, a veritable pipe dream. My demon kin have suffered millions of casualties at his hands. His demise at the hands of the heavenly tribulation is a fitting recompense. Our demon race shall finally find solace. Dozens of demons regarded Qin Ming with detached indifference, deeming him as good as deceased. The primordial demon-slaying tribulation posed a threat even to ancestral demons, beings capable of effortlessly vanquishing innate saints and rivaling the likes of Hong Jun and Zhang Byron. If even ancestral demons could not withstand this tribulation, how could Qin Ming, a mere mortal, possibly prevail? The demons could not help but lament the millions of their kin who had fallen to Qin Ming. While they could not avenge their fallen brethren, they could at least witness his demise at the hands of the primordial demon-slaying tribulation, a form of retribution. How could they not be elated? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the heavens grew ominous. A crimson bolt of lightning, as thick as a house, descended with a deafening roar, hurtling towards the earth. The 8 scenery palace lamp among the 3 divine lamps immediately soared forth, its flames blazing with intensified brilliance. Expansive swathes of divine light unfurled, forming a protective canopy above Qin Ming, seemingly intent on intercepting the crimson lightning. However, a dismaying scene unfolded before Qin Ming's eyes. The instant the 8 scenery palace lamps' divine light materialized, the crimson lightning struck the luminous barrier. The entire canopy shuddered violently, unable to withstand the crimson serpent's onslaught for even a single breath. It shattered into fragments, and the 8 scenery palace lamp was engulfed by the crimson lightning. Dense currents coursed around the lamp, and its inherent spirituality visibly dissipated. Within mere moments, the 8 scenery palace lamp's essence was pulverized by the crimson lightning. The divine light flickered and vanished amidst the lightning, reduced to naught. The 8 scenery palace lamp, having endured for less than 2 breaths, lay in ruins, devoid of any remaining power, akin to a mere piece of scrap metal. Qin Ming felt a sharp pang of heartache at this sight. He had never imagined the crimson lightning's potency to be so terrifying. In a single exchange, the 8 scenery palace lamp had been rendered useless. The fact that this heavenly tribulation's power could overwhelm even the 8 scenery palace lamp was beyond comprehension. Qin Ming, aghast, stared forlornly at the 8 scenery palace lamp. Now devoid of spirituality, he had underestimated the crimson lightning's might, believing the lamp would suffice as a defense. Its destruction by a single bolt of crimson lightning was simply inconceivable. Restoring the lamp's essence would require an exorbitant amount of blood essence, effectively rendering it unusable for the foreseeable future. Just then, 2 crimson lightning bolts descended in rapid succession, resembling enraged crimson dragons roaring with earth-shattering ferocity. The heavens and earth within a million miles trembled. Countless demons, witnessing the 2 crimson lightning bolts sweeping towards the ground, were filled with dread. 2 demon-slaying tribulations in quick succession. The lad is doomed. He survived the first demon-slaying tribulation by sheer luck. With 2 tribulations descending, even an innate saint, let alone a mere mixed origin realm cultivator, would surely perish. The demons on the ground watched with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The primordial demon-slaying tribulation's reputation echoed throughout the primordial realm. Not only demons, but also the demon race were familiar with this type of tribulation. The sight of 2 demon-slaying tribulations descending from the heavens filled countless demons with relief. A single demon-slaying tribulation could easily suppress a Great Luo golden immortal. The combined power of 2 tribulations would be insurmountable even for innate saints who govern the fate of the heavens and earth. How could a mere mixed origin realm cultivator possibly withstand such an onslaught? Many demons were already contemplating how to desecrate Qin Ming's corpse. However, as the demons eagerly anticipated the spectacle, Qin Ming's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he unleashed both the treasure Lotus lamp and the spirit coffin lamp simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the crimson lightning effortlessly obliterated the 2 lamps. A hint of disappointment flickered in the eyes of the countless demons. They had not expected Qin Ming to sacrifice his treasures as a last resort, using the 2 lamps to shield himself from the heavenly tribulation. However, the storm clouds in the sky showed no signs of dissipating. Qin Ming's spiritual treasures were finite. If he continued to resist, the myriad layers of the demon-slaying tribulation would eventually descend, leaving him clueless as to how he met his end. He has survived by sheer luck, but he won't be so fortunate next time. Losing 2 spiritual treasures in one fell swoop would be a blow even to an innate saint. Let's see how he deals with the demon-slaying tribulation next. The demons conversed amongst themselves, eagerly watching Qin Ming. However, as the demons were engaged in their discussions, a sight that left them dumbfounded unfolded. Qin Ming abruptly retracted the ancestral qilin and, with a stride of 10,000 feet, soared into the sky, directly towards the storm clouds. What is that lad doing? He dares to fly towards the storm clouds. Even innate saints avoid those storm clouds. What is he thinking? Approaching them? Whatever he intends to do, it's a futile struggle. He will inevitably perish under the demon-slaying tribulation. The demons watched Qin Ming's actions with astonishment, unsure of his intentions. Was he seeking death? Had the loss of 2 spiritual treasures driven him mad? The demons speculated. However, Qin Ming remained composed. Having lost 3 divine lamps in succession, he hardened his gaze and retracted his spiritual treasures, abandoning his plan to use them to resist the heavenly tribulation. The reason was simple. His spiritual treasures were limited. The primordial demon-slaying tribulation was said to consist of 9 crimson lightning bolts. Only 3 had been unleashed thus far. If he used spiritual treasures to withstand each one, he feared that even if he survived the tribulation, he would be left with few treasures. This was a loss that Qin Ming was unwilling to face. Furthermore, his physical body required the power of the heavenly Dao to temper it. Otherwise, he would be unable to cultivate the fortune of a saint within himself, forever preventing him from elevating his cultivation to the realm of an innate saint. Therefore, upon witnessing the dissipation of the treasure Lotus lamp and the spirit coffin lamp's spirituality, Qin Ming did not hesitate to retract his spiritual treasures and fly towards the storm clouds. As if sensing Qin Ming's intentions, a vortex materialized within the storm clouds. Before Qin Ming could react, a crimson lightning bolt surged forth from the vortex. With a deafening crash, the crimson lightning struck Qin Ming like a finger of the heavenly Dao. The demons believed that Qin Ming would surely perish this time. However, a scene that sent shockwaves through the demons unfolded. Without hesitation, Qin Ming activated the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. With a resounding hum, the spiritual energy within at least 1,000,000 miles trembled. The air solidified, and boundless spiritual energy surged into Qin Ming's body. In an instant, Qin Ming's aura soared, approaching the realm of an innate saint. An aura that seemed to rival that of an innate saint erupted from Qin Ming's body. Mountains and rivers shook, and the heavens and earth changed color. An unimaginable pressure descended from Qin Ming, sweeping across countless demon clans like a cataclysmic flood. Bang, bang, bang. Under this immense pressure, countless demons with shallow cultivation were unable to withstand it and were instantly crushed, transforming into pools of blood. Simultaneously, boundless spiritual energy converged into Qin Ming's body, and traces of the aura of the Great Dao began to coalesce around him. Then, Qin Ming abruptly raised his hand and delivered a fierce punch directly at the crimson lightning above. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, their sonic impact engulfing an area spanning millions of miles. Countless demons were instantly obliterated by the deafening sound. Even the mere propagation of the sound waves proved insurmountable for these demons. In an instant, at least 800,000 demons perished beneath the sonic onslaught. As for Qin Ming, the surviving demons stared in disbelief. At this moment, a faint, milky white mist emanated from Qin Ming's body, akin to steam. His upper garments had been destroyed, revealing a bronzed, muscular torso, brimming with explosive power. The demons were utterly astonished. How is this possible? He's not dead. He actually shattered the demon-slaying tribulation with a single punch. Is this guy a man or a monster? The surviving demons, witnessing Qin Ming in the sky, felt their hearts pounding wildly. Although the moment had passed quickly, many demons had clearly seen Qin Ming's punch send the crimson lightning flying. The demon-slaying tribulation had not even fazed him. Most terrifyingly, the deafening explosion that accompanied Qin Ming's punch had instantly obliterated the bodies of hundreds of thousands of demons. What terrifying power! Divine beings undergoing tribulation brought disaster to the demons. Yet even the sonic boom alone had decimated hundreds of thousands of them. Such strength was simply monstrous. The demons who had survived now looked at Qin Ming with gazes devoid of contempt and filled with fear and unease. They now truly understood how terrifying Qin was, having directly repelled a demon-slaying tribulation. Even a congenital sage would be but an ant before such a tribulation. Yet Qin strength allowed him to disregard the threat posed by the demon-slaying tribulation, surpassing even the performance of a congenital sage. Is this the man who slew the Eastern Emperor and Dijun? With such power, even 10 Eastern Emperors and Dijuns would be no match for him. Respect. In an instant, these demons finally comprehended Qin power, and their gazes now held a hint of reverence. This child actually repelled the demon-slaying tribulation. Heavens, what kind of monstrous strength is this? He can even withstand the demon-slaying tribulation head-on. In this world, only beings of Hongjuan's caliber can withstand the demon-slaying tribulation. Who would have thought that Qin could also achieve this? Countless demons discussed in awe and astonishment. Qin, however, remained composed, not taking the events to heart. He had just unleashed the 9 Revolutions' mysterious technique to its fullest potential, delivering a punch capable of shattering the heavens. While the lightning of the demon-slaying tribulation was formidable, it was still no match for his fist and was easily blasted away. Buzz. Just as the demons were discussing in fear, 3 vortexes suddenly materialized within the tribulation clouds. 3 vortexes. That means at least 3 bolts of demon-slaying tribulation lightning. That child repelled a bolt of lightning earlier. His strength is invincible. But now facing 3 bolts of lightning, surely that kid is doomed. That's right, 3 bolts of demon-slaying tribulation lightning can even pierce through the Great Dao. How could he possibly withstand it? Seeing the emergence of the 3 vortexes, thousands of demons seemed to have foreseen the outcome. Their gazes toward Qin became complex. 3 bolts of demon-slaying tribulation lightning were something even the Great Dao could not withstand. The demons on the ground did not believe that a mere human could resist. Once struck, Qin would be annihilated in the lightning. However, to the demon's surprise, Qin remained calm even in the face of the 3 impending bolts of lightning. With a buzz, the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles trembled once more. A surge of spiritual energy rushed in and directly entered Qin body. Just then, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly shook. 3 bolts of lightning, carrying an aura of world-destroying power, poured out of the vortexes. They locked onto Qin and struck him directly. The power unleashed by the 3 bolts of lightning was unimaginable. Even the void was instantly pierced by the lightning, leaving 3 cracks wider than houses in the sky. Furthermore, the pressure generated by the 3 bolts of lightning reached an unimaginable level. Even a trace of this pressure could crush a mountain range, as if 3 worlds were pressing down on Qin. Even Qin could not help but slightly change his expression. He had not expected the 3 bolts of lightning to unleash such terrifying pressure, comparable to 3 worlds. What terrifying power! Even a congenital sage would be unable to withstand it. Qin had already pushed the 9 Revolutions' mysterious technique to its limit. A piercing hum resonated within his body. Endless spiritual energy, like lasers, shot toward his body and was directly absorbed by Qin. But it was not enough. The spiritual energy within a mere 1,000,000 miles was insufficient to withstand the 3 bolts of lightning. With a poof, Qin suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The aura of the Great Dao, surging around his body, immediately trembled. Suddenly, the aura of the Great Dao shot out in all directions. In just a moment, an area of 10 million miles rumbled. All the spiritual energy within a 10-million-mile radius was now drawn to Qin. The demons on the ground could not have imagined this outcome. Noticing that the spiritual energy within 10 million miles had been mobilized by Qin, the horror in their eyes was ignited once more. How is this possible? This child actually mobilized the spiritual energy within nearly 10 million miles. Even if the Eastern Emperor struck the Eastern Emperor bell, he could not mobilize the spiritual energy within 10 million miles. Yet that kid can do it without any means. Countless demons were shocked and stared dumbfounded at this scene. 10 million miles of spiritual energy. What a massive amount of spiritual energy. The demons could not imagine that Qin had such heaven-defying means, capable of mobilizing spiritual energy over such a vast area. Did he consider the entire demon realm to be his cave dwelling? He had actually mobilized the spiritual energy of nearly half the demon realm. Even a cataclysmic event could not affect the spiritual energy within 10 million miles. Yet Qin Ming, a mere human, had mobilized such a vast amount of spiritual energy solely through his own power. This was not just terrifying, it was simply defying the heavens. No demon could have imagined that Qin Ming possessed such heaven-defying means. No wonder the primordial demon-slaying tribulation had descended. Only such a heaven-defying existence was qualified to provoke a tribulation of this level. An ordinary mixed origin realm cultivator would have to cultivate for several more cycles to trigger the primordial demon-slaying tribulation. Simultaneously, after mobilizing the spiritual energy within 10 million miles, Qin Ming unhesitatingly absorbed this spiritual energy into his body. The pressure, already comparable to a cataclysmic flood, increased once more. Instantly, the pressure emanating from Qin Ming's body was no less than that of a world. A human possessing the pressure of a world. He was akin to a monarch among men. An aura of dominance swept out from Qin Ming, causing the hearts of any demon who looked at him to pound wildly. Just then, the 3 bolts of lightning approached Qin Ming. In a flash of light, the 3 bolts of lightning struck down, completely engulfing Qin Ming. Zzz. Endless bolts of lightning coursed over Qin Ming's body. In the fleeting moments when these flashes descended, he felt an overwhelming sensation of being suppressed by the world beneath him. His bones creaked ominously, and at that instant, the spiritual energy within him was forcibly expelled by 3 strikes of lightning. His body felt hollow, as even the strength he had just absorbed was suppressed and driven out. A wave of despair washed over Qin Ming just as he prepared to take action. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Turning to look, he realized that his left arm had been reduced to powder under the onslaught of the crimson lightning, utterly destroyed in an instant. Qin Ming's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, he was engulfed by the red lightning. If he did not find a way to counter it, he would be completely vaporized in an instant. However, the grim reality for Qin Ming was that the pressure exerted by the crimson lightning had already expelled all his spiritual energy from his body. With not even a trace of energy left to summon, how could he possibly withstand the strikes of this red serpent lightning? Suddenly, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Ming's visage aged dramatically, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, his vital essence. In this dire situation, he had no choice but to utilize his vital essence. This essence represented the entirety of a person. The more abundant it was, the stronger the vitality. Conversely, its depletion led to inevitable aging. At this critical moment, facing the threat of the red lightning, Qin Ming could not afford to hesitate. Even his vital essence was squeezed from every part of his being. In an instant, he expelled 7 or 8 mouthfuls of it. He had truly summoned his vital essence. What audacity! Once vital essence was consumed, it could not be restored unless one attained their true form in this lifetime. Otherwise, one could only wither away. The onlookers among the demon race marveled at his sacrifice to survive the tribulation. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming would go so far as to expel his vital essence, a unique and precious force believed to be the innate energy of a human body, originating from the life gate. From birth to death, vital essence only diminished. It could never be replenished. Once exhausted, no matter how high one's cultivation, death was inevitable. In his desperate plight, Qin Ming's only recourse was to draw upon his vital essence. Fortunately, being young, he had not yet depleted it significantly and was able to expel several mouthfuls. If he were already old, managing even 2 mouthfuls would be remarkable. Seeing the 7 or 8 mouthfuls of essence blood expelled, Qin Ming felt a slight sense of relief. He was racing against time against the red lightning, and any hesitation could cost him his other arm. In that instant, he regained his focus. With a determined gaze, he clenched his fingers, and the essence blood transformed into a mist that coalesced into a blood-red dagger in his grasp. Without delay, he wielded the dagger and struck fiercely. With a resounding crack, the dagger, forged from his vital essence, unleashed a force so tremendous that the red lightning could not withstand it. The blood-red dagger sliced through the void and severed the 3 bolts of crimson lightning, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. Just then, dark clouds gathered above him once more, swirling to reveal 3 new vortices from which 3 bolts of red lightning descended with a thunderous roar. Aimed directly at Qin Ming. Had he not previously summoned his vital essence, he would have been unable to withstand these 3 new strikes. However, having already committed himself, transforming all his vital essence into the blood-red dagger, he faced the incoming lightning without a moment's hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger flew forth once again, erupting in a flash of crimson light. With 3 resounding cracks, the final 3 bolts of red lightning were cleaved in half by the dagger in Qin Ming's hand. Witnessing this, Qin Ming finally exhaled deeply. He glanced down at the blood-red dagger, its brilliance now dimming. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, the dagger disintegrated within his grasp. A heavy sensation settled upon his heart, akin to a great stone pressing down, leaving him breathless. A wave of duskiness swept through Qin Ming's body, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. The demons, who had been awed by Qin Ming's power, now gazed upon him with a sense of melancholic admiration. Their eyes reflected a hint of sympathy. Alas, though he had survived the primordial extermination tribulation, he was utterly depleted, having consumed all his vital essence. Even if the ancient ancestor Hongjun were to descend, there would be no saving him now. Indeed, vital essence was the essence of both the demon and human races. Without it, life was but a corpse. The boy had exhausted all his essence, and it seemed he could not possibly survive. Countless demons shook their heads and sighed heavily. Yet, at that moment, Qin Ming was oblivious to their sentiments. As he plummeted from the sky, his eyelids grew heavier, and he could not resist the urge to close his eyes. A profound weight bore down upon him, as if mountains were pressing against his body, rendering even his fingers immobile. With a quiet sigh, Qin Ming surrendered to the overwhelming force. However, just as he exhaled, verses of scripture abruptly surged forth from his dantian, filling the space in an instant. These verses resembled the chaotic script of tadpoles, crooked and unrecognizable. In that moment, vast waves of Dao energy began to rise within him. The boundless spiritual energy that had been expelled earlier now surged back, as if a great whale were drawing in water, flooding back into Qin Ming's body. What was happening? Why was this energy contracting back into his body? How could he emanate such potent Dao energy? Had this individual not perished? The demons gasped in surprise, their gazes fixated upon Qin Ming. At that moment, the Dao energy swirling around him had reached an unprecedented intensity, almost boiling over, comparable to a tangible manifestation of the Dao. Suddenly, the pulsating Dao energy trembled violently, converging behind Qin Ming's head to form a golden wheel radiating boundless Dao energy. From a distance, Qin Ming appeared almost divine. In that instant, as the golden wheel manifested, the wrinkles on his face vanished at a visible pace. His once white hair transformed back to raven black, and the body that had seemed so depleted now brimmed with vitality once more. A warm sensation surged forth from within Qin Ming, sweeping over the countless demons, akin to the gentle warmth of spring melting away the snow. The demons trembled in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld him. The aura of a sage. This young man was emanating the very essence of a sage. My heavens! Not only had he survived, but he had also become a sage, transcending the primordial extermination tribulation to attain the true state of a congenital sage. The demons stared in awe, their mouths agape, as they beheld Qin Ming. When he had fallen from the sky, they had sensed no trace of life within him, as if he were already a corpse. Although they hesitated to admit it, they had all witnessed how he had exhausted his vital essence completely. Under such circumstances, none among them could have believed he still lived. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the tide had turned. A surge of life energy erupted forth once again from within Qin Ming. Not only had he overcome the primordial extermination tribulation, but he had also achieved the realm of a congenital sage. Within him, the essence of a sage now resided, granting him dominion over the Dao's fortune. Once one became a sage, they could govern the Dao's energies regardless of their race, a power more formidable than the primordial force itself. Only those infused with the essence of sage could wield it. Even quasi-sages could not command the Dao's fortunes. The primordial extermination tribulation had not only failed to vanquish Qin Ming, but had instead propelled him to greatness. The assembled demons, now cognizant of the intricacies at play, regarded Qin Ming with a mixture of trepidation and reverence, astounded that he had managed to seize the mantle of a sage at the critical juncture. Simultaneously, Qin Ming, who had been plummeting towards the earth, abruptly opened his eyes. With a furrowed brow, he immediately became aware of the surging power of the Great Dao within him. Is this the essence of a primordial sage, one who has grasped the fortune of a sage? He mused before snapping his fingers. With a thunderous boom, half of the 10,000 mountains were obliterated. The demons who witnessed this were instantly petrified, their bodies trembling in terror. Not bad, Qin Ming remarked, pleased with the outcome. He now felt an unprecedented connection to the world, as if he could obliterate any living being with a mere thought. The power unleashed by a simple snap of his fingers was comparable to the full-force strike of a mixed-origin realm cultivator. No wonder Tong Tian was confident in his ability to slay me. This is the true might of a primordial sage. Not bad at all. Prior to becoming a primordial sage, Qin Ming had been unaware of their formidable nature. It was only upon reaching this stage that he realized the extent of their power to control the world. Had it not been for Hongjuan's intervention, Tong Tian would have undoubtedly annihilated him. Although he had previously been a mixed-origin realm cultivator, he was merely a quasi-sage, lacking the true fortune of a sage. Now, having grasped this fortune, his very being had undergone a profound transformation. Qin Ming felt as though he held the world in his hands. Now that I am a bona fide primordial sage, I wonder how I would fare against Tong Tian. He pondered, anticipating their encounter at the upcoming 10,000 Immortals assembly, where he would witness Tong Tian's prowess firsthand and gauge the terror of this being who had dominated the primordial continent for millennia. Congratulations, Master. Celebrations to you, Master, for attaining the realm of a primordial sage. The blood fiend within him suddenly exclaimed with newfound reverence. Oh, you're still alive? Qin Ming responded nonchalantly. With Master's protection, how could this humble fiend perish? The blood fiend replied, his tone exceedingly respectful. Qin Ming could sense a stark contrast in the blood fiend's attitude compared to before. Previously, he had only addressed Qin Ming as Master out of obligation, begrudgingly acknowledging his superior strength. Now, however, he addressed him with genuine sincerity and reverence. I sense that you're now afraid of me, Qin Ming observed. Beneath a sage, all are but ants. This humble fiend is merely an ant in Master's eyes, and would not dare to presume in your presence, the blood fiend explained. These words succinctly conveyed the blood fiend's current status. Qin Ming had long been familiar with this sentiment, but had previously dismissed it with a hint of disdain. Now, having become a primordial sage, he realized the veracity of the statement. Even mixed-origin realm cultivators were nothing more than ants in his eyes. This must be the sensation of a superior towards their inferiors, Qin Ming mused. This feeling was not merely a psychological shift, but rather a transcendence from the depths of his soul, akin to an observer perceiving every detail of a painting. Qin Ming had not anticipated that entering the realm of a primordial sage would bring about so many subtle changes. With a flick of his wrist, copious amounts of Great Dao fortune materialized, transforming into wisps of mist that danced in his palm. Suddenly, Qin Ming frowned, sensing a tremor within the blood fiend. Are you afraid? He asked impassively. The blood fiend responded immediately. Senior, you are now a primordial sage, and your every move exudes the might of a sage. Even within your body, this humble fiend feels as though I am enduring a cataclysm, my spirit filled with terror. The might of a sage, Qin Ming clenched his fist, sensing a faint aura of authority emanating from his being. This must be what the blood fiend refers to as the might of a sage. I hear that upon entering the realm of a primordial sage, one can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth to forge artifacts. I wonder if the spiritual treasures in my possession can undergo further transformation. Prior to becoming a sage, the most advanced forging technique was the samadhi fire. However, upon breaking through to the realm of a primordial sage, one could harness the power of heaven and earth for forging. Such artifacts, once crafted, would be of at least the quality of a primordial treasure. The spiritual treasures in Qin Ming's possession were not primordial treasures, although they differed by only a single word. Their power was vastly dissimilar. Continuing to use blood refinement would take an eternity to transform them into primordial treasures. However, now that he had advanced to the realm of a primordial sage, he could manipulate the forces of heaven and earth and utilize the fortune of the Great Dao for forging, eliminating the need for blood refinement. I wonder what kind of power my artifacts will unleash once they have all been upgraded to primordial treasures, Qin Ming pondered with anticipation. The 10,000 Immortals assembly is in a month. I should return to my abode and begin the process of refining my spiritual treasures. Subsequently, Qin Ming retrieved the measuring ruler and cleaved a spatial rift with a wave of his hand. Mounting the ancestral Qilin, he vanished into the rift. How did that fellow just leave? The demons emerged from their hiding places, their faces etched with relief. If Qin Ming had been struck down by the heavenly tribulation, it would have been one thing. However, he had successfully advanced to the realm of a primordial sage. If he were to turn against the demon race, who among them could stand against him? Fortunately, Qin Ming had left the demon realm without a word, allowing the demons to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, upon returning to his abode, Qin Ming retrieved the phoenix blood cauldron. As soon as he did, he was assailed by a repugnant stench, a foul odor that nearly made him vomit. What's going on? Why does the phoenix blood cauldron's bloodiness smell so foul? Qin Ming wondered. He had smelled the phoenix blood cauldron's bloodiness before, and it had not been accompanied by such a putrid odor. However, now that he had become a sage, the smell made him want to gag. Perplexed, Qin Ming asked, "Blood fiend, what's going on?" "Senior, you are now an immortal and indestructible sage. Blood is inherently impure. Those beneath the realm of sage would not find the smell of blood offensive, but those above the realm of a sage cannot tolerate it," the blood fiend explained. "It is akin to deities not consuming mortal food. Why do they abstain? It is because the food cooked with mortal fire may be fragrant to mortals, but it is repulsive to deities. In the eyes of deities, mortal food, no matter how exquisite, is no different from excrement. How could they possibly consume it?" Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Ming nodded in understanding. "So, I can no longer perform blood refinement?" Qin Ming inquired. With Senior's current abilities, blood refinement is but a minor art. The spiritual treasures forged by harnessing the power of heaven and earth are far superior to those refined through blood, the blood fiend replied. Qin Ming nodded, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of Great Dao fortune flew into the phoenix blood cauldron, incinerating the blood within. Subsequently, Qin Ming walked to his prayer mat and sat down in a meditative posture. With a thought, the fortune of a sage within him soared into the heavens. In an instant, all the primordial sages throughout the primordial continent sensed this fortune. "What's going on? A foreign fortune of a sage? Who has advanced to the realm of a primordial sage?" Inzo murmured, her expression solemn as she sat atop a cloud of five-colored auspiciousness. A foreign fortune of a sage? A new sage has emerged? Tong, the leader of the Jade sect, sat cross-legged on a lotus prayer mat on an overseas island, his brow furrowed in concern. Simultaneously, all the sages throughout the primordial continent, regardless of whether they were in seclusion, were shaken by this unfamiliar fortune of a sage. Cultivating to the realm of a primordial sage meant attaining a state of oneness with heaven and earth. In the realm of existence, every fluctuation is discernible to the enlightened sage. Thus, when Qin Ming harnessed the aura of a sage, it inevitably attracted the attention of other sages. However, Qin Ming was not a congenital sage forged on the primordial continent. Even if other sages caught a glimpse of this faint aura, they could hardly fathom that the individual in question was none other than Qin Ming, who had recently stirred up unrest in the demon realm. Would the 8th scenic palace lamp regain its sentience? Qin Ming extracted the lamp, feeling a pang of regret. Although the 8th scenic palace lamp was a superior spiritual treasure, it was utterly defenseless against the calamity of demon extermination. A single bolt of lightning rendered its sentience completely null, were it not for Qin Ming's current ability to summon the aura of the Great Dao. The prospect of restoring the 8th scenic palace lamp would have been a mere fantasy. With a heavy heart, Qin Ming suppressed his thoughts. As he activated the sage's aura, myriad strands of the Great Dao's essence rapidly coalesced around his form. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and the endless currents of the Great Dao vibrated, surging into the 8th scenic palace lamp. With a resonant hum, the lamp quivered. The wick ignited with a flame, and the once vanished sentience began to visibly restore under the refining force of the Great Dao's aura. An hour later, Qin Ming opened his eyes, satisfaction gleaming within them. After an hour of refinement, the lamp's dissipated sentience had been entirely revitalized, and he was pleased with this outcome. Yet, Qin Ming did not cease his manipulation of the Great Dao's aura. In fact, he concentrated the essence of the Great Dao within a radius of 10,000 miles. Akin to a torrent of river water surging forth, rapidly flowing into the 8 scenic palace lamp. The wick trembled once more, igniting a flame. A gentle power enveloped Qin Ming within its embrace. At that moment, Qin Ming's expression sharpened as he infused a sliver of sage aura into the 8 scenic palace lamp. Boom! The lamp shuddered violently, and a fissure abruptly appeared in the wick. This sight astonished Qin Ming, prompting him to hastily withdraw his sage aura, wary of further reckless actions. What was happening? Why could the 8 scenic palace lamp not accommodate his sage aura? Perplexed, Qin Ming's attention shifted to the blood demon god, who trembled and immediately responded. Elder, you may not be aware that although the 8 scenic palace lamp is considered a superior congenital spiritual treasure, it has not undergone the tempering of heavenly tribulation. To recklessly infuse it with sage aura would lead to its destruction. So, to refine it into a congenital supreme treasure, I must subject it to heavenly tribulation? Qin Ming inquired. Indeed, but the blood demon god's voice faltered momentarily. Why the hesitation? Speak plainly. Though heavenly tribulation can enable a spiritual treasure to withstand the might of a sage and merge with sage aura, if the treasure's quality is insufficient, it will be obliterated during the tribulation. Thus, prepare yourself for the possibility of its collapse. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted the topic, asking, I have heard of treasures of creation and treasures of merit, which are said to surpass even congenital treasures in power. How are these treasures refined? The blood demon god replied, I am not entirely certain about treasures of creation, but I have heard that treasures of merit are forged by implanting seeds of merit and continuously gathering merit. At this juncture, the blood demon god hesitated briefly before continuing. Do you recall the red embroidered ball held by Nuwa? Qin Ming nodded, recognizing that this item already possessed the potency of a treasure of merit. I recall it being an exquisite congenital supreme treasure. How does it relate to treasures of merit? I do not know the details, but I suspect that Nuwa realized that a congenital supreme treasure could ascend to become a treasure of merit. Thus, she must have condensed a seed of merit from somewhere and implanted it into the red embroidered ball. Otherwise, how could it possess the power to govern mortal destinies? The blood demon god added, once a spiritual treasure ascends to become a treasure of merit, it is said to wield a thread of causal power, capable of altering antecedents and governing consequences. Qin Ming's eyes widened in surprise. That cannot be. In this world, only treasures of creation can govern causality. How could treasures of merit do so? The blood demon god corrected him. You are mistaken. While the power of treasures of creation surpasses that of treasures of merit, the former governs the primordial numbers of the Great Dao, 50 for the Great Dao, with the heavenly cycle being 49. This primordial number is intrinsic to the Great Dao. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's thoughts raced, focusing intensely on the 8 scenic palace lamp, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that treasures of creation could indeed govern primordial numbers. If this were true, possessing a treasure of creation would grant one unparalleled freedom in this realm. Though excitement coursed through him, Qin Ming soon regained his composure. His current spiritual treasure was hardly even a supreme treasure. The aspiration to elevate it to a treasure of merit seemed utterly fanciful. Shaking his head, he dismissed his fervent thoughts. After a moment of reflection, he pondered how to invoke heavenly tribulation once more. The last time tribulation struck, the 3 lamps had already endured one trial, yet they had all lost their sentience. Should they face another tribulation, he could not ascertain if they would endure. He recalled the previous tribulation, during which the 3 lamps had faced the heavenly onslaught. Regrettably, they had all faltered, proving no match for the tribulation's might. If he were to invoke heavenly tribulation again, the ensuing trials might be even more formidable than the calamity of demon extermination. Not only would the 3 lamps be at risk, but his own safety would also be in jeopardy. With a wry smile, Qin Ming shook his head. Without heavenly tribulation, it would be impossible to temper the 8 scenic palace lamp. Even with his mastery over sage aura and the ability to command the aura of the Great Dao, aspiring to elevate the lamp was a mere illusion. With a rueful chuckle, he stowed the 8 scenic palace lamp away, resolving to maintain its status as a congenital spiritual treasure for the time being. He would contemplate its elevation only when heavenly tribulation manifested. Subsequently, he retrieved the spirit coffin lamp and the treasure lotus lamp. Both lamps had also lost their sentience, and Qin Ming deftly summoned the aura of the Great Dao to restore their sentience as well. After completing this, he took out the Eastern Emperor bell. This bell appeared unremarkable, merely palm-sized, yet its surface was adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and creatures. The bell was acquired after slaying the Eastern Emperor, and it had once belonged to the Eastern Emperor Tai, categorizing it as a congenital supreme treasure. It inherently contained a complete strand of the aura of the Great Dao, capable of suppressing chaos when activated. Its immense power marked it as Qin Ming's most prized possession. He had previously refined the Eastern Emperor bell, but at that time, he was not a congenital sage. Unable to summon the aura of the Great Dao, he could only exert a fraction of the bell's true might. Furthermore, since the bell had not been infused with sage aura, it could not synchronize with his thoughts, rendering the full extent of its power beyond his reach. With this thought, Qin Ming flicked his wrist, unleashing a surge of sage aura that erupted from within him. With a resonant hum, it infused the Eastern Emperor bell. The sage aura, unique to sages, serve as a key to activate the aura of the Great Dao. Upon reaching the realm of a congenital sage, one no longer deemed it necessary to draw upon spiritual energy. The powers derived from spiritual energy could never rival those awakened by the aura of the Great Dao. Even the most mundane of abilities, when fueled by the Great Dao's essence, would undergo a qualitative transformation. The Eastern Emperor bell was inherently imbued with a thread of the aura of the Great Dao, making it naturally amenable to such activation. However, the Eastern Emperor Tai was still unable to harness the fate of the saints. In his hands, the Eastern Emperor bell could not unleash its full power. At this moment, Qin Ming infused the saintly aura into the Eastern Emperor bell, causing it to tremble violently. The intricate carvings of birds and beasts on the bell seemed to come to life. Suddenly, a palm-sized transparent vermilion bird soared out from the bell, circling around Qin Ming. Just then, the ancestral Qilin, which lay beside Qin Ming, trembled slightly. Its eyes opened wide, filled with a myriad of killing intent, which surged directly towards the Eastern Emperor bell. What was happening? Qin Ming was puzzled as to why the ancestral Qilin was stirred. After a brief moment of reassurance, the ancestral Qilin finally lay down again, still full of resentment. Qin Ming gazed deeply at the ancestral Qilin, choosing not to speak. He then reached out to touch the transparent vermilion bird. In an instant, he felt an endless power of flame surging from within the bird. With his current cultivation, under the influence of this flame, he experienced a sensation as if his body was being ignited. The intensity of the flame within the vermilion bird astonished Qin Ming. It contained a hint of the law of fire. Even a saint would struggle to withstand being engulfed by the flames of this vermilion bird. When the Eastern Emperor activated this bell before, such phenomena did not occur. Could it be due to my ascension to innate sainthood? Qin Ming speculated. As his thoughts deepened, the saintly aura within him trembled once more. An infinite stream of the Great Dao's aura surged into the Eastern Emperor bell. With a roar, a majestic, transparent white tiger suddenly materialized from the carvings on the bell. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged within the room. Qin Ming felt as if thousands of steel blades were scraping against his skin. Even he, under this aura of slaughter, had the unsettling impression that he could be slain at any moment. The white tiger, could it be that the carvings on the Eastern Emperor bell represent the four saints of the demon race? Qin Ming murmured with a grave expression. Meanwhile, within the demon realm, deep beneath a vast ocean that stretched for millions of miles known as the North Sea, the domain of the Confronting demon master, stood an unremarkable small island protruding from water. On the beach, an elderly man with white hair clad in a white robe stood alongside a young man with black hair. Beside the elder lay an unhatched egg, pulsating with a formidable aura of the Great Dao. The young man suddenly spoke, saying, "That person has already slaughtered 1,000,000 demon kin. As a celestial demon master, can you truly turn a blind eye to all of this? Even your father was no match for him. What advantage could I gain by intervening?" The elder replied, his expression unchanged. "Your father treated you well while he was alive. After his death, do you intend to watch as our demon realm is destroyed?" The young man continued. After a moment of contemplation, the elder sighed in resignation, saying, "This person has already ascended to innate sainthood, becoming an immortal being. Even if I wished to intervene, it would be futile." The young man smiled slightly and said, "Is it truly impossible to ascend to innate sainthood?" He then shifted the topic, asking, Have you heard of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Of course, the elder nodded. It is precisely due to the threat of the 5 declines that Hongjun Daozu devised a method of slaying the 3 corpses. It is said that by eliminating the 3 corpse bugs within, one can avoid the 5 declines. Indeed, but is that person practicing the method of slaying the 3 corpses? The elder's eyes brightened. As far as I know, he is not. The young man smiled again, saying, since he is not practicing the method of slaying the 3 corpses, then luring out the corpse bugs within him and striking when he experiences the 5 declines should be an effortless task. The elder laughed heartily. Your Highness is truly astute to consider this. I thought our demon kin's revenge would never come to pass. Unexpectedly, Your Highness has awakened me from my slumber and allowed me to see a glimmer of hope. The young man continued, however, luring out the 3 corpse bugs hidden within him is somewhat troublesome. This person has now ascended to innate sainthood, his every move radiating the might of a saint. The 3 corpse bugs within him must be too intimidated to act unless something can isolate him from the saintly power he exudes. The elder fell silent for a moment before saying, it may be difficult to isolate him, but if we can obtain that treasure, we could sever the saintly power he possesses once and for all. Are you referring to the treasure that opened the heavens? The young man's eyes flickered as he fell into thought. After a moment, he spoke, gazing out at the sea. The Pangu axe is an unparalleled innate supreme treasure. Once activated, even the Great Dao would be suppressed. It could indeed sever the saintly power from him. At this point, the young man suddenly frowned and added, however, this item has now vanished. Across the 3,000 worlds, its whereabouts are unknown. The elder reassured him, Your Highness need not worry. I have some leads on this item. Once you give the order, I guarantee I can retrieve it within half a month. The young man rejoiced, unable to refrain from clasping his hands in gratitude. Excellent. If the Demon Master can bring back this item, then the Wanxian Conference a month from now will surely be the end for this person. The Wanxian Conference? Are you planning to act during the Wanxian Conference? The elder frowned. The Wanxian Conference is the best opportunity, as this person will face Tong on there. Once he is distracted, our chances of success will increase significantly. The elder pondered for a moment and quickly agreed to the young man's plan, saying, if Your Highness has such an arrangement, then a month from now will be his demise. As they spoke, the elder suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a colossal Kuanping. He then swallowed the enormous egg from the beach and boomed, Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. The young man nodded, his gaze flickering as he watched the elder. This old fellow has been incubating that thunderping egg for 100,000 years and still hasn't hatched it. The young man mused, recalling the egg the Kuanping had swallowed earlier. Meanwhile, within Qin Ming's cave, as he activated the Eastern Emperor bell with the aura of the Great Dao, the carvings on the bell began to manifest, much to Qin Ming's surprise. Blood Demon God, do you know the reason for this? Qin Ming inquired, his thoughts racing. Master, if I'm not mistaken, these phantoms of demon beasts should be the spiritual essences of the demon beasts collected by the Eastern Emperor Bell during the War of the Dragon, Phoenix. And scale 3 tribes, the Blood Demon God promptly replied. Spiritual essences of demon beasts? Qin Ming frowned. Can this bell consume the spiritual essences of demon beasts? Certainly, Master may not know, but during the War of the 3 tribes, this bell had another title, the Demon Suppressing Bell. Countless demon beasts could not withstand its consuming might. The Blood Demon God explained. Then, what changes will occur after the Eastern Emperor Bell consumes these demon beasts? The Blood Demon God responded. If the bell merely consumes ordinary demon beasts, there will be no significant changes. However, Master should be aware that demon beasts possess their own innate abilities, which are, in essence, a form of law. Once the Eastern Emperor Bell awakens the innate abilities of the consumed demon beasts, it will be able to unleash their innate powers immediately. Qin Ming was stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Are you truly speaking the truth? The Blood Demon God affirmed. Indeed, it is true. How would I dare deceive my master? Qin Ming knew he wouldn't dare to lie, especially now that he had become a primordial sage. He could discern any falsehoods in the Blood Demon God's words with a single glance. Upon hearing the explanation, a glimmer of anticipation sparked in Qin Ming's eyes. I was just pondering where to find a heavenly tribulation. With the Eastern Emperor Bell in hand, devouring a thunder attribute beast awakened to its innate divine ability would be akin to indirectly controlling a heavenly tribulation. Then, I could use the heavenly tribulation to temper my primordial spiritual treasures, allowing them to accommodate my sage's fortune and transform into supreme treasures. With this thought, Qin Ming refocused and promptly inquired, "Do you know where I might find a thunder attribute beast?" The blood demon god mused for a moment before replying, "From what I know, among the myriad worlds, the purest thunder attribute presence belongs to the Thunder Rock." "Oh," Qin Ming responded. "Alas, that beast perished during the Dragon Phoenix Great War. However, I heard that an egg was left behind and has been in the care of the demon master Kunpeng," the blood demon god added. "Kunpeng, the demon master," Qin Ming murmured, considering the name. Kunpeng was present alongside Emperor Jun and Tai during their assassination. However, upon reflection, Qin Ming couldn't recall seeing any eggs near Kunpeng. Hearing the blood demon god's words, he surmised that Kunpeng must have concealed the Thunder Rock's egg. During that encounter, Qin Ming's primary targets were Emperor Jun and Tai, so he hadn't paid much attention to Kunpeng. After Tai's demise, Kunpeng vanished without a trace, presumably having fled. With this in mind, Qin Ming pondered, "It seems I must venture to the demon realm once more to investigate Kunpeng's whereabouts." As he contemplated this, Qin Ming swiftly retrieved the Eastern Emperor Bell. Activating the heaven-measuring ruler, he tore through space and entered the demon realm. Qin Ming hastened directly toward the direction of the Northern Sea. It was said that Kunpeng's abode was located within the demon realm's ocean, with the Northern and Southern Seas serving as his domains, known as the Northern and Southern Abyss, respectively. Before Kunpeng's transformation, it was said that he enjoyed traversing from the Northern Abyss to the Southern Abyss on clear days, carrying an entire sea upon his back, flaunting his immense strength and inspiring fear among countless demons. Unexpectedly, these demons have already commenced reconstruction efforts. Gazing upon the demon realm cities, Qin Ming observed countless demons diligently rebuilding. These cities had been devastated by the Purple Star Cataclysm. During Qin Ming's previous visits to the demon realm, the ruins remained untouched, with no demons attempting to repair them. However, this time, he noticed that all the cities were undergoing reconstruction. A thought struck Qin Ming, and he made a conjecture. Could it be that the demons have elected a new demon emperor? Without a central figure to lead them, these demons would remain scattered like sand, unable to unite and rebuild the cities. Qin Ming mused to himself. The demon realm had been without a demon emperor for quite some time. If they wished to avoid further decline, they would undoubtedly seek to elect a new emperor to lead them and revitalize the demon race. While Qin Ming was somewhat intrigued by this newly appointed demon emperor, his priority was to locate Kunpeng, and he wouldn't waste time inquiring about the identity of the new emperor on the surface. Soon, Qin Ming's figure vanished from the land, leaving behind a trail of light 10,000 feet long as he plunged into the Northern Sea. The Northern Sea was vast, spanning at least 10 million miles. For Qin Ming to search for Kunpeng within such an expansive area would be an arduous task. Fortunately, the Northern Sea was not entirely desolate, and scattered islands dotted the surface, inhabited by demons. Upon entering the depths of the Northern Sea, Qin Ming randomly selected an island and descended. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon my abode?" Qin Ming had barely landed when he heard a thunderous roar. Turning his head, he saw a sea turtle adorned with blue patterns slowly emerging from the water. The turtle's massive body rivaled the size of 2 or 3 mountains. Its beady eyes glared intently at Qin Ming. A human? The turtle was taken aback, sensing the human aura emanating from Qin Ming. It seemed surprised that a human would appear on this island. "A mere human dares to intrude upon my abode. You seek death." The turtle quickly regained its composure, a glint of murderous intent appearing in its eyes. Its colossal form surged out of the water, looming over Qin Ming like a mountain. "A mere beast, not even a Grand Luo golden immortal, dares to act presumptuously before me." Qin Ming's gaze darkened, and the aura of a primordial sage erupted from his body. Before the turtle could land, it was overwhelmed by the sage's aura, its courage failing it. While still in midair, the turtle's demonic energy recoiled, and it hastily retreated hundreds of feet, no longer daring to approach Qin Ming. "You wish to kill me?" Qin Ming asked coldly. With a flick of his finger, a beam of energy shot forth, severing one of the turtle's legs with a soft sound. Nuwa once gained merit for slaying the black tortoise to support the heavens. "Today, I, Qin Ming, slay you to see how much merit I gain." Qin Ming spoke in a frigid tone before lunging toward the giant turtle. By this time, The turtle had already been terrified by Qin Ming. One finger had severed its leg, and the aura of a sage emanated from him. Such an existence was undoubtedly a primordial sage. The turtle, with its cultivation base not even reaching the Great Luo golden immortal realm, stood no chance against a primordial sage. Seeing Qin Ming approaching, the turtle immediately transformed into a man dressed in azure robes and knelt on the sea surface with sound. He kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, "Sage, spare me. This humble demon deserves to die for offending the sage. I beg the sage to spare my life." Qin Ming had already reached the turtle. Seeing the latter kneeling on the sea surface and begging for mercy, he remained silent for a moment before withdrawing his sage's aura. "What is your name?" Qin Ming asked. The azure-robed man, whose arm had been severed and was bleeding profusely, immediately kowtowed and replied, "This humble demon is named Xianling and is the 75th generation descendant of the Black Tortoise ancestor." "A descendant of the Black Tortoise?" Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. He carefully examined the turtle, but couldn't discern any traces of the Black Tortoise divine beast. "Are you truly a descendant of the Black Tortoise?" "Indeed, it is true," Qin Ming said. "Have you awakened your innate divine ability?" The azure-robed man shook his head, saying, "I have not." Qin Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Changing the subject, he continued, "How many years have you cultivated here?" "Approximately 10,000 years. Have you ever seen Kunpeng?" "Does senior mean the demon master?" "I have seen him a few times, but with the demon master's status and cultivation base, he would naturally disdain interacting with a humble demon like myself." Qin Ming glanced at Xianling's bleeding arm and said, "Tend to your wound." Xianling didn't dare to hesitate and immediately activated his demonic energy to seal the bleeding stump. "Do you know the location of Kunpeng's abode?" Qin Ming asked. Xianling replied, "I do. The demon master uses the northern and southern abyss as his abodes, but there is only one entrance." "Where's the entrance located?" Xianling quickly said, "It is located in the Guishu Sea beneath the southern abyss." Qin Ming was stunned. He had flown toward the northern abyss, but the entrance to the abode was in the southern abyss. Wasn't that going in the opposite direction? With a wry smile, Qin Ming turned his gaze back to Xianling and said, "Are you willing to take me to Kunpeng's abode?" "I would be honored to do so," Xianling replied immediately. Qin Ming nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he flicked his finger, sending forth a wisp of Great Dao luck. Xianling hurriedly reached out to catch it. "Consider this wisp of Great Dao luck of fortune I bestow upon you. Comprehend it well, and within a century, you should be able to advance to the Great Luo golden immortal realm," Qin Ming said. Xianling was overjoyed. With this wisp of Great Dao luck in his possession, he was now infinitely closer to attaining the Great Dao. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, senior," Xianling exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chapter 39. One of the 10 ancestors of the demon clan. His gaze towards Qin Ming was filled with reverence and loyalty. "All right, I am weary from flying. Allow me to ride for a while." Qin Ming waved his hand and said. Xianling promptly retracted the aura of the Dao, transforming back into a colossal sea turtle, cradling Qin Ming as they soared toward the south. With Xianling guiding him, locating the South Sea's return abyss was a task as simple as lifting a finger. 2 days later, above the surface of the South Sea, Xianling suddenly halted in mid-flight and gracefully descended to the ground. "Senior, the entrance to the Kunpeng's cave dwelling lies just beneath this expanse of ocean," Xianling stated respectfully. Qin Ming nodded, unfurling a field of Dao aura to envelop himself and Xianling. With a thought, they sank toward the depths of the sea. As they submerged, torrents of water surged toward them. Fortunately, the protective aura of the Dao ensured Qin Ming remained undisturbed as he descended calmly. After a brief moment, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of gravity. He observed an endless network of dark currents at the seabed, their density akin to iron due to the water pressure. Even a fish strike could not stir them. However, as a congenital sage, such currents could hardly impede his progress. With a flourish of the celestial measuring ruler, he effortlessly cleaved through the dark flows as if they were mere vegetables. He then quickened his pace, swiftly spotting Xianling settled on the ocean floor. "Senior, that massive black hole is the abyssal eye. Entering it will lead us to the demon master's cave." Xianling pointed toward a dark opening below. The black hole was approximately the size of a football field, and Qin Ming could clearly see torrents of water rushing toward it, resembling a funnel that could effortlessly accommodate any volume of seawater. Upon hearing Xuanling's explanation, Qin Ming nodded and activated his escape light, propelling himself toward the black hole. The closer he approached, the more formidable the water pressure became, compounded by the unimaginable velocity of the water at the entrance of the hole. It sliced like a blade. Had it not been for the protection of his Dao aura, he would have surely sustained injuries. Let us proceed. Qin Ming grasped Xianling, shaking his body to emit an overwhelming presence of a sage. The rapidly flowing seawater immediately faltered, held in place by Qin Ming's command. Although the water's speed was swift, it remained a natural phenomenon. For a sage, altering such a phenomenon was a trivial endeavor. With the water now stilled, Qin Ming hesitated no longer and plunged into the black void with Xianling. Inside the black hole, darkness enveloped them, devoid of any signs of life. To Qin Ming's sage perception, it felt as though he had entered a realm entirely devoid of vitality. Yet, after traversing for approximately 4 or 5 breaths, his gaze flickered. A beam of light emerged before him and Xianling, accompanied by a surge of life energy emanating from within the black hole, causing Qin Ming's expression to shift in astonishment. He quickened his pace and soon emerged into the light, revealing an ethereal world before him. Before his eyes lay a realm shrouded in mist, with floral fragrances wafting through the air, a veritable paradise adorned with exotic blooms and peculiar grasses, while distant mountains loomed, their peaks cascading with waterfalls, all unveiled to Qin Ming and Xianling. Is this the cave of the Kunpeng? Qin Ming marveled, astonished by the breathtaking scenery surpassing even his own dwelling. The elder's choice of retreat was akin to living as a celestial being, a stark contrast to the desolation of the demon realm. Who dares intrude upon the Master's cave? Just as Qin Ming was enraptured by the beauty of the Kunpeng's abode, a sharp reprimand echoed in his ears. Turning, he beheld a butterfly fluttering before him, no larger than an egg, its wings a vibrant tapestry of colors. Yet its form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, exquisitely crafted as if sculpted from porcelain. Senior, this is a flower spirit from our demon realm, renowned for cultivating rare flowers and herbs. Many demons cherish having a few flower spirits in their abodes to embellish their caves, Xianling explained. Qin Ming seized the butterfly, marveling at its delicate wings, contemplating how splendid his dwelling would become with such flower spirits. You are hurting me, despicable human, release me, or my master shall not spare you upon his return. The flower spirit whimpered, her voice sweet yet urgent. Sisters, what is happening? Who dares cause a ruckus in our master's abode? Ah, a human, run. At that moment, as if responding to the flower spirit's cries, several others emerged from the blossoms, rushing toward Qin Ming. However, upon realizing that the intruder was a human accompanied by a titanic turtle, they promptly recoiled in terror. Sisters, save me. The flower spirit in Qin Ming's grasp cried out in desperation as her companions fled. Little flower spirit, tell me, is the Kunpeng here, and I shall release you? Qin Ming offered. The master is not within the cave. Please let me go. Despicable human, do not deceive me. She sobbed. Qin Ming, true to his word, released the little flower spirit. She darted toward the depths of the cave, glancing back at him with a mix of confusion, evidently surprised that a human would keep his promise. After a few paces, she suddenly turned back and flew to Qin Ming's side. Despicable human, since you have honored your promise, I shall answer a few more of your questions. Ask away, the flower spirit said. What is your name? Qin Ming inquired. My sisters call me the Crying Ghost, she replied. What a peculiar name. Qin Ming chuckled. Do you know where the demon master has gone? I have heard that the master seems to have gone to the Underworld, she answered. The Underworld? What could compel him to venture there? Qin Ming asked, intrigued. Despicable human, do you know what the Pangoax is? The flower spirit questioned. Qin Ming frowned. Are you suggesting that the demon master seeks the Pangoax? Indeed, I have heard that the master is in search of it to confront an even more nefarious human, she affirmed. Which human? Qin Ming probed. The flower spirit pondered for a moment. I believe he is called Zhou Yun or Ma Yun. Yun? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, his expression strange. Are you referring to me? Qin Ming? Yes, that is him. The flower spirit nodded vigorously, then expressed her astonishment. How do you know that despicable human's name? Because I am Qin Ming, he replied with a bemused smile. Ah, you are Qin Ming. Run, sisters. The wicked human who devours our flower spirits has come. The little flower spirit screamed, causing a flurry of activity as a multitude of flower spirits erupted from the blossoms, at least 1,000 in number, creating a spectacular sight. Qin Ming swiftly captured the little flower spirit once more. Wait, he said. As she was ensnared, the flower spirit immediately began to weep. Release me, despicable human. Do not eat me. My flesh is sour. Qin Ming rubbed his nose and replied, I do not consume demon spirits. Relieved, the little flower spirit wiped her tear-streaked face and asked, You truly do not wish to eat us? At your size, I am but a morsel. If you must eat, go for the kunpeng. Have you not heard that saying? In the depths of a northern sea, there exists a fish known as koan, so immense that it cannot be contained in a single vessel. When it transforms into a bird, it is called pong, which requires 2 barbecue grills. The little flower sprite pondered the significance of Qin Ming's words. After a while, this naive little sprite finally grasped the meaning and exclaimed, Wow, you wish to feast upon our master. What? Do you not desire me to consume your master? The little flower sprite immediately began to weep, living up to her reputation as a crybaby. Many of my sisters have been slain by our master. Oh, the wickedness of the human race. I implore you, help my sisters. She sobbed. Qin Ming contemplated for a moment before replying, I too possess a cave abode. If you are willing to decorate it for me, I might consider assisting your sisters. The little flower sprite was instantly overjoyed and asked, Is that truly the case? Do you think I would deceive you? She scrutinized Qin Ming from head to toe, recalling how he had kept his word and released her, a glimmer of trust shining in her eyes, as she declared, I believe you. Then, the little sprite called out, Sisters, do not fear. This human will not harm us. He is not malevolent, and has promised to help rescue our sisters. As her words fell, the butterflies that had just flown away returned, swirling around Qin Ming, chattering incessantly. Will you truly help us rescue our sisters? Our sisters are finally saved. Oh, the prophecy of the colorful butterfly fairy has come to fruition. Hearing the chatter of the little flower sprites, Qin Ming's gaze shifted slightly. Who is the colorful butterfly fairy? He inquired. She is our mother, replied the tearful sprite. Mother? Are you referring to the butterfly ancestor? Xianling whispered. The flower sprites of the entire demon realm are descendants of the butterfly ancestor, who is said to have nurtured them all. And what of her? Qin Ming asked. She fell during the Dragon and Phoenix Gale War, Xianling sighed. Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret. He turned his attention back to the tearful sprite and asked, What is the prophecy of the colorful butterfly fairy? The sprite replied, The colorful butterfly fairy foretold that we would be enslaved for a long time, until a human appears to liberate us. How could she possibly make such a prophecy? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The colorful butterfly fairy belongs to an era long past, dating back to the Dragon and Phoenix Gale War, at least tens of thousands of years ago. How could she foresee events occurring tens of thousands of years hence? Could it be? A terrifying thought emerged in Qin Ming's mind. Could she have reached the realm of perceiving the heavenly secrets? The butterfly ancestor, being the progenitor of the flower sprites among the 10 ancestors of our demon race, has long surpassed the realm of saints, effortlessly grasping the heavenly secrets and calculating the threads of fate. It seems Xianling discerned Qin Ming's thoughts and calmly elucidated. The 10 ancestors of the demon realm are the progenitors from whom the entire demon realm has sprung. Their cultivation is as formidable as that of Hong Jun Dao Zhu. Qin Ming was taken aback. Even saints cannot perceive the heavenly secrets, for they are inscrutable, enveloped by the vast power of causality. Only by tearing apart causality can one hope to discern the heavenly secrets. To achieve such a feat, one must attain the Dao ancestor realm. As far as Qin Ming knew, there was but one Dao ancestor in the 3,000 worlds, Hongjun. The fact that the colorful butterfly fairy could predict events tens of thousands of years in the future signified that she had indeed reached the Dao ancestor realm. To think that these flower sprites are descendants of the Dao ancestor. Qin Ming was greatly astonished, a smile creeping into his gaze. Since these flower sprites are the progeny of the Dao ancestor, rescuing them would mean entwining himself with the causality of the Dao ancestor, gaining a favor from the Dao ancestor. Not only would he have these sprites adorn his cave abode, but he would also acquire a boon from the Dao ancestor, a significant reward indeed. In an instant, Qin Ming resolved to liberate these flower sprites from the Kunpeng's lair. To think you are the descendants of the colorful butterfly fairy. Very well, since the prophecy of the colorful butterfly fairy rests upon my shoulders, I, Qin, shall rescue you from the clutches of the Kunpeng. Come, follow me, he declared, gesturing with his hand to summon the great fortune of the Dao, intending to draw the flower sprites into his sleeves. However, as the little flower sprites felt the pulling force emanating from Qin Ming's sleeves, they were immediately terrified, their faces paling as they cried out, "No, human, we cannot go with you." The tearful sprite yelled in alarm. Qin Ming promptly ceased his efforts and inquired, "Why can you not accompany me? We are enslaved by our master because he possesses a drop of transformative divine dew. We were all born from that drop of dew, and as long as the dew remains in someone's possession, we must obey their commands." Qin Ming furrowed his brow. "Is this divine dew left by the colorful butterfly fairy?" he asked. "No, it was refined by our master," the tearful sprite replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming pondered, "If that is the case, could we not refine this drop of divine dew to liberate you?" "No, if the divine dew is refined, we will perish," the sprite lamented. "Why is that?" Qin Ming questioned, perplexed. "It is because the Kuan Peng has siphoned our fortune, refining it into a drop of divine dew. If the dew is refined, it means our fortune will be destroyed alongside it, and these flower sprites will naturally perish as well," Xianling explained. Qin Ming nodded, observing the flower sprites. It was indeed evident that they were devoid of any fortune, entirely hollow. He could hardly believe that the Kuan Peng had devised such a nefarious scheme to suppress them. In all living beings, regardless of race, losing one's fortune renders the body empty, transforming one into a mere shell, enslaved by others. If fortune is obliterated, one cannot even exist as a shell and will perish instantly. No wonder the Kuan Peng felt secure in raising these flower sprites in his lair. It was because their fortune lay entirely in his hands. With this realization, Qin Ming declared, "Lead me to the Kuan Peng's lair. I shall restore your fortunes." The little flower sprites readily agreed, hopping with joy as they danced around Qin Ming, guiding him toward the lair of the Kuan Peng. Suddenly, a voice boomed. "Why have these flower sprites left their watch outside the valley to venture within?" As the group of sprites entered the valley, a deep, resonant voice echoed. A few flower sprites were startled and immediately fled toward the valley's exit. Just as they retreated, a shadow leaped out from the valley, its gaping maw ready to devour the leading flower sprites. "Sisters, flee!" one cried. "The white serpent lord has awakened." The flower sprites turned pale with fright and began to flee in all directions. "A human?" they whispered as a massive white python, as large as a mountain, slithered out of the valley. "And a descendant of the black tortoise?" The white python flicked its tongue, eyeing Qin Ming and Xianling at the valley's entrance. "Who are you, vile creature?" Qin Ming demanded. "I am the guardian of the master's lair. As a mere human, what are your intentions in entering the master's domain?" The white python spoke in human tongue, its gaze icy. Qin Ming replied calmly, "I intend to slay the Kuan Peng, seize the Thunder Peng, and rescue the flower sprites. If you obstruct me, you shall meet your demise." What audacity! A mere human dares to wreak havoc in a master's lair and even threatens to slay him. "Watch as I devour you, insolent human." The white python laughed uproariously, its voice shaking the valley, filled with utter contempt for Qin Ming. "Devour me? Are you not afraid of choking?" Qin Ming retorted with a cold smile. The white python's arrogance was astounding. It regarded him with utter disdain. Qin Ming, a dignified innate saint, saw this python as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Such a small creature dared to challenge him. Truly a death wish. His gaze sharpened as he observed the situation intently. The white python, merely a being of the Great Luo golden immortal caliber, had audaciously claimed it could devour me, despite the fact that even the quasi-saint beings Tai and Emperor Jun had been obliterated by my hand. What right does this creature possess to utter such threats? In an instant, a surge of saintly might erupted from within Qin Ming, reverberating throughout the Kunping cave like a tempest. Under this overwhelming pressure, the white python trembled as if it were but a leaf caught in a storm, its eyes wide with shock and its bones quaking in fear. "What's this? Have you lost your appetite?" Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the python. "Since achieving the status of a saint, you are the first to dare utter such words to me." With an impassive expression, Qin Ming continued. The aura of the saint trembled, causing the vast energies of the Dao to cascade down like a deluge upon the white python. In that moment, the python felt as though dozens of mountains had been heaped upon it. Even the dragon clan would be unable to withstand such immense pressure. With a sudden gasp, The python's expression shifted, and it spewed forth a mouthful of blood. "Forgive me, esteemed one," it cried desperately, immediately adopting a tone of supplication. "Forgive you? Do you think a saint is one to be disrespected?" Qin Ming's countenance remained cold as he pointed a finger, piercing through the white python's brow. In a mere flick of his wrist, the python, a being of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, was slain. The audacity of this beast was astounding. Believing Qin Ming to be just an ordinary immortal, unaware that he stood above all immortals as the seventh saint of the Primordial era. With its strength, the white python had no capacity to retaliate against Qin Ming. With a mere thought, Qin Ming could effortlessly extinguish its existence. "Master, this python has most likely awakened its innate divine abilities. If you were to utilize the Eastern Emperor Bell, you could consume its primordial spirit and seize its innate powers." The blood demon suddenly spoke within Qin Ming. Qin Ming retorted coldly, "This is merely a Great Luo golden immortal python. Even if it has awakened its innate abilities, what threat does it pose? It would be a desecration of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Only a quasi-saint would be worthy of such an honor." Upon hearing this, the blood demon fell silent. The Eastern Emperor Bell was a congenital supreme treasure, a companion artifact of Tai, inherently infused with a fragment of the Dao's fortune. To absorb such a lowly creature would indeed be an affront to the Bell's sanctity. Qin Ming would never deign to regard the python's innate powers with any seriousness. Elsewhere, as Qin Ming dispatched the white python, beneath the skies of the demon realm, the Kunpeng, clad in white, suddenly sensed a disturbance. Calculating with a flick of his fingers, his expression darkened. "What audacity! Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? How dare they disrespect me?" Enraged, the Kunpeng accelerated, swiftly traversing vast distances in mere breaths. Renowned for its speed, it was second only to the Ice Phoenix within the demon clan, which possessed the innate ability to traverse space. In an instant, the Ice Phoenix could leap across dimensions, far surpassing the Kunpeng's speed. Meanwhile, within the Kunpeng cave, Qin Ming remained oblivious to the Kunpeng's return to the demon realm. After eliminating the white python, he continued deeper into the cave, guided by a cadre of flower demons. After a short while, Qin Ming entered a cavern. "Is this where the Kunpeng meditates?" he inquired. "Indeed, master, he has always meditated here," replied the weeping spirit. "And where is the Huai divine dew?" Qin Ming pressed further. "The Huai divine dew has been sealed by the master, and an illusion has been cast upon the seal. We know only that it resides where the master meditates, but not its exact location," the weeping spirit explained. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ming was relieved to find that as a saint, discerning illusions was a trivial matter. His gaze shifted, and he subtly activated his saintly fortune. In an instant, a ghostly light materialized before him, revealing secrets hidden within the cavern. "Is this the sealing array?" Qin Ming approached the cavern's depths and unleashed his Dao fortune against the stone wall. With a resounding hum, the wall rippled as if disturbed water. Seeing the stone wall ripple, Qin Ming hesitated no longer. He grasped the wall with both hands and tore it apart. With a sharp sound, the illusion woven over the sealing array was rent in twain, revealing a stone pedestal upon which rested a jade basin, smooth as a polished plate. Threads of spiritual light surged into the basin. Qin Ming reached out to grasp a glimmer of this spiritual light. Recognizing its essence bore resemblance to that of the flower demons. "I wondered who dared intrude upon my domain. It is you, Qin Ming. You have slain the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun, yet you remain unsatisfied? Do you seek my life as well?" At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from behind Qin Ming. Turning, he beheld the Kunpeng, the very guardian of this cave. Familiar with the Kunpeng, Qin Ming felt no surprise. Previously informed by the flower demons that the Kunpeng had left the cave, he had not expected such a swift return. However, this was fortuitous, for Qin Ming had intended to confront this old creature. "You have finally returned," Qin Ming remarked, fixing his gaze upon the Kunpeng. "What brings you here?" "Of course. If there were no matter of importance, why would I visit your cave?" I wonder what matter could possibly warrant a saint's visit," the Kunpeng retorted, his brow furrowing. "I have heard you possess an egg of the Thunderpong," Qin Ming stated. "Indeed. Should you hand it over, I, Qin, shall owe you a favor today. But if you refuse, do not blame me for being impolite," the Kunpeng laughed heartily. "You, a mere human, have the audacity to demand something from a demon?" Qin Ming's brow knitted slightly. If that is so, then I shall have no choice but to be impolite. The Kunpeng chuckled. Impolite? If you'd said this a few days ago, it might have given me pause. But today, if you believe you can suppress me merely due to your saintly rank, you are gravely mistaken. Oh, I wonder what skill you have cultivated in recent days to embolden you to challenge me. Qin Ming replied, taken aback, as he scrutinized the Kunpeng, puzzled as to why this creature had grown so brazen in such a short span. With a sudden hum, a surge of saintly might erupted from Qin Ming, casting a shadow over the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng's expression darkened, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The saintly might washed over him like a thunderclap, rendering his visage pale. Yet Qin Ming maintained a tranquil demeanor. As he glanced at the Kunpeng, he prepared to wield the celestial measuring rod to strike him down. Unexpectedly, in that very instant, the Kunpeng made a sudden move. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized jade gourd flew forth from his sleeve. The Kunpeng's internal energy surged, and the jade gourd expanded tenfold in the wind. Grasping the gourd with one hand, he reached inside with the other, extracting a sword hilt forged entirely from golden light. A piercing hum echoed through the air as the Kunpeng drew forth a radiant sword from the gourd. What? Qin Ming's expression shifted. As the sword emerged, waves of merit power surged wildly within the cavern. The recently unleashed power of the sage was utterly obliterated the moment it encountered the force of merit. Qin Ming was taken aback. What kind of treasure was the jade gourd in the hands of the Kunpeng? It could actually shake his sage's might. Even a congenital supreme treasure could not so effortlessly dismantle his sage power. The force of merit emanating from that jade gourd accomplished this feat with astonishing ease. It was simply unfathomable. One might wonder what this jade gourd truly was. The Kunpeng sneered, a smug expression adorning his face, and declared, "This jade gourd is a merit artifact forged by the ancestral Nielong, one of the 10 ancestors of the demon realm. In the past, this Nielong used this sword to slay a celestial phoenix who had reached the Dao Ancestor realm. Qin Ming, you are merely in the sage realm. How could you possibly compare to an existence of the Dao Ancestor level? Nielong?" Qin Ming furrowed his brows. If he was not mistaken, this so-called Nielong was likely one of the 10 ancestors of the demon race. Chapter 40. The Great Dao's fortune that shakes the world. It remained uncertain to which clan of dragon or phoenix scales Nielong belonged. After experiencing a fierce battle among the dragon, phoenix, and scale clans, they had already begun to merge. Since Nielong had once wielded this sword to slay a celestial phoenix, it was highly probable that this ancestor belonged to the dragon clan. The Kunpeng had somehow acquired a treasure forged by a Dao ancestor. Moreover, this treasure seemed to be a merit spiritual treasure. Such artifacts surpass even congenital supreme treasures. What incredible fortune had the Kunpeng stumbled upon to possess a merit spiritual treasure? Qin Ming was astonished, his heart racing in fear. He had never anticipated that the Kunpeng possessed such a spiritual treasure. No wonder that old fellow had previously exuded such confidence. He must have believed that his merit spiritual treasure could easily annihilate him. So, Qin Ming, do you still have the confidence to slay me? The Kunpeng smiled, his face rife with arrogance. The power of this merit spiritual treasure was inconceivable. Although the Kunpeng had yet to reach the sage realm and could not fully unleash the jade gourd's might, even activating just 3 or 4/10 of its power would make it trivial to obliterate Qin Ming. The key point was that the Kunpeng did not intend to use this treasure to kill Qin Ming. After all, this individual was already a congenital sage, an indestructible being. All things decay, but the sage does not. The sun and moon may perish, yet the sage remains eternal. Having transcended the mundane, Qin Ming, even with the Kunpeng wielding a merit spiritual treasure, could not be completely annihilated. However, the fact that a spiritual treasure could not kill him did not imply that the Great Dao could not bring about his demise. With that thought, the Kunpeng flicked his wrist, and a beam of sword light erupted from the sword in his hand. The brilliance of the sword light was akin to that of the sun, and in an instant, the sky dimmed slightly. With a resonating hum, the sword light surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire cave. In that moment, as the sword light enveloped him, Qin Ming's expression turned peculiar. He felt a tidal wave of great Dao power suddenly surge around his body, a force even surpassing the primal chaos energy. At that moment, Qin Ming could only activate the fortune of the Great Dao, utterly unable to wield the powers of the Great Dao. The relationship between the fortune of the Great Dao and the powers of the Great Dao was akin to that of skin and flesh. The powers of the Great Dao were the core strength, while the fortune of the Great Dao was merely its surface manifestation. How could the surface manifestation contend with the core strength? In a breath's time, the fortune of the Great Dao, summoned by Qin Ming's sage aura, was directly crushed by the powers of the Great Dao. Following that, boundless powers of the Great Dao surged forth, instantly flooding into Qin Ming's body. The overwhelming force surrounding him was already terrifying to an unimaginable degree. As the powers of the Great Dao rushed into his body, Qin Ming felt as though he was igniting in flames. This sensation was intensely strong, as if he would turn to ash at any moment. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, Qin Ming dared not hesitate. He immediately summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell. A torrent of Great Dao fortune erupted forth from the bell, and the resounding chimes echoed throughout the cave engulfed by the sword light. However, to Qin Ming's astonishment, even invoking the Eastern Emperor Bell did not stir the powers of the Great Dao. The powers converging from all directions grew ever more abundant and intense, akin to a flood breaching its dam, surging inexorably toward him. Disaster. Qin Ming's heart raced with anxiety, feeling an escalating vitality simmering within him. That old fellow was not aiming to kill him. Rather, he sought to awaken his 5 declines of humanity. Qin Ming was taken aback, suddenly realizing the Kunpeng's intent. The latter had no intention of utilizing that merit spiritual treasure to slay him. He likely understood that a merit spiritual treasure wielded by a quasi-sage demon could not fully unleash its power. Thus, annihilating a sage like himself was out of the question. However, while he could not use the Jade gourd to kill him, he could channel the endless powers of the Great Dao into his own body. The merit spiritual treasure could inherently invoke the powers of the Great Dao, and the Kunpeng was not aiming to kill him, but rather to infuse this power into his own body. In doing so, he sought to rapidly elevate his realm toward the Dao realm. In this process, it was bound to trigger the 5 declines of humanity. Once the 5 declines descended, even if a Dao ancestor intervened, his demise would be inevitable. In that instant, Qin Ming discerned the Kunpeng's objective. His eyes flickered, his face awash with shock. Although the Kunpeng's strength was shallow, rendering him unable to rival a sage, his cunning was indeed formidable. He had actually conceived the idea of utilizing the 5 declines of humanity against him. The 5 declines of humanity were an ordeal every sage must endure. Just as the heavens and earth experience spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and the sun and moon undergo waxing and waning, so too do sages encounter 5 forms of decline: flesh, intellect, fortune, primordial spirit, and life. The terror of the 5 declines is such that any sage speaking of it would change their countenance. For once the 5 declines descend, without prior preparation, one would face certain death. Even with preparation, a slight misstep could lead to the extinguishing of one's Dao and the loss of life. Although many sages inhabited the Honghuang continent, those courageous enough to confront the 5 declines of humanity were exceedingly few. Throughout the ages, only Hongjun had dared to do so. It was astonishing that the Kunpeng had devised such a method to contend with him. Qin Ming mused, his expression filled with disbelief. The Kunpeng had undoubtedly recognized that, with his current strength, he could not be his opponent. Hence, he resorted to a secondary approach, employing the merit spiritual treasure to stimulate Qin Ming's 5 declines of humanity. The 5 declines unfold through 5 stages. The first is the decay of flesh, leading to hair loss, tooth loosening, and significant decline in bodily functions. Next, intellect gradually diminishes, transforming a normal individual into someone unable to care for themselves, ultimately devolving into an imbecile. At that moment, as the 5 declines within Qin Ming were triggered, the torrent of life force surging into his body suddenly stalled. The once vibrant vitality within him, in an instant, exhibited signs of twilight. Qin Ming understood that the emergence of this twilight energy signified the commencement of his bodily decay. For indeed, the extremes of one thing lead to its opposite. The fullness of the moon must give way to its waning. As all things develop to their zenith, they inevitably transition toward another extreme. At that moment, the vitality within Qin Ming had reached its utmost limit, comparable to the life force of an entire realm. However, This very abundance of life force precipitated a reversal within him. As twilight energy emerged, vast swathes of six, even the skin and flesh, are visibly deteriorating. The most alarming aspect is that Qin Ming is powerless to halt his body's transformation. Despite employing the power of the Great Dao, he cannot prevent the onset of the 5 signs of decay. Spare your efforts, Qin Ming. Without the intervention of a Dao ancestor, the advent of the 5 signs of decay is inevitable, scoffed, seemingly divining Qin Ming's intention to resist. Your ingenuity in devising this scheme is commendable, Qin Ming remarked calmly, especially your knowledge of the meritorious treasure left behind by the 10 ancestors of the demon realm. It appears your desire to afflict me with the 5 signs of decay has been brewing for quite some time. Responded. While the notion of using the 5 signs of decay against you has long occupied my thoughts, another individual ultimately swayed my decision. Oh, Qin Ming, since your demise is imminent, why indulge such curiosity? Given my impending departure from this world, I naturally wish to ascertain the identity of the mastermind, Qin Ming countered. Furrowed his brow, his gaze wavering slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a tranquil voice echoed through the void. Qin Ming, I had intended to slay you during the grand assembly of immortals, but you conveniently sought your own demise. As the newly appointed sacred emperor of the demon clan, it is my prerogative to employ the 5 signs of decay to eliminate you. As the voice subsided, a comely young man emerged from the cavern engulfed in the power of the Great Dao. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he was adorned with the aura of the Great Dao, and a Lotus platform shimmered faintly behind him, signifying his attainment of at least the Grand Luo golden immortal realm. Who are you? Hey, what is your relationship to? Or Qin Ming inquired, his appearance now resembling that of a decrepit old man, his gaze fixed upon the young man, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I am the incarnation of the White Lotus, and during the Dragon Phoenix War, I was adopted by as his son, the only direct descendant of... The young man replied serenely. The incarnation of the White Lotus? Qin Ming muttered, pondering aloud. What is your connection to Ancestor? Oh, you are familiar with my ancestor's monastic name? The young man responded, his gaze unwavering. Ancestor is indeed my grandmaster. So, Ancestor has truly emerged, Qin Ming exclaimed, slightly taken aback. This was the first he had heard of Ancestor. This individual was the founder of the Western religion, and in the original timeline, Ancestor had 2 prominent disciples and, however, due to Qin Ming's intervention, events had diverged, had been brought to the Primordial continent, and was residing in 8th Scenery Palace, effectively severing his ties to the Western religion. As for Ancestor, he was one of the 3 renowned ancestors of the Primordial continent, on par with, and originally one of the 4 ancestors of the Primordial continent, was now merely a congenital saint, far from the Dao ancestor realm. No wonder I detect a faint trace of ethereal incense on you. I presume this is the power of faith you have been gathering? Qin Ming remarked. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, you are worthy of being a congenital saint, capable of perceiving the power of faith that clings to me. The power of faith is a force comparable to the power of merit. Upon reaching the level of a congenital saint, refining spiritual energy is no longer sufficient to enhance one's cultivation. Congenital saints subsist on the power of merit, refining it to attain higher realms. The power of faith serves a similar purpose to the power of merit. However, while their functions are similar, the means of acquiring these 2 forces differ. The power of faith is derived from believers, and the more numerous the devotees, the greater the power of faith. This explains the Western religion's extensive construction of jungles and temples in later generations. The new sacred emperor of the demon clan possesses only a faint trace of the power of faith, but this indicates that he is aspiring to the realm of a saint. It appears you have already begun your attempt to ascend to the realm of a saint, Qin Ming stated. So you have discerned my intentions? The young man smiled. However, even if you have, it is of little consequence, as your demise is imminent. What makes you so certain that the 5 signs of decay can vanquish me? Qin Ming inquired with a smile. The young man chuckled, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Qin Ming, who do you presume yourself to be? Even who is but a step away from the Dao ancestor realm, cannot withstand the 5 signs of decay. What makes you believe you possess the ability to resist? Qin Ming fell silent, acknowledging the veracity of the young man's words. The 5 signs of decay are indeed the most formidable crisis that congenital saints must confront. A moment of carelessness can undo eons of cultivation. Even the renowned congenital saint of the primordial continent, whose accumulated power of merit is nearly sufficient to reach the Dao Ancestor realm, would face the risk of perishing should the 5 signs of decay descend upon her. To think that you too could vanquish me with the 5 signs of decay is a gross miscalculation, Qin Ming scoffed. He promptly activated the 9 revolutions mysterious technique. With a resounding hum, the entire demon realm trembled violently. Now a congenital saint, Qin Ming could encompass the entire demon realm with a single thought. Upon activating the 9 revolutions mysterious technique, the entire demon realm, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, would instantly fall under Qin Ming's dominion. The fortune of heaven and earth stagnated abruptly, like a torrential downpour, swirling throughout the realm. All the power of the Great Dao within the demon realm was mobilized by Qin Ming in that instant. The humming sound engulfed the cavern, and the young man displayed expressions of abject terror. How is this possible? This fellow has actually mobilized the power of the Great Dao throughout the entire demon realm. Even and in their prime could not accomplish this. Exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with dread. The young man beside him was equally terrified. Even my master has never shaken the fortune of the Great Dao of a realm. Who is this boy? How can he possess such terrifying abilities? The young man's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at Qin Ming in trepidation. Although he had anticipated that activating the meritorious treasure to confront Qin Ming would trigger the latter's 5 signs of decay, he never imagined that even in the face of the 5 signs of decay, Qin Ming would possess the power to mobilize the fortune of the Great Dao of an entire realm. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even, let alone any congenital saint in the primordial continent. The only exception was Ancestor. Qin Ming, a congenital saint, had defied the ravages of the 5 signs of decay and mobilized the fortune of the Great Dao of an entire realm. This was not merely terrifying. It was utterly defying the heavens. How can you possibly shake the fortune of the Great Dao of a realm with your strength? The young man inquired in bewildered astonishment. Qin Ming smiled, offering no response. The boundless power of the Great Dao washed over Qin Ming's body, and the deathly aura surging within him was expelled from his body like a receding tide. This boy has actually forced the deathly aura out of his body. The young man's gaze was as dark as ink as he stared intently at Qin Ming. He could not have foreseen that Qin Ming could expel the deathly aura from his body. This was the decay of flesh and blood, a manifestation of the 5 signs of decay. Once the decay of flesh and blood descended upon a saint, the aging of the body would be irreversible. However, by mobilizing the fortune of the Great Dao of an entire realm, Qin Ming had managed to expel the deathly aura from his body. The surging power of the Great Dao poured into Qin Ming's body, causing his countenance to become increasingly youthful. The previously fallen white hair was now revitalized. Strands of black hair sprouted anew from his scalp. Furthermore, the recently lost teeth were also gradually growing back. In a matter of moments, a set of milk teeth had emerged. How is this possible? His body is actually regaining its vitality. The young man's mind reeled as he stared at Qin Ming in utter disbelief. Beside him, Kunpeng's expression was hardly any better. What manner of prodigy is this? Even in the face of the 5 declines of heaven and man, he has managed to grow hair. Kunpeng exclaimed in disbelief. With his vast experience, he had encountered innate saints who had undergone the 5 declines, and all without exception had perished under its decay. Yet here stands Qin Ming, merely an innate saint, who can seemingly disregard the effects of the 5 declines. This was nothing short of astonishing. Even Kunpeng had never heard of such a defiance of fate. A mere human saint, capable of resisting the 5 declines. Kunpeng's gaze darkened with murderous intent as he looked at Qin Ming. He knew that if Qin Ming were to survive the 5 declines, neither he nor the new demon monarch beside him would escape death. Among the 2 demons, the highest cultivation was merely at the level of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, far from the realm of innate saints. Since Qin Ming could withstand the 5 declines, his potential was beyond measure. If he did not act now to eliminate Qin Ming, once this individual overcame the crisis, Kunpeng was certain that Qin Ming would strike against them. Realizing this, Kunpeng's expression turned grave as he spoke to the demon monarch. This fellow's potential has thoroughly humiliated us. He has summoned the fate of an entire realm to counter the 5 declines. If we take this opportunity to eliminate him, once he overcomes his decline, we may not even know how we met our demise. The young demon nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of eagerness as he looked at Qinming. Suddenly, Kunpeng's impatience flared. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his jade gourd, drawing forth a radiant sword from within. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded the sword and struck towards Qinming. Waves of merit power surged within the cave, a torrent akin to a cataclysmic flood, rushing toward Qinming. Previously, Qinming would have retreated from such an overwhelming force of merit. However, at this moment, he had activated the entire demon realm's fate. What an unfathomable and terrifying fate it was. As the merit power surged violently toward him, Qinming's expression darkened, but without hesitation. He struck out with his palm against the sword's light. With a resounding crash, the entire cave trembled. The fate of the world is the power of heaven and earth, and once summoned, even the heavens would quake. The fate Qinming summoned was beyond imagination. Not only did the cave tremble, but at the moment he activated that fate, half of the demon realm experienced a seismic upheaval. The landscape shifted dramatically, the very fabric of reality contorted. An immense roar of fate echoed within the cave. Unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, and with a thunderous sound, the cave's ceiling was blown away by the force of fate. Simultaneously, endless fate rolled back, taking the shape of a colossal hand, producing an indescribable and terrifying roar. With a powerful impact, the gigantic hand of fate collided with the sword light, causing the merit power within to tremble violently, on the verge of shattering. In that instant, the immense hand of fate suddenly dispersed outward. The sword light, sensing impending doom, instinctively contracted, attempting to heighten its power. However, how could Qinming grant Kunpeng such an opportunity? The boundless fate rolled back, and before Kunpeng could react, in an instant, both the sword light and Kunpeng himself were engulfed by the tide of fate. "Save me, monarch!" Kunpeng exclaimed in horror. In that moment of being consumed by fate, he felt an overwhelming weakness, as vast amounts of spiritual energy dissipated from within his body. Even the jade gourd in his hand began to crack, unable to withstand the power of fate. The young monarch, witnessing this, mobilized his spiritual energy, intending to intervene. Yet at that moment, the fate engulfing Kunpeng surged with a deadly intent. Before the young man could react, he watched in terror as Kunpeng was reduced to mere fragments by the power of fate. The demon master, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his spirit shaken as he beheld the scene. Kunpeng, the esteemed demon master, the foremost among the demons beneath the 2 heavenly emperors, who had survived since the era of the Dragon and Phoenix conflict, was slain by Qinming with a single strike. It was a breathtakingly swift defeat. With a swift motion, Qinming collected both the jade gourd and Kunpeng's remains. With Kunpeng slain, the gourd naturally belonged to Qinming. Yet in that moment, he failed to notice Kunpeng's storage bag, unaware of the Thunder Rock Egg's location. Qinming had entered the demon realm primarily for that egg. Returning empty-handed was not an option he would entertain. However, with the demon monarch still at large, he could not afford to waste time searching for the Thunder Rock Egg. With a flick of his wrist, Qinming charged forth, aiming a palm strike at the young man. The latter's white lotus projection trembled, unleashing a burst of celestial light toward Qinming. Yet, Qinming was now wielding the fate of an entire realm. With a single palm strike, he could reduce mountains and rivers to dust. How could this mere celestial light hope to withstand him? With a thunderous sound, Qinming remained unfazed, his palm effortlessly shattering the celestial light. In an instant, the shattered celestial light unleashed an overwhelming wave of pressure upon the white lotus. Before the young man could comprehend the situation, the white lotus shattered before his eyes. With a spurt of blood, the young man felt his spirit wounded, staring at Qinming in disbelief. "You!" His eyes bulged with fury as he glared at Qinming. The white lotus projection was the manifestation of his cultivation. Its destruction meant it would take countless years to reconstruct. Qinming had obliterated what he had painstakingly built. The young man was consumed by rage, merely a manifestation. "And yet your life hangs by a thread," Qinming coldly remarked. Without hesitation, he struck again. The young man, alarmed, unleashed his spiritual energy in a frenzy. Emerald light cascading from his body as he attempted to retreat from Qinming's descending palm. Alas, Qinming had already reached the level of an innate saint. In an instant, he could traverse vast distances, even if the heavenly monarch fled to the ends of the earth. Qin Ming could pursue him in the blink of an eye. Thus, as the young man retreated, Qin Ming's gaze remained calm. In the next moment, he stood before the young man, raising his hand to strike down. Just then, waves of belief power intertwined before the young man. I cannot allow you to kill someone I have painstakingly accepted as a disciple. A booming voice resonated through the cave. Qin Ming frowned, preparing to retreat. But before him appeared a swirling vortex. An elderly hand emerged from within the vortex, forming a seal. Suddenly, the finger pointed toward Qin Ming's brow, unleashing an overwhelming surge of belief power. The pressure was so immense that even Qin Ming felt his heart tremble. Master, the heavenly monarch rejoiced, elation flooding his face upon seeing the old hand. Such a useless thing, a mere ant newly entering the saint realm, has forced you to this extent. A voice of reprimand echoed from the vortex as the finger approached Qin Ming, poised to strike. Suddenly, Qin Ming summoned the aura of a sage within him, unleashing waves of divine power that inundated the cave. In an instant, he launched a punch, channeling boundless Daoist energy toward the finger pointed at him. With a resounding crash, the collision of his fist and the fingertip obliterated the entire cavern. The immense energy of the Dao and the force of belief surged and roiled as if boiling water, filling the air. The old hand that had received Qin Ming's strike trembled slightly, and the concentrated power of belief at the fingertip shattered. The aged voice echoed from the vortex, acknowledging, I underestimated you, Qin Ming. Having just entered the sage realm, you can withstand my finger. Your strength is indeed remarkable. Are you the guide of the Western sect? Qin Ming inquired, his brow furrowing and his expression impassive. Immediately, a voice emerged from the vortex, declaring, How many sages do you think exist on the primordial continent? I am indeed the guide of the Western sect. Qin Ming's gaze flickered as he asked, What relation do you have with the demon emperor? He is my disciple, the guide replied, continuing, If you wish to slay him, you must first contend with me. We are both at the sage level, and should we engage, it may take years, even centuries, to determine a victor. The 10,000 Immortals Conference is on horizon, and I have received an invitation. If you're unwilling to let me take my errant disciple, feel free to seek me out at the conference. After this declaration, another vortex materialized above the demon emperor's shoulder. An old hand reached out, pulling the demon emperor into the whirlpool. Qin Ming observed this scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from interference. The guide was correct. Engaging now would yield no swift resolution. With the imminent 10,000 Immortals Conference, Qin Ming needed to prepare diligently, refining several spiritual treasures into innate treasures. Without doing so, facing the assembly of innate sages at the conference could prove overwhelming. Presently, he possessed only the Eastern Emperor Bell, an innate treasure which would be insufficient to contend with the other innate sages. Only by refining his spiritual treasures to match the quality of innate treasures could he hope to withstand their brilliance. With this thought, Qin Ming dismissed his distractions. Now that the cave was in ruins, it would be much easier for him to search for the Thunder Rock Egg. Furthermore, with the Kunpeng slain and the demon emperor taken by the guide, he would be undisturbed in his endeavors. Thus, he could devote himself entirely to finding the whereabouts of the Thunder Rock Egg. 2 days later, upon the surface of the South Abyss Sea, a vessel belonging to the demon clan sailed smoothly across the waters. The crew, basking in the shimmering sea where the sky met the horizon, felt at ease, anticipating a swift arrival ashore due to the calm weather. However, without warning, a colossal wave erupted from the previously tranquil sea. The crew had little time to react before a massive shadow, akin to a mountain, emerged from the depths. It is Lord Xianling. Retreat, they shouted. What brings Lord Xianling to the South Abyss? This is the territory of the Kunpeng. His presence will surely attract the attention of the Kunpeng Demon Master. Recognizing the immense shadow as Xianling, who resided in the North Abyss, the demons were taken aback. Yet, Xianling had no time to spare for the lesser beings. He bore Qin Ming onward toward the North Abyss. Several hours later, as Qin Ming sat cross-legged on Xuanling's back, he opened his eyes, his sage aura fully restored. Over the past 2 days, he had finally discovered the location of the Thunder Rock Egg within a pavilion inhabited by the Kunpeng. With all matters in the demon realm settled, there was little reason for Qin Ming to remain. He retrieved the celestial measuring ruler and prepared to sever his space to depart. Just as he was about to teleport away, Xuanling's deep voice called out, "Senior, please wait. Is there something you need?" Qin Ming inquired, glancing back at Xianling. "May I accompany you in your cultivation?" Xianling asked. Qin Ming frowned. "Why would you wish to join me in the human realm? The energies there are not as potent." Xianling replied, "You are a being of the innate sage level, and being near you, even merely absorbing your wisdom, would surely propel my cultivation forward." After pondering, Qin Ming recognized Xianling as a descendant of the Xuanwu, whose potential could be formidable if he awakened his bloodline. It was said that the Xuanwu could manipulate the laws of water and command the seas with ease. Should Xianling awaken his heritage, it could prove advantageous for Qin Ming. With this in mind, he nodded and said, "Stay by my side for now. You shall serve as my steed." "At your command." Xianling rejoiced, immediately shrinking to the size of a room. He then summoned his escape light and soared into the spatial passage with Qin Ming. While Qin Ming already had the ancestral Qilin as a mount, Xuanling's presence would merely enhance his capabilities. Furthermore, the ancestral Qilin, once fully cultivated, would possess power far surpassing that of Xianling. During the legendary battle between dragons and phoenixes, the ancestral Qilin had played a pivotal role, while the Xuanwu lineage had merely been a supporting character, lacking comparable strength. However, given that Xianling was a descendant of the Xuanwu, and considering the grudge against Nuwa for slaying his ancestor to use his limbs as pillars of heaven, keeping Xianling close could yield a powerful ally. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and thus Qin Ming had no qualms about bringing Xianling along. After a few hours of silence, Qin Ming returned to his cave. With a flick of his sleeve, a swarm of butterflies emerged from within. These butterflies were the flower spirits he had brought from the Kunpeng's lair. "Is this your cave? It looks rather shabby," one of the spirits exclaimed, immediately stirring agreement among the others. Qin Ming, who had been focused solely on his cultivation, had never cared for the aesthetics of his dwelling. Had he not seen the Kunpeng's cave, he would not have entertained the idea of decorating his own. Hearing the flower spirits disparage his cave, Qin Ming could only offer a wry smile. "All right, I need to forge some equipment. Please help me adorn this cave." With that, he turned and entered his workshop. The flower spirits promptly set to work, bustling about the cave. Qin Ming paid them no mind as he retrieved the Thunder Rock egg. A faint current of electricity danced across its surface, and upon touching the eggshell, he felt a distinct jolt. Fortunately, the current was not particularly strong, and with his current sage-level power, he dismissed it easily. With a concentration of thought, Qin Ming suddenly activated the Daoist energy. Across the vast expanse, boundless Daoist energy surged forth, flooding into the room like a torrent. The Thunder Rock egg had yet to hatch, and to harness its essence using the Eastern Emperor Bell, he first needed to bring it to life. The power of the Dao was the only means to achieve this. The Kunpeng, lacking the prowess of an innate sage, could not hatch the egg. However, as an innate sage himself, Qin Ming found it a simple task to gather the vast energy required to incubate the Thunder Rock egg. The room was soon filled with a tumult of Daoist energy, bubbling and boiling in anticipation. Under the mastery of Qin Ming, the essence of the Great Dao surged directly towards the Thunder Rock egg, entering it with a speed visible to the naked eye. The currents enveloping the shell suddenly intensified, intertwining densely as if the egg were clad in armor. Qin Ming did not cease his manipulation of the Great Dao's fortune. 5 days later, with a flicker of thought, he opened his eyes to find the currents above the Thunder Rock egg had vanished, revealing a crack in the shell. Vital energy poured forth from this fissure. With a loud crack, Qin Ming was overjoyed as he focused intently on the scene before him. A yet unopened rock chick had pecked through the shell, its head emerging. It had finally hatched. Qin Ming murmured to himself and immediately urged the Great Dao's fortune, intending to claim this young Thunder Rock. Yet as he reached out, a flicker of reluctance surfaced in his heart. If this Thunder Rock were his adversary, he would show no mercy. However, this creature had just hatched. It was a fledgling life, innocent even as the offspring of the Thunder Rock, having yet to know this world. To slay it now would be an affront to the natural order. At the level of a primal saint, every action bore consequences entangled with karma, the Dao, and virtue. Slaying this young Thunder Rock would surely invoke misfortune upon his future ascension to the status of Dao Ancestor. With this thought, Qin Ming shook his head, relinquishing the notion of killing the young creature. He gently extracted it from the shell. The little one, still blind, instinctively began to suckle on Qin Ming's finger. Driven by hunger. Amused, he tossed the young thunder rock to the ancestral Qilin. From now on, he will be your little brother. Take good care of him. The ancestral Qilin kicked the young thunder rock with a hoof, embodying the essence of an elder brother bullying his younger sibling, clearly unimpressed by the tiny creature. It was worth noting that during the ancient Dragon and Phoenix conflict, the Thunder Rock clan had sided with the Phoenix clan against the Scale clan, their mortal enemies. Even after millennia, the ancestral Qilin, one of the Scale clan, harbored disdain for the Thunder Rock. The young Thunder Rock, seemingly in pain from the kick, let out 2 shrill cries and suddenly expelled 2 bolts of lightning the size of bowls, sending the ancestral Qilin into a frenzy, yelping in distress. Such formidable lightning power from one so small was astonishing. Should it grow, even a primal saint might find it challenging to withstand the bolts produced by this little creature. Qin Ming's gaze sharpened as he recognized the young Thunder Rock's extraordinary potential. He sighed deeply. While the lightning power of the Thunder Rock was indeed potent, this fledgling was still in its infancy. The difference between its current lightning power and that of a fully matured Thunder Rock was akin to a firefly against the bright moon. With its present capabilities, the young Thunder Rock could not hope to forge even a single spiritual treasure. This realization left Qin Ming feeling somewhat helpless. Blood Demon, do you have any methods to expedite this little Thunder Rock's growth? Qin Ming inquired. The Blood Demon replied, of course, there's a way. What way? Qin Ming pressed further. I recall that the remains of the Kunpeng are currently in your possession. If you allow this little one to devour the demonic essence from the Kunpeng's corpse, it will grow rapidly, the Blood Demon explained. At this juncture, the Blood Demon's demeanor shifted to one of hesitation. Qin Ming's spirit soared. Although the Thunder Rock egg had hatched, the young creature's mastery over lightning was utterly negligible, insufficient for his needs in forging. Hence, Qin Ming was determined to find a way to enhance the Thunder Rock's abilities. Fortunately, after slaying the Kunpeng, he had not left its remains behind in its lair, but had instead stored them. Originally, Qin Ming intended to use the Kunpeng's corpse to forge a magical artifact. But if allowing the little one to consume it would augment its strength, he would not hesitate. He promptly retrieved the Kunpeng's remains. The young creature seemed to sense the aura of the corpse and immediately flapped its undeveloped wings, rushing towards it, chirping excitedly. Qin Ming smiled gently and summoned the fortune of the saints. Torrents of Dao essence surged into the Kunpeng's body. In an instant, the corpse trembled, releasing vast amounts of demonic energy. The little one displayed a greedy expression, rushing forward without hesitation to absorb the demonic essence with its mouth wide open. Minutes later, the little creature let out a burp, appearing slightly tipsy, staggering as if about to fall. Observing this, Qin Ming halted the influx of Dao essence and cradled the little one in his palm. Sure enough, after this feeding, the lightning power within the creature had indeed increased somewhat. However, this enhancement was merely on par with a strike from Celestial Immortal, still falling short of Qin Ming's expectations. Yet, the little one was now sated, and even if Qin Ming continued to extract more demonic essence from the Kunpeng's body, it would no longer consume it. Left with no choice, Qin Ming ceased his efforts. Fortunately, there was still time before the grand assembly of the Immortals commenced. He hoped to cultivate this little one before the event, enabling it to utilize its lightning power to refine several magical artifacts into primal treasures. When the grand assembly arrived, he would not fear the primal saints invited by the celestial Daoist. Lost in thought, Qin Ming stored the Kunpeng's remains and closed his eyes to meditate, entering a state of stillness. Half a month later, after Qin Ming's diligent nurturing, the little one had fully absorbed the Kunpeng's demonic essence and had matured from its juvenile stage, progressing towards adulthood as a Thunder Rock. Following its consumption of the Kunpeng's essence, the lightning power it now wielded, while not matching that of a primordial golden immortal, was comparable to that of a great golden immortal. Qin Ming initially considered waiting longer for the little one to grow further. However, seeing that the grand assembly of the immortals was imminent, he knew he could not afford to delay. After giving the little one a few instructions, Qin Ming took out the celestial measuring ruler. This was the magical artifact he most wished to forge, as it was the one he utilized most frequently. As for the Phoenix Blood Cauldron and the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man, they could wait. The moment the little one spotted the celestial measuring ruler, its eyes sparkled with excitement. It flapped its tiny wings and unleashed a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck the ruler, causing it to tremble violently. A surge of spiritual energy erupting from within, seemingly unable to withstand the assault of the lightning. The little one's current lightning power rivaled that of a great golden immortal, a force that could contend with the tribulations of heaven. Under such strain, the celestial measuring ruler could hardly endure. Moreover, with Qin Ming and the little one working in tandem, the ruler, being his artifact, relinquished its resistance. Incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Boom! Seeing that the ruler had not been destroyed, the little one seemed to tap into its ferocity, flapping its wings again to unleash another bolt of lightning. The lightning, the size of a wash basin, struck the celestial measuring ruler, and within moments, the spiritual energy within the ruler began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Qin Ming frowned, evidently dissatisfied. The little one flapped its wings once more, launching yet another bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, the celestial measuring ruler quaked violently, unable to bear the repeated assaults. The spiritual energy swirling within it collapsed instantaneously. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly activated the essence of the Great Dao, flooding the ruler with torrents of Dao energy. The ruler shivered as intricate patterns began to manifest on its surface, and as the boundless Dao energy surged, its spirit rapidly escalated. Boom! At that very moment, Qin Ming's gaze shifted, and he beheld a bolt of lightning descending from the previously clear sky, with a direct aim at the celestial measuring ruler. A forceful strike landed upon its surface. Observing this scene, Qin Ming not only felt no shock, rather, a glimmer of delight flickered in his gaze. He had long heard that when a spiritual treasure advanced to the level of a supreme treasure, it would stir the heavens, invoking the manifestation of heavenly tribulations. The lightning that had just struck was undoubtedly the work of the heavenly Dao, Qin Ming murmured. His attention then shifted to the little creature beside him, and he continued, "This little one is only just hatched, and its innate lightning power is limited. If I were to rely solely on it, the prospect of refining all the treasures in my possession into innate supreme treasures seems utterly impossible. However, if I can provoke the heavenly tribulation and subsequently utilize it for refinement, it would surely suffice for the transformation of these spiritual treasures." At this point, Qin Ming cradled the thunder rock and soared beyond his cave, gazing at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Suddenly, with a hum, he felt a stirring within him and activated his sage's fortune, channeling the Dao's energy directly into the celestial measuring ruler. At that moment, as if sensing the Dao's energy within the ruler, the tribulation clouds above trembled violently. A bolt of lightning, the size of a basin, descended with great force. The swirling Dao energy within the celestial measuring ruler quivered fiercely. Instead of dissipating, it became increasingly solidified under the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the tribulation clouds began to shake violently, and several bolts of lightning surged forth like true dragons from the clouds. In a flash, these bolts struck unerringly upon the celestial measuring ruler. The Dao patterns covering its surface solidified further, as if they had grown in tandem with the ruler itself. In that fleeting moment, a wisp of Dao energy emanated from the celestial measuring ruler, and Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with joy. Generally, only innate supreme treasures could emit Dao energy, and the fact that the celestial measuring ruler had spontaneously released a trace of it was sufficient proof that it had attained the level of an innate supreme treasure. To his astonishment, the transformation into an innate supreme treasure occurred far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed that the process would require considerable time on his part. Yet, with just a few bolts of heavenly tribulation striking down and his fervent infusion of Dao energy into the ruler, it had transformed into an innate supreme treasure in mere minutes. Coupled with the Eastern Emperor Bell in his possession, he now held two innate supreme treasures. Naturally, Qin Ming was not content. He summoned the three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, and the flames blazed forth. The little thunder rock puffed its cheeks, unleashing three bolts of lightning that struck the three lights. Simultaneously, without hesitation, Qin Ming channeled his Dao energy directly into the three lights. The sky, which had been on the verge of dissipating, suddenly coalesced once more. This time, the tribulation clouds, which had originally covered only a few dozen miles, expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal expanse that enveloped thousands of miles. As the immense tribulation clouds manifested, the entire Hongwang continent trembled, all sages awakening in response. Several sages burst forth from their caves, and upon looking up, they beheld the sprawling clouds. Each face reflected astonishment. What is happening? Who is provoking the heavenly tribulation? The energy emanated the unmistakable aura of a treasure on the verge of transcending into an innate supreme treasure. Who is refining treasures? To craft an innate supreme treasure right beneath our noses. The likes of Tong and Nuwa revealed expressions of uncertainty. Nuwa, calculating with her fingers, swiftly deduced that the core of the tribulation clouds was precisely near Qin Ming's cave. Could it be that Qin Ming was up to mischief once more? Nuwa recalled that Qin Ming already possessed the three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, a rare treasure. Now, he was attempting to forge another innate supreme treasure. With the Wanxian conference approaching and Tong Tian's deadly schemes already in place, it was clear that Qin Ming was not intending to be restrained during the conference. With this thought, Nuwa's gaze flickered with confidence as she regarded the red embroidered ball in her hand. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, engrossed in the refinement of the three lights outside his cave, remained blissfully unaware that his actions had already attracted the attention of the innate sages across the Hongwang continent. With a flick of his wrist, the divine light within the three lights intensified tenfold. Waves of Dao energy roared through the heavens and earth, overwhelming everything in their path. Chapter 42. The power of the three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity. The tribulation clouds in the sky trembled under the influence of the Dao energy, emitting a deafening roar. Suddenly, from within the previously still clouds, a barrage of lightning struck down, each bolt as thick as a water barrel, shocking to behold. Indeed, it was him. Nuwa flew to a location approximately 2,000 miles from Qin Ming's cave, and upon witnessing the three lights moving beneath the tribulation clouds, her countenance darkened. Lady Nuwa, you have also come? While Nuwa observed the scene below, her attention shifted suddenly as an ancient voice echoed from above her, causing her to look up and find the projection of the Supreme Old Lord. Behind him stood three others, Changxi, the two maidens, and the Zhuan-Ti Daoist. The four gazed towards Qin Ming's cave. The Zhuan-Ti Daoist wore a face of reverence, recalling Qin Ming's extraordinary feats, while Changxi and the maidens regarded him with softened expressions. The Supreme Old Lord's gaze fell upon Lady Nuwa as he inquired, "The Wanxian conference is soon to commence. Why are you not preparing in your cave?" "I merely wish to ascertain who is provoking the heavenly tribulation," Nuwa replied calmly. The Supreme Old Lord remarked, "I too did not expect that Qin Ming, having only recently become an innate sage, would dare to mobilize the power of the heavens to refine treasures. Even we sages, upon ascending to the innate sage realm, would not boldly summon the Dao's energy, lest we invite heavenly tribulations that could threaten our very lives." "What? He has already become an innate sage?" Nuwa's expression turned pale, disbelief etched across her features. "How could you not know, my lady?" The Supreme Old Lord asked with a knowing smile. Nuwa, naturally unaware of Qin Ming's ascension to the innate sage realm, was taken aback. It was crucial to note that he had achieved this status within the demon realm, and the sages of the Hongwang continent were entirely oblivious to these developments. Furthermore, during this time, Qin Ming had been traversing between the demon realm and his cave, having no conflicts with Nuwa and the others, making it impossible for her to discern that he had indeed become an innate sage. Although Nuwa had not witnessed Qin Ming's ascension, the sight of him now wielding the power of the heavens to refine treasures sparked a flicker of doubt in her heart. However, the Supreme Old Lord's words confirmed her suspicions. This individual had slain Tai and Dijuan while still in the primordial realm, and now he had ascended to innate sagehood. Nuwa's expression darkened, her countenance grim. In the vast history of the Hongwang continent, who could achieve sagehood in such a brief span? Qin Ming's speed was akin to a shooting star. How long had it been since he vanquished Dijuan and Tai? Not even a month had passed, and he had already become a sage. His cultivation speed was unprecedented. As Nuwa contemplated the impending Wanxian conference, where Tong Tian had vowed to eradicate Qin Ming, she found it hard to believe that Tong Tian could indeed eliminate him. With this thought, Nuwa's expression shifted between hope and despair. Even if this fellow has ascended to innate sagehood, what of it? at the Wanshan conference, alongside Brother Tong. I find it hard to believe that that young man could withstand the might of two saints, the queen stated coldly, casting a casual glance at the red embroidered ball in her hand. This orb is one of the few treasures of virtue in the vast land of Hongwang. Its power is immense. Once unleashed, even an innate treasure could be easily dispatched. With the red embroidered ball in her possession, how could Nuwa ever regard Qin Ming with anything but disdain? The Supreme Old Lord, however, did not argue. Having long reached a state of tranquility where the movements of all things do not disturb his heart, he smiled and expressed optimism about Qin Ming, saying, I hope that when the time comes, the Queen and my junior can shine brightly at the conference and suppress that Qin Ming. Nuwa huffed and was about to respond when her expression suddenly changed. The calamity clouds that had covered 1,000 miles trembled, and in an instant expanded 100-fold, enveloping a radius of 100,000 miles. A torrent of chaotic energy surged down from the calamity clouds, causing both the Supreme Old Lord and Nuwa to change their expressions. This is bad. That young man has actually provoked the manifestation of the chaotic heavenly tribulation. Quickly, we must retreat, the Supreme Old Lord urged. Nuwa, sensing the overwhelming chaotic energy washing over her, turned ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her escape light and soared 100,000 miles away. Impossible. That young man has actually drawn forth the chaotic heavenly tribulation. Nuwa was astounded. The chaotic heavenly tribulation can only be triggered by a saint who has experienced the 5 declines of heaven and man. Even Nuwa herself could not provoke the chaotic heavenly tribulation. How could Qin Ming accomplish such a feat? Nuwa's thoughts roared in her mind, her eyes filled with disbelief. She understood that Qin Ming had already attained the status of an innate saint. However, she never imagined that not only had he become a saint, but he had also overcome one of the 5 declines, specifically the decline of flesh. The decline of flesh. How could this be? That young man has just achieved the status of an innate saint, yet he has already overcome the decline of flesh. Nuwa gasped, her face a mask of incredulity. Even she had to expend her merits from mending the heavens to overcome the decline of flesh. How could Qin Ming, having just attained the saintly realm, possess no merits whatsoever? The shock was evident in her gaze as she stared towards Qin Ming's cave abode. The Supreme Old Lord remarked calmly, if he had not overcome the decline of flesh, how could the heavenly tribulation be infused with chaotic energy? Nuwa fell silent. The chaos is vast and boundless, forever out of reach for those below the saintly level. It is said that chaos exists at the edge of the world. Unless one has experienced the first of the 5 declines, it is impossible to incite the arrival of chaotic energy. At this moment, the calamity clouds enveloping Qin Ming's cave abode were infused with immense chaotic energy. This energy swept down, startling all the saints across the entire Hongwang continent. What is happening? Such powerful chaotic energy. Which brother is it from? In the Buyou Palace, the Tong, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. The next moment, he soared into the sky, rushing towards the Hongwang continent. The chaotic energy vibrates. Could another saint be undergoing the 5 declines? Deep within the underworld, Huitu speculated gravely. This energy appearing in the Hongwang continent suggests that the human race is about to gain another saint. Far away in the sacred land of Lingshan, a rugged man resembling a general sat cross-legged on a lotus platform, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Hongwang continent, amidst cascading 5-colored clouds. Meanwhile, within Kunlun Mountain, a vast azure mist rushed in from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, one could see a face faintly discernible within the mist. The azure mist, akin to a celestial river, surged towards Qilin Cliff, directly submerging into the Jade Void Palace. At that moment, a Daoist who had been meditating within the Jade Void Palace opened his eyes, astonished by the emergence of such a formidable figure on the Hongwang continent. The Daoist muttered, calculating with his fingers, suddenly furrowing his brow. The Qilin has manifested? At the dawn of creation, the world was endowed with the 4 primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, known as the 4 primordial Tai. These gradually evolved into the 5 elements of the postnatal world. The intermingling of the 5 elements gave rise to the 3 great chaotic sacred beasts, known as the 3 ancestors of all beasts. Among them, the one leading the terrestrial beasts is called the beginning Qilin. Just as saints experience the 5 declines, The world also faces 5 great calamities, the first of which is known as the Dragon Han Initial Calamity. When the Dragon Han Initial Calamity descended, the beginning Qilin perished, its body transforming into Qilin cliff, while its soul remained lost, unknown where it reincarnated. The Daoist raised his hand to calculate, seeming to glean insights. His 2 eyes, now somewhat square, gazed toward Qin Ming's cave abode, filled with fervor. I never expected that during my return from my journey, I would uncover the whereabouts of the Qilin clan. However, the Daoist expression turned contemplative, thinking, yet, this Qilin seems rather dull, lacking any spirit, behaving like an inferior beast. How could it possibly be related to the beginning Qilin? The Daoist pondered deeply. After a moment, a decisive gleam appeared in his eyes as he murmured, regardless, I must see what person is drawing forth the chaotic energy, and perhaps this Qilin might lead me to the reincarnation of the beginning Qilin. With that, the Daoist figure flickered and vanished, reappearing countless miles away. Meanwhile, within the palace of Nuwa, a torrent of chaotic energy surged from all directions, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. The grand arrays set around the palace emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, as numerous formations shattered like fragile tofu under the relentless onslaught of chaotic energy. How could even the grand arrays not withstand this chaotic energy? Qin Ming was taken aback. The power of the grand arrays was comparable to the full force of an innate saint strike. Unless it matched the might of the heavenly Dao, it should not be overwhelmed. The chaotic energy possesses power comparable to the heavenly Dao. When Pangu split open the heavens, he vanquished 3,000 demons and exerted dominance over the heavenly Dao. Thus, it is reasonable that the power of chaos is on par with that of the heavenly Dao. Qin Ming murmured. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze sharpened as he focused on the calamity clouds enveloping Nuwa's palace. However, the chaotic energy grew increasingly intense. If he continued to stay within Nuwa's palace to refine his weapon, the entire palace would surely be destroyed. Qin Ming deliberated quietly. As the power of destiny turned, he transformed into a radiant phoenix, swiftly exiting the palace of Nuwa. Just as he ascended into the air, his gaze shifted suddenly, as if sensing something. Looking into the distance, Nuwa, the Supreme Old Lord, Tong Tian, and Yuan Shi. These saints have all arrived, Qin Ming muttered. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Yet this energy feels so unfamiliar. Pausing for a moment, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. There remains a trace of belief power. Could it be that someone from the Western Church dares to encroach upon the territory under my Nuwa's palace? Seeking death. At that moment, in the sky approximately 600,000 miles from the palace of Nuwa, a resplendent peacock soared rapidly towards Qin Ming's cave abode, trailing 5 vibrant streaks of light behind it, resembling the trajectory of a celestial body in motion. The 5-colored radiance exuded a serene aura. This power must be what those from the Western Church pursue, a state of harmonious emptiness. Qin Ming's eyes, filled with contemplation, were fixed on the direction of the peacock. The paths sought by the Western Church and the Hongwang continent are entirely divergent. While the world believes that Buddhism embodies the Dao, in truth, they are far from the same. The Western teachings of cultivation differ not only from those of the primordial continent, but can be likened to a divergence of direction. The practitioners of the primordial continent focus primarily on the cultivation of life itself, whether through the severing of the 3 corpses or the pursuit of the primordial purple energy. All practices revolve around the physical form. The essence lies in the breath, with the body as the foundation. Whether refining qi or cultivating the golden elixir, all methods stem from the perspective of life cultivation, culminating in the achievement of the yang spirit. In contrast, the Western teachings emphasize the cultivation of the self, encapsulated in the principle of enlightenment and self-recognition. This is the very foundation of the Western doctrine, which has historically ridiculed the saints of the primordial continent, dismissing them as mere guardians of the dead. The resultant achievement is the Yin spirit. For countless millennia, the Western teachings and the primordial continent's practitioners have been at odds, waging a silent war for thousands of years. Neither side has ever acknowledged any similarities between the 2 paths. At that moment, Qin Ming caught sight of a peacock soaring toward the palace of Nuwa, a hint of contemplation flickering in his gaze. The essence is inherently pure. The five-color divine light of Kong Xian will likely unleash the power of the true self, Qin mused. The true self permeates all things, enduring through eternity. Even the chaotic energies sweeping over the palace of Nuwa possess this essence. The presence of Western practitioners is unexpected, seemingly drawn by the desire to enhance the power of the three lights of heaven and earth, attracting considerable attention. Qin could only manage a wry smile. At this point, he had already emerged from the palace of Nuwa. With a thought, the primordial measuring ruler shot forth. Grasping the ruler, without further ado, he tore through the barriers of space. The calamity clouds that loomed over the realm appeared to sense his departure, vanishing abruptly. Where is he headed? Nuwa observed the simultaneous disappearance of Qin Ming and the calamity clouds, her gaze shifting slightly. At her side, Taishang Laojun calculated with his fingers, a smile gradually spreading across his face. It seems this individual is concerned that the chaotic energies may devastate this place. He has ventured into the primordial starry sky. Taishang Laojun remarked. No sooner had he finished speaking than he too ascended in purple light, vanishing from Nuwa's sight. Simultaneously, those approaching the palace of Nuwa sensed Qin Ming's presence in the primordial starry sky and, without hesitation, activated their escape lights, hurtling toward the vastness of the cosmos. In the midst of the primordial starry sky, as Qin Ming materialized, he was greeted by a vast expanse of calamity clouds enveloping the heavens. The overwhelming chaotic force surged downwards, causing his body to tremble. Suddenly, from within the calamity clouds, countless whirlpools emerged, swirling with the tumultuous chaotic energy. Roars of chaos, winds, flames, and thunder erupted from these whirlpools, cascading toward Qin Ming like a torrential assault. At the same moment, the fabric of space within the primordial starry sky began to convulse violently. Figures tore through the cosmos, emerging from the rifts. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, surveying the starry expanse. He noticed 3 of the 4 chief disciples of the Jie sect had arrived, along with the 3 sisters of Yunxiao and several golden immortals. The Western Queen Mother accompanied her celestial maidens, along with Fuxi, Hutu, and the ancestral witch. The silhouettes of numerous powerful beings continued to emerge. As these formidable figures arrived in the primordial starry sky, they were taken aback by the relentless elemental assaults raining down from the calamity clouds. This young man truly seeks his own demise by venturing into the starry void. The primordial starry sky is wild and untamed, without the suppressive formations surrounding his cave dwelling. The chaotic energies pouring from the calamity clouds would not be diminished in the slightest. Such chaotic force would be insurmountable even for a brother of the primordial Dao who has endured the 3rd calamity. Yet this young man has merely faced the 1st calamity and dares to court death here. The 3 great mothers of the saints scoffed. These 3 great mothers are the most cherished disciples of Tong. Except for the absent Daobao Daoist, the 3 great mothers had all appeared in the starry expanse. In the absence of the Great Dao formations, they faced no obstacles in traversing the cosmos at will. When Tong departed from Buzhou Palace, the 3 great mothers had sensed his departure. They intended to follow, but, upon calculating, discovered the chaotic energies swirling near the palace of Nuwa and promptly abandoned their pursuit. With their cultivation, they were not yet capable of approaching the palace of Nuwa. However, just as the 3 great mothers were feeling disheartened, they detected the chaotic energies manifesting in the starry sky. Without a second thought, they tore through the fabric of space and soared into the cosmos. Upon spotting Tong in the distance, they quickly flew to his side. As the 3 great mothers regarded Qin Ming with scornful expressions, the Western Queen Mother also fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes glimmering with interest. Beside her stood a purple-robed elder, whose visage bore the marks of longevity. With white hair and half-closed eyelids, a vibrant life force emanated from the elder, influencing nearby meteors to sprout tender grass. "Sister, is this the Qin Ming you mentioned?" the elder inquired. The Western Queen Mother nodded. The elder continued, "This young man's strength seems rather ordinary. How could he possibly eliminate the king of Xuandu?" The Western Queen Mother replied, "On the surface, he is indeed unimpressive. Yet do you not know he has already transcended the 1st calamity?" "What?" The elder was instantly astonished. "A 1st calamity transcendent? How is that possible? I have barely managed to overcome the 1st calamity of humanity through my merit of nurturing the flora of the primordial realm. This young man possesses no merit power. How could he have transcended his calamity? The Western Queen Mother shook her head. Typically, to surpass the first calamity of humanity, one requires merit power. Qin Ming has just broken through to become a congenital saint, and yet has managed to transcend the flesh calamity without the aid of merit power. It is simply unfathomable. No wonder, sister, you have piqued my interest. As a first calamity transcendent, he certainly has the qualifications to challenge you. The elder responded with a hint of indifference, then added, however, even if he has transcended the flesh calamity, what of it? Since this young man dares to bully the Yao Qi, he is directly challenging me. Even the likes of Xinyuanzi, this ancient being, would address me as senior. Once the chaotic energies dissipate, I shall intervene and eliminate this youth. There is no need for Zhang to take action. Upon hearing this, the Western Queen Mother's expression brightened. With your cultivation as a second calamity transcendent, eradicating this young man would be a simple task. At that time, he will witness the might of our Tianshan sect. The Tianshan sect, aside from the Western Queen Mother presiding over Yao Qi, also includes the Eastern King, who has established a sanctuary at sea. The Eastern King, known as Fusang, has already surpassed the second calamity of humanity. His strength is such that even Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, would address him as a senior. Were it not for Qin Ming being enveloped by chaotic energies, the Eastern King would have already taken action. To think that even Kong Xian has appeared. The Western teachings have not set foot in the primordial realm for millennia, yet they manifest at this moment. The Eastern King surveyed the starry sky and soon spotted the radiant Kong Xian, his expression one of surprise. The primordial ancestor, Kuan, has long harbored ambitions to dominate the primordial continent, yet has refrained from acting recklessly due to the presence of Hong Jun Daozu. The myriad beings of our primordial continent are countless. If a jungle were established, the faith power collected would be unimaginable, far exceeding that of the beings within the sacred mountain. The Eastern King nodded in agreement. Regardless of the plans of the primordial ancestor Kuan, the appearance of Western practitioners in the primordial continent is a phenomenon that demands vigilance. I wonder if Hong Jun Daozu is aware of this. The Western Queen Mother fell into silence. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, shrouded in calamity clouds, fixed his grave gaze upon the chaotic energies swirling above him. With a thunderous crash, several bolts of chaotic thunder, comparable to the girth of mountains, descended upon him. The celestial expanse of myriad stars crumbled instantly, unable to withstand the onslaught of chaotic lightning. Qin Ming, wary of the approaching thunderbolts, promptly invoked the 8 Scenery Palace lantern. A resonant hum emanated as the lantern's flame quivered, unleashing an immeasurable surge of grand avenue fortune that churned through the cosmos. Infused with the sacred aura, the 8 Scenery Palace lantern, once activated, could summon the pervasive grand avenue fortune that permeated the boundless void. As if provoked, the thunderbolts accelerated, bridging the initial 4 to 500 miles to Qin Ming in an instant. 7 or 8 bolts of lightning crashed directly upon the 8 Scenery Palace lantern. Simultaneously, Qin Ming, beneath the tribulation clouds, unhesitatingly cast forth the lantern. Amidst the frenzied flickering of its flame, the grand avenue fortune of the entire primordial starry sky surged forth. 10,000 miles, a million miles, 10 million miles. Over 100 million miles of grand avenue fortune quaked. What is this youth attempting with such a vast mobilization of grand avenue fortune? Dong Wanggong mused, his mind reeling from the spectacle. Even with his cultivation, he could only stir up grand avenue fortune within a range of 20 million miles. Yet, Qin Ming had shaken over 100 million miles. Most astonishingly, the youth was merely a first decay saint, his cultivation far inferior to Dong Wanggong's. That Qin Ming could achieve what even he could not, and surpass him fivefold, was astounding. Such a feat would be impossible even for luminaries like Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Sister, are you certain this youth has only weathered the first decay of heaven and man? Dong Wanggong inquired, his expression troubled. Shi Wangmu replied with solemnity, absolutely certain. Would I deceive you, brother? Dong Wanggong fell silent. He trusted his sister's word. Yet Qin Ming's current display was disconcerting, belying the capabilities of a first decay saint. Such extraordinary prowess was unparalleled within the 33 heavens. No wonder you sought the aid of the Zhang lineage. Based on his performance, his strength could undoubtedly overwhelm ordinary saints, Dong Wanggong remarked. After a pause, he added, "But fear not, sister. I have already weathered the second decay of heaven and man. To slay this youth would be a trivial matter." Shi Wangmu's face brightened at Dong Wanggong's words. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, oblivious to Dong Wanggong's murderous intent, focused on the resonating Grand Avenue fortune. With unwavering resolve, he commanded the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern to absorb the entirety of the 100 million miles of Grand Avenue fortune. The lantern flame, which had previously illuminated only 3,000 miles of the starry sky, now blazed with a radiance that stretched 100,000 miles. As the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern absorbed the Grand Avenue fortune, the chaotic tribulation clouds trembled, as if sensing the pressure emanating from the lantern's flame. Chaotic gales howled forth, combining with the chaotic lightning to strike the lantern. With a resounding boom, the chaotic lightning struck the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern, now imbued with the Grand Avenue fortune and adorned with interwoven Grand Avenue patterns. As the chaotic lightning descended, the lantern flame quivered, causing the mountain-sized bolts to disintegrate at an astonishing rate. In less than 10 breaths, the chaotic lightning had completely dissipated. Furthermore, as the chaotic lightning crumbled, the dazzling light of the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern surged forth, engulfing the approaching chaotic gales. A deafening roar echoed through the starry sky as the chaotic gales, spanning at least 200,000 miles and containing millions of wind blades, were annihilated in an instant under the lantern's brilliance. The chaotic gales that permeated the starry sky were utterly destroyed by the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern. Dong Wanggong and his sister were aghast, while even the venerable primordial saints such as Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, and Nuwa were visibly shaken. The chaotic lightning and gales have been vanquished by the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern. They exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? This lantern is merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, not even of the highest quality. How can it possess such terrifying power? What has that youth done to this lantern that even the power of chaos cannot withstand it? The saints marveled at the transformation of the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern in Qin Ming's hands. That a top-grade innate spiritual treasure could contend with the power of chaos was unprecedented since the dawn of time. The chaotic gales had covered an area of at least 200,000 miles, a veritable eye of the storm. Even Yuan Shi Tianzuan would have faced a dire situation if engulfed by such a storm, risking even death. Yet, Qin Ming, relying solely on the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern, had obliterated the storm. He had even effortlessly extinguished the chaotic lightning, suppressing the power of chaos itself. It was akin to wielding a treasure imbued with merit. To think that the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern could reach such a level under this youth's control, Tong Tian mused, his gaze filled with envy. Fortunately, the sight of the tribulation clouds enveloping Qin Ming prevented Tong Tian from losing his composure. As the chaotic lightning and gales were destroyed, the pressure emanating from the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern intensified, surging outwards in all directions. At that moment, Tong Tian's expression darkened. The pressure emanating from the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern had suddenly increased. Initially, he had dismissed the lantern's pressure, but now, he found that even with his Grand Avenue fortune at its peak, he could not withstand it. To his astonishment, the pressure even caused him to tremble with fear. How is this possible? Tong Tian wondered. The 8 Scenery Palace Lantern was merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of suppressing a Grand Luo golden immortal at best. How could it affect a primordial saint like himself? That youth is using the heavenly tribulation to refine the spiritual treasure, successfully elevating the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern to the level of an innate treasure. Tong Tian realized. Its power was already terrifying, but now, with its quality enhanced, how formidable will the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern become? Tong Tian, his face grim, stared intently at the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern. Meanwhile, other saints also noticed the increase in the lantern's pressure, their faces betraying their surprise. So that's why he summoned the heavenly tribulation to refine the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern. One saint remarked, to think he succeeded in elevating the 8 Scenery Palace Lantern to the quality of an innate treasure, another added. However, he only possesses one innate treasure. It won't be too difficult to deal with him. The saints discussed among themselves, especially Nuwa and Yuan Shi, who harbored animosity towards Qin Ming. Their gazes towards him were tinged with apprehension. The power of an innate treasure was earth-shattering, rivaling the attack of a saint. Yuanshi and the others sought to eliminate Qin Ming and did not want him to wield too many innate treasures. Otherwise, coupled with his unfathomable strength, defeating him would be a pipe dream. In an instant, several great sages suppressed their trepidation, their gazes fixated upon the calamity clouds above. A flicker of doubt arose within them. This young man had successfully forged the 8 scenery palace lantern. Why had the calamity clouds not dissipated? Yuanshi, perplexed, cast a dark look toward the calamity clouds enveloping the starry sky. Could it be that this lad had another spiritual treasure to refine? Nuwa, seemingly enlightened, speculated aloud. As her words fell, her expression suddenly shifted. She saw Qin Ming raise his hand to summon the treasure Lotus lamp. How can Nuwa possibly forget? The treasure Lotus lamp was her own artifact. She had once attempted to use it to slay Qin Ming, only to have him wrest it from her grasp. Nuwa had long coveted this spiritual treasure, yearning to reclaim it. Unfortunately, Qin Ming had taken refuge within the Nuwa palace, and even she, the former master, could not enter without his consent. Now, witnessing him summon the treasure Lotus lamp, she wasted no time in channeling a surge of Sage's fortune into it. It was as if a ladle of water had been poured into hot oil, causing the calamity clouds in the starry expanse to begin boiling. A tremendous chaotic force surged forth from the clouds. With a resounding crash, 7 or 8 bolts of chaotic lightning descended like thunderous dragons, striking directly at the treasure Lotus lamp. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the lamp was hit squarely by the chaotic lightning. Yet, at the moment of impact, the pressure emanating from the lamp surged dramatically. Vast streams of cosmic fortune rushed towards the lamp like a deluge. In the blink of an eye, the treasure Lotus lamp absorbed the overwhelming cosmic fortune. Moreover, at the very moment it absorbed this fortune, the pressure it emitted soared to the level of a congenital supreme treasure. An awe-inspiring force erupted, sweeping through the heavens and earth like a tempest toward the sages. The expressions of Tong and the others turned decidedly unnatural. Who could have anticipated that Qin Ming had elevated the treasure Lotus lamp to the quality of a congenital supreme treasure? With 2 congenital supreme treasures at his disposal, what did that signify? Across the vast wilderness, even Yuanshi and Tong, the leaders among sages, possessed but 1 or 2 such treasures after thousands of years of cultivation. Yet here stood Qin Ming, a rising star, who had achieved sagehood in less than a month, now wielding 2 congenital supreme treasures. Such a phenomenon was utterly infuriating. This young man was blessed with an astonishing fortune, even if he had only endured the trials of fleshly decay, with 2 congenital supreme treasures in hand. How many sages in the vast wilderness could rival him? Even I, a being of profound merit, have not been endowed with such an extraordinary fortune. How could this lad possess it? As the sages observed the treasure Lotus lamp ascend to the status of a congenital supreme treasure, their feelings mirrored that of swallowing a fly. Both jealousy and astonishment intertwined within them. However, at that moment, Qin Ming paid no mind to the reactions of the sages. After refining the treasure Lotus lamp into a congenital supreme treasure, he hesitated not a moment. With a flick of his wrist, the spirit coffin lamp and the binding immortal rope soared from within his embroidered robe. 2 streams of Sage's fortune surged forth from Qin Ming, directly infusing the 2 spiritual treasures. The calamity clouds in the starry sky quivered once more. Elements of chaotic force coalesced and roared from the clouds. The very fabric of the cosmos trembled as countless stars were shaken from their orbits and began to spiral backward. Great torrents of chaotic force howled through the starry expanse, and even the sages found themselves unable to withstand it, being pushed back several thousand zhang. That young man was determined to refine even more. This time, he sought to forge 2 congenital spiritual treasures in one breath. Previously, the chaotic force unleashed by the refinement of a single congenital treasure had caused the entire starry sky to tremble. How could it possibly endure the simultaneous forging of 2 treasures? As the sages beheld Qin Ming simultaneously summon the treasure Lotus lamp and the binding immortal rope, their astonishment ignited anew. They had now come to realize that the calamity clouds were not conjured by Qin Ming to break through, but rather to utilize the heavenly tribulation to temper his treasures. Upon reaching the sage realm, one could effortlessly manipulate the forces of heaven and earth for treasure refinement. However, under normal circumstances, no sage would dare undertake such an endeavor, for the heavenly tribulation was inherently uncontrollable. Should any fluctuations arise during the refining process, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. Thus, no sage dared to attempt using heavenly tribulation for treasure refinement, except for Qin Ming, who audaciously sought to do so. The most alarming aspect was that the tribulation he had invoked contained chaotic forces. Even Yuan Shi and the others would not dare to provoke such a calamity. A newly ascended sage daring to meddle with such heavenly tribulation was simply inconceivable. What astonished the sages even more was that Qin Ming, despite invoking the heavenly tribulation, did not perish beneath its weight. Instead, he managed to refine 2 congenital spiritual treasures into congenital supreme treasures in one go. Furthermore, as he summoned 2 congenital spiritual treasures at once, his intentions were clear to the sages, even if they had to think deeply. To dare forge 2 spiritual treasures simultaneously was tantamount to courting death. Only beings of the caliber of the Dao Ancestor would have the audacity to attempt such a feat. Yet, even the Dao Ancestor would not dare to forge 2 treasures at once. The pressure exerted by 2 spiritual treasures was unimaginable. It was likely that even the Dao Ancestor could not bear it. That young man was truly courting his own demise by attempting to refine 2 congenital spiritual treasures simultaneously. As the sages witnessed Qin Ming simultaneously summon the 2 treasures, a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes. They doubted his ability to successfully forge the treasures, let alone survive the heavenly tribulation. After all, he was not a Dao Ancestor. Even beings like Hong Jun, who were of Dao Ancestor caliber, would not dare to undertake such a momentous endeavor. How could Qin Ming be so reckless? It was sheer folly. Meanwhile, beneath the shroud of calamity clouds, Qin Ming's expression grew slightly strained. The pressure emanating from the heavenly tribulation was indeed extraordinary. Even before the attacks from the tribulation manifested, the mere pressure alone sent a chill down his spine. At this moment, Qin Ming had no doubt. If the heavenly tribulation were to descend, even a sage who had undergone the second decay would scarcely withstand it. Fortunately, the overwhelming pressure surging from within the heavenly tribulation was primarily directed at the 2 spiritual treasures in the starry sky. Countless waves of pressure surged forth from all directions, converging upon the 2 treasures. The spirit coffin lamp and the binding immortal rope trembled violently under this tremendous pressure, seemingly unable to withstand the onslaught of the calamity clouds. With a hum, Qin Ming dared not hesitate, channeling Sage's fortune directly into the 2 treasures. With a thunderous roar, the instant the Sage's fortune infused the treasures, torrents of chaotic lightning cascaded down from the calamity clouds, crashing onto the 2 treasures. The might of the chaotic lightning was unfathomable. Even a sage could scarcely endure it. As a dozen bolts of lightning struck the treasures, their surfaces began to flicker with frantic light, as if they could not withstand the assault of the chaotic lightning. Witnessing this scene, smiles emerged upon the faces of the sages. At this moment, Qin Ming had no time to concern himself with the opinions of the sages. The torrents of chaotic force rained down, and the chaotic thunder crashing upon the 2 treasures grew increasingly ferocious. From merely a dozen bolts, the number surged to over 30. The booming sounds reverberated through the starry sky. Suddenly, 2 cracking noises rang out as the 2 treasures quaked violently, revealing 2 fissures beneath the calamity clouds. This was dire. Qin Ming's expression instantly darkened. Among the 2 treasures, while the binding immortal rope was of little concern, even if it were destroyed, he would not be overly troubled. However, if the spirit coffin lamp, part of the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity, were to be obliterated, the loss would be one that Qin Ming would be unwilling to bear, no matter the cost. After all, possessing these 3 lamps, when invoked simultaneously, their powers can mutually reinforce one another. In such a scenario, should all 3 lamps ascend to the quality of innate treasures, it would not be inconceivable for them to unleash the might of a merit spiritual treasure. However, at this moment, a crack appeared on the coffin lamp. If Qin Ming did not swiftly devise a means to halt its collapse, the power of the 3 lamps, heaven, earth, and humanity, would inevitably be significantly diminished. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming dared not hesitate. Without a second thought, he summoned the utmost potential of his saintly fortune. With a resonating hum, the vast currents of destiny surged, causing the entire primordial world to tremble violently. Simultaneously, several saints in the starry expanse suddenly darkened in expression. What was happening? The entire primordial continent trembled. The grand currents of the primordial continent were all converging towards this starry sky. That young man was actually manipulating the entire continent's destiny. How could this be possible? Even an existence like Master Hongjun could not summon the destiny of an entire realm. Yet this young man had accomplished it. The saints were astounded. None could have anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, Qin Ming would manage to harness the destiny of the entire primordial continent. Such a feat was beyond the reach of even the primordial supreme being, who had transcended the third decline of humanity. How could Qin Ming, merely a first decline saint, exhibit such terrifying prowess? All present saints found it hard to believe that Qin Ming possessed such formidable abilities. Yet, at this moment, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed. After all, he had previously summoned the destiny of an entire realm in the demon world. Now, amidst the primordial starry sky, he was merely employing the same technique once more, causing him no emotional upheaval. After channeling the realm's destiny, he did not hesitate to infuse all of it into the coffin lamp. Instantly, the tremors of the coffin lamp began to subside, and the cracks on its surface gradually healed. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the coffin lamp steadily intensified. A familiar, formidable pressure erupted from the coffin lamp, embodying the essence of an innate treasure. Qin Ming felt immense satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze shifted to the binding immortal rope. He replicated the process, redirecting the grand currents of destiny to focus on the binding immortal rope, which he then infused with the same vigor. In an instant, the cracks on the rope's surface healed at a visibly rapid pace. Within a breath, the binding immortal rope was restored to its original state. As it regained its integrity, the pressure it exerted suddenly elevated to that of an innate treasure. The crowd was once again stirred. The coffin lamp and the binding immortal rope had previously shown signs of imminent collapse, unable to withstand the chaotic thunderclaps. Yet, with Qin Ming's intervention, both treasures swiftly regained their form, and their quality ascended to that of innate treasures. With this, Qin Ming now possessed 4 innate treasures. What does this signify? Across the primordial continent, apart from Master Hongjun prior to the division of the treasures, who else could claim 4 innate treasures? Such fortune was utterly unfathomable. This meant that Qin Ming effectively wielded 4 innate treasures in his hands. Throughout the ages, who could command such an abundance of innate treasures? It was nothing short of miraculous. Even we, who have achieved eternal greatness, could not govern 4 innate treasures. Yet this young man, who had only just become a saint, managed to possess 4. He stood as a figure comparable to the dominion of fortune itself. The crowd murmured, their gazes toward Qin Ming filled with trepidation. However, Qin Ming was utterly disinterested in the onlookers. His expression was grave as he focused on the calamity clouds. In addition to the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity, in the binding immortal rope, Qin Ming still had the celestial measuring ruler and the phoenix blood cauldron, which had yet to be refined. With such a splendid opportunity before him, he could not afford to let it slip away. He exhaled, and the phoenix blood cauldron, the celestial measuring ruler, and the yin-yang pearl all flew forth from within him. The 3 spiritual treasures radiated earth-shattering power, flying unimpeded towards the calamity clouds above. This young man was treating the heavenly tribulation as if it were merely the furnace fire for refining treasures. If he succeeded in refining these 3 treasures as well, it would amount to 7 innate treasures. What a staggering prospect. This would surpass even the might of Master Hongjun, possessing 7 innate treasures. He could certainly contend against the heavenly Dao. The crowd was astounded, their mouths agape as they witnessed the 3 spiritual treasures emerging from Qin Ming. They had thought that his refining of 4 innate treasures had concluded, yet he had now produced 3 more in one breath. Should these 3 treasures also be successfully refined, Qin Ming would possess 7 innate treasures. Such a number was utterly terrifying since the dawn of creation. Who could command 7 innate treasures all at once? Even Pangu, who suppressed chaos and vanquished 3,000 demonic gods, had never wielded such a multitude. Yet Qin Ming could effortlessly command this many innate treasures. He was undeniably a master of fortune. As the three treasures soared towards the calamity clouds, the expressions of the saints turned solemn. The emergence of the three treasures reignited the previously subdued calamity clouds. Hundreds of bolts of lightning descended simultaneously, the terrifying might reverberating through the starry expanse. The intensity of this pressure was so formidable that even several saints could not help but tremble. Yet Qin Ming remained undeterred. Previously, to repair the coffin lamp and the binding immortal rope, he had channeled the destiny of an entire realm. Now, with hundreds of chaotic bolts of lightning striking down, he did not hesitate to unleash a massive surge of destiny, directly infusing it into the three spiritual treasures. The three treasures trembled violently as they were struck by the chaotic lightning. Just as it seemed they would shatter, the infusion of destiny not only prevented their collapse, but also intensified the overwhelming pressure they emitted. With a resounding boom, the atmosphere swelled with the power of the treasures. In that fleeting moment, the three treasures erupted with the pressure of innate treasures. The starry sky tightened, and boundless pressure surged forth like a mudslide, sweeping across the heavens. The calamity clouds, which had once covered hundreds of thousands of miles, began to visibly disintegrate under this overwhelming force. 50,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 20,000 miles. The pressure emanating from the three innate treasures was beyond comprehension. Even the calamity clouds and the starry expanse could not withstand it. Within mere breaths, they were utterly obliterated. The three treasures hovered in the starry sky, surrounded by immense currents of destiny. Thus, all seven treasures were successfully refined into innate treasures by Qin Ming. Coupled with the Eastern Emperor Bell, which was already an innate treasure, Qin Ming now possessed a staggering 8 innate treasures. What does this mean? With 8 innate treasures in hand, Qin Ming could stride through the entire primordial realm and the 33 heavens unchecked. Even the primordial supreme being would not be able to stand against him. Had he succeeded, that young man had indeed refined the last 3 treasures. This meant he wielded 7 innate treasures. 7. What an extraordinary concept. Who could possibly suppress this individual on the primordial continent? Even if the primordial supreme being and the heavenly lord joined forces, they might not be able to contend with him. Even if the venerable Hong Jun personally intervened, this young man, with the support of 7 innate treasures, would surely make the Dao Ancestor taste defeat. The human race was flourishing, with 7 innate treasures commanding the tides of fortune. Who could stand against humanity across the myriad realms? After a brief moment of speechlessness, in the vast expanse of the starry sky, a congregation of powerful sages gazed in awe upon the scene before them. 7 innate supreme treasures, each capable of unleashing a force comparable to that of a primal sage upon activation, had been summoned. The presence of these 7 artifacts signified that the human race was now under the guardianship of 7 sages. Who in this world would dare to provoke them? Observing Qin Ming as he refined the last 3 spiritual treasures, the faces of Tong and his companions darkened to an extreme, their eyes betraying an undercurrent of fear. With 7 innate supreme treasures in his possession, Qin Ming undoubtedly stood as the foremost figure beneath the heavens. Even with the mastery of the extermination sword array, Tong lacked the courage to confront Qin Ming. No matter how formidable the array, could it challenge the heavens themselves? At this moment, Qin Ming had refined all the spiritual treasures into supreme treasures, and he dared to contend even against the Dao of heaven. How could a mere Tong be worthy of his regard? With a resonant hum, Qin Ming observed the boundless catastrophe clouds dissipating. He reached out and grasped the 3 supreme treasures, then turned his gaze towards the powerful figures in the starry sky. To his surprise, his mere act of refining spiritual treasures had attracted the attention of the 3 teachings. As his eyes swept over the assembled sages, they paused momentarily upon Tong Tian, I did not expect your presence here. This is splendid. After a brief pause, Qin Ming continued, since all of you have gathered, I see no need to hold the upcoming 10,000 Immortals conference in a few days. Let us resolve our grievances here and now. Qin Ming, do not presume that because you have refined a few innate supreme treasures, you can stand against us, the leaders of the teachings, Tong Tian retorted coldly. With a shift in demeanor, a mocking smile crept onto his face as he added, "We have reached the sage realm over countless eons. Our strength is far beyond what a newcomer like you can fathom." "Very well," Qin Ming replied with a smile. "Since you, the Tong Tian leader, are so confident, let us engage in a friendly spar to determine who truly excels." Tong Tian remained momentarily speechless. After all, with 7 innate supreme treasures at Qin Ming's disposal, summoning just 2 could easily suppress Tong Tian. If all 7 were unleashed, he would be obliterated in an instant. The 10,000 Immortals Conference is still days away. Why the haste to meet your demise? Yuanshi Tianzuan interjected, subtly providing an escape for Tong Tian. His implication was clear. Qin Ming was not yet Tong Tian's equal, and a premature confrontation would lead to his downfall. "Yuanshi Tianzuan, do you dare to speak?" Qin Ming's gaze landed on Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had not forgotten the enmity between them. At this moment, it was evident that Yuanshi Tianzuan was aligned with Tong Tian. Their relationship was not as tense as during the later battles of the gods. Seeing Tong Tian in a precarious position, Yuanshi Tianzuan rushed to his defense. In the past, without the 7 supreme treasures in hand, Qin Ming might have considered Yuanshi Tianzuan's words. But now, with 7 treasures plus the hidden Eastern Emperor Bell, he held little regard for Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Yuanshi Tianzuan, this matter concerns my grievances with your disciple. It is best you do not interfere. Otherwise, not only will the Jie sect lose its leader today, but your Chan sect's leader may also vanish," Qin Ming declared. "Such arrogance! You dare to disregard both the Chan and Jie sects?" Yuanshi Tianzuan seethed, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With the disciples of both sects present in the starry sky, Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had always regarded himself as the second most powerful in the primordial world, could not tolerate Qin Ming's insolence. It seemed that this young man, emboldened by his possession of 7 innate supreme treasures, had forgotten his place. "Very well. If the 10,000 Immortals Conference is to be cancelled, I shall take this opportunity to understand you better," Tong Tian suddenly interjected. Yuanshi Tianzuan then spoke. "Since we aim to eliminate this child, how could I, your senior brother, be absent? He has dared to dismiss the Chan sect. Let him experience our might." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Wanggong could no longer contain himself, adding, "And let the Tianshan lineage join as well." With the Chan sect, Jie sect, and Tianshan lineage united, he turned to Nuwa and Kong Xian, asking, "What is your stance?" Qin Ming cast a sweeping glance over Tong Tian, Yuanshi, and Dong Wanggong before his gaze settled on Nuwa and Kong Xian. Nuwa remained silent, clearly lacking the confidence to suppress Qin Ming in the face of his 7 supreme treasures. As for Kong Xian, seemingly taken aback by being noticed, chose to remain quiet as well. Seeing this, Tong Tian seized the moment, questioning Nuwa, "Are you willing to see the palace of Nuwa occupied, and the Lotus lantern fall into another's possession?" Tong Tian's gaze then shifted to Kong Xian. "If I recall correctly, the new monster race Sage King is a disciple of Brother Jade. Not long ago, Qin Ming nearly extinguished him. You, as someone from the Western sect, share a bond with Brother Jade. His disciple was nearly slain. Do you not intend to make any show of support?" Upon hearing this, both Kong Xian and Nuwa hesitated briefly before flying to join Tong Tian and the others. Kong Xian then spoke. "Qin Ming, we have no grievances. Yet you killed the White Lotus boy and obstructed our plans to establish a foothold in the monster realm. This has greatly displeased Master Hunkin, who has decreed that you must provide an explanation. As a member of the Western sect, I am obliged to follow my master's orders and take you back." Qin Ming fell silent. The Western sect had long sought to infiltrate the primordial continent, particularly targeting the human race, which was perceived as weak amidst the abundance of immortals. Master Hunkin had set his sights on this vulnerability, believing that by offering protection to humans, it would be an effortless task to convert them into disciples. However, he could never have anticipated the emergence of someone like Qin Ming among the humans. This young man had rapidly risen to a position where he could challenge the sages of the primordial world. The human race was no longer weak, and Master Hunkin's plans to infiltrate them had thus met with failure. Nevertheless, Master Hunkin soon shifted his attention to the monster race. At that time, 2 great monster kings had perished at Qin Ming's hands, leaving the monster race in disarray, a prime opportunity for infiltration. Yet, because of Qin Ming, The Western sect's plans to expand their domain and attract followers had once again been thwarted. Master Hunkin would not let this grievance go unpunished. He had already issued orders for the disciples of the Western sect to hunt down Qin Ming. Kong Xian, a member of the Western sect, had entered the Primordial continent to discover which human was harnessing chaos energy. Little did he know it was Qin Ming. Realizing the gravity of Master Hunkin's decree, Kong Xian could not afford to overlook Qin Ming's presence. Otherwise, he might find himself facing dire consequences. As Nuwa and Kong Xian joined Tong Tian, Qin Ming quickly deduced their intentions. With 4 sages and 1 Luo golden immortal in their company, most would have quaked in fear. However, today, they encountered none other than Qin Ming. Beaming with confidence, Tong Tian declared, "What will you do now? Do you truly believe you can stand against so many sages?" While previously he may not have been their equal, the current circumstances were markedly different. "You will see," Qin Ming replied. With that, he summoned the Yin-Yang pearl from his grasp. This pearl, forged from the powers of the Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang stars, had only recently been completed and already possessed the potency of an innate premium spiritual treasure. After undergoing tribulations and infused with the luck of a sage, this pearl now bore the capabilities of an innate supreme treasure. Upon its summoning, vast waves of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang energies spread across the starry sky, unleashing both searing heat and bone-chilling cold in an instant. A land of ice and fire suddenly emerged, stretching for miles and forming a colossal circle. At first glance, it resembled the Taiji diagram, swirling amidst the starry sky before surging directly towards Tong Tian and the others, engulfing them. Waves of searing heat swept through, incinerating meteors into mere dust. Except for those in the Saint Realm, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects present shrieked in agony. With a single surge of the power of the Yin, the true man of the Yellow Dragon, among the golden immortals of the Jie sect, was instantly frozen into an ice block. Before he could even summon his spiritual treasure, he succumbed to the chilling force. Soon after, the power of the sun surged forth. With a resounding bang, the frozen true man of the Yellow Dragon exploded under the influence of the solar force, instantly turning to dust. Yuan Shi Tianzun, infuriated, cast a murderous glance at Qin Ming. The 12 golden immortals were his meticulously chosen talents. Unlike the Jie sect, which welcomed all kinds of beings with a heart for the Dao, the Chan sect placed great emphasis on lineage. Each disciple they accepted was of impeccable origin, especially the 12 golden immortals, whose talents and character were unparalleled. By executing the true man of the Yellow Dragon in front of Yuan Shi Tianzun, Qin Ming clearly disrespected him. How could Yuan Shi Tianzun swallow such humiliation? With a flick of his panga banner, a massive dark light surged forth, immediately overwhelming the remaining disciples of the Chan sect. In an instant, that dark light flickered and, in the blink of an eye, transported the remaining 11 golden immortals to Yuan Shi Tianzun's side. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun moved to strike down Qin Ming. However, at that critical moment, Kong Xian intervened, stopping Yuan Shi Tianzun. With a confident smile, Kong Xian said, "Heavenly Sovereign, why must you personally deal with such a trivial existence? I alone am sufficient." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, let the beings of the primordial chaos see the strength of my Western teachings." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Xian transformed into his true peacock form, soaring upwards to a height of 10,000 zhang. Vast streams of multicolored light poured forth from his wings, surging towards the yin-yang pearl. The 5-colored radiance of Kong Xian was inherently domineering, said to sweep away all things. Once touched by this divine light, one would instantly lose their spiritual essence. Even the innate treasures could not withstand it. As the divine light descended, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. The vast domain of ice and fire, raised by the yin-yang pearl, began to disintegrate at a visibly accelerated rate under the onslaught of the 5-color divine light. Tremendous powers of the yin and sun vanished, and within the span of merely 2 breaths, a full 20,000 miles of territory crumbled. The vast and tranquil force bubbled in the starry sky like boiling water. Under the influence of this power, even Qin Ming himself felt the sensation of a saintly fortune dissipating. The 5-color divine light was indeed tyrannical, capable of overwhelming even the powers of the yin and sun. Qin Ming's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the rapidly collapsing domain of ice and fire. Simultaneously, from the starry sky, Kong Xian spoke disdainfully, Qin Ming. You are also a saint, and have refined this treasure into an innate treasure. How can you be so incompetent? Under my five-colored divine light. It collapsed in less than a second. Qin Ming, furious, instantly harbored a trace of murderous intent. Observing the might of the five-colored divine light, Tong Tian and the others could not hide their apprehension. They had not anticipated such overwhelming dominance. The Western teachings indeed concealed dragons and tigers, particularly the legendary ancestor Hong Kuan, who was said to be respected even by Hong Jun Daozu for fear of offending him. Now, Kong Xian, merely a Great Luo golden immortal, unleashed five-color divine light that could suppress the innate treasures summoned by Saint, showcasing its overwhelming nature. The five-color divine light was indeed tyrannical. It depended on whom it faced. For someone like Qin Ming, being subdued by the five-color divine light was entirely reasonable. Tong Tian and others were both astonished and relieved, their gazes towards Qin Ming now tinged with scorn. Yet at this moment, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled, betraying no hint of panic. My previous speculation was indeed correct. This tranquil force is the nemesis of all treasures. The Western teachings declare that all actions are illusory. Their essence is tranquility, untouched by the slightest impurity. Once the essence of a treasure is activated, the power it unleashes inevitably becomes illusory. Qin Ming mumbled, and in an instant, he discerned the mystery behind the five-color divine light. It was condensed from the power of tranquility. Once tranquility envelopes all laws, only their essence remains. What is the essence of the yin-yang pearl? Nothing. The yin-yang pearl is merely a fusion of the powers of yin and sun, both of which lack substance. Once irradiated by the power of tranquility, even if the pearl possesses the qualities of an innate treasure, it would still disintegrate. Realizing the intricacies of the five-color divine light, a smile, both mocking and enigmatic, appeared on Qin Ming's face. As he retracted the yin-yang pearl, the vast domain of ice and fire covering the starry sky vanished instantly. Witnessing this, Kong Xian spoke, "What? Have you given up resisting? Indeed, no matter how many innate treasures you possess, under my five-color divine light, they are but worthless scraps. Destroying them is as easy as pie. Is that so?" Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, "Since you are so confident, let me see how you intend to destroy them." With that, Qin Ming opened his mouth and the phoenix blood cauldron soared from his abdomen. A torrent of bloody aura surged from the cauldron, permeating the starry sky. Upon contact with the five-color divine light, it began to shatter at a visibly accelerated rate. In mere moments, Kong Xian's five-color divine light had completely disintegrated. How is this possible? My five-color divine light has collapsed. Kong Xian exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. The five-color divine light had shattered. How could this be? No treasure beneath the power of virtue could suppress the five-color divine light, not even innate treasures. Once brushed by the five-color divine light, they would instantly lose their power. How could Qin Ming, merely summoning a cauldron, suppress his five-color divine light? The five-color divine light, which claimed to sweep away all things, had collapsed so easily. Kong Xian was deeply shaken, his scalp tingling as he gazed at the unfolding scene. Your five-color divine light is indeed tyrannical, but regrettably, it crumbles before my phoenix blood cauldron, Qin Ming declared. Phoenix blood cauldron? Kong Xian fixed his gaze upon the enormous cauldron hovering above Qin Ming, feeling an overwhelming stench of blood emanating from it. Just the scent made him feel nauseous. Filth. This cauldron contains the essence of filth. Suddenly realizing something, Kong Xian's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the phoenix blood cauldron. This cauldron was forged by the blood demon god, containing boundless blood energy. The stench of blood does not provoke disgust in those below the saint level, but once one breaks into the saint realm, the scent becomes unbearable. The very essence of blood is filth. What is the greatest nemesis of the tranquil force? It is the force of filth. Under the illumination of the five-color divine light, the blood energy would instantly collapse, revealing the essence of filth. Even if the five-color divine light can suppress innate treasures, what of it? Before the filth emanating from the phoenix blood cauldron, it is utterly defenseless. Furthermore, this cauldron is now an innate treasure. The unleashed filth is terrifying beyond measure. Even the tranquil force unleashed by the legendary ancestor Hong Kuan would not stand chance, let alone Kong Xian, who is merely an unremarkable figure within the Western teachings, possessing only a limited amount of tranquil force. Before the filth of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, he is completely defenseless. Witnessing the destruction of Kong Xian's five-color divine light by the bloody aura surging from the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, a hint of amusement flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to take action, the blood demon god suddenly spoke up, saying, "Master, I wonder if this creature can be entrusted to me to deal with. What is it that has caught your interest in this demon?" Qin Ming inquired with a composed demeanor. The blood demon god, not daring to hesitate, immediately replied, "Nothing. I simply harbor a deep-seated hatred for this demon. It is akin to a cat's aversion to a mouse. It is the nature of us demon gods to feel an insatiable urge to consume those of the Western Church upon sight." Qin Ming nodded and said, "Very well. Since you wish to confront this demon, then proceed." The demon and the disciples of the Western Church were indeed sworn enemies from the moment the demon gods came into existence. Since that day, countless battles had erupted between the Western Church and the 3,000 demon gods. Upon seeing Kong Xian, particularly sensing the serene power emanating from him, the blood demon god could not suppress the urge to devour him, which made his mouth water uncontrollably. Hearing Qin Ming's understanding words, a flicker of gratitude arose in the blood demon god's heart. Subsequently, a vast expanse of blood surged forth from Qin Ming, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson blood cloud that stretched for thousands of miles. Within the swirling blood cloud, a blurred visage could be seen, unmistakably that of the blood demon god. Suddenly, after the blood condensed into a blood cloud, it enveloped Kong Xian in an instant, leaving him no time to escape as his figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Shortly thereafter, piercing screams erupted from within the blood cloud, but within just 2 or 3 breaths, Kong Xian's voice dissipated entirely. The blood cloud soon dispersed, revealing that Kong Xian had been completely refined away, leaving no trace behind. The blood cloud then retreated back into Qin Ming's body. The blood demon god spoke again, his tone filled with gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for allowing me such a feast." Meanwhile, several saints in the starry sky observed with astonishment as Kong Xian was swiftly eliminated by Qin Ming, casting wary glances in his direction. Just moments before, when Kong Xian had activated the five-color divine light to suppress the yin-yang pearl, the saints had believed Qin Ming to be doomed. Yet, the tides of battle had turned. Qin Ming utilized the Phoenix Blood Cauldron to effortlessly dismantle the five-color divine light and conjured a blood cloud that consumed Kong Xian entirely. Although Kong Xian was merely an average figure within the Western Church, despite being known as the Holy Mother, his strength paled in comparison to that of a saint, being merely a Great Luo golden immortal. However, bolstered by the power of tranquility, even a Great Luo golden immortal like Kong Xian could contend against a congenital saint. What was truly unexpected was that, before Qin Ming, even the five-color divine light was easily subdued. This revelation left the assembly of saints in shock. It became evident that they had grossly underestimated this young man. He possessed the capability to suppress the five-color divine light. The most troublesome aspect of the Western Church was indeed the power of tranquility, and if this young man could restrain the five-color divine light, did that not imply he was worthy of standing against the Western Church? Even the venerable Hong Jun dared not confront the Western Church, yet this lad, a mere congenital saint, was somehow more formidable than Hong Jun himself. The powerful beings and saints present, upon witnessing Kong Xian being devoured by the blood cloud, began to murmur in astonishment. In contrast, Qin Ming remained unfazed. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron's ability to counter the five-color divine light was something he himself had not anticipated. Originally, he had intended to use this artifact solely for refining treasures. Had it not been for his ascension to sainthood and the inability to endure the nauseating sensation brought on by the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, he would not have resorted to using the heavenly tribulation for treasure refinement. Nevertheless, although the cauldron's current utility was modest, its corruptive power was indeed the bane of the Western Church's tranquil energy. With such a force at his disposal, even if the master of the mixed koan were to engage him directly, Qin Ming felt confident in standing his ground. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qin Ming's face. Reining in his thoughts, he stored the Phoenix Blood Cauldron within himself and turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 saints. Speaking in a calm tone, "Kong Xian is dead. Do the 4 of you intend to confront me together, or shall we face off one by one? Do you think the 4 great saints would join forces against you?" The Eastern King suddenly interjected, his expression dripping with disdain. Qin Ming, you must understand that although Kong Xian was a member of the Western Church, he possessed only the strength of a Great Luo golden immortal. Even with the five-color divine light, he is still not a match for us congenital saints. Merely eliminating one Great Luo golden immortal, and you dare to boast of contending against us four great saints? You truly do not know the meaning of death. With a cold demeanor, the Eastern King declared. And as soon as he finished speaking, he activated his escape light and flew towards Qin Ming. Let me show you the true terror of a second-tier saint. With a grave expression, the Eastern King summoned the Dao's fortune across 1,000 miles, unleashing a thread of celestial light from within himself. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward Qin Ming. As the Eastern King flicked his wrist, a peachwood staff materialized in his hand, emanating the aura of a congenital supreme treasure, instantly flooding the area with its might, akin to a tsunami inundating Qin Ming. Moreover, within this pressure, a surge of vitality that caused Qin Ming's expression to change dramatically pulsed wildly. Wherever this vitality passed, vast forests began to sprout at an observable rate. What was once a lifeless expanse of stars transformed into a magnificent jade forest. What manner of object was this peachwood staff that could incite such terrifying vitality? Qin Ming was taken aback. This was not the land of the primordial chaos, but the starry sky. In the cosmos, there was no water or air, only endless darkness. In such an environment, it was inconceivable for flora to flourish. Yet, the peachwood staff in the Eastern King's hand possessed the miraculous ability to transform decay into vitality, giving rise to an entire forest in the starry sky. Such a phenomenon utterly shattered Qin Ming's comprehension. The most alarming aspect was that these trees growing upon the meteorites were not ordinary plants. Each towering tree possessed a trunk comparable to a mountain. They densely covered the starry expanse, creating an illusion of being surrounded by towering peaks. Most importantly, these majestic trees were entwined with numerous vines as thick as houses, writhing like colossal serpents across the trunks. Suddenly, with a crack, Qin Ming's expression darkened. He saw two vines whip toward him with ferocity. The void tightened, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. In a moment of urgency, Qin Ming drew forth the celestial measuring ruler. After much refinement, the ruler had now attained the quality of a congenital supreme treasure. A multitude of Dao's fortunes surged toward the ruler as Qin Ming raised it to cleave through the two vines. Oomph. Seeing this, the Eastern King sneered coldly, his smile laced with disdain. Do you think a mere congenital supreme treasure can shake my eternal life vine? With a resounding bang, the celestial measuring ruler sliced through the air, striking the vine. However, to Qin Ming's astonishment, sparks erupted from the vine, and the full force of his attack failed to budge it even slightly. This vine was quite remarkable, Qin Ming mused. Such robust vines were several times harder than steel. With the current might of the celestial measuring ruler, even a congenital spiritual treasure would be cleaved as easily as tofu. Yet against this vine, it was utterly ineffective. What now? Qin Ming, I have long warned you that the everlasting immortal vine is immovable, no matter how many innate treasures you possess. They cannot exert their power before this vine, spoke Dong Wanggong. Qin Ming fell silent. The vine was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. Even the strikes of the celestial measuring ruler could not penetrate it, which was utterly astonishing. Is that so? Qin Ming chuckled, retracting the celestial measuring ruler, and suddenly summoned the yin-yang pearl. With a resonating hum, the pearl began to spin, unleashing an overwhelming force of solar energy in an instant. This yin-yang pearl had absorbed the solar energy of an entire planet and had been refined to the quality of an innate treasure, its power soaring to new heights. No matter how sturdy the everlasting immortal vine might be, it was still but a plant before the raging flames. Even a divine tree could not withstand the heat. How could this vine possibly be a match? As the solar energy erupted from the yin-yang pearl, the entire starry sky seemed to ignite. The once cold and desolate expanse of space rapidly warmed, and within mere breaths, the temperature soared to tens of thousands of degrees. Fiery flames erupted upon the meteors, reaching temperatures comparable to the core of a planet. Even the meteors could not endure such heat, igniting instantly. Moreover, the pervasive high temperature across the starry sky showed no signs of abating, as it surged from 20,000 degrees to 30,000 degrees in the blink of an eye. "Master, help! Master! Your Majesty, save us!" Cries of despair echoed throughout the cosmos. It turned out that after Yi Chun summoned the yin-yang pearl, he had not controlled the range of the solar energy, which had swiftly enveloped a radius of 100,000 miles. In this vast expanse, the temperature had escalated to 30,000 degrees. Such terrifying heat was unbearable even for innate saints, let alone the Great Luo golden immortals present. The moment Yi Chun activated the solar energy, he observed the 12 golden immortals, the 3 foremost disciples, and several celestial maidens of Tianshan, all of whom had been mere spectators until now, desperately activating their respective treasures to withstand the onslaught of heat. However, against such extreme temperatures, these treasures proved utterly inadequate. Among the 12 golden immortals, 3 or 4 were immediately engulfed in flames as their treasures exploded under the searing heat, leading to their demise before they could escape. Yuan Tian Zun's expression darkened. Each of these 12 golden immortals represented his painstaking efforts, and he would not tolerate the loss of even one. Now, Fred had been slain in an instant by Yi Chun, a bitter pill for him to swallow. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the remaining 4 saints, aside from Dong Wang Gong, sprang into action. Yuan Tian Zun summoned the Panga banner, unleashing a wave of dark energy that enveloped the surviving golden immortals. Tong Tian did not hesitate, launching the 4 great swords of annihilation, their terrifying sword aura ravaging the starry sky, shielding the 3 foremost disciples from the oppressive heat. Meanwhile, Nuwa acted as well, summoning the red embroidery ball, casting a protective cloud over the Tianshan sect members. As for the Supreme Old Lord, he wasted no time in activating the Taiji diagram, enveloping Changxi, Shiha, and Zhuanti within its protective sphere. With the intervention of these powerful saints, those who had been on the brink of being scorched to ashes were swiftly rescued. At this moment, Yi Chun paid no heed to the movements of the saints. With a flick of his wrist, the yin-yang pearl quivered once more, unleashing a torrent of heat that spread across the starry sky, raising the temperature yet again. It was akin to a cosmic furnace, and in an instant, the temperature surged to 35,000 degrees. What unfathomable heat was this? Even the Supreme Old Lord's 8 trigrams furnace could not match such ferocity. As the temperature climbed to 35,000 degrees, the starry expanse transformed into a sea of flames. Towering infernos reaching thousands of feet high, engulfing hundreds of towering trees. The crackling sounds of combustion filled the air, as vast swathes of life were consumed by the flames, reducing the forest of stars to charred remnants in just a few breaths. Witnessing this, Dong Wang Gong was furious, his gaze darkening as he glared at Yi Chun. "You dare disturb my everlasting immortal forest." Qin Ming, expressionless, cast a glance at Dong Wang Gong without uttering a word. Suddenly, he activated the 9 turns mysterious art. Pointing his finger, and the sea of flames covering 100,000 miles surged violently. The inferno coalesced at his fingertip, and with a decisive gesture, Qin Ming unleashed the overwhelming flames towards Dong Wang Gong. Dong Wang Gong's expression turned solemn as he grasped his peachwood staff and thrust it into the starry sky. With a thunderous crash, the entire primordial cosmos trembled, ripples radiating outward from the staff's point of impact. An unimaginable primal aura erupted from the staff, and before long, a patch of scorched earth appeared beneath it. What had once been a humble staff began to grow, transforming into a colossal tree, its size rivaling that of a planet, emanating waves of profound energy as verdant rain fell across the cosmos. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. The moment the green rain appeared, the oppressive heat that had enveloped the starry sky receded like a tide, and the flames covering the heavens shrank visibly under the rain's cleansing. In mere moments, the vast sea of fire that had once spread for thousands of miles was extinguished completely. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he pondered the nature of this mysterious green rain. "Though you have just become a saint, your prowess is indeed exceptional among the lesser saints," Dong Wang Gong remarked coolly. At that moment, Qin Ming felt an odd sensation, as if some consciousness had infiltrated his being, perceiving his innermost thoughts with clarity. Then Dong Wang Gong's tone shifted, unfortunately. "I have long since transcended the barriers of cognition as a lesser saint." As he spoke, Dong Wang Gong suddenly vanished from before Qin Ming. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed, and he immediately extended his consciousness, sweeping across the starry expanse for miles. To his astonishment, Dong Wang Gong appeared to have completely disappeared without a trace. Just then, Dong Wang Gong's voice echoed out of nowhere. "What is the matter? Can you not see where I am?" With a sudden impact, Qi Ming felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down to find he had been struck, yet there was no assailant in sight. Even Dong Wang Gong, who had spoken moments ago, was nowhere to be found. What was happening? How did Dong Wang Gong strike me? Qi Ming's expression darkened as he began to retreat. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, halting his escape. His gaze shifted, and he noticed the saints and their disciples suspended upside down in the void. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had flipped. "Master, be careful. This individual has transcended the second decline of the celestial realm. Do not underestimate him," the blood demon god warned urgently. "What exactly is the second decline of the celestial realm?" Qi Ming inquired. The blood demon god replied, "I only know a little. It is said that the second decline of the celestial realm represents a complete breach of the barriers of cognition." What are the barriers of cognition? In discussing the confusion of all beings, it is often assumed that pointing a finger at the sky signifies that the heavens lie above. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. It represents a cognitive error. After a brief pause, the blood demon continued, "Master, you ought to understand that what our eyes perceive is, in fact, an inverted image formed within them. It is our brains that transform this image into an upright perception. Thus, is it true that everything we see in this world, prior to crossing the threshold of dual decline, is erroneous? The true visage of beauty is, in reality, ugly. The reality of the upper is, in fact, the lower. The left is truly the right." At this juncture, Qi Ming felt a profound clarity wash over him, a wave of relief coursing through his being. Could it be that even excrement could be perceived as gold? Indeed, the blood demon exclaimed with satisfaction. "It is truly commendable that you have grasped this concept so swiftly." The blood demon then elaborated, "Therefore, the sky you perceive as inverted is merely a manifestation of your cognitive misunderstanding. The East King has not vanished. He stands right before you. This, too, is a misperception. And how might I dismantle the barriers of cognition?" The blood demon chuckled softly. "Master, have you ever heard of drunken boxing?" "Naturally." At this, Qi Ming experienced a sudden epiphany. "Are you suggesting that inebriation might allow me to see the East King?" The blood demon explained, "In truth, alcohol was devised by your kind as a means to contend with the saints. Regrettably, mere intoxication only unveils the world as seen by the dual-declined saints, lacking the power to confront them." He continued, "Some individuals, when drunk, perceive the world as ethereal and detached, akin to celestial beings. This is not mere illusion. It reflects the authentic visage of the world as seen by the dual-declined saints. It is no wonder that those who have been inebriated throughout history appear mad, for their vision of reality diverges from that of the sober. Rather, it is we who are intoxicated. They're the ones who see clearly," Qi Ming murmured. "Indeed, Master, you are soon to encounter the intelligence decline of the celestial beings. At that moment, the barriers of cognition will continuously contract. Once they close entirely, you shall become utterly foolish. Thus, comprehending the secrets of intelligence, decline, and advance will serve you well in the future." Qi Ming nodded. He had initially disregarded the blood demon, yet now, hearing its earnest words, he felt a flicker of gratitude. Had it not been for the blood demon elucidating these mysteries, he might have perished without understanding the circumstances of his demise at the hands of the East King. Shaking his head, he pondered, "With the blood demon revealing the secrets of intelligence decline, I owe it a karmic debt. In the future, crafting a physical form for this demon shall settle that debt." His gaze then shifted to the figures inverted against the starry sky. Drunkenness. There remains an abundance of wine in the Palace of Wa. I seldom indulge. Yet today seems fortuitous. With a thought, countless wine jars materialized from a void, dozens flying before Qi Ming, united with the Palace of Wa. A mere thought allowed him to summon its contents. Thus, even amidst the vastness of the primordial cosmos, retrieving the wine was effortless. As the jars appeared, the East King erupted into laughter, taunting, "What is this, boy? Knowing you cannot contend with me, are you attempting to dull your senses with wine? Hypnotize yourself into acceptance of this reality?" Without a word, Qi Ming drained a jar completely. Yet, as a being of innate sanctity, how could a single jar intoxicate him? He proceeded to consume several jars, each containing no less than 5 pounds. After downing dozens of pounds of wine, rather than feeling inebriated, he found himself increasingly lucid. Is this wine counterfeit? Qin Ming lamented. In his previous life, as a mere mortal, even a couple of sips would have sufficed to intoxicate him. Now, having consumed so much, he felt nothing. Fortunately, the palace of Hua housed thousands of pounds of wine, so he was unconcerned about running out. Gulping down more, he finally felt a rush of intoxication. In his hazy state, he perceived the East King's figure flickering over 300 yards away. The blood demon's words rang true. Elated, he could now see the East King's silhouette, dispelling any doubts regarding the blood demon's method. He then proceeded to down 20 more jars in a single breath, as if to consume all the wine he had missed in his past life. At this moment, he was thoroughly drunk, and the East King's figure became increasingly distinct. You believe that a mere sip of wine will grant you sight of me? The East King sneered, his body a gust of wind, lunging directly at Qin Ming. Chapter 46. Challenging the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign? With a resounding thud, the East King struck, aiming a punch at Qin Ming's face. East King, your speed leaves much to be desired. Qin Ming raised his hand, pinching the East King's fist between his fingers. How is this possible? The East King gaped in shock, staring incredulously at the grip of Qin Ming. How could he possibly see him? He had entered the cognitive realm of the dual-declined saints. Unless one attained his level, it was impossible to discern even his position. Yet, Qin Ming had seized his fist, indicating that he had seen him clearly. How could a mere dual-declined saint perceive me? The East King's mind raced with disbelief, fixated on Qin Ming. No, he merely got lucky. He cannot see me. A flicker of hope surged within the East King, unwilling to accept that Qin Ming could truly see him. Then, a firm resolve washed over him as he retracted his fist and struck again, this time without hesitation. The 9 transformations of the mysterious technique surged within him. Qin Ming mirrored the action, pinching the East King's fist once more. Impossible. He truly sees me. The East King's heart raced, his disbelief igniting into sheer terror. How could this be? Qin Ming was merely a dual-declined saint. Even with extraordinary talent, he should not be able to perceive him, let alone make contact. After all, the realm of the dual-declined saints existed at a higher dimension than that of the singularly declined, unless a dual-declined saint willingly engaged. Even standing before him would not allow for contact. Yet, at this moment, Qin Ming had indeed grasped his fist. He not only saw him, but also captured his movements. It was inconceivable. Throughout eternity, no dual-declined saint had ever managed to touch or perceive a dual-declined saint. Yet here was Qin Ming, a genuine dual-declined saint, effortlessly making contact. The East King's heart raced wildly as he gazed at Qin Ming, filled with astonishment and dread. Surprised. Are we? Qin Ming remarked, his demeanor unfazed. Are you playing hide and seek with me? With the 9 revolutions mystic technique pushed to its zenith, Qin Ming released his fingers and swiftly grasped the neck of the Eastern King. A sharp crack echoed as Qin Ming snapped the Eastern King's neck, causing his lifeless body to plummet from the starry expanse. A dark aura surged from the Eastern King's corpse, but Qin Ming, seizing the opportunity, hurled the yin-yang orb, unleashing a torrent of lunar energy that froze the dark aura into a block of ice. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Ming shattered the ice into dust. Thus, the once arrogant Eastern King, who had boasted of slaying Qin Ming, was effortlessly vanquished, his spirit unable to escape. A second decay saint, a being of immense power, was obliterated by Qin Ming, a mere first decay saint, in mere moments. This spectacle left the assembled sages aghast, especially the Western Queen Mother, encircled by auspicious clouds. Her eyes filled with dread. The Eastern King, whom she had summoned to confront Qin Ming, had been slain, and she knew she would be next. How could Qin Ming, who had only recently ascended to sainthood and overcome the first decay, possess such overwhelming power? The disciples of the Golden Immortals gazed at Qin Ming with awe and fear. The Eastern King, a peer of the primal Lord of Heaven, had been effortlessly defeated by Qin Ming, who had only just become a primordial saint. The Eastern King, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was annihilated in an instant. Most terrifyingly, Qin Ming had not only matched the Eastern King's cognitive realm, but had also slain him within it. Such power was unimaginable. If Qin Ming could achieve this as a first decay saint, what heights would he reach as a second decay saint? The onlookers' faces paled as they regarded Qin Ming with trepidation. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, having slain the Eastern King, turned his gaze to the towering peachwood staff. As the Eastern King fell, the rain from the tree's canopy ceased, and the massive tree rapidly shrank back into a staff. Without hesitation, Qin Ming reached for it, pondering its potential to transform barren lands into lush forests within the Nuwa realm. Suddenly, the staff trembled, releasing a surge of cosmic fortune, revealing it to be a primordial treasure. Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with recognition. Such a treasure could not be left to others. As he prepared to claim it, the sword of slaying immortals flashed, and the Lord of Heaven's voice rang out, demanding the staff be left behind. The Lord of Heaven, having transcended 3 decays, was no ordinary foe. The blood demon god, now bound to Qin Ming by a pact, warned him to tread carefully. Just as tensions peaked, the primal Lord of Heaven intervened, halting the Lord of Heaven with a wave of cosmic fortune. The primal Lord, his gaze icy, addressed Qin Ming, accusing him of humiliating the Chan sect by slaying its disciples. Qin Ming, realizing the primal Lord's formidable power and deep cunning, knew he faced a formidable adversary. The primal Lord, second only to Hong Jun, had outmaneuvered even his elder brother, Laozi, and orchestrated the unification of the 3 teachings during the investiture of the gods. Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. In the future, the myriad immortals reverence the primordial beginning, yet disregard the celestial heaven. They hold faith in Kunlun, but regard the Xiandu mountain with disdain. All of this is bestowed by the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, regardless of how the teachings of the later generations evolve, Qin Ming has no inclination to intervene, now that the primordial heavenly sovereign seeks vengeance for his disciples. Qin Ming naturally welcomes the challenge. Given his formidable reputation across the Hongwang continent, Qin Ming is certain that he and the primordial heavenly sovereign will inevitably clash. If he can eliminate the dual rulers of the demon realm, how much easier it would be to confront a single primordial heavenly sovereign. With this thought, Qin Ming retracted the Yin-Yang Pearl and summoned the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man to guard him. Now, the 3 lights had ascended to the status of innate treasures, their fiery brilliance having multiplied in power tenfold. As the flames flickered, the vast starry river was set ablaze with ripples, and a trace of annihilative energy erupted from the flames, as if the heavenly Dao had descended, causing a subtle change in the expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign. The 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man were already innate treasures. Now, fully summoned, their flames intermingled and amplified one another's might. The resulting terrifying pressure rivaled that of the treasures of merit. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign felt a tremor of fear beneath this overwhelming force. It was astonishing that this young man had managed to gather the 3 lights, which had never been united since their inception. Such a remarkable stroke of fortune allowed him to simultaneously wield all 3, a feat truly beyond belief. The primordial heavenly sovereign's gaze fixated on the 3 divine lamps. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he summoned a seal from his sleeve. Adorned with a jade orb the size of a pigeon's egg, a torrent of spiritual energy cascaded from the orb, swirling through the starry expanse and disrupting the flames of the 3 lights. Initially no larger than a palm, the seal expanded exponentially within mere moments, transforming into a colossal imprint the size of a mountain. With a thunderous roar, the entire cosmos quaked as an unimaginable pressure descended, akin to a world crashing down, obliterating vast swathes of flame. The massive imprint then plummeted towards the Lotus lamp. "You dare to strike at my Lotus lamp?" Qin Ming instantly grasped the primordial heavenly sovereign's intent. The 3 lights were indispensable. Losing even one would significantly diminish the power of the remaining 2. In this scenario, the primordial heavenly sovereign had targeted one of the divine lamps. Should he succeed in knocking it away, the threat posed by the 3 lights to the primordial heavenly sovereign would vanish. However, Qin Ming would never permit the primordial heavenly sovereign to succeed. In a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing beneath the vanishing heaven seal. "Are you seeking death, fool? This is the vanishing heaven seal. You dare to stand beneath it? Do you think your body is invincible? Even steel cannot withstand its might. Your flesh would crumble in an instant." The onlookers, powerful beings, sneered at Qin Ming's audacity. Yet, Qin Ming remained unperturbed. As he stood beneath the vanishing heaven seal, he activated the 9 turns profound art, unleashing the overwhelming power of a saint from within. Once this art was invoked, his body became unyielding, impervious even to heavenly lightning. Though the vanishing heaven seal was formidable, it could not suppress Qin Ming, who had activated the 9 turns profound art. A resounding crash echoed as the vanishing heaven seal struck Qin Ming squarely. Observing this, a smile crept across the primordial heavenly sovereign's face. Qin Ming, the slayer of his disciples, must be obliterated. Failing to do so would be a disgrace. Moreover, it appeared that this young man regarded him with disdain, merely a mediocre saint among saints, daring to step forth and shield himself against the vanishing heaven seal. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Yet, in the next instant, the primordial heavenly sovereign's expression froze. Qin Ming stood unwavering, as solid as Mount Tai, impervious to the overwhelming force of the vanishing heaven seal, crafted from the indomitable, unmoving mountain. It was unfathomable that this young man withstood the force without so much as a tremor. His physique rivaled even that of the Ancestor witches. How could this be? No Ancestor which would dare bear the brunt of the vanishing heaven seal. Remarkably, Qin Ming remained undeterred, unaffected by the strike, not even a hair out of place. What an astonishing constitution! It seemed that apart from the legendary Pangu, no one in the Hong Huang could possess a physique as robust as Qin Ming's. How could a mere human withstand such might? Among the races I know, only the Ancestor witches possess such resilience. Yet even they would not dare to confront the vanishing heaven seal with their flesh. This young man not only endured the strike, but remained entirely unscathed. As the onlookers in the starry expanse gaped in disbelief, discussions erupted. Who would have imagined that Qin Ming's flesh was so formidable that even the vanishing heaven seal could not budge him? When this world could possibly shake such a being? The expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign darkened to the utmost degree as he witnessed Qin Ming withstand the vanishing heaven seal. The treasure forged from the unmoving mountain had become a mere toy before this individual, utterly incapable of affecting him. Qin Ming's display rendered the primordial heavenly sovereign humiliated. His gaze filled with contempt. You are but a mere human. How can you withstand an attack from the vanishing heaven seal? The primordial heavenly sovereign coldly remarked. Though your seal possesses commendable power, it is merely an innate treasure. I have ascended to the status of an innate saint. Using an innate treasure against me is a folly. The fact that I have not crushed your vanishing heaven seal to dust is a sign of my grace. With a stoic expression, Qin Ming replied, Crush it to dust? The primordial heavenly sovereign smirked coldly. Do not mistake your resilience against the vanishing heaven seal for arrogance before me. It would be effortless to end your life. As he spoke, the primordial heavenly sovereign flicked his wrist, summoning a lantern-like treasure from his sleeve. Initially small, the treasure expanded and enveloped Qin Ming. With a thunderous crash, a wave of heat surged forth, and a fire dragon erupted from within, lunging toward Qin Ming. Following the first dragon, 8 more fire dragons soared from the treasure, surrounding Qin Ming in a maelstrom of scorching flames. Drench it completely, the 9-dragon divine fire shield. In an instant, Qin Ming recognized this treasure. It was indeed the 9-dragon divine fire shield later bestowed upon the Taiji Jinren. The primordial lord, having cultivated for eons, possessed numerous treasures. Before the onset of the later battles for the canonization of gods, the primordial lord, under various pretenses, granted many magical artifacts to his disciples. Yet, the 9-dragon divine fire shield was one of the treasures he was most reluctant to part with. Once activated, 9 fiery dragons would soar forth from a shield. Anything engulfed by these 9 fiery dragons would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Originally, this shield was crafted by the primordial lord to counter the Bagua furnace. In a vast wilderness, apart from the solar power held by Qin Ming, there was the Bagua furnace in the hands of the Taishang Laojun. The flames within that furnace, once unleashed, could turn an entire forest into a desert. Even a primal saint would face dire consequences if overwhelmed by the 9 fiery dragons. At this moment, in order to confront Qin Ming, the primordial lord unhesitatingly summoned the 9-dragon divine fire shield. The towering flames surged, quickly enveloping Qin Ming's head. To his surprise, the 9-dragon divine fire shield was actually in your possession as well. Primordial lord, You truly possess an abundance of treasures. Within the shield, Qin Ming spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon witnessing this scene, the Primordial Lord's expression darkened. The nine-dragon divine fire shield had not incinerated Qin Ming. At this point, all 9 fiery dragons had emerged, and the intense heat was felt even by the Primordial Lord and others. This alone indicated that the temperature within the shield had reached an unimaginable level. Not even a declining saint could endure such heat, let alone a single declining saint like Qin Ming, who seemed unscathed. This was utterly astonishing. Was his flesh truly forged from steel? The nine-dragon divine fire shield could not extinguish him. Rest assured, though this child's physique is formidable, he is ultimately just flesh and blood. Sooner or later, he will be refined into ashes by the divine fire shield. Indeed, the heat of this shield rivals that of the Bagua furnace. How terrifying is the furnace's flame? To refine this child should be as easy as pie. The assembled mighty beings looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom that Qin Ming could withstand the burning of the nine-dragon divine fire shield. However, as 10 minutes passed, they were shocked to see that not only had Qin Ming not perished, but not a single hair on his body had been scorched. What kind of physique is this? The power of the nine-dragon divine fire shield could not even singe his hair. In the entire wilderness, only Qin Ming could achieve such a feat. What secrets does this child possess? Even the divine fire shield could not shake him. I have serious doubts that the Primordial Lord is holding back. Otherwise, how could that fellow withstand both the heavenly seal and the nine-dragon divine fire shield? The mighty beings speculated, unable to believe that the nine-dragon divine fire shield could not affect Qin Ming. Regrettably, despite their refusal to believe, a stick of incense later, not only had Qin Ming not been incinerated, but he had not even lost a single hair. What an extraordinary constitution, with the might of a nine-dragon divine fire shield. It could not even scorch a strand of this man's hair. In this world, could there truly be such a terrifying physique? Meanwhile, Qin Ming appeared remarkably calm. His gaze fell upon the Primordial Lord as he said, "Primordial Lord, I had originally intended to give you a way out, but it seems you have taken it lightly." After a pause, Qin Ming continued, "To think that the nine-dragon divine fire shield could deal with me. You truly underestimate my capabilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming opened his mouth, and a pearl the size of a pigeon egg flew out. The overwhelming solar power surged within the divine fire shield. The previously scorching temperature of over 10,000 degrees suddenly spiked to 20,000 degrees upon the emergence of the yin-yang pearl. Upon witnessing this, the Primordial Lord felt a sudden clarity. How could he have forgotten the yin-yang pearl? Previously, when he had slain the Eastern King, it was this very individual who had invoked the yin-yang pearl, turning an entire forest to charcoal. The yin-yang pearl is condensed from the powers of the sun and moon. Once activated, it can unleash a portion of solar or lunar energy. To confront the Eastern King, Qin Ming had maximized the power of the yin-yang pearl, raising the temperature of the entire starry sky to 30,000 degrees. Now, the temperature within the shield was merely 20,000 degrees. With Qin Ming's strength, how could he possibly regard such a temperature? Moreover, the yin-yang pearl possesses a protective function, surrounded by the powers of the sun and moon. Even if the temperature increased by another 10,000 degrees, Qin Ming would remain unscathed with not a single hair singed. To think that a mere divine fire shield could attempt to annihilate Qin Ming, the Primordial Lord's expression darkened. He had overlooked the fact that Qin Ming possessed the yin-yang pearl, and employing the divine fire shield against him was a grave miscalculation. Observing the mighty beings watching from the starry sky, they gradually began to discern the underlying truth. Without a word, the Primordial Lord attempted to retract the divine fire shield. However, to his shock, he found that the shield seemed to be affixed in place by the starry sky. No matter how he attempted to stir the cosmic forces, the divine fire shield remained immovable. The Primordial Lord fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming and saw the flames surging within the shield, drawing closer to the yin-yang pearl. The divine fire shield had not only failed to annihilate Qin Ming, rather, he was now using the yin-yang pearl to absorb the flames of the shield. This was a case of stealing defeat from the jaws of victory. The Primordial Lord seethed with rage, unwilling to allow such an insult to occur under his watch. Qin Ming, the divine fire shield, is something I painstakingly crafted. If you dare to consume its flames, even if I must ascend to the 33 heavens, I will certainly slay you, the Primordial Lord bellowed. However, Qin Ming had long since severed ties with the Primordial Lord. To him, the latter's threats were nothing more than the buzzing of a mosquito. Ascend to the 30 heavens? Primordial Lord, why boast? I am right before you. Can you truly slay me? Qin Ming retorted. Such blatant mockery. This was a stark, unembellished insult. The three holy mothers of the, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, exchanged incredulous glances with the Primordial Lord. Although the battle for canonization had yet to commence and the relationship between the two teachings was not as strained as in later days, these disciples had always held a certain disdain for this particular uncle. After all, the doctrines of and differed greatly. In the eyes of these holy mothers were nothing but aberrations. They could not only cultivate, but were relegated to the status of mere mounts for their entire lives. These holy mothers were acutely aware of how the Primordial Lord regarded them, though they usually dared not confront him. Hearing Qin Ming openly mock him before the multitude of mighty beings in the wilderness left the Primordial Lord utterly humiliated. The three holy mothers felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the Primordial Lord, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, he was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend that someone in the wilderness would dare to mock him. As the leader of, he was a figure of great authority. The entire wilderness was under the heel of. Qin Ming was merely a human, a being insignificant as an ant, yet he dared to ridicule him. The Primordial Lord was consumed with fury. Veins bulged prominently on his forehead. With a resounding hum, the divine fire shield was cast aside by the Primordial Supreme Being. Raising his hand, he summoned the Panga banner from his sleeve. A wave of dark light erupted from the banner, rapidly expanding in all directions throughout the starry sky. In an instant, the vastness of the cosmic fortune resonated with a deafening roar, shaking the entirety of the primordial cosmos. This remarkable maneuver stirred the very essence of the primordial universe, leaving all in awe of its magnitude. The Panga banner, a supreme innate treasure, possessed unparalleled power. In a bygone era, Hong Jun, distracted at the division of treasures, had bestowed the most potent Panga banner upon the primordial supreme being. This banner not only harbored the force of creation, but also encompassed the principles of transformation, capable of obliterating chaos and forging new worlds, rendering it omnipotent. With the banner suppressing the fortune of the Chan sect, none dared to provoke it on the primordial continent. Even Laozi and Tong Tian refrained from confronting the primordial supreme being directly, both well aware of the banner's formidable might. Even Laozi's Tai Chi diagram could scarcely match its prowess. At that moment, as the fire dragons within the divine fire shield visibly dwindled, 6 of the 9 dragons were swiftly devoured by the yin-yang pearl. Only 3 remained, struggling valiantly. Qin Ming could not let these last 3 escape. With a swift motion, the powers of the sun surged forth, submerging the fire dragons entirely. As beings composed of elemental energy, the fire dragons lacked sentience and disintegrated upon contact with the pure solar force. The flames that once defined them were entirely consumed. The solar energy, being the essence of pure yang, overshadowed the fire energy, which, despite its own purity, was but a mere shadow in comparison. Within the span of a breath, the flames within the divine fire shield were completely extinguished. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the celestial measuring ruler, and a dazzling sword light emerged, cleaving through the divine fire shield. The ruler had ascended to the level of an innate treasure, wielding a power that rivaled the Zhuxian sword in Tong Tian's possession. With a single stroke, the divine fire shield was split asunder, and Qin Ming's soared into the sky, escaping its confines. You dare destroy my divine fire shield. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. The primordial supreme being was incensed at this sight. Without hesitation, he launched the Panga banner into the air, causing the primordial cosmos to tremble, while Qin Ming remained within the shield. The primordial supreme being had stealthily channeled the cosmic fortune through the Panga banner. Now, immense fortune surged into the banner, causing it to balloon upon being activated, expanding hundreds of times into a colossal standard that obscured the heavens. Waves of rule power cascaded from surface, akin to a deluge, rushing towards Qin Ming. The Panga banner embodied the law of destruction, capable of breaching any defense, even transcending time itself. As Qin Ming sensed the overwhelming force of the law approaching, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly summoned the Coffin Lantern and the 8 Scenes Palace Lantern, both now elevated to the status of innate treasures. As the lanterns soared into the air, a radiant light enveloped Qin Ming, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power these lanterns possessed, having previously wielded them against Dong Wanggong. However, he understood that the Panga banner in the Primordial Supreme Being's hands was no trifling matter. Underestimating it could lead to dire consequences. As the law of destruction bore down upon him, Qin Ming's demeanor grew solemn. With a resounding crash, the destructive law collided with the luminescence of the lanterns, resulting in a shocking spectacle. The destructive force cleaved through the combined light of the coffin lantern and the Eight Scenes Palace lantern, annihilating it effortlessly. There was barely time to breathe. The law of destruction surged forward like a relentless tide, rendering the two innate treasure lanterns utterly defenseless. To Qin Ming's astonishment, the power of the destructive law within the Panga banner surpassed all expectations, overpowering even his coffin lantern and Eight Scenes Palace lantern. He mused that the failure of the lanterns to withstand the assault was due to their incomplete nature. The trio of lights, coffin lantern, Eight Scenes Palace lantern, and the Yu Su Lioli lantern in the possession of the Primordial Supreme Being were meant to harmonize. Without the Yu Su Lioli lantern, the essence of the three lights was fundamentally flawed, diminishing their collective might. As he witnessed the vast flames of the lanterns crumble, the Primordial Supreme Being's spirits soared. He couldn't resist taunting Qin Ming. Even if you elevate these lanterns to the quality of innate treasures, they remain utterly insignificant before my Panga banner. With a sardonic smile, Qin Ming retorted, "Is that so? Watch closely as I unveil my next move." In an instant, an inferno erupted from the coffin lantern and the Eight Scenes Palace lantern. The flames from the coffin lantern resembled a grayish haze, suffused with deathly energy, spreading throughout the starry expanse. In tandem, the Eight Scenes Palace lantern unleashed torrents of violet flames, igniting the void in a frenzy. Infiend fire, celestial purple fire. A flicker of fear ignited in the Primordial Supreme Being's eyes. The flames from the coffin lantern, born of deathly energy, possessed the power to incinerate all vitality. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal would find their life force utterly consumed upon contact. Meanwhile, the celestial purple fire from the Eight Scenes Palace lantern, with temperatures rivaling that of the Earth's core, could only be subdued by the power of the sun. Even the infernos spewed by the nine-headed fire dragons within the Nine Dragons' divine fire shield could not contend with its ferocity. As the law of destruction from the Panga banner advanced, obliterating swathes of flame, Qin Ming could no longer remain passive. Without hesitation, he released the flames from both lanterns, engulfing the cosmos in a torrent of fire. The violet flames blazed with unimaginable intensity, incinerating countless meteors upon contact. The law of destruction, which had surged toward him, was repelled upon encountering the violet flames. The Primordial Supreme Being's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the celestial purple fire had ascended to such a level of power, forcing back not just any ordinary law, but the very law of destruction that held the force of creation. This law, fundamental to the primordial universe, had once enabled Pengu to cleave through chaos. It was unfathomable that it could be repulsed by the celestial purple fire. Yuan Shi Tianzun was nearly convinced he was ensnared in a dream. How could such a terrifying event transpire? The power to shatter the heavens was unable to withstand the infernal purple flame. "Young man, what makes your infernal purple flame so formidable?" Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired, his countenance darkened. Qin Ming remained silent. The dreadfulness of the infernal purple flame was intrinsically linked to the elevation of the Eight Scenic Palace lantern. That lantern had now genuinely transformed into a primordial treasure, emanating flames imbued with a hint of a sage's might. Furthermore, at this moment, the nether ghost fire was complementing the infernal purple flame. Although the temperature of the nether ghost fire was not high, it could suppress the vitality of the shattering law. In the universe, all that dies must also give rise to life. Not only sentient beings, but also powers experience birth and demise. The spirit coffin lantern had now advanced to the quality of a primordial treasure. Once the nether ghost fire erupted from it, even a single flame would be extinguished under its incineration. The shattering law possessed overwhelming might. Though the nether ghost fire could not obliterate this power, it could restrain the vitality associated with the shattering law. Under the terrifying high temperatures of the infernal purple flame, the endless shattering law was immediately forced back. Yuan Shi Tian Zun's expression darkened to the utmost degree. The previous destruction of the divine fire shield had already caused him to lose face. Now, even the shattering law of the Panga banner was being suppressed. If he did not slay Qinming, how could Yuan Shi Tian Zun continue to exist in the primordial continent? Very well. To think you could repel the shattering law. Qinming, you are the first sage in eons to achieve this. Even the Grand Supreme Elder Lord could not accomplish such a feat, yet you have surprisingly done so. Yuan Shi Tian Zun declared. Qinming replied coolly, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, no need for flattery. Unleash all your methods. I do not believe this is all you are capable of. Yuan Shi Tian Zun scoffed. With a mere flick of his hand, the shattering law retreated back into the banner. Suddenly, the banner trembled violently. The starry sky quaked, and vast swathes of forbidden laws surged forth directly from the banner. The Panga banner had originally fused 4 laws into one. Not only did it possess the shattering law, but it also encompassed the laws of establishment, prohibition, and annihilation. Initially, Yuan Shi Tian Zun believed the shattering law alone would be sufficient to slay Qinming. Unexpectedly, under the shattering law, Qinming not only survived, but also countered it. However, as the leader of a sect who had stood for countless years in the primordial continent, Yuan Shi Tian Zun's capabilities were surely not limited to just one shattering law. As the prohibitive law poured forth from the Panga banner, it swiftly engulfed the nether ghost fire and the infernal purple flame. The flames extinguished at a visibly rapid pace. The nether ghost fire and the infernal purple flame are extinguished? Qinming gasped. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at the starry sky. He understood that it was undoubtedly due to the prohibitive law. In essence, the prohibitive law could restrict all divine powers. Its effect was akin to Kong Xian's 5-color divine light. However, the 5-color divine light harnessed by Kong Xian was propelled by the power of belief, unleashing pure energy. The prohibitive law, on the other hand, directly utilized the power of law, erasing divine manifestations outright. Though the temperature of the infernal purple flame was high, it could not withstand the might of the prohibitive law. In mere breaths, the vast sea of flames shrank tenfold, covering only 1,000 miles of the starry sky. Witnessing this scene, Qinming's expression soured immediately. He had not anticipated the prohibitive law possessed such power, suppressing both the infernal purple flame and the nether ghost fire. The Panga banner and Yuan Shi Tian Zun were indeed formidable. Seeing the flames from the spirit coffin lantern and the 8 scenic palace lantern rapidly extinguish, Qinming swiftly acted, retracting both flames back into the spirit lantern. Observing this, Yuan Shi Tian Zun chuckled. What is the matter? Young man, have you realized you are no match for me, and chosen to surrender? Qinming retorted with a cold smile. Surrender? Yuan Shi Tian Zun, why do you have to demand my surrender? Yuan Shi Tian Zun dismissed him. Qinming, although your cultivation speed is astonishing, achieving the status of a primordial sage in just a month, it is a pity that despite reaching your current realm, your foundation is too shallow to contend with those of us who have attained sagehood for thousands of years. After a pause, Yuan Shi Tian Zun continued. Considering you are also a primordial sage, I shall grant you the opportunity to end your own life. Should you choose to do so, I might allow you to keep your body intact. Otherwise, when the 4 laws of the Panga banner strike, you will be left in pieces. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent appeared in Qinming's eyes. It seems you have a mere superficial understanding of my strength, Qinming declared. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and the phoenix blood cauldron flew forth from within. Young man, my prohibitive law is not something you can erode like Kong Xian's 5-color divine light. Yuan Shi Tian Zun stated. Qinming remained silent. As he activated the phoenix blood cauldron, it soared into the sky. Vast amounts of energy poured forth from the cauldron, suddenly enveloping an area of 10,000 miles in the starry sky. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pulling force erupted from the phoenix blood cauldron. This force was so immense that it instantaneously locked onto the prohibitive law permeating the starry expanse. Buzz. The resonant sound echoed through the cosmos as the phoenix blood cauldron suction surged forth, devouring the endless prohibitive laws like a drop of water in the ocean. Impossible. You can actually consume my prohibitive law. Yuan Shi Tian Zun exclaimed, astonished as he stared at the cauldron. This cauldron, appearing fearsome, was a treasure painstakingly crafted by the blood demon god. After falling into Qinming's hands, it had been elevated to the quality of a primordial treasure. Originally, the Phoenix Blood Cauldron was merely a vessel for containing blood energy in Qin Ming's possession. Rarely did he employ it against others. However, now that its quality had been enhanced to that of a primordial treasure, it could merge seamlessly with his sage's fortune, absorbing the energies of the Great Dao and transforming into a treasure capable of reducing opponents to mere pulp. At this moment, Qin Ming did not use the Phoenix Blood Cauldron to confront Yuan Shi Tianzun, but instead activated it to absorb the vast prohibitive laws. The interior of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron already constituted a realm of its own, possessing ample space to accommodate the prohibitive laws. Moreover, with its enhanced quality, the internal space of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron was no less than that of a planet. Although the prohibitive laws emerging from the Panga banner were formidable, they merely encompassed a radius of 10,000 miles in the starry sky. Given the size of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron's internal space, it was more than sufficient to absorb all the prohibitive laws completely, watching the Phoenix Blood Cauldron consume recklessly within just a few breaths. The prohibitive laws that had saturated the starry sky were entirely absorbed. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes widened in horror. The prohibitive laws of the Panga banner had been consumed. How could this be? He was well aware of the Phoenix Blood Cauldron's power. It was merely a container for blood energy. To think it could absorb prohibitive laws. Just how vast was the internal space of that cauldron? The prohibitive laws that had once filled the starry sky covered at least 10,000 miles, and yet they had been absorbed. This implied that the interior of the cauldron contained a space of at least 10,000 miles. What sort of mystical artifact was this? How could it possess such an expansive internal space? Yuan Shi Tianzun could hardly believe it. Even a mountain river map could not possibly possess such a vast interior. The seemingly ordinary Phoenix Blood Cauldron possessed an internal space exceeding that of the mountain river map. Yuan Shi Tianzun could scarcely fathom it. You have actually absorbed the prohibitive laws of the Panga banner. Qin Ming, you are exceedingly audacious. Yuan Shi Tianzun seethed with rage. His gaze toward Qin Ming filled with an overwhelming, killing intent. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, "It is merely the absorption of a prohibitive law. Why the need for such alarm?" The Primordial Supreme Being spoke. When I first grasped the forbidden laws through the Panga banner, I possessed but a mere fragment. Over countless eons, I have painstakingly expanded the forbidden laws to a staggering 100,000. Yet you audaciously absorb what I have diligently cultivated. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered momentarily. 100,000? If he could refine the 100,000 forbidden laws contained within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, no sage in the realm would be his match. After all, the might of these forbidden laws was crystal clear to Qin Ming. Even the ghostly flames of the netherworld and the celestial fire of the blazing heavens could not withstand it. Once he mastered it, he could unleash hundreds of them at will, easily rendering a sage powerless, stripping them of their formidable abilities. However, as Qin Ming pondered, a headache began to brew. Although the forbidden laws were fearsome, they were ultimately the power of the Panga banner. The Panga banner was not his divine treasure. Even if he absorbed the forbidden laws into the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, refining them would be a fool's dream unless he held the Panga banner in his own hands. He needed to become its master to have any hope of refining those forbidden laws. With this thought, Qin Ming's gaze towards the Primordial Supreme Being grew intense. He realized that the only way to obtain the Panga banner was to eliminate the Primordial Supreme Being. The Panga banner was an unparalleled treasure that suppressed the fortunes of the Chan sect. How could the Primordial Supreme Being possibly relinquish it to him? Previously, when Emperor Jun sought his assistance to rescue Chang Shi and Qin Ming had subtly indicated his interest in the Zhou Tian star array. However, Emperor Jun had flatly rejected his proposal to exchange it. Now, to expect the Primordial Supreme Being to willingly hand over the Panga banner was utterly impossible, since he could not persuade the Supreme Being to surrender it voluntarily. The only solution was to ensure the Primordial Supreme Being's disappearance from this world. Qin Ming mused. Such thoughts, if entertained by another, would be deemed utterly insane. After all, the Primordial Supreme Being was hailed as the foremost being beneath Hongjun, possessing strength that even the Grand Supreme Elder could not rival. Who would dare to covet the Primordial Supreme Being's treasures? Only Qin Ming, who, after perfecting the 9 turns mystical skill, might have hesitated in the face of the Primordial Supreme Being. But now, having transcended the decay of flesh, his might was unparalleled, with few in the vast wilderness able to challenge him. What did it matter if he dared to target the primordial supreme being? More importantly, the current animosity between him and the primordial supreme being justified his murderous intent. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme being remained oblivious to Qin Ming's shifting thoughts. With a chilling gaze, he coldly declared, "You dare absorb my forbidden laws? It seems you truly do not know the meaning of death." With that, the primordial supreme being clapped his hands, causing the banner in the starry sky to tremble violently. A dark, ominous light shot forth from the banner. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt an overwhelming killing intent emanating from that dark light. A wave of destructive energy surged forth, and even from a distance of 1,000 feet, he felt a jolt of terror. Could this be the law of annihilation? In awe, Qin Ming's expression grew grave as he observed the dark light. Suddenly, it quivered, unleashing a torrent of deadly intent that surged toward him like a tidal wave. With a resounding hum, Qin Ming dared not hesitate. He promptly summoned the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, which enveloped him in a shield of blood light. Yet in that instant, the dark light pierced through his protective barrier and struck the Phoenix Blood Cauldron with a resounding crash. Boom! The cauldron shuddered violently, and a fist-sized hole appeared on its surface. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron, now an innate treasure, had been breached. Qin Ming was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the cauldron. This vessel was nearly indestructible. Even the sword of extermination wielded by the celestial master could not shake it. Yet, it had faltered against that dark light. Truly, the law of annihilation was formidable enough to shatter an innate treasure. A torrent of blood energy streamed forth from the hole in the cauldron. Without delay, Qin Ming activated the energy of the Great Dao to seal the breach. The cauldron's interior held little blood energy left, having been considerably depleted during Qin Ming's earlier blood refinement. Now it was filled with the forbidden laws he had painstakingly absorbed. He could not allow such power to dissipate so easily. The might of the law of annihilation was indeed terrifying. Even an innate treasure could not withstand its onslaught. With a gasp, Qin Ming recalled the Phoenix Blood Cauldron and saw the dark light approaching. You need not resist. You stand no chance against the law of annihilation. One mere strand of it is enough to obliterate you. The primordial supreme being remarked dismissively, completely underestimating Qin Ming. After a pause, he continued, "You dare to seize my forbidden laws? Throughout history, no one has ever dared to covet the 4 great laws of the Panga Banner. You, a mere waste who has just transcended the decay of flesh, are courting death." As he spoke, the primordial supreme being clapped his hands again, and the dark light surged forth from the void, barreling towards Qin Ming with unstoppable force. It swept through space, leaving nothing in its wake. Countless meteors shattered into dust upon impact, and the fabric of reality itself cracked with ominous sounds, splitting wide open before Qin Ming's eyes. Moreover, the speed of the law of annihilation was astonishing. Like a bolt of lightning, it traversed vast distances in an instant, crashing down upon Qin Ming. Boom! Qin Ming felt a tremor in his heart. The power of the law of annihilation was unfathomable. Even from 3 paces away, the pressure emanating from it shattered his defenses. Despite activating the 9 turns mystical skill, he found himself powerless against the forbidden law. Qin Ming could scarcely believe it. His 9 turns mystical skill, once activated, made him fearless even in the face of heavenly tribulations. Yet now, before the law of annihilation, he was utterly defenseless. With a hum, darkness enveloped his vision as torrents of the law of annihilation engulfed him. Before Qin Ming could comprehend, he felt his very essence being swept away by the force of the law of annihilation. Even the might of a sage could not withstand it. The overwhelming power of the sage crumbled upon contact with the law of annihilation, unable to endure even for a moment. I have surpassed the decay of flesh and harnessed the strength of a sage who has transcended the second decline of humanity. Yet, this single law of annihilation can shake my very essence. Qin Ming gasped in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment as he witnessed his own power dissipating. Even a sage who had merely transcended the first decline of humanity was among the elite in this world. Now, with his strength reaching the second decline of humanity, he should have been able to tear through laws. Yet, against the law of annihilation, his sage power faltered. This was clear evidence that the law of annihilation's might surpassed even that of his second decline. The law of annihilation was devoid of any merit or virtue. It was purely a law that could suppress even those at the second decline of humanity, truly deserving of its reputation as a treasure that could subdue the fortunes of the Chan sect. Meanwhile, the primordial supreme being, observing everything from the starry expanse, including the collapse of Qin Ming's sage power under the onslaught of the law of annihilation, felt a surge of delight. Chapter 48, Primordial Supreme Being. Your understanding is woefully limited. Qin Ming, do you now comprehend the true power of the Panga Banner? The 4 laws of Panga Banner are such that saints below the level of celestial beings in decline are utterly incapable of resistance. Do you truly believe you possess such great prowess? To think you could rival the Panga Banner? The Primordial Supreme Being disdainfully remarked. The Panga Banner wields the power to suppress the primordial chaos. Even the primordial chaos cannot withstand its balance. Once invoked, the vast mountains and rivers become trivial. Qin Ming, currently in the state of celestial being in decline, could not possibly match the Panga Banner. Even if he were to activate the 9 transformations mysterious art to elevate his power to that of a celestial being in lesser decline. A mere trace of a law unleashed would suffice to bring Qin Ming to his knees. The Primordial Supreme Being understood well that with the might of the Panga Banner, even if Qin Ming's abilities were extraordinary, erasing him would be effortlessly achievable. As the saintly power emanating from Qin Ming's body rapidly crumbled under the onslaught of the extinguishing law, the satisfaction in the Primordial Supreme Being's eyes intensified. Although Qin Ming had managed to dismantle the laws of breaking and binding associated with the Panga Banner, as long as he held the extinguishing law, the Primordial Supreme Being was confident in his ability to eliminate Qin Ming. Indeed, the extinguishing laws might present a challenge. Yet to think that such a feeble means could vanquish me is utterly impossible. Qin Ming retorted. Arrogance unmasked. Let us see how you withstand the execution of the extinguishing law. The Primordial Supreme Being scoffed. In silence, Qin Ming flicked his wrist, and a resplendent golden bell, radiating a myriad of golden rays, soared from his sleeve. As the bell emerged, the sun, moon, and mountains trembled, the boundless starry sky, filled with countless twinkling lights, suddenly began to converge upon the golden bell. In a fleeting moment, they melded into the bell, unleashing a torrent of primal chaos energy that surged forth like an unrestrained tide, sweeping outwards in all directions. The resounding roars echoed continuously as the primal energy within the golden bell displayed its formidable power, tearing apart the starry expanse. Before the Primordial Supreme Being could react, the golden rays erupted from the bell, abruptly retracting back within. Simultaneously, a scene that left the Primordial Supreme Being aghast unfolded. The entire primordial starry sky, along with the boundless energy of the stars and the fortune of the Great Dao, suddenly surged towards the Eastern Emperor Bell in a frenzied rush. Star energy? What is happening? That bell, could it be the Eastern Emperor Bell? The Primordial Supreme Being's countenance changed dramatically. The reputation of the Eastern Emperor Bell was well known to him. It was said to be the companion treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Having existed long before the primordial chaos, a treasure born before the heavens and the earth, its power rivaled that of the Panga Banner in the hands of the Primordial Supreme Being. Among the demon realm, 3 formidable treasures exist: the Hun Yuan Hulua Great Array, the Zhou Tian Star Array, and the Eastern Emperor Bell, which is comparable to these 2 innate treasures, capable of suppressing the fortunes of entire clans. Under the protection of the Eastern Emperor Bell, no race in the heavenly court dared to covet. Even the once mighty Witch clan refrained from invading the demon realm to engage in a deadly conflict. How could the Eastern Emperor Bell, a treasure of the demon clan, end up in the hands of Qin Ming? It was unfathomable. The Primordial Supreme Being found it hard to believe his eyes. This was the innate treasure safeguarding the demon clan, laden with boundless fortunes. Once invoked, even the sun, moon, and mountains would be forced to change color. Such a treasure had fallen into Qin Ming's possession. The Primordial Supreme Being could hardly fathom it. Companion treasures are birthed entirely from innate energy. Their might surpasses that of innate treasures forged postnatally. The Eastern Emperor Bell is a genuine companion treasure, entirely nurtured by innate energy. Its terrifying power is unparalleled, even amidst the myriad worlds of primordial chaos. In the hands of the Eastern Emperor, the bell's power was rather mediocre, unable to harness the star energy. The Eastern Emperor bell, adorned with countless stars, could easily command boundless star energy. Yet the Eastern Emperor lacked the cultivation of an innate saint and could not wield it effectively. Now, with the Eastern Emperor bell in Qin Ming's possession, his power, akin to that of a celestial being in lesser decline, allowed him to unleash the bell's full potential. Not only could he command the star energy, but he could also effortlessly ignite the stars of this expanse using the Eastern Emperor bell. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of controlling star energy. A torrent of star energy and the fortune of the Great Dao surged into the Eastern Emperor bell, causing the intricate carvings on its surface to come alive. The void trembled violently, ripples spreading outward from the Eastern Emperor bell's center. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly raised his hand and struck out. With a thunderous boom, an unimaginable wave of terror erupted from the Eastern Emperor bell, akin to the sound of creation itself. This sound contained unfathomable horror, and as soon as it resonated, the vast starry sky began to collapse under its impact. Chasms of chaos began to emerge in the collapsing void. Yet, to the primordial supreme being's horror, an astonishing sight transpired. The boundless chaos, upon contact with the sound wave, was obliterated. Even chaos could not withstand the might of that sound wave. How is this possible? That is chaos. Only Pangu could cleave such a thing. That could be shaken by the Eastern Emperor bell. The moment the chaos spanning billions of miles was shattered by the sound wave, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The sound wave swept across the starry sky, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The endless extinguishing laws in the face of the Eastern Emperor bell's sound wave were rendered utterly insignificant. Like withering grass, the extinguishing law was directly shattered. Witnessing this, a glimmer of terror surfaced in the primordial supreme being's eyes. Even the extinguishing law could not withstand that sound wave. Given the primordial supreme being's experience, he had encountered the Eastern Emperor bell before. In the hands of the Eastern Emperor, its power was mediocre. Though it was an innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor's strength prevented him from unleashing its full potential. However, in Qin Ming's hands, its power was magnified beyond measure. Even the extinguishing law could not withstand the sound wave of the Eastern Emperor bell, surpassing the bell's strength during the Eastern Emperor's possession by hundreds of times. Logically, since the Eastern Emperor bell was a companion treasure of the Eastern Emperor Tai, it should exhibit greater power in his hands. Yet, Qin Ming had completely upended this notion. In his possession, the Eastern Emperor bell unleashed a far more terrifying force than in the hands of the Eastern Emperor. The Pangu banner, heralded as the foremost treasure of the primordial chaos, unleashed an extinguishing law that even the primordial world could not withstand, was decimated by the sound wave of the Eastern Emperor bell. The primordial supreme being was aghast. The Pangu banner, his most formidable treasure, failed to resist the brilliance of the Eastern Emperor bell's sound wave. How could this be? The primordial supreme being was shaken to his core. After eons of cultivation, no one had ever delivered such a terrifying shock to him. Qin Ming's power far exceeded his wildest imagination. With the Eastern Emperor bell in hand, even the Pangu banner could not contend. As the sound wave from the Eastern Emperor bell obliterated the extinguishing law, the surging sound waves rushed towards the primordial supreme being like a torrential flood. To think that after acquiring the Eastern Emperor bell, you could suppress the extinguishing law. I have indeed underestimated you, the primordial supreme being said. After a moment of astonishment, the primordial supreme being gradually regained his composure. Although Qin Ming had merely passed through the phase of bodily decline, the treasures in his possession were not to be taken lightly. The reason the Eastern Emperor bell had come into Qin Ming's hands was not lost on the primordial supreme being. He had long heard of the demise of the two demon emperors at Qin Ming's hands, and the new demon emperor had also suffered greatly against him. Thus, upon the Eastern Emperor's death, the treasure naturally fell into Qin Ming's possession. With this artifact, Qin Ming could traverse the primordial continent unimpeded. Without the merits of a spiritual treasure, it would be impossible to subdue the Eastern Emperor bell. Now, as he witnessed the overwhelming sound wave rushing towards him, a glimmer of murderous intent appeared in the primordial supreme being's eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, five-colored immortal energy burst forth from his sleeve. This celestial energy swiftly converged above the primordial supreme being's head. A cascade of primordial celestial energy descended, accompanied by a multitude of golden orbs and exquisite jewels, resembling an incessant rainfall. With a resounding boom, the sound waves of the Eastern Emperor bell surged forth, striking directly against the falling jewels. Instantly, ripples formed, yet the droplets, transformed from the golden orbs, were halted in their descent. The formidable power of the Eastern Emperor Bell's sound waves could not budge them. Qin Ming was taken aback, astonished that the Primordial Lord possessed such a fearsome defensive treasure. He had long heard of the Lord's command over the celestial celebration cloud, renowned across realms for its unmatched defensive capabilities, impervious even to innate treasures. Within the five-colored celestial energy cloud, vast amounts of celestial essence swirled, unmistakably that of the celestial celebration cloud. Yet, despite its astonishing defenses, how could it possibly withstand the might of the Eastern Emperor Bell's sound waves? These waves could shatter chaos itself. Qin Ming's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated the formidable defensive strength of the celestial celebration cloud in the hands of the Primordial Lord. Qin Ming, though you wield the Eastern Emperor's treasure, it pales in comparison among the relics of the primordial continent. Any item in my possession could shake the very world. To threaten me is but a fanciful dream, the Primordial Lord scoffed, his disdain palpable. Having presided over the teachings for countless millennia, the Lord's treasures far surpassed those of any sage in the primordial continent. However, most of these were merely innate spiritual treasures, not reaching the level of true treasures. The celestial celebration cloud was one of the few true treasures in the Primordial Lord's arsenal, originally belonging to Hongjun and later bestowed upon the Lord for protection. The cloud could deflect all magical attacks, and even the mightiest of Qin Ming's treasures, the Eastern Emperor Bell, posed no threat to the Primordial Lord. Shielded by the celestial celebration cloud, the Lord could effortlessly withstand all of Qin Ming's assaults. As this realization dawned on him, Qin Ming's countenance grew grave. Indeed, Hongjun has shown favoritism towards the Primordial Lord, gifting him two innate treasures, Qin Ming muttered. Among Hongjun's 3 disciples, the Primordial Lord received the most leniency, not only endowed with the Panga banner, but also receiving the Eastern Emperor Bell. The other 2 disciples were given but a single innate treasure each. Had the Primordial Lord not possessed the celestial celebration cloud, Qin Ming might have had a chance to subdue him. However, the presence of the cloud rendered all of Qin Ming's treasures ineffective. The celestial celebration cloud could thwart all magical assaults. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell could not intimidate the Primordial Lord. Under the protection of the cloud, the Primordial Lord could easily fend off Qin Ming's every strike. This thought further darkened Qin Ming's expression. Master, while the celestial celebration cloud can resist magical attacks, can it withstand blades and swords? The blood demon seemed to sense Qin Ming's dilemma and interjected with a reminder. The attacks of blades and swords? Qin Ming's eyes brightened, a smile breaking through as he said, "Thank goodness for your reminder. I was nearly trapped in my own thoughts." Having witnessed the defensive prowess of the celestial celebration cloud, Qin Ming had been contemplating how to elevate his treasure to the level of a merit treasure to suppress the cloud. However, the blood demon's words sparked a realization. Why should he resort to using a merit treasure? By employing the 9 turns mysterious art, he could claim unrivaled dominance on the primordial continent. With the celestial measuring ruler in hand, what could the celestial celebration cloud possibly withstand? With this thought, Qin Ming's expression transformed, contemplating. It seems Hongjun's favoritism is not as it appears. The celestial celebration cloud was not granted to the Primordial Lord to render him invincible. After all, the sword of the extermination of immortals in the hands of the celestial teacher is the foremost weapon of destruction. Once unleashed, its sword chi can shred space itself. If the celestial celebration cloud can withstand magical attacks, how could it possibly counter the sword of extermination? After a moment, Qin Ming shook his head, setting aside his thoughts as he turned his gaze towards the Primordial Lord. What? Are you already eager to court death? The Primordial Lord's eyes narrowed with contempt as he queried, noticing Qin Ming's gaze upon him. Qin Ming chuckled, responding, "Court death? Primordial Lord, perhaps you should contemplate how to survive my hands first." This declaration sent shockwaves through the ranks of the celestial teaching disciples, their expressions shifting dramatically. As the leader of the celestial teaching, the Primordial Lord had commanded the primordial realm for eons. Who dared threaten him? Qin Ming, merely a human, was but an insignificant insect in comparison. Even the greatest of humanity's emperors would not dare challenge the Primordial Lord. How audacious! This fool dares to defy our master. Tai Yizhenren's expression turned icy. Fear not, dear brother. This day next year shall mark his demise. Guo Qingzi remarked indifferently. Indeed, our master possesses unparalleled strength. The celestial teacher can easily subdue him. What tempest could a mere Qin Ming conjure? Qi Songzi scoffed. The other celestial teaching golden immortals regarded Qin Ming with disdain, fully aware that in any contest of magic, it was the treasures in hand that would determine the victor. Qin Ming possessed only the Eastern Emperor Bell, an excellent innate treasure, while the Primordial Lord wielded two, one for offense and one for defense, rendering him virtually invincible. Even if Qin Ming were to cultivate several more times, he could never hope to rival the Primordial Lord. Having witnessed the Primordial Lord's capabilities, the golden immortals of the celestial teaching dismissed Qin Ming entirely. Yet, unfazed by their ridicule, Qin Ming maintained his composure. With a sudden hum, Qin Ming activated the Nine Turns mysterious art to its utmost limit. A cacophony of cracking resonated from within his body as his bones trembled with power. Although he currently appeared as a frail saint, the activation of the Nine Turns mysterious art amplified his saintly might tenfold. The very cosmos quaked, with 7 or 8 rivers of stars shaken by his overwhelming presence. Torrential celestial energy surged into the Eastern Emperor Bell, which absorbed it with ease. Simultaneously, Qin Ming's stature visibly increased, growing taller by several dozens of zhang within mere breaths, transforming him into a towering giant. Not enough, Qin Ming resolved. Dissatisfied with his current height, he had witnessed the true form of Pangu during his acquisition of Pangu's essence, an awe-inspiring sight. Pangu's stature was immense, capable of grasping the sun and moon with a single hand. Qin Ming's current height paled in comparison. He could scarcely hold a mountain, let alone celestial bodies. With determination, Qin Ming summoned the grand energies of the cosmos, drawing upon the vast fortunes of the Great Dao. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, even billions of miles. The swirling energies of the Great Dao cascaded towards him like boiling water, flooding into his being. In an instant, boundless energy surged into Qin Ming, causing the cracking sounds within him to escalate to thunderous roars. The onlookers, including the golden immortals of the celestial teaching and the disciples of the intercepting sect, were rendered pale by the overwhelming resonance. Especially among the lower-ranked golden immortals, some were so shaken by the reverberation that they spat blood. What startled the powerful beings in the starry sky the most was the sudden surge in Qin Ming's height, which had astonishingly reached 1,000 zhang. A giant of 1,000 zhang. What an extraordinary concept. Just one arm of his was comparable to an entire mountain range. His immense form seemed capable of eclipsing the sun and moon. Witnessing this spectacle, even the Primordial Supreme being displayed a hint of terror in his gaze. How could this be possible? How could your body be so enormous? The Primordial Supreme being gasped in disbelief, incredulous at the sight before him. In the vast expanse of the Hongguang continent, the only races known for their colossal physiques were the demon and witch clans, particularly the witch clan, known as Born Giants. According to legends, Pangu's true form was such that a single finger could rival a river of stars. A mere punch from him could shatter the entire Hongguang world. Although Qin Ming's stature could not match Pangu's, it surpassed that of many ancestral witches by far. With each breath, he transformed into a titan towering 1,000 zhang. An overwhelming and terrifying aura radiated from his being, akin to a cataclysmic deluge that swept across the heavens and earth. Several powerful beings, caught in that overwhelming aura, had no time to react and were instantly obliterated. Even those protected by saints turned pale in the face of such might. How could this youth possess such strength? Merely the aura emanating from his body instilled a sense of dread. Could it be that he had been concealing his true power all along? This towering form exuded a saintly might rivaling that of the 4 declines of heaven and man. How could a mere decline saint unleash the pressure of a 4 decline saint? Impossible. A few golden immortals from the Chan sect were left utterly flabbergasted by Qin Ming's transformation, their voices trembling with sheer terror. However, at that moment, Qin Ming paid no heed to the discussions of these golden immortals. After morphing into a giant, his gaze fell squarely upon the Primordial Supreme Being, sparkling with eager anticipation. How could a mere human transform into a giant? The Primordial Supreme Being, seething with anger, questioned with a face as dark as a stormy sea. Humans are inherently small, most barely reaching 6 feet in height, hardly even a zhang. Before the witch and demon clans, humans were nothing but a collection of diminutive beings, lacking even the qualifications to be called short. Yet here was Qin Ming, a human by blood, transformed into a giant 1,000 zhang tall. Even the ancestral witches could not compare to his height. A being devoid of the bloodlines of the demon, and which clans had a physique more formidable than the two colossal races combined. The primordial supreme being could hardly believe that Qin Ming was merely a human. Is this truly remarkable? Your perspective is severely limited, primordial supreme being, and I find myself quite disappointed, Qin Ming retorted. This statement was nothing short of mockery. The primordial supreme being had existed since the dawn of the Honghuang continent. Yet here was Qin Ming dismissing him as someone lacking in insight. How could the primordial supreme being swallow such indignation? Just as the primordial supreme being seethed with rage, a thunderous roar erupted from within Qin Ming. Crackling sounds echoed as his body continued to swell. After a few breaths, the cacophony subsided, revealing Qin Ming's form, now towering no less than 3,000 zhang. Just one hand was comparable to the size of a continent. His magnificent stature loomed in the starry sky, causing all who beheld it to gasp in astonishment, especially the primordial supreme being, whose gaze towards Qin Ming was more one of terror than admiration. 3,000 zhang, an entire 3,000 zhang, taller than the highest peak in the world. How could a human possess such towering stature? For countless eons, which human has ever grown to such heights? The heart of the primordial supreme being raced. His eyes filled with dread as he looked upon Qin Ming. Strength is an inherent power of any race. The larger the body, the more terrifying the strength. It is said that Penga the Great was revered as the ancestor of strength precisely because his form surpassed all imagination. With a single breath, he could shift the stars. And now, Qin Ming stood as a titan of 3,000 zhang, though he was neither of the witch nor demon races. How could the primordial supreme being dare to underestimate him? With a resounding boom, Qin Ming activated the 9 transformations of the profound art to its utmost limit. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a mighty palm strike towards the primordial supreme being. The primordial supreme being's eyes flickered as he immediately summoned the celestial celebratory clouds. Vibrant rays cascading down to envelop him. With the protection of the celestial celebratory clouds, how could you possibly harm me? The primordial supreme being thought smugly. Yet, the next moment, sheer astonishment washed over his face. A thunderous crash echoed through the starry expanse. The entire cosmos seemed to tighten as a tidal force surged forth, scattering dozens of stars that surrounded the primordial supreme being. The mere power radiating from Qin Ming's fist was enough to overwhelm those celestial bodies, let alone the celestial celebratory clouds directly struck by his punch. Boom! The primordial supreme being's body shook violently. Even with the protection of the celestial celebratory clouds, he felt as though an entire world had collided with him. A sudden taste of blood filled his throat, and he coughed, even while shielded by the celestial celebratory clouds. Looking at the radiant golden beads now scattered, they were utterly obliterated by that single punch. This was a clash of primal forces. Even the celestial celebratory clouds, though a congenital treasure, could not withstand the most fundamental and purest of powers. Any form of magic is a creation of the postnatal realm. In the realm of the innate, there are no spells at all. While the defensive capabilities of the celestial celebratory clouds were formidable, able to withstand myriad spells, they were but worthless against the most primitive and unadulterated power. As the golden beads were crushed to dust by Qin Ming's punch, the overwhelming force engulfed the primordial supreme being like a tidal wave. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the words he longed to speak never escaped his lips. Then, they heard Qin Ming's calm voice resonate, deep and booming. Primordial supreme being, weren't you just boasting that I couldn't break through your celestial celebratory clouds? The primordial supreme being's face flushed with rage, unable to utter a word. Just moments ago, he had been so proud, only to be publicly humiliated by Qin Ming. His arrogance had been crushed into the ground. Just a minute prior, he had been exclaiming about the extraordinary defensive power of his celestial celebratory clouds. Yet within that short span, Qin Ming had shattered them with a single punch. At least half of the celestial celebratory clouds had been obliterated beneath Qin Ming's might. The once expansive clouds that could cover several zhang were now barely able to shield the Primordial Supreme Being alone. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the Primordial Supreme Being was left speechless. He had underestimated Qin Ming, dismissing this individual who had merely transcended the mortal realm of the saint in just a month. Were the celestial celebratory clouds? What was this congenital treasure? Qin Ming needed no magical artifacts. With a single punch, he decimated them. Even treasures bestowed by Hongjun would be no match. And yet, he dared to challenge Qin Ming? Why was he rendered speechless? Qin Ming retracted his fist, standing proudly in the void, his eyes flashing like lightning as he fixed his gaze on the Primordial Supreme Being. Qin Ming, do not grow too complacent. You have merely broken a corner of the celebratory clouds. They still remain. Do you think you can obliterate them all? The Primordial Supreme Being said, his expression fluctuating between dark and light, veins bulging on his forehead, a mix of fury and fear evident in his demeanor. You can certainly try, Qin Ming responded, refusing to waste words on the Primordial Supreme Being. With a movement of his body, he retreated 1,000 miles. Simultaneously, as Qin Ming's thoughts stirred, the stellar energy previously absorbed by the Dongwang bell surged forth, cascading over him in an overwhelming torrent. This boundless stellar energy washed over his body, rendering him radiant and dazzling to the extreme. As the energy surged through him, Qin Ming's already formidable aura expanded once more, pressing down upon the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Qin Ming's form swelled by another 500 zhang. Standing at a towering 3,500 zhang, akin to a small celestial body amidst the starry river, his terrifying aura swept across the cosmos, causing the primordial heavens to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Qin Ming's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, and vast streams of stellar energy converged into his palm, forming a fist that shimmered like a star, exuding an unimaginable, terrifying force. The primordial Lord of Heaven, witnessing this, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest, his eyes filled with boundless fear. Stop! A familiar voice called from above, but it was too late. Qin Ming's colossal form traversed the cosmos, severing the flow of celestial laws and fortunes with his passage. With a thunderous crash, his fist collided with the celestial celebration cloud, scattering divine light and reducing golden ornaments to dust. The cloud itself disintegrated under the force of his blow, unable to withstand even a single strike. Beneath the cloud, the primordial Lord of Heaven stiffened, blood spurting from his wounds as his lower body exploded, leaving him lifeless in a pool of blood. Silence enveloped the cosmos, broken only by the sound of heartbeats. The onlookers, including the golden immortals, were struck dumb with terror. The primordial Lord of Heaven, second only to the Dao Ancestor Hongjun, had been slain by Qin Ming with a single punch. The golden immortals could scarcely believe their eyes, their minds reeling with indescribable fear. From the auspicious clouds above, hundreds of colorful lights coalesced into the form of the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Qin Ming, having slain the primordial Lord of Heaven, calmly retrieved the Panga banner and addressed Hongjun. Unfortunately, your warning came too late. Hongjun's appearance was no surprise to Qin Ming, given the magnitude of their battle in the cosmos. Hongjun, as the foremost figure of the primordial world, would naturally sense such disturbances. Moreover, the primordial Lord of Heaven was his disciple, and his demise would not go unnoticed. Hongjun's intervention, however, diminished Qin Ming's regard for him. Hongjun had not intervened when the primordial Lord of Heaven sought Qin Ming's life, yet now he urged restraint when Qin Ming retaliated. Hongjun spoke, "I was in seclusion, otherwise, I would not have allowed the battle to escalate to this extent." Qin Ming replied, "Out of respect for you, I will spare one of your two disciples." Hongjun's projection frowned, understanding that Qin Ming referred to choosing between Tong Tian and Yuanshi, sparing the Taishan Lao Jun who had no conflict with Qin Ming. Hongjun then reminded Qin Ming of their past encounter in the demon realm, to which Qin Ming responded, "I remember, but if you continue to lecture me, neither of the leaders of the Chan and GSX will survive today." Tong Tian's expression shifted uneasily, having witnessed Qin Ming's overwhelming power. He knew that challenging Qin Ming would be futile. The primordial Lord of Heaven, with superior cultivation and the celestial celebration cloud and Panga banner, had been effortlessly slain. Tong Tian realized that opposing Qin Ming would be suicidal. Hongjuan's gaze fell upon Tong Tian, and after a moment, he said, "The ways of heaven are inscrutable. Qin Ming, tread carefully." With that, his projection vanished. The Golden Immortals, expecting Hongjun to avenge the primordial Lord of Heaven, were left in shock as he departed without action. Qin Ming addressed Tong Tian. "You may leave. Out of respect for Hongjun, I will spare your life today." Tong Tian, without a word, gathered his disciples and fled towards the primordial continent, his earlier bravado replaced by fear. Qin Ming then turned to the remaining disciples of the Chan sect. "If you wish to avenge your master, now is your chance." The disciples, including Guang Chengzi, hesitated, knowing that challenging Qin Ming would be tantamount to suicide. The memory of their master's demise was too fresh, and the power Qin Ming wielded too great. None dared to act, their resolve crumbling in the face of his overwhelming might. Seeing Guang Chengzi and others remain utterly silent, showing no intent to intervene, Qin Ming's gaze shifted to the Western Queen Mother and Nuwa. Noticing Qin Ming's scrutiny, both women's expressions turned slightly unnatural, especially the Western Queen Mother. She had anticipated that the Eastern King, a being of the second diminution saint level, would strike, ensuring Qin Ming's inevitable demise. To her astonishment, the Eastern King was unexpectedly slain, and even the dragon-subduing staff fell into Qin Ming's grasp. Moreover, even the primordial heavenly sovereign met his end at Qin Ming's hands. Left in the wake of this calamity was a hostile Tongtian patriarch who fled in disgrace. The once resolute saints who had vowed to unite against Qin Ming had dwindled to just Nuwa. How could the Western Queen Mother dare to confront Qin Ming? Shaking his head, Qin Ming's form morphed back to that of an ordinary human size. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "A group of worthless fools." With that, he vanished, taking the corpse of the primordial heavenly sovereign with him. The myriad treasures upon the sovereign were far too valuable for Qin Ming to leave to the Jinxian of the Chan school. Although the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school had already formed, the treasures crafted by the primordial heavenly sovereign had yet to be bestowed upon them. From the previous encounter, where he witnessed the sovereign summon various spirit treasures, Qin Ming was certain that the legendary treasures meant for the 12 golden immortals still resided with the primordial heavenly sovereign. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming resolved to take the corpse for a thorough inspection. As Qin Ming vanished into the starry expanse, the assembly of Hunyuan golden immortals fell into a profound silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. They remained engulfed in the terror that Qin Ming had instilled within them. It was unfathomable that a being of such exalted status as the heavenly sovereign could perish at the hands of Qin Ming. From this moment forth, the continent of Honghuang had lost two saints. Why had Hongjun Daozu chosen not to intervene? The news of Kong Xian's demise at Qin Ming's hands spread swiftly and within a day reached the sacred realm. Sitting cross-legged on his mat, the Jade Daoist remained silent. After hearing the report from his disciples, he promptly dismissed them from his cave. It was astonishing that this child had grown to such heights. Merely having traversed the cycle of mortality allowed him to obliterate the primordial heavenly sovereign. Should this child continue to develop unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a threat to my sacred mountain in the near future, the Jade Daoist lamented. At this juncture, he called out by Lien, "Enter." A young man with a countenance like polished jade entered the cave. "For the time being, you must refrain from venturing to the Honghuang continent. Qin Ming's power has surpassed your imagination," Jade Daoist cautioned. The young man replied earnestly, "Master, I have heard of the battles in the Honghuang starry skies. I know I am no match for Qin Ming. However, he is still a being of the Honghuang continent, and if allowed to continue his ascent, he will one day threaten our western domain." The Jade Daoist responded, "I too am troubled by this matter. As a guardian for our ancestor, I cannot leave the sacred realm. To eliminate the threat posed by Qin Ming, we must entrust the task to others." The young man furrowed his brow, asking, "Has the master identified anyone suitable for this task?" The Jade Daoist replied, "At present, should a saint intervene, it would be impossible to eradicate him. Only renowned figures like Taishang Laojun or Nuwa, who have accumulated great merit, might stand a chance against Qin Ming." With a sigh of resignation, he continued, "Regrettably, one is not a match for Qin Ming, while the other is too closely allied with him to expect assistance." The young man pondered briefly before suggesting, "What of the Yaoqi Golden Mother?" The Jade Daoist's eyes flickered with intrigue. The Western Queen Mother had summoned the Eastern King to confront Qin Ming. Yet the outcome was disastrous. Not only did the Eastern King perish, but he also lost the dragon's subduing staff to Qin Ming. Shaking his head, Daoist remarked, now, only the Western Queen Mother remains amongst the Heavenly Mountain. If she were to engage, Qin Ming could likely dispatch her in 3 moves. The young man smiled, Master. You misunderstand. That is not my intention. The Daoist frowned, lapsing into silence. The White Lotus boy continued, Master. Although the Tianshan lineage has suffered considerable losses at the hands of Qin Ming, many of Tianshan's allies still remain. Allies? The Daoist of guidance pondered momentarily before asking. Are you implying that you expect Fushi to intervene? The White Lotus boy shook his head. Certainly not. Fushi is not yet capable of defeating Qin Ming. I speak of another individual. Who might that be? I wonder if Master remembers the enigmatic Zhen Yuanzi, who is even more mysterious than the Primordial Supreme One. The Daoist of guidance's eyes brightened. You refer to the ancestor of Earth Immortals. The White Lotus boy nodded. Indeed, that is the person I speak of. After a brief pause, he continued, as far as I know, Zhen Yuanzi has maintained a very good relationship with Tianshan. In fact, the ginseng fruit tree at Wuzhuang Temple was personally cultivated by Dong Wanggong. Zhen Yuanzi is quite grateful to Dong Wanggong for this. Zhen Yuanzi, known as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, possesses a cultivation level that rivals even the Primordial Supreme One. If he were to take action against Qin Ming, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. The Daoist of guidance responded, while Zhen Yuanzi indeed has the power to slay Qin Ming. Do you think he would readily act for the West or Tianshan? The White Lotus boy replied calmly, Master, I have discovered that Zhen Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree has recently encountered some issues that require the use of the Yangji suite due held by our ancestor to resolve. That ginseng fruit tree is Zhen Yuanzi's treasure. If we assist him in solving this problem, how could he possibly refuse our request? Upon hearing this, the Daoist of guidance's gaze flickered with intrigue. You speak wisely. If we can make Zhen Yuanzi owe us a favor, he would naturally be inclined to assist us. With that, the Daoist of guidance instructed, you should visit Wuzhuang Temple and invite Zhen Yuanzi to our Ling Mountain as a guest. He paused for a moment before adding, additionally, invite the Queen Mother of the West to the West. With her persuasion, Zhen Yuanzi's willingness to act would increase considerably. The White Lotus boy cupped his hands in agreement and promptly left the cave. Meanwhile, within the Wahuang Palace, after Qin Ming returned from the vast cosmos, he activated the numerous prohibitions surrounding the palace. He then retrieved the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One. Why is there no sign of any storage rings on this fellow? Qin Ming examined the corpse thoroughly, finding no storage ring, which was naturally disappointing. The reason Qin Ming took the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One was to seize the treasures in his possession. Without that, why would he bring the corpse back to Wahuang Palace? Regrettably, after a meticulous inspection, he could not find any storage ring, and his expression soured. Chapter 50. The opening of a celestial domain within. Master, you may not be aware, but once one reaches the level of the Primordial Supreme One, they no longer require storage rings. The blood demon suddenly interjected. Qin Ming was taken aback. Without storage rings or bags, where does he conceal his treasures? Have you heard of a celestial domain? Of course, Qin Ming replied, his eyes lighting up. You mean to say that the Primordial Supreme One concealed his treasures within a celestial domain? Precisely. The blood demon explained. With the cultivation level of the Primordial Supreme One, he certainly has the capability to open a celestial domain within his body. The capacity of such a domain far surpasses that of a storage ring, eliminating concerns about space. Pausing for a moment, the blood demon continued. Furthermore, hiding treasures within a celestial domain alleviates the worry of others coveting them. The location of the domain is known only to the owner. In other words, should the owner encounter misfortune, the items within would become irretrievable. Qin Ming's expression darkened. So what you're saying is that I can never obtain the treasures from the Primordial Supreme One? Indeed, the blood demon affirmed. Qin Ming's face fell, and he exclaimed, if that is the case, why did I bother bringing this old fellow's corpse back? I had intended to find the Yushu Liuli lamp on him, yet it is nowhere to be found. Qin Ming was deeply disheartened. His intention in retrieving the corpse was not to bury the individual, but to acquire the Yushu Liuli lamp. With this lamp, the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and man would finally be complete. The Lotus lamp, after all, was not a true 3-talent spiritual lamp. Even if he forced it into the heavenly lamp, it would not enhance the other 2 spiritual lamps due to its inherent nature. Now, The spiritual coffin lamp and the 8 scenery palace lamp had already been refined into innate treasures by Qin Ming. If he could also refine the Yushu Liuli lamp into an innate treasure, he was certain he would have a fighting chance even against treasures of merit. However, to his utter disbelief, although he had brought back the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One, the Yushu Liuli lamp had vanished along with its celestial domain. How could Qin Ming possibly be pleased? Master, there's no need to be so upset, the blood demon said. I have a method to locate the celestial domain of the Primordial Supreme One. The blood demon's words ignited a spark of hope in Qin Ming's eyes. What method? The blood refinement technique can thoroughly refine the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One. If he has indeed opened a celestial domain within himself, it will be revealed immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was elated. The Phoenix Blood Cauldron is in my possession. I can perform blood refinement at any time. And now that it has been elevated to the quality of an innate treasure, its power is more than sufficient to refine the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One. With this thought, Qin Ming wasted no time and immediately activated the Phoenix Blood Cauldron. With a hum, a torrent of blood light erupted from the Phoenix Blood Cauldron, engulfing the corpse of the Primordial Supreme One. The endless blood light surged, furiously washing over the corpse. In just a short while, the corpse began to dissolve within the blood light. After a stick of incense, much of the Primordial Supreme One's body had been refined, leaving only the upper part intact. The blood energy within the Phoenix Blood Cauldron was abundant. Even AF, as I beheld the treasures emerging from the brow of the Primordial Celestial Master, a smile instantly graced Qin Ming's countenance. Indeed, this fellow had opened a celestial realm within himself. With an array of artifacts soaring forth, I counted over a dozen, eliciting a faint smile on Qin Ming's face. Such a plethora of treasures. I wonder if the glazed lamp is among them, he mused. Wasting no time, he dove into the pile of treasures, searching without hesitation. Before long, a smile returned to his face as he unearthed an ancient oil lamp. Could this be the Jade Void glazed lamp? His gaze fell upon the lamp, and upon channeling the essence of the Dao, brilliant celestial light erupted from it. A tremendous pressure emanated from the light, causing Qin Ming to feel as if he had been struck by mountains and rivers. His complexion shifted slightly, and he hastily ceased his manipulation of the lamp. Indeed, this was the glazed lamp. Thus, my trio of celestial lights is nearly complete, he pondered with delight. Alas, this spiritual lamp is merely an innate spiritual treasure for now, and cannot yet harmonize with the other 2 lamps. Though he had successfully retrieved the glazed lamp from the Primordial Celestial Master's realm, its current low grade rendered it incompatible with the coffin lamp and the 8 views lamp in his possession, making it impossible to fully unleash the power of the trio. However, with the Thunder Rock now in his grasp, if he could nurture it and elevate its thunderous power to rival that of a heavenly tribulation, he could utilize the Thunder Rock to refine the glazed lamp. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile flickered in his eyes. But how could he enhance the thunderous power within the rock? Contemplating further, Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. He had never raised a demon beast and was uncertain how to increase the rock's strength. Since its birth, the rock had only devoured the aura of a Kunpeng, yielding limited enhancement. To elevate its thunderous might to rival that of a heavenly tribulation, it would need to consume an untold number of Kunpeng auras. Yet, there was only one Kunpeng in existence, and having already allowed the rock to consume it, how could he possibly find another? My lord, I happen to have a method to enhance this thunder rock, the blood demon god interjected respectfully, sensing Qin Ming's distress. Qin Ming's eyes brightened. What method do you propose? The blood demon god replied. In truth, augmenting the thunder rock's thunderous power is quite simple. It merely requires sufficient thunderous energy for it to absorb. Without that, the rock cannot possibly enhance its own power. Qin Ming's expression grew stern. Do you know where I might find a substantial source of thunderous energy for the rock to consume? That is quite simple, my lord. Are you familiar with the place known as Thunder Marsh? Qin Ming paused, recalling that he had heard of it before. His eyes gleamed slightly. Are you referring to the birthplace of the Thunder God? Indeed, the blood demon god affirmed. The Thunder Marsh lies within the great wilderness, a convergence of all thunderous energies and the birthplace of the celestial master of thunder, who is known as the Thunder God in later generations. It is said that he was an incarnation of the eternal Emperor of the South, wielding dominion over all thunder, commanding 36 Thunderlords. All heavenly thunders are controlled by this Thunder God. With Qin Ming's current cultivation level, to entertain thoughts of challenging the Thunder God would be tantamount to courting death. This figure is one of the great emperors, his power comparable to that of Zhang Bainan. At this moment, Qin Ming was but a mere saint. He had no standing to confront an emperor's realm. Thus, to contemplate the Thunder God was to invite his own demise. However, although Qin Ming had abandoned the notion of confronting the Thunder God, the Thunder Marsh, a notion that ignited his heart with excitement. Legend spoke of the Thunder Marsh being interwoven with countless bolts of lightning, resembling a vast sea of thunder. If the rock were to enter this sea and absorb its energies, its thunderous power would undoubtedly surge. Contemplating this, Qin Ming's gaze shifted. I wonder what it takes to find the Thunder Marsh. The blood demon god responded, though the Thunder Marsh exists within the great wilderness. Its exact location has remained a mystery throughout history, known only to the Thunder God himself. Yet we might find alternative means to access it. What method do you propose? Qin Ming inquired. Are you familiar with Yin Zhongzi? Qin Ming reflected for a moment and recalled who Yin Zhongzi was. In the War of the Gods, his contributions were not particularly prominent. Yet, as a disciple of the heavenly sect, he was the first to dare to strike against Daji, who had been secretly sent by Nuwa to disrupt the fate of the Shang dynasty. To challenge Daji was to provoke Nuwa, one of the 6 saints of the Primordial era. Thus, it was evident that Yin Zhongzi possessed considerable audacity. Are you suggesting that Yin Zhongzi knows the location of the Thunder Marsh? Qin Ming asked. Of course not. While Yin Zhongzi is powerful, he would not know its whereabouts. It is his disciple who possesses that knowledge. Lei Zhenzi? Precisely. The blood demon god replied promptly. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming fell into contemplation. He was quite familiar with the name Lei Zhenzi, though in the vast expanse of the primordial continent, his power was not particularly formidable, lacking even the cultivation of a celestial immortal. Yet upon hearing the blood demon god's words, Qin Ming realized that he seemed to be the only one who could locate the Thunder Marsh. With this revelation, Qin Ming's perception of Lei Zhenzi shifted. Who would have thought that he knew the location of the Thunder Marsh? Excellent. Let us make our way to Zhongnan Mountain. With that, Qin Ming gathered the treasures scattered about, activated the cosmic measuring ruler, and cleaved through space, directly arriving on the primordial continent. Though he had never visited Zhongnan Mountain, he had heard many legends about it. It was said that countless wandering cultivators dwelled there year-round, despite their ties to the heavenly sect. Their non-orthodox backgrounds prevented them from attaining the status of golden immortals. Yin Zhongzi's situation was no different. Despite his remarkable performance in the War of the Gods, he could never gain the favor of the primordial celestial master due to his wandering roots. Shaking his head, Qin Ming dispelled such thoughts and soared toward Zhongnan Mountain. Although he had never been there, he knew its general direction. After half a day, his gaze landed on the mountain range before him. Vast waves of celestial energy surged from within, accompanied by a palpable pressure emanating from the mountains, indicating the presence of someone in cultivation. Wasting no time, Qin Ming unleashed the might of a saint, causing hundreds of hidden cultivators within Zhongnan Mountain to cease their practices in fear. They quickly emerged from their caves, and soon, several hundred wandering cultivators appeared in midair, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Qin Ming, a stranger to them, for this was his first appearance in Zhongnan Mountain. Although Qin Ming has recently stirred up chaos between the demon realm and the human realm, the turmoil has not reached the Zhongnan Mountain. The scattered cultivators hidden here remain oblivious to Qin Ming's actions during this time. Suddenly, Qin Ming heard a stuttering voice of astonishment. Turning around, he saw an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a flowing white robe. You are Yin Zhongzi? Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the old man, and he pondered, realizing he had encountered him somewhere before. Previously, while refining treasures amidst the starry sky and battling 2 saints. This elderly figure was one of the onlookers observing the fight. Upon noticing Qin Ming's gaze, the old man's eyes flickered with recognition. He was now a disciple of the Chan sect, deeply grateful to the primordial heavenly master. In the past, during the conflict in the starry sky, Qin Ming had slain the latter before numerous Chan sect disciples, an act that infuriated them. However, in the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent, strength reigned supreme. Qin Ming's power, capable of slaying the primordial heavenly master, deterred the Chan disciples from seeking trouble with him. Now, seeing Qin Ming appear within Zhongnan Mountain and immediately recognize him, the old man's heart raced. After a moment of contemplation, he declared solemnly, Indeed, I am Yun Zhongzi. Qin Ming, you have slain my master. Do you intend to spare even me, a disciple of the Chan sect? Before Qin Ming could respond, a loud voice suddenly erupted among the scattered cultivators. Who dares to speak ill of my master? With a whoosh, a shadow shot forth from the crowd of cultivators. This figure was peculiar, adorned with wings, and possessing a remarkably unusual beak-like mouth. Upon recognizing this oddity, Qin Ming chuckled instead of expressing anger and said, "No, you misunderstand. I have no interest in your master, but would you accompany me for a moment?" The figure, Lei Jinzi, shifted his gaze, brandishing a golden staff in his hand, and replied, "You should consult my staff before you speak." As he prepared to strike, Yun Zhongzi interjected urgently. He knew that even his own master, the primordial heavenly master, stood no chance against Qin Ming. If Lei Jinzi were to attack, Qin Ming could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of a finger. "Hold on," Yun Zhongzi exclaimed. Lei Jinzi paused, the crackling energy around his wings subsiding as he hovered before Qin Ming. "Disciple, you are not his match. Do not recklessly seek death," Yun Zhongzi cautioned. "Why should I bolster his confidence and undermine my own?" Lei Jinzi retorted. "We will know who is the stronger after we have fought." Yun Zhongzi's expression darkened. "If you truly engage him, you won't even comprehend how you perish. Do you know how your master met his demise?" Lei Jinzi instinctively replied, "Wasn't my master." "Master? Are you implying that it was this very person who killed him?" At the mention of Lei Jinzi's words, the eyes of the scattered cultivators turned towards Yun Zhongzi. The old man nodded slowly. "What? It is indeed he. The primordial heavenly master is such a figure. To think he was slain by this individual." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Who would dare to believe that the primordial heavenly master, who had dominated the Honghuang continent for eons, could be vanquished by someone appearing so ordinary? Despite possessing the cultivation of a saint, this individual was merely a declining saint, incapable of rivaling the primordial heavenly master. How could he possess the strength to slay such an existence? This was utterly inconceivable, as Yun Zhongzi confirmed with a nod. Disbelief washed over the faces of hundreds of scattered cultivators. "Yun Zhongzi, are you jesting with us? What cultivation does this person possess? How could he possibly have the strength to kill the primordial heavenly master?" inquired a purple-robed elder, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yun Zhongzi sighed. "I wish this were false, but what I witnessed in the starry sky was all too real. My master fell at the hands of this individual." Gasps of shock filled the air once more. Qin Ming remained composed, fully aware that the slaying of the primordial heavenly master would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar across the Honghuang continent. After all, the primordial heavenly master had governed the Chan sect for millennia, his profound cultivation and unmatched strength allowing him to claim the title of the first saint of Honghuang. The fact that he was annihilated by a declining saint was beyond belief. "Do you still have the courage to confront me?" Qin Ming's gaze settled on Lei Jinzi, his tone calm and indifferent to the astonishment surrounding him. At that moment, Lei Jinzi comprehended the terror of Qin Ming's might. It was absurd to provoke someone capable of extinguishing even the primordial heavenly master. Being a disciple of Yun Zhongzi, Lei Jinzi's own strength paled in comparison to his master's. Why would he seek trouble with Qin Ming? It would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Lei Jinzi's resolve crumbled. He gazed at Qin Ming with a complex expression. "Lei Jinzi, to be honest, within the Chan sect, only the primordial heavenly master could stand against me. If you were to engage me, a mere sneeze from me could send you into the cycle of reincarnation," Qin Ming stated, his words devoid of jest. At this moment, Lei Jinzi was far from being a celestial being. He was insignificant among the insignificant. With a mere gesture, Qin Ming could obliterate him. The might of a saint was fearsome. None, not even a Hunyuan golden immortal, could withstand it. Lei Jinzi was not even a celestial being. How could he hope to resist the power of a saint? Even with 10 lifetimes of training, he would never achieve such strength. Though Lei Jinzi felt a deep sense of reluctance, the horrifying power Qin Ming possessed overshadowed his defiance. The tumultuous emotions within him remained concealed. Noticing Lei Jinzi's silence, Qin Ming continued, "Have you considered my offer? Will you take me to find the Thunder Pool? Should we succeed, it may yield unimaginable benefits for you. I have heard my master speak of the Thunder Pool, but I am utterly ignorant of its location in the vast wilderness. How can I lead you there?" Lei Jinzi replied. After a brief pause, the blood demon god stepped in to explain, "Do not worry, my master. This Lei Jinzi is a natural star of thunder, inherently attuned to lightning. The abundant lightning within the thunder pool will draw him in." Qi Ming nodded, assuring him, "Do not fret. I will guide you on how to locate the thunder pool along the way. Come with me." Lei Jinzi glanced at Yun Zhongzi. Truth be told, he was reluctant to leave with Qi Ming. The reason was straightforward. Qi Ming had slain the primordial heavenly master, making him a sworn enemy of the entire Chan sect. Collaborating with such an adversary would be treacherous. Upon returning to the Honghuang continent, how could he explain this alliance to his fellow disciples? Surely, this venture would lead to a complete rift with the Chan sect. However, contemplating Qi Ming's overwhelming strength, refusing him would be akin to stepping into the gates of death. One's demise would be trivial, but should Qi Ming's wrath extend to his master, it would mean indirectly causing his master's death. With these thoughts swirling, Lei Jinzi's heart raced. Finally, he knelt before Yun Zhongzi, solemnly declaring, "Master, I am an unfilial disciple. From this point forward, consider me as though I were never your disciple." Yun Zhongzi understood Lei Jinzi's predicament. As a disciple of the Chan sect, forging ties with Qi Ming would render him a public enemy. However, if he refused to comply, Qi Ming was very likely to take action, leading to the demise of both master and disciple. To avoid implicating himself, Lei Jinzi had no choice but to collaborate with Qi Ming. If this were not filial piety, then when the world could truly be considered as such. When you joined the Chan sect long ago, it may not have been a blessing. Today, as you sever ties with the Chan sect, it may not necessarily be a curse. Your master understands your plight, and, as parting draws near, there is little he can offer to safeguard your life. This spiritual treasure was forged at the behest of your ancestor by your master. Its power is unknown even to him, so keep it close for your protection. Yun Zhongzi gently patted Lei Jinzi's head, speaking with a benevolent expression. He then handed Lei Jinzi a palm-sized bagua. A pang of sorrow surged within Lei Jinzi, an impulse to weep overwhelming him. How could he not be moved to tears by his master's understanding? Chapter 51. A cold reception. He had expected his master to reproach him for agreeing to help Qi Ming's search for Lei Zhe. To his surprise, his master offered him a protective treasure instead. Lei Jinzi was not an emotional person, yet he was deeply touched by his master's generosity. Having grown up without parents, it was Yun Zhongzi who raised him. Though he called Yun Zhongzi master, to him, he was as good as a father. Holding the bagua, Lei Jinzi bowed deeply several times to the ground. He then flew to Qi Ming's side. Observing their farewell, Qi Ming felt a sense of absurdity. It was not as if Lei Jinzi were going off to die, yet seemed to cast him in the role of a villain. Shaking his head, Qi Ming pushed aside his thoughts and flew directly towards the great wilderness with Lei Jinzi. "What did your master give you just now?" Qi Ming suddenly recalled the bagua and could not help but inquire. Lei Jinzi retorted, "That is a treasure bestowed upon me by my master. Why should I tell you?" Qi Ming was met with a cold shoulder and felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had disrupted the bond between master and disciple, causing Yun Zhongzi to bear the burden of being pursued and cursed by the disciples of the Chan sect. It was only natural for Lei Jinzi to hold resentment towards him. Just as Qi Ming was about to speak, he noticed that Lei Jinzi had pulled the bagua from his embrace. Do you know what this treasure is? Though Lei Jinzi feigned bravado, after studying it for a while, he could not discern any secrets within the bagua. Instinctively, he handed it to Qi Ming. Upon taking it, Qi Ming immediately felt a surge of fire elements coursing into his palm. After a brief pause, he remarked, "What your master has bestowed upon you is indeed a fine treasure. If I am not mistaken, it should be the celestial fire pillar. Its might is commendable, but alas, you are not even a heavenly immortal. How could you possibly wield this artifact?" He then returned the bagua to Lei Jinzi. The celestial fire pillar was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure. With the innate treasures he possessed, Qi Ming hardly regarded it. The fact that Yun Zhongzi had gifted it to him spoke volumes of his paternal affection. Yet it was unfortunate that Yun Zhongzi had not considered that even he found it somewhat challenging to manipulate the celestial fire pillar. In Lei Jinzi's hands, it would at best serve as a mere toy, completely beyond his capability to wield. With that, Qi Ming set aside his thoughts about the celestial fire pillar and continued his journey with Lei Jinzi towards the Great Wilderness. The Great Wilderness lay in the central western region of the Primordial continent. Before the advent of the Great Flood, this land thrived with vitality. Legends tell that the Jianmu, a tree that linked heaven and earth, once flourished here. In ancient times, the Great Wilderness was also known as the Vast Expanse. However, after the Jianmu was felled, a great flood consumed the land, transforming the once fertile fields into desolation. Life withered, and even the growth of vegetation became a challenge. As Qin Ming and Lei Zhenzi entered the Great Wilderness, an odd sensation enveloped Qin Ming. It felt as if his senses had suddenly dulled. This feeling astonished him, for he was, after all, a genuine sage. Nothing in the world should be able to obscure his perception. To think that even a sage would have his senses muted within the Great Wilderness was astonishing. Why have my senses suddenly become so vague? Qin Ming pondered silently, naturally seeking answers from the Blood Demon God. The Blood Demon God promptly responded, "This is normal. The laws within the Great Wilderness are entirely chaotic. Since ancient times, it has been referred to as a minor chaotic world. Even a sage's perception significantly weakens upon entering the Great Wilderness." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Qin Ming's face. He never anticipated such a mystery within the Great Wilderness. Had he not ventured here to seek Lei Zhe, he might have remained oblivious to this fact for a lifetime. "Master, how shall we search for Lei Zhe?" Lei Zhenzi, who had exited the Great Wilderness, appeared unperturbed and spoke calmly. Before Qin Ming could respond, the Blood Demon God's voice echoed in his ear. "By nightfall, even if the Master does not inform him, he will know how to search for Lei Zhe," the Blood Demon God stated. While Qin Ming was not entirely clear on the meaning of this remark, he relayed the Blood Demon God's intent to Lei Zhenzi. Upon hearing that they would have to wait until nightfall to proceed, Lei Zhenzi seemed somewhat disappointed. However, since Qin Ming had instructed them to search for Lei Zhe at night, Lei Zhenzi dared not voice any objections. The two continued to soar through the Great Wilderness for a while before halting at a hillock, where they settled down to meditate. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night enveloped the land. Just as Qin Ming was about to inquire if Lei Zhenzi had made any discoveries, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Turning his head, he beheld a resplendent woodpecker tapping rhythmically on a tree trunk. Qin Ming was about to beckon Lei Zhenzi when he noticed that Lei Zhenzi had already spotted the woodpecker. His gaze was fixed upon the bird, and in that moment, the woodpecker ceased its pecking and turned to look at Lei Zhenzi. The atmosphere seemed to still as the two regarded each other for an extended period. Qin Ming felt an odd sensation, as if Lei Zhenzi were a distant cousin of the woodpecker. After all, their beaks bore a striking resemblance. Both the woodpecker and Lei Zhenzi possessed elongated beaks. Suddenly, the woodpecker abandoned its pursuit, soared into the air, and landed beside Lei Zhenzi. It grasped Lei Zhenzi's wing in its beak, flapping its wings vigorously in an attempt to drag him away. Initially, Lei Zhenzi was bewildered by the woodpecker's intentions, but moments later, he realized that the woodpecker sought to lead him somewhere. Without hesitation, Lei Zhenzi rose and followed the woodpecker away from the hillock, while Qin Ming silently trailed behind them. Boom, boom, boom. After flying for 2 to 3 hours, the resounding claps of thunder reached Qin Ming's ears. Elated, he wasted no time in pursuing the source of the thunder. Moments later, a vast plain appeared before him, illuminated by countless flashes of lightning striking the ground. The spectacle was particularly striking against the night sky, as silver serpents danced and emitted terrifying bolts of electricity, illuminating much of the sky. "Is this the Lei Zhe?" Qin Ming gazed at the plain, where lightning continued to flash, a smile spreading across his face. He had initially believed that the search for Lei Zhe would be far from smooth and would consume a significant amount of time within the Great Wilderness. However, he never anticipated finding Lei Zhe so swiftly. With absolute certainty, he recognized that this area, beset by relentless lightning, was indeed the Lei Zhe. It is said that the woodpecker serves as the guardian of the Thunder Marsh, and that Lei Zhenzi is the reincarnation of this guardian bird. Once he appears in the vast wilderness, the woodpecker's dwelling there will escort him back to the Thunder Marsh to fulfill his duty. The Blood Demon then suddenly spoke, clarifying the situation. Understanding dawned on Qin Ming as he nodded. Previously, he had harbored doubts about why the Blood Demon was so certain that Lei Zhenzi could locate the Thunder Marsh, especially since Lei Zhenzi lacked even the cultivation of a celestial immortal. In such an expansive wilderness, how could he possibly find it? Even Qin Ming, a sage, could not manage it, making it seem improbable for Lei Zhenzi. However, To Qin Ming's astonishment, upon entering the wilderness, the woodpeckers immediately led Lei Zhenzi to the very edge of the Thunder Marsh, completely bypassing the search process. "Is this the Thunder Marsh?" Lei Zhenzi inquired as he approached Qin Ming, observing the plains before them. Thunderous bolts, as thick as water barrels, struck the ground. The sight would send shivers down anyone's spine. Yet, Lei Zhenzi, upon witnessing the lightning, did not flinch but instead felt a sense of comfort. Qin Ming nodded and remarked, "Indeed, given the environment here, this must be the Thunder Marsh." With that, Qin Ming released the Thunder Rock, who had just been roused from slumber in the spirit beast pouch. The little creature emerged, still groggy, casting a lethargic glance at Qin Ming before attempting to doze off again. Suddenly, a deafening crash. A bolt of lightning struck down, jolting the little creature awake, dispelling any remnants of sleep. It turned eagerly towards the lightning, eyes sparkling upon seeing the intricate network of electricity on the ground, resembling a thunder pool. The little rock chirped impatiently, unable yet to take flight. It clung to Qin Ming's foot, urgently calling out. Even without understanding beast language, Qin Ming could guess the little one's excitement. Amused by its eagerness, he intended to lift the creature into the Thunder Marsh, only to find it could no longer wait and had already darted towards the electrified ground. The Thunder Rock, still a fledgling with short legs, stumbled over the scattered debris, yet pressed on, demonstrating the immense allure of the Thunder Marsh. Qin Ming chuckled softly, scooping the little rock into his arms and placing it atop his head. He then summoned a wave of spiritual energy to shield Lei Zhenzi, and with a flash, they soared into the Thunder Marsh. With a resounding boom, another bolt of lightning struck down, aimed squarely at Qin Ming's head. He remained unfazed. With his current sage cultivation, the lightning posed no threat. After all, it was merely natural lightning, not a heavenly tribulation, and its might would at most cause discomfort to a celestial immortal. There was no way he would regard such phenomena with concern. The little rock atop his head, however, was filled with excitement at the sight of the descending lightning and, rather than dodging, opened its mouth to charge at the bolt. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck Qin Ming directly, engulfing the little creature. For a moment, Lei Zhenzi felt a flicker of worry for the rock's safety. Yet, upon closer inspection, he saw that the rock was unharmed, its eyes brimming with exhilaration as it began to devour the very lightning that surrounded it. "Senior, what kind of beast is this? So small, yet can consume lightning." Lei Zhenzi exclaimed, curiosity igniting in his voice. Qin Ming replied, "This is a thunder rock, you see." "Ah, I have heard of this mythical beast," Lei Zhenzi said, pausing before continuing. "It is said that the thunder rock perished during the dragon and phoenix scale battle. I did not expect that a specimen still existed in your possession. If this thunder rock can grow, even the primary deities of the thunder realm would struggle to match its thunderous powers." Qin Ming was well aware of this, which was precisely why he was so eager to nurture the rock. The little creature, perched atop Qin Ming's head, consumed a bolt of lightning within moments. Then, with renewed vigor, it leaped from Qin Ming's head into the tangled currents of electricity below. "Senior, it seems this thunder rock intends to feast heartily in the Thunder Marsh," Lei Zhenzi remarked. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, let us step outside for now and allow this little one to satiate itself." As they exited the thunder pool, the rock, having never experienced such an abundance of lightning before, remained reluctant to depart. Within less than an incense stick's duration, it had devoured at least 10 bolts of lightning. However, such consumption was merely a drop in the bucket for the rock's advancement. Qin Ming chose not to disturb the creature and instead sat cross-legged at the side of the Thunder Marsh, patiently waiting for it. 2 days later, Qin Ming opened his eyes to find that all the lightning at the edge of the Thunder Marsh had vanished. The little rock had been consuming for 2 continuous days without pause, its appetite only growing. Initially, it required several bites to finish a single bolt. Yet now it could swallow a lightning strike as thick as a water barrel in one gulp. As its hunger expanded, the lightning diminished at a visible pace. 2 more days passed, and the rock had completely consumed a thunder pool spanning at least 3 to 4 acres. Originally the size of a soccer ball, the rock had now grown to the size of a basin. After 4 days, the transformation was evident, but Qin Ming knew this was merely the beginning. Therefore, he made no move to intervene. As 20 days passed, Qin Ming once again opened his eyes. He saw that what had once been a thunder pool covering at least 1,000 acres was now reduced by at least 500 acres, wholly devoured by the little rock. Previously the size of a basin, it had now ballooned to a scale comparable to a room. Unbelievably, in just over 20 days, the little creature had expanded so remarkably. Its current strength could rival that of a Tai golden immortal. Unfortunately, even with its power elevated to such heights, it offered Qin Ming little assistance. The little one must be capable of unleashing lightning comparable to a heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it holds no significance for me, Qin Ming mused. After all, while he possessed ample means to vanquish foes, he lacked the ability to elevate treasures into innate divine artifacts. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ming and Lei Junzi remained within the Thunder Marsh. After a month and a half of absorption, the Thunder Rock had consumed every last bolt of lightning in the marsh. The once thunderous expanse was now utterly devoid of electricity, having ingested thousands of bolts. The rock's power had significantly increased. It had grown to the size of a room, its feathers now a rich brown, exuding vitality and grandeur. Qin Ming observed the rock's advancement with a smile. After a month and a half, the creature had not disappointed him, achieving the quasi-saint level of power. This meant that no matter whom Qin Ming faced in battle, the rock could provide some degree of aid. While Qin Ming was engaged in nurturing the rock with the lightning of the Thunder Marsh, in a wild expanse approximately 400 miles away, a series of tents made from animal hides and dry grass had been erected in a circular formation around a small pond. The pond, though modest in size, emanated vibrant rainbows, and the closer one approached, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. At the heart of the tribe stood a spacious tent, within which dozens of men and women clad in animal skins were engaged in earnest discussion. Among them was a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, exuding an air of nobility and kindness. She sat upon a grass mat, attentively listening to the discourse around her. "Saint Mother, that young man has been in the Thunder Marsh for at least a month and a half, absorbing all the lightning it has to offer," remarked a serious-looking man with thick brows and large eyes, dressed in animal skins. Beside him stood a youth, also clad in animal skins, holding a hand bone that appeared to belong to some sort of monstrous creature. The boy, seemingly around 11 or 12, possessed an extraordinary presence that belied his age, standing out distinctly in the tent. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the woman's gaze turned to the youth. "Xian Yuan, what is your perspective?" she inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the boy responded, "Saint Mother, the Thunder Marsh is a sacred site for our Huashu kingdom. If it were to be desecrated, how could we face our ancestors in the future?" The woman nodded in agreement and said, "If that is the case, then it is your duty to investigate. If that individual commits any act of sacrilege against the Thunder Marsh, you must counsel him. After all, we are all part of the human race and must avoid internal strife." The youth nodded and was about to take his leave when an elderly man, cloaked in animal skins and exuding a medicinal fragrance, approached. His neck was adorned with an array of dried herbs. "Mother, I believe this is unwise," he expressed. The woman's brow furrowed at his words. "Why do you think so?" she asked. The man replied, "This person's origins are unclear. The fact that he traversed the great wilderness to enter the Thunder Marsh suggests he possesses formidable strength." He paused before continuing, "In the past, besides our Huashu kingdom, there was another nation in the great wilderness, which I believe you still recall." "You mean the Swaiming Kingdom?" The man nodded. "Indeed, that is correct. The Swaiming Kingdom, ruled by the Swearing clan. Our kin reported that this individual carries a pure human bloodline, indicating he is likely not from the Jili Kingdom." The man's expression grew serious as he added, "The Swaiming and Huashu are brother nations. If this person truly hails from Swaiming, capturing him recklessly would put the Swearing clan in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, the youth laughed. "Uncle, even if he is indeed from the Swaiming Kingdom, what of it? Desecrating our Huashu Kingdom's sacred site is a provocation against us all. Do you intend to stand idly by while our holy ground is defiled?" The middle-aged man's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from arguing. After a moment of contemplation, the woman spoke. "Xian Yuan, your uncle makes a valid point. The Juli Kingdom is currently on the rise, and should we engage in a full-scale war with them, we may need the support of the Swaiming Kingdom. Therefore, we must tread carefully in our dealings with them." The youth's expression reflected his dissatisfaction with this reasoning, driven by youthful arrogance and a dismissive attitude toward the Swaiming. "Lian, you should accompany him to investigate," the woman decided. The middle-aged man respectfully clasped his hands and guided the youth out of the tent. As they exited, they encountered two individuals approaching. One resembled the middle-aged man, dressed in animal skins, yet possessing a pair of eerie, dual-colored eyes. "My lord, what is the outcome? Does the Saint Mother have any instructions?" he inquired respectfully. The youth replied, "The Saint Mother's intention is for us to drive this person away. He has desecrated our Huashu Kingdom's sacred site." The dual-eyed man expressed his disagreement. The youth sighed, "I understand your concerns, but the Saint Mother suspects he may be from the Sui-Ming Kingdom. As you know, their national strength is increasing and they are becoming a formidable rival to our Huashu Kingdom. A conflict is inevitable between Huashu and Juli, and the Saint Mother's aim is to foster a relationship with the Sui-Ming for future conflicts." At this point, the youth fell silent, but his words had conveyed the Saint Mother's intentions to the dual-eyed man, who nodded in understanding as they both departed the tent. Meanwhile, the man adorned with herbs observed their retreating figures, his gaze contemplative before settling on the young man beside him. Had Qi Ming been present in this tribe, he would have instantly recognized the young man as Fushi, the brother of Nuwa. "How, Shi? Do you truly know that young man?" the middle-aged man inquired seriously. Fushi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes." The middle-aged man continued, "Given that he possesses such strength, capable of overwhelming the heavenly court, perhaps we should consider forming an alliance. However, I am concerned about the tension between him and you." Fushi remained silent, standing beside the middle-aged man. After a moment of thought, the middle-aged man waved his hand, saying, "Let us proceed to meet this young man before my nephew gets ahead of us and offends such a formidable presence." With that, the middle-aged man and Fushi took to the skies, heading towards the Thunder Marsh. Meanwhile, Qi Ming remained unaware of the presence of other humans in the Great Wilderness, just a few hundred miles from the Thunder Marsh. Having cultivated the Thunder Rock within the marsh and drawn attention, he planned to depart upon seeing that the Thunder Rock had absorbed the lightning and elevated its power to the quasi-saint level. "Leijianzi, is it true that the lightning in the Thunder Marsh reappears every cycle of a decade?" Qi Ming mused as he glanced back at the marsh, which had transformed from a pool of lightning into a barren wasteland under the Thunder Rock's consumption. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he reflected that if the Thunder Marsh were a mindless entity, he would feel no remorse for its absorption. However, if it were owned by someone, taking its lightning would be akin to theft, a notion he abhorred as the future ruler of the 33 heavens. "Of course, that was conveyed to me by the woodpeckers." Leijianzi replied, "You can converse with woodpeckers?" Qi Ming exclaimed, astonished at this revelation. Leijianzi explained, "As you know, I possess the bloodline of these woodpeckers. Although I cannot speak with them, I can understand their language." Nodding in comprehension, Qi Ming felt reassured that the Thunder Marsh would regenerate, and thus he did not linger. As he activated his escape technique, the atmosphere suddenly tightened, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky like a tsunami, threatening to engulf Qi Ming and Leijianzi. "Who goes there?" Qi Ming's expression darkened as he looked up to see two figures in the sky, a youth of extraordinary bearing and a middle-aged man with dual-colored eyes. "Who are you?" Qi Ming inquired, his face darkened. The youth coldly replied, "That is a question I should be asking you. Do you even know where you are? How dare you consume all the lightning in this place? Do you not recognize the existence of my Huashu Kingdom?" Qi Ming furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes. The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall its significance. Beside him, Leijianzi suddenly exhibited a flicker of fear upon hearing the youth's words. It seemed he had made a connection, and he turned his incredulous gaze toward the youth and the middle-aged man. "Do you know this fellow?" Qi Ming glanced at Leijianzi and asked. Leijianzi shook his head hastily. "Of course not, but I have heard the name Huashu Kingdom." "What is this Huashu Kingdom?" Qi Ming pressed further. Leijianzi explained, "Since you are the human race, how could you possibly be unaware of the Huashu Kingdom? The human race originally thrived in the Great Wilderness, establishing 3 kingdoms, one of which is the Huashu Kingdom." 3 human kingdoms? Qi Ming was taken aback. No wonder these two radiated a sense of familiarity. They were indeed compatriots of the human race. "So, you are also of the human race," Qi Ming acknowledged. The youth immediately mocked. "Do you think it is an honor to be counted among the human race alongside you? What? Do you view it as a disgrace?" The youth continued, "There are only 3 kingdoms of the human race in the Great Wilderness. Besides the Huashu Kingdom, there are the Juli Kingdom and the Sui-Ming Kingdom. Since you come from outside the Great Wilderness, you must be from the Sui-Ming Kingdom. How dare someone from the Sui-Ming Kingdom act recklessly in the sacred grounds of my Huashu Kingdom? I apologize, but I'm not from the Sui-Ming kingdom, Qin Ming stated. Not from Sui-Ming? The youth and the middle-aged man immediately wore expressions of disdain. Then you must be from the Jiuli kingdom. Being from Jiuli only makes your presence here even less tolerable. At this point, the youth unleashed a burst of light, and with a flick of his wrist, brandished a long spear, lunging aggressively at Qin Ming. Qin Ming's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he summoned the coffin lamp. A roaring flame erupted from the lamp, surging forth. Stop! Suddenly, just as the flames were about to engulf the youth, a powerful shout reverberated through the air. Qin Ming looked up to see two men rapidly approaching him. Fushi? Qin Ming recognized one of the figures instantly, his eyes filled with confusion as he thought, what is he doing here? Nephew, have you forgotten the instructions of the Holy Mother? The middle-aged man among them glared discontentedly at the youth. The youth huffed, retracting his spear and returning to the side of the middle-aged man. Observing this, Qin Ming also put away the coffin lamp. Uncle, this man is from the Jiuli kingdom, which is a land of life and death for my Huashu kingdom. Are you really going to protect him? Who told you he is from Jiuli? The youth retorted. He said so himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming replied coldly, I never claimed to be from the Jiuli kingdom. A hint of anger flashed across the youth's face as he said, if you are neither from the Sui-Ming nor the Huashu kingdom, then you must be from Jiuli. How can you deny it? Before Qin Ming could respond, Fushi interjected, Xin Yuan, you are mistaken. This man is truly not from Jiuli. The youth furrowed his brow. So you mean he is merely of ordinary bloodline? Both Fushi and the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. The youth scoffed, since he is just an ordinary human. We need not pursue the matter of his trespass into the great wilderness any further. However, your absorption of the lightning from the Thunder Marsh is undoubtedly an affront to my Huashu kingdom, and you must provide an explanation to my clan. Qin Ming inquired, what? Is this Thunder Marsh yours? The youth hesitated, contemplating for a moment before responding. Though the Thunder Marsh was not created by my Huashu kingdom, it has indeed been a sacred site for us. Long ago, it was here that the Holy Mother first encountered the Thunder God and conceived, giving birth to my father. Thus, the Thunder Marsh can be considered one of our ancestral grounds, and we cannot allow you to defile it. Qin Ming frowned, a look of contemplation crossing his face. So these individuals were descendants of the Thunder God. Yet, how did they relate to Fushi? Given Fushi's demeanor, it seemed their connection was significant. Could it be that Fushi was also of the Huashu lineage? Qin Ming pondered. At that moment, the middle-aged man beside Fushi spoke up, enough, nephew. We can discuss this later. Qin, would you be willing to accompany us back to the Huashu kingdom as our guest? Qin Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an invitation from the middle-aged man. He turned to Fushi and said, I would not mind visiting, but why is Fushi here? Qin Ming recalled that this individual had previously conspired with Dijuan. After Dijuan was slain by him, Fushi had vanished. Now he unexpectedly appeared in the great wilderness. Naturally, Qin Ming was curious about the reason. Fushi is originally from the Huashu kingdom, so his presence here is quite normal. The middle-aged man explained before Fushi could speak. What? He is one of your Huashu people? Qin Ming exclaimed, astonished, not having expected Fushi to be from the Huashu kingdom. What? Do you find that hard to believe? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Qin Ming remained silent, deep in thought. The lineage of Fushi had always been a significant question. Initially, Qin Ming believed he was of the human race, but given his connections with Nuwa, he hesitated to accept that notion. Later, due to Fushi's collaboration with the Celestial Court, Qin Ming suspected he might belong to the demon race. However, now hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qin Ming realized Fushi was indeed of the human race. Qin Ming, I have heard of your esteemed name. A prodigy of the human race, allied with the Swearing clan. You are a pillar for the human race beyond the great wilderness, the middle-aged man continued. After a brief pause, he added, however, here in the great wilderness, the only human races are the Jiuli and Huashu. So, does that mean Nuwa is also of the Huashu lineage? Qin Ming asked. The middle-aged man nodded, certainly. Long ago, the Holy Mother of Taiwa entered the Thunder Marsh and encountered a giant, leading to her conception and the birth of Fushi and Nuwa. Thus, these two are naturally also of the Huashu kingdom. Qin Ming was hearing this for the first time and felt a sense of wonder. Who is the Holy Mother of Taiwa? He inquired. If you accompany us back, you will have the opportunity to meet the Holy Mother, the middle-aged man replied. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ming noted the middle-aged man's courteous demeanor. Although he was kin to Fushi, he had not displayed any hostility towards him. Therefore, Qi Ming felt reluctant to refuse. After reflecting, he nodded and said, "Since you extend such a warm invitation, it would be impolite for me to decline. Let us proceed." The middle-aged man appeared delighted and said, "Please." As Qi Ming brushed past the middle-aged man, he asked, "May I inquire your name?" The middle-aged man replied, "My name is Lian Shan." Qi Ming frowned. Subsequently, the middle-aged man explained, stating, "To be honest, I share a lineage with Fuxi. We are essentially brothers, both originating from the great wilderness of the He Luo lineage. Besides my brother and me, there's another sibling named Guizong." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming was taken aback. The names Lian Shan and Guizong resounded in his ears. It would be impossible for him to be unaware of them, even during his first venture into the great wilderness. Lian Shan Guizong was known as the Primordial Yi, while the Bagua that emerged in the later Divine War was referred to as the postnatal Yi. This implied that the martial tradition of the future Buzhou was, in fact, a continuation of the teachings of this middle-aged man before him. Qi Ming's gaze fell upon the man, filled with deep respect. Lian Shan, on the other hand, wore a curious expression and inquired, "What is it? From your tone, it seems you have heard of my name? I have merely heard some rumors within the Swaiming Kingdom, that you have tasted the poisons of various herbs in order to discover suitable remedies for your people." Qi Ming replied calmly, although he appeared composed on the surface. Tumultuous waves surged within him. Lian Shan bore another name, revered in later generations as Shennong. It was said that Shennong tasted 100 herbs and authored the Shennong Benchao Jing, a timeless text that has saved countless lives, a figure of immense virtue in the annals of humanity. How could Qi Ming not be moved, standing before the very Shennong? By the way, aside from you and Fuxi, are there any others from the He Luo lineage currently within your clan? Qi Ming inquired. Lian Shan pondered briefly before responding. My brother Guizong is presently deep within the great wilderness, temporarily absent from the clan. Besides Fuxi and myself, only Qi and Qi remain. Qi. Qi Ming frowned, perplexed. He was not a historian, after all, and was unfamiliar with these figures. Lian Shan explained, "Both are disciples of my brother Guizong and me. You shall understand upon meeting them." Nodding, Qi Ming ceased further conversation and followed closely behind Lian Shan. As they journeyed toward the Huashu Kingdom, outside its borders, the benevolent Taihua, Saint Mother, stood with 40 to 50 clan members at the entrance of their settlement, scanning the surroundings as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a streak of light sped toward the Huashu Kingdom, swiftly descending upon the tribe. The light dissipated to reveal a stern woman clad in armor. "Sister Taiyuan, you have finally arrived," Taihua Saint Mother exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. The armored woman gracefully descended to the ground. "Sister Taihua, it has been 2 millennia. How have you fared?" the armored woman asked. "Indeed, 2 millennia have flown by. I wonder what brings you to the great wilderness so suddenly." "Perhaps we can discuss it upon my return," Taihua Saint Mother replied with a smile. The armored woman nodded, and under Taihua Saint Mother's guidance, they entered the tribe. The grand tent was already lavishly prepared with sumptuous dishes, and as the armored woman entered, the sounds of silk and bamboo music filled the air. "Sister, there is no need for such extravagance. My visit to the great wilderness is merely to inquire about someone," the armored woman remarked casually as she took a seat in the tent. Taihua Saint Mother immediately inquired, "May I ask whom you seek in the great wilderness?" The armored woman replied, "Recently, an enemy of mine has entered the great wilderness. I have come specifically to eliminate this person." "What is this person's name and distinguishing features?" Taihua Saint Mother asked promptly. After a moment's pause, she added, "Given that we are on the brink of war with the Jili Kingdom, if the person you seek belongs to them, I am afraid I cannot be of assistance." The armored woman waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, this individual is certainly not from the Jili." Taihua Saint Mother breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, before the armored woman could continue, a person rushed in. "Saint Mother, Master Lian Shan and Master Xianyuan have returned," the clansman announced respectfully. Taihua Saint Mother responded, "Since they have returned, let them come in. Xianyuan has expressed a desire to meet my sister. Now that my sister is visiting our tribe, it is a perfect opportunity for them to make each other's acquaintance." The messenger promptly bowed and exited the tent. Soon after, several individuals entered side by side, including Qi Ming and Lian Shan. As Qi Ming stepped into the tent, he was met with the sight of the armored woman sitting beside Taihua Saint Mother, her brows furrowing in sudden anger. Qingming, how dare you be here? The armored woman's gaze fixed upon him, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Upon hearing her words, Qingming turned to face her, searching his memory, but failing to recall where he had seen her before. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Do we know each other?" The armored woman replied, "We do not. But you are certainly familiar with my 2 children." "You mean the Golden Mother of the Yao Pool and Dong Wanggong," the armored woman declared, her face pale with fury. Qingming's expression darkened instantly as he said, "So you are Taiyuan's Saint Mother, the mother of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu." How could Qingming not recognize the illustrious Taiyuan's Saint Mother, a figure of great renown in the Great Wilderness? However, she was from the same era as Pangu, who had long since perished, and Qingming had assumed she was no longer alive. To his astonishment, she stood before him now. "May I ask why you are in the Great Wilderness?" Qingming inquired. Taiyuan's Saint Mother replied, "That question should be directed at you. Qingming, you have made it exceedingly difficult for me to find you. What brings you to seek me?" Qingming asked, "Do you believe that killing one of my children would be so easily forgiven?" Taiyuan's Saint Mother responded, "So, you intend to seek revenge?" Qingming surmised. Meanwhile, the expressions of those present in the tent shifted dramatically upon hearing their exchange, particularly Taihua, Saint Mother. She could hardly fathom that the person Taiyuan's Saint Mother saw was this unfamiliar man before her. If she was not mistaken, he was indeed the one Xianyuan and Lianshan had brought back from the Thunder Marsh. Taihua Saint Mother had not wished to put Qingming in a difficult position, as they were all of the human race and should not harm one another. However, Qingming had offended Taiyuan's Saint Mother, a figure who had once commanded respect across the realms. Even Pangu himself had to yield some regard to her. Offending her was far more severe than facing the wrath of the Thunder Marsh. Taihua Saint Mother was certain that Qingming would not leave the Great Wilderness alive. "Are you truly Taiyuan's Saint Mother?" Lianshan suddenly asked, contemplating the situation. The gaze of Taiyuan's Saint Mother shifted to Lianshan as she queried, "Who are you, young one?" "I am Lianshan," he replied. "You are the one who tasted 100 herbs for your people?" "Indeed, that is me," Lianshan affirmed. Taiyuan's Saint Mother's expression softened slightly as she said, "For the sake of my sister, speak your mind quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Lianshan promptly stated, "Taiyuan's Saint Mother, my mother often speaks of you, and we have long admired your esteemed reputation. Qingming is a distinguished guest of our clan. I wonder if there might be some misunderstanding regarding the matter of slaying your progeny?" Misunderstanding. The Heavenly Mother of the Origin cast a murderous glance towards Lianshan, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in her eyes. This information was directly conveyed to me by the Western Queen Mother. Had she not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that one of my 2 offspring has already perished. The Heavenly Mother of the Origin spoke with a grim countenance. At this juncture, her gaze shifted to the Heavenly Mother of Taihua, and she inquired, "Sister, what is the relationship between Qingming and your Huashu nation?" After a brief hesitation, the Heavenly Mother of Taihua replied, "Initially, he was merely a stranger. I discovered him absorbing the lightning from the Thunder Marsh and intended to expel him. However, Lianshan wished to invite him as a guest, which is why you have witnessed this." The Heavenly Mother of the Origin asserted, "Since you have no connection to him, I shall take his life." The Heavenly Mother of Taihua furrowed her brow and protested, "Sister, wait. How can you treat a guest so callously? Can you truly stand by and watch as you slay him?" A glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Mother of the Origin as she retorted, "Are you then siding with Qingming?" The Heavenly Mother of Taihua frowned, "Sister, your words are rather excessive. If someone were to intrude upon your abode as a guest, would you not intervene to prevent others from killing him?" The Heavenly Mother of the Origin replied, "Sister, you must understand my temperament. My child has been slain. This enmity is irreconcilable, and I would not hesitate to sever ties with your Feng clan if necessary." Before the Heavenly Mother of Taihua could respond, a spirited youth stepped forward, brandishing a long spear. "Heavenly Mother of the Origin, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. It is said you are a being from the epoch when the heavens and earth were first cleaved, possessing strength that rivals even the mighty Pangu. I am known as Xianyuan, and should you wish to harm the Heavenly Mother, do not blame me for being ungracious." This declaration elevated Qingming's regard for the youth. Remembering their initial encounter, When the youth nearly clashed with him over the Thunder Marsh, he now stood unflinchingly to protect the Heavenly Mother of Taiwa, displaying remarkable courage. The Heavenly Mother of the Origins' expression grew icy, and with a wave of her hand, an immense celestial force surged forth from her shoulders. What if I were to join in? Lianshan interjected, rising without hesitation to remove the dried herbs hanging around his neck. At that moment, a torrent of virtuous power erupted from the herbs and roots. Qin Ming's expression turned incredulous upon witnessing this spectacle. These seemingly ordinary herbs and roots were, in fact, treasures of virtue. The power emanating from each root was beyond imagination, even surpassing that of the red embroidered ball. Senior, this is Huashu Nation. I hope you consider your actions carefully. We can contend with the great wilderness and the Julie Nation for millennia. Not just anyone can act recklessly here. Even if you are a senior, should you attempt to undermine Huashu Nation, I assure you, I will ensure your demise. Lianshan stated expressionlessly. This demeanor surprised Qin Ming. Previously, Lianshan had seemed amiable. However, in a moment of anger, he displayed a decisive ruthlessness, showing no regard for the Heavenly Mother of the Origin, an entity of Pangu's era, capable of shattering a planet with a mere wave of her hand. Qin Ming had never anticipated that there were still those within Huashu Nation who would stand against her. Even he felt a shiver of apprehension in the face of the Heavenly Mother of the Origin's wrath. Yet Lianshan and Xian Yuan remained composed. Xian Yuan. Could it be that this young man is the one known as Ji Xian Yuan, revered as a common ancestor by countless human tribes? Qin Ming suddenly realized, feeling a wave of clarity wash over him. Had he truly arrived at the origin of the human race? First, there was Xin Nong, later known as the Yin Emperor, and now Xian Yuan, the future Yellow Emperor, both present in the same tribe. Though astonished, Qin Ming quickly accepted this reality, realizing the tribe harbored such ancestral figures. He pondered, Heavenly Mother of Taiwa, are you and these people from your clan truly prepared to side with the one who has slain my child? At that moment, the Heavenly Mother of the Origin interrupted Qin Ming's contemplation. The Heavenly Mother of Taiwa, her expression grave, implored, Sister, Qin Ming is a guest of Huashu Nation. Can you truly expect me to stand by while you take his life? With a scornful huff, the Heavenly Mother of the Origin replied, Do not speak so sanctimoniously. If you insist on protecting him, know that our sisterly bond may very well be severed today. The Heavenly Mother of Taiwa sighed heavily, falling silent. Qin Ming cast a discerning glance at her, acknowledging her as the true matriarch of humanity, her composure far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Most would have faltered under the pressure from the Heavenly Mother of the Origin, yet she remained resolute, which greatly surprised Qin Ming. Heavenly Mother of the Origin, you need not coerce the Heavenly Mother of Taiwa any further. If you seek my head, I am not opposed to a contest with you outside, Qin Ming declared boldly. This proclamation sent ripples of shock through those within the tent. No one could have anticipated that Qin Ming would utter such words. The Heavenly Mother of the Origin, a being from the same epoch as Pangu, had survived countless eras. Yet, Qin Ming spoke as though he held no fear of her. Even Lianshan, wielding treasures of virtue, would not dare confront the Heavenly Mother of the Origin alone. To the casual observer, Qin Ming appeared merely a fallen saint, remarkable among humanity, yet hardly a match for the Heavenly Mother. His audacious challenge left everyone flabbergasted. Excellent. It has been ages since I have encountered a human with such audacity, the Heavenly Mother of the Origin exclaimed with delight. Initially, Huashu Nation had posed an obstacle to her desire to eliminate Qin Ming, but now that he had willingly stepped forward, she could hardly contain her satisfaction. With a smile, she said, Qin Ming, since you are so understanding, I shall grant you a swift end. Qin Ming scoffed, turning to leave the tent. At that moment, Lianshan seized his arm, warning, Senior, do not underestimate the Heavenly Mother of the Origin. Her strength is formidable. The youth, bearing the Xianyuan surname, added gravely, Though you possess some prowess, we are in the Great Wilderness, a realm teeming with terrifying figures. The Heavenly Mother of the Origin has cultivated for several epochs. Even Pangu himself might not rival her. Should you challenge her, it will only lead to your demise. Upon hearing Xuanyuan's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ming's face. How could he have anticipated that the seemingly aggressive Xianyuan would utter such words to him? Previously, when they were in Luo's, they had nearly come to blows. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Lianshan, Qin Ming might have already slain this ancestor of the human race. Upon hearing Xuanyuan's words, Lianshan could not help but add, "Indeed, Senior, the strength of the Taiyuan Holy Mother is unfathomable. Even with the merit treasure in my possession, I may not stand a chance against her. If you were to challenge her." Lianshan did not finish his sentence, casting a worried glance at Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming dismissed their concerns, he understood that they stemmed from genuine care. It had been a long time since anyone had shown him such concern. Deep within the primordial chaos, one often found themselves at the mercy of circumstances devoid of any semblance of human warmth. However, within the Huasu nation, he could see his fellow kindred all around. Regardless of their closeness, a bond of blood existed among kin. Thus, witnessing the concern of those present for him provided Qin Ming with a sense of warmth. Smiling, he assured them, "Rest assured, since I have the courage to challenge this woman, I am confident in my ability to defeat her." Having said this, Qin Ming cast a glance at the Taiyuan Holy Mother and continued, "Moreover, one of her children has already perished at my hands. What difficulty is there in taking the life of another who is a mother?" This statement immediately provoked an explosive reaction from the Taiyuan Holy Mother. The loss of her child, still fresh in her memory, ignited her fury at this audacious taunt. "Qin Ming, I shall await you outside the Huasu tribe. You better not disappoint this Holy Mother," she declared, conjuring a radiant arch and departing the tent. Observing this, Qin Ming promptly prepared to follow her. "Wait!" Lianshan suddenly grasped Qin Ming's arm, presenting him with a seemingly simple necklace. "Senior, this is the innate herbal ring I painstakingly crafted, a merit treasure. While I cannot assist you directly against the Taiyuan Holy Mother, possessing this treasure will allow you to contend with her." Lianshan spoke earnestly. Qin Ming nodded, gratitude evident in his eyes. Indeed, how commendable it was to receive support from one of his own kind. Had he been among the demon or shaman races, they likely would have stood idly by as he faced the Taiyuan Holy Mother. Accepting the offered ring, he toyed with it, feeling the faint essence of plants flowing through his fingertips, swirling within the confines of the ring like a deluge. Holding it firmly, he declared, "I shall forever remember your kindness in lending me this treasure today." With that, Qin Ming intended to leave the tent. Just then, Xuanyuan approached him, stating, "Since even my uncle has expressed support, how could I remain silent? While I do not deem you particularly worthy of protection, you are nonetheless a guest to the Huasu tribe. This spear, forged from a sliver of the innate world's essence that leaked from the 33 heavens, possesses the power to shift mountains and rivers. With it in your possession, it may aid you significantly." Qin Ming stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the youth's unexpected generosity. He had sensed that this individual was proud and cold, yet now, as he prepared to confront the Taiyuan Holy Mother, he was offering him a treasure. Grasping the spear, he felt waves of merit power emanating from it, another merit treasure. To his astonishment, the spear also pulsed with a tremendous source of power, granting him the sensation that he could suppress an entire world with a mere flick of his wrist. It was beyond his expectations that this individual would lend him such a precious item. "I acknowledge that there was some misunderstanding between us previously, but now that you lend me this treasure, I shall not hold on to past grievances. I shall owe you this favor and repay you when the opportunity arises," Qin Ming stated. The youth remained silent and returned to the side of the Taiyuan Holy Mother. After Lianshan and Xuanyuan had both expressed their support, Qin Ming prepared to exit the tent. However, just as he was about to do so, Fushi hesitated and stepped forward, saying, "Qin Ming, although we have had our misunderstandings, since you are a guest in my ancestral land, I cannot stand idly by while the Taiyuan Holy Mother seeks your life." With that, Fushi produced a golden brush from his robes and handed it to Qin Ming. "This is the celestial brush I personally crafted. It is said among our people that with this brush, one could depict the stars at will." He paused before continuing, "The reason the demon race allied with me was due to this artifact. Emperor Jun repeatedly invited me to the heavenly court to leverage my ability to draw more stars, thereby enhancing the power of the great array of the heavenly stars." Qin Ming understood the might of the great array. The more stars it gathered, the more formidable it became. However, while the stars of the heavens were numerous, they were ultimately finite. Yet, with Fushi's assistance, he could potentially sketch thousands of stars, amplifying the array's power to unimaginable heights. Unaware of the intricacies at play, Qin finally regained his composure upon hearing Fushi's words. So, the demon race's alliance with Fushi stemmed from his possession of this brush. Xin Yuan and Lianshan have lent me their treasures, and now you too offer me yours. What is this? Have you all decided against killing me? Qin asked, his expression peculiar as he hesitated to accept the brush. Fushi's expression grew slightly awkward as he replied, Senior, since even the heavenly cord has been destroyed by you, it is clear that our past grievances are no longer worth holding on to. Fushi spoke earnestly. Qin smiled faintly, saying, Since you are lending me this treasure, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, Fushi, should you harbor any treachery against me, I reiterate, I shall not spare you. The others in the tent exchanged curious and perplexed glances at this exchange, indicating that there was surely animosity between the two. Aside from Lianshan, none could fathom the depths of their past grievances. Nevertheless, Qin had no intention of clarifying. Accepting the celestial brush without further ado, he turned and exited the tent. Outside the Huasu tribe's encampment, the Taiyuan Holy Mother sat cross-legged in midair. Upon seeing Qin arrival, she opened her eyes, saying, I thought you might not have the courage to come. Since you dare to seek death, I shall grant you a swift end. Qin replied, coolly, Taiyuan Holy Mother, I know you are an ancient relic from the era of Pangu, and surviving to this day is no small feat, however. Your desire to slay me is nothing but a fantasy. The Taiyuan Holy Mother scoffed. What makes you so confident? Do you think you can survive at my hands? Qin retorted, I observe your cultivation. You are merely a primordial saint, at best having passed through the 3 calamities. Are you familiar with Yuan, Shi Tianzun? Of course I know the Holy Mother's junior. The Taiyuan Holy Mother replied indifferently. Qin continued, Since you know Yuan, Shi Tianzun, do you know how many calamities he has passed? The Taiyuan Holy Mother fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The primordial supreme being has transcended the 4 declines of existence. How could she possibly be unaware? Although her presence on the Hongwang continent is rare, she consistently invites her to Kunlun Mountain for sermons. Through these encounters, the Mother of Taiyuan naturally comprehends the cultivation level of the primordial supreme being. You inquire about the cultivation level of the primordial supreme being. What is it that you truly wish to convey? The Mother of Taiyuan inquired. Qin responded, Since you are aware of the primordial supreme being's cultivation level, do you know how this individual met their demise? The Mother of Taiyuan fell silent. The fall of the primordial supreme being reverberated throughout Hongwang. Who among the denizens of this realm is unaware that the primordial supreme being perished at the hands of Qin? Following the slaying of the primordial supreme being, the master of the celestial teachings concluded his battle with Qin and returned to the Azure Palace, sealing the entirety of the Intercept sect. The prowess of Qin, capable of slaying the primordial supreme being, is undeniably formidable, rivaling her own. It is no wonder he dares to provoke her. You suddenly mention the primordial supreme being. Do you intend to imply that since you can slay the primordial supreme being, eliminating me would be a trivial matter? The Mother of Taiyuan swiftly discerned the underlying intent of Qin words. Qin smiled faintly and said, I merely wish to caution the Holy Mother against letting hatred cloud your judgment. Both Emperor Jun and Tai fell in my hands due to their own blinded rage. If you, Holy Mother, have succumbed to such emotions, I shall not show any mercy. At this juncture, Qin expression shifted dramatically as a colossal bell emerged from his sleeve. A torrent of primordial energy surged forth from the bell. It was the Eastern Emperor bell. Upon seeing it, the Mother of Taiyuan recognized it instantly as the treasured artifact of the Eastern Emperor. She had heard tales of Qin slaying the Eastern Emperor and seizing the bell. While she was aware of its existence, she had not anticipated that he would summon it so soon. To think he would summon this primordial treasure at the outset. It is indeed your most formidable weapon. It shall suffice to contend with me. However, knowing that I am aware of your possession of this treasure, do you presume I lack the means to suppress it? The Mother of Taiyuan scoffed, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged from her being. Before Qin could react, a vast shadow unfurled across the heavens. Before him, the Mother of Taiyuan transformed into a gigantic phoenix at a visibly astonishing speed. This phoenix bore a verdant hue, reminiscent of the legendary Qingwan. Yet, Qin was taken aback to discover that the Mother of Taiyuan was, in fact, a member of the demon race. This revelation implied that the Eastern King and the Western Mother possessed demonic bloodlines. How could this be? Were they not sages of the human race? Stunned, Qi Ming struggled to comprehend how the Mother of Taiyuan could transform into a demon. On the ground, Fushi's expression mirrored his astonishment as he exclaimed, "How could the Mother of Taiyuan possess the bloodline of the Qinghuan? Is she not of the human race? How can she possess the blood of another race?" Standing beside Fushi, the Holy Mother of Taiwa calmly elucidated, the Mother of Taiyuan was born from primordial essence, said to have emerged from stone. The presence of demonic blood within her may well be a result of her years of cultivation. Qin Ming, I initially believed that with the protection of the Huasu Kingdom, I would not be able to harm you today. Yet, you dare to provoke me. This is tantamount to courting death. The Mother of Taiyuan laughed coldly. After a pause, she continued, I admire your audacity, but alas, you have misplaced it. With the Huasu Kingdom shielding you, you still dare to emerge. It is not just foolish, but utterly moronic. Qin Ming, with a stoic demeanor, retorted, Holy Mother, why waste words? Your child perished at my hands. Do you think mere rhetoric will compel me to surrender? You, the Mother of Taiyuan, infuriated, declare very well, boy, I shall swiftly bring about your demise. With that, she soared upwards, ascending to an altitude of several thousand miles in an instant. As she elevated her form, her appearance underwent a rapid transformation, shifting from green to black, and then to purple. Within mere breaths, the Mother of Taiyuan exhibited 9 distinct colors. What sorcery is this? How could she possess such a multitude of bloodlines within her? This was inconceivable. Even beings from the era of Pengu could not contain such a plethora of bloodlines. Even among demons, it was impossible for one to hold so many bloodlines without risking bodily destruction. Was the Mother of Taiyuan courting death by merging 9 avian bloodlines within herself? On the ground, the onlookers were seized by terror at the sight of the Mother of Taiyuan's ever-shifting hues. Typically, even among demons, a body could accommodate at most 3 or 4 bloodlines. Exceeding this limit would lead to catastrophic failure. Each transformation emitted a distinct aura, indicating the presence of 9 bloodlines within her. What does this signify? To contain 9 bloodlines is a feat beyond the reach of even the most exalted among demons. The Mother of Taiyuan possessed such power? The crowd could hardly fathom the bizarre nature of the Mother of Taiyuan's body, which could accommodate so many bloodlines without self-detonation, instead amplifying her strength. Meanwhile, Qin Ming found himself equally astounded. The phoenix before him bore the essence of 9 bloodlines, a staggering phenomenon. 9 bloodlines. Even with his mastery of the 9 transformations of the profound art, he could not withstand such an influx. The moment he attempted to absorb them, his body would succumb to the overwhelming power and explode. How had this woman managed to harbor so many bloodlines? His eyes flickered with curiosity. If he could absorb such a multitude of bloodlines, would his 9 transformations of the profound art not ascend to new heights? He had already experienced the overwhelming might of this technique. He understood that should he amplify its power further, even an entity of Hong Jun Daozu's caliber would not daunt him. However, he mused, even if he desired the method to fuse bloodlines, it was unlikely this woman would divulge it willingly. Qin Ming contemplated, aware that the secret of bloodline fusion was one the Mother of Taiyuan would never share, especially given their enmity. Yet, apart from compelling her to speak, he had other means. The simplest would be to extract her soul. At that moment, all her secrets would lay bare before him. With this thought, his gaze toward the Mother of Taiyuan shifted to one of anticipation. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, the Mother of Taiyuan plunged from the sky. In an instant, the vast expanse of heaven and earth was suffocated beneath the weight of her overwhelming force. Before Qin Ming could react, she was upon him. Boy, do you truly believe you have a right to challenge me? You lack even the capacity to keep pace with my speed. The Taiyuan Holy Mother spoke with disdain, mocking the Ice Phoenix's abilities. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, recalling a certain color he had seen on the Taiyuan Holy Mother, which was precisely that of the Ice Phoenix. Legend has it that among the phoenixes, this one excelled at traversing time and space. Even if worlds apart, a single thought from the Ice Phoenix could bridge the distance, far surpassing the mere shrinking of space, which, no matter how formidable, could only span 100 miles. However, The Ice Phoenix's power could traverse several worlds. Not only had the Taiyuan Holy Mother fused with the bloodlines of other phoenixes, but the most terrifying aspect was that she had also mastered their abilities after acquiring their essences. As the Taiyuan Holy Mother charged forth, Qin Ming dared not hesitate. Without uttering a word, he activated the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. The notion of a mere mortal body resisting the Holy Mother was laughable. The Taiyuan Holy Mother's face twisted into a scornful smile. No sooner had her words fallen than vast flames erupted from her form, swirling and retreating into her being. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her mouth. Before Qin Ming could react, she unleashed a fireball with a deafening roar. An indescribable force swept across the realm, the heat radiating from the fireball rivaling that of the sun at full intensity. The fireball detonated before Qin Ming, engulfing him in a torrent of flames. He was swiftly consumed by the terrifying heat. "Let this be your refinement, young man," came the triumphant laughter of the Taiyuan Holy Mother, laced with contempt. She was not merely a being from the same era as the Pangu Emperor. Her cultivation had reached unparalleled heights. Unless a Dao ancestor appeared, she was virtually unassailable. What was Qin Ming's cultivation level? Merely a declining saint, insignificant as an insect before the Holy Mother. He stood no chance against her. Seeing Qin Ming completely swallowed by the flames, the Taiyuan Holy Mother's eyes gleamed with vindictive delight as she prepared to descend. However, just as she intended to take flight, she sensed a disturbance within the flames. Turning back, she was met with a sight that widened her eyes in disbelief. Qin Ming, now beneath a floating jade orb, was surrounded by flames that danced wildly but remained bound to the orb. Yet, the flames swirling around him surged forth, racing towards the orb at a visible speed. In mere moments, a sea of fire was devoured by the jade orb. "How powerful is this solar energy?" she exclaimed. "Impossible. You can absorb my vermilion bird divine flame?" Even the Eastern Emperor Bell would be unable to contain such force. The Taiyuan Holy Mother was taken aback. How could she have anticipated that her vermilion bird divine flame would be consumed? Even innate treasures could be burned through by it. Yet it had not even scratched Qin Ming. "How foolish of you, Taiyuan Holy Mother, to believe your flames could incinerate everything simply because you are a saint." Qin Ming replied with a smirk, gazing at her calmly. "What is that orb?" "It is the Yin-Yang Pearl in my possession, forged from solar and lunar energies. The solar energy alone reigns supreme among all flames, capable of absorbing even the sun's fierce fire. Though the vermilion bird divine flame is formidable, with the Yin-Yang Pearl in hand, you stand no chance of using it against me. How did you come to possess such a treasure that can suppress my vermilion bird divine flame?" The Taiyuan Holy Mother gasped in disbelief. She could not fathom that Qin Ming wielded such a miraculous artifact, rendering her flames ineffective. Nevertheless, she regained her confidence, stating, "Even if you possess that pearl, I have only unleashed a single vermilion bird divine flame. If I were to unleash several, defeating you would be effortless." After a moment of shock, the Taiyuan Holy Mother soared skyward, her thoughts coalescing as she ascended to the heavens. With a powerful flap of her wings, she cast a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun. The sky began to boil, flames of unimaginable power swirling above. Even Qin Ming, possessing the Yin-Yang Pearl, felt a chill run down his spine at the sheer intensity of the flames. Such potent flames. It seems the Taiyuan Holy Mother is prepared to fight with all her might. But is she truly so naive? If I can absorb one of her flames, the rest will be child's play. Qin Ming mused, his eyes gleaming with amusement. With the Yin-Yang Pearl in his possession, he felt no fear facing the Holy Mother's fiery onslaught. After all, her flames could not rival the might of his solar energy, the true Lord of Flames. As the Taiyuan Holy Mother prepared to unleash her full arsenal, she failed to realize that the jade orb in Qin Ming's possession was not an ordinary artifact, but a genuine manifestation of solar energy. Even if she were to expend her entire vermilion bloodline, she would pose no threat to him. Suddenly, the endless flames above began to converge, and Qin Ming's expression shifted as he witnessed countless fireballs forming in the sky. Thousands of them. The spectacle was breathtaking, illuminating the sky and visible even miles away. With the emergence of these fireballs, the pressure bearing down on Huashu Kingdom intensified dramatically, overwhelming its inhabitants including formidable beings like Fuxi. Qin Ming, prepare to experience the might of my thousands of fireballs. You claim to absorb flames? Let's see how you manage this. The Taiyuan Holy Mother declared confidently, fully assured of her triumph. After all, these fireballs were forged from her vermilion bird divine flame, their power so immense that even Dao ancestors would flee in terror. For Qin Ming, a mere declining saint, they were insurmountable. However, with a playful smile, Qin Ming replied, I am eager to witness just how terrifying your thousands of fireballs truly are. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan spoke softly. I shall fulfill your wish immediately. With a thunderous roar, before Qin Ming could react, an endless barrage of fireballs hurtled toward him, overwhelming the sky. The terrifying celestial phenomenon shocked the vast wilderness, resembling an apocalyptic event, as an unimaginable pressure descended upon the ground. In the face of such terrifying force, even the Holy Mother of Taiwan felt a sense of helplessness, as if a mere flick of that pressure could obliterate her. Fortunately, the thousands of fireballs had locked on a Qin Ming rather than the Holy Mother of Taiwan. Observing the imminent onslaught of fireballs, the Holy Mother of Taiyuan wore a smug expression, which quickly morphed into anger upon witnessing the calmness on Qin Ming's face. At this point, you dare to disregard the thousands of fireballs. It seems you truly seek your demise, she declared coldly. Qin Ming remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the oncoming fireballs. Each fireball, capable of annihilating a Great Luo golden immortal, posed a threat. Although he had reached the saint realm, the combined pressure from the fireballs rivaled that of the Dao Ancestor. How could his strength withstand such an assault? As the fireballs approached within 10 miles, Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly. The jade orb hovering above his head began to spin. With a resonating hum, vast amounts of solar force erupted from the orb, and before the Holy Mother of Taiyuan could react, the solar force coalesced into a massive net in the sky, covering a significant portion of Huashu country, seemingly aimed at intercepting the incoming fireballs. Naive, do you think you can contend with these thousands of fireballs? Scoffed the Holy Mother of Taiyuan. However, moments later, her smile froze as the fireballs struck the enormous net, not only failing to explode, but, astonishingly, dozens of them began to shrink, as if the power contained within was being absorbed by the net below. What? You can truly absorb such a vast amount of fiery energy? Impossible. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan's face turned pale with horror as she witnessed Qin Ming effortlessly absorbing the barrage of fireballs. The sheer number, over 5,000, was terrifying. The explosive pressure alone could obliterate a Great Luo golden immortal. The combined terrifying heat from these fireballs could easily incinerate this world. Yet, shockingly, upon striking the net, the overwhelming heat was absorbed. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would scarcely have believed it. The net was capable of absorbing thousands of fireballs in one go. These fireballs, condensed from the divine flames of the vermilion bird, were being absorbed. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan, aghast, could hardly fathom that the jade orb in Qin Ming's possession possessed such incredible power. Staring at him in disbelief, she wondered if this jade orb was perhaps forged from solar energy. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. The ability of the orb to absorb her fireballs was reminiscent of the legendary solar energy. When did Qin Ming acquire a jade orb crafted from solar energy? I never imagined you possessed a jade orb made from solar energy, which explains your ability to absorb my fireballs, she remarked. Qin Ming's eyes flickered. The Holy Mother's words indicated her ignorance of the fact that the jade orb also contained lunar energy. Even if the Holy Mother unleashed tenfold the fiery power, it could not threaten Qin Ming in the slightest. What use is this newfound knowledge? Do you believe you can reclaim the fiery energy from those thousands of fireballs? Qin Ming responded calmly. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan smiled slightly. Reclaim? Do you think I would harbor such naive thoughts? After a pause, she continued. Now that you are aware that your jade orb is composed of solar energy, breaking it will be a trivial matter for me. Oh, I am curious to know how you plan to shatter my jade orb, Qin Ming inquired. At that moment, the Holy Mother soared into the air, her form transforming into a brilliant white. She activated another bloodline within her, as she possessed 9 distinct bloodlines, each alteration shifting the color of her form. Upon seeing her transformation, Qin Ming's mind sharpened, recognizing her as the Ice Phoenix. Such formidable cold emanates from her. Even my divine consciousness nearly froze, he thought. Indeed, your solar energy is troublesome. With this power in your hands, it is nearly impossible for me to eliminate you using the vermilion bird bloodline. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan stated. After a moment of silence, she added, however, you must have noticed that I command 9 bloodlines with different attributes. The one I am currently invoking is the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and once unleashed, its chilling aura can freeze even the laws of nature. No matter how strong your solar energy may be, it cannot stand against me. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming appeared contemplative. His suspicions were confirmed. She was indeed tapping into the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Yet, did she truly believe that the yin-yang orb contained only solar energy? Attempting to employ the Ice Phoenix bloodline against him would not only fail to threaten him, but would, in fact, enhance his power. To think she could slay him with the Ice Phoenix bloodline was nothing short of a fantasy. Silently, he withdrew the solar energy back into the yin-yang orb. What is this? Have you given up? Do you realize your solar energy cannot withstand my chilling aura? The Holy Mother of Taiyuan sneered. As her words fell, her gaze turned icy, and she suddenly unfurled her wings. The Ice Phoenix, massive as several mountains, cast a colossal shadow upon the ground. An endless wave of cold surged through the realm, plunging the surroundings into a wintry chill. With a crackle, the temperature plummeted, and an array of ice spikes erupted from the Ice Phoenix, cascading toward Qin Ming like a torrential storm. Witnessing this, Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. Holy Mother of Taiyuan, with such trivial means, you cannot threaten me. The Holy Mother retorted coldly, is that so? You dare to be defiant even when death is upon you? Qin Ming saw no need to engage in further debate. With a flick of his wrist, the yin-yang orb soared into the air, releasing torrents of lunar energy. With a thunderous crash, the overwhelming lunar energy coalesced into a tempest, causing the temperature to plummet once more, reaching a chilling -50 degrees, and continuing to drop. Within mere breaths, even the air began to freeze. Suddenly, the Holy Mother of Taiyuan's expression shifted as the countless ice spikes directed at Qin Ming froze mid-air. It was utterly impossible to continue the assault. Tens of thousands of ice spikes were effortlessly subdued in an instant by that Qin Ming. How could this be? The Mother of Taiyuan was astounded. She believed that Qin Ming's ability to absorb thousands of fireballs was due to the solar power in his possession. However, who could have anticipated that, beyond mastering solar energy, Qin Ming also wielded an even more terrifying cold energy than her own? With a mere breath, he froze tens of thousands of ice spikes. What kind of horrifying cold energy could achieve such a feat? How could it be that the cold energy in this man's hands surpassed her own? She had already activated the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, capable of freezing an area of 1,000,000 miles. Each ice spike, formed entirely of pure yin energy, was sufficient to threaten even a newly ascended sage. Yet, those tens of thousands of ice spikes posed no danger to Qin Ming. Instead, they were suspended in mid-air by him. How could this be? The Mother of Taiyuan marveled in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Qin Ming. Simultaneously, Xin Yuan and the others, witnessing this scene, were equally taken aback. The power of the Taiyin. My heavens, this individual not only mastered solar energy, but also the power of the Taiyin. How could this be? He has actually fused the forces of Taiyin and the sun. These are two completely opposing powers, and no one knows what would happen if they were combined. How could he possibly achieve such a miraculous fusion of these two energies? The crowd was taken aback. When Qin Ming absorbed thousands of fireballs earlier, it had already caused a significant stir among Xin Yuan and the others. Those fireballs, descending with an aura of apocalyptic destruction, even left the boldest among them trembling with fear. However, what was utterly unexpected was that, in front of Qin Ming, those fireballs were insignificant. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed thousands of them. Those flames were ignited by the divine fire of the vermilion bird. Yet, before Qin Ming, they were utterly powerless. This solar energy completely overshadowed even the divine fire of the vermilion bird. At this moment, the Mother of Taiyuan activated her second bloodline power, unleashing countless ice spikes towards the ground. These ice spikes, unleashed by a sage of the innate realm, could slay any newly ascended sage with a single strike. Tens of thousands of ice spikes rained down like a torrential storm. Xin Yuan and the others no longer believed that Qin Ming could survive. Yet, to their utter astonishment, not only did Qin Ming withstand it, but with a mere gesture, he also froze those ice spikes in place. What kind of technique is this? Beyond the solar energy, Qin Ming possessed such a formidable cold energy. You insolent child! How could your cold energy possibly surpass mine? I have activated the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Within the 33 heavens, no cold energy exists that can rival mine. And yet, your cold energy seems to eclipse my own, the mother of Tai Yuan said, her expression dark as clouds. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, what? Do you think this cold energy is merely terrifying? The mother of Tai Yuan's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. With a hum, the yin-yang pearl floating before Qin Ming began to stir once more. Chapter 55. You, child, have actually mastered the Eastern Emperor Bell. Vast waves of cold energy suddenly surged forth from the yin-yang pearl. The entire wasteland seemed to plunge into a bitter winter. An overwhelming chill spread out from Qin Ming's body, radiating in all directions. Crack! Crack! The frost quickly reached the air itself, freezing even the atmosphere, leaving nothing untouched by this terrifying cold. The mother of Tai Yuan was left in utter shock. She could hardly believe that such a cold energy could exist, one that could directly overpower her own. As the mother of Tai Yuan hesitated, she noticed the frost rapidly enveloping her. Just as she prepared to take flight with her wings, the frost accelerated, and in less than a breath, it had already reached her. This is disastrous. The mother of Tai Yuan's expression changed dramatically. The instant she was encased in frost, her entire form was instantly immobilized. No matter how she flapped her wings, she could not ascend. Even the frost itself was inescapable. The frost continued to spread, and soon, the mother of Tai Yuan was completely covered with her cultivation. To be frozen in mid-air by Qin Ming was an unfathomable horror. The cold energy from Qin Ming was indeed terrifying. The mother of Tai Yuan had activated the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Logically, no one should possess a colder energy than hers. Yet, Qin Ming's cold energy surpassed even that of the mother of Tai Yuan. Within the 33 heavens, the only power I have heard of that could surpass the Ice Phoenix's cold energy is the Tying power, correct? Indeed, it is the Tying power. Only the Tying power can surpass the Ice Phoenix's cold energy. The Tying power and the solar power. This boy has actually mastered both. How could this be? These are two completely opposing forces. Upon contact, they would explode. Yet he has managed to fuse these two opposing powers together. The Huashu tribe members of the tribe's entrance saw the Ice Phoenix frozen, and their expressions changed drastically. Shock was etched on every face. When the mother of Tai Yuan activated the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, they had worried for Qin Ming. Who could have imagined that in an instant, the situation would reverse, and it would be the mother of Tai Yuan who was frozen by the cold? The Ice Phoenix was the sovereign of cold, unmatched by any other. However, the cold energy emanating from Qin Ming's yin-yang pearl had utterly crushed even that of the Ice Phoenix. It was simply unbelievable. Particularly, that Qin Ming had fused the Tying power with the solar power was beyond the grasp of all present. These two forces were as opposing as fire and water, and it was impossible for them to merge. Yet Qin Ming had found a way to bring them together. Incredible. This boy is indeed a prodigy of the human race. Across the three nations of humanity, even in the monster-riddled nation of Julie, no one could achieve such a fusion. Only Qin Ming could. Even if one were to claim that Qin Ming is the greatest genius of this era, it would be a fitting title without dispute. Suddenly, the crowd's attention shifted. The previously frozen Ice Phoenix trembled violently. Then, they witnessed numerous cracks appearing on the surface of the ice encasing the Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix, once encased in frost, now appeared entirely black. Bolts of lightning erupted from the fissures in the ice, a myriad of black bolts dancing like tendrils across the frozen surface. Qin Ming furrowed his brow and quickly distanced himself from the mother of Tai Yuan. Boom! At that moment, the block of ice encasing the mother of Tai Yuan exploded. An overwhelming wave of cold surged forth, and countless bolts of lightning burst from her body. Boom! Boom! At least hundreds of bolts of lightning shot directly towards Qin Ming. He was taken aback, realizing he could not possibly counter these lightning strikes. Activating his escape light, he retreated 10,000 feet, creating distance between himself and the mother of Tai Yuan. You're able to break free from my tying power, Qin Ming said expressionlessly. He had initially thought the battle was over once the mother of Tai Yuan was frozen, but he never expected this woman to escape her own cold energy. Unbelievable. This woman possesses such terrifying strength. Yet, upon reflection, Qin Ming accepted the situation. The mother of Tai Yuan harbored 9 bloodlines. She had only utilized 2 thus far. Who knew what powers the other bloodlines might possess? In the present moment, Qin Ming observed the transformation of the Tai Yuan Holy Mother. Her once icy plumage now entirely cloaked in darkness. What lineage does this phoenix belong to? He pondered aloud. The blood demon god promptly responded, Master, if I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary Yuanjua. Yuanjua? This is the first time I have encountered such a phoenix. I am intrigued, Qin Ming remarked. What is the significance of the Yuanjua? The blood demon god explained. The Yuanjua has existed since ancient times, with origins tracing back to the primordial separation of heaven and earth. This bird did not survive to witness the dragon and phoenix war, having already transcended. So, you are not well-versed in the capabilities of the Yuanjua either? Qin Ming inquired. The blood demon god's response was hesitant, confirming Qin Ming's suspicion that he lacked comprehensive knowledge of the Yuanjua's abilities. Indeed, Master, the Yuanjua fell from grace too swiftly. No one has studied it, and it vanished from the primordial continent. After a moment, the blood demon god continued. However, although my understanding of the Yuanjua's powers is limited, I do know that this bird is deemed the sovereign of thunder, wielding a force of lightning unparalleled, even by the Thunderpung. What? Even the Thunderpung cannot compare? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken to acquire the power of lightning and realized that had it not been for the Thunderpung's advancement, he would not have recklessly ventured into the great wilderness. Hearing the blood demon god's words shifted Qin Ming's gaze. If there existed a lightning force more formidable than that of the Thunderpung, allowing his little companion to absorb, it could propel him into the realm of the sacred. Qin Ming's ancestral Qilin had shown no signs of advancement, and thus he had pinned all his hopes on the Thunderpung, wishing it would not disappoint him. To be frank, Qin Ming preferred nurturing the Thunderpung for a simple reason. Once cultivated, it could not only fight for him, but also utilize its lightning power to forge magical artifacts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nevertheless, the ancestral Qilin was tied to the primordial Qilin, and if it awakened its ancestral bloodline, its unleashed power could easily surpass that of the Thunderpung. Gazing at the Yuanjua hovering in the air, Qin Ming mused, I wonder if my little companion can absorb the lightning power within this creature. The blood demon god paused, contemplating, then replied, it should not pose a problem, as the Yuanjua also harbors lightning power. After a brief pause, he added, however, given that the Yuanjua's strength surpasses that of the Thunderpung, allowing the latter to absorb its power now might lead to a backlash. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, realizing, so, the only solution is to control the Yuanjua and then let the Thunderpung absorb its lightning power? Precisely, Master, the blood demon god affirmed. Qin Ming considered this approach. While it was not particularly ingenious, it seemed the safest option. If he could subdue the Yuanjua, even if the Thunderpung were not its match, there would be no cause for concern about a backlash. Nodding, Qin Ming said, very well. I wonder if absorbing all the lightning power within the Yuanjua could elevate my little companion to the sacred realm. The blood demon god replied, that should not be an issue. The lightning power within the Yuanjua is exponentially more potent than that found in the Thunder Sea. In all the realms, only the lightning power of the Thunder God rivals that of the Yuanjua. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What extraordinary power resided within the Yuanjua's lightning that it could compare to that of the Thunder God? The blood demon god elaborated. It is said that the lightning power within the Yuanjua is the true thunder power, which one must confront when aspiring to reach the Dao Ancestor realm. Even a Dao Ancestor, if careless, risks annihilation under the true thunder power. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. So it is true thunder power. This Yuanjua indeed possesses remarkable attributes. True thunder power, being the essence of lightning, held immense destructive capability. One strike could obliterate half a planet. It was no wonder that the Yuanjua could shatter ice formed from lunar energy. You have underestimated me, Holy Mother. I almost faltered in your presence. The Taiyuan Holy Mother interjected, her face darkening. Qin Ming replied, I did not anticipate that the Holy Mother could escape the grip of my lunar energy. The Taiyuan Holy Mother smiled, saying, to be frank, had your lunar energy been even slightly more powerful, I might not have been able to break free from its oppression. Pausing, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face before she continued, alas, your lunar energy lacks sufficient strength. Permanently subduing me is utterly impossible. Now that I have awakened the power of the Yuanjua, even against the primordial heavenly sovereign and Xinyuanzi, I have not yet invoked the bloodline of the Yuanjua. For you to force me to this extent attests to your impressive prowess. Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, "It seems I have made a fool of myself before the Holy Mother. However, regardless of your power, you shall not leave the great wilderness alive today." The Taiyuan Holy Mother, now shrouded in darkness, revealed only her piercing gaze. Her body absorbed all light, rendering her form indistinguishable amid the shadows. "Enough idle chatter. Let me show you the might of my lightning power," she declared. With a thunderous roar, as her words fell, dozens of bolts of lightning erupted from the Yuanjua's form. Each bolt, though only as thick as an arm, exuded an aura that instilled despair. At that moment, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to the weight of annihilation, pinning him in place, rendering him immobile. Indeed, the lightning power, rivaling true thunder power, could suppress him so thoroughly. Qin Ming was taken aback. As a half-sacred being, he could withstand the pressure of an entire world. Yet he had not anticipated the oppressive force of true thunder power to be more terrifying than that of an entire realm, leaving even him unable to resist. With a hum, the three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity surged forth from his sleeve. Three flames erupted from their wicks, and with a resounding blast, they surged toward the bolts of lightning. After defeating the primordial heavenly sovereign, Qin Ming had acquired the Jade void glass lamp from him. However, it was still merely a spirit treasure. Even when invoking the three lights simultaneously, the increase in power from the Jade void glass lamp was limited. What astonished Qin Ming even more was that as the three lights surged forth, the flames, upon approaching the bolts of lightning, suddenly trembled and could no longer advance. What was happening? The pressure emanating from those bolts of lightning was sufficient to repel the divine flames of the three lights. Witnessing the scene, astonishment washed over Qin Ming. The potency of the black lightning was indeed extraordinary, capable of preventing even the divine flames of the three lights from approaching. It was crucial to note that aside from the Jade void glass lamp, the other two lamps were already innate supreme treasures, boasting tremendous power. Two flames, if unleashed simultaneously, could even tear through the void. In an instant, they would be consumed. However, these two divine fires, when aimed at the black lightning, were unexpectedly immobilized by its formidable might, rendering them utterly incapable of posing any threat. It was astonishing that you, young man, have managed to master all three lights of heaven, earth, and humanity. The Heavenly Mother, upon witnessing the emergence of these three mystical lamps, revealed a fleeting glimmer of shock in her gaze. The lights of heaven, earth, and humanity were crafted by different individuals and had long been possessed by the leaders of the three teachings as a treasured artifact. It was nearly impossible to transfer them so easily. Previously, after Qin Ming acquired the Lotus Lantern, he forcefully combined the three lights. Unfortunately, although the Lotus Lantern was also a spiritual lamp, it was not one of the three lights, and thus could not amplify the flame's might. However, now that Qin Ming had secured the authentic celestial lantern, he could finally achieve a perfect fusion of the three lights. Regrettably, even with their combination, the quality of the Yushu Lioli lantern prevented the full potential of the trio from being realized. Meanwhile, his own black lightning, seemingly ordinary, wielded power comparable to true thunder. How could the flames of the three lights compete? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, dozens of lightning bolts poured down like serpents from above. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning struck the three flames. Qin Ming had not yet comprehended the situation when he saw the flames crumble under the onslaught of the lightning, utterly unable to withstand the attack. Observing this scene, the Heavenly Mother burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Do you see? This is the power of my lightning. Do you truly believe that the strength of the three lights can contend with me?" At this, a hint of derision crossed her features. Yet Qin Ming, witnessing the black lightning invigorating the flames, was momentarily startled before regaining his composure. "You underestimate me, Heavenly Mother. Since I have the courage to refuse the protection of the Huashu Kingdom, do you think these mere bolts of lightning can threaten me?" Qin Ming replied, and with a slight smile, he raised his wrist, causing a bronze bell to soar from his sleeve. The Eastern Emperor's Bell. You, young man, have actually mastered the Eastern Emperor's Bell. The Heavenly Mother was immediately struck with tremendous astonishment upon seeing the bronze bell. What? You are still unaware that the Eastern Emperor's bell has fallen into my possession? Qin Ming questioned, bewildered. After all, he had slain the Emperor June. The news had reverberated through the 33 heavens. As one of the demon realm's monarchs, it was inconceivable that the news of his demise would not reach the heavens. To Qin Ming's surprise, the Heavenly Mother seemed oblivious to this event. Could it be that she had just emerged from her retreat? Qin Ming furrowed his brow. If she had only recently emerged, it would be understandable for her ignorance. But if she had been out for a while, how could she be unaware of his conflict with the Yaoqi? The Yaoqi mother would not have sought Zhang Banyan's assistance. She could have approached the Heavenly Mother directly. Qin Ming pondered silently. Meanwhile, as Qin Ming activated the bronze bell, although its acquisition startled the Heavenly Mother, her profound cultivation allowed her to swiftly accept this reality. Her gaze shifted, landing on the Eastern Emperor's bell. Young man, even if you've obtained the Eastern Emperor's bell, what of it? This bell is a treasure of the demon race, a companion artifact of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Only his bloodline can fully resonate with it. Even if you possess the bell, without the Eastern bloodline, you cannot harness its true power. Qin Ming chuckled and replied, Who told you I intend to use the Eastern Emperor's bell against you? Are you merely revealing that the Eastern Emperor has been slain by you? Qin Ming stated, It is certainly not that simple. At this, he fell silent, offering no further explanation. Young man, regardless of your intentions with the Eastern Emperor's bell, I can assure you that since you cannot fully activate it, threatening me with it is utterly impossible. The Heavenly Mother declared, Is that so? I am eager to see how you plan to deal with the Eastern Emperor's bell in my possession. You will find out soon enough, the Heavenly Mother replied, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, the creature in the sky, the Yuzhu, flapped its wings, causing a flicker of surprise to cross Qin Ming's face. A surge of spiritual energy began to converge upon the Yuzhu's form, as if the entire wilderness was being absorbed into it. Its feathers darkened, intertwined with bolts of lightning, transforming it into a formidable beast of thunder. Its cold gaze locked onto Qin Ming. Abruptly, the Yuzhu unleashed a powerful attack, spewing forth torrents of lightning. With a thunderous boom, bolts the thickness of water barrels descended upon him in an instant. The unimaginable black lightning struck with such force that even the void could not withstand it, cleaving a path through the air. Chapter 56. The adversary of the thunder god. Moreover, a terrifying aura of destruction swirled within Qin Ming's heart, overwhelming him with a sudden dizziness. What is happening? Why do I feel so lightheaded? Could it be that this black lightning can exert pressure on my consciousness? Qin Ming gasped in horror, his gaze fixed on the black lightning and the immense bronze bell hovering above him. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. He promptly activated the bronze bell. With a resounding boom, the bell vibrated violently, hurtling upwards to collide with the oncoming black lightning. Foolish child, you are not the Eastern Emperor. How could you possibly use the Eastern Emperor's bell to withstand my lightning? The Yuzhu scoffed, displaying utter disdain for the bell. At this moment, she had unleashed at least 80% of her lightning power. The force contained within was beyond imagination, capable of shattering the void itself. It was inconceivable that Qin Ming, merely a declining sage, could endure it. Despite Qin Ming's cleverness in wielding the Eastern Emperor's bell to counter the black lightning, he was not the Eastern Emperor. Thus, he could not fully unleash its might. Under such circumstances, employing the bell to resist the black lightning was utterly futile. The Heavenly Mother could even sense the scent of Qin Ming's impending defeat. Young man, stop struggling. Accept your fate, she coldly declared. Today, you shall perish, not I. Qin Ming retorted. The Heavenly Mother laughed derisively. How arrogant. You dare claim you can slay me? I shall see what form you take when reduced to ash. Perhaps you will never live to see that day. Qin Ming smiled back. There may be many stronger than you among the human race, but I can assure you, none possess your level of arrogance. The Heavenly Mother sneered. Qin Ming merely smiled, remaining silent. At this moment, the black lightning was but 100 meters away. He dared not underestimate it. Activating the Eastern Emperor's bell, he watched as it soared upward, directly toward the black lightning. With a resounding crash, the Eastern Emperor's bell, while crafted from bronze and thus metallic, was still a magical artifact. Lightning inherently possesses properties that attack metal. As the bell flew forth, the black lightning suddenly accelerated. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. The black lightning struck directly upon the Eastern Emperor bell, causing the bronze bell to shudder violently, as if it were on the verge of being shattered by the force of the dark energy. Waves of grand fate emanated from the bell, and in an instant, its spirit was nearly obliterated. Furthermore, the Eastern Emperor bell trembled intensely, with cracks appearing on its surface, indicating its inability to withstand the might of the black lightning, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, the Taiyuan Holy Mother displayed a glimmer of triumph in her eyes and remarked, "How do you like that, young man? I have long warned you that your Eastern Emperor bell cannot possibly withstand my Xianxiao divine thunder." Qin Ming remained silent. At that moment, he had reversed the bell's sound, directing its mouth toward the black lightning. A torrent of dark lightning surged directly into the Eastern Emperor bell. The Taiyuan Holy Mother chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Do you think if it can't withstand the outside, it can do so from within?" As she spoke, her gaze sharpened, and another bolt of black lightning erupted from her lips with a deafening roar, striking the interior of the Eastern Emperor bell. Instantly, a tumult of electric currents swirled within it, which had already absorbed 2 bolts of black lightning. The surging electricity seemed to reach the limits of what the bell could contain, as an even more terrifying aura of fate poured forth from within. In mere moments, more than half of the grand fate dissipated from the bell. Observing this, the contempt in the Taiyuan Holy Mother's eyes deepened as she taunted. "How do you feel now, young man? Are you beginning to realize the power of my Xianxiao divine thunder? The Eastern Emperor bell can barely withstand one more bolt. I could shatter it with ease." Qin Ming frowned, wanting to say something, yet he ultimately fell silent. The Taiyuan Holy Mother appeared uninterested in further dialogue with him. Suddenly, she summoned a 3rd bolt of lightning. With a resounding hum, the black lightning erupted, transforming into a laser that instantly struck the Eastern Emperor bell. With a crack, Qin Ming distinctly observed a gap forming on the bell's surface. This was disastrous. The Eastern Emperor bell could indeed endure no more. Qin Ming thought to himself. Despite being a congenital treasure, the Eastern Emperor bell was no match for the terrifying might of the black lightning, which rivaled the true power of thunder. One bolt could pierce through worlds, and although the bell was of considerable quality, it could not contend with such a force. 3 bolts of Xianxiao divine thunder, though not many, were surely sufficient. With a determined glance, Qin Ming raised his hand and clapped. A series of chirping sounds resonated, and a small thunder rock sprang forth from his sleeve. Upon catching a whiff of the black lightning inside the Eastern Emperor bell, the little thunder rock's face lit up with ecstatic delight, and it leapt directly into the electric currents. Could it be the legendary thunder rock? Indeed, it was that very creature. How could it possibly be in Qin Ming's possession? Hadn't the thunder rock long been extinct? During the Dragon and Phoenix Scale War, even the last thunder rock perished. Where then did this little thunder rock emerge from? Observing the creature leap into the bell, Xian Yuan and the others began to murmur among themselves. Although the human race in the Great Wilderness did not participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Scale War, many had witnessed the brutal conflict and were acutely aware that the Thunder Rock clan had been annihilated, with not a single member surviving. Yet now, Qin Ming had released a Thunder Rock. This was simply unfathomable. How could there still be a last Thunder Rock in this world? Where had Qin Ming discovered it? It was said that Thunder Rocks fed exclusively on lightning. The greater the power of the lightning, the more it enhanced these creatures. The Thunder Rock clan was the sworn enemy of the Thunder God. If the Thunder God were to learn that Qin Ming possessed a Thunder Rock, he would undoubtedly descend from the heavens to obliterate both him and the rock, no matter where they might hide. The crowd continued to speculate. Although both the Thunder Rock and the Thunder God were creations of lightning, the Thunder Rock had always consumed lightning energy throughout its existence, making it the Thunder God's nemesis. If the Thunder God discovered a living Thunder Rock, he would surely come to eradicate it. Neither the people of Huaxu nor the Taiyuan Holy Mother had anticipated that Qin Ming possessed a Thunder Rock. Hadn't they been declared extinct? How could one survive to this day? It was no wonder he sought to absorb my Xianxiao divine thunder internally. He intended to gather my lightning power for the rock to consume. The Taiyuan Holy Mother realized the implications of Qin Ming's peculiar actions upon seeing the Thunder Rock appear. It turned out he aimed to collect the lightning power to nourish the Thunder Rock. He had the audacity to use my lightning as a means of enhancement. How outrageous! Enraged, the Taiyuan Holy Mother felt as though she had been played by Qin Ming. "You shall regret gathering my lightning power, young man," she declared. "The lightning power is now in my possession. What do you have to say for yourself?" Qin Ming replied expressionlessly. the Taiyuan Holy Mother continued, within the Eastern Emperor Bell. There are merely 3 bolts of Xianxiao Divine Thunder. This thunder rock appears to be newly hatched. Can it withstand 30 bolts, or 300? At this juncture, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Waves of electrical arcs began to surge through the air, and a terrifying power slowly emanated from the Taiyuan Holy Mother. A humming sound filled the great wilderness. As Qin Ming contemplated the Taiyuan Holy Mother's next move, he suddenly witnessed her transform into a mythical bird, the Yuezhao, which unfurled its wings. Countless black feathers cascaded from its form, each transforming into a bolt of black lightning as they fell. Previously, the 3 bolts of black lightning she had unleashed were merely a fraction of the vast lightning at her command. Now, upon seeing the thunder rock, the Taiyuan Holy Mother resolved to annihilate it without hesitation. Surrounding her, an endless array of Xianxiao divine thunder was unleashed, resonating with thunderous roars. Thousands of black lightning bolts rained down. The little thunder rock, initially busy absorbing the lightning within the Eastern Emperor Bell, sensed the sudden surge of electricity and the continuous rumble of thunder. It excitedly scrambled out of the bell, its eyes sparkling as it gazed upon the multitude of descending black lightning bolts. In that moment, the little creature dashed forward toward the lightning pool, stumbling yet determined. Despite having absorbed the lightning from the entire thunder marsh and gaining strength comparable to a quasi-saint, its form remained that of a fledgling. However, as it charged toward the countless bolts of black lightning, it began to transform. In just a few dozen steps, its body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, rapidly evolving into a fully fledged bird. With a resounding crash, a bolt of black lightning struck the little creature's head, sending it tumbling backward. Qin Ming gasped, hastily attempting to retrieve the little one. Yet, as he activated the grand fate, the little rock staggered to its feet, completely unharmed, having consumed the very lightning that struck it. Satisfied, it let out a hearty belch, and, undeterred by the remaining black lightning, it eagerly dove back into the fray, shaking its head vigorously before charging toward the lightning pool once more. With each strike, the intensity of the lightning increased, and the little creature found itself hit multiple times. A peculiar scene unfolded as several bolts of lightning struck the thunder rock, not only failing to vanquish it, but instead invigorating the creature's innate electric power. Under the baptism of these electric forces, the little creature's body grew to nearly the size of a basin. Observing this remarkable transformation, Qin Ming finally exhaled in relief. Forcing the little creature into the thunder pool had felt akin to a gamble, although he had previously allowed it to absorb lightning from the thunder marsh. The potency of that lightning paled in comparison to the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. After consuming the thunder pool's energy, the little creature had initially grown to resemble a fledgling, but returned to its original size within days. The absorbed electric power had been fully refined, yet now, the black lightning unleashed by the Supreme Mother of Yuan was at least 100 times more formidable than that from the thunder marsh. Just one bolt could pierce the very fabric of reality. What terrifying power was this? The Supreme Mother unleashed thousands of black lightning bolts in one breath. Even Qin Ming, upon entering this thunder pool, could not guarantee his survival. The little thunder rock, still merely a chick, would be courting death by recklessly entering a realm that even Qin Ming dared not approach. How could he not be concerned? However, he felt a slight relief as the little creature entered the thunder pool, emerging unscathed despite being struck by several bolts. After consuming the lightning, it not only sustained no harm, but its electric power surged even stronger. Most remarkably, the little creature's form was rapidly developing under the electric baptism. Within mere minutes, it had grown to the size of a young bird. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of lightning bolts rained down furiously. Yet, in the face of this tempest, the little creature appeared entirely at ease, as if bathing in the black lightning. No matter how many bolts struck, it showed no sign of retreat, directly consuming them with insatiable hunger. Time slipped away, and after a few minutes, the rumbling ceased, drawing the attention of the onlookers from Huashu Kingdom toward the thunder pool. To their astonishment, there was no trace of lightning left. Instead, a colossal thunder rock stood where the chaos had reigned. After enduring the onslaught of countless bolts, the little creature had finally matured into an adult bird, its body radiating electric power like boiling water, surging forth with relentless vigor. Even the mere aura it exuded sent shivers down the spines of the citizens of Huashu Kingdom. The thunder rock had consumed all the profound celestial lightning. My heavens! There had been at least 10,000 bolts of profound celestial lightning, and this thunder rock had devoured every last one. Just one bolt could obliterate an entire world. And yet this little thunder rock had absorbed thousands in one go. What was this creature's body made of to be so resilient? No wonder legends speak of the thunder rock as the sworn enemy of the thunder god. While the latter creates lightning, the former embodies its consumption. Even the profound celestial lightning could not deter the thunder rock, let alone the true power of thunder. The thunder god wields true thunderous might. And since the thunder rock can devour even profound celestial lightning, consuming true thunder power would be child's play. The people of Huashu Kingdom whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with wonder and disbelief as they regarded the thunder rock. Simultaneously, the Supreme Mother of Yuanyuan hovered above, utterly speechless at the thunder rock's display. The thousands of lightning bolts had been completely absorbed. Not a single one remained. Those were profound, celestial lightning bolts. Even the venerable Hongjun would hesitate to confront such power. Yet this mere fledgling thunder rock had consumed them all. It was beyond comprehension. Had the Supreme Mother of Yuanyuan not witnessed this with her own eyes, she would have doubted her senses. A newly hatched thunder rock could consume over 10,000 profound, celestial lightning bolts. Unbelievable! The Supreme Mother's expression darkened as her gaze fell upon the thunder rock. At that moment, the thunder rock, having undergone the electric baptism, had matured into a bird of grandeur. Its feathers, shimmering with countless hues, were a deep azure, reminiscent of the sky. Each feather bore an intricate electric pattern, undetectable unless observed closely. Had the Eastern King not sought his own demise, my master would never have had to strike him down. You denizens of the primordial continent delight in overpowering the weak with sheer numbers. On that day, in the primordial starry sky, several saints had joined forces to eliminate my master, resorting to their numbers without remorse. Now, you dare to pursue my master into the great wilderness? Do you truly believe my master is easy prey? The thunder rock preened its feathers and suddenly lifted its gaze towards a figure in the sky, coldly addressing the Yaozu. Without hesitation, it launched itself upwards like a comet, soaring to the top of the Yaozu's head. The thunder rock, being a bird of the Peng lineage, excelled in flight. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the Yaozu. With a swift motion, the thunder rock seized the Yaozu's neck without a moment's hesitation. Despite the Yaozu possessing the bloodline of a phoenix, it was no match for the thunder rock's speed. Unable even to dodge before feeling the grip tighten around its throat. Chapter 57. The first among the Hongjun. With a sharp crack, it seemed the thunder rock was about to snap the Yaozu's neck when Qin Ming's voice rang out, "Wait, master?" The thunder rock, standing on the Yaozu's neck, looked back at Qin Ming in confusion. Qin Ming continued, "Supreme Mother, how did you manage to merge so many bloodlines?" Why should I tell you? I only inquire on behalf of Pangu. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to extract your soul. What audacity! You dare threaten to extract my soul? The Supreme Mother of Yuanyuan laughed heartily. Thousands of black currents surged from her feathers, pouring down like a torrential rain, descending upon Qin Ming. However, with the thunder rock guarding him, these black lightning bolts posed no danger to him. Instead, they would only serve to enhance the thunder rock's power. As the black lightning erupted, the thunder rock soared upward, effortlessly devouring the onslaught of energy. Witnessing this, the Yaozu's expression darkened to its utmost. Qin Ming, do you not realize that I, the Supreme Mother, was born of the world's fortune? If you attempt to extract my soul, you are challenging the very essence of the heavenly Dao. Do you truly think you possess the power to confront me? The Supreme Mother spoke with a stoic demeanor. Is that so? Qin Ming murmured. The blood demon interjected. Indeed, this woman is not jesting. Born of the world's fortune, she is akin to Pangu, a part of the heavenly Dao. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Is Hongjun not a part of the heavenly Dao? The blood demon scoffed. Hongjun merely usurped the fruits of the heavenly Dao. He is nothing of the sort. Qin Ming fell silent. Regardless of how Hongjun attained his status, he remained a true supreme being in the primordial continent, unmatched in both cultivation and power. At this moment, Qin Ming realized he lacked the qualifications to engage Hongjun in battle. Thus, it seemed he could only coax this woman into revealing the secrets of bloodline fusion. The blood demon concluded, "It appears that this is the only option left." Pausing, he added, "However, while we cannot extract her soul, we can still refine it." Refine the soul? Ah, refining the soul is a method I employ against disobedient demons, using heavenly thunder and fire to temper their essence. The agony endured during this process would be unbearable even for a saint. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes flickered with interest as he asked, "Are you intending to persuade the Celestial Mother to disclose the method of bloodline fusion to me?" The blood demon responded affirmatively. After thoughtful consideration, Qin Ming deemed this approach quite effective. His gaze towards the Yuzhu transformed, brimming with anticipation. At this moment, the Yuzhu had already manifested 3 bloodlines. With her formidable strength, typically, the activation of the second bloodline would obliterate an ordinary innate sage. Yet, astonishingly, Qin Ming managed to endure until the appearance of the third bloodline. Moreover, upon witnessing the black lightning being effortlessly consumed by Leipeng, the Yuzhu's expression shifted. Qin Ming keenly sensed the change in the Celestial Mother's aura. His expression hardened, and he immediately commanded, "Prevent this woman from activating the 4th bloodline." Each of the 9 bloodlines merged by the Celestial Mother exponentially increased her power with every manifestation. Yichen utilized the Yin-Yang Pearl to suppress the first 2 bloodlines and summoned Leipeng to counter the third. Had it not been for the elemental advantage, Qin Ming would not have had the confidence to suppress the Celestial Mother. After all, each of the 3 bloodlines she wielded possessed earth-shattering power, and they had long been extinct on the primordial continent. With the prospect of her activating a 4th bloodline, Qin Ming remained vigilant. Upon receiving Qin Ming's orders, Leipeng's eyes darkened, and with a powerful flap of his wings, the vast wilderness trembled. Thunderclouds gathered at a visible pace. Simultaneously, lightning as thick as water barrels erupted from Leipeng's body. In an instant, a boundless lightning pool, spanning at least 100,000 miles, was formed. Leipeng soared above this pool, resembling a sovereign of lightning. He let out a roar, and myriad bolts of lightning surged forth like raging dragons from the pool. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts danced in the sky, locking onto the Yuzhu, crashing down with tremendous force. At that moment, the Yuzhu was in the process of activating her 4th bloodline and was caught off guard by the swiftness of Leipeng's attack. With her bloodline still incomplete, an overwhelming barrage of lightning descended upon her, at least 10,000 bolts. Initially, the Yuzhu dismissed the gathering thunder pool, confident in her own lightning attributes, believing she could control the lightning effortlessly as one of the phoenixes. Even the tribulations of heaven seemed subservient to her. However, upon the multitude of lightning striking her, her expression shifted dramatically as a flicker of terror crossed her eyes. How could I be injured by the lightning summoned by this Leipeng? Impossible. The Yuzhu's mind reeled with disbelief. How could she, a dominator of lightning, be harmed by the lightning of Leipeng? In terms of bloodline, the Yuzhu's lineage far surpassed that of Leipeng, as she existed long before the Dragon Phoenix Gale War, while Leipeng emerged during that very era. The Yuzhu's bloodline was undeniably superior. Yet, here she was, injured by the lightning summoned by Leipeng. The thought was utterly inconceivable. In a vast primordial continent, could there truly exist lightning that could harm her? Celestial Mother, if you were to employ any other bloodline, I might not be your match. Yet, you dare to wield the lightning of the Yuzhu. Leipeng interjected, "In the realm of lightning manipulation, no entity can surpass my lineage." The Yuzhu scoffed, "Such arrogance. Can the Thunder God not rival your Leipeng clan in the mastery of lightning?" Leipeng remained silent for a moment before responding, "Enough, Celestial Mother. I have already spoken more than enough. If you are wise, disclose the method of bloodline fusion to my master. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. How dare mere beast speak to me in such a manner? Even the demon emperor of your realm would not have the audacity to threaten me." The Celestial Mother replied with an impassive face. Leipeng shook his head and declared, "If that is the case, then I must take my leave." With that, Leipeng suddenly flapped his wings. At that moment, the lightning marks etched upon his feathers erupted, and vast amounts of purple lightning intertwined around his form. An indescribable force of thunder surged through the void. The manifestation of this power caused a flicker of terror to appear in the Yuzhu's eyes. True lightning power. How can a mere beast wield such power? The Yuzhu was horrified, her scalp prickling as she stared at the lightning swirling around Laping. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the true lightning power only the Thunder God could command. Such might was beyond her grasp. The realization that Laping's command over lightning was more formidable than her own left her in disbelief. "You beast! Your bloodline is clearly inferior. How can you wield true lightning power?" Laping replied nonchalantly. "During the Dragon Phoenix Scale War, my Laping clan was a principal force. Do you believe it was the Phoenix clan that suppressed the lightning power of the Thunder Dragon? Could it be?" The Yuzhu instinctively glanced at Laping. Laping continued, "You are correct. It was my Laping clan that, with the resolve to perish alongside the Thunder Dragon clan, managed to suppress them. It is said that the Thunder God's lightning power is inherited from the Thunder Dragon clan, and a single bolt from the Thunder God would unleash the fury of myriad dragons. To think that the lightning power of the Laping clan would surpass that of the Thunder Dragons." The Yuzhu's face was filled with astonishment. Among the dragon race, there were indeed those proficient in the manipulation of lightning. However, the Thunder Dragon clan had been exterminated by the Laping clan during the Dragon Phoenix Scale War. Now, all Thunder Dragons on the Primordial continent had perished. Had Laping not revealed this secret, even Qin Ming would have remained unaware that the Thunder Dragons had vanished due to the Laping clan's actions. Now, various lightning-based techniques existed on the Primordial continent. These techniques, once mastered, could summon Thunder Dragons. Upon hearing Laping's words, Qin Ming became convinced that these techniques were likely intricately linked to the Thunder Dragon clan. Meanwhile, in the sky, after unleashing the true lightning power, Laping fixed his gaze upon the Yuzhu and declared, "Celestial Mother, taste my true lightning power and see how it fares." With that, the boundless lightning surrounding Laping trembled, and then at least 100,000 bolts of true lightning surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming the skies with annihilating force as they barreled towards the Yuzhu. At this moment, the Yuzhu had long been on high alert against Laping, for this was true lightning power, far more terrifying than the black lightning coursing through her veins. A moment of carelessness could cost her life. With a crack, as the deluge of lightning approached her, the Yuzhu's eyes flickered and thousands of black lightning bolts erupted from her body with astonishing speed, hurtling toward Laping. However, those black bolts stood no chance against the silver lightning. The moment the thousands of black lightning bolts made contact with the silver lightning, they were utterly obliterated. The Celestial Mother barely had time to react before witnessing the complete collapse of her black lightning. The thousands of black bolts were no match for the true lightning power. Upon contact, every single bolt was annihilated in an instant. The crackling of thunder reverberated through the heavens as the silver lightning roared, illuminating the vast wilderness. At the moment the tens of thousands of black lightning bolts were obliterated, the silver lightning had already coiled before the Yuezhua. The latter had no time to react. Tens of thousands of silver lightning bolts submerged the Yuezhua. Help! Taiwa, Holy Mother, save me! The Yuezhua screamed incessantly. This true thunder force is among the supreme lightning powers in the world. Even the Thunder God could not suppress it. Although the Yuezhua's bloodline is ancient, the lightning it could summon was incomparable to the true thunder force. Now, submerged by tens of thousands of lightning bolts imbued with true thunder force, even the Yuezhua could not withstand it. In an instant, the Yuezhua's flesh was torn open, its body riddled with wounds from the lightning strikes. The thunder force is inherently tyrannical, creating wounds more terrifying than those from swords. After being baptized by these tens of thousands of true thunder force lightning bolts, not an inch of the Yuezhua's flesh was left unscathed. Boom! Before the Taiwa Holy Mother could respond to the Yuezhua's cries for help, the massive form of the Yuezhua plummeted to the ground. The Thunder Rock immediately pounced, flapping its wings, summoning tens of thousands of true Thunder Force lightning bolts once again. Qin Ming suddenly spoke, "Enough, there's no need to annihilate this woman." The Thunder Rock nodded, not daring to continue the attack. Qin Ming then flew to the massive form of the Yuezhua, which was now on the brink of death. Even with 90 bloodlines, it could not withstand the baptism of tens of thousands of true Thunder Force lightning bolts. The true Thunder Force is terrifying. A single bolt could split a continent. The Yuezhua, struck by tens of thousands, surviving was already a miracle. Taiyuan Holy Mother, we had no enmity. Yet you sought to trouble me for the Eastern King and Western Queen, Qin Ming said, staring at the dying Yuezhua. These two, I never regarded them. If the Western Queen hadn't thought she could suppress me, how could I have repeatedly humiliated her? The Eastern King is a fool, thinking his innate sage cultivation could suppress me. Although I'm a newly ascended sage, I have purified my essence and achieved the Dao fruit of primordial chaos. How could the Eastern King kill me? Qin Ming paused, then continued. As for you, relying on your 9 phoenix bloodlines and your ancient lineage, you dared to challenge me. Honestly, each of those 9 bloodlines is powerful. If properly developed, they might have threatened me. But you only sought to merge them, not master them. The 9 bloodlines within you are wasted. Qin Ming's expression turned serious. I say all this to ask you one last time. Will you hand over the method of bloodline fusion? Why do you seek the method of bloodline fusion? The Taiyuan Holy Mother weakly asked. I am a body cultivator. Naturally curious about such techniques, Qin Ming replied. Even if I give you the method, you may not achieve anything, the Taiyuan Holy Mother said. Why? Do you think bloodline fusion is simply absorbing other bloodlines? Of course not. I was born with the fortune of heaven and earth, possessing an eternal primordial breath. No matter how mixed my bloodlines, the primordial breath can harmonize them. But you lack this breath. Once your bloodlines mix, not only will it affect your cultivation, but you might also explode. Qin Ming frowned, now wary of the bloodline fusion method. Explode? Is there no solution? If there were, the ancient lands would be filled with beings of mixed bloodlines, the Taiyuan Holy Mother said disdainfully. Suddenly, the Yuezhua's form began to shrink, transforming back into the human form of the Taiyuan Holy Mother. At the same time, the Taiwa Holy Mother approached Qin Ming. Qin Ming, for the sake of my Hua Su kingdom, could you spare her? The Taiwa Holy Mother asked. Qin Ming, respecting the human Holy Mother's plea, especially since she had defended him earlier, nodded. Since the Taiwa Holy Mother asks, I will not trouble the Taiyuan Holy Mother further. But I still insist. If she hands over the bloodline fusion method, I will not trouble her again. Qin Ming was determined to obtain the bloodline fusion method, as it was his only way to enhance his physical strength. Hearing this, the Taiyuan Holy Mother's expression darkened. The Taiwa Holy Mother, seeing the situation, suggested, Sister, since Qin insists, perhaps you should teach him the method. The Taiyuan Holy Mother, realizing her dire situation and the loss of her 3 bloodlines, reluctantly agreed. You must swear by your inner demons not to teach this method to a third party, she demanded. Qin Ming agreed without hesitation. The Taiyuan Holy Mother sighed, then imparted the method to Qin Ming, who memorized the incantations. Thank you for your generosity, Qin Ming said, bowing. The Taiyuan Holy Mother, without a word, departed. Her mission for revenge had failed, leaving her severely injured and her precious method taken. The Taiwa Holy Mother, seeing her leave, then invited Qin Ming to rest in the Hua Su kingdom. Qin Ming accepted and entered the Hua Su tribe, where the people, now aware of his formidable power, regarded him with awe. Its existence dates back further than the venerable Pangu, making Qin Ming merely a rising star in comparison. Previously, his name had not graced my ears, yet he astonishingly triumphed over the Taiyuan Holy Mother. The most crucial aspect was that the Taiyuan Holy Mother had no means to retaliate against Qin Ming. All her intricate techniques were effortlessly subdued by him. Regardless of the bloodline of any phoenix, none could match Qin Ming's prowess. As a newly ascended sage, he dominated even the ancient existence of the Taiyuan Holy Mother. Such might naturally commanded respect from the members of the Huashu clan. After all, the Great Wilderness is a realm that venerates strength. The more formidable one is, the greater their renown within it. Qin Ming's ability to overpower the Taiyuan Holy Mother instilled a sense of awe in the entire Huashu clan. Lian Shan, these are your treasures. Take good care of them. Qin Ming returned the treasures to Lian Shan and the others. Initially, Lian Shan and his companions had lent their treasures to Qin Ming, hoping to assist him. Yet he had not required their aid. He had solely relied on his own artifacts and strength to subdue the Taiyuan Holy Mother, even inflicting severe injury upon her. The 3 treasures had not even seen the light of battle before the conflict concluded. I had no idea the elder possessed such terrifying strength. I was skeptical of Fushi's words regarding your might, Lian Shan remarked, putting away the treasures with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan gazed at Qin Ming with profound admiration. However, Fushi's expression darkened. He understood Qin Ming's true power. Although both demon sovereigns had perished at Qin Ming's hands, he perceived the latter merely as a declining sage. How could he possibly be a match for the Taiyuan Holy Mother? Fushi never anticipated that the Taiyuan Holy Mother would be so thoroughly subdued by Qin Ming. The implication of Qin Ming's ability to dominate her was that he had grown stronger since slaying the two demon sovereigns. With his current prowess, he could be considered the foremost individual beneath Hong Jun. Even the astute Taishang Lao Jun might not stand a chance against him. Qin, my friend, I never expected your strength to have progressed so remarkably. It is indeed a cause for celebration, Fushi said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Qin Ming was aware that his actions in slaying the two demon sovereigns and exterminating a horde of ancient demons would inevitably offend Fushi, who had established favorable relations with the demon clan. This animosity was quite natural. Nonetheless, Fushi had witnessed Qin Ming's capabilities. Eliminating him would be a trivial matter if he so desired. Fushi was not a fool. He would not carelessly provoke someone of Qin Ming's caliber. With this in mind, Qin Ming responded nonchalantly. I merely fortuitously elevated my strength to this level. Fushi smiled and refrained from furthering the conversation. Chapter 58, The Holy Mother's Adversaries. Subsequently, the Taiwa Holy Mother hosted a banquet within the tribe, treating Qin Ming with utmost hospitality. Days passed in silence. 10 days later, at the exit of the Huashu tribe, Qin Ming was bidding farewell to a group of Huashu clan members. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the Great Wilderness, he was eager to return to the palace of the goddess Nuwa. During his sojourn in the Great Wilderness, not only had he nurtured the Thunder Rock, but he had also acquired the bloodline fusion technique of the Taiyuan Holy Mother, a remarkable boon. After absorbing the lightning from Lei Zhe and the Thunderbird, the Thunder Rock's strength surged dramatically. Just days prior, it had reached the Sage realm before Qin Ming. Thus, Qin Ming now had a Sage-level demon beast at his disposal. The Thunder Rock's power was formidable, possessing the essence of true thunder. It was a force that even the legendary Kunpeng could not rival. Qin Ming was immensely satisfied with the Thunder Rock's advancement, for it also signified a substantial enhancement to his own power. Brother Qin, are you truly set on departing now? Lian Shan inquired with reluctance at the tribe's exit. After 10 days of camaraderie, Qin Ming had grown quite familiar with the Huashu clan, particularly with Lian Shan and Xian Yuan, who had forged a brotherly bond with him. Faced with Qin Ming's imminent departure from the Great Wilderness, uncertainty loomed over when he might return. Both Lian Shan and Xian Yuan wore expressions of sorrow. I appreciate Brother Lian Shan's kindness, but I have matters to attend to at the palace of the goddess Nuwa. Hence I must decline further hospitality in Huashu, Qin Ming replied. Xian Yuan asked, when do you plan to return to the Great Wilderness? It was impossible for Qin Ming to provide a guarantee. Perhaps this farewell would be eternal, and he might never re-enter the Great Wilderness. With a sense of helplessness, he could only chuckle lightly. Xian Yuan recognized the evasiveness in Qin Ming's response and remarked, were it not for the Juli Kingdom, I would gladly accompany you to explore the outside world. The Juli Kingdom was a powerful nation within the Great Wilderness, perpetually at odds with the Huashu Kingdom. Xian Yuan stood as a pillar of strength for the Huashu, and leaving would expose the entire clan to potential conquest. Thus, despite his longing for adventure, Xian Yuan dared not abandon his post. Understanding Xian Yuan's predicament, Qin Ming reassured him, rest assured, Brother Xian Yuan, should the Juli Kingdom dare to assault the Huashu Kingdom, you may inform me at any time. I shall undoubtedly lend my hand to rectify the situation. Xian Yuan's face lit up with joy. With Brother Qin's assurance, I can rest easy. Given Qin Ming's prowess, even the Taiyuan Holy Mother fell before him. Assisting the Huashu in overcoming the Juli Kingdom would be a trivial endeavor. Soon after, Qin Ming produced a long-distance communication talisman and handed it to Xian Yuan, instructing him. This talisman can transmit sound across vast distances. Utilize it, and even if I am in the palace of the goddess Nuwa, I shall hear your words. That is splendid, exclaimed Xian Yuan, elated as he accepted the talisman. Although Qin Ming had pledged allegiance to the Huashu Kingdom, Xian Yuan remained apprehensive that the Juli Kingdom might strike, while Qin Ming was absent, leaving him unable to contact him. With this talisman, that concern was swiftly alleviated. Brother Lian Shan, Brother Xian Yuan, I must take my leave, Qin Ming declared as he clasped his hands in farewell. With a swift motion, a flash of azure light erupted, and the ancestral qilin soared from his sleeve. Qin Ming ascended upon the qilin, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded it to vanish from Xian Yuan and the other's view. Meanwhile, within the sacred realm of the Spirit Mountain, a green phoenix suddenly soared into the sanctum, causing the entire sea of clouds to surge violently. Who dares intrude upon the sacred realm of the Spirit Mountain? Are they seeking death? Two robed figures, revealing half their shoulders, ascended from the swirling mist. The two beings radiated with a divine aura, their heads adorned with golden halos. I am the Taiyuan Holy Mother, seeking an audience with the Ancestor Koan. The green phoenix proclaimed. What? The Taiyuan Holy Mother? The faces of the two robed figures changed dramatically. After exchanging glances, the one on the left said, Holy Mother, please wait here. I shall inform the Ancestor. The green phoenix nodded and subsequently transformed into the visage of the Taiyuan Holy Mother, descending into the sea of clouds. Shortly thereafter, the speaking robed figure soared into the depths of the clouds. After a brief incense sticks time, he returned before the Taiyuan Holy Mother, bowing respectfully. Holy Mother, please enter. The Ancestor has consented to meet with you. The Taiyuan Holy Mother was filled with joy, activating her escape light as she flew into the sea of clouds. Within moments, a towering mountain appeared before her. The mountain was peculiar, resembling a colossal tree devoid of a crown when viewed from afar. Its base was immensely broad, shrouded in swirling mists, while its midsection was slender, housing countless caverns. At the summit, one beheld mountains as colossal as the base, stretching across at least 1,000,000 miles of sky. The Holy Mother of Taiyuan conjured a shimmering light and ascended directly to the top. Layers of clouds and mist parted as she approached, revealing a passageway that she entered with purpose. A resounding celestial chant echoed in her ears, and before her appeared a grand golden hall. This hall lacked a dome, featuring only a golden floor and towering golden pillars. A colossal Buddha manifested before her, towering so high that she could not discern its face. Beneath this giant Buddha lay an immense lotus pedestal. The Buddha sat cross-legged upon the lotus, and a torrent of faith surged forth towards the Holy Mother, causing her expression to falter. On either side of the walkway leading to the Buddha, thousands of arhats sat in meditation, all turning their gazes towards the Holy Mother. Holy Mother, what brings you to seek an audience with me? The great Buddha boomed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing her ears to ring. The Holy Mother knelt before the magnificent Buddha, stating, Master, I have come to request your intervention in eliminating a certain individual. The Buddha responded calmly, Taiyuan, you are not of the Western faith. Why should I act on your behalf? Though I am not of the Western teachings, Master, she replied, my bloodline carries the essence of your Western kin. Oh, are you familiar with the peacock Great Ming King? Indeed, she affirmed, and without further ado, she revealed a gigantic peacock adorned in pale blue feathers. At that moment, the figure standing beneath the Buddha shifted his gaze. Master, the peacock has deep ties to your Western faith, for the Ming King embodies the peacock's form, and this young woman shares the same essence. Thus, in this context, she too possesses a certain connection to the Western teachings. The Holy Mother spoke with composure. The Buddha raised his hand, contemplating before saying, Indeed, you do have a connection to my teachings. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I have pledged to the primordial ancestor of the great wilderness not to intervene in the affairs of the great wilderness until he has dominion over it. The Holy Mother pressed, and what of the Ming King? Shall he simply perish without justice? Her words rendered the Buddha silent. Minutes passed before he finally spoke. I am unaware of the identity of the individual you wish to vanquish. The Holy Mother's countenance brightened. It is indeed the one who has slain the Ming King. Is it Qin Ming? The Buddha inquired. The Holy Mother nodded. Yes, that is the one. The Buddha then addressed the figure beneath him. Is this individual not under your purview? Why has he not yet been dealt with? The figure, addressing the Buddha with deference, replied, It is not due to my intention to delay, but rather because that man recently ventured into the great wilderness and is yet to return. Thus, I had no opportunity to address him. The Holy Mother interjected, He has returned from the great wilderness to the land of the ancients. The figure's expression shifted. Is that so? The Holy Mother nodded earnestly. In that case, we in the Western teachings should not allow him to grow in power any further. Furthermore, given that he is an enemy of the Holy Mother, we shall join forces to eliminate him. In a corner of the great wilderness, an elderly figure led a group of young men and women through the skies. The elder was quite talkative, animatedly recounting tales that left the youths in awe. Thus, my master entered under the tutelage of the primordial celestial master and became one of the 12 golden immortals. With pride, he continued, moreover, he ranks 5th among the 12 golden immortals. The youths were captivated, for Kunlun Mountain was a dominant sect in the great wilderness, and each of the 12 golden immortals was a paragon capable of founding their own sect. The 5th ranking of the Celestial Master was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Since his initiation into Kunlun Mountain, he seldom returned to the Golden Light Cave, and though his disciples rarely heard tales of their master, they now regarded him with newfound reverence. Alas, a formidable demon had emerged in the great wilderness, one so powerful that even the primordial Celestial Master had fallen to him. If the Ancestor Hongjun did not intervene, this individual could be deemed invincible in the realm. The elder sighed, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the thick mist ahead. Chapter 59. The 4 Dragon Kings. A thick fog enveloped the heavens and earth, emanating an ancient aura. The elder approached the mist's edge, his expression grave. Ahead lies the great wilderness. We must be cautious as we venture forth to gather Hongjun grass. Should we disturb the lurking beasts, we may not know how we met our demise. The young companions exchanged serious glances upon hearing this. Suddenly, the elder activated his light of escape, intending to fly directly into the great wilderness. However, in that instant, a terrifying pressure surged from the mist, sweeping the group away. The elder, alarmed, steadied himself, preparing to assist his disciples, but then a figure burst forth from the fog, hovering in the air, scanning the surroundings with a perplexed expression. "Where's this place?" he inquired, glancing at the elder. Upon meeting the young man's gaze, the elder felt as though all his secrets were laid bare before him. Even before his master, the Celestial Master, he had never experienced such dread. Only the gaze of the primordial Celestial Master instilled such fear within him. The young man's eyes mirrored those of the primordial Celestial Master, and in some respects appeared even more formidable. This suggested that the young man was at least a being of innate sanctity. Realizing this, the elder dared not linger. He respectfully replied, "Esteemed one, this is the land of Duguang." Hearing this, the young man sighed with relief, murmuring, "At last, I have emerged from the great wilderness." The elder, puzzled by the young man's words, was about to inquire further when the young man spoke again, surveying the group. "Are you disciples of Kunlun Mountain?" The elder quickly responded, "We are not disciples of Kunlun Mountain, but rather followers of the teaching of the manifestation." After a brief pause, he added, "We are disciples of the Golden Light Cave." The young man nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Following this, arcs of lightning burst forth from the mist, and then a man with wings sprouted from his back and a beak-like mouth emerged from the fog. "Elder Qin, I have finally caught up to you," the winged man exclaimed. Upon seeing the peculiar-looking man, the old Daoist expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "You are Leizhenzi?" The young man furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the old Daoist as he inquired, "Do you recognize this person?" The old Daoist nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course. I have some acquaintance with Leizhenzi's master, Yin Zhongzi. How can I not recognize his disciple?" The young man was taken aback, but quickly realized that since Leizhenzi was indeed a member of the Chan sect, and his master was also of that lineage, it was only natural that this old Daoist, being a fellow practitioner, would know him. "Oh, so it is Brother Qingfeng. What brings you here?" As Leizhenzi heard the old man's words, his gaze turned to him. After a moment of scrutiny, he also recognized the identity of the old Daoist. "I have come merely to gather Hongjun grass," the old Daoist explained. Leizhenzi nodded, then clasped his hands together, saying, "In that case, I must take my leave. Senior Qin." With that, Leizhenzi and Qin Ming took flight, vanishing before the old Daoist. "Brother, who was that person you spoke with?" The group of young men and women inquired as they approached. The old Daoist replied, "That was your senior brother, Leizhenzi." "And the young man?" The old Daoist shook his head. He then added, "We should hasten into the great wasteland. The Hongjun grass only appears during the spring and autumn months. We cannot afford to waste time here." With that, the old Daoist took the lead, soaring into the mist. Meanwhile, after flying several hundred miles, Qin Ming bid farewell to Leizhenzi. With a thought, Qin Ming disappeared from Leizhenzi's sight. Being connected to the Huang Palace, a mere thought allowed him to return there. Had it not been for accompanying Leizhenzi, Qin Ming could have directly transmitted himself back to the Huang Palace. Upon returning, he immediately recalled the bloodline fusion technique imparted to him by the Taiyuan Holy Mother. He was surprised to discover that bloodline fusion had certain prerequisites, requiring at least an ancient demon's bloodline. Qin Ming mused to himself, There are many ancient demons among the demon race. If I wish to master the bloodline fusion technique, I must hunt some ancient demons in the demon realm. He frowned, remembering that the Taiyuan Holy Mother's teachings specifically mentioned the Buzhou bloodline. Said to belong to a divine beast knowledgeable of all demon races, its bloodline powerful enough to rival that of true dragons and phoenixes. Reflecting on this, Qin Ming couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting, "Unfortunately, Buzhou has already perished, and there may not even be any remains left." To obtain the Buzhou bloodline is akin to chasing a dream. Having entered the demon realm several times, Qin Ming was well aware of its current state. Aside from a few ancient demons, the descendants of Buzhou had long since vanished. It was unfortunate that true dragons and phoenixes were also absent. Had he possessed the bloodlines of these two sacred beasts, the bloodline fusion technique could elevate his physical form to the level of a second transformation saint. Qin Ming contemplated his situation. Although he now possessed the bloodline fusion technique, he had yet to decide which demon beast essence to incorporate into his being. In his view, the bloodlines of sacred beasts were undoubtedly the best. However, the three sacred beasts, dragon, phoenix, and qilin, had long since fallen. The ancestral qilin he had was also devoid of the primordial qilin's essence, its bloodline significantly tainted. If he could acquire the primordial qilin's bloodline and fuse it into his body, he would not fear even a second transformation saint. Setting aside the primordial qilin for the moment, he thought it prudent to investigate the whereabouts of the true dragon and phoenix bloodlines in the demon realm. Though the human realm is vast and rich, it lacks the presence of great demons, only hosting minor demons scattered across the Hongguang continent. To inquire about the true dragon and phoenix bloodlines, these lesser demons would possess no knowledge. Only by seeking information from ancient demons might he uncover some clues. It seemed he would have to venture into the demon realm once more. With the time for his agreement with Zhang Beinian drawing near, Qin Ming realized he was still merely a first transformation saint. Faced with someone like Zhang Beinian, who had undergone countless reincarnations, he had no chance of victory. If he did not elevate his cultivation, he might not even know how he perished when Zhang Beinian made his move. Resolute, Qin Ming drew the Liangtian ruler and shattered the void. Before departing, he remembered to bring Xianling along, for she was also part of the demon race. Having her by his side would undoubtedly facilitate his entry into the demon realm. In a moment of silence, atop a mountain in the demon realm, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared, and Qin Ming stepped forth from it. Blood demon god, do you know where the true dragon and phoenix were ultimately buried? Qin Ming inquired. The blood demon god chuckled bitterly. Master, as a divine demon, how could I possibly know about the affairs of the demon race? If you wish to find out where the true dragon and phoenix were buried, you will likely have to consult the demon race. Qin Ming nodded, his gaze shifting to Xianling as he asked, Xianling, do you know? After a moment's thought, Xianling replied, the burial place of the true dragon and phoenix has always been a closely guarded secret. Only certain major clans within the demon realm would know. Otherwise, ordinary demons would be unaware. Major clans of the demon realm? Qin Ming frowned. What major clans exist within your demon realm? The demon race is divided into 4 categories: fur, feather, scale, and shell. The shell race includes our aquatic kin. The scale race comprises dragons and serpents. The fur race consists of qilins, lions, and tigers, while the feather race includes phoenixes and similar avian creatures, Xianling explained. After a pause, she continued, each of these 4 categories contains major clans. The Great War between the dragon, phoenix, and scale races was essentially a conflict among the fur, feather, and scale races. After the 3 races battled, the aquatic race gradually seized control of the demon realm. This clan later came to be known as the Sea King clan, with the 4 great dragon kings holding the most prominent status. Their power fearsome enough that even the 2 great demon emperors of that time had to show them some respect. Dragon kings? Qin Ming was taken aback. Did you not just say that the dragon race belongs to the scale race? Xianling shook her head. Not at all. The 4 great dragon kings emerged from the union of the dragon and shell races. Have you not heard that a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different in nature? These 4 great dragon kings are the offspring of the dragon and shell races. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming fell into contemplation. After a moment, he returned to reality and remarked, so, the dragon kings possess both scale race and shell race bloodlines? Indeed, Xianling confirmed. She then added, this is precisely why, when you struck down the two great demon emperors, the four sea dragon kings did not intervene. Qin Ming asked in confusion, why is that? Xianling explained, because Emperor Jun and Tai Yi both have feather race bloodlines, one from the golden crow and the other from the how bird, making them completely unrelated to the scale and shell races. The scale and feather races were historically sworn enemies. The four sea dragon kings, upon witnessing your slaying of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, would be more likely to cheer you on than to interfere. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. I never expected the relationships within your demon race to be so complex. Were it not for your explanation, I might have remained oblivious to the existence of the four great dragon kings. He then continued, from what you have said, it seems I will need to consult the four great dragon kings to learn the burial site of the true dragon and phoenix? Xianling affirmed, yes. Only they would know where the true dragon and phoenix were ultimately laid to rest. Where can I find these four great dragon kings? The four dragon kings reside amidst the four seas, a distance of perhaps millions of miles. Should the master wish to venture forth, preparation is essential. Qin Ming nodded. Since he must prepare, he naturally needed to bring some provisions for the journey. With this thought, Qin Ming immediately unleashed a portion of his divine awareness, enveloping the surrounding expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Since the last time he had slain two demon emperors, considerable time had elapsed, and the demon race had been significantly weakened. Now, the reconstruction of the demon race was largely complete, and the vitality had returned to many demon cities. Qin Ming casually selected a demon city and, utilizing his escape light, arrived at the city gate. Two demon guards stood before him. Under which demon king do you serve? What business do you have in Hanyu City? One guard inquired. As a human, Qin Ming was distant from the demon race and could only fabricate a response. I am a subordinate of the ancient demon Ji Meng. I have come to Hanyu City to procure some materials, Qin Ming replied. The guard nodded, saying, so you are a subordinate of General Ji Meng. Pay 10 spirit stones, and you may enter. Qin Ming was taken aback, not expecting such a regulation in Hanyu City. However, he was here to gather information, and to avoid exposing his identity, he chose not to create further disturbances. He directly tossed 10 spirit stones to the two guards. Xianling, you may temporarily retreat into my sleeve, Qin Ming said. Xianling's form was too large to traverse the city without drawing attention. Understanding this, Xianling promptly shrank in size and slipped into Qin Ming's sleeve. Hey, you there? Where do you hail from? What's the deal with that creature? Just then, Qin Ming's realization came too late. As soon as Xianling had entered his sleeve, a creature with a lobster-like head pointed at him. Who are you? Qin Ming immediately discerned the creature's identity as a member of the Jie race. I reside in Hanyu City, young man. Are you aware that the Jie race now holds power in the demon realm? We are all nobles here. Which tribe do you belong to, daring to shout at me? The lobster-headed creature said, its beady green eyes glaring at Qin Ming. Nobles? Qin Ming furrowed his brow. With the two demon emperors slain and the new demon emperor ousted by Qin Ming, the demon race was now without a leader. The Jie race, once suppressed by the Yu race, had now risen to prominence, positioning themselves as the most distinguished clan in the demon realm, clearly considering themselves royalty. Xianling was indeed a genuine member of the Jie race. The lobster-headed creature had witnessed Qin Ming command Xianling, perceiving it as issuing orders to the latter. In the demon realm, even ancient demons would not dare to command a member of the Jie race. How audacious for Qin Ming to shout at a Jie race member. This beast is my mount. Do you wish to strip it of its fate as my steed? Qin Ming replied coldly to the lobster-headed creature. The creature, weak in strength, merely a heavenly immortal, had the audacity to raise its voice against Qin Ming. It was utterly disrespectful. Although Qin Ming was currently in the demon realm, he had already killed two demon emperors. If he did not regard the demon emperors, how could he possibly regard a mere heavenly immortal lobster-headed creature? Seeing the lobster-headed creature blocking his path, Qin Ming's expression turned frosty. Demon beast, I advise you to leave at once, lest you provoke me and fail to see the sun rise again. Nonsense. This is Hanyu City, our Jie race's territory. You dare commit acts of violence here? The lobster-headed creature dismissed Qin Ming's words with a sneer. Qin Ming frowned and replied, if that is the case, I shall send you to reincarnation. With that, he did not hesitate to strike out, delivering a palm strike. With a resounding thud, Qin Ming, now an innate sage, wielded tremendous power. Not even a city could withstand it. How could a mere heavenly immortal hope to withstand Qin Ming's might? The palm struck the lobster-headed creature squarely, its head sinking into its chest, resulting in instant demise. Murder. Someone has dared to attack a noble of the Jie race. The creature was a relative of the city lord, the brother of the sixth concubine, and had been slain by this individual. You are doomed. The city lord is fiercely protective of his kin. For daring to kill a relative of the city lord, you will surely perish at their hands before you can even leave Hanyu City. The surrounding demons were immediately startled by the scene, many fleeing in terror. Although this was the demon realm, many terms and titles were habitually used in reference to humans, as the demon realm had been established after the great battle of dragons and phoenixes built by humans from the Hongguang continent. Over time, demons had adapted to using human terms for reference. Seeing the demons around him murmuring in fear, Qin Ming frowned and prepared to flee. However, at that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Before he could activate his escape light, a group of armored soldiers rushed toward him, surrounding him completely. Bold ruffian, you dare commit murder in Hanyu City, especially against a noble of the Jie race. What is your lineage? State your name. Among the soldiers was a middle-aged man carrying a tortoise shell, who cast a surprised glance at the corpse of the lobster-headed creature. He then discreetly instructed the surrounding soldiers to encircle Qin Ming. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Qin Ming pondered for a moment and replied, I am from the Yu race. The Yu race? The middle-aged man was taken aback, his face darkening considerably. A mere Yu race member dares to act violently in Hanyu City. The Yu race's current status is the lowest among the four races. You not only lack the right to kill a noble of the Jie race, but even to gaze upon one. Enraged, the middle-aged man barked, Seize him at once. I will bring him before the city lord. Without further ado, several soldiers advanced toward Qin Ming. He had initially intended to harness the power of the Great Dao to eliminate the soldiers present, but upon reflection, he chose to remain subdued. At present, he sought information regarding the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, necessitating interaction with the demon race. Captured and taken to the city lord's residence would provide him an opportunity to engage with the demon race. Since the city lord of Hanyu City governed a significant territory, his status would undoubtedly be above that of ordinary demons. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings had become revered figures in the demon realm, and the city lord might very well know of their whereabouts. With this reasoning in mind, Qin Ming allowed 2 soldiers to bind him without resistance. After a brief period, Qin Ming was escorted to a lavish estate within the city. The estate was opulent and splendid, clearly not the dwelling of ordinary folk. In the garden at the back of the estate, a small boat floated upon an artificial lake, beside which stood a gazebo. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, appearing well-groomed and in his 30s or 40s, was seen laughing and chatting with a woman. City Lord, we have brought the culprit, the soldiers announced as they led Qin Ming to stand behind a man. The man turned to glance at Qin Ming, saying, You may leave now. He then addressed a maidservant attending to him in the gazebo. Go fetch the 6th madam. The maidservant, not daring to delay, promptly dashed out of the gazebo. In less than half a stick of incense, a woman rushed into the gazebo, sobbing. It must be said, the middle-aged man with the handlebar mustache certainly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Regardless of whether it is the woman in the pavilion or the one who has just arrived, both are undeniably stunning. However, for someone like Qin Ming, even the most beautiful woman in the world would fail to stir his heart. Upon entering the pavilion and seeing Qin Ming bound tightly, the woman rushed to his side, raising her delicate fist to strike his chest, crying out, My brother had no grievances with you. Why did you kill him? Why? Qin Ming furrowed his brow and remained silent. The man with the mustache raised his hand, pulling the woman into his embrace, and said, Lu, there is no need to be so agitated. I will provide you with a satisfactory answer regarding why this fellow killed your brother. Hearing this, the woman immediately ceased her sobbing. The mustache man then stood up and approached Qin Ming, asking, Which clan do you belong to? I am of the Feather Clan. Qin Ming replied. The mustached man's expression darkened significantly as he continued. Do you know the current state of the Feather Clan? Qin Ming remained silent. The man continued. The Feather Clan is now the lowest ranked clan in the demon realm, with the Jeeks clan holding dominion. Do you still think you are the Feather Clan of the past, before the Demon Emperor's demise? Back then, your clan held supreme status, but now, you are merely a demon clan that anyone could trample upon. After a pause, he added, with your clan's status and identity, How dare you kill a member of the Jeeks clan? Let me tell you, regardless of your reasons for murdering my Lu's brother, I will have you publicly executed in front of all the demons of Cold Moon City as a warning. Executed? Qin Ming smiled slightly and said, Have you finished speaking? It is now my turn. The mustache man snorted. Who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to speak. Qin Ming's expression darkened as he exerted his strength, shattering the ropes binding him, and strode towards the mustached man. Seeing this, the mustached man nearly wet himself in fear. The ropes used to bind Qin Ming were as thick as a rolling pin. Even 10 bulls could not break them. Chapter 61. Is this person truly a preternatural saint? However, to his astonishment, Qin Ming merely stretched his arms, and the ropes snapped apart. Now, only the mustached man and 2 women remained in the pavilion, along with 2 attendants. As Qin Ming approached, the mustached man screamed in terror. Help! Someone come quickly! Dozens of guards rushed into the garden upon hearing his cries. Witnessing that Qin Ming had indeed broken free from the ropes, shock washed over their faces. This fellow possesses formidable strength, capable of breaking such thick ropes. We must be cautious in our approach. With so many of us, why should we fear him? Let us all attack together. We can certainly subdue him. Indeed, we are numerous and need not fear him. The guards rallied their courage, and soon 7 or 8 of them charged at Qin Ming. Qin Ming frowned. Most of these guards were of celestial immortal cultivation, with 2 not even reaching that level. Even if they united, they were merely a swarm of flies in Qin Ming's eyes. How could they possibly be his match? Without even glancing at the guards, Qin Ming flicked his wrist, and an aura of saintly might radiated outward. With a thud, the guards were struck with terror, their hearts quaking. Only 2 remained conscious while the others fainted from fear. A saint. This man is a preternatural saint. The 2 remaining guards, pale-faced, murmured among themselves. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming, seemingly ordinary in appearance, was a preternatural saint. The 2 guards realized that not only could they not capture him, but even approaching him would be perilous. A mere wave of his saintly might could crush them, and the slightest misstep could lead to their demise. Panic surged in their eyes as they desperately sought to flee. Yet, the earlier display of saintly might had left them weak-kneed. They could scarcely stand, let alone escape. As saint, you are truly a preternatural saint. Upon hearing their conversation, the mustached man turned ashen with fear. What kind of existence is a saint? They can manipulate the heavens and the earth at will. With just a finger, they could obliterate an entire city. How could he have dared to provoke such a being? This terrifying entity deserved to be revered like an ancestor. Anything less would be insufficient respect. Having just brought him back to the Lord's manor, the mustached man realized that even if Qin Ming had killed his Lu's brother, he would not dare to question him. He dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, exclaiming, Forgive me, esteemed one. Spare my life. I was blind to your greatness and am willing to accept punishment. I only ask for mercy. Qin Ming scoffed. Weren't you just saying you would have me publicly executed in front of all of Cold Moon City? Why are you kneeling now? With several resounding slaps. The mustached man struck his own face, hastily saying, Esteemed one, it was all a misunderstanding. How could I dare treat you this way? I do not wish to die. Qin Ming coldly replied, Enough. I have no time for your pleas for mercy. Tell me immediately where the Four Seas Dragon King is. If you refuse, I shall flatten all of Cold Moon City. Saints are merciless, viewing all beings as mere fodder. In the eyes of a saint, all lives are insignificant. Not to mention leveling a city, they would not even flinch at the thought of slaughtering an entire clan. The mustached man, frightened, quickly replied, Yes, esteemed one. 460,000 miles away lies a sea region where the West Sea Dragon King resides. Qin Ming showed no reaction and, after a moment, asked, Are you lying? No, absolutely not. The mustached man hurriedly denied. Regardless of whether you are lying, you will accompany me on this journey. Qin Ming stated. The mustached man's expression stiffened. Clearly not expecting Qin Ming intended to take him along. His eyes darted, contemplating an escape plan. However, Qin Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. Grasping the mustached man's neck, he declared, You women can choose to remarry or stay, but this fellow will likely never return. With that, Qin Ming summoned the ancestral qilin, lifted the mustached man, and leapt onto its back. With a whoosh, the ancestral qilin soared into the sky, quickly vanishing before the 2 women. The ancestral qilin moved with astonishing speed, covering millions of miles in a single day. Given that Cold Moon City was over 400,000 miles from the sea region mentioned by the mustache man, Qin Ming certainly could not fly there on his own. With the ancestral Qilin at his disposal, he would make full use of it. 5 days later, Qin Ming arrived over a vast ocean. The sea roiled beneath him, the tides rising and falling, yet not a single ship was in sight. You say the West Sea Dragon King resides in this sea region, correct? Qin Ming inquired. The mustached man, still alive, was necessary for guiding Qin Ming, so he had no intention of killing him just yet. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the mustached man nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, the West Sea Dragon King is in this very ocean." Qin Ming nodded. The celestial measuring ruler suddenly launched into action, emitting a resonant hum as it soared into the sky. Witnessing the ruler slip from his grasp, it expanded dramatically in the wind, swelling hundreds of times in mere moments, transforming into a colossal measuring instrument. Subsequently, Qin Ming wielded the ruler and struck it directly upon the ocean's surface. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding sea, spanning 100,000 miles, trembled violently. Qin Ming, possessing the formidable strength of a preternatural sage, was capable of shaking a planet. Thus, a mere expanse of water was trivial in comparison. As the ocean parted, an expansive complex of magnificent palaces came into view. Concurrently, from within this palace complex, countless aquatic beings surged forth, their voices filled with fury, particularly upon spotting Qin Ming hovering above. How could there be so many aquatic creatures residing here? Qin Ming was taken aback. A glance revealed that at least several 100,000 aquatic beings had emerged, resembling a formidable army. What audacity to wreak havoc in the domain of the Sea King. Before this throng of aquatic beings, a man with twin horns, his body covered in scales, and long whiskers cascading to his chest, resembling a dragon, bellowed. "Who are you?" Qin Ming inquired. "I am the eldest son of the Sea King, tasked with guarding this sea realm. You dare to cause trouble here. You are courting death. Subdue this intruder." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's gaze fixed upon the man with the whiskers, and he coldly replied, "What of the Sea King of the West? Where is he?" The whiskered man offered no response, suddenly adorned with a multitude of scales, and darted towards the throng of aquatic beings while crying out, "Elder brother, save me." The distant armored figure, resembling a dragon, froze momentarily, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "16th brother, how did you end up here?" The whiskered man shouted, "Elder brother, this person seeks to kill me. Hurry, save me." Upon hearing this, the armored figure's expression darkened, and he lunged towards his brother. In the blink of an eye, he rescued the whiskered man, who whispered urgently in his ear. The armored figure's gaze turned grim as he said, "What did you say? This person dares to brazenly slay a member of our kind? Such audacity!" With that, his eyes landed squarely on Qin Ming, filled with murderous intent, his demeanor decidedly unwelcoming. "Do not worry, 16th brother. With me here, this intruder will not lay a finger upon you," he declared confidently. The whiskered man breathed a sigh of relief, but soon appeared troubled, exclaiming, "Elder brother, do not underestimate this individual. He possesses the cultivation of a preternatural sage." "What? A preternatural sage? This cannot be." The armored man gasped in disbelief. A preternatural sage was an exceedingly rare existence among the 33 heavens. In the vast wilderness, there were but a few. The unassuming man before him, who bore some resemblance to a human, was actually a preternatural sage. The armored man stood dazed, struggling to accept the reality. 16th brother, are you deceiving me? Is this person truly a preternatural sage? Absolutely. 16th brother can guarantee it with his own life. The whiskered man affirmed with certainty. After spending nearly 5 days with Qin Ming, he was fully aware of the latter's formidable cultivation. The revelation of Qin Ming's preternatural sage prowess during their time at the city lord's estate left no room for doubt. Listening to the whiskered man's words, the armored figure's expression shifted between uncertainty and fear. A preternatural sage. Such a being could shake an entire world with a stamp of their foot. Who in the world could contend with a preternatural sage? Even the demon realm's second emperor could dominate the entire world without reaching the level of a preternatural sage. Now, a living preternatural sage stood before him. The armored man had no doubt that, should the current power of the demon realm face a preternatural sage, even if the latter claimed dominion over the entire realm, none would dare to question it. Realizing that the one causing chaos in these waters was a preternatural sage, the armored figure immediately began to retreat. How absurd! Even with an army of several tens of thousands, what could they do? Before a preternatural sage, there would merely be grains of sand. A single breath from the sage, and this vast army would be in jeopardy. The notion of overwhelming the sage with sheer numbers was nothing short of suicidal. After a moment of contemplation, the armored figure spoke. I did not expect a senior to be a preternatural sage. I deeply apologize. Pausing briefly, he continued, Senior, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. Should you find the time, you're always welcome to visit my humble abode. Knowing he could not provoke a preternatural sage, the armored man was well aware of his limitations, even with the support of his vast army. Attempting to subdue a preternatural sage was a foolish dream. In such circumstances, if he did not flee quickly, he might find himself at the mercy of the sage's wrath. Just as he resolved to activate his escape technique and retreat to the depths of the sea, Qin Ming's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Do you think I will let you leave? The armored man trembled, swiftly turning around, and replied respectfully, Is there anything else you wish to command, Senior? Do you truly believe that bringing such a multitude to demand an explanation and offer an apology will suffice to resolve this matter? Qin Ming stated, his expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, the armored man felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Had he known that the one causing turmoil in these waters was a preternatural sage, he would never have dared to appear, even if he were to turn the entire Sea King's palace upside down. Regret was now irrelevant. He had initially thought a mere minor demon had rallied several tens of thousands of aquatic beings to capture Qin Ming, only to discover that he was not a minor demon, but a preternatural sage, one he could never hope to confront, even if he cultivated for 10 lifetimes. A preternatural sage was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Now, hearing Qin Ming's words, it was evident that the sage had no intention of letting him off lightly. What to do? The armored man could not fathom how his foolish brother could act so recklessly. How could he, knowing full well that a preternatural sage was present, still insist on ordering him to rescue him? Was that not asking for his own demise? After silently cursing in his heart, he hurriedly replied, Senior, I was unaware of your identity. Had I known you were a preternatural sage, I would never have acted so presumptuously. Even if I were granted the boldness of 1,000 men, I would not dare. Upon hearing the armored man's words, Qin Ming's eyes betrayed a hint of cold amusement. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, So, you are implying that had I not been a preternatural sage, those hundreds of thousands of aquatic beings would have attacked me without hesitation, seeking to kill me? Looking at Qin Ming's smiling countenance, the armored man felt as if he were ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move. A profound fear gripped him, for he understood that if this continued, he might soon find himself facing death. He was acutely aware that beneath the sage, all were but insects, and the man before him was indeed a preternatural sage. Having just offended him, should Qin Ming choose to take his life, the so-called karmic retribution would have no bearing on the sage whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, the latter hastily knelt before Qin Ming, exclaiming, Senior, it is not as it seems. This individual is my 16th brother, and I have come here for a reason. No need to elaborate. Qin Ming interjected sharply, continuing, I grant you a chance to spare your life. Withdraw your hundreds of thousands of troops, and take me to meet the Dragon King of the West Sea. The armored man appeared conflicted. After a pause, he finally spoke. It is not that I refuse to take you, but rather that there is no opportunity. What? Qin Ming's brows furrowed, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. At that moment, his killing intent surged forth like a sweeping rainbow, pressing down upon the armored man, rendering him momentarily speechless. Qin Ming then coldly demanded, Explain. Senior, a few days ago, a vortex rich in spiritual energy appeared in the Wanhai region to the north of the West Sea. It is rumored that there is a passage to a secret realm there, and the energy emanating from it is not ordinary energy from the primordial world, but rather infused with the essence of Hongmeng. Even for those approaching the realm of saints, it holds immense significance, especially in terms of enlightenment. My subordinate is uncertain how this Hongmeng energy might benefit an innate saint, but it should certainly be advantageous for those approaching sainthood. I presume it would also have some utility for actual saints, the armored man concluded, raising his gaze towards Qin Ming. Evidently, The energy absorbed by saints is also derived from the primordial essence. However, if it were mixed with Hongmeng energy, even saints would not overlook it. Regardless of its practical benefits, it would undoubtedly pique their curiosity. Just imagine, why would Hongmeng energy be present in such a place? Anyone would find it intriguing. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted from distance. The hundreds of thousands of troops had yet to retreat when two streams of energy charged towards them. The armored man's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing this, and he promptly declared, "These are the two esteemed guests of the Dragon Palace. Summoned back by my father just a few hundred years ago. They were originally supposed to accompany us to the secret realm, but for some reason, they have appeared here." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow and turned to look in their direction. Before long, he observed two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, standing beside the armored man. Bowing respectfully, "Young master, why have you two not accompanied my father? What brings you here?" The armored man inquired, bewildered. The man in white replied, "An unexpected incident occurred outside the secret realm. In addition to the Four Seas Dragon King, many powerful beings from the Primordial Essence continent have come in response, including quasi-saints from the Demon Clan and great shamans from the Witch Clan. The Four Seas Dragon King has offended many, prompting us to return to protect you, lest you fall prey to an ambush." The armored man was taken aback by this revelation. While he was still processing the information, the man in black suddenly pointed at Qin Ming and asked, "Who are you?" Hastily, the armored man interjected, "Black Guardian, do not act rashly. He is an innate saint." "What?" The latter was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Qin Ming's cultivation. Apart from the unusual aura emanating from him, there was no discernible trace of a saint's presence. After a moment's thought, he directly questioned, "How do you know this, young master?" "My 16th brother informed me, and I—" At this moment, the Black Guardian burst into laughter. "Young master, you are indeed naive to be so easily deceived. How could this lad possibly be a saint? There are but a few saints in the world. I had the fortune to listen to the teachings of the Hongjun Dao Ancestor for several days, and I have encountered many a saint and quasi-saint. Yet, I have never seen this individual." Upon hearing this, the armored man's face turned pale. He had not anticipated being misled. Looking towards Qin Ming, he was interrupted by the man with the mustache, who anxiously urged, "Elder brother, do not underestimate him. I have seen it with my own eyes." But the Black Guardian laughed heartily. "The 16th young master has clearly been misled by a scoundrel. How could this fellow be a saint? Absurd." As the Black Guardian spoke, a brilliant golden light burst forth from him, and countless rays began to converge upon him. All present were taken aback by the sight. Realizing that the Black Guardian's power had indeed increased, having reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo golden immortal stage, he was on the cusp of entering the realm of quasi-saints, and it was beyond doubt that, given time, he would achieve that status. Even the armored man, sensing this aura, took a step back, raising his right hand in congratulations. "I did not expect your cultivation to have progressed, Black Guardian. Truly, that is commendable." The Black Guardian waved his hand dismissively, retracting his golden radiance, then turned to Qin Ming with a cold smirk. "A saint? Truly shameless. Do you not fear divine retribution?" "Huh." Qin Ming chuckled softly and turned to the armored man. "Do you recall what I just said? If I were not a saint, would you not have ordered your troops to kill me? How would you respond?" For some reason, the armored man was taken aback by this question. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied, "I am uncertain of your meaning, but I seriously doubt you are a saint. Otherwise, why would you engage in such meaningless conversation?" "Black Guardian, seize him." "Yes." The Black Guardian sneered, then advanced towards Qin Ming with rapid strides, moving like a shooting star. Swiftly closing the distance, he brandished a long golden bow, which, upon its emergence, radiated a blinding light, exuding an overwhelming power that even Qin Ming found momentarily taken aback by its brilliance. Such an impressive bow, Qin Ming mused, recognizing it as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. This bow possessed immense power, and an arrow shot from it at such close range could easily slay a mid-tier Great Luo golden immortal. Unless one possessed an innate defensive spiritual treasure, they would certainly perish from a single shot, given the proximity and the Black Guardian's intent. Even someone of the same rank would find it difficult to withstand. The Black Guardian, after all, viewed Qin Ming as no more than a mere Great Luo golden immortal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An arrow was loosed, slicing through the air with a cacophony of golden light enveloping it. causing the fabric of reality to tremble slightly. The power of this arrow was already faintly at the quasi-saint level. This fellow is doomed, the armored man thought, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet the mustached man beside him furrowed his brow, wishing his brother would lead the entire army to attack. However, he merely sent the Black Guardian alone. He feared that even with such strength, it would prove futile. How ridiculous! In contrast, Qin Ming appeared unfazed, merely uttering a calm remark. He then extended his hand slightly forward. Suddenly, a golden palm print erupted into existence in the void. As the palm print appeared, the arrow shot towards him. At that moment, Qin Ming swiftly flicked his hand, unleashing a force that reverberated with thunderous roars. Boom! The arrow, composed of condensed spiritual energy, collided with the palm print, resulting in a resounding explosion that left the heavens and earth dimmed. Oof! Qin Ming snorted softly, gently closing his right hand, and the palm print seemed to come alive, clenching tightly and instantly shattering the arrow. The Black Guardian was left dumbfounded, stammering after a moment, This is impossible. How could he possibly shatter my arrow with a single hand? Although this bow, a mere imitation of the celestial archer's divine weapon, is immensely powerful. Possessing the rank of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, how could it be so easily shattered? At that moment, the Black Guardian was in disbelief. He raised his hand to draw the bowstring once more, preparing to unleash another arrow. Yet Qin Ming coldly scoffed. It is already a privilege for you to shoot one arrow. Do you wish to take more? Perish! Qin Ming declared nonchalantly, then extended his right hand into the void. A palm imprint materialized, seizing the Black Guardian and, under the gaze of the armored man not far away, crushed him utterly. A formidable being, on the verge of the quasi-saint realm, had thus perished. The armored man stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the situation had turned so dire and bewildering. The Black Guardian was indeed a true powerhouse. The White Guardian furrowed his brow, realizing at that moment that when Qin Ming had made his move, he had exuded an aura akin to that of a saint, albeit not a true saint's aura, but a quasi-saint's. Could it be that he was a quasi-saint? However, given the earlier remarks of the Black Guardian, the armored man could not believe that Qin Ming was a saint. After all, how could a saint engage in such trivial banter with an insignificant being? The excessive chatter stemmed from his trepidation, fear of the hundreds of thousands of troops behind him. It was precisely for this reason that he had acted thus. Yet, being able to slay the Black Guardian, and with such swiftness, undeniably indicated that he was indeed a quasi-saint. The White Guardian cast a deep glance at Qin Ming, then turned to the armored man, saying, "Young master, this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. You should head to the secret realm now. The Dragon Kings await your arrival." Yes. The armored man seemed to recall something and quickly responded with respect. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ming interjected, "Planning to leave? Have you consulted me?" "Consult you? Why should I?" The White Guardian, having reached the quasi-saint level and being the strongest among them, extended his hands into the void, summoning a black, ink-like bagua mirror into his grasp. This bagua mirror, resembling black jade, sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. It was an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, far beyond the previous bow's capabilities. Boom! As the quasi-saint invoked the black jade bagua mirror, the heavens reverberated with thunderous roars, and beneath this tumultuous sound, numerous bolts of lightning surged forth. The world appeared shrouded in darkness under the cacophony of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning began to coalesce. This was indeed an innate top-tier treasure, the bagua black jade mirror. Who would have thought that his father would bestow such a relic upon the White Guardian? At this moment, the armored man finally exhaled, for he had come to fully grasp the might of his adversary. He sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the bagua mirror, and at this rate, he believed the opponent was doomed. As for Qin Ming, observing the opponent shake his head slowly, he mused that the mirror was indeed a fine artifact, albeit somewhat damaged. Had it been intact, he might have faced a greater challenge, but now it was of no concern. Consider this carefully, should you choose to strike against me. Your demise is assured. Preposterous. Among the 6 saints of the primordial realm, I have never encountered one so verbose as you. What makes you think you can pretend to be a saint? With that, the opponent thrust his hand towards Qin Ming, and, simultaneously, the black jade bagua mirror unleashed a torrent of dark rays, all converging upon Qin Ming with astonishing speed and power, leaving the onlookers in shock. They had not anticipated the terrifying might of the black prison Bagua mirror. Today, we shall see how you intend to counter my innate top-tier treasure. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the air filled with countless bolts of lightning that surged towards Qin Ming, a display of power that was truly breathtaking. Yet upon witnessing this, Qin Ming merely sighed. I had intended to spare your dignity, but since you have squandered that opportunity, do not blame me. With that, a golden aura erupted from his being, and he formed seals with his hands, conjuring formidable forces before him. Whoosh! This time he took the initiative, darting forward to grasp the so-called Bagua mirror and crushing it in his grip. Boom! In an instant, the previously tumultuous skies, filled with dark clouds and flashing lightning, dissipated completely, and the innate top-tier treasure was effortlessly reduced to scrap metal. Upon witnessing this scene, the White Guardian stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. He simply stared, at a loss for words. How? How is this possible? This is an innate top-tier treasure. It was on the brink of being a supreme treasure. How could he be so powerful? Trouble. White Guardian, flee now. The armored man, already preparing to escape, shouted urgently, rallying his hundreds of thousands of troops to escort him to safety. But at this moment, how could Qin Ming allow them to escape? With a simple gesture, the power of the laws descended, binding the White Guardian in place, rendering him utterly immobile. Qin Ming chose not to kill him, but in a flash, he dove into the throng of soldiers, swiftly seizing the armored man. With a cold smile, he said, "Do not be hasty. We shall converse at a leisurely pace." Why run away? Qin Ming regarded the man before him, and upon witnessing the fear reflected in his eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. A member of the Dragon Clan, and this is the extent of your courage? You haven't even engaged yet, and you cower in such fright? Hearing Qin Ming's words, the armored man dared not respond, bowing his head as his body trembled uncontrollably. Clearly, he was terrified. Hundreds of thousands of troops were immobilized, and the esteemed quasi-saint White Guardian had been vanquished in a single stroke, now bound in place and powerless. This demonstrated that the man before them was undoubtedly of saintly caliber. Even if he were not a saint, he was an immensely powerful being beyond their reach. It was laughable that he had initially thought to instigate the Black and White Guardians against him. After a moment's contemplation, the armored man raised his head and addressed Qin Ming respectfully. "Senior, I was blind to your greatness. I beseech you to spare me. I promise to escort you." The armored man understood that if he continued to resist or cling to false hopes, he would meet an untimely end. After all, even the White Guardian was no match for a single blow. How could he possibly contend? Qin Ming chuckled softly, taking a few steps forward before saying, "I do not harbor intentions of killing you, at least not at this moment. These individuals have wronged me, and they deserve their fate." With that, Qin Ming waved his hand before the armored man, and before the White Guardian could comprehend the unfolding events, he shattered into ashes in the void. The mustached man attempted to plead for mercy, yet before he could utter a word, Qin Ming's hand descended upon him, and in the blink of an eye, he was obliterated by the force of the laws, leaving not even a trace behind. The armored man was left in shock, his eyes wide as he surveyed the scene. Just moments ago, his 16th brother and the White Guardian had been speaking before him, and now they were gone. Swallowing hard, the armored man knelt before Qin Ming, exclaiming, "Senior, if you spare my life, I will agree to anything. I will certainly lead you." Agreed. Qin Ming loosened his grip, subsequently releasing the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It was not out of any grand sense of righteousness, but rather because these individuals were innocent. Even if he were to become a congenital sage, it would still be unjust to indiscriminately slay innocent beings. Just then, a sudden sound echoed through the void. Qin Ming looked up to see a surge of purple light emanating from the eastern sky. The arrival of purple qi signified significant events occurring beyond the 33 heavens. Typically, the emergence of purple qi heralds good fortune. However, at this moment and in this location, it could only be interpreted as an ominous sign, particularly concerning the vast wilderness beyond the 33 heavens. Qin Ming shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, beyond the 33 heavens, there were the 6 saints of the wilderness, not to mention Hongjun and the yet-to-emerge Yangmei Daoist. With such formidable presences, it It was unlikely that anything substantial would unfold at this moment. He resolved to use this time to elevate his cultivation to several higher realms. According to his understanding, the congenital sage was equivalent to the realm of Hunyuan, Daoist, Jingxian. Previously, he had deduced that the two saints, Zhuanti and Jin, were roughly at the second and third heavens of Hunyuan, Daoist, Jingxian. As for Laozi, his strength was somewhat greater, though the specifics of his power remained unclear. However, his combat prowess was certainly formidable, likely at the sixth heaven. If he were to acquire the primordial energy within that secret realm, he would have the opportunity to ascend from the fourth to the fifth heaven. Nodding in determination, Qin Ming turned to the armored man beside him and stated, "Lead the way ahead. As for these soldiers, let them return whence they came." "Yes." The armored man promptly complied, rising from the ground to issue orders for the troops to swiftly retreat. He then guided Qin Ming directly toward the domain of Wan Hai, into the secret realm. The distance was considerable. Even with Qin Ming's speed, it took them 2 days of travel, although the armored man was being led by Qin Ming, for otherwise, at his pace, he would likely take a month or more. Suddenly, Qin Ming sensed a commotion ahead. Looking up, he beheld a towering wall of water. Outside this wall, there was nothing, yet within it pulsated a dense wave of spiritual energy, which left even Qin Ming feeling astonished. This energy seemed to be the primordial energy, albeit limited in quantity. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for his cultivation. Within lay treasures. In an instant, Qin Ming discerned that this secret realm was far from ordinary. The armored man reverently declared, "It lies within. I am uncertain of the specifics, but this water wall is a unique secret technique of our dragon clan, functioning as a defensive array that utilizes the ocean's waters." The Four Seas Dragon Kings were likely no match for the intruders. Having now activated the defensive formation known as the Wan Xiao Kuei Shui Array, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow regarding the armored man. He had never heard of the Wan Xiao Kuei Shui Array, but its extensive reach and formidable defensive capabilities were undoubtedly impressive. If the Four Seas Dragon Kings could unleash such power, it was no trivial matter. Qin Ming was well aware of their strength, which was at the quasi-saint level. At most, they were at the peak of quasi-saint perfection. For four Dragon Kings to unite and establish such a formation was indeed noteworthy. Even if he were to forcefully break the array, it would likely require considerable effort. Thus, it seemed these four were not without their means. The armored man noticed Qin Ming's silence and hesitated to speak further. Just then, the water wall suddenly trembled, revealing a gap of over 100 feet before them. Qin Ming frowned slightly, and the armored man's expression shifted dramatically. How? How is this possible? The Wan Xiao Kuei Shui array has actually been breached? This is inconceivable. It cannot be. He struggled to believe it. The Wan Xiao Kuei Shui array was said to be invincible beneath the saints, and it was unfathomable that anyone could break it, let alone a combined effort of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Yet now it had been breached, creating such a significant opening. It was beyond imagination. "Senior, please," the armored man began, but Qin Ming shot him a glance that silenced him, clearly indicating that he wished to hear no more. The reason for this was simple. Qin Ming had no desire to engage in further conversation with him, who was evidently attempting to persuade him to assist the Four Seas Dragon Kings. But why should he help? He was not obliged to suppress them. His purpose here was to seek out the Four Seas Dragon Kings, not to assist them. With a cold snort, Qin Ming stepped forward, drawing the armored man behind him. The armored man, initially convinced of his impending doom, was astonished to find himself unharmed. As they approached, the figures of the Four Seas Dragon Kings came into view, their appearances grim and haunting. Their assailants were a group of strangely dressed individuals, and Qin Ming was taken aback, having never encountered such a group before. Were there indeed cultivators like these on the vast wilderness continent? He had never heard of them in all these years. At that moment, an unexpected surge of power emanated from a distance, the force of which felt entirely foreign to this world. Alarmed, Qin Ming's expression changed as realization struck him. The Four Seas Dragon Kings, upon seeing the armored man and Qin Ming, were too frantic to inquire about Qin Ming's identity. They merely urged, "Quickly report this matter to the saints. An anomaly has appeared in the Wan Hai domain, and this primordial energy is emanating from the anomaly. You must." Before he could finish, the North Sea Dragon King was instantly slain by a middle-aged man, who then turned to two young men beside him, commanding, "You two, go capture those two boys. This matter must not leak outside." "Yes." The two nodded eagerly, their expressions revealing a chilling smile directed at Qin Ming and the armored man, as if they regarded them as mere corpses. "Not good. Senior, we must hurry. This is an anomaly." The armored man was struck dumb with fear. Rumors spoke of anomalies only appearing on the surface of the Sun Star, sealed away by an unparalleled battle blade, with the life source of the Yangmei Daoist atop it, completely sealing that passageway. But now, to have an anomaly appear in the one high domain of the source continent was no trivial matter. The beings from beyond the anomaly were likely to be far more powerful than the cultivators here. If this continued, it could lead to the demise of all living beings on the entire wilderness continent. Qin Ming remained still, offering no response, merely observing them silently. In his eyes, the armored man's strength was not particularly impressive. If things continued at this pace, it might indeed lead to a favorable outcome. However, facing this situation alone would be somewhat disadvantageous. If the information did not leak out, he would be able to claim everything within for himself. But if it did get out, it could result in an uneven distribution of interests, forcing him to confront those formidable beings prematurely, a scenario he wished to avoid. With a furrowed brow, Qin Ming contemplated before finally speaking, "I shall grant you one chance. Release them, and I will not pursue the matter further." Suddenly, Qin Ming stepped forward, pulling the armored man behind him. The armored man, who thought he was doomed, was astounded to find himself unharmed. At this moment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, he was utterly stunned. "Senior, they're all cultivators from the possessing exceptionally peculiar and formidable powers." From the perspective of the armored man, it seemed that if Qin Ming were to act now, he would likely be struck down. After all, no one knew the depth of the opponent's cultivation. They were unable to discern how powerful they truly were. All that was known was that during the sealing of the solar star, a high-ranking saint had nearly perished. A high-ranking saint is at least at the 4th level, which means even the 3 pure ones could potentially be killed by them. What hope did Qin Ming have? Suddenly, as the armored man pondered this, he saw Qin Ming grasping with one hand, and the laws before him surged violently. The space seemed to be forcefully compressed. Distorting the void, the two rushing forward were momentarily dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming possessed such capabilities. This seemingly unimpressive human was far stronger than they had imagined, particularly in his command of space laws. Even they could not escape. Just as their astonishment peaked, Qin Ming calmly uttered a single word. Immediately, a faint red glow emanated from his hands. As the crimson light flared, a rift opened behind the two, unleashing a terrifying suction force from the fissure. They were utterly unaware and were directly drawn into the horrifying crack. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the spatial rift, but it was not a true spatial tear. As half of their bodies crossed the threshold, Qin Ming controlled the rift to seal instantly. The power of the rift swiftly cleaved them in two, their primordial spirits plummeting into the chaotic currents of space, where time and space ceased to exist, making their return nearly impossible. Observing this from within the water barrier, the East Sea Dragon King, who was on the verge of defeat, was utterly astounded by this scene. Was there truly such a powerful being? Could he be a saint? Yet he had never encountered such a saint before. It should be noted that although the two adversaries appeared weak, they had previously reduced their 4 companions to utter disarray, leaving them no chance to retaliate, forcing them to establish the now. Such a formidable existence was effortlessly dispatched by this young man before him. Was this not astonishing? The armored man was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Ming would possess such extraordinary strength. He knew Qin Ming was formidable, capable of swiftly eliminating a being like Bai Hufa, but dispatching those two, who were strong cultivators with such ease was beyond comprehension. Oh! The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised by the young man's strength, which had exceeded his expectations. After contemplating for a moment, he chuckled and said, "Since you are so powerful then." With that thought, he stepped out from within. The remaining East Sea Dragon King, West Sea Dragon King, and South Sea Dragon King were all imprisoned inside. Although they had been breached, he could still easily restrain the 3 using his secret techniques. "I said release them, and I will consider this matter unseen." Qin Ming gazed steadily at the middle-aged man, sensing that his cultivation was no less formidable. Chapter 65. The Oppressive Presence of a Saint. Indeed, only a saint could evoke such a soul-stirring pressure. Others simply lacked such capability. He, unexpectedly, the latter smiled indifferently, then took 2 steps forward. Upon seeing Qin Ming, he earnestly inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to converse with me?" The man smiled at Qin Ming, but within that smile lay a hint of murderous intent, a tangible malice that left the armored man frozen in shock as he looked at Qin Ming. "Senior, this fellow is a saint of the power of a saint from the surpasses our own by a tier. Is that so?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, his expression turning serious as he gazed back at the man. After a few seconds, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Qin Ming. "Kid, you are quite strong, but under my domain, it would be wise not to struggle." Boom! With that declaration, a blinding white light erupted from the middle-aged man's center, radiating outward in all directions. The speed and power of this light were astonishing, causing the ground beneath to freeze into a thick layer of ice. The armored man behind him was instantly immobilized by the icy barrier, unable to move. Seeing this, Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. This man indeed possessed considerable skill, and he felt a faint threat emanating from him. However, it was merely a slight threat. At that moment, Qin Ming's figure leaped from the void, brandishing and struck downward. They emitted a dazzling radiance, instilling fear in many observers, particularly the armored man, who instinctively retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming. Qin Ming was too powerful. His earlier concerns seemed unwarranted. With this treasured artifact in hand, he was capable of intimidating opponents of equal rank. Just then, the middle-aged man's expression soured, and he bellowed, witnessing the white light expanding from his center. The air filled with an icy, bone-chilling killing intent that saturated the void. Even Qin Ming's descending was disregarded, as the man produced a transparent mirror from his robe, addressing Qin Ming. "What you hold is it not? I have seen it before, and today I shall demonstrate the might of my treasure." From their first encounter, the middle-aged man had recognized Qin Ming's strength, leaving no room for leniency as he brandished this mirror. It was one of his 3 supreme treasures. Boom! As he emerged, the very void trembled, and purple lightning crackled down, entangling around the mirror. Each bolt of lightning that struck represented a layer of thunderous power. With so many bolts descending, it resembled a tempest, showcasing the might of the Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, but dismissed it, allowing it to continue its descent. The power of the seemed to tear the very fabric of the void, while it acted as a defensive treasure, controlling the entire space. Boom! It struck unleashing an overwhelming force that generated shockwaves radiating outward like ripples across the surface of a lake. Hood! At this moment, Qin Ming was forced to retreat several steps, while the middle-aged man stared at his in disbelief. Cracked? How is this possible? He never anticipated that the Qin Ming's possession held such power, capable of rendering his useless. After a moment's pause, the middle-aged man finally regained his composure, lifting his gaze to Qin Ming. A few seconds later, he hurled the away. A chilling, killing aura enveloped the area once more, causing the temperature within the space to plummet. The 4 sea dragon kings and the armored man, witnessing this scene, were all taken aback. Anyone observing this moment understood that 2 tigers clashing would certainly result in 1 death. The 2 were not significantly different in power, making their confrontation all the more intense. Especially during their initial confrontation, Qin Ming exhibited a formidable power capable of suppressing his opponent. However, the adversary was equally resolute, releasing a murderous aura that was significantly stronger than before. Such an aura was truly terrifying. The armored man, who had rarely witnessed Qin Ming in action, was astonished. Previously, Qin Ming had only dealt with quasi-saint level opponents, yet now he was engaging with a formidable entity from the abyss, subtly gaining the upper hand. This revelation left a profound impact on him, as he never expected such terrifying strength to reside within a seemingly youthful individual. In the void above, the middle-aged man, having discarded the Hao Qian mirror, floated leisurely, disregarding the vanquished Sea Dragon King, and focused intently on Qin Ming. To him, this sudden emergence of Qin Ming posed a greater threat than the Sea Dragon King. You had your chance, he declared, his eyes brimming with an insatiable killing intent. In an instant, the very air around them surged with chaotic spiritual energy as a formidable presence erupted like a tempest. From his position, one could observe numerous spirals of spiritual energy coalescing around him, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered even the armored man and the Sea Dragon King nearly immobile. How can his aura be so potent? It feels as if he has attained the status of a saint from the abyss. The East Sea Dragon King, witnessing this, was utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps, with this saintly aura, it was evident that he was indeed at the level of a congenital saint, though the true extent of the abyssal saint's power remained uncertain. Look over there. The South Sea Dragon King suddenly raised an eyebrow, pointing towards a group of individuals in the distance who were gasping in astonishment. The crowd furrowed their brows and turned to observe. Quickly realizing that a group of people had appeared, their cultivation levels markedly weaker, yet bearing an aura starkly different from theirs. Such a presence could only belong to the abyss. Upon contemplating this term, the West Sea Dragon King exclaimed, "The passage to the abyss has stabilized? Even those at the level of Grand Luo Jinxian can cross over?" It's unclear, but indeed, the aura of these Grand Luo Jinxian differs significantly from ours. They are likely from the abyss. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man in the void unleashed the full extent of his aura, leaving those Grand Luo Jinxian who had just emerged utterly stunned. Is this the might of our Ichuan saint? This so-called primitive continent is nothing extraordinary. With the opening of this passage, they could rampantly slaughter and enhance their strength, for it was said that the blood of humanity greatly augmented their power. Excitement radiated from the faces of the newly emerged Grand Luo Jinxian as they spoke. Qin Ming paid little heed to this group, viewing even a multitude of Grand Luo Jinxian as mere ants. His focus was solely on this so-called Ichuan saint. What lay beyond this abyss? Was it a realm akin to the primitive origin continent, or a unique space within the myriad worlds? The ability to generate primordial energy indicated that this space was far from ordinary, and the emergence of congenital saints further underscored its complexity. Yet, the Ichuan saint before him indeed exhibited considerable prowess, having previously unleashed only 60% of his strength, which had sufficed to counter Qin Ming's might. Qin Ming could easily discern this individual S level, estimating him to be at the third layer of the celestial realm, albeit he cultivated primordial energy, suggesting a superior quality of spiritual power. Sky-splitting 10,000 demon seal. At that moment, the Ichuan saint began to form seals, and a thick, terrifying aura enveloped the heavens, causing countless streams of spiritual energy to coalesce into winds that swept through the air, pushing back those of relatively weaker strength. Without granting Qin Ming a moment to contemplate, the saint completed his hand seals and cast forth two massive palm seals that appeared above Qin Ming's head. These golden palm seals exuded an overwhelming radiance, pressing down on everyone's breath, and even Qin Ming was taken aback at their astonishing might. So powerful? This force seems to embody the strength of the fourth layer of the celestial realm. It appears that the strength of the abyssal entities surpasses ours by a significant margin. Even the Grand Luo Jinxian here are notably stronger. The middle-aged man, standing firm in the void, supported a colossal palm seal as if he were hoisting a primordial divine mountain, casting an ominous shadow over the land. He thrust his hands forward, sending the colossal palm seals crashing toward Qin Ming. Boom! As the palm seals descended, they tore through the void, creating countless spatial storms, while the ground beneath them shattered under the sheer force, splitting into countless fissures. Such a scene left many witnesses in shock. Oof! Qin Ming grunted softly, observing the impending palm seals. Without hesitation, he hurled the celestial measuring ruler into the fray. Great! As the words left his lips, the ruler radiated golden light, its power surging exponentially. Boom! In an instant, the ruler expanded to overshadow the sky, hurtling toward the descending palm seals with remarkable speed. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. The two palm seals fell as if the very heavens were collapsing, yet below, an equally formidable force met them head-on. The clash of such powers resembled the collision of worlds. Should any quasi-saints have been nearby, they would scarcely have had time to escape before being obliterated by the overwhelming forces. The Sea Dragon King, too, was astonished, his pupils constricting as he muttered, "This celestial measuring ruler can be used in such a manner? I never anticipated." Indeed, the celestial measuring ruler was originally a treasure of merit, devoid of karmic entanglements. Little did they know it could also serve as a means of defense. Boom! The two formidable forces collided before the eyes of all, creating a thunderous roar that reverberated through the void, momentarily shrouding it in darkness, as if no light could escape. The two-palm seal shattered, sending forth countless stars that fell gently. "Is this all you can muster?" Qin Ming smirked coldly, having effortlessly dispelled his opponent's attack. Although this middle-aged man exceeded his expectations. Exceeding expectations didn't equate to having the right to challenge him. Both Jin and Zhuti had been easily defeated by him. What chance did this man stand? Puffed. The next instant, the middle-aged man, having suffered the destruction of his technique, spat out a mouthful of blood, looking up at Qin Ming in disbelief. This is impossible. How can you possess such strength? The celestial measuring ruler is indeed powerful, but it requires sufficient spiritual energy to wield effectively. Yet you, who seemingly lack such potent aura, how can you unleash such terrifying power? Bang! Qin Ming, undeterred, exerted force through his legs, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, retrieving the celestial measuring ruler and launching it once more at the middle-aged man. As Qin Ming charged forward once more, the middle-aged man exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he stepped forward with determination, drawing a gleaming sword from his bosom and thrusting it directly ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This sword possessed the power to severely injure a low-tier saint. Yet when it clashed with the celestial ruler in Qin Ming's grasp, it exhibited no advantage whatsoever. In fact, it was continually suppressed, edging closer to defeat. How could this be possible? How could a saint of Yichuan be restrained by such a mere human? I found it hard to believe, yet the reality unfolded before my eyes. How utterly reckless. The Luo golden immortals, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, as they had never anticipated such an outcome. In their minds, the saint of Yichuan was invincible. Invincibility should entail sweeping away all opposition, not being overpowered. To be so thoroughly dominated left them profoundly disheartened. However, Qin Ming harbored no such doubts. He simply observed his opponent silently. After a brief pause of several seconds, he broke into a smile. "I no longer have time to waste with you." With that, Qin Ming gently pushed his hands forward, and a surge of energy erupted from within him like a mighty azure dragon, coalescing into a vibrant blue force in the void above. This azure energy unleashed a barrage of intricate threads that surged toward the saint of Yichuan. What? The saint of Yichuan was taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of Qin Ming's strength and the overwhelming might of his attack, which was purely composed of spiritual energy. This was utterly inconceivable. He had only absorbed the primal chaos energy, while he himself had cultivated from the primordial essence. Fundamentally, he believed he was superior. How could this human possibly outmatch him? A grave concern flickered in his eyes, for he felt that at this moment, Qin Ming should not possess such power. Surely the gap between them was not this vast. With a hiss, despite his astonishment, the saint of Yichuan attempted to resist, thrusting his sword repeatedly to sever the myriad azure threads. Yet, alas, the threads were numerous. Severing one layer merely allowed the next to surge forth. In an instant, the dense mass of azure threads ensnared him completely, leaving him a loss for escape. "Now you must understand my intentions," Qin Ming declared. Employing the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, he ensnared his opponent in an unending web of azure energy. Even if the saint could sever some threads, others would replenish at a faster pace. An infinite cycle. Escape was impossible. "I shall not kill you." Just as the saint contemplated his survival, he was startled by Qin Ming's proclamation. Yet, as relief washed over him, he heard Qin Ming continue. "However, I intend to take your life source." The life source represented the essence of a saint. However, the beings from the referred to it as their life source. It was the foundation of their existence, and if taken, they would be rendered incapable of further cultivation, their power plummeting from the saint realm. "No, no." The saint of Yichuan shook his head vehemently, but Qin Ming offered him no opportunity for choice. With a swift motion, he lifted him from the ground and reached into his being to extract the life source. The saint was dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Qin Ming could possess such power, effortlessly breaching his physical defenses to seize his life source. Please, return it to me. Return it? So you can continue to assault the cultivators of the primal chaos continent? To be honest, had this individual hailed from the primal chaos continent and displayed such a willingness to concede, perhaps Qin Ming might have considered sparing him. However, the cultivators of the primal chaos continent and those from them were sworn enemies, bitter foes. The conflict was irreconcilable, and they sought to invade the primal chaos continent. Having sealed the passage from the Sun Star with rivers of blood, this man dared to hope for leniency? At that moment, Qin Ming regarded the saint of Ichuan with quiet contemplation. Truthfully, this being from the was formidable. Had he been a figure like Jin or Junyi, he might have found himself in peril. Yet, regrettably, it was Qin Ming who had come into play, and he could easily dispatch him. Of course, with Qin Ming's current mindset, he was not inclined to kill indiscriminately, even if his opponent was a powerful being from the. However, incapacitating him was necessary. Otherwise, in some future time, this individual could return to threaten the cultivators of the primal chaos continent, which would be utterly unacceptable. He could easily find himself painted as a villain. No, I will not kill you. I swear, please return my source. Without it, my power will regress to that of a Luo golden immortal. And those who bear grudges against me will come to slay me. What do I care about your fate? Qin Ming scoffed. My mercy in sparing your life should be enough. What more do you desire from me? Having uttered this, Qin Ming consumed the life source in one swift motion. The truth was, this source held considerable significance for him. In essence, the cultivators from the hunted their own kind to absorb their essence, thereby replenishing their powers. Similarly, those from the primal chaos continent could absorb the life source from the. This created a unique symbiotic relationship, allowing for a remarkable exchange of vitality between both realms. As this occurred, Qin Ming felt a slight tremor course through him, and he sensed a deeper comprehension of the laws governing existence, as well as an enhanced perception of the Great Dao. If earlier he had grasped 10% of the Great Dao, now it had doubled to 20%. No, in truth, the Great Dao does not adhere to a strict percentage. It merely varies in strength. Thus, one might understand that previously, Qin Ming had traversed 10 meters along the path of the Great Dao, whereas now he had expanded that journey to 20 meters. This was indeed remarkable. Given his current understanding and insight into the Great Dao, Qin Ming felt that even without a breakthrough in cultivation, he would not fear facing the combined might of Jane and Junyi. You dare consume my source? You fiend! You fiend! The saint's eyes filled with rage, as he seemed poised to retaliate against Qin Ming. Yet, upon witnessing this, Qin Ming merely chuckled coldly. I spare your life, and you do not appreciate it, instead seeking to kill me? You have only yourself to blame. You shall die. With that, Qin Ming raised his right hand. Prepare to strike. Yet at that moment, a sudden surge of energy erupted nearby, and as it coalesced, Qin Ming's brow furrowed. His raised hand slowly descended, and he fixed a cold gaze upon the source of the energy. Child, let this matter end here. I harbor no desire to trouble you further. Depart swiftly, lest you provoke my wrath. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly, for he could clearly discern the intent behind the speaker's words, as well as the implications embedded within. In other words, should he disregard the warning, he might find himself facing immediate annihilation. But who was this individual? Qin Ming swore that this being was certainly not from the, nor a foe from that realm. Thus, the only possibility remained that they were a cultivator from the primal chaos continent. However, among the cultivators of the primal chaos continent, only the 6 saints possess such capabilities. Jin and Junyi would never dare to threaten him in such a blatant manner. Even if they had the audacity, they would not do so openly. Therefore, it could only be one of the 3 pure ones. Who exactly is it? Qin Ming remains unaware. Could it be a traitor among the 3 purities? That seems implausible. Collaborating with the beings from the abyss? Are they insane? How absurd it is to flaunt power here while hiding in the shadows. Qin Ming scoffed, seemingly indifferent to their presence. The threats in their words did not concern him in the slightest. After all, what merit did a mere shadow possess? Even if the true form were to appear, Qin Ming would hardly take notice. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the void. Yet, upon witnessing it, Qin Ming's laughter grew even more derisive. How pitiful! To disguise your presence, you even manipulated the spiritual energy needed to unleash your techniques? Aren't you exhausted? With a casual wave of his hand, an overwhelming force erupted, shattering the black lightning in an instant. Such methods are utterly insufficient to challenge me. If you wish to protect him, then show yourself. Otherwise, your mere shadow cannot prevent my wrath. As he spoke, Qin Ming thrust his hand forward, condensing a powerful palm imprint in the void. The imprint, as dark as ink, astonished the saint of Yichuan when it manifested. And no, spare me. Please don't kill me. The once defiant saint of Yichuan could hardly fathom that Qin Ming's murderous intent would strike so swiftly. Did he still possess any chance of survival? At that moment, a furious figure in the distance trembled, flames igniting upon his form. You truly intend to be so ruthless? Retract your hand at once, or I will obliterate you. Come forth then, and we shall see, Qin Ming declared, and in an instant, the saint of Yichuan was struck down by his palm, leaving the shadow in utter shock. He had not anticipated such terrifying power from Qin Ming, nor could he comprehend how it had grown so formidable, so unfathomable. Suddenly, a peculiar force erupted within the void, prompting Qin Ming to exhale in relief. Is he finally revealing himself? The Dragon King of the Four Seas, witnessing this, expressed his astonishment. What is happening? Why is someone aiding him? It was unclear, but the palpable strength emanating from this force suggested that both the shadow and the innate saint possessed considerable confidence. Which of the 6 saints could this be? Why has such a situation arisen? The crowd gasped at this question. It was not something one could casually speculate upon. Yet, someone dared to voice it, indicating that such thoughts were not exclusive to Qin Ming, but echoed among others as well. The notion of one of the 6 saints colluding with the abyss was nothing short of a profound disgrace. More than just a disgrace, it was an unfathomable humiliation. A saint should serve as a beacon and a role model for us. Yet now, one of our practitioners conspires with the abyss. How ironic is this? In an instant, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were filled with righteous indignation. Though they had fought amongst themselves for resources, such discord fell within the bounds of their rules. However, to conspire with the mighty of the abyss crossed an unacceptable line. At that moment, a terrifying power began to manifest from Qin Ming's figure. You truly are formidable. If you find amusement in this, I shall indulge you. Is your aim merely to descend as a shadow? How laughable! Qin Ming laughed heartily, then began forming seals, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted throughout the void. Boom! Boom! Countless seals coalesced, and upon witnessing the power before them, everyone recoiled, particularly the Dragon Kings and the Armored Man. Quick! Retreat! The residual force alone is beyond our capability to withstand. It is too strong. What is happening? Why has such a terrifying aftermath suddenly erupted? And what are these seals? The crowd stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength before them. The shadow and the void, too, changed countenance, realizing that Qin Ming intended to locate his true form through a shadow. How foolish! I underestimated him. With that thought, the shadow severed its connection and self-destructed. Boom! The void erupted in chaos, waves of energy surging outward, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. What is transpiring? Why has such a dreadful force erupted? Quick! We cannot escape. Let us unite to withstand this. The Dragon King of the East shouted, his voice filled with genuine terror. The shockwaves alone could claim their lives. Yes, the Dragon Kings, the Armored Man, and countless aquatic warriors rallied together to release their power. Boom! A force instantly shattered their protective barrier, and they witnessed their fellow water practitioners spitting blood, the Dragon King of the Four Seas suffering the gravest injuries. Before such overwhelming power, none could escape unscathed. As Qin Ming observed this scene, a trace of solemnity flickered in his eyes. He self-destructed? What a pity. With that, he slowly turned to approach the Dragon King of the Four Seas, his own power radiating intensely. Before such might, even the Dragon King at his peak would struggle to contend, let alone one recently battered by the fearsome energy. What was this situation? As everyone beheld the unfolding events, fear gripped them, for they sensed Qin Ming's formidable strength, leaving them frozen in place. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances, and one stepped forward. The Dragon King of the North is dead. We implore you to spare us. The Dragon King of the East took the initiative. Qin Ming regarded them with a piercing gaze. I may spare your lives, but the abyss must be contained by your dragon clan. Soon, I will employ powerful techniques to seal this entire abyss, and you must guard it well. Otherwise, you shall not escape death. Understood. The Dragon Kings did not dare refuse. They were already responsible for guarding this realm, for it was said that if the abyss appeared, the local domain must respond. Suddenly, a surge of power resonated around them, and Qin Ming's figure hovered in midair, emanating radiant light. This brilliance bewildered not only him, but all who beheld it. What is this technique? Why does this light bring a sense of oppression I have never witnessed before? Unclear, for not only he had never seen such light, others were equally astonished. Boom! As seals were continuously formed and power surged from the void, everyone stood transfixed, caught in the spectacle unfolding before them. At this moment, the earth and heaven sealing technique was invoked. My heavens, to wield such a formidable sealing art, preparing to forever confine this otherworldly cavern. I never anticipated the earth and heaven sealing technique to manifest. This particular sealing art demands a considerable expenditure of the caster's vital essence. Hence it is seldom employed by powerful beings. Even if it were, it would likely be by those of lesser strength, banding together to mitigate the backlash. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen, pondering if Qin Ming could bear this burden alone. Vital essence is not merely a measure of lifespan. It is an irreplaceable essence. Such a resource does not simply materialize. Each consumption depletes it irrevocably. Alas, the Dragon King of the East sighed, pondering that perhaps this exemplifies the magnanimity of true power. Yet just moments ago, we clearly had a congenital sage betray us. The armored man beside him could not help but interject. How could we be unaware of what you speak? But we must trust that not all are like that, especially this individual before us. Moreover, across the entirety of the primordial origin continent, there are not solely 6 sages. Consider this individual's formidable strength. He is not one of the 6 sages. As they engaged in discourse, Qin Ming had already brought the sealing process to its final moments. As for exhausting vital essence, that notion was utterly unfounded. How could he possibly deplete his vital essence? Qin Ming valued himself too highly to resort to such measures. Suddenly, an extraordinarily peculiar energy erupted in the void. From beyond the 33 heavens, a golden beam of light shot forth from the sunstar, surging towards them. The appearance of this golden light caused the fabric of the void to fracture. Upon the golden beam's descent, it imprinted itself upon the seal Qin Ming had cast, reinforcing it. Everyone present was rendered speechless, for they realized that Qin Ming had unleashed a terrifying power, attracting the supreme yang energy from the sun star. Under the augmentation of this energy, the seal would become even more robust. Observing this, Qin Ming nodded slowly, then turned to the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, stating, "You 3 shall remain as guardians. I shall impart to you a magical imprint, enabling you to navigate this formation. You may place those you deem promising within for training. Their presence will allow our people to traverse as well, and within lies an abundance of primordial energy, even at the edges of the passage. A rich primordial essence will form. Such a dense aura is coveted by all, and you may declare that anyone who comes to suppress will have access to this primordial energy. Thus, a steady stream of cultivators will arrive, alleviating your burdens." The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas were taken aback, for they had never conceived of such an approach, let alone realizing that it might genuinely alleviate their peril. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The Dragon King of the East stepped forward first, addressing everyone with reverence. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The Dragon Kings of the South and West, along with the armored man, humbly offered their thanks, fully aware that a breakthrough to sagehood seemed imminent. The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas were truly elated. Although this task appeared fraught with peril, they now understood it to be a fortuitous opportunity. If managed adeptly, they might achieve breakthroughs within millennia, stepping directly into the legendary realm of sages. They aspired to entrust their souls to the Dao, becoming immortal, as long as they could attain the status of a Hunyuan Hyojin Xian alongside the sages. Their power and combat prowess would rank among the strongest in the entire primordial realm, and they would no longer fear the Western teachings. Chapter 67. Trespassing the Blood Sea. No mercy given since you have all agreed. I shall refrain from further elaboration. I initially came to discern what lay in this realm and the nature of the primordial energy, only to discover it emanates from this otherworldly cavern. Exercise caution. This is a method of controlling the sealing art, Qin Ming declared, illuminating golden rays above their heads before continuing, from this moment forth. You shall guard this place without retreat. As for other matters, you may delegate tasks to your trusted subordinates. I shall take my leave. With that, Qin Ming vanished from their midst. On the other hand, upon sensing Qin Ming's aura dissipate, the Dragon King of the West finally spoke. Did you feel that? It seems Qin Ming has vanished? Oof. Dragon King of the West, as our closest brethren, I wish to say little, past rivalries aside. Today, if you seek death, we shall not impede you. Just do not involve us. The sudden remark from the Dragon King of the East left the Dragon King of the West feeling vexed. He continued, I was merely jesting. Besides, given the splendid environment here, why would I leave? The Dragon King of the West was not Navi. His prior comment was merely a probe. Seeing that neither the Dragon King of the South nor the Dragon King of the East shared such intentions, he would not foolishly confront them. After all, Qin Ming's strength was sufficient to obliterate him in an instant, having effortlessly slain even the sage of Yichuan. Eliminating him, a quasi-saint at the peak of perfection, would be trivial. Meanwhile, others had begun to observe the unfolding scene, and as they perceived the circumstances, expressions of astonishment etched across their faces. Can we all cultivate here? It appears so, and as previously stated, this place is open to our aquatikin. Thus, we can achieve breakthroughs in a remarkably short time, potentially reaching the realm of the Daoist Xian. This is wonderful. At this moment, Qin Ming remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had inadvertently drawn many into this scenario, as he soared towards the Nether River S9 Hells. For Qin Ming, it was imperative to prepare for certain matters in advance. While the six sages were undeniably powerful, it remained uncertain whether they could unite against external threats, and the identity of the traitor was still unknown. Thus, it was essential for him to take the initiative. Otherwise, complications would surely arise. Boom! Just then, a gust of energy surged nearby, causing Qin Ming to furrow his brow. Is another treasure emerging? Never mind, I should first visit the Underworld, as that realm still belongs to the Witch Clan. If I can unite with them and guide them to the Sea of 10,000 Seas, collaborating with the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, it would enhance our efficiency, Qin Ming remarked, disregarding the power emanating from the treasure. Meanwhile, a calm young man, 100 kilometers away from Qin Ming, cast a casual glance in his direction and mused, what is happening? His cultivation is so formidable. You should be able to sense the treasure's aura. If he were to come, we could lure him into a trap. Once we eliminate him, our third passage to the otherworldly cavern would be complete. However, it seems he is not interested. But that's fine. We shall proceed quietly. Someone will inevitably take notice. It seems this is our only course. We must remain discreet. If any discerning individuals uncover our emergence from the Sea of 10,000 Seas, it would certainly lead to trouble. At this moment, Qin Ming remained unaware that the light he had observed was, in fact, a guise for a treasure's aura, designed to attract powerful beings and entrap them. Following their demise, the energy accumulated would ultimately unlock the last segment of the passage. Certainly, even if Qin Ming were aware, he would not concern himself with it. His current strength was undeniable, and unless the opponent had reached the level of the Supreme Being, he would merely be unable to defeat them, but could hold them off. At that point, he would only need to send a signal, and help would arrive. In a flash, bolstered by the ancestral Qilin, Qin Ming traversed the journey to the Nine Nether Ghost River in a mere 4 days. However, as he set foot in the river, he was met with the sight of a tumultuous sea of blood from which countless auras began to emerge. Upon witnessing this scene, a trace of astonishment flickered across Qin Ming's face. What is happening? Am I already being obstructed before I even enter? Boom! Just as Qin Ming pondered, an extraordinarily ugly figure appeared before him, radiating an aura that suggested he had taken countless lives. Furthermore, an overwhelming stench of blood emanated from him. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Ming had yet to speak when the figure pointed at him and bellowed, "Who dares approach? Trespassing the sea of blood means death." Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he replied, "I have matters to discuss with the Ancestor of the Ghost River. Please relay my request swiftly to reach the Underworld The Blood Sea Ghost River was a relatively close passage, but it was the domain of the Ghost River Ancestor. Therefore, even if Qin Ming wished to pass through, he required the Ancestor's consent. Thus, he chose to show courtesy before resorting to force, seeking to have them announce his arrival. In previous times, a saint would likely have charged through without a second thought, for a mere mortal would not warrant such consideration. All beneath the saint are but ants. A saying not to be taken lightly during the Primordial era. Any who dared to act recklessly would undoubtedly be suppressed and killed, and others would not dare speak against it. Upon being obstructed, Qin Ming did not express anger. Instead, he calmly stated, "What a joke. Who among you believes they can meet our ancestor? Is it merely because our ancestor has recently obtained a treasure? Begone, or do not blame me for being rude." This roadblock was one of the 4 great guardians of the Ghost River Ancestor, possessing strength at the early stage of quasi-saint. His defenses were formidable, further enhanced by his mastery of physical cultivation. Such a powerhouse, when equipped with close combat spiritual treasures, would surely amplify his might significantly. Seeing this, Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. He cared little for what treasure the Ancestor had acquired. Rather, he was vexed by the arrogance of the Ancestor's subordinate. "I will grant you one last chance, as the Ancestor's avatar does not wish to hold it against you. Otherwise, Before Qin Ming could finish, the figure retorted, "Otherwise what? Today, you shall witness my power." As he spoke, a myriad of blood-red auras erupted around him, causing the sea of blood to boil. Everyone present was left in shock. "Why does one of our guardians require the power of the Blood Sea?" they murmured. "Is this fellow truly that formidable? I suspect he wishes to show off. Today is the day our Ancestor hosts the great treasure ceremony. If he appears exceptionally powerful, he might gain our Ancestor's favor in the days to come." "Indeed, well said." The crowd nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Qin Ming was indifferent to their chatter. He gazed at the figure before him and could not help but exclaim, "You truly are blind. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Qin Ming extended his hand, unleashing a powerful force that coalesced before him like a terrifying specter. "Ha!" With a fierce shout, the manifested aura surged toward the opponent. "Annihilate!" Qin Ming called again, and before the figure could unleash his Blood Sea aura, he was obliterated in an instant. Many present failed to comprehend what had transpired. Everything before them vanished. What has happened? Someone could not help but inquire. "I do not know. All I saw was the great guardian summon the power of the Blood Sea. But before he could act, he was struck by a blinding light, and then his essence was destroyed. He simply vanished." The crowd was left in shock, their gazes toward Qin Ming filled with terror and unease. They could not fathom that he possessed such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Ghost River Ancestor, many were engaged in jovial conversation, and the Ancestor was about to reveal the treasure he had recently acquired when he suddenly felt a grave sense of foreboding. He sensed the death of one of his great guardians, a connection rooted in their bloodline, as the Azura clan was created by the Ghost River Ancestor. Now, feeling the death of the great guardian, his shock intensified. Someone dared to kill on his territory? Was this individual courting death? In a fit of rage, he stood up and addressed the assembly. "Today, someone dares to kill my guardian on my grounds. Those willing to accompany me today shall witness the might of the god-slaying spear." Upon hearing the Ancestor's words, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. The Ghost River Ancestor was on the verge of a breakthrough, nearing the innate saint level. Such a powerful being was rarely seen in action. So how could they not be thrilled? They began to cheer, "Let us witness the might of the Ghost River Ancestor." "Ha! The god-slaying spear is formidable. Now that our Ancestor possesses it, its power has increased significantly, even capable of contending with saints." As they boasted, the Ancestor chuckled, "You flatter me. Saints dwell on high. We dare not compare ourselves." Though he spoke humbly, the joy on his face was unmistakable. He believed that should figures like Jane and Juni attack him, he would have the means to defend himself. After all, he was merely at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Those saints were known to declare, "All beneath the saint are but ants." To kill a cultivator beneath the saint level was as effortless as breathing. Now, merely being able to preserve his life against them was enough to elevate his stature above the rest. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the void, and as the sound resonated, Everyone clearly saw Qin Ming unleash an overwhelming aura, stirring the entire sea of blood into a frenzy. Upon sensing such might, the Ancestor's expression darkened, and he led the crowd directly out of the blood sea toward Qin Ming's direction. Who dares act so recklessly in my sea of blood? As he spoke, an imposing authority accompanied his words, causing the very void to tremble. Qin Ming, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. The god-slaying spear? How does this fellow possess a god-slaying spear? Qin Ming was astonished, for he had one of his own. How could this individual also wield one that appeared identical to his? This situation perplexed him, leaving him with a grave expression, as these matters were beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning appeared in the vast void, emanating from the god-slaying spear, striking directly towards Qin Ming with a ferocity akin to the thickness of a bowl. How audacious of you, Mingyi, to dare lay hands upon me. Do you truly wish to forsake your cultivation? Qin Ming seethed, incredulous at the folly of his opponent. Did you genuinely believe that possessing the god-slaying spear rendered you invincible? Did you imagine that it granted you the audacity to challenge a sage? What a fool you are. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, only to subsequently tremble in fear. The aura of a saint. How could this be? What brings a sage to this place? I have encountered the 6 saints before, yet I have never seen this one. What is happening here? All present were rendered speechless as they witnessed this scene, save for the ancestor of Mingyi, whose eyes flickered with fierce determination. An opportunity has arisen. The 6 saints of the Primordial era gained fame too soon, and the chances of surviving a confrontation with them are slim. However, to engage with this unknown newcomer who has somehow become a saint is a chance for my own renown. Let me known that I, Ancestor Mingyi, can contend with a sage. Henceforth, my status shall soar. With this thought, he surged forward like a streak of lightning, wielding the god-slaying spear towards Qin Ming without uttering a word, launching straight into combat. Seeing this, Qin Ming's expression darkened slightly. What a useless fool. Stunned, the others nearby watched in disbelief. Is Mingyi truly challenging a sage? Has he lost his mind? Perhaps, being a newly ascended sage, he seeks to hone his skills, using this encounter as a sharpening stone? As the crowd murmured, Ancestor Mingyi had already charged forward, the spear crackling with lightning, an amalgamation of terrifying power coalescing upon it, unleashing a force that none dared to gaze upon. Perhaps he truly could succeed. One person remarked. Chapter 69. The Means of Sage. At this moment, Qin Ming sighed deeply at the sight of this fool. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. But before you perish, I shall acquire what I desire. Rise. Qin Ming uttered these words calmly, and suddenly a radiant light appeared in the void, enveloping Ancestor Mingyi, who instantly found himself suspended in midair. He could not move, and the terrifying god-slaying spear in his grasp lost its lightning and murderous intent. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this the power of a sage? Above, Ancestor Mingyi was ensnared by a peculiar force, utterly immobilized, unable to utter a single word, his eyes wide with terror. After a moment, sensing a retreat of the force, he hastily exclaimed, Sage, you truly are a sage. The thought of having just contended with an innate sage was nearly unbearable. An innate sage is an immensely powerful being, capable of annihilating me with but a thought. He had assumed his opponent was merely a fledgling sage. After acquiring the god-slaying spear, he believed he could at least protect himself. Yet, who could have predicted that his opponent's speed was so overwhelming and that the power was beyond his control? In mere moments, his spear was seized, and his body felt utterly unresponsive. There was no contest. If this being wished to end his life, it could be done with a mere thought. Panting heavily, Ancestor Mingyi finally addressed Qin Ming earnestly. Senior, I concede. I humbly ask for your mercy. Upon witnessing Ancestor Mingyi's capitulation, the others quickly grasped the reality. Ancestor Mingyi was utterly powerless. A sage is a sage, far beyond their reach. Thus, upon Mingyi's surrender, the rest knelt in reverence, recognizing that only through such submission could they express their respect for an innate sage. Qin Ming remained indifferent, simply gesturing to lower Ancestor Mingyi from the void, then stated solemnly, I merely wish to traverse the blood sea to reach the underworld. Your subordinate's obstruction is forgivable, but your lack of insight in blocking me is not. Today, I shall spare your life, but from this day forth, the blood sea shall belong to me, Qin Ming, and you shall serve as my subordinate. Should you refuse, you will meet your demise today. Qin Ming gazed coldly at Ancestor Mingi. For Qin Ming, it was imperative to gather loyal subordinates, especially with impending turmoil in the... He knew that despite sealing the once more, the traitorous sage in league with it was already aware of his identity. Thus, he was in grave danger, potentially facing abduction or assassination at any moment. Hence, he needed powerful allies and sought to elevate their strength to the sage level. Indeed, Ancestor Mingi, wishing to preserve his life, would not relinquish such an opportunity. Moreover, having a sage as a patron would ensure his survival. That was sufficient for him. Very well. Lead me forth, Qin Ming stated nonchalantly. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had witnessed Qin Ming's impressive strength. Yet, it was remarkable that he had compelled Ancestor Mingi to submit, and the latter had agreed. Previously, the three pure ones among the six saints had attempted to gain Mingi's allegiance, but had met with disdain and insults, as he believed himself justified. Furthermore, as Hong Jun was somewhat of a mentor to him, the saints had refrained from further provocation. Yet, who could have anticipated that an unheard-of sage could achieve in a single utterance what others could not? This was truly extraordinary. Ignoring the crowd, Qin Ming instructed Ancestor Mingi to guide him through the blood sea, swiftly approaching the passageway leading to the Underworld. After traversing for a day, they finally arrived at the true passage. Ancestor Mingi pointed towards the entrance. This shall lead to the Underworld. As the master of the Azura Path, I possess the right to access this passage. Senior, please follow me. With a calm demeanor, Ancestor Mingi proceeded towards the entrance, moving with great speed and formidable strength, showcasing his considerable prowess. As Qin Ming unleashed a powerful airflow, his own strength surged, creating an increasingly violent and terrifying force. The pervasive extreme Yin energy here was astonishingly potent. Qin Ming's expression darkened. He had visited the Underworld before, but had never experienced such intensity. Ancestor Mingi explained, this extreme Yin energy emanates from the six paths of reincarnation. The exact cause eludes me, but it seems that the swift operation of the six paths leads to spirits being unable to fully reincarnate, resulting in a continuous overflow of energy, which manifests as this extreme Yin energy. Upon hearing Ancestor Mingi's words, Qin Ming paused, then scrutinized him closely before replying. There must be some issue within the six paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, such a situation could not arise. Who would argue otherwise? Alas, I can only manage my Azura path. Currently, it remains relatively intact. There have been no reports of complications during spirit reincarnation, primarily concerning the other five paths. All five paths are under the control of the Witch Clan, and their actions are a mystery to all. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but merely observing in silence. At that moment, a sudden surge of power erupted not far away, causing Qin Ming to furrow his brow. It seems someone within has already sensed our presence. Fear not, laughed Ancestor Mingi, stepping forward with an air of confidence. As he spoke, it became apparent to all that he was radiating a formidable strength, one that was uniquely his own. This power. The onlookers' expressions turned grave, sensing the imminent danger. Ancestor Mingi's demeanor shifted dramatically after just a few steps, his face paling. Chapter 70. The Panga deity, what manner of being is that? The Tenyama kings are here, waiting for us. As Ancestor Mingi spoke, two figures descended from the passage, and the crowd's attention shifted to their surroundings, where they could clearly see numerous formidable beings lurking. Among them, the 10 Yama Kings exhibited a particularly eerie presence. These 10 were the foremost ancestral witches, save for the Earth Mother and her sister. Each appeared terrifyingly muscular and formidable. Qin Ming's brow knitted slightly as he observed them, a trace of solemnity flickering in his gaze. Although these beings lacked the might of saints, they emanated a peculiar aura that took Qin Ming by surprise. Ancestor Mingi, why are you here in the Underworld instead of the Blood Sea? Spoke Gong Gong, his expression grave and water vapor swirling around him as if he were about to strike. Ancestor Mingi, however, showed no fear. I'm also a member of the Underworld. Is it not within my rights to enter? With that, Ancestor Mingi's blood energy surged. and it appeared as if a confrontation was imminent. Observing the escalating tension, Qin Ming interjected, "Enough. Stand down." Upon hearing Qin Ming's command, Ancestor Mingi took a few steps back, standing respectfully beside him. It was at this moment that they noticed another figure standing beside Ancestor Mingi, much to their astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, they collectively inquired, "Who are you?" Qin Ming disregarded their question and addressed Ancestor Mingi. "Since you have brought me what I sought, you may return now. Just remember your promise." "Yes, esteemed one," Ancestor Mingi replied, casting a lingering glance at the group before turning to leave. As he departed, Emperor Jun furrowed his brow and stepped closer to Qin Ming, coldly demanding, "Who exactly are you?" "I have come simply to propose a transaction, though you few are not in a position to decide. Bring forth Pingxin," Qin Ming stated calmly. As his words settled in, the 10 individuals froze momentarily, and then, led by Emperor Jun, approached Qin Ming with cold hostility. "You dare to." Yet before Emperor Jun could finish his threat, he found himself rendered speechless, paralyzed by the overwhelming power before him, unable to utter a word. Another figure exhaled deeply. "So, is a saint who has descended. We are remiss in our welcome." At that moment, Zhu Rong stepped forward, astonished to see a saint in the underworld, especially one who was not among those they had encountered before. This revelation was intriguing. If this individual was not one of the 6 saints they knew, it suggested the possibility of other saints arising in the vast expanse of the primordial continent. It appeared that the secrets of ascension to saintly status were within this person's grasp, without reliance on heavenly merit or the need to invest their essence. Such potential was a treasure, a beacon of hope for countless beings. Many were stymied at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, and it was no wonder that even Ancestor Mingi, who could not be subdued by the 3 pure ones, willingly followed him, for this man possessed the ability to elevate the ordinary quasi-saints to the realm of saints. At this juncture, Qin Ming remained contemplative, silently observing. After several minutes, the 10 individuals bowed respectfully before him, with Emperor Jun stepping forward to address him. "I have dispatched others to fetch my sister. It should not be long before Pingxin arrives." Just as Emperor Jun finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a woman dressed in court attire. A serene aura emanated from her, causing astonishment among the onlookers. They had not anticipated such an unusual presence from her. However, Qin Ming regarded her with a serious expression and stated, "There is a matter I must discuss with Pingxin, but it cannot be done here." Pingxin regarded Qin Ming intently before responding, "Please, follow me." She turned and led them deeper inside, while the others exchanged glances filled with apprehension. In contrast, Qin Ming remained unfazed, as if he were in the presence of an ordinary person. Emperor Jun swallowed hard and remarked, "When did Pingxin's aura become so formidable? How long has it been since she entered seclusion?" "I do not know," another replied. "It seems this potent energy of extreme yin is linked to her. The details remain unclear." At that moment, Qin Ming and Lady Pingxin arrived at a hidden realm. Without further ado, Qin Ming stated, "I am uncertain if you are aware, but the Earth Mother has not truly perished. Her essence remains within the cycle of reincarnation. According to my calculations, we have approximately 10,000 years. If we can gather several treasures within this time, we may have the chance to resurrect her. At that point, divine merit may descend, potentially allowing her to attain sainthood." Upon hearing this, Pingxin's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded Qin Ming with newfound seriousness. After a lengthy silence, she finally inquired, "How could you possibly know this?" "This information is known to no one, since Pingxin herself was merely at the peak of quasi-sainthood, standing before the saintly Qin Ming. She could not address him as a peer, but rather as a venerable elder." Qin Ming shook his head gently. "Do not question how I came upon this knowledge. It is a matter that can be deduced. I merely recalled it suddenly, prompting my visit. Since you are aware, you understand what is required. I am here to assist you." "What are your terms?" Pingxin asked, fully aware that such significant matters typically prompted saints to suppress them, fearing that resources were limited. The emergence of another saint would dilute the share of power among existing saints, and even the heavenly Dao would not permit the existence of too many saints, as their strength largely derived from it. Thus, the prospect of another saint was an unexpected development, and to seek the ascension of others was peculiar indeed. Acknowledging this, Pingxin understood that the one before her must have conditions attached. who would freely agree to such a proposition. Yet Qin Ming laughed. Conditions? What conditions could I possibly have? There are none. He shook his head. Are there truly no conditions? Certainly not. Once one becomes a sage, they would owe themselves an immense karmic debt, a burden that could never be repaid in a lifetime. In such a scenario, if one were to encounter difficulties, would they refrain from intervening? As long as they hesitate to act, their Dao heart cannot attain stability. At that point, they might not even have the opportunity to act, leading to the collapse of their Dao heart and ultimately to their demise. This is indeed a terrifying prospect. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Ping Xian was initially unaware of the significance of a sage's Dao heart, leading her to harbor some doubts. However, observing Qin Ming's earnest demeanor, she spoke very well. But once we revive the Ancestor Witch of Earth, from henceforth, the Underworld shall heed the words of the Elder. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied, Pray tell, what else do you require? I need a physical vessel capable of containing the might of a sage, along with 3 spirit herbs and the 9 nether leaves. The 9 nether leaves I can procure immediately, as they lie deep within the Underworld, in the realm of the 9 nether. However, acquiring a physical vessel and the 3 spirit herbs is rather challenging. I have the 3 spirit herbs. Qin Ming interjected with a smile. As for the vessel you mentioned, I can also secure that. After saying this, Qin Ming produced the 3 spirit herbs from his robes and handed them over. Once Ping Xian accepted them, Qin Ming continued. This is the Pangu clay needed for the vessel. This clay is imbued with the essence of Pangu and can certainly withstand the might of a sage. Using this as a physical form poses no issue whatsoever. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Ping Xian examined the clay with her hand, and her expression shifted dramatically. For what Qin Ming claimed was indeed true. He had everything they needed. Who is this person? As the actual ruler of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Underworld, Ping Xian naturally had knowledge of the Ancestor Witch of Earth's primordial spirit. She understood that the key to reviving the Ancestor, which was not merely the 3 spirit herbs or the 9 nether leaves, for those could be obtained easily. The true challenge lay in acquiring a vessel capable of bearing the might of a sage. Such a vessel was difficult to procure, as the sage's power, infused with the laws of heaven, could easily shatter a mortal form and lead to the dissolution of the primordial spirit. After countless ages of wear, even the Ancestor Witch of Earth, possessing formidable strength, had diminished significantly over time and could not withstand any turbulence. Hence, upon seeing the Pangu clay before her, she was utterly astonished, for the Pangu clay, when molded into a vessel, could certainly endure the might of a sage. What manner of existence was Pangu? The creator of the cosmos, who cleaved through 3,000 demon gods with a single stroke. A vessel crafted from Pangu clay could withstand even the supreme beings beyond sages, such as the Hunyuan Wuji de Luo Jingxian. How then could it not endure the presence of a sage? Thus, as Ping Xian sensed the aura emanating from the Pangu clay, her expression turned exceptionally exhilarated. Are you certain there is nothing further we need to do? At this moment, Ping Xian still found it hard to believe that this innate sage required no recompense. How could this be possible? I have stated my purpose. I am here to revive the Ancestor Witch of Earth. As for anything else, I have not contemplated. Qin Ming shook his head and continued, If you agree, let us commence without delay. Ping Xian regarded Qin Ming with a profound gaze. After all, given Qin Ming's capabilities as an innate sage, if he wished to disregard the Underworld, he need not go through such trouble. She turned and led Qin Ming toward the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation, while the other 10 ancestral witches stood dumbfounded in their place, as if they had just received momentous news. The Ancestor Witch of Earth was their younger sister, and they knew much about her. After the war of the witches and demons, the Ancestor Witch of Earth, out of compassion for the lost souls, transformed herself into the 6 paths of reincarnation, disappearing thereafter, leaving only the benevolent Ping Xian and the malevolent Meng Pur. The possibility of reviving the Ancestor Witch of Earth was astonishing news indeed. Meanwhile, Qin Ming and Ping Xian arrived at the 6 paths of reincarnation. After taking a moment to sense the surroundings, Qin Ming remarked, I can perceive her essence, though it is faint. Previously, I believed she could persist for at least 10,000 years. Yet now, given the rate of her primordial spirit's depletion, even 100 years would be fortunate. Upon hearing this, Ping Xion's countenance paled. 100 years? What could be achieved in such a brief span? For beings of their caliber, 100 years was but the blink of an eye, let alone 10,000 or 1,000,000 years. Thus, the ancestor witch of Earth was on the verge of vanishing, and had Qi Ming not arrived, she would indeed have had no chance. Very well, I shall commence the ritual, Qi Ming declared as he cast the Pangu clay into the air, shaping it with his magical power to resemble the ancestor witch of Earth. He then added the 9 nether leaves and the 3 spirit herbs, proceeding to refine them. After completing these tasks, Qi Ming extended his hand into the 6 paths of reincarnation, utilizing the diverse powers of the 6 paths to seek the location of the ancestor witch of Earth's primordial spirit. Soon he detected something amiss, for although he could sense the ancestor witch's essence, each time he sent his power into the 6 paths, there was no response, and he could not locate her. Why was this? Puzzled, Qi Ming withdrew his power and began to ponder. Noting his frown, Ping Xen could not help but inquire, "What troubles you? Have you not found her?" "Indeed, I can sense her essence, yet I cannot discern her location. It is quite peculiar, as if someone is deliberately concealing her presence." Qi Ming shook his head. Such a person would not be simple. To obscure one's essence and evade detection required a level of strength surpassing his own. Who could it be? Qi Ming mused. Meanwhile, at the border of the primordial origin continent, in a realm of chaos, an elderly man clad in court attire stood quietly, one hand holding a staff, the other a plate. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and gazed toward the 9 nether underworld. Is someone searching for the ancestor witch of Earth's primordial spirit? How intriguing. After so many years, no one has remembered her, yet now someone recalls this matter. It seems there are still those who pay heed to the deeds of the ancestor witch of Earth. The old man spoke softly, then continued, in the realm of heaven, there should exist an underworld to complement it, ensuring harmony between yin and yang, thus achieving equality in the world. Very well, I shall release you. With that, the old man waved his hand, and a beam of light flashed within the 6 paths. Upon seeing this light, Qi Ming's expression shifted instantly. No one knew that this elder was the honored ancestor Hong Jun, the embodiment of the Dao. At this moment, as Qi Ming probed the 6 paths for the first time, he did not anticipate that he would fail to detect the essence of the ancestor witch of Earth, let alone her primordial spirit. What could be the reason behind this? Qi Ming furrowed his brow. The 10 ancestral witches gathered around, and they could clearly perceive the aura lying above, shaped from Pangu clay. This essence astonished both Qi Ming and the others, for they had been unable to sense such a spiritual force from the outset. Even less could they probe into the primordial spirit of the ancestor witch of Earth. Could it be that she had completely merged with the 6 paths of reincarnation? Thus, they could sense the aura, but not her essence. At this moment, Ping Xin stepped forward and spoke to Qi Ming. That cannot be. Qi Ming shook his head. I can sense that this is not a fusion aura. Rather, it is a peculiar force that has sealed her away. I can perceive the presence of the one responsible, yet this power obscures her. Thus, I found myself utterly lost. At this moment, the serene goddess furrowed her brow, and suddenly, a radiant beam of light descended from the void. Following this illumination, the crowd beheld a blinding brilliance erupting from afar. Upon witnessing this surge of power, Qi Ming and his companions were rendered speechless, unable to fathom how he had acquired such strength, or why he had transformed into this current state. Though I am uncertain why this force has been released, Qi Ming suddenly smiled, and subsequently, he channeled his energy into the 6 paths of reincarnation. This time, he did so effortlessly, directly locating the essence of the ancestral witch, Hutu, as well as her primordial spirit. It's you, Qi Ming declared, swiftly drawing her closer. In the presence of his might, she had no chance to resist, easily succumbing to his control. Boom! In an instant, that primordial spirit surged into the Pangu clay, and both Qi Ming and the others were momentarily taken aback by this force. Soon after, a cascade of light descended from the heavens, landing upon the Pangu clay. With a resounding roar, countless heavenly sounds began to coalesce. It is noteworthy that Hutu, herself, had once sacrificed her being to become the 6 paths of reincarnation, thereby accruing immense merit. Had she not perished, she might have achieved sanctity. Now, as she revived, celestial powers inevitably showered down upon her, especially since her physical form was derived from the Pangu clay. With the enhancement of the Pangu clay, her celestial merit would grow even more formidable. Bear in mind, this Pangu clay harbored the virtues of the great Pangu himself, and under such merit, it would naturally amplify her strength. With all these forces converging, they truly felt the presence of power. Exhaling deeply, Qin Ming observed as countless rays of light continuously cascaded down, all emanating from celestial powers and merits. Once all the celestial merits formed, the remaining force surged forth explosively. No one could believe that at this moment, Qin Ming's strength had become so overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. As darkness enveloped the world, it became evident to everyone present that Qin Ming's abilities were exceedingly formidable. With the strength of a single individual, he had effortlessly torn through the void and extracted the primordial spirit of Hoodoo from the 6 paths of reincarnation, subsequently consolidating her power. This unleashed a tremendous burst of energy. Bang! Suddenly, with the eruption of this force, they could distinctly see the so-called celestial merits coalescing into a terrifying potency. Once formed, this energy gathered around the back of Hutu's head, with countless divine lights entwined. By the heavens, a great saint! At this moment, the ancestral, which Zhu Rong exclaimed, his voice ringing with excitement. His figure radiated exuberance. The implication of his sister being a great saint was profound. It heralded a future of unrestrained ambition. A great saint is free from the dictates of celestial law, and even should the Dao Ancestor Hongjun appear, he would remain unconcerned in this realm of the 9 netherworlds. At this juncture, Qin Ming exhaled, and the radiant light in the void began to gradually dissipate as waves of grand merit fell from the heavens. As these energies coalesced, the celestial merits previously gathered at Hutu's form began to recede, revealing the grandeur of the Great Path. The emergence of a great saint was unprecedented. Upon witnessing this, a sense of dread crept into the eyes of all present. To become an enemy of a great saint was akin to opposing the Dao Ancestor Hongjun. For Qin Ming, the revival of Hutu was somewhat unexpected, as he had deemed the possibility of her resurrection exceedingly slim. Her primordial spirit had been nearly depleted, and if a final fusion were attempted, it was highly probable she would be consumed, fading into oblivion within her physical form. Yet astonishingly, success was achieved in the last moment, and so swiftly that after the descent of celestial merit, the Great Path's merit was directly manifested. This was indeed intriguing. It seemed Hutu would become the first practitioner of the Great Path to achieve sanctity within the entirety of the primordial realm. Qin Ming silently observed, as streams of merit, like crimson rays, continuously fell, igniting excitement in the gazes of all present. They, like Qin Ming, had not anticipated such rapid transformation, nor such exaggerated outcomes. The capabilities Qin Ming possessed were truly unforeseen. Bang! Just then, Qin Ming unleashed a surge of energy, drawing in all the excess celestial merits into his being. Though celestial merit possesses the ability to influence thoughts, Qin Ming was unconcerned, for he possessed the capacity to counterbalance it. Thus, upon absorption, it would solely enhance his abilities, without leading to any chaotic repercussions. Bang! At that moment, a crisp sound resonated, and all systems of power erupted forth. Witnessing Qin Ming's might, everyone was left in stunned silence. This individual's strength was indeed utterly unexpected. As they beheld Qin Ming's formidable prowess, expressions of gravity adorned their faces. They had never imagined that he could absorb celestial merit. After all, they themselves were powerful, like Emperor Jun or Zhu Rong, who stood on the cusp of sanctity. Yet now, the celestial merit, once absorbed, could potentially propel them beyond the realm of saints. However, they were incapable of such feats, while this youth before them could. This revelation was beyond astonishing. It was utterly shocking. This individual indeed possessed formidable strength. Not only had he revived his sister, but he had also elevated her to the status of a saint. Henceforth, the intricate ties between them would be undeniable. Whatever his intentions, they could not afford to abandon their aspirations. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. They believed that Qin Ming should not possess such power. In their eyes, the true strength of Qin Ming could erupt from the very fabric of the world. Following this explosive display, all currents of energy surged forth, relentlessly cascading. Yet, Beneath this overwhelming force, none could believe that Qin Ming could achieve such heights. Friend Hutu. At this moment, Qin Ming, witnessing the complete absorption of the great past mirror by Hutu, allowed a smile to grace his features as he approached her step by step. Upon seeing him, she regarded him with a mixture of awe and respect, for she could not comprehend why his strength seemed so formidable and terrifying, far beyond her expectations. As the crowd observed Qin Ming advancing toward Hutu, she reverently spoke, "Friend Qin Ming, I owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your intervention, I would still be unable to revive, let alone reach such heights in this realm. To become a saint was something I had never dared to consider." Qin Ming, upon hearing the remarks, merely chuckled softly without elaborating further. To him, the individual in question possessed negligible strength. If true power were to be unleashed, the collective aura of their group would coalesce and manifest instantly. It is essential to note that, in the face of genuine power, each individual would inevitably release their own wave of energy at that very moment. Suddenly, a surge of energy materialized in the void, and as this formidable aura became apparent, the group finally grasped the terrifying strength that Qin Ming possessed. The magnitude of this power was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, someone nearby exhaled deeply and stepped forward, addressing the others with a smile. "From this moment forth, we in the Netherworld stand united with our comrade Qin Ming. Anything related to him is inherently connected to us. Do you all understand?" The speaker was Di Jun, who coldly articulated this statement to the gathered crowd. Following his words, several expressions of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. They appeared perplexed, as if they held a profound respect for Qin Ming. Their reverence was well-founded. One must consider the significant contributions Qin Ming made to the Netherworld and the Witch Clan. He was a sage, a being of immense power. Such a figure was indeed formidable and fearsome. Upon hearing Di Jun's declaration, the others nodded in agreement, for they recognized that both Qin Ming and any present individual shared a common understanding. The strength of Qin Ming was undeniably substantial. Only when confronted with this reality did they truly comprehend the magnitude of one's power. With a resounding thud, Qin Ming gradually approached the assembly, and after a few moments, he spoke. "I am aware that some of you possess considerable strength. However, I must inform you that from this point on, anyone who dares to harm our witch clan within the vast expanse of the primordial world should not hesitate. Strike decisively. Those who deserve to be slain shall be vanquished. Do not harbor any fear." Upon hearing Qin Ming's command, the crowd nodded vigorously, for they understood that true strength was paramount. Their capabilities were straightforward. It was only upon sensing this overwhelming aura that they comprehended the essence of true power in the void. Suddenly, a peculiar surge of energy began to coalesce in the atmosphere, and as this force intensified, additional waves of power erupted, releasing a torrent of energy. Qin Ming exhaled, and they witnessed the manifestation of this formidable energy wave. In the presence of such terrifying strength, the significance of this energy fluctuation became paramount. Enough of idle chatter. He continued. "Today, our comrade Hutu has ascended to sainthood, and now." At that moment, figures began to materialize in the void, revealing the presence of the Sanqing and the leaders of the Western sect. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Laozi displayed a brief moment of surprise, offering a symbolic greeting before addressing the distant Hutu ancestor. "Congratulations, my friend, on attaining the sacred rank." "Congratulations," many others echoed, recognizing the importance of winning Hutu's allegiance. With the emergence of such a potent aura, every onlooker's eyes reflected the immense power at play. After all, few could fathom that one individual could wield such extraordinary might. The sight of Qin Ming left them collectively astonished and apprehensive. Another powerful surge erupted, and as they beheld Qin Ming's might, solemn expressions spread across their faces. They were unprepared for the revelation of such formidable strength. Qin Ming shook his head and declared, "You feeble-minded individuals, should you truly wish to display such power from this moment onward, I shall ensure you understand who truly reigns in this realm. We in the Netherworld do not welcome you. Be gone." Indeed, Qin Ming's words resonated with contempt for those figures who, upon encountering the saints, had exuded an air of superiority. Now, they dared to appear and unleash such an aura? By what right did they presume to do so? In that instant, a powerful force surged through the void. causing Laozi to falter slightly in astonishment. He had not anticipated the extent of Qin Ming's strength. How had he achieved such extraordinary power? As the assembly beheld Qin Ming's might, they were rendered speechless, having never contemplated this possibility. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to test this newfound strength. Otherwise, they would miss their chance entirely. They ought to find a suitable moment to gauge it, but for now, it was best to withdraw, as this young man was not to be underestimated. Despite their inner fury, the sight of Qin Ming's power instilled in them an undeniable sense of dread. If they lingered any longer, he might unleash his wrath upon them. Observing this scene, Qin Ming felt a hint of surprise at their lack of anger. They turned and departed without uttering a word. Were they not saints? Did they possess no pride? Were they to simply acquiesce to Qin Ming's every command? Feeling somewhat vexed, Qin Ming remained silent as he watched them leave. After a few minutes, he turned to the Hutu ancestor and remarked, "You now possess the strength of a sage, and even in the netherworld, should Hong Jun Daozu appear, he shall pose no threat to you. From this moment forth, your power shall surpass that of the 6 saints, but I must caution you, the primordial world has changed. New anomalies have emerged, and their presence signifies that individuals may traverse here in an instant. When that time arrives, all will reach an end. The only survivors shall be you and I." Everyone nodded in agreement, casting adoring glances at Qin Ming. There was no denying his overwhelming power, having addressed the 6 saints with such authority without eliciting any response. And now, articulating such profound truths left them in awe. They could only internalize his words without voicing dissent. A testament to Qin Ming's extraordinary strength, one that surpassed all their expectations and rendered them utterly speechless. At this moment, Qin Ming exhaled deeply, and the onlookers observed him stride past them. Suddenly, he unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying power, a force so formidable that it made them realize just how powerful Qin Ming had become, so powerful that others could scarcely withstand it. A man nearby, upon witnessing Qin Ming's might, wore a grave expression. "Dao friend," he finally called out, unable to contain himself any longer. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He was a sage, a being of immense strength. Yet, in the face of such power, the man addressed him as a peer. What did this imply? It suggested that the man regarded himself as Qin Ming's equal. This young man was indeed intriguing. Qin Ming regarded him silently, a hint of seriousness creeping into his demeanor. The others, sensing the overwhelming aura, also exhibited expressions of shock. Suddenly, another man, witnessing this scene, was left astounded. They had never imagined that Qin Ming possessed such strength, and the thought of his combat prowess in light of that power was utterly daunting. "Wow!" exclaimed another man, as a terrifying aura began to emanate from him after hearing Qin Ming's words. "This fellow's strength exceeds my expectations. What do we do now? I am unsure of our course, but I know this individual possesses unique abilities. If this continues, we may all be in peril." At that moment, Emperor Jun approached the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch earnestly. Despite the assistance Qin Ming had previously provided, the crisis now posed by him exceeded their capabilities. If they acted hastily, it could instigate panic among the others, even terror. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of energy erupted nearby. As it did, the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch remarked calmly, "There is no need for concern. He can handle it." As she spoke, a palpable killing intent gathered around her. Clearly, she was waiting for Qin Ming's signal. The moment he uttered a word, she would lead her forces into battle. Observing the energy swirling in the distance, Qin Ming's expression turned tranquil. In that moment, as he sensed the overwhelming force, his demeanor shifted to one of formidable intensity. The others inhaled sharply, acknowledging this young man is indeed powerful. However, in the face of such formidable strength, it seems no one can muster the audacity to confront him. As the shock wave subsided, the rest of the onlookers exhaled, laughter breaking forth. "His strength surpasses our expectations. It won't be long before Qin Ming emerges victorious." Once the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch's words settled, the crowd noted the profound aura emanating from Qin Ming's eyes. In the presence of such force, both he and the others began to radiate waves of terrifying energy. Boom! Suddenly, in the face of this power, they were unprepared for the magnitude of Qin Ming's might. "What do we do?" Another person stammered, astonished by Qin Ming's aura. The Earth Mother Ancestor Witch, who had already attained sagehood, was naturally taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Qin Ming himself was equally astonished. He understood that the strength of an individual cannot solely be gauged by their aura. What now? This fellow is quite formidable, Emperor Jun thought, his expression growing grave. Yet, the Earth Mother Ancestor which reassured him, "Fear not, Dao friend Qin Ming has his own methods to handle this. There is no need for alarm." For her, understanding Qin Ming was instinctive. Their fates were intertwined. In essence, he was akin to her creation, and she could not help but sense his presence, as if through a form of telepathy. Boom! At that moment, a force coalesced around them, and another wave of energy surged forth. They were utterly unprepared for the intensity of Qin Ming's aura, and the realization of his terrifying strength left them all stunned. A bunch of fools, daring to challenge me. Very well, I shall demonstrate my true power, Qin Ming declared, charging toward one of the men. He harbored no sentiments for these outsiders, and his rescue of the Earth Mother Ancestor, which had been a strategic maneuver to leverage the forces of the Underworld against them. Now, as these intruders seized the opportunity to attack, Qin Ming could not comprehend their audacity and charged forward without hesitation. His speed was blinding, his strength overwhelming. Boom! As the force rippled through the air, the others were left in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? How are they managing this? They were all momentarily dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Qin Ming could unleash such a display of power. In an instant, everyone was left speechless, grappling with the reality of Qin Ming's formidable energy. Boom! Suddenly, 2 additional waves of energy erupted, prompting the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Emperor Jun, witnessing this, turned to the Earth Mother Ancestor which, his brows furrowed. "Sister, why has his strength surged so dramatically? It wasn't he like this before, was it?" "Indeed, it wasn't he this strong before, but that does not imply he was weak. He simply hadn't unleashed his full potential. Watch closely, his power is beyond your imagination." As her words echoed, Qin Ming surged forward once more, his speed akin to lightning, charging into the fray. The surrounding energy systems erupted with astonishing force. In the midst of this overwhelming crisis, the rest were unprepared for the terrifying spectacle of Qin Ming's unleashed prowess. They could hardly conceive that his combat capabilities could become so fearsome, so terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, yet another surge of power manifested, and Qin Ming squinted. Recognizing that the source was a sage from the outer realm, approximately at the 2nd level of the Hunyuan Daoist Jingxian. Could even a sage breach their defenses? How formidable! Qin Ming furrowed his brow, and after a few minutes, he charged toward the source of the energy, unleashing an extraordinarily terrifying force. Boom! After the eruption of this energy, those nearby manifested directly at that moment. Such a force, the Earth Mother Ancestor murmured, sensing that this so-called Saint of the Abyss was seemingly far more powerful than anticipated. "Umph." Qin Ming, unfazed, grunted softly and charged toward the opponent, his entire being radiating a formidable aura. As this aura surged forth, the others finally realized that Qin Ming possessed such incredible abilities while contending against the saint. The rest were astonished, unable to comprehend that Qin Ming could unleash such terrifying moves upon encountering the Saint of the Abyss. Even the ancestors were taken aback. After observing intently, the Earth Mother Ancestor revealed a hint of seriousness in her gaze, and moments later, she witnessed the other party approach step by step. Particularly, the Saint of the Abyss, who cast a deep glance at Qin Ming, remarked, "You, young man, are indeed formidable. I did not expect you to engage us. If you can withstand 3 of my moves today, I shall concede." Hearing the saint's words, the others were momentarily stunned. 3 moves? What ist? Even among saints, with one at the 4th heaven and the other at the 1st heaven, it is exceedingly difficult for a 4th heaven to defeat a 1st heaven in merely 3 moves. Let alone Qin Ming. They deemed him utterly insane. Boom! At that moment, an unexpected surge of energy erupted nearby, and with it, 2 additional waves of power manifested. They all beheld the might of Qin Ming. Chapter 73. The Saint of the Abyss? They witnessed the sheer combat prowess of Qin Ming. Boom! Suddenly, another wave of strength struck, allowing them to clearly see that Qin Ming had unleashed an exceptionally formidable force. Faced with such power, the others were at a loss for words, merely watching in silence. Conversely, upon witnessing this scene, Qin Ming's expression began to reflect a hint of gravity. After a few seconds, the additional waves of energy erupted simultaneously. Boom! In the face of this power, the others expressed astonishment in their eyes. This fellow's strength is truly beyond expectations. It is astonishing. Not just a little, it is downright unfathomable. Everyone stood in awe at the sight before them, for they had never imagined that the Saint of the Abyss could possess such capabilities. Conversely, as Qin Ming observed the Saint of the Abyss continuously unleashing this power, his eyes began to exhibit an exceedingly peculiar intensity. Boom! In the presence of this strength, both Qin Ming and the others revealed their astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, as this energy aura manifested, the rest of the group displayed a fierce vitality. Rumble! With the eruption of this energy surge, the other two waves of power also went into chaos. Boom! Following this surge, the remaining individuals were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how Qin Ming could unleash such terrifying strength. How on earth did he achieve this? The Saint of the Abyss, who had been blasted back several kilometers, stood dumbfounded. Though his own strength was considerable, he never anticipated that an opponent could possess such explosive power. Boom! Suddenly, confronted by this might, they all felt the dread and enormity of the force. If that is the case, let's engage, one among them stated calmly, prompting the others to exchange knowing smirks. These fools truly believe they can unleash their strength under such circumstances, unaware that in this state, it would only enhance Qin Ming's combat prowess. Are you here to intervene? At this moment, everyone turned to see Zhu Rong stepping forward, glancing at him with curiosity. After all, they had encountered Qin Ming before, and some had even battled him, yet they had never realized he possessed such capabilities. However, upon witnessing this scene, they starkly recognized its undeniable truth. They were acutely aware that in the face of such power, even the formidable Emperor Jiang could not stand idle. Rumble! As the crowd awaited Zhu Rong's explanation, they distinctly observed a surge of energy erupting nearby. With this emergence, the rest of the group stood in shock, unable to fathom the extent of a single individual's strength becoming so formidable and terrifying. They had never considered that one person's might could manifest in such a fearsome display. Suddenly, they beheld a man emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. In the face of such intensity, even if they wished to act, they found themselves utterly incapable in the immediate moment. As for Qin Ming, upon witnessing this sight, a grave expression crossed his face. They could all perceive that under this overwhelming aura, the other two waves of energy would simultaneously erupt. Even the Earth Mother Ancestor, after sensing this, felt an unendurable weight. Yet now, upon experiencing Qin Ming's power, they could distinctly sense his might. They could vividly understand the terrifying nature of the energy being unleashed. Boom! Suddenly, another wave of energy erupted from the void, and upon witnessing Qin Ming's strength, astonishment filled their eyes. Qin Ming truly possessed such power. Surely, the Earth Mother Ancestor's revival was indeed due to him. Of course, how could what I previously stated possibly be false? While they debated, Qin Ming had already charged toward the man, his icy gaze fixed upon the Saint of the Abyss. With a cold smirk, he declared, "I have already slain one Saint of the Abyss. Now that these breaths possess the capability to unleash an extraordinarily potent force in an instant." Bang! Suddenly, upon the manifestation of such power, the onlookers were rendered speechless, for they could scarcely fathom that Qin Ming would erupt into such a terrifying scene. They had never anticipated that his abilities could become so formidable, so unfathomable. Bang! As this force emerged, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. In such an environment, even they could not have envisioned such a spectacle. Now, I grant you a chance for survival. Qin Ming approached his adversary, casting a cold, sweeping gaze upon him, his expression growing notably frigid. The latter, upon witnessing Qin Ming's current demeanor, exhibited a flicker of shock in his eyes. Moments later, Qin Ming surveyed the crowd with an icy stare, and after a span of 7 or 8 minutes, they finally grasped that he had reached a level beyond their wildest imagination. In this setting, should they truly decide to engage, it was likely that no one would react in time, and even if they did, it would be futile. After all, Qin Ming had become exceedingly powerful, and if he were to grow even stronger, the consequences would be more exaggerated and terrifying. Bang! Suddenly, a current of air coalesced within the void, leaving the others momentarily stunned. What? What is happening? They were uncertain, but it seemed as though someone was preparing to rescue him. Impossible. This is our realm. The Underworld, the cycle of reincarnation. Who could possibly save anyone here? The crowd shook their heads, and soon they perceived a presence emanating from a distance. And upon its arrival, they were all taken aback. They could hardly comprehend how an individual could possess such exaggerated and fearsome combat prowess. Qin Ming coldly glanced at the rift in the void before him and remarked with a sneer, "A bunch of worthless fools. Do you truly dare to act? Since you have the audacity to strike, I must apologize." With that, they witnessed Qin Ming unleashing a powerful surge of energy. As this energy surged forth, the others were left in disbelief. They could not fathom that Qin Ming's combat strength would erupt at this moment with merely a gentle wave of his hands. He then sealed off the entire void. This is overwhelmingly powerful, everyone thought, and they were all struck by the realization. Just then, a terrifying force erupted from a nearby location. As this energy manifested, the crowd was left in shock, for they could not believe that such a force was not emanating from Qin Ming himself. At this moment, Qin Ming quietly regarded the group before him. Frankly speaking, these individuals were merely menial disciples from an alternate realm. Although they were of the saintly level, there exists a hierarchy among saints. Among the 6 primordial saints, Zhuanqiu and Jiejing are considered the least powerful. Nonetheless, they possess strength equivalent to the 3rd heaven. Although these few claim to be saints, they merely exuded the aura of one without possessing true combat capability. Thus, as Qin Ming observed their obstinate behavior, a cold smile began to manifest in his eyes. After a brief moment, they saw Qin Ming charging directly at them, unleashing a peculiarly potent force. Boom! As this power was unleashed, many witnessed Qin Ming channeling an immense force. After all, under the impact of such energy, no one could believe that such terrifying currents still existed in this scenario. Bang! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The 10 ancestors nearby, feeling the tremors, displayed expressions of astonishment. To them, it appeared that Qin Ming was still holding back his power, and their own auras mirrored this sentiment. Bang! Suddenly, in the face of this force, an energy shockwave erupted. "You had best not obstruct our path. I must admit, your strength is impressive. Today, we can offer you a chance. Join us, and we shall spare your life." One of the leading men stepped forward, grinning at Qin Ming. For him, the motivation to act stemmed from the fact that these individuals lacked substantial strength. However, in the presence of such power, if they continued to act, this was the scene that would unfold. Bang! Suddenly, another surge of energy manifested within the void, and as this force began to materialize, the remaining energy fluctuations erupted in tandem. They had not anticipated that Qin Ming, after such an outburst, could still conjure such formidable currents. What is this? Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was left astounded. They could hardly believe that an individual's strength could be concealed and then instantaneously unleashed. Even more astonishing was the terrifying force of that impact. This was simply beyond their imagination. At this moment, Qin Ming remained composed, even as many contemplated approaching him step by step. Nonetheless, upon witnessing the true extent of Qin Ming's power, they finally grasped that he possessed an immensely formidable force. As this power became evident, the rest of the crowd also found themselves imbued with similar energy. Bang! Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from a void. Upon seeing Qin Ming's strength, a look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. What? Is this person's situation? Many were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how one could unleash such might. Enough! Qin Ming, weary of further discussion, pointed a finger at a middle-aged man and coldly laughed. How utterly incompetent must one be to utter such words? You exemplify this perfectly at this moment. I shall not waste breath on needless chatter. From this moment on, you will either perish in my hands, or you shall die. After Qin Ming spoke, the onlookers beheld as he leaped from the void, his entire being radiating an overwhelming force. As this power became manifest, additional waves of energy surged forth. The man, upon hearing Qin Ming's words and feeling the subsequent impact, stood there in shock. Impossible. How could you possess such strength? Everyone was engulfed by an indescribable wave of energy. This energy was emanating from Qin Ming. As they stood before him, they could hardly move, paralyzed in disbelief. Clearly, they had never anticipated that Qin Ming could unleash such a terrifying impact. Even in the face of such force, he could still unleash such an alarming energy fluctuation. This power, it was simply too overwhelming. Bang! All who bore the brunt of Qin Ming's strength displayed, even if she possessed the strength to surpass him. Qin Ming truly remained indifferent. However, it was unfortunate that this individual's combat prowess was rather unimpressive. Even upon witnessing it firsthand, Qin Ming would harbor the same sentiment. This fellow's capabilities had remained consistently mediocre from the very beginning. Boom! At that moment, the individual who had previously obstructed Qin Ming charged directly before him, sneering coldly. Kid, you really are audacious. The Earth Mother Ancestor, upon witnessing this, furrowed her brow, her aura escalating to its zenith. In this realm, no one could dare insult the one who had saved her. She had refrained from intervening earlier, believing these individuals posed no threat to Qin Ming. However, the one before her was different. She could distinctly sense that this person's strength was formidable, potentially beyond what Qin Ming could handle. Qin Ming seemed to have felt the Earth Mother Ancestor's presence, and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly. Do not concern yourself. This individual cannot match me. For now, prioritize your own safety. After uttering these words, he surged toward his adversary, prompting many onlookers to ponder the true essence of strength. It was not merely a fade, but rather revealed through one's actions and the sheer ferocity of their capabilities. Sigh. Everyone exhaled in unison, astonished that an individual's power could manifest so terrifyingly, evoking a sense of unpredictability. Even Qin Ming himself felt a tinge of surprise upon witnessing it. Such a sensation was indeed unexpected. With that in mind, let us act. Qin Ming sighed, and then all present beheld a terrifying force erupting throughout the void. This pressure was palpable, as both Qin Ming and the others had never anticipated such an overwhelming display. At that moment, Qin Ming's eyes revealed a hint of gravity as he addressed his opponent with sincerity. I do not wish to engage in a skirmish with you. Surrender, or you shall be suppressed in the abyss. I speak with conviction. As he spoke, the power of the laws he commanded began to amplify exponentially. The adversary, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, wore an arrogant expression. What a joke. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the guardian of this realm, and you dare speak to me in such a manner? You must be tired of living. Qin Ming stood momentarily stunned. The 10 great ancestors behind him, along with the Earth Mother Ancestor and the goddess Pingxin, were equally flabbergasted. Although this place was not the Underworld, it fell within its jurisdiction. When had it ever been heard that there was such a locale? Was this not laughable? In the midst of Qin Ming's astonishment, his opponent sneered. So, you've come to realize my might? I can assure you, it is wise not to provoke my wrath. Otherwise, I shall make you acutely aware of my power. Umph. Qin Ming snorted coldly, and in that instant his form surged forward. Observing this, the surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of solemnity. No one could fathom why such an aura would erupt in the face of such power. How is it even possible? As they gazed upon Qin Ming, each individual was left speechless. Even Qin Ming himself was taken aback, for he could feel the existence of this power and comprehend how one's cultivation stood against it. Yet, they could not fathom how an individual's energy could become so formidable and utterly unexpected. Boom! Soon, fissures began to crack open across the void. Upon witnessing these rifts, everyone was left in awe. They could hardly believe that Qin Ming could unleash such force. Nor had they ever imagined that an individual's presence could become so terrifying. How had this been achieved? Phew! One individual exhaled deeply, and then all beheld as Qin Ming charged toward the group. He unleashed his terrifying aura, and in the face of this pressure, even he felt a pang of headache. This opponent was too strong, so powerful that it surpassed his own capacity to endure. Reflecting for a moment, Qin Ming chuckled. I know you, merely a triple heaven sage. Huh, spare us the pretense. A sage from the alien realm is still just that. What a farce. The onlookers were left stunned by this revelation. The so-called guardian was, in fact, an alien sage? How could this be? No one dared to believe their eyes. Qin Ming, watching silently, shared the same thoughts. These individuals were not formidable. Their cultivation was evidently lacking. No one could attain such heights in power. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, all present were left in disbelief. Boom! Another surge of power manifested at that moment, and, as they observed Qin Ming advance step by step, several individuals were filled with astonishment. What was unfolding? Yet Qin Ming paid no heed, steadily approaching the so-called guardian. As he neared, he finally spoke. "I'm aware of your strength and your might. From this moment forth, should anyone meet my demands, I assure you they shall succeed. But should you fail, I regret to inform you that I must terminate you." With that declaration, Qin Ming surged forward. Chapter 74, Exaggerated Power. His speed was remarkable, and his strength formidable. The so-called alien sage displayed a flicker of surprise at this sight, for they had never anticipated such a level of cultivation, nor could they perceive the fear and unease reflected in the eyes of their opponent. "Terrifying," a nearby man remarked, and then the void around them began to fracture, a blatant black rift forming before all present. As they witnessed this spectacle, astonishment washed over them. No one could fathom that Qin Ming could unleash such an aura, nor had anyone ever envisioned that an individual's cultivation could reach such heights. "Kid, I have stated before, I am not an alien sage. I am a guardian. Since you have addressed me thus, do not expect me to be merciful," the adversary declared, and with that their forms surged forward. Their eyes reflected a burgeoning power, and amidst this surge, astonishment flickered in their gaze. How could this individual achieve such strength? As all beheld this scene, they were left speechless, unable to comprehend how one's cultivation could become so exaggerated and fearsome. "You, daring to speak so much nonsense before me? Truly laughable." As the words left his lips, the spectators observed the man's eyes ignite with a peculiar energy. Following this manifestation, all present felt their own power surge forth. Unbeknownst to them, the guardian remained unfazed, instead forming seals with his hands, and an overwhelming force erupted forth. Upon witnessing such an aura, everyone was rendered speechless. What should be done? One individual, feeling a sense of panic upon seeing the appearance of the so-called Saint of the Abyss, was at a loss. Only Emperor Jiang, upon observing the scene, stepped forward confidently and assured Zhu Rong beside him, "Do not worry. Nothing will happen. No matter how powerful this fellow is, he cannot be exceedingly formidable. Trust in Qin Ming. He will certainly be fine." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Qin Ming. Meanwhile, the onlookers were astounded by the unfolding events. They could hardly fathom that Qin Ming, without regard for their presence, would take action so boldly, releasing his entire cultivation at that moment. The overwhelming aura of power that surged forth left everyone dumbfounded. What was happening? They stood frozen, unable to comprehend how one person's cultivation could manifest such terrifying strength. What should they do? Uncertain glances exchanged among them revealed the gravity of the situation. It was evident that not everyone possessed such an aura, nor could everyone achieve such feats. As Qin Ming observed, his expression remained calm. In truth, he had never anticipated that this so-called Saint of the Abyss would wield such formidable power. Even in the act of confrontation, he could momentarily thwart Qin Ming's assault with remarkable speed. This indicated that the individual's cultivation was indeed quite potent. Suddenly, a stream of energy erupted within the void. As this energy manifested, those nearby were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mixture of confusion and awe, regardless of whether it was Qin Ming or the others. The sight of the energy emanating from the rift in the void left them astonished. How could one person's cultivation be so overwhelmingly powerful? Why, when they were all saints, could he be so terrifyingly strong? All were left in a state of shock. Even Qin Ming's countenance revealed a serious demeanor upon witnessing the spectacle, for it was evident that his abilities, while commendable, seemed somewhat lacking in the face of such overwhelming force. With a sudden eruption of power resonating throughout the void, 2 additional waves of energy surged forth, creating a cataclysmic explosion. What was happening? The Ancestor of Earth, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Shouldn't Qin Ming have grown stronger? Why had he devolved into this state? What was the meaning of this? As each individual absorbed the gravity of the situation before them, A collective sense of astonishment filled the air. Even Qin Ming, upon observing the unfolding drama, began to exhibit a grave expression, regardless of who they were. Even Qin Ming himself, they all sensed an inexplicable intensity surrounding him. He was overwhelmingly strong, to the point of instilling awe in all present. Suddenly, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the void, and even in the presence of such power, unease rippled through the crowd. "This cannot continue," the Ancestor of Earth remarked quietly. In truth, the extent of one's cultivation and the terror of their strength could not be discerned merely from appearances. It stemmed from one's capabilities and combat prowess. With a penetrating gaze towards his opponent, Qin Ming's eyes began to reflect a mixture of gravity and shock. For all of them, the sheer magnitude of one's cultivation and the horror it could invoke was becoming increasingly apparent. A powerful shockwave erupted throughout the space, and everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Qin Ming's cultivation had reached such a terrifying level, despite being merely at the saint level and seemingly less powerful than the Guardian. How had he surpassed this Guardian in strength and ferocity? As the Ancestor of Earth sighed deeply, he turned to Zhu Rong and urged, "You must assist him," to which Zhu Rong retorted, "But he does not seem to require my help. He might even cast me aside." The Ancestor of Earth, in a fit of anger, declared, "If you will not go, then I shall." With that, he truly began to pursue Qin Ming. It was evident that an immense and fearsome power was now radiating from him, and the rest could only watch in astonishment. Was the Ancestor of Earth truly unleashing his fury? Uncertain, they shook their heads, but witnessing Qin Ming's current state, they all shared a profound realization. After all, one's cultivation could indeed be enhanced, yet the Saint of the Abyss was not one to elevate his own cultivation in this realm. The Ancestor of Earth erupted in a blaze of golden light, and as these terrifying energies manifested in a brilliant orange, her combat prowess surged. With a mighty declaration, she proclaimed, "How dare you, mere rabble, strike down my friend Qin Ming? Today, you shall find no escape." As her words echoed, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and many present sensed a foreboding dread. Clearly, this individual had acquired a formidable strength, and in the face of such power, an incredibly peculiar aura began to emerge. With a sudden surge of energy, the remaining forces unleashed their might, creating a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the void. What transpired? The Saint from the Abyss, upon witnessing the ancestral shaman of the earth rush towards him in a frenzy, was utterly taken aback. He could not fathom that this once neutral figure would suddenly resort to violence, and with such madness. What could have prompted this? Swish, swish. The ancestral shaman of the earth paid no heed, remaining utterly still. Then, suddenly, a force began to coalesce within the void. As this power manifested, the surrounding waves of energy surged forth. The multitude present stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. What was happening? Qin Ming, observing the ancestral shaman's frenzied state, was equally bewildered. This was not right. Why had he suddenly gone mad? A group of incompetents. At that moment, the Saint from the Abyss began to show signs of grave concern, especially as his complexion darkened upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Boom! As this surge of power erupted, many nearby were left in shock, having glimpsed the force that stood before Qin Ming. What was the situation with this individual? Why the exaggeration? How why? Qin Ming shook his head, indifferent to the turmoil the Saint from the Abyss was enduring at the hands of the ancestral shaman. In that moment, he could clearly see the formidable energy erupting before him. Kill! As Qin Ming's command echoed, the previously oppressive sky transformed into a tempest, with flashes of lightning illuminating the void. What was happening? As the Saint from the Abyss braced against the ancestral shaman's assault, he gazed into the void. Just as Qin Ming suddenly closed in, with a swift motion, Qin Ming thrust his hands forward, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth from his strike. Boom! As this power exploded, several other energy waves were simultaneously released. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming would possess such formidable strength. Never had they conceived that, in the face of such power, an individual's energy could become so exaggerated, so fearsome. How had he achieved this? All present were taken aback, their hearts racing with shock. And Qin Ming, upon sensing the shaman's energy, revealed a cold smirk. What is there to be astonished about? I shall end you now, leaving no chance for return. As he spoke, a terrifying current surged through the void. When this energy fully manifested, another wave of power erupted, leaving many in a state of shock. Some stood frozen, unable to move in the presence of Qin Ming's overwhelming might. No, at that moment, the saint from the abyss could no longer contain himself, letting out a cry as he was struck down. His body, unable to resist, staggered back uncontrollably. Boom! With a resounding thud, a terrifying aura filled the void. Even Qin Ming struggled to comprehend the extent of this power, let alone wield it. How had he accomplished such a feat? Neither side had anticipated the extent of his transformation, nor the sheer terror he now embodied. Boom! Suddenly, as this power fully manifested, another wave of energy erupted, and the multitude present felt its impact deeply. Chapter 76. More than just strength, as this aura coalesced, two additional systems of power simultaneously erupted. This individual truly is formidable. All who witnessed this assault stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Whether it was the saint from the abyss, the ancestral shaman of the earth, or the 10 great shamans, they were all rendered speechless, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. For them, an individual's strength was representative of the whole. Yet now, they were compelled to remain still, for the power displayed was so immense that none dared to speak, merely observing in silence. Boom! Suddenly, a force erupted from the void. The onlookers were left in astonishment, as no one sensed the impending danger, nor did anyone entertain thoughts of retreat. Most were consumed by a singular question. Could Qin Ming indeed defeat the saint from the abyss? The saint from the abyss remained calm, aware of the formidable power each side possessed. Now, in light of the current situation, each combatant's prowess soared to new heights. In such a confrontation, it was inevitable that they would all feel the weight of the moment. Boom! Soon a force surged through the void. As the multitude witnessed Qin Ming unleash this energy, they were struck dumb. They had never envisioned such a day, nor the spectacle of being so overwhelmingly suppressed by the saint from the abyss. Boom! Suddenly, a force materialized within the void. Many present began to exhibit visible signs of change upon witnessing Qin Ming's might. Amidst this shift, several began to feel the weight of the energy. One individual, upon seeing Qin Ming charge forward, exhibited a grave expression, overwhelmed by the strength on display. After all, an individual's prowess was daunting. In the face of true power, many found themselves unable to withstand the pressure. How could one contend with this? The ancestral shaman of the earth could no longer restrain himself, especially as he watched Qin Ming engage the foe. A look of seriousness filled his gaze. Indeed, during their clash, the intensity of their energies was formidable. Yet, under the weight of this concentrated power, all present felt their energy escalate wildly. Boom! Suddenly, another surge of power erupted. The onlookers were left in awe as they witnessed Qin Ming's strength. Many felt as though they were witnessing the impossible. Boom! In an instant, as the ancestral shaman exerted his strength, many could clearly see the scene unfold. The saint from the abyss was now in retreat, unable to voice any further challenges, merely observing in silence. Boom! At that moment, a force surged through the void, embodying the collective strength of all present. Qin Ming paid no mind to it, charging forward to deliver a powerful strike upon the saint from the abyss's back. The sheer force of his blow left all in astonishment. This is beyond strength, is truly terrifying. Each individual's power, each one's cultivation, was overwhelmingly potent. Boom! Suddenly, in the face of this overwhelming force, even Qin Ming himself felt a powerful aura surging forth. Under the impact of this force, many individuals sensed the energy, and some even experienced a terrifying energy wave. Bang! At that moment, another energy system erupted explosively. Following the eruption of these forces, numerous onlookers witnessed the emergence of a potent energy entity. To be precise, it was an embodiment of energy, under whose influence many gazes revealed a grave seriousness. How could it be this strong? One among them, upon witnessing Qin Ming's formidable aura, found everyone momentarily stunned. Even in the eyes of many, a hint of shock emerged. Bang! Suddenly, in the presence of this force, Peculiar thoughts began to swirl within many minds, realizing that their aspirations could not possibly reach such heights. Bang! As this force fully erupted, the pressure of the air surged forth, causing many to refrain from approaching and instead stand quietly aside. What does this signify? Many were astonished upon witnessing this scene, their eyes fixed on Qin, for at this moment, his power was undeniably immense, inducing a sense of dread in everyone present, especially after witnessing this individual's strength. All, including Qin, felt a shared incredulity at how someone could be so formidable. Clearly, they were all saints. Each of them possessed considerable power. Yet why, upon confrontation, was the disparity in their strengths so vast? Many entertained such thoughts after witnessing this spectacle. They stood in awe before Qin might, utterly bewildered by the sheer shock and astonishment of it all. Bang! Suddenly, the entire void erupted with a force, and as this energy system materialized, many eyes reflected a sense of terror. What has transpired? Why? Why is it transformed in this manner? The Earth Mother Ancestor stepped forward, and upon observing the situation, felt an overwhelming disbelief, for what lay before them was truly astonishing, even terrifying. Qin, upon witnessing this, also exhibited a hint of seriousness. After all, from his perspective, this individual's strength was not as formidable as it appeared. In truth, the gap between their powers was unfathomably vast. Bang! In that instant, a force erupted from the void, and as this energy system fully manifested, many gazes turned solemn. In the wake of witnessing Qin power, fear was etched on their faces. Retreat! Retreat! One of the saints from the abyss called out urgently. Chapter 77. The Unfathomable Strength. In their eyes, Qin strength had never been particularly remarkable, but in such an environment, if he could truly be called a formidable entity, it would be of utmost significance. Yet now, this was far from the reality they envisioned. It was not even the strength others imagined. Bang! Suddenly, an apparition began to manifest within the void. Upon its appearance, many faces shifted slightly. What just occurred? Unclear. I only saw a figure leap down from the void, and then nothing further. It seemed immensely powerful, beyond our comprehension. Whoever it may be, must not be allowed to escape. You all, act swiftly. The Earth Mother Ancestor commanded those behind him. Yet at this moment, Qin harbored no such concerns. He clearly perceived that a presence had erupted within the void. Of course, even in the face of such an aura, Qin's own strength could unleash true might. Bang! Suddenly, as this power was completely unleashed, many gazes turned astonished. In fact, among the multitude, numerous expressions became particularly grave and fearsome. Bang! At that moment, a force directly took form. Moreover, many among them seemed capable of unleashing terrifying energy. How did this individual achieve such power? Suddenly, one figure leaped from the void, unable to restrain himself from asking upon witnessing the scene. The others, upon observing such a sight, each revealed expressions of astonishment. What transpired just now? Many, upon witnessing this scene, stood dumbfounded. For among so many individuals, even Qin himself felt a similar sensation. They could not fathom that an individual's cultivation could escalate to such terrifying heights. Whoosh! Upon noticing many releasing such powerful auras, Qin remained silent, not pondering further. He extended his hands before him, unleashing a torrent of energy, and, as this energy manifested, the rest finally beheld a force akin to lightning striking forth. Among them, many manifested such formidable might, enabling them to release this terrifying energy. Many sensed the scene and were struck by such feelings. As they moved, a man intercepted them with a loud declaration. From this moment forth, all here belongs to me. None of you are permitted to advance. Did you all hear my words? Many, upon seeing this sudden figure, contemplated rebellion. However, the opponent's prowess was overwhelming. A mere glance rendered them motionless. At this juncture, Qin gazed upon the figure with astonishment, unable to comprehend how one's strength could ascend to such terrifying levels. Was this individual truly aiming to confront the Earth Mother Ancestor in the Underworld? Qin found it incomprehensible. Even now, he began to stride forward toward the individual. The crowd, witnessing Qin's approach, began to exhibit expressions of grave seriousness. Several among them observed Qin Ming's strength and ultimately shouted, "Halt!" Upon the utterance, all were taken aback, for they never anticipated Qin Ming possessed such formidable strength. They had never considered that his power could transform into something so fearsome. He displayed no hint of trepidation toward the obstructing figure. Instead, he stood resolute. Boom! Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted throughout the void, and in the eyes of all, they beheld a blinding light. Within that light were countless fissures. As the cracks spread, many present could scarcely comprehend. How could Qin Ming be so exceptional, so terrifying? Bang! At that moment, a force erupted from the void. Many among them, upon sensing Qin Ming's energy, stood stupefied. How could this individual possess such strength? Unclear. I only know that this individual's power is truly terrifying. Bang! Another force surged forth at this moment. Even many were left utterly speechless upon witnessing the scene before them. How could this individual possess such extraordinary strength? In the gazes of the onlookers, it was as though his power had transcended a certain boundary, reaching an unprecedented height. Suddenly, amidst this surge of energy, peculiar sensations began to manifest within the eyes of several individuals. Once they sensed this strange aura, they were rendered mute, merely observing in silence. Especially after glimpsing the force within his eyes, they were all rooted to the spot. How could these individuals be so formidable? Many were genuinely perplexed, struggling to comprehend how he had become so powerful and terrifying. In that instant, the surrounding energies erupted forth. As they witnessed Qin Ming's might, the remaining forces fell into a stunned silence. Why had this power become so exaggerated? Who could fathom it? All that was clear was that this fellow's strength was formidable, rendering their discussions moot. They should flee swiftly. I shall not retreat. If this brat dares to act so audaciously, I shall slay him and put an end to his pretentiousness. With those words, Qin Ming merely chuckled to himself. To him, the strength of these individuals was hardly significant. In truth, the cultivation of a person was inconsequential. With a sudden burst, an aura erupted beside him, revealing that Qin Ming's power had ascended to a remarkable level. In the face of such height, even those present felt an odd sensation. How had this fellow achieved such strength? Who knew such power could be so astounding? In any case, every individual's cultivation remained fixed. Before such terrifying might, even Qin Ming himself might not perceive it. Therefore, there was no need for fear or concern about killing him. It was simple. After he spoke, the crowd observed as a figure appeared within the void. Following this manifestation, 2 additional waves of energy surged forth. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's aura, all the energy fluctuations became apparent at that moment. This was truly astonishing. Suddenly, an aura was released into the void, causing disbelief to spread across the eyes of all present. How had he become so powerful? How was this achieved? Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Qin Ming could possess such force, let alone why such a display of cultivation energy appeared so exaggerated and unacceptable. Let's take action. A man spoke out from a distance. After enduring this overwhelming aura, a solemn expression surfaced among the others. What was this situation? How could he so casually suggest they attack? This was hardly in accordance with martial ethics. As they saw Qin Ming charging toward them, trepidation crept into their hearts. Yet, upon noticing a perceived weakening in Qin Ming's aura and strength, they collectively sighed in relief. One man, observing this shift, addressed his companions. From this moment forth, heed my words, do not falter. This fellow's combat prowess seems diminished. If we can eliminate him, all else will fall into place. What? The others gasped in astonishment. To them, Qin Ming's power still appeared formidable. Most importantly, under the pressure of such a combat surge, everyone's strength began to manifest. With a breath, Qin Ming released a powerful aura, surprising those around him as his previously subdued energy erupted forth, even stronger than before. This left many in awe. What was happening? Was he not weak before? How had he suddenly become so powerful? Do not worry, the man reassured, clearly having grasped the situation. Qin Ming's stability seemed precarious, especially after such an increase in power. The energy of everyone present surged at that moment, and as they observed, thoughts of disbelief filled their minds. Another individual, upon hearing this, wore a look of incredulity, particularly the middle-aged man. They had initially intended to confront Qin Ming, yet now, witnessing the scene, they dared not speak further, standing by in silent observation. Fear began to creep into the gazes of all present. I understand your sentiments. However, in this state, if we unite, we need not fear him. After a moment of contemplation, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet, not far off, the ancestral deity of earth wore a grave expression. After a few seconds, he approached Qin Ming. Daoist Qin Ming, leave this matter to me. You should hasten to the other realm and see if you can subdue them completely. Very well, Qin Ming nodded. The strength of these individuals was of little concern to him. The other realm was his true focus. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ming moved with astonishing speed, and those around him could scarcely believe the power he now exuded. How had he achieved such strength? As others began to approach him, they were equally astonished. Hadn't his strength seemed more modest moments ago? How had he transformed so dramatically? They were left questioning the nature of this change. All present were left in a state of shock, particularly as they witnessed the undeniable aura emanating from Qin Ming. They had seen the energy coalesce around him, and now their expressions mirrored their disbelief. Suddenly, amidst the eruption of power, the eyes of many began to reflect a newfound energy. They realized that Qin Ming's might had long surpassed their imaginations. Many sighed in resignation, charging forth without a second thought. As for Qin Ming, he remained unperturbed, knowing that the ancestral deity of earth was by his side. With him present, what was there to fear? As Qin Ming spoke, several others made their entrance. In the presence of such a multitude, many appeared to emanate an aura of formidable power. Even Qin Ming himself felt the weight of this overwhelming energy. Recognizing that these individuals were extraordinarily strong, astonishingly powerful to the point of instilling awe in all who beheld them. Suddenly, following this surge of energy, numerous faces turned grave. They had initially underestimated the strength of the ancestral deity Hutu, but it became abundantly clear that Hutu was indeed the mightiest among them. At that moment, Qin Ming discerned that Hutu was unleashing his true potential. The gathered individuals were no match for Hutu. Many were effortlessly subdued by mere touch, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Despite the numbers present, Qin Ming felt compelled to act, determined to eliminate all the formidable beings from the other realm. This was the fundamental reason for his movement. As everyone observed, Qin Yun advanced toward the adversaries. One of the otherworldly saints, upon noticing Qin Ming's approach, displayed a look of apprehension. The surrounding energies erupted forth, and many gazes revealed an unprecedented intensity. In the face of such power, even Qin Ming himself found it challenging to comprehend, let alone others. The sheer magnitude of the situation was something he had never anticipated. Suddenly, an immense force coalesced in the void, leaving many astonished as they sensed the overwhelming strength emanating from one individual. The atmosphere thickened as the power fully materialized, rendering some motionless in disbelief. It seemed that for this assembly, the prowess of a single individual held paramount importance, overshadowing all else. A striking sound reverberated through the ether, prompting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. They marveled at the spectacle before them, grappling with the reality that such a display was possible. The question lingered: how could one person possess such terrifying power? In the midst of all this, Qin Ming's voice rang out, filled with defiance. Do you truly think I fear you, you rascals from the other realm? How absurd! He strode forward, embodying an indomitable force that seemed unbearable to all. The collective sentiment among the crowd was one of disbelief. How could one individual unleash such formidable energy? As many stood in awe, contemplating the enormity of Qin Ming's strength, another voice broke through the silence, expressing admiration for his unprecedented might. The atmosphere was charged with tension. As the realization dawned on them, Qin Ming's power exceeded anything they had ever encountered. Suddenly, a tremendous energy erupted within the void, captivating the attention of all present. They could hardly fathom how an individual from the other realm could wield such extraordinary strength. The disparity in power was glaringly apparent, and the realization struck them like a thunderclap. Qin Ming was not just formidable, he was an unparalleled force of nature. Suddenly, within the vast expanse of emptiness, a formidable force erupted, leaving everyone momentarily stunned upon witnessing this overwhelming power. Many experienced an odd sensation, questioning how it could manifest such strength, such terror. Bang! At that moment, one individual, struck by the intensity of Qin Ming's unleashed energy, rendered everyone speechless. Fear flickered in many eyes as they realized the sheer might of these beings. It was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Unbelievable! At this juncture, Di Jiang approached Qin Ming, and without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. At that instant, Di Jiang radiated an astonishing energy, a manifestation of the collective strength of those present. Boom! As this power surged forth, onlookers were left aghast. Could so many individuals truly exude such a fearsome aura in unison? How is this even possible? Another observer, upon witnessing Qin Ming's formidable force, was left in disbelief. How could anyone trust such a spectacle, let alone feel that palpable dread? It seemed utterly ludicrous. The crowd, confronted with Qin Ming's overwhelming strength, was left dazed, unable to fathom the source of such terror. Bang! Another surge of energy erupted, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. With so many witnesses and such a terrifying display, this moment was undeniably pivotal. Qin Ming, observing Di Jiang and the others engaging in combat, merely smiled with a sense of calm. He then charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that seemed to shatter the very void itself, unleashing a wave of terror that enveloped all present. In the face of such might, few could withstand the pressure. For Ho Tu, this outburst stemmed entirely from Qin Ming. The powers of these foreign beings were typically suppressed within the primordial realm, yet for some reason, they had unraveled their restraints. Consequently, all present sensed an undeniable truth. This individual was unbound, capable of unleashing his full combat potential. Thus, when 7 or 8 confronted Qin Ming, a natural suppression emerged, leaving many feeling a profound unease, an inexplicable fear rooted in the stark disparity of strength between the two sides. In the face of such power, even Qin Ming himself might struggle to endure. Bang! As the ancestral witch of Ho Tu charged forth, combat began to unfold around him. It was evident to many that Qin Ming's power was beyond their capacity to bear. It was a singular force that could be truly appreciated in its ferocity. Bang! In an instant, a wave of energy surged through the void, and as it erupted, those present finally grasped the magnitude of Qin Ming's strength. The ancestral witch of Ho Tu wielded a unique power in the depths of the underworld, rendering them nearly invincible. What could they do? Many felt a sinking realization as they witnessed this scene unfold. Among the multitude, there was a shared sentiment. Had they erred in confronting someone of such incredible might? What was the nature of Qin Ming's strength? As they processed the unfolding events, astonishment gripped them all. The surrounding spectators, taken aback by the display of Qin Ming's power, were left frozen, each grappling with the same overwhelming realization. They dared not engage him. Bang! Suddenly, another wave of energy erupted, prompting further reactions from the crowd. Each individual, upon feeling this force, was struck by a wave of disbelief. What was transpiring? What were they meant to do? In an instant, the void resonated with a new energy, and as this force rippled through the air, everyone stood in stunned silence. They had never before encountered such a sensation. The ancestral witch of Ho Tu, having subdued one of the foreign beings, found the rest rushing toward Qin Ming, but his power was insurmountable, leaving them unable to withstand it. This culminated in the current tableau. Qin Ming's strength was so overwhelming it evoked a sense of suffocation. What should we do? One foreign being asked, unable to contain his apprehension. Even as he spoke, the palpable energy was felt throughout the crowd. Before such formidable adversaries, they realized their own frailty, leading many to question the very essence of their opponent's capabilities. Bang! Suddenly, the void resonated with a force, and as they beheld Qin Ming's energy, many were momentarily taken aback, realizing that his power had only grown. Indeed, his strength had fully erupted, eliciting a collective sense of bewilderment among the observers. What were his intentions? Why was he acting in this manner? Bang! In the vast emptiness, a force materialized, leaving onlookers in shock. They could hardly comprehend the scale of strength on display. Breathing heavily, Qin Ming exhaled deeply, and the crowd witnessed him unleash a formidable force. In the face of such power, they all sensed its overwhelming nature, leading them to ponder the source of his extraordinary strength. Why was he so powerful? Why had their abilities become so exaggerated and terrifying? After witnessing this spectacle, an undeniable feeling enveloped everyone. Even Qin Ming himself, upon experiencing this power, could not shake the sensation that lingered. Huff! With a deep breath, he unleashed a wave of strength, and in its wake, many felt the encroaching force. Haha! At this moment, everyone quickly witnessed the formidable power of Qin Ming. In the presence of such might, many were unable to even release their own aura. Moreover, even Qin Ming himself found it difficult to withstand this overwhelming force. It was simply too immense. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Qin Ming unleashed a powerful surge of energy. This force was so intense that others struggled to endure or even perceive it. What on earth is happening with this individual? How did he unleash such an advantage and power? Boom! Allow me, shouted the Earth Ancestor Witch, and the crowd observed Qin Ming's strength, which elicited astonishment from many. It is noteworthy that even Qin Ming himself felt this way upon witnessing it. With a deep breath, Qin Ming exhaled, noticing that the surrounding energy had coalesced into a solid form. As this power solidified, the onlookers were left in awe, for they could hardly fathom that Qin Ming possessed such terrifying strength. Boom! At that moment, Qin Ming erupted with an extraordinarily peculiar force. Even he was taken aback by the sheer power his opponent wielded. How is this possible? Many stood frozen in disbelief. They had never imagined Qin Ming could exude such a formidable aura, nor could they conceive that he could unleash such energy. Boom! Just as everyone was grappling with confusion, a man approached them step by step. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his power had reached a certain pinnacle, his aura blazing like an inferno. In the face of such overwhelming force, even Qin Ming found it challenging to hold his ground. Boom! Suddenly, as this power surged forth, many realized that Qin Ming's strength had also peaked. Boom! Just as this energy was on the verge of manifestation, the crowd was left dumbfounded. This individual's aura seemed even more potent than that of the Earth Ancestor Witch. Indeed, this intensity was beyond imagination. It was simply too powerful. At this juncture, Qin Ming remained unfazed. What did it matter if he was stronger than the Earth Ancestor Witch? Engaging in battle with him here would render Qin Ming no match. For under the weight of this aura, all forces were rendered impotent. No one could believe that following such an aura's onslaught, various powers began to converge around Qin Ming. Let me show you just how strong my power truly is. Upon uttering these words, Qin Ming charged forward. As this force truly erupted, the onlookers were left astounded. These individuals were indeed truly unexpected. Boom! Suddenly, an energy wave burst forth in the void, and as this power manifested, everyone felt its impact. When this force fully revealed itself, those nearby were left in shock. What on earth was happening here? Why had things come to this? I too am uncertain. These individuals' strength had completely exploded, and after this outburst, we could hardly bear it. With a deep breath, Qin Ming sighed, while those around him also exhaled. Frankly speaking, their powers were nothing remarkable. It was Qin Ming's overwhelming force that instilled true terror in them. Boom! As this power took shape, the rest felt its weight. What on earth was this individual's situation? It was unclear. He should not be capable of such feats. Never mind, for true strength should manifest even greater prowess. Why did he present himself in such a manner? I cannot fathom. Yet in the face of such power, even I might struggle to rise to the occasion. Boom! In that instant, the energy system of humans can indeed become extraordinarily intense and terrifying. Bang! Many stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word upon witnessing this moment. Each individual felt a profound sense of uncertainty, pondering how one should respond to such a person. Bang! Soon enough, some observed that Qin Ming unleashed a formidable power, and as this force manifested, it became evident to all present. Qin Ming's strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. Many felt a sense of incredulity, questioning how this individual had become so powerful and how such strength was displayed. When they truly sensed this power, others shared the same thought, that the sheer impact of this individual's strength had far exceeded their comprehension. Bang! In that fleeting instant, as many gazed in awe, they collectively sensed that this person was overwhelmingly strong, instilling a fear that left them all astounded. Qin Ming, unable to suppress a sigh, appeared indifferent to the crowd at first. However, Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a glimmer of seriousness emerged in his eyes. Such a multitude possessed formidable strength. If this pace continued, it would not only be he who felt such pressure, but others would likely share the same sentiment. To those observing, Qin Ming's power had seemingly reached its zenith. In the face of such might, even the ancient Earth Mother could scarcely vanquish so many. Leave the remaining saints of it to me. You all may withdraw, Qin Ming stated, casting a calm glance over the crowd before speaking earnestly. To put it plainly, at Qin Ming's level, should he truly engage, no one would perceive the existence of his power. Once an individual's cultivation genuinely solidifies, only then would the rest become truly formidable and fearsome. Bang! Suddenly, as he released a surge of energy, the remaining force coalesced at that moment. Though there were many, it took time for them to realize the extent of Qin Ming's formidable cultivation. Should he choose to act now, the results would be even more terrifying. Bang! While all were stunned, Qin Ming had already made his move. As they beheld this display of power, the crowd stood dumbfounded. For Qin Ming had unleashed a force that was almost unbearable for all present. What was happening? Many were left speechless, some even in shock. After all, who could believe how drastically an individual's cultivation could transform, resulting in such a terrifying display of strength? Boom! As this power surged forth once more, 2 additional waves of energy erupted. Among them, many turned to observe. In the wake of such explosive force, numerous individuals also unleashed their own power. Upon sensing this energy, everyone was left in a state of disbelief, unable to utter a word. What was transpiring? Chapter 80. Let us engage. Why did he become like this? How could he unleash such an unbearable force in the void? This was truly dreadful. Bang! As they looked on, many approached, their expressions frozen in astonishment. After all, they were numerous, and as they mobilized, many rushed forward. Boom! As this power erupted, some began to step closer, their eyes reflecting an incomprehensible force. How had this individual transformed? Boom! Suddenly, as this force reached its peak, everyone witnessed a shift, and as it solidified, confusion reigned. What was happening? Why had he unleashed such a powerful impact? Boom! As the crowd remained stunned, they glanced over, equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. How could this person possess such strength? Boom! In this tense atmosphere, both sides erupted in a shockwave in the void. The force resonated, and many felt its current. Boom! Following the explosion of this energy, others stood in awe. Why had they transformed into this state? What were their intentions? Boom! Suddenly, upon witnessing this scene, many gasped in disbelief, for among the crowd, some could only sigh in resignation. After all, not everyone possessed such power in this environment. Not everyone held the capability to vanquish others. Bang! Suddenly, as this force fully erupted, everyone's boundaries shattered. Boom! Another wave of power was unleashed, and many sensed it. This sensation was akin to a unique energy detonating, radiating outward like a shockwave. Boom! Another surge of energy spread throughout the void. In essence, as this force truly transmitted, some could clearly feel it, yet it was too late. For this energy surged directly toward the adversary. The speed was remarkable, and the strength surpassed comprehension. The mightiest power, like Qin Ming in this moment, was such that even he could not strike down his opponent. Alas, the Earth Mother sighed, for many felt that those before them could not meet the challenge. To be precise, these individuals simply fell short of expectations. If this power were to fully erupt, and after its formation, all would realize that one individual's strength had indeed surpassed everyone else's. In the eyes of so many, it was clear that they stood no chance against the opponent. Should they truly engage, it was certain that some would notice, and others would approach them. Bang! In that brief moment, many saw Qin Ming emanate an unprecedented aura of power, and upon its revelation, fear shone in the eyes of those who beheld it. What was happening? Why had he transformed in this manner? This was utterly astonishing. Everyone stood frozen, and Qin Ming, too, revealed a hint of astonishment in his gaze. He had not even contemplated why Qin Ming could unleash such terrifying power, nor did he expect that they could generate such a formidable force at this moment. Suddenly, a surge of energy coalesced, and as everyone witnessed this phenomenon, Their eyes began to reflect an unprecedented aura. It is important to note that not everyone possesses such power. When they truly beheld it, the others nearby were left in stunned silence, with many displaying a hint of astonishment. Was this individual far too powerful? Everyone was left speechless in awe. After all, it is not common for one to witness, nor to feel, such overwhelming force. This aura was simply too strong. As they gazed upon Qin Ming's might, they were all momentarily immobilized, unable to fathom that after Qin Ming's power erupted, the residual energies around them began to coalesce as well. What exactly were they all doing? Meanwhile, Qin Ming, upon observing this, revealed a trace of surprise in his gaze. He truly did not anticipate that the opponent would possess such formidable strength. Such power was indeed unimaginable. Suddenly, in the presence of this force, the adversary unleashed a torrent of energy that even Qin Ming himself found hard to conceive. It is essential to recognize that once such energy truly manifests, not even others might possess it, let alone those present. In the wake of this terrifying spectacle, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. They had never anticipated that an individual's cultivation could become so powerful and fearsome. As this force became evident, some had already perceived that Qin Ming had unleashed an overwhelming aura that was nearly unbearable for all. With the growth of Qin Ming's power, several other energy fluctuations erupted at that very moment. How could there be so many? Upon witnessing this, everyone was left astounded. Many stood bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a horrifying force could have erupted. Moreover, in the face of such energy, shouldn't both sides be striving for the strongest existence? How had it come to this? Everyone felt this way. After witnessing such a scene, they were engulfed by a sense of terror. As this force truly solidified, the eyes of several individuals displayed a glimmer of astonishment. After all, they were numerous, yet in the presence of so many, each one possessed a terrifying power. However, without the requisite impact, such force could not possibly materialize. At this moment, Qin Ming couldn't help but exhale deeply, and then he manifested a true surge of power. It is crucial to understand that even he might not withstand such energy, yet upon witnessing it, others comprehended the reality. The power that Qin Ming possessed was the most terrifying and formidable of all. In that instant, as everyone beheld the scene before them, they stood there, speechless, not uttering a single word. All were silently rooted in place. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ming approached the Ancestor of Earth and said, "From now on, I shall take charge of these. You need not intervene." Why? The Ancestor of Earth paused, astonished, for she believed her involvement would be of great assistance. However, it appeared that her presence was unnecessary, which left her somewhat perplexed, even surprised. Why is that? At that moment, Qin Ming stepped closer and replied, "Do not be astonished. There's a reason for this. In truth, whether it is you or others, upon witnessing this phenomenon, one should inherently understand. The strength of an individual is paramount. Everything else pales in comparison. So let us proceed." Upon hearing this, the Ancestor of Earth could only sigh in resignation before following Qin Ming step by step. Just as he spoke, not far away, others had already witnessed this scene. After seeing it, many rushed forward, and upon observing the situation, numerous individuals were utterly astounded. In the presence of such power, many possessed terrifying strength and formidable energy fluctuations. As this force fully manifested, some began to realize that Qin Ming himself carried an extraordinarily terrifying strength. Yet, when others genuinely felt it, disbelief washed over them. How could such a scene unfold with so many witnesses? Their astonishment was palpable. At that moment, another individual nearby, upon witnessing the spectacle, exhibited a look of sheer terror. As they had not foreseen that Qin Ming could possess such power, it was indeed unexpected. Suddenly, amidst this force, someone spoke up. In the presence of so many, even among the strongest, they stood frozen, unable to comprehend how such a force had come to be. Why did his power appear even more formidable than they had imagined? Many, upon witnessing this, were left dumbfounded. "Let us act," someone urged, their eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. Before such overwhelming power, even Qin Ming displayed a hint of astonishment. How had this individual formed such strength? From where had this advantage erupted? How could such a terrifying force suddenly manifest? This was truly astonishing. Countless onlookers stood in silence, unable to utter a word, merely observing quietly. Conversely, Qin Ming's gaze revealed a strange expression, and as this emotion surfaced, others found themselves momentarily stunned. They too sensed the enormity of his strength. Others, upon witnessing Qin Ming's power, stood immobilized, not daring to speak a word. Yet, even while watching, they could hardly fathom why Qin Ming had become so powerful and fearsome. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Soon, in the face of this force, many observed Qin Ming's power. Another individual, upon witnessing this, displayed a serious expression, for in their eyes, the cultivation of a single individual reaching this state invoked a sense of dread. This individual's strength was indeed formidable, and combined with such energy fluctuations, it was the most terrifying of all. Before long, someone recognized that Qin Ming had unleashed an extraordinarily powerful force. Many, upon witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sensation. It is essential to understand that upon witnessing such a surge of power, everyone was utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom how it had come to this. Was this individual truly so formidable? This sentiment resonated with all, including Qin Ming, who experienced a similar astonishment. I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Di Jiang stood up, and upon seeing the others, each was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly account for their bewilderment? What connections existed among them? How could this be achieved? At this moment, Qin Ming remained indifferent, quietly observing. After a few seconds, he muttered to himself, perhaps she truly ought to go. In that instant, Qin Ming was left in utter shock upon witnessing the scene before him. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming could unleash such a terrifying force, nor could they have imagined that his power would escalate to such formidable heights. Boom! In that fleeting moment, they clearly saw Qin Ming exhibiting a level of strength that transcended their wildest imaginations. At such a height, none among them knew how to respond. They were paralyzed, unsure of how to act. Suddenly, in the face of this overwhelming force, some began to yield. They had not comprehended the true extent of Qin Ming's terrifying might. So powerful? As they beheld Qin Ming, each pair of eyes revealed a trace of solemnity, and they all felt an undeniable weight in the atmosphere. After experiencing this force, they were all astounded. How could one individual's cultivation have transformed so dramatically? What had transpired among them to alter their strengths so drastically? What was this situation? All were left dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. Many shared a collective realization. This young man was undeniably powerful. He had grown so strong that it instilled fear in everyone present. This cannot continue. Many thought this, including the Hutu Ancestor who also recognized the urgency. At this moment, Hutu Ancestor approached Qin Ming and unleashed a stream of energy as an attack. As this energy was unleashed, many witnessed it. Yet, they dared not utter a word, moving toward Qin Ming with trepidation. Before them stood a multitude, all rendered speechless. They felt an inexplicable absence of sensation, unable to comprehend why such an intensity was manifesting at this moment. How could this be achieved? Everyone was left in awe at this unfolding scene. Many, upon seeing Qin Ming, were seized by a profound curiosity about his circumstances. At that moment, as Qin Ming sensed the unfolding events, he too was taken aback, and his own power began to surge. What on earth was happening? Boom! Suddenly, another wave of energy erupted. Many among them witnessed this moment, and a sense of disbelief washed over them. In other words, such power was not something everyone could possess. Boom! Someone spotted Qin Ming charging forward, and with his immense strength unleashed, he sent the otherworldly sages flying. Upon witnessing this, none dared utter a word, standing silently by. Hutu Ancestor, had already begun to take action, aware that Qin Ming's engagement would surely summon more otherworldly sages. A multitude had already arrived through a peculiar passageway. What to be done? Those combined otherworldly sages were left astounded, for they had never imagined that Qin Ming could exhibit such strength. If this force fully manifested, they might have no chance of survival. They could be annihilated. Whoosh! At that moment, a powerful stream of energy erupted nearby. Following its emergence, many began to approach. for among them were several making their way toward Qin Ming. What? What were these individuals doing? Many were left speechless upon witnessing Qin Ming's power. Why did he possess such strength? How had he accomplished this? Hadn't their power been comparable just moments ago? Flee. We must escape. Panic ensued as many realized they were outmatched. In such circumstances, to engage would be perilous. Qin Ming, noticing their distress, simply smiled calmly. Escape? Impossible. With that, he surged toward them, his speed and strength formidable. In the face of such dread power, all present felt the weight of the moment. Rumble. As this force manifested, everyone was left dumbfounded. What were these individuals doing? At this juncture, all felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon witnessing Qin Ming. The reason was clear. They had never anticipated such a surge in his power, nor could they fathom that one individual could unleash such formidable energy. This was overwhelming. Ha ha ha. Many stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word upon witnessing Qin Ming's might. Despite their numbers, they dare not speak. Indeed, the cultivation of an individual could be perceived, and only after the true manifestation of such power could they grasp the sheer ferocity of a single person's impact. Boom! Another force erupted in the void. With so many present, they possessed an abundance of power. If such a force were to fully unleash, the entire void might shatter. Yet among them, someone truly possessed that capability. That was the essence of true terror. Boom! Suddenly, as this energy coalesced, individuals saw Qin Ming and the strength he wielded. Boom! Before this power, they all beheld Qin Ming, witnessing the might he unleashed. This was truly extraordinary. Many, upon witnessing this, felt a profound realization wash over them. They believed because they had never contemplated why Qin Ming's power had grown so formidable, so terrifying. Everyone was astounded upon witnessing the surge of energy emanating from Qin Ming. They could not fathom the source of such a horrifying force. Chapter 81. How could they be so strong? No one could believe that Qin Ming could unleash such a cataclysmic energy shock. Boom! Suddenly, as this power erupted, the shockwaves of everyone's energy surged forth. They were genuinely unprepared for the terrifying display of strength, which seemed to release the energy of all present. They possessed such formidable energy and witnessed such a fearsome scene. Yet, these powerful impacts had remained unexpressed until now. Even upon witnessing it, they felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Beside them, others stood frozen, unable to comprehend Qin Ming's sheer might. They had never envisioned that he could wield such terrifying strength, nor could they have anticipated that, in the face of such power, their combat abilities could become so overwhelming, so intolerable. Rumble. As this force manifested, everyone was left in a state of shock. What on earth were these individuals doing? They could only sense that the power they exhibited had reached an extraordinarily high level. Under such circumstances, no one could believe how a single individual could achieve such mastery. Rumble. Following the manifestation of this power, the crowd stood dumbfounded. With so many present, there was a palpable sensation among them, a realization that this individual's strength was immensely potent, and the impact of his prowess was overwhelming. How had he achieved this? No one could accept the reality of Qin Ming's capabilities. This power had long surpassed their wildest imaginations. Sudden waves of energy erupted, leaving them in disbelief. Boom! In that moment, a surge of energy erupted from a distance, revealing that Qin Ming had unleashed a staggering force. This was beyond mere strength. It was unfathomable. You all, come quickly, Qin Ming commanded, casting a penetrating gaze at his companions, including the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch. As he spoke, others rushed to his side, clearly compelled by the fact that his strength had eclipsed that of Emperor Jun. Even Qin Ming himself felt astonishment at the sight before him. How had this individual achieved such prowess? In this environment, not everyone could attain such heights. Boom! At that moment, a wave of energy exploded in the void. As it manifested, they clearly perceived that Qin Ming had unleashed a formidable force. As they observed, 2 additional energy waves erupted. Such power and energy were beyond the capacity of a single individual to bear. Rumble. Another wave of force made its presence known. Among them, many began to comprehend that Qin Ming's strength was truly exceptional. One's cultivation did not solely define such power. For instance, the Earth Mother Ancestor which, upon witnessing this, could only speculate about the strength and cultivation of this individual, but would never fully grasp the extent of his combat prowess. This was the reality of each person's strength, the essence of what they were meant to embody. Boom! Soon, with the reactions of others, many stood in astonishment. They realized that not everyone could withstand or display such immense power. Why were they witnessing such a convergence of formidable energy and terrifying force? What was their intent? Swish! Suddenly, as another wave of energy materialized, those present were left in shock. What had just transpired? They were unaware, only knowing that in an instant, someone had come to hold them accountable, and they had been decisively vanquished. The crowd was left speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. Boom! Suddenly, someone shouted, and they clearly saw that a force had begun to coalesce not far from them. As this power came into being, they finally grasped the reality. An individual's cultivation could indeed become this formidable, this terrifying. How had this transformation occurred? They stood, bewildered by the revelation of Qin Ming's newfound strength. Boom! Another surge of power erupted, and they witnessed the manifestation of energy, leading to their realization of the extraordinary nature of an individual's cultivation. They had never anticipated such a transformation. Breath! Another wave of energy formed, and many among them displayed solemn expressions upon witnessing Qin Ming's might. They had never conceived that, in such a context, one could unleash such a fearsome energy shock. This energy surge had triggered a collective awakening within their own energy systems. If Qin Ming were to fully unleash his power now, many among them would also find themselves capable of extraordinary feats. In the wake of such explosive energy, the impact of their collective strength became palpable. What was the nature of these individuals? How had they achieved such feats? In truth, as they witnessed this spectacle, each person's gaze reflected a shared thought. How could they possibly transform under such overwhelming force? They could not believe that, in the presence of such might, they could manifest such energy systems, revealing their own latent strength. Everyone stood in awe, unable to comprehend that an individual's cultivation could evolve to such an extraordinary level. Nor could they have anticipated the sheer terror of this newfound power. Breath! Breath! All present were left astounded by Qin Ming's overwhelming strength, unable to fathom the reality that his cultivation had reached such an alarming peak. Boom! Suddenly, as another wave of power was unleashed, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. They could not grasp how Qin Ming had manifested such a terrifying fluctuation of energy, nor could they understand how they themselves had come to display such power. In the wake of Qin Ming's actions, they had never considered the implications of his abilities. Each turned their gaze toward Qin Ming, filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. In merely a few fleeting seconds, it became evident that Qin Ming's power had manifested. Many were left astounded upon witnessing this spectacle, for they could hardly fathom that Qin Ming could unleash such a formidable force of shockwaves. Indeed, even Qin Ming himself found it challenging to contain this sheer might, let alone others. Soon enough, as Qin Ming observed, many had already begun to sense this overwhelming power. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, as this force erupted once more, those present were taken aback by the scene before them. What was happening? How could so many display such extraordinary power? Stunned into silence, they stood transfixed, some too astonished to utter a word, merely standing in quiet disbelief. At that moment, a peculiar force erupted from a nearby location, and with it, 2 additional streams of energy surged forth. How could so many individuals manifest such strength? In the face of this might, they were utterly flabbergasted. Some even wore expressions of incredulity, as if unable to believe their eyes. Qin Ming exhaled deeply, and it became clear to those around him that he had unleashed an astonishing force. As this energy surged forward, the nearby energy systems erupted in concert. So much power, so much energy. How is this possible? How had they all come together to form such an overwhelming force? Their astonishment was palpable, for none could comprehend how Qin Ming had transformed into this formidable entity. With a resounding crash, as this force manifested yet again, the onlookers were left in awe. How could so many energies have converged? The sheer intensity of this power was beyond imagination. As they stood in horrified wonder, They witnessed Qin Ming and the Earth Mother Ancestor step forward, their pace brisk. It was undeniable that Qin Ming was remarkably swift. Indeed, as they beheld this scene, the onlookers could clearly see the strength emanating from Qin Ming. Following his explosive display, the collective force of the crowd surged forth in tandem. With another powerful eruption, two additional forces converged within the void, and the sheer volume of energy was staggering. Even the Earth Mother Ancestor and her kin might struggle against such overwhelming might, which had reached a level of intensity that instilled fear in all present. Suddenly, a peculiar force erupted in the very fabric of the void. As this powerful energy coalesced, many were left in astonishment, for Qin Ming had unleashed an extraordinarily bizarre wave of energy. The magnitude of his power was astonishing, and as the others registered this, they were momentarily struck dumb. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming could harness such overwhelming strength. As the surrounding energies coalesced, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. How could this individual possess such terrifying power? Where did this force originate? It was simply too formidable. Many could not restrain their astonishment, uttering exclamations of disbelief. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, observing the scene, calmly instructed, "You all go that way, and you to make sure to bring them to me." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, and as they departed, Qin Ming surged forward towards them. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions reflecting a blend of fear and awe. With another surge of energy, the remaining forces erupted in tandem, and it dawned on them just how powerful Qin Ming truly was. In that moment, he had unleashed an astonishing level of strength, and the aura surrounding him had fully materialized. Among them stood formidable beings, including the Earth Mother Ancestor. They had never imagined that an individual's power could reach such terrifying heights. As these forces fully manifested, the shockwaves reverberated throughout the void. The sheer magnitude of power was beyond their comprehension, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, all fell silent, as they realized that the individual truly possessing this capability was someone else entirely. Their gazes reflected a newfound gravity, and many remained frozen in place, unable to move. Qin Ming, witnessing this, displayed an astonished intensity in his gaze. At that moment, a powerful force erupted in the void, revealing the true extent of their collective strength. Another wave of energy surged forth, prompting many to reflect on the sheer magnitude of power present. As Qin Ming unleashed his strength, he left the crowd in stunned silence, for they could hardly grasp the reality of his overwhelming prowess. It was not merely hard to believe. It was an existence that transcended their understanding entirely. With yet another eruption of power, the crowd revealed expressions of astonishment, their disbelief palpable. The sheer volume of strength was almost insurmountable. At that moment, Qin Ming's gaze crystallized into a peculiar wave of energy, and as they witnessed the spectacle, the magnitude of his power became almost unbearable for them to comprehend. Suddenly, before this overwhelming force, many individuals displayed an expression that was almost unbearable for everyone present. A thunderous sound erupted. As this aura manifested, they all stood in stunned silence. How could their power have become so fearsome? How on earth did they manage to achieve this? All of them remained frozen in place, unable to even catch a glimpse of Qin Ming, simply standing there in silence. As for Qin Ming himself, upon witnessing this scene, a hint of a cold smile appeared in his eyes. After all, in the eyes of the many gathered, following the complete eruption of such power, several individuals began to approach Qin Ming. In truth, among this multitude, only Qin Ming possessed truly formidable combat prowess. The others simply could not measure up. At this moment, Qin Ming exhaled deeply, and those present soon noticed that he had unleashed an exhilarating force that invigorated them all. However, this overwhelming power was beyond their comprehension, even beyond their ability to sense it. So much strength, so much vigor. How had he manifested such might? Boom! As the surrounding energy exploded forth, everyone present felt the shock waves reverberate through them. So much strength, so much vigor. What was he planning to do? No one could believe that Qin Ming could unleash such terrifying intensity. Nor could they fathom that with this eruption of power, the entire energy system around them also surged forth. Everyone, upon witnessing this spectacle, found it nearly impossible to imagine, let alone sense the vastness of this force. In the face of such power, they could hardly comprehend the magnitude of its impact. One among them, upon perceiving Qin Ming's aura, rendered the rest speechless. What on earth was he doing? How could they possess such terrifying strength? It was utterly unfathomable. None dared to contemplate it, yet Qin Ming felt no such trepidation. At that moment, Qin Ming began to stride towards them, and as many started to grasp the essence of his power, some moved forward, while others exchanged knowing smiles before also approaching. Qin Ming, observing this, smiled and addressed the Earth's sovereign ancestor beside him. These fools are yours to handle. The Earth's sovereign ancestor nodded, fully aware of his role in alleviating Qin Ming's burdens. He stepped forward and spoke to the group. You lot are truly asking for trouble. Since you've come, let me show you my true strength. With that, Qin Ming charged towards them. There was no denying that his speed was remarkable. In the face of such energy, he surged forward with astonishing rapidity. The onlookers were left agape, utterly unprepared for Qin Ming's sudden appearance and the terrifying power he unleashed. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of energy erupted in the void, stunning everyone present. They had never anticipated that Qin Ming could unleash such fearsome strength, nor did they expect the impact of his power to be so exaggerated and formidable. As the surrounding energy coalesced once more, the onlookers were left in awe. How could they be so powerful? Suddenly, as this aura surged, two additional waves of energy erupted simultaneously. Among them, the sheer volume of force created a tremor in the very fabric of the void. So much power! How had it manifested? As they gazed upon this spectacle, another individual revealed a grave expression, especially after witnessing the astonishing display. Many were left speechless, their minds reeling at the sight of Qin Ming's power. They could hardly conceive of such immense strength and terrifying energy. Boom! Another surge of power erupted, and among them, several individuals found themselves swept up in this newfound energy, giving rise to yet another aura. Suddenly, yet another force materialized in the void, and when this aura erupted, the onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. They were left wondering how Qin Ming had transformed into this version of himself, and how this power had come to be. Boom! At that moment, Qin Ming's entire form began to coalesce, and the multitude of energies around him erupted once more.